Family members are simply outrageous. A group of people was having a barbecue when suddenly a giant blue demon dozens of meters tall descended from the sky and stomped the barbecue shop flat. This all started with the delivery guy, Chen Yiban's car accident that led to a time travel, binding him to a system that granted him the Uchiha Madara template. Once he entered Konoha, he caused a ruckus and beat everyone into a frenzy. Let me tell you, this situation was absurd. One moment, everyone was gathered around the grill, singing songs. And the next moment, with a loud boom, a giant blue demon came crashing down from the sky, turning the barbecue shop into ruins. Who understands the struggle? Almost turned a barbecue into my own funeral feast. But to explain how this all began, we have to rewind to the moment Chen Yiban, stepped through the gates of Konoha. I was just an ordinary delivery guy, dodging electrobikes one moment, and the next, I found myself in the VIP section of a car accident scene, directly meeting my end. What happened next? I closed my eyes and reopened them, and lo and behold, I had bound some achievement sign-in system, and my starter pack included a bombshell-established Konoha Uchiha Madara combat power template. Finally, it was my turn to enjoy this immense fortune. My face was changed to Madara's handsome visage, and I was tossed into the world of Naruto. I spent a few days getting used to this power, and let me tell you, it felt amazing. The system said that to earn more rewards, I needed to stir up trouble and defeat strong opponents. So what else was there to say? My target was Konoha. Let's get started. As I approached the gates of Konoha, the two gatekeepers, Steel God and Iron God, stopped me to register. I couldn't be bothered to respond, activated my Sharingan, and with just one glance, they both went offline, as if their souls had left them. I strutted in wearing eye-catching red armor, my long black hair flowing down to my waist. It wasn't until I was far away that they came to their senses, looking confused. Hey, what just happened? Hilarious. Upon entering the village, it was mealtime, and the streets were bustling. I overheard some people chatting and learned that the third Hokage had just passed away, and Tsunade was back to become the fifth Hokage. Perfect. Saved me the trouble of asking around. I was strolling when I looked up and saw familiar faces. Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma, Enko, Kurenai, a group of jonin marched into a barbecue shop. What a coincidence. Fate. I immediately turned around and followed them. I quietly stood behind them, and none of the jonin noticed me. I spoke up, yo, enjoying your meal? Mind if I join with some extra chopsticks? They all jumped in fright. Enko, always blunt, commented that I looked familiar. Of course, I did. The Valley of the End is so vast. How could I not be familiar with the two stone statues there? Kakashi, on the other hand, was different. His dead fish eyes were fixed on me, scanning me like an X-ray, probably already contemplating my identity. Asuma was protective of his food, not letting me sit next to Kurenai. TSK, TSK. Just as I was about to sit down, Kakashi suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Who are you?" His expression was like he had seen a ghost. Let me tell you, the atmosphere instantly shifted from a casual meal to a banquet of doom. Then Narashikaku's clever brain turned around, and both of them looked at me with changed expressions. I thought it was time to stop hiding. Just as I was about to speak, Kakashi blurted out, "Uchiha Madara." Wow. As soon as those three words came out, the air in the room froze. Enko dropped her chopsticks. Asuma, still in denial, insisted impossible. Madara has been dead for ages. As soon as he mentioned Madara fighting the first Hokage, it was bad news. The words Hashirama's mother acted like a switch, igniting all the resentment in my mind related to Madara. I immediately felt a surge of anger rising uncontrollably. Do not mention that name in front of me. Boom. My chakra exploded, sending Kakashi and the others flying like kites with cut strings, crashing through the walls. Outside on the street, Narashikaku and the others steadied themselves, looking at me as if I were a monster. The strength of my chakra was something they had probably never seen in their lives. I was completely engulfed in Madara's memories, muttering Hashirama's mother, and then you saw the scene at the beginning. Roar. A giant blue Susanoo burst through the roof, stomping the barbecue shop to bits. I stood atop the Susanoo, coldly gazing down at the ants below. Kakashi still held a shuriken, likely thinking the situation was a bit humorous. With such a commotion, how could the Hokage building not react? Tsunade was probably busy dealing with paperwork when she looked up at the window, shocked enough to shatter her desk. Susanoo. She must have recognized it, but couldn't believe it. Of course, who would? Even coming back from the dead, isn't this ridiculous? While the entire village was in chaos and Tsunade was still in shock, I controlled the Susanoo and drew out a chakra sword dozens of meters long, swinging it towards them with force. With that swing, my great-grandfather's face on Hokage Rock split in two, along with the second and third Hokage beside him. They were all reduced to rubble. Let me tell you, the power of that move left Tsunade, who had just rushed out of the Hokage building, dumbfounded, her eyes wide open. The Umbu beside her were also stunned, their mouths agape, probably thinking, this single strike must be equivalent to an strength ninjutsu, right? Tsunade was still muttering. He called out my great-grandfather's name. Who exactly is he? Guess what? At that moment, the pillars of Konoha finally arrived. Might Guy, with his thick eyebrows, looked serious. Such destructive power. Of course, if it weren't strong, could it be called Uchiha Madara? Kakashi reacted the fastest and started issuing orders. Anko, go report to the 5th Hokage immediately. Tell her Uchiha Madara has come. The rest of you, Shikaku, Hachi, evacuate the villagers. Guy, Asuma, and Dingza, come with me, we must stop him. As soon as he finished, Kakashi clapped his hands down, and a massive earth wall rose up towards my Susanoo. Oh, trying to build a wall against me? My guy got even more excited, glowing green, and shouted, let youth blossom. 8 gates, 6 gate, open. Watching them scramble, I couldn't help but laugh. Especially Anko, who was running to report while complaining, I just wanted some barbecue. How did it turn into this? Who understands the grievances of a working person? I could smell it from hundreds of meters away. Just as Kakashi's wall was about to hit my face, I smirked, and Susanoo grew 3 more arms, each wielding a chakra, sword dozens of meters long. 4 swords together. With a loud boom, that earth wall shattered like it was made of paper. Kakashi was stunned, muttering, so strong. Next, Sarutobi Asuma joined in, unleashing a fire dragon flame bomb towards me. I couldn't help but laugh, playing with fire in front of me. Uchiha? Susanoo simply sliced through the fire dragon in half. Just as I was enjoying the fight, I suddenly felt a particularly familiar chakra. My Sharingan had great vision, so I followed the feeling and looked over. Wow, wasn't that Sasuke? I saw Uchiha Sasuke standing on a rooftop in the distance, looking shocked. Seeing his iconic phoenix fire hairstyle made my DNA resonate. His double Tomo Sharingan popped out on its own, likely due to the resonance of our Uchiha chakra. This power of the same origin suddenly pulled me back from the crazed battle intent of Banyi. I focused my gaze and saw that Air Juzi was also looking at me. The moment our eyes met, the kid froze as if he had been hit with a paralysis technique. At that moment, someone underfoot was causing trouble. Ninja art. Multiplication technique. The fat guy from the Akimichi clan instantly turned into a giant meatball, and the guy beside him, Yamanaka Inoichi, tried to use the mind transfer jutsu to control me. I couldn't even be bothered to look at him. A quick glance through my kaleidoscope, and Yamanaka Inoichi was caught in my illusion, standing there like a wooden post. Narashikaku was manipulating that meatball with shadows, hurling it at me like a yo-yo. I was getting impatient and shouted, "Get lost!" Susanoo raised a leg and kicked that meatball bang into the sky. Not done yet. I casually formed in Yasaka Magatama and threw it at the meatball in the air. With a swish, blood sprayed everywhere, and a chubby arm flew out. Akimichi Dingswa screamed as he fell. Dingswa! Kakashi and the others cried out, their voices filled with anguish. The Air Juzi on the rooftop in the distance looked dumbfounded, probably wondering what kind of divine ninja technique this was. A system notification rang in my head, indicating that I had achieved a first kill. Just a little water. Standing in my Susanoo, dozens of meters high, I looked down at these ants and said lightly, "Is that all you can do? How can you please me like this?" Their faces turned pale, and Yuhi Kurinai shouted, "What do we do, Kakashi? He's too strong." The chakra within me, let's put it this way, even Orochimaru would have to call me father. At that moment, my guy charged up. The azure beast of Konoha makes its appearance. Watch my morning peacock. I saw him enveloped in azure steam, unleashing a barrage of fiery punches at my Susanoo, actually pushing me back several steps. Interesting. But I quickly reacted. Susanoo swung its 4 great swords forward, and whatever peacock it was, I cut it all into roast chicken. With a flick of my wrist, I sent another Yasaka Magatama flying. Luckily, the thick eyebrows opened 6 gates and ran fast. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a matter of one arm. That hooked jade missed him and directly turned the row of houses behind into ruins. At this moment, a group of Umbu suddenly appeared from all directions, surrounding Kakashi and the others. The leader asked Kakashi what was going on, and Kakashi's expression was as serious as if he were going to a funeral. The enemy before them was the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. What? The Umbu instantly erupted in chaos, each one looking like they had seen a ghost. Kakashi hurriedly reminded them, "Don't look at his eyes. You'll fall under a Jinjutsu." I watched them frantically trying to break the illusion on Shanzhong High, but it was of no use. Can the illusion of my kaleidoscope be undone by a bunch of insignificant fish like you? I let out a cold laugh, standing in Susanoo, looking down at this group of rabble. No matter how many of you come, what difference does it make? Let me show you what true ninjutsu really is. I formed hand seals and took a deep breath. Fire release. Great fireball technique. I tell you, that scene was like a sea of fire descending from the sky, sweeping over them. Kakashi and the dozens of water-style ninjas were desperately forming hand signs, using every technique like water barrier. And it was only with the combined effort of dozens of water walls that they barely managed to block my attack. In an instant, the entire battlefield was shrouded in white steam. At the critical moment, it was still my guy who blew away the steam with a leaf hurricane. But just as the steam dissipated, I had already exited Susanoo, holding a gigantic sigh that I pulled out from who knows where, with the blade tip nearly grazing his throat. Guy, Kakashi shouted in fear. My guy reacted incredibly fast, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. But I still managed to slash a deep wound across his abdomen. He kicked me away, and I fell onto the roof beside us. I held the scythe, looked at him, and smiled. You're not bad. But if you want to fight me, this little green steam of yours is not enough. As soon as I finished speaking, a harsh bird call suddenly rang out behind me. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Kakashi, that sly old fox. The one who just fought me was actually a shadow clone. His real body had been hiding all along, just waiting for this moment. A bolt of lightning shot from behind me, straight into my heart. Raikiri. Huh. Just like that guy Senju Tobarama, always playing dirty. In the next second, Kakashi's Raikiri pierced my heart with a whoosh. My guy shouted from below. Kakashi, well done. However, I, the one who was hit, turned into a cloud of white mist. Not good. Kakashi's heart sank, and he turned to run. Too late. I suddenly appeared in front of him, a hint of mockery at the corner of my mouth. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. My hand moved. The knife fell. No, it was my hand that moved, and the eye that fell. With a pucci, I directly gouged out his Sharingan. Ugh! Kakashi screamed in pain. Kakashi. My guy and the others rushed over like madmen to save him. But I didn't stop at all. The side of my other hand swung down towards Kakashi's neck. An elite Jonin? In front of me, he was no different from a baby. Just as Kakashi's head was about to fall, suddenly, with a loud bang, I was kicked away by a tremendous force. A blonde figure appeared beside Kakashi, Tsunade. She finally arrived. Fifth Hokage. Kakashi covered his bleeding eye socket, both shocked and overjoyed. While treating him, Tsunade vigilantly watched me. Supporting Kakashi, she asked in a low voice, the Sharingan was taken? Yes. I'm very sorry. The opponent is Yamadara, right? Tsunade directly voiced it. Kakashi nodded heavily. At this moment, Might Guy Asuma and the others finally reached the rooftop, with countless ANBU following Tsunade onto the battlefield. As for me, I stood up from a pile of rubble. Covered in a layer of blue chakra skeleton, Susanoo's first stage, completely unscathed. I was still toying with the 3-Tomo Sharingan that I had just taken from Kakashi, and in the next second, it vanished into thin air, stored in my system space. Tsunade looked at my outfit, her brows tightly furrowed. It really is Susanoo. I removed Susanoo and stood there in my red armor, holding a scythe, quietly watching her. The surrounding Umbu began to whisper. This looks exactly like the statue from the Valley of the End. Tsunade couldn't hold back anymore and stared at me intensely. Oh, exactly. Are you? I looked at her from a distance and said in a casual tone, I heard that the granddaughter of Hashirama became the 5th Hokage. Is it you? So what if it is? Tsunade said with confidence, I'll leave Konoha immediately, where you'll face the wrath of the entire village. I laughed, swinging the scythe in my hand lightly, a hint of mockery in my crimson eyes. I just want to know how much power you inherited from that guy. Before the words were out, I had already transformed into a red lightning bolt, rushing forward. Zulfast. The surrounding ninjas gasped in shock. Take it down, Tsunade commanded, and dozens of Umbu charged forward fearlessly. And the result? In a single encounter, it was like bowling pins getting knocked over. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen people flew out, spitting blood, moving faster than when they rushed in. One Umbu tried to slash at me with a knife, but I blocked with my scythe and directly cut him in half. At that moment, in a dark underground base in Konoha, Danzo also received the news. Umbu ninjas came rolling in to report. Lord Danzo, it's bad. Yamadara has been resurrected. He is slaughtering in the village. Kakashi and the others can't hold him back at all. Even the 5th Hokage seems helpless. Danzo's old face instantly lost its calm. Yamadara. Meanwhile, on the battlefield outside, it was already a sea of blood. Dozens of Umbu corpses lay scattered on the ground. I plunged my scythe into the earth, looking at this ugly scene, and smiled indifferently. Killing a few people stirred no emotions in me. It felt just like stepping on a few ants. Tsunade sighed, Kakashi, and Kurenai were all stunned. Dozens of Umbu, and in less than 10 seconds, wiped out. They didn't even see my movements clearly. Bastard. Tsunade trembled with rage. But more than that, she was in shock. I looked at their terrified expressions and calmly asked, "What? Are you afraid to dance, even the most basic steps?" "Bon." Tsunade shouted. "What are your intentions?" "Intentions?" I repeated softly. "To take back everything that rightfully belongs to Uchiha Madara." I started reasoning with them, saying that this village originally belonged to me half, established by Senju and Uchiha together. Hashirama even said he wanted me to be the first Hokage. But what happened? Just because of that old schemer Tobarama. Not only did I not become Hokage, but I also watched the Uchiha clan step by step towards destruction. I told my clansmen, but not a single person believed me. That day when I left the village behind me, there was no one. Speaking of this, the feeling of unwillingness and resentment for Madara surged up in my mind again, and my hand gripping the scythe tightened. In the end, I gave him a chance. "Everyone, leave Konoha. I can spare you. Impossible." Tsunade rejected it without a second thought. Kakashi and the others even stepped forward, and even Akimichi Choji, who I just cut an arm off, quickly bandaged it and grew large to block my way. "Fine, if you don't want to drink the toast. Then you'll have to face the penalty drink." I stopped wasting words, picked up a scythe, and slowly walked towards them, step by step. The unabashed killing intent made some ordinary ninja's legs tremble. Tsunade still wanted to boost morale, saying something about the village. I didn't give her a chance to talk, and charged straight ahead. Asuma was the first to face me, and he unleashed another fire technique. I leaped up directly, and in midair I shouted. I said, "Don't show off in front of experts." The scythe was retracted, and I formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Boom! A towering inferno, 100 times more terrifying than the previous great fire release, surged forth like a giant arrow capable of incinerating everything, instantly engulfing Asuma's ninjutsu and overwhelming Tsunade and everyone else. I tell you, Tsunade, Kakashi, and those old schemers, their reactions are really fast. They dodged in a flash. But those poor guys from the Umbu and regular ninjas nearby instantly turned into human charcoal. You know what I mean? The scene was unbelievable. But that's not the main point. The key is, just as Asuma barely dodged the fire and hadn't steadied himself yet, I snapped my fingers and directly flashed in front of him. I could see his pupils shake clearly. Trying to block me with a pathetic kunai? What a joke. My scythe was aimed right at his body, but with a twist of my wrist, I swiftly opened a cut in his throat. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and Asuma clutched his neck and fell straight down. Then I heard a heart-wrenching scream, "Asuma." Turning around, I saw all the Konoha 12 were there, ready to fight. Leading them was Nara Shikamaru, his face pale. Beside him, Choji and Ino also looked incredulous. And then there was Kurenai, completely dumbfounded. The next moment, the most explosive thing happened. Might Guy roared, charging over with blue light all over him, having opened the sixth gate. Kakashi was also preparing a Raikiri, trying to flank me. I just laughed. Did they think that little bit of blue steam could take me on? I used a few body techniques to toy with the two of them, then unleashed a second stage, Susanoo. With a roar, the shockwave sent Kakashi and Guy flying. At that moment, I spotted two kids, one with blonde hair and the other with black, Naruto and Sasuke. That little brat Sasuke recognized me immediately. Uchiha Madara? His expression was a mix of shock and, how should I put it? Fervor? Quite interesting. He must have been thinking, my ancestor is this strong? I was about to join Orochimaru, but now someone from home shows up, and it's a T0 version. He was completely thrown off. Then there was Mitarashi Anko, Tsunade, and others coming up to attack. Tsunade punched my Susanoo, creating a crack. I pretended to be surprised. Oh? Hashirama's monstrous strength? Then with a snap, the Susanoo healed itself. I countered with a blade, forcing her back, telling her, as a mere woman, you're far from my level. She was still shouting about how she inherited the will of fire. I shot back. Don't be ridiculous. The only thing that can be inherited is hatred. As soon as I finished speaking, Guy attacked from behind, and Susanoo cracked again. Then Kakashi, being clever, summoned a bunch of Earth-style ninjas. And walls of earth came crashing down, burying me and the Susanoo alive. Next came hundreds of fire-style ninjas, bombarding my grave, turning the ground into a pool of magma. Tsunade thought she had won and started giving a victory speech. But the next second, a blue chakra blade shot up from beneath her feet, giving her a chilling surprise. I slowly rose from the ground with the Susanoo, looking at her, and said calmly, that so-called will of fire of yours is worthless in my eyes. At this point, Naruto got anxious, charging at me with a Rasengan. I didn't even move, just glanced at him with my Sharingan. The next second, I tell you, the nine tails inside him went berserk. That little fox must have been terrified, roaring at Naruto in the mental world. Are you crazy? That Madara. Are you trying to get yourself killed? If you let him make me his pet again, I'll tear you apart. Go summon Buddha. Tsunade was really fierce, using the Byakugan technique to instantly recover to full health, kicking my blade apart, and then throwing a punch. But this time, I directly retracted the Susanoo and met her fist. With a loud boom, everyone was stunned. Tsunade was also dumbfounded. Her prideful, monstrous strength was caught by me with one hand. I looked at her incredulous face and told her, a mere grain of sand is no match for me. Then I unleashed my power and sent her flying. Next, I reached out and pulled out someone trying to sneak attack me, Moonlight Kakashi. With a snap, I sent him on his way with his own blade. His purple-haired girlfriend, Yuzuki Yukari, was left stunned. Naruto and the others wanted to charge again, but Shikamaru held them back, telling them not to rush in and get themselves killed. Now, Guy was completely enraged, opening the 8th gate, the shock gate. Open, radiating dazzling blue light. He charged at me with a daytime tiger. The scene was like a nuclear explosion. I got a bit excited too, unleashing a complete body Susanoo, the giant one that's dozens of meters tall, with arms and legs. For hands formed 4 Asakatomo and shot them out, forcefully stopping his daytime tiger. Guy is also a tough guy. Next came a barrage of fire punches raining down like crazy. The collision shook the earth, and all the buildings within a kilometer were destroyed. When the smoke cleared, Guy was panting heavily, while I stood unharmed atop Susanoo's head. Just then, a massive crowd from Konoha Esakimichi clan, Yamanaka clan, and Hyuga clan, over 1,000 people, surrounded me. Hyuga Hizashi came with a group of Byakugan users. Tsunade was still rallying everyone, saying I was Uchiha Madara, the strongest enemy in Konoha's history, urging everyone to be ready to fight to the death. I can't help but laugh as I hug my arms, looking at the more than 1,000 trembling experts below. With a smile on my face, I say, oh dear, so many rabble have come. It seems my situation is quite unfavorable. Let me tell you, I absolutely hate it when people show off in front of me, especially that little brat Kakashi. He actually dared to jump out and point at me saying, no matter how awesome you are, you're just one person. Man, that really pissed me off, but I just laughed at the time. I asked him, oh, is that so? The next second, I formed hand seals with both hands, and in a flash, 30 identical shadow clones of me appeared beside me, all jumping down from Susanoo to surround the more than 1,000 of them. I'm calling out from distance, baby, what about now? That kid Naruto's eyes are about to pop out, shouting, shadow clone. How can he do that too? Of course. If your dad can do it, so can I. I looked at their confused expressions and felt it wasn't enough. So I added another jab. Let me give you a multiple choice question among these 30 brothers. Should they activate Susanoo or not? Tsunade seemed to have thought of something, and her face turned pale. Can I disappoint her? Of course not. In the next moment, my 30 shadow clones simultaneously erupted with blue chakra, and 30 towering blue Gundams stood up neatly in unison. The scene dyed the sky of Konoha blue. How is this possible? Tsunade, Kakashi. Each one of them was stunned. Kakashi must be regretting his words, thinking, why did I just say that? Trying to provoke trouble for myself? Huh? Can I give them some reaction time? Just kidding. My 30 brothers are not here to enjoy the scenery. The next moment is a massacre. Blades flashing. The Yasukuni no Magatama is falling like it's free. The screams are deafening, just like a massacre in a game, chaotic and brutal. Akimichi Choza, that guy who is Akimichi Choji's father, had already lost an arm to me. Now it's even worse, surrounded by 2 Susanoo with several blue big swords directly piercing him. He dropped dead on spot. Oh man, Choji's eyes turned red. He directly took some drugs, activated butterfly mode, and charged forward. Shikamaru shouted from behind, Choji, don't rush in. But he couldn't hear anything. What happened next? A clone of mine casually knocked him away with a punch, like swatting a fly. Then I turned around and aimed to reunite father and son. Just as Choji was about to be finished off, at a critical moment, a green light flashed, my guy. He kicked my sword away and forced my Susanoo back with a daytime tiger, saving Choji. He has got some skills, but it's not enough to make a difference. There's still 30 of me on the field. The Hyuga clan with their Byakugan were desperately using the 8 trigrams empty palm to defend themselves. And Tsunade was going crazy too, but they could only barely protect themselves. The next moment, with a puff, a Magatama pierced her stomach. If she hadn't activated Creation Rebirth, she would be 6 feet under by now. I stood in the Susanoo of the entity, arms crossed, looking coldly at it, feeling just 2 words in my heart. Boring. But at that moment, I suddenly sensed a different kind of aura. As I turned my head, I saw that guy, my guy, and his expression had changed. Oh, I laughed. It seems you finally made up your mind. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Really, these lousy opponents were making me nearly fall asleep. Finally, someone has come to lift my spirits. From a distance, Mike Guy shouted at Kakashi, who was struggling in battle. Kakashi, this time, consider my victory. Kakashi was taken aback, as if he sensed something. I understand too. As my mind stirred, swish, 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 the 30 blue Gundams instantly vanished. And all the chakra returned to my body. Because I knew that what I was about to face was a physical technique capable of reaching the 6 paths level. I had to give him, and myself, the utmost respect. Tsunade also understood, running to Guy's side, astonished and excited, asking, Guy, have you already reached that level? Mike Guy didn't even look at her, simply roaring, Lord Hokage, have everyone step back. The Azure Beast of Konoha is about to unleash his final youth. With that, he slowly bent down, beginning to gather power. I didn't interrupt him, just quietly watching. But I had my own preparations. I secretly took out the kaleidoscope from my right eye and replaced it with an ordinary 3-tomo Sharingan. As for why, it's a secret. Teacher Guy. Shaoli over there was already crying like a baby. Mike Guy glanced at him, and then, under the gaze of all Konoha, he let out a thunderous roar. The 8th gate of the 8 gates. The Death Gate. Open. Boom. In an instant, blood-red steam shot up from his body, and he looked like a cooked shrimp, his entire body turning red. That power made even the air tremble. Here it comes. The blood in my body began to boil. I acknowledged you. Come, let's dance. He unleashed his full power. How could I not? My left eye's eternal Mangeki Sharingan suddenly spun, and the Susanoo around me began to swell wildly. It grew from several dozen meters all the way to over 80 meters. And finally, amidst a blue light, it sprouted armor and transformed into its complete form. A blue demon standing over 130 meters tall loomed in the center of Konoha. At that moment, the entire Konoha fell silent. I tell you, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at me as if I were a monster. Is this still a human? Is this the strongest of the Uchiha clan from back in the day? That kid Sasuke's eyes were wide with shock. Compared to this guy, Orochimaru is nothing. Hondo let out a curse. Just then, Mike Guy moved. Madara. Evening. He transformed into a red lightning bolt and charged at me. Come on, please me. I shouted excitedly, controlling the complete Susanoo to meet him with a punch. Boom! With a huge bang, my fist, larger than a mountain, was actually shattered by a kick from him. Interesting. I focused my chakra, and my fist instantly recovered. But he didn't give me any chance at all. Bang, 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 bang. Like a madman, he kicked around my Susanoo, over 100 meters tall, at such speed that even the Sharingan couldn't keep up. My complete Susanoo was actually being cracked by his kicks. Ha ha ha. This is exhilarating. It's been a long time since I felt this blood-pumping sensation, but I knew Guy was nearing his limit. His bones were starting to shatter. Indeed, he seized an opportunity and paused for a second. I instantly seized the flaw, and the giant sword of Susanoo suddenly drew out, unleashing a devastating slash aimed at him. He didn't dodge. Instead, he met my blade with another evening elephant. Boom! The two forces collided, creating a small mushroom cloud. My Susanoo, over 100 meters tall, was shaken back repeatedly. After stabilizing my stance, I looked at Akai, covered in blood, and laughed maniacally. You've made me feel the thrill of battling with Hashirama again. Keep going. Keep pleasing me. My guy gasped for breath, knowing that evening elephant was no longer effective. So, he slowly tightened his fist again, leaving only one last move. The crimson steam behind him began to gather frantically, and finally, it coalesced into a gigantic, menacing blood-red dragon head. Night Guy, accompanied by his last roar in life, the blood-red giant dragon seemed to come to life, howling to the sky. That power was more than 100 times stronger than the previous evening elephant. Ha ha ha, I shall call you the strongest in taijutsu. I sensed the breath of death, but in its place was endless excitement. In the next second, he merged with that blood-red dragon and charged forward. I was about to swing my blade, but I realized that the surrounding space was distorted by his momentum. My Susanoo was actually stuck and couldn't move at all. I could only watch helplessly as that world-destroying blood dragon crashed into me. Bung boom! My Susanoo's complete form shattered with a loud crash. Immediately after, that kick landed solidly on my chest. Whoa! I spat out a mouthful of old blood, feeling as if all my bones were broken. But it wasn't over yet. He pushed against me, shoving me aside, And then with a thunderous roar, the entire back mountain of Konoha, along with the rock faces of all the Hokage, was split in half by his kick. A bottomless, gigantic chasm appeared before everyone. Everyone was dumbfounded. After a long time, Tsunade finally reacted, shouting orders. "Find my guy. If Uchiha Madara is still alive, kill him." Countless ninjas rushed madly towards the massive chasm, eager to welcome their hero. Kakashi was the first to reach the end of the chasm, and then he froze. All those who followed also witnessed a scene they would never forget. At the end of the chasm, there I stood, clad in red armor, my long hair flowing, completely unscathed with a massive scythe in my hand, its blade piercing through Might Guy's chest, which was already charred black as coal. I looked at them and smiled wickedly. "Just now, you almost really killed me." In that moment, I saw what true despair looked like. Tsunade's face instantly lost all color as she staggered back a step. Kakashi stood frozen in place, as if his soul had been lost. All their hopes and beliefs were crushed by my own hands at that moment. Especially that kid Sasuke. He looked at me with eyes that held no fear, but instead were filled with endless desire. It seemed he understood that this is the true power of the Uchiha. Let me tell you, with this power, I can definitely take that man down. Wow, I just pulled my scythe out of my guy's heart, and he barely bled. That last move, Night Guy, practically squeezed out the last drop of his life. Suddenly, a notification rang in my head. Slayed 8 Gates Guy. Achieved super achievement. Reward, 1 super lottery draw. Hey, not bad. That's a nice surprise. I looked at Kai's corpse on the ground and couldn't help but admire him. Let me tell you, this guy's a real man. That kick just now would have killed anyone else on the spot. But the problem is, do you think I came to Konoha unprepared? Just then, my right eye, with the 3-tomo Sharingan, suddenly went blind and turned gray. I spoke to Kai's corpse. Did you think I hadn't accounted for this step? After saying that, I casually popped out that useless eyeball and tossed it aside like garbage. Family, who understands? At that moment, that kid Lee let out a shout and charged in, also opening the 8 gates. I hadn't even had the chance to put my eternal Manjiki Sharingan back yet, and I immediately unleashed a blue Susanoo skeleton, sending him flying with a slap. Lee was caught by Naruto and the others, and under the protection of Susanoo, I took my genuine eternal Manjiki Sharingan and clicked it back into my right eye socket at a leisurely pace. Let me tell you, the moment the 2 eternal Manjiki Sharingans came together, the power of the eyes and chakra exploded. I could feel the 9 tails going crazy in Naruto's belly from a distance. At that moment, I had one thought. "Little 9, it's time to put on your collar." Then I discovered a problem. I couldn't turn off this right eye. It was probably because I had just used my abilities too forcefully and messed up the connections. I need to find a professional to fix this. I glanced around and spotted Tsunade. "Hey, the healing legend. You will be useful to me." I withdrew Susanoo and walked towards them with my scythe in hand. Tsunade had some guts, standing directly in front of everyone. Then, out of nowhere, there were Mitarashi Anko, Yuzuki Yugugo, and a bunch of others whose names I couldn't remember, all standing there, putting on a show of solidarity for Konoha. Tsunade proudly shouted at me, "Did you see that? This is the will of fire." I couldn't help but laugh at the situation. It was already 2025, and who still cared about traditional virtues? Without a second thought, I charged in for the kill. My speed was like lightning. A group of Umbu rushed at me, and I swung my scythe like I was in a video game, taking down one little kid with each strike. Kakashi was about even with me. He sent a Raikiri my way, and I dodged to the side, effortlessly dispatching all the dogs he summoned. Tsunade landed from above with a stomp. Her strength was impressive, and when I blocked with the handle of my scythe, the ground cracked beneath me, but I countered with a kick that was even stronger, sending her flying. Just as I kicked Tsunade away, a cold wind rushed from behind me. I tilted my head to avoid it. When I turned around, I saw a girl with purple hair, Yuzuki Yugao. I grabbed her by the neck and casually asked, "Do you want to dance too?" She tried to struggle, but I snatched her knife and, with a swift motion, stabbed her through her own body. Then, like disposing of trash, I tossed her aside. I looked at these people and sincerely thought that their desperate struggle looked really ugly. A dozen of them, not believing in evil, simultaneously unleashed their fire attacks at me. I quickly pulled out the Uchiha family's ancestral fan from the system space and executed the Uchiha rebound technique. No, it should be called Uchiha milkshake now. With a bang, the fire was even more intense than when it came, directly sending it all back at them, instantly burning dozens of them to death. I wielded a sickle in my left hand and a round fan in my right, looking just like a manifestation of the Azura. Tsunade rushes at me with a face full of anger, delivering a powerful kick. This time, I can't even be bothered to use my weapon and meet her with a punch. When our fists and feet collide, she is actually pushed back by the force. I seize her ankle and swing her down to the ground. With a loud crash, a huge pit forms in the ground. I directly created a dozen shadow clones, each activating the second stage of Susanoo, blocking everyone else outside. Then I grabbed Tsunade's fist, which she had just managed to lift, with such strength that she couldn't break free. I stared at her with a face full of disdain. I said, "The only one who can suppress me is Hashirama. You're just a woman." Angry, she tried to hit me with her other hand, but I punched her in the stomach, making her spit out blood on the spot. I grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up, mocking, "So weak, is this the fifth Hokage?" Just as I was about to use my eternal Manjiki Sharingan to cast a Genjutsu on her and make her obedient, suddenly there was a loud boom, and a massive Rasengan slammed into me. The Susanoo's frame defended against it, but I was still pushed back a long way by the force. I focused my gaze, and, to my surprise, it was Jiraiya. That toad sage actually showed up. The people from Konoha were as excited as if they had seen a savior when they spotted Jiraiya. Tsunade was also rescued, and the two of them stood together, whispering. Jiraiya, upon seeing Guy's body, looked shocked, nearly dropping his jaw when he heard that I survived the 8th gate. Then came the even funnier part. That old man Danzo also showed up with his root members, pretending to be righteous, saying something about enemies invading and how he couldn't just stand by. I couldn't help but laugh and said to him, "When I was hanging out with Hashirama, you were still in diapers, weren't you?" That old guy still had the guts to retort, claiming my time was over. Fine, I'll indulge you. I focused my mind and recalled all the shadow clones outside, making them stand behind me. The people from Konoha saw there were no obstacles left, and they all gathered together, standing side by side with Danzo's people, united in their hostility towards me. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment. I told them, when your attention is too focused on one person, that's when your blind spots appear. They still looked confused. The next second, two of Danzo's subordinates suddenly sprang up from behind him, and with two swift strikes, one to the arm and one to the head, they took him down in an instant. Everyone was stunned. Tsunade shouted angrily from his side, "What are you doing?" The two root ninjas completely ignored her. One of them erupted with blue chakra, and in an instant, a gigantic Susanoo formed, enveloping both of them. Then their forms changed, and lo and behold, it was me, my shadow clone. I knew for a long time that old scoundrel Danzo was hiding a bunch of Sharingan. I had already sent a shadow clone disguised as a root member into his team. Trying to play tricks on me? He's still too inexperienced. My shadow clone, holding Danzo's head, even mocked him, saying, "With a rat like you, how dare you dance in front of me?" Jiraiya couldn't stand it, and threw a Rasengan. But it couldn't even break through Susanoo's defense. He was hit back by a technique called Yasakani no Magatama, and almost didn't dodge it, ending up with an injury on his arm. Tsunade quickly went over to heal him. The other ninjas bombarded my shadow clone's third stage Susanoo like it was a scraping treatment. Those two shadow clones ignored them and controlled the enormous Susanoo to walk towards me. Seeing that they couldn't win, Jiraiya directly used the technique ninjutsu, Hell Swamp, trapping my shadow clone's Susanoo in it. The giant Susanoo's feet instantly sank into a swamp, and its whole body started to go down. Tsunade saw the opportunity and immediately commanded everyone to concentrate their fire. After a barrage of attacks, the dozens of meters tall Susanoo actually lost its balance and collapsed with a loud crash. Wow, this thing is really big. It is big, but once it fell, Tsunade took the chance to deliver a finishing blow with a punch, smashing it completely into the big mud pit that Jiraiya had dug. I tell you, in that moment, all of us went crazy. That kid Naruto was beside us shouting, "Lady Tsunade, awesome." Tsunade smiled back at him, and it was absolutely captivating. Who understands, family? We won. We actually took down that monster. But then, we barely had 3 seconds of joy before Jiraiya's words brought us all back to reality. The battle isn't over. We were all taken aback. Following his gaze to look across, I couldn't help but curse. The guy named Chen Yiban was sitting there with his arms crossed, watching the show. Beside him stood about 10 identical shadow clones. We fought desperately and almost got wiped out, only to take down just one of their shadow clones. At that moment, one of the brothers laughed out of despair. It felt like we had been grinding all night against the game boss, only to realize it was just a tutorial monster in the beginner's village. On the other side, Chen Yiban looked at us, going from ecstatic to dead silent, and his mouth was almost stretching to his ears, his taunting skills maxed out. "Oh, you found out? I didn't T1 interrupt when I saw you all so happy." Naruto exploded right then. "Bastard, don't get too cocky." But he ignored him and instead said something baffling. How much longer are you two going to keep pretending? We were all still in a daze when suddenly, the yellow spring that had just swallowed Susanoo exploded with a bang. Let me tell you, that scene was unbelievable. From a mud pit, it wasn't just one, but TMD, two of them crawled out. Two giant blue figures, each dozens of meters tall, just stood up like that. Earlier, there were two shadow clones of Susanoo. So these two guys directly opened two new accounts from the mud. Would you want this kind of luck? These two newly emerged Susanoo were like crazy, indiscriminately slaughtering us. Throwing down chakra, giant swords, and yada mirror like it was free. In an instant, a large number of us fell again. Jiraiya's eyes turned red, and he formed a seal to unleash a fire dragon bullet. 3 fire dragons roared and rushed forward. But guess what happened? Those two Susanoo on the other side were even more ruthless, each unleashing a massive firewall, which instantly swallowed Jiraiya's fire dragons, and even turned around to burn our own people. All the ninjas skilled in water techniques here risked their lives to block the flames. And the scene was immediately filled with steam, making it impossible to see anything. It was the Hyuga clan members who used a technique to clear the steam away like a giant blower, allowing us to see the battlefield again. In the blink of an eye, those two shadow clones had dispelled Susanoo and returned to the main body, each holding 2 items, Danzo's head and his entire right arm. I was dumbfounded at that moment. On that arm, they were densely packed, all Sharingan. A total of 10. The real body Chen Yiban took it without saying a word. Then he peeled off the bandage from Danzo's head and dug out a kaleidoscope Sharingan from inside. Is that not a divine being? I heard someone shouting, and those Hyuga's Byakugan were really clear, saying that it was Uchiha Shirsue's eyes. At that moment, the whole place erupted. How could there be so many Uchiha eyes on the elders of Konoha? Especially Sasuke. I watched his face go from shock to disbelief, and finally turn into a rage that seemed ready to devour the world. The truth of the night of the massacre seemed to hit him all at once. Chen Yiban put away the Kodo Amatsukami, then threw Danzo's head away like trash, his eternal Mangeki Sharingan eyes staring intently at Sasuke, saying, "Are you shocked? Konoha has owed Uchiha since its founding. So Uchiha's descendant, do you want to come over to my side?" At that moment, I felt a jolt in my heart. Oh no, this guy is trying to defect. Naruto quickly stepped up and stood in front of Sasuke. "Sasuke, wouldn't he go with you?" But to be honest, Sasuke. He hesitated. He craved power, and the man before him was the embodiment of power, and he was his only clan member. Who wouldn't he be confused in this situation? Chen Yiban noticed Sasuke's wavering, smiled, and then instantly recalled all of his shadow clones. All the power returned to him alone. He stood in that second stage, Susanoo, and coldly asked the final question. Leave Konoha, or choose death? Now, no one dared to hesitate. Tsunade and Jiraiya exchanged glances, and at the same time, they bit their fingers and slammed them onto the ground. Sumanin technique. Boom, boom. 2 massive clouds of white smoke exploded, revealing a giant slug nearly 100 meters tall and a toad elder holding a pipe, Toad Bunta, making a grand entrance. At that moment, I really felt a glimmer of hope. The legendary Sannin and their summoning beasts were all here. Surely we could fight back. Toad Bunta was a bit annoyed. Jiraiya, why did you call me out again? The slug, however, was very gentle. Lady Tsunade. Bunta looked around and saw the ravaged Konoha, his pipe nearly dropping. What the hell is going on? Who did you guys mess with? Jiraiya pointed to the opposite side. Bunta, look at that person. Both summoning beasts turned their gazes over. At first, they just thought he looked familiar and had a strong presence. But a few seconds later, Toad Bunta's expression changed. What the hell? The pipe in his mouth dropped to the ground with a clatter, and the giant toad's face was filled with terror and disbelief. How is this possible? He shouldn't have. In the crowd, someone finally shouted that name with a heart-wrenching cry. Uchiha Madara. He is the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. Now even the slug trembled all over. Toad Bunta panicked even more, shouting at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, why are you still dawdling? This is Uchiha Madara. Quickly enter Sage mode. Call the boss and the old lady over. To be honest, it was the first time I saw such a giant toad, scared like a quail. Tsunade remained calm and directly ordered the slug to split and treat the injured. Jiraiya also told Bunta to hold on for now while he prepared to enter Sage mode. But just as they were discussing tactics, the opposing Chen Yiban, no, Uchiha Madara, coldly spoke up. Let us skip it. This game is over. He slowly released his arms crossed over his chest, and in his crimson, eternal, Mangeki Sharingan, there was a coldness that looked down on ants. Next, I will show you what divine power is. The true, Susanoo, complete form. As soon as the words fell, blue chakra surged from his body into the sky, That power seemed to tear the heavens apart. Hey, a giant I cannot describe with words stood between heaven and earth. Over 230 meters tall. I tell you, at that moment, my brain completely crashed. The once imposing Frosh One-Tai and the slug in front of this thing looked like two little yellow ducks used for bathing. ISNT, this a pure dimensionality reduction strike? The pipe that Frosh One-Tai had just picked up fell to the ground again. This complete Susanoo, just standing there, emitted a suffocating despair. The voice of the striped one came from the crystal above its head. The only one who can stop me is Hashirama. Unfortunately, he is no longer here. As it spoke, that colossal hand pressed down on the hilt of its sword. Then, with a single stroke, it slashed out. There were no extra movements, just a simple horizontal sweep. A blue-white blade of light flashed by, so fast that my eyes couldn't keep up. Boom! The entire world seemed to freeze. When I came to my senses, I saw a scene I would never forget in this lifetime. A massive abyss, 70 meters wide, stretching endlessly and unfathomably deep, ran across the entire Konoha right in front of us. The entire village was sliced in half by this sword. Countless ninjas turned to ashes before they even had time to scream. Jiraiya had his entire right arm severed while trying to push Tsunade away, blood gushing out. Frosh One-Tai was also knocked away by the shockwave, crashing into countless houses, coughing up blood. And Tsunade, she stood there dazed, watching the abyss before her, watching the severed limbs and arms continuously falling into the abyss, her eyes filled with bloodshot. I saw Ino and Choji crying while holding Shikamaru's cold body. I saw Lee and Tenten surrounding Niji's corpse. Niji fought hard to protect them with his last breath, but Kakashi barely shielded his 3 students with Earth-style wall. Yet looking at this scene, he wore a face of despair. Sasuke was completely stunned, speechless from the power of that strike. And Naruto, he ran out like a madman, seeing Shikamaru, seeing Niji, seeing the perverted sage with his severed arm. Just then, the blue demon that brought all this stepped heavily, approaching us survivors step by step. Despair, utter despair. But just when everyone was giving up resistance, a beast-like roar echoed throughout the ruins. It was Naruto. He had lost control. Red chakra enveloped him like flames, and behind him, 4 tails suddenly sprouted. The 9 tails within him was roaring, helping him break free from control. Roar! The 4-tailed Naruto, like a red cannonball, charged angrily toward that giant Susanoo. He slammed his paw against Susanoo's calf, and with a loud bang, it didn't budge an inch. I even felt that Madara inside Susanoo disdainfully said, "It's a bit itchy." This strike completely ignited Naruto. He roared to the sky, and a 5th tail suddenly grew out. His skin began to peel off, and that chakra became even more violent, even more evil. Let me tell you, at that time, Kakashi-sensei was right beside us. His face turned pale, continuously shouting that it couldn't go on any longer. Jiraiya-sama was even coughing up blood, struggling to speak clearly. Tsunade's expression, I tell you, was so complicated that it could have been written into a short essay. On one hand, she was worried that Naruto would be completely lost. On the other hand, she thought, well, since it has come to this, is it only possible to rely on this power to fight for survival? She hurried over to heal Jiraiya, who was left with just a breath, pointing at the blood on his severed arm, signaling to Tsunade. At first, I didn't understand, but then I realized, wow, he was going to use his blood as a medium to summon someone. Tsunade immediately understood and moved quickly. On the other side, Naruto was completely out of control. With a roar, the 6th tail burst out. That roar shook the whole of Konoha like an earthquake. He opened his mouth and started forming a ball. No, it was forming a tailed beast bomb. A pitch-black energy ball slammed directly onto Madara's huge blue Gundam's foot. And what happened? That Gundam only shifted its heel a tiny bit. Just a tiny bit. Madara, sitting atop it with his arms crossed, looked like he was watching a show. His expression almost saying, "Keep dancing, I love watching." I'm telling you, he is just waiting for Naruto to completely unleash the 9 tails, so he can put the collar on him. At that moment, the necklace of the first Hokage around Naruto's neck, the one Tsunade lost to him, starts to glow, trying to suppress him. Guess what happened? Naruto, with 6 tails, grabs the necklace like it's a walnut, and with a crack, crushes it. The relic of the first Hokage. Who understands this, family? I was stunned right there. As soon as the necklace shattered, the seal was completely undone. Roar. The 7th tail appeared. Once the 7th tail emerged, Naruto's body started to grow bones, as if he had put on a layer of bone armor, defense max. Then, like crazy, he charged under that blue Gundam, attacking wildly, scratching with his claws and throwing tailed beast bombs like they were free. But honestly, it was just a scratch. It didn't cause any damage at all. Just as Naruto was climbing up the Gundam's thigh, Madara probably lost his patience, and with a thought, that blue hand slapped down and grabbed the seven-tailed Naruto like a kitten. Naruto was still roaring in his hand, and Madara sneered. "You dance well, but I don't have the patience to play with you anymore." Saying that, he was about to unleash his ultimate move, directly pulling the nine tails out of Naruto's body. At that critical moment, Super Big Ball Rasengan, a figure descended from the sky, and a huge sphere slammed down on the Gundam's wrist. Although it didn't break the defense, the impact still made the big hand loosen, and Naruto fell down. I focused and saw, wow, it's Jiraiya. I don't know when he entered Sage Mode. With pain on his face and two toads standing on his shoulders, the momentum was completely different. Madara frowned, clearly a bit annoyed. Before he could react, there were three loud bangs, and the three brothers of Fukasaku rushed up, attacking the Gundam's leg with a fierce pounding. What happened? The Gundam only took a small step back. Madara, impatient, swept his leg, boom. The three big toads were sent flying like bowling pins. At this moment, the two toad sages on Jiraiya's shoulders started using their big moves, Sage Art, Toad Song. The sound was aimed at a mental attack. Unfortunately, the Gundam was too high, like it had physical noise reduction on, and the effect was greatly reduced. Not to mention, Madara's eternal Mangekyou Sharingan had a mental power as strong as a monster. Completely unaffected, noisy, Madara coldly shouted, just as he was about to slash at Jiraiya. Suddenly another tailed beast bomb flew in, even bigger than the last one. Madara had no choice but to redirect his sword and slash, boom. The tailed beast bomb was split in half on the spot, creating a small mushroom cloud. When the smoke cleared, I couldn't believe it. Naruto already had 8 tails. His whole body was covered in blood-red chakra, looking like he crawled out of hell. 9 tails. Still trying to run? Madara smiled wickedly and slowly formed hand seals. I felt something bad was about to happen, and then, the next second, I was stunned. Around him, swish, 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 5 shadow clones appeared. 5. The main body casually told the 5 shadow clones, "Deal with those flies. I'm going to put a collar on the 9 tails." The 5 shadow clones nodded in unison and then jumped down from over 200 meters high from the Gundam's head. 1 went to deal with Jiraiya. 3 went to intercept the Toad brothers, and the last one landed right in front of Tsunade and all of our Konoha ninjas. The 5 shadow clones simultaneously said in a cold voice, "Don't get in the way." At that moment, I only had one thought in my mind. It's over. How we fight this? Jiraiya and Tsunade were both going crazy, wanting to rush over to help. But then those 5 shadow clones suddenly unleashed a massive chakra burst and activated Susanoo. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the originals, it was still a blue giant several dozen meters tall. 5 of them. Who understands, family? Shadow clones using Susanoo? Is Madara wearing some private gear? On Jiraiya's side, with 2 toads from Mount Myaboku, he was using wind and fire techniques to boost himself, conjuring the Sage Art. 5 right guards. The sea of flames felt like it could burn everything. But what happened? One of the shadow clones unleashed a Susanoo, casually tossing out an Amaterasu like a frisbee, cutting the sea of flames in half. Then the other 3 hands pulled out 3 large swords, and with a few flashes of sword light, that technique was completely nullified. Jiraiya, who had already lost an arm, was now in Sage Mode, but his strength was greatly reduced. He was being chased and beaten by a shadow clone. In a dire situation, Tsunade was the same. Her pain tenketsu kick against Susanoo was like scratching an itch, and she was hit back with a punch. The 3 toads from the Fukasaku brothers fared even worse, surrounded by 2 Susanoo, unable to fight back at all. Damn it! Jiraiya shouted in anger. Can we not even defeat his shadow clones? Despair. Let me tell you, it was real despair. Everyone on our side was being beaten like grandchildren by the 5 shadow clones, unable to even get close to the 8 tails Naruto. Some ninjas had already broken down, shouting they wanted to flee the village. On the other side, Madara's original body, with a complete Susanoo over 200 meters tall, had already walked up to 8 tails Naruto, grabbing him by the neck. Naruto was still futilely trying to gather the tailed beast bomb, but Susanoo's other hand swatted him like a fly, breaking it up. It's over. The red light in Madara's eternal Mangekyou Sharingan surged. The next moment, I felt my consciousness being pulled into a dark space. It was Naruto's sealing space. The 9 tails was there, frantically urging Naruto to tear off the seal. Just as Naruto's hand was about to touch the seal, snap, a hand grabbed him. A flash of golden light appeared. It was the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze. Forever Banshee. The 9 tails saw him and excitedly slapped a paw on the ceiling door. My heart dropped. was there hope, but I was still too young. Just as Minato was about to reinforce the seal, a blue power suddenly slammed into him, sending him flying. Following that, a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan appeared before him. Madara's consciousness had directly invaded. You, Minato Namikaze, are the third. Madara's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Now, undo the seal. Minato's chakra consciousness was immediately controlled, turning to walk towards the ceiling door. Naruto watched, his eyes bloodshot, roaring towards Madara, but was pinned to the ground by a mere glance from Madara, unable to move. Suddenly, countless chakra chains emerged from the void, trying to bind Madara. It was Kushina. Naruto's mother's chakra also appeared, but it was useless. Madara Susanoo's skeletal hand reached out, directly grabbing Kushina's consciousness, and then, before all of us, gently squeezed. Boom! Kushina's consciousness was completely extinguished. No! Naruto let out a desperate scream. At the same time, with a crack, the seal on the Nine Tails was completely undone. Outside, all of us were exhausted, gasping for breath, our chakra nearly depleted. Suddenly, a chilling roar came from afar, followed by a massive rumble, shaking the entire Konoha. All of us looked up, and in that moment, everyone was stunned. The Nine Tails, a complete and intact Nine Tails, appeared right above the ruins of Konoha. And Uchiha Madara sat cross-legged on the head of the Nine Tails, his long black hair flowing in the wind, his crimson, eternal, Mangeki Sharingan looking down at all of us. That expression almost seemed to carve the words far ahead on his face. At that moment, a voice echoed in all our hearts. We are finished. The Nine-Tailed Sharingan eyes scanned us, and the aura of violence and evil made countless ninjas' legs go weak, unable to even stand. Madara sat atop the Nine-Tails' head, one hand propping up his chin, exuding a sense of laziness and mockery, and spoke. Do you have any last words? This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. I don't want to fight anymore. I want to live. Lord Madara, please don't kill me. Countless ninjas, even civilians, had their mental defenses completely collapse, kneeling down and begging for mercy. Tsunade was so angry she was trembling but couldn't utter a word. She took a step forward and shouted at Madara, Are you really going to wipe us out? I am the granddaughter of the first Hokage. If you have any grudges, come at me. Jiraiya weakly supported her, unable to maintain sage mode, clearly at his limit. Madara, atop the Nine-Tails' head, chuckled lightly upon hearing this. At the time of an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Tsunade wanted to say something more, but Madara slowly stood up, spread his arms wide, and proclaimed like a deity, Those who kneel can stay. Those who refuse to submit can leave. Of course, you can also try to resist. Who knows? You might even kill me? That contemptuous tone shattered everyone's last hope. More and more people knelt down, a sea of black. And the once proud Konoha ninjas chose to submit for the sake of survival. I saw that among a crowd of kneeling people, the I Am sister from Ichiraku, Ramen, stood stubbornly, glaring fiercely at the old man ban. But soon, Uncle Ichiraku rushed over and forcibly pushed her down to the ground, making her kneel as well. Now everything was in order. The entire village was kneeling to old man ban. But there were always a few hard-headed ones who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape. Let me tell you, that woman Tsunade is supporting a half-dead Jiraiya. And behind them are Kakashi and the other Jonin. Yet they still want to lead a retreat. Who understands at this time? They're still putting on a show like it's the Great Escape. As a result, Madara is just standing on top of the Nine-Tails' head, arms crossed, looking like a boss. And sneers, Did I say you could leave? Good grief. Just that one sentence made Tsunade and the others freeze in place, as if they were hit by a paralysis jutsu. Tsunade, with her little temper, still wanted to glare and shout, asking what he wanted to do. Madara was so calm and composed. You're useful to me. Send you Hashirama's granddaughter, stay. Jiraiya still wanted to struggle and, dragging his injured body, asked why. Madara gave a straightforward reason, which boiled down to, this woman's medical ninjutsu is very valuable. At that moment, I understood that Madara had previously replaced his eyes himself, but his skills weren't up to par, which caused a bug in the eternal kaleidoscope to appear. And it couldn't be closed. He needed to find a top-tier programmer, or rather, a top-tier medical ninja, to fix it. Moreover, he was holding on to Ashura's cells, which also required a professional like Tsunade for the transplant surgery. So, even if the entire Konoha ran away, he wouldn't bat an eye. Only Tsunade had to stay. As for what to do if Tsunade didn't cooperate, do you think Madara went to the trouble of twisting Danzo's head off just for fun? It was precisely for the eye of Uchiha Shursui, the Kodoame Tsukumi. Let me tell you, Madara's trip to Konoha had already been scripted. Who was the tool? Who was the experience package? It was all clearly arranged. The scene shifts to that night at the Hokage building. Madara was sitting alone in the Hokage's seat, like a gaming otaku, counting his loot from the day. In front of him was a system interface only he could see, rapidly displaying information. Basic draw, 113 times. Intermediate, 5 times. Advanced, 2 times. Super, 1 time. Yet this guy still wore a disdainful expression. Complaining, is this all? The drop rate seems terrible. The system actually replied, stating that although Kakashi and the others were defeated, they stubbornly refused to admit defeat or kneel, so it didn't count as a victory. Upon hearing this, Madara responded with an "oh" and directly bargained with the system. Can these low-level draws be synthesized? The system confirmed it could, allowing for a 10 consecutive draw for a higher level. Madara waved his hand grandly. All right then, synthesize those 113 basic ones for me. And give me 1 10 consecutive high-level draw and 1 10 consecutive intermediate draw. Then, open all the high-level items for me. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained part of Senju Hashirama's flesh and blood. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained Spacetime Ninjutsu Flying Thunder God, Mastered. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained 8 Gates Technique, Mastered. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained from the Super Reward Pool Rinnegan Eye Technique, Heavenly Hand Power. I tell you, with this wave of unboxing, I'm almost ready to graduate. Intercellular Cells, Flying Thunder God, 8 Gates of Duinjia, and even Sasuke's late-game Divine Technique, Heavenly Hand Power. Madara laughed at that moment, but the only pity was that he hadn't activated the Rinnegan yet, so he couldn't use Heavenly Hand Power for the time being. It seems that merging cells and activating the Rinnegan can't wait any longer. He touched his kaleidoscope that couldn't be closed, then shouted at the empty doorway, "Come in, those outside." As soon as he finished speaking, Tsunade pushed the door open and stormed in, asking aggressively, "Speak. What do you want me to do?" Madara looked at her with a smile that was downright sinister. "With that attitude, I can't let you use a knife." Saying that, with a crunch, I watched him right in front of Tsunade forcibly gouge out his own right eyeball. Blood was gushing out. Tsunade was instantly dumbfounded, stuttering, "You. Could it be Danzo?" Sure, Sue's eyes. She understood in an instant. The next second, she suddenly closed her eyes and turned her head away, not daring to look. Guessing correctly, Madara's voice sounded like it crawled out of hell. "But do you think you still have room to resist now?" Despair, pura despair. In the end, Tsunade still weakly opened her eyes. Madara smiled with satisfaction, put away the eternal kaleidoscope he had just gouged out, and then pressed the Kodoeme Tsukumi he had taken from Danzo directly into his bloody eye socket. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Kodoeme Tsukumi. 3 days later, in the hospital, Jiraiya finally woke up and opened his eyes to see Tsunade. He was so anxious to sit up that he pulled on his severed arm-S wound, causing him to wince in pain. He hurriedly asked what Madara had done to Tsunade. Tsunade looked calm, even a bit numb. "Don't worry, he didn't do anything to me. Just let me help him correct the meridians of his eyes, and by the way, I transplanted 2 types of cells for him." "What cells?" "One of them, I feel, is my granduncle, the first Hokage's cells. The other, I don't know whose it is, but that chakra feels even more terrifying than my granduncle's." Jiraiya exploded at that moment. "How could you help him?" Tsunade's expression dimmed as she softly uttered 3 words, "Kodoeme Tsukumi." Jiraiya instantly slumped, punching the bed in frustration and anger. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Madara, who had been in seclusion for 3 days, suddenly opened his eyes wide. I tell you, the moment those eyes opened, the entire Hokage office instantly turned into a disco scene, filled with eerie purple light. Waves of energy rippled out. What else could it be if not the Rinnegan? Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! Madara's wild laughter seemed like it would blow the roof off. These eyes. Now that makes sense. He felt the surging power of his ocular ability and chakra within him. So excited he could hardly contain himself. Ashura and Hashirama, the 2 major powers combined, allowed him to unlock the Rinnegan in just 3 days, way faster than the original Madara. He immediately tried out his new skill, Rinnegan, Boundary Grave. Instantly, in his Rinnegan's vision, 4 identical shadows appeared beside him. Then, he had the system fuse in the heavenly hand power he had previously drawn. At that moment, he felt so good he was almost moaning, followed by another round of maniacal laughter. An hour later, Madara finally walked out of the office. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Sasuke Uchiha standing there like a door god. The moment Sasuke saw him, his eyes lit up, and he bowed deeply in a standard Japanese manner. "Senpai Madara, Madara glanced at him and said lightly, "You little brat from the Uchiha clan? Waiting for me here?" And guess what Sasuke did? He plopped down and slid to his knees. He was completely prostrated. "Former clan leader, I want to be your disciple. I need power. I want revenge." Madara didn't even look at him and walked right past, leaving behind a casual remark. "I'm going to eat first. I'm hungry." Without saying a word, Sasuke immediately got up and followed him eagerly, looking very obedient. The two walked down the streets of Konoha, and I tell you, the rate of people looking back was 100%. All the villagers and ninjas who saw Madara looked like they had seen a ghost, trembling as they bowed while their eyes were filled with uncontainable fear and hatred. Sasuke followed behind him, completely unfazed by these gazes, his face clearly showing you mere mortals. Madara appreciated his spirit and probably thought to himself, this kid has something. So where did they end up? Ichiraku Ramen. Uncle Ichiraku was so scared to see Madara that he almost lost his soul. His daughter Ayam, however, was quite bold and dared to shout at Madara, "What are you doing here?" But her father quickly covered her mouth and dragged her back. Madara didn't take care, sitting down and ordering 2 bowls of noodles. After finishing the noodles, Ayam was still mumbling quietly. The murderer who put Naruto into a coma? This immediately reminded Madara, oh, that kid, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, is still alive? He was stunned. The Nine Tails had been extracted, and the person could still live? Is Naruto some kind of cyber cockroach that can't die? Could it be that the Sage of Six Paths has come back? Thinking this, Madara's gaze sharpened, and he said to Sasuke, "Take me to see that kid." "All right, settle the bill for the noodles." When they arrived at the hospital, the door was opened by Sakura. She was pleasantly surprised to see Sasuke, but when she looked behind him and saw Madara, her face turned pale, speechless from fear. In the hospital room, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Kakashi were all there. When they saw Madara come in, they instantly turned into cats with their fur standing on end, each one treating him as a grave threat. Madara couldn't be bothered with them and got straight to the point. "Don't worry. I'm just here to see how the Jinchuriki survived without the tailed beast." With that, he walked towards Naruto's sickbed. Jiraiya and the others wanted to stop him, but Madara didn't even blink. The terrifying chakra around him exploded, creating a gravitational field that pinned him down, unable to move. Madara reached the bedside and activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, scanning Naruto, and discovered that the kid actually still had a glimmer of life inside him, his vitality surprisingly strong. He began to ponder and asked the system, "What would happen if I killed this protagonist right now?" The system replied, "Not recommended, unless you want to clear this world immediately. Forcibly killing the world's protagonist could have unpredictable consequences." After hearing this, Madara took one last look at the unconscious Naruto and coldly snorted, "Kid, you'd better not get in my way, or it doesn't even matter whether you're the protagonist or not. I'll kill you without hesitation." After saying that, he turned and left, leaving everyone in the room gasping for breath as if they were exhausted. And during the 3 days Madara was in seclusion, a piece of news had already exploded across the entire ninja world like a nuclear bomb. In a Wagakure, in Tsuchikage's office, a ninja rushed in, rolling and crawling, his voice trembling. "Tsuchikage-sama, urgent intelligence." I tell you, as soon as this guy finished speaking, our old man, the 3rd generation of the Tsuchikage, was a bit stunned. His little granddaughter, Kuratsuchi, which is me, was also curious. What on earth was so urgent? As a result, that ninja knelt on one knee, trembling, and said, "It's about the entire ninja world. The legendary Ajura, Uchiha Madara, he has returned." Good heavens, I was completely taken aback. Uchiha Madara? Isn't he the ancient relic who fought against the first Hokage and died in the Valley of the End? What does it mean that he has returned? Is he coming back from the dead? I was just about to complain when I turned my head and noticed something was off with my old man. He was completely stiff in the seat of the earth's shadow, his eyes glazed over as if he had been hit by an illusion. Let me tell you, he definitely has PTSD. His mind is probably stuck on a loop replaying the fear he felt back when Obito was in charge, you know? That kind of bullshit alliance where everyone kneels down and sings conquer. I hurriedly shouted at him, "Hey, old man, you're back." Only then did he come to his senses and snatch the intel scroll from my hand. I was still mumbling there, not knowing what was going on. What's this about Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? Is it really as amazing as they say? Who understands, right? When you're young and reckless, you always think you're the one with the right answers. In the end, I leaned over to take a glance at that intel. I was wrong. I was really wrong. This isn't intelligence. This is the plot summary of a typical web novel, right? Uchiha Madara single-handedly faces the 1,000-strong army of Konoha led by Tsunade. He activates his complete Susanoo, a blue giant over 200 meters tall, and with one slash, splits Konoha in half. He carves out a deep canyon thousands of meters long. Konoha surrenders on the spot, with countless casualties. All right. He also pulled the Nine Tails out of the Jinchuriki's body. I was dumbfounded at that moment. Really, my brain just crashed. The combat power is simply several versions ahead. Even novelists wouldn't dare to write like this. Then I looked at my old man. His face had turned the color of pig liver, and he kept muttering, Nine Tails. He got the Nine Tails again. It's over. It's over. I'm telling you. This news spread like a virus. Within 3 days, the land of lightning, the land of wind, the land of water, all the major and minor countries, even those wandering ninjas, received the word. The entire ninja world was in an uproar. Meanwhile, in a dark underground room, a guy wearing a whirlpool mask, let's call him Obito, asked the air, Black Zetsu, is that thing true? Suddenly, a pale, plant-like figure emerged from the ground, chattering away. I don't know. That guy looks exactly like Lord Madara did when he was young. And his eyes are also eternal Mangeki. His Susanoo is the same too. It's just like Lord Madara has turned back into a youth. It's unbelievable. Upon hearing this, Obito felt troubled. He was secretly planning a big project called the Eye of the Moon, and if the real deal came back, would he still keep his position as project director? Just then, another half-black, plant-like figure popped up, Black Zetsu. This guy came out and firmly stated, that's definitely not Lord Madara. It's a fake. Obito perked up, oh, this is interesting. He quickly urged him to continue. Black Zetsu laid out his reasoning. First, Lord Madara's eyes have long been upgraded to Rinnegan, and they're currently with Nagato. Second, Lord Madara has transplanted Hashirama cells and can use would release. But this fake has been in Konoha for a long time and hasn't used it at all. I was there on the scene, and from a distance, I could see that he didn't have the slightest hint of Hashirama's chakra. So it's confirmed a pure fake. Obito finally breathed a sigh of relief, but still felt uneasy. He decided to personally go to Konoha to meet this high-quality imitation and preferably seal him off to avoid affecting his year-end KPI. On the other side, the Akatsuki organization held an online meeting. The virtual images of all members stood on a giant monster's finger, chatting like it was a tea party. Deidara couldn't hold back and started gossiping. And then Pain, the leader covered in nails, directly looked at Itachi and said, this matter concerns you. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Itachi, who looked completely bewildered. In the end, it was Haiden, the idiot, who directly spoiled the surprise. Isn't it just that legendary Uchiha Madara has been resurrected? What's so great about that? Once this was said, Kisame was shocked, and Itachi's expression, usually emotionless, suddenly changed. The image that flashed through his mind was of the guy wearing the whirlpool mask, Obito. The scene shifts back to Konoha. Our protagonist, let's call him Brother Madara, came out of the hospital and headed straight for the back mountain. Following behind him was a little tail, Uchiha Sasuke. Without looking back, Brother Madara asked, what level is your Sharingan at now? The second pillar, lacking confidence, replied, Double Tomo. Double Tomo? Brother Madara scoffed. Come find me when you reach Triple Tomo. After saying that, he turned to leave, adding, go sever your bonds with your friends. That should help you upgrade. Wow. Isn't this just PUA-style teaching? He directly recited the script of the second pillar's defection from the original work. Whether to do it or not, it all depends on the second pillar's own choice. Sasuke stood there, his expression conflicted, torn between Naruto and his hatred. Finally, he gritted his teeth. What I need now is not bonds, but power. His double Tomo Sharingan spun wildly, almost upgrading on the spot, but unfortunately, it was still lacking a bit. So, the second pillar temporarily left, deciding to come back to find Brother Madara after he had enough experience points. Brother Madara slipped to the back mountain, which had already been turned into a giant pit by Might Guy's Night Guy. At the edge of the pit lay a huge fox, the Nine Tails. An identical shadow clone of Brother Madara was sitting on the Nine Tails' head, yawning. There were also 5 Umbu ninjas standing guard nearby. When they saw Brother Madara's main body arrive, their legs went soft, and they hurriedly bowed. Lord Madara, the shadow clone, seeing the main body, was furious. Main body, you're too slow. I waited on the fox's head for 3 days and nights. After complaining, it poofed away, disappearing like a worker clocking out at the end of the day, not wanting to stay a second longer. Brother Madara couldn't be bothered with them and waved to the 5 Umbu. All right, you can go. The 5 of them felt like they had been granted amnesty and quickly disappeared. No kidding, one side was the owner of the Uchiha, and the other was the Nine Tails. Staying here for even a second felt like it would shorten their lifespan. Once everyone left, Brother Madara looked at the Nine Tails, snapped his fingers, and released the control. Roar. Madara. As soon as the Ninetales regained its senses, without saying a word, it swiped a paw at him. What happened? Brother Madara instantly activated a Susanoo's chest piece and easily swatted it away, as easy as swatting a fly. Ninetales, you have two choices. Either submit obediently, or continue being a mindless tool. Choose. The Ninetales was furious, refusing to submit, and opened its mouth to form a tailed beast ball. But Brother Madara glared with his Mangeki, and it couldn't move again. The Ninetales was distressed, wondering why it was always manipulated by this Uchiha. Brother Madara, on the other hand, didn't take it seriously at all, and was already calling out to the system in his mind. System, give me a summoning contract with the Ninetales. One with tyrannical clauses, a forced contract. 2 days later, Brother Madara had been meditating on the rooftop of the Hokage building, stabilizing the surging power within him. Every time Tsunade in the office looked up and saw the figure above, she felt infuriated, as if someone was pooping on her head. Yet she couldn't do anything about it. So frustrating. The good news was that Naruto had woken up. In the hospital room, Naruto was chatting with Jiraiya, who had lost an arm. Kakashi and Sakura also brought fruits to see him. They were talking about Sasuke, worried he might have doubts about the village because of Danzo's matter. Speak of the devil, Sasuke appeared expressionlessly at the door of the hospital room. Naruto was quite happy. Sasuke, you finally came to see me. But Sasuke opened with, I am here to sever bonds with you. The entire room was stunned. From today onwards, I am no longer a member of Team 7, nor a ninja of Konoha. I am just Uchiha Sasuke. He spoke with determination, choosing this path for power. At that moment, as he said those words, the double Tomo in his eyes began to spin wildly, eventually stabilizing into triple Tomo. I have completely severed the bonds with you. After speaking, the second pillar left without looking back. Where'd he go? Of course, to find Brother Madara. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Sasuke excitedly ran up to Brother Madara. Senpai Madara, I did it. I have triple Tomo. Brother Madara didn't even open his eyes, and a wooden clone that looked exactly like him began to form. This is a wood-release clone? Sasuke's eyes nearly popped out. Senpai Madara could even use the first Hokage's would release. Just then, a strange voice sounded. It seems Black Zetsu's information was incorrect. A figure wearing a whirlpool mask, a Beto, had appeared on the other side of the rooftop without anyone noticing. Only then did Brother Madara slowly open his eyes. His tone filled with mockery. You've been secretly observing me for 2 days. Finally ready to come out? He instructed the wooden clone to take Sasuke away to the side for some private training. On the rooftop, only he and Obito remained. Ah-Fei was still testing the waters. You actually want to guide Sasuke? Do you really think you're Uchiha Madara? Madara didn't even bother to act anymore and directly went all out. I'm not. Could it be that you are? Obito. You. What did you call me? The Ah-Fei on the other side, no, Uchiha Obito, instantly broke down, his voice no longer pretending. What? Have you worn a mask for so long that you really think you're someone else? Uchiha. Obito. Obito was completely flustered, denying incoherently. Impossible. I watched him die with my own eyes. You can't be him. Madara grinned wickedly. I don't think I've ever admitted to being him, have I? But, in the next second, clang. I tell you, the moment that sound passed, his eyes instantly changed. Goodness, Uchiha Madara's iconic eternal Mangeki Sharingan appeared right in front of him. At that moment, Uchiha Obito was completely stunned, his mouth wide open. How is this possible? You think that's it? Let me tell you. Before Obito could regain his composure, something even more explosive happened. I flashed him a charming smile and said, Don't rush. There's something even more spectacular. As soon as I finished speaking, a purple light flashed. Rinnegan. It was activated directly. This time, Obito was completely broken. What? Impossible. He was so scared that he stumbled back several steps, even subconsciously activating Kamui. Does anyone understand? He looked like he had seen a ghost. Not only him, but Kagaya, hiding in the shadows, was also dumbfounded, completely flabbergasted. Rinnegan? This script is wrong. Madara's Rinnegan is with Nagato. Who is this person? Beside him, White Zetsu trembled and said, But this eye's oppressive force. It can't be wrong, it's real. Just as they collectively froze, suddenly, with a pop, one of Obito's arms flew off. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were both stunned. What is happening here? Obito himself was also dazed, covering his severed arm, his face filled with fear and disbelief. You placed a clone in my Kamui space? That's right. Who would have thought? I had long used Kakashi's eye's authority to hide a Trojan horse in a Kamui space. If it weren't for his quick reaction, what flew out just now wouldn't have been an arm, but a head. This was purely a blow from the information gap. Launching a sneak attack in someone else's private space, focusing on the element of surprise. Now Obito was truly scared. He didn't even dare to casually activate Kimui anymore. There could be a clone of mine lurking in there. I looked at his disheveled appearance and sneered. You have too many problems. Too lazy to waste words with him. I activated my Rinnegan directly. Will Edge Hell. Swish. The next second, an invisible shadow instantly severed Obito's head. But a bizarre thing happened. The flying head and body actually disappeared in an instant, then reappeared completely intact. Izanagi, huh? I understood right away. This is a forbidden technique of the Uchiha clan that can turn a fatal attack into a dream. Obito used this technique to save his life. Scared out of his wits, and without saying a word, he turned around and ran. The white Zetsu beneath him, Ah-Fei, directly took over his body, and with a whoosh, he merged into the ground and began using Earth-style ninjutsu to escape. I stood on top of the Hokage building, watching the direction he disappeared into, not in a hurry at all, but rather finding it quite interesting. Run? Can you escape? Izanagi has a time limit, and Obito only has 3 to 5 minutes of invincibility. I just waited quietly for his ability to expire. I had long prepared a second backup plan. Today, he is destined to become the 5th soul under my command. On the other side, with the help of Akatsuki, Obito ran several kilometers away from Konoha, feeling completely safe before daring to emerge from the ground. He gasped for breath, took off his mask, revealing a grotesque face. His left eye was blind from using Izanagi. Without saying a word, he directly gouged out the useless eye, pulled out a bottle from his pocket containing a new 3-tomo Sharingan, ready to replace it on the spot. Just as he was about to perform eye care exercises, swish, a figure in red armor suddenly appeared in front of him. It was me. Obito's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle. Flying Thunder God technique. How was that possible? His mind was in alarm, desperately trying to activate intangibility again. Too late. With a sudden pop, that invisible shadow of the wheel tomb flashed by. This time, there was no Izanagi left. A perfectly good head soared into the sky, blood splattering everywhere. Uchiha Obito dead. Immediately after, that shadow skillfully gouged out his right eye, the Rinnegan, and respectfully handed it to me. I stored it in the system space, casually performed a fire release, and burned the remaining corpse along with the fleeing white Zetsu and Akatsuki to ashes. The system chimed with a bunch of rewards, but I set that aside for now. I looked at the headless corpse on the ground and calmly revealed the answer. Do you know? In the Kamui space, although my clone couldn't cut off your head, it quietly left the flying Thunder God mark on you. The main body is cunning, and so is the clone. It's all about the calculations. After handling things here, I used Flying Thunder God and returned to the rooftop of the Hokage building in Konoha. I happened to see Tsunade, satisfied and ready to return to work. These days, with Konoha's reconstruction, the documents have piled up like mountains, and she's probably been cursing me in her heart every day. I stood on the rooftop railing and shouted down to her, Tsunade, granddaughter of Hashirama. Tsunade looked up and saw me. Her eyes seemed like they could glare me off the building. What do you want? You jerk, she replied irritably. I couldn't be bothered with her little emotions, so I directly commanded, get up here. Don't make me say it a third time. She gritted her teeth in anger, but still obediently jumped up. As soon as she got up, she started complaining. What do you want me for again? Do you know that because of you, my workload has tripled? I haven't even had a chance to sleep. It's so noisy. I interrupted her and then directly took out the still warm Shinjutsu Sharingan from the system space. Tsunade was taken aback again upon seeing it. I'll get straight to the point. With your medical ninjutsu, is there a way to merge the ocular technique of this eye into my own? I originally wanted to find system, but this unscrupulous merchant actually wanted to charge me 3 medium lottery chances. How shady. I just wanted to see if Tsunade, the medical expert, could help me save some money. But Tsunade looked at me as if I were a lunatic, saying, do you think I'm a god? How could such a thing be possible? She also curiously asked where I got those eyes from. I didn't hear her nonsense afterwards. I only heard the words can't do it. I didn't believe it, so I directly activated the eternal kaleidoscope to confirm. Tsunade's face turned green with anger, but she could only be controlled by my ocular power. In the end, the answer was still the same. It really couldn't be done. It seemed I could only turn to the system. I released the illusion with a bit of disappointment. As soon as I did, this woman suddenly threw a punch at my face. I didn't even turn my head and blocked it with one hand. She still had a cheeky smile and made an excuse. Oh, there's a mosquito on your face just now. I gazed through the kaleidoscope, quietly watching her, making her feel uneasy. If I can't handle Tsunade, I'll go and teach Naruto a lesson. I set up a wooden clone beside the big river next to the Uchiha clan's territory to practice with him. After a few days, Sasuke made rapid progress, and his three-tomo Sharingan was becoming increasingly skillful. One day, the two of them were splashing water on the river's surface again. It seemed like Naruto was getting anxious and directly prepared a big move. Predecessors wouldn't clone. I'm going to use my strongest technique. I saw sparks flashing in his hands. Crackling with electricity, it was lightning release. Chidori. My wooden clone took an interest as well and started forming a Rasengan with its hands. A pure chakra-based Rasengan was instantly formed. When a second pillar saw my clone forming the Rasengan, his eyes went wide, probably remembering the fear of being dominated by Naruto on the hospital rooftop. He roared in anger and charged forward with Chidori. Boom! Chidori and Rasengan collided, and the outcome was predictable. The second pillar let out a cry and was sent flying, just in time for me to catch him as I arrived. And then he passed out. When he woke up, he was already emo, feeling like he had lost again. I handed him the grilled fish, then walked over to the nearby cliff, controlling a chakra similar to his, and launched a Rasengan, creating a large pit about 4 to 5 meters deep. Then I asked him to use Chidori as well. As a result, Chidori created a hole only 2 meters wide, but seemingly bottomless. In an instant, he understood. Senior Madara, I get it. Thank you. The Rasengan is an area of effect attack, while Chidori is an extreme single-target penetration. They're not even in the same league. Now, his confidence returned. 3 more days passed, and the power within me had stabilized completely. It was time to make some big moves. Unifying the ninja world sounds exciting. Konoha is just the first target. The second target will be the Akatsuki. I told the second pillar, who is currently applying medication, about my plan and that I would be leaving for a few days. As soon as he heard this, his eyes lit up. Teacher, can I go with you? I thought for a moment that it might be quite interesting to take him to meet his dear brother, Itachi Uchiha. Who knows, maybe in a moment of excitement. The Manjiki Sharingan would be triggered, so I nodded, and Naru immediately showed a rare smile. A few days later, the two of us quietly left Konoha. Tsunade walked out of the Hokage building and unconsciously glanced at the rooftop, only to find that the red figure that had been troubling her was gone. And an inexplicable sense of foreboding surged within her. She wasn't wrong. The ninja world was about to change again. And on that day, let me tell you, it all began with the Rain Village. I, Uchiha Madara, along with my dear little apprentice, Erjuzi, have directly dropped into this hellish place. Goodness. This Rain Village is just like its name. It's soaked in water for about 360 days out of the year. The whole village is made of reinforced concrete, looking like a cyberpunk wasteland. Erjuzi is quite curious, looking around and asking me, Teacher, what are we doing in this godforsaken place? I lowered my hat and spoke with a calmness that had a villainous flair. What is up? The leader of the Akatsuki is right here. The Akatsuki. As soon as Erjuzi heard this, his eyes instantly turned red, and his Sharingan was about to pop out. Is that my brother Itachi Uchiha's organization? Oh, the little guy was so excited that his voice cracked. I nodded He immediately became energetic, as if he had been pumped with adrenaline. Teacher, are we here to wipe them out? Then, he suddenly became a bit shy and quietly asked me, Teacher, can you leave Uchiha Itachi to me? I want to take him down myself. I glanced at the little guy with a sideways look and chuckled. With your current strength, you wouldn't even be able to give your brother a proper washa. I know. Erjuzi's neck stiffened. That stubbornness came up, but with you as my teacher, I'm sure I'll be able to take that man down in no time. Hey, I have to admit, this kid may be a bit of a middle schooler, but that confidence and determination really do show the makings of a strong person. Besides, he is the reincarnation of Indra, a potential stock. I waved my hand and said, don't rush into fighting and killing. What if my personal charm can make them bow down to me directly? If I can resolve it with words. I usually don't resort to violence. I just finished saying this, and the flag was immediately raised. Swish, swish, swish. The bystanders around us instantly disappeared, and the entire street was quiet except for the sound of the rain. Then 6 figures descended from the sky, directly surrounding the two of us. The 6 guys each had a circle of purple rings drawn in their eyes. Wow, is this a wholesale market for the Rinnegan? At that moment, Erjuzi was a bit bewildered, but when he glanced at me, he instantly felt reassured and straightened his back. Teacher, their eyes. It's the 6 paths of pain. They've come. I smirked, feeling a little excited inside. Aren't these the ones who took down Jiraiya in the original work? Hey, it seems that my arrival indirectly saved that old pervert's life. Although I did take one of his arms. Never mind, it's not important. I asked Erjuzi, do you think you can handle it? He confidently activated his 3-tomo Sharingan and said, don't worry, teacher, I can definitely protect myself. Just then, Another figure floated down, a girl with blue hair who looked quite pretty, but unfortunately, she was a paper person in the physical sense. It was Xiao Nan. As soon as she saw Erjuzi's Sharingan, she froze for a moment. I was thinking, all right, the warm-up is over, it's time for me to show off. I slowly removed my hat, letting my long hair flow in the rain, and then, a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes suddenly lit up. The group across from me instantly lost their composure. Konan, this eye, is it a Sharingan of the same level as Uchiha Itachi's? The leader of pain, Nagato, completed her sentence, his voice carrying an inexplicable seriousness. Uchiha. Madara. Haha. It seems that little Bradabito was using my name to swindle people before. Now that the real deal has arrived, they are instead at a loss. I looked at them and slowly asked that classic line in an extremely arrogant tone. Do you want to dance as well? Tendo Pain stepped forward, facing me with those Rinnegan eyes, and began his prophetic speech. Intruder, you have entered the realm of the gods. I almost laughed out loud at that moment. God? Bringing up God in front of me? Unbelievable. I stared into my kaleidoscope, unleashing my aura. Submit to me, and together we will unify the ninja world. This way, I can spare your lives. Konan sneered at that moment. Just because of you? The Rinnegan is the true power of a god. True, it is divine power, I smirked wickedly, but it also depends on who wields it. As soon as I finished speaking, I stopped wasting words with them. Roar. A giant blue chakra figure, the third stage of Susanoo, rose from the ground, letting out a roar at them. Nagato, who was controlling things from behind, must have been shocked. Is this the power that can destroy everything? Konan also looked serious. It was probably the first time she witnessed a complete Susanoo. Shinra Tensei. Devapath Pain launched a powerful attack, and the repulsive force came crashing like a shockwave. As soon as my thoughts moved, Susanoo's two big hands came together, clang. It easily blocked the attack. Blocked it. Someone on the opposite side was shocked. Is this all it takes to be surprised? I quickly countered with an 8-span-shaped gem and sent it flying, forcing Pain to activate Shinra Tensei just to barely deflect it. Immediately after, my Susanoo unleashed countless sword lights and shadows, slashing forward. Boom, boom, boom. Pain's 6 paths were running around in chaos, while Konan transformed into a paper airplane and flew into the sky. The nearby steel buildings were sliced into pieces as if made of paper. Konan was anxious, and countless paper cranes with explosive tags flew towards me, detonating against my Susanoo. I tell you, that scene was like setting off firecrackers during the new year, crackling for half a day. And what was the result? My Susanoo, focusing on absolute defense. Didn't he even lose a layer of paint? Turtle shell. Xiaonan coldly mocked from above. Over there, Pain-S Devapath started to gather a pile of steel ruins together, turning it into a huge iron mass to smash down. I punched my Susanoo bang. The iron mass shattered. The animal path began summoning, bringing forth a giant wild bull. But I sliced it in half with my Susanoo. The Azura path started playing with firearms, launching missiles and artillery at me, and even used a laser cannon in the end. That laser cannon had decent power, pushing my Susanoo back several meters. But that was all. It still couldn't break through my defense. The second pillar hid behind my Susanoo, his eyes filled with little stars. The look of admiration was almost melting me. After a good fight, Devapath Pain started lecturing me on philosophy. You want to unify the ninja world? What if you do? Humans cannot understand each other. They can only feel the same pain. I was almost falling asleep listening to this, brother. What era is it that you're still using such pyramid scheme tactics? I saw him slowly rolling a small black ball in his hand. Nagato, you can't use that trick in the village. Konan shouted anxiously from the sky. Is it the Chibaku Tensei? I stood at the head of Susanoo, arms crossed, wearing a calm expression, playing with gravity in front of me. You don't even want to call me the ancestor of gravity. Feel the pain? Pain threw the black ball into the sky, and in an instant, a terrifying suction force descended, pulling up all the steel buildings and rubble from the ground. The second pillar was almost unable to stand and quickly used chakra to stick to the ground. And I merely said lightly, I told you. The Rinnegan depends on who uses it. I slowly closed my eyes, and when I opened them again, the kaleidoscope had upgraded to an eternal kaleidoscope. Complete body Susanoo. Boom! Chakra and ocular power erupted wildly. A terrifying giant over 200 meters tall, clad in armor and wielding dual blades, descended upon the Rain Ninja village. Everyone in the village, including Konan in the sky, was left dumbfounded. The black core of the Deidara's exploding clay was like a marble in front of my complete Susanoo. I controlled Susanoo to extend its gigantic hand, grabbing it, and then, crack! It was crushed. The Deidara's exploding clay, just like that, Conan in the sky was already starting to doubt her life. Can you surrender now? I asked from above. As a result, the animal path foolishly summoned a few three-headed hellhounds. I let out a cold laugh, waved Susanoo's hand, activated its divine might, and directly sucked those dogs into another dimension. Then, I was too lazy to play anymore. Susanoo, draw your blade. A slash that spanned heaven and earth, just like the one back in Konoha, directly split the entire Rain Ninja village in two. A chasm thousands of meters long, shocking to behold. Conan was directly blown away by the aftermath, spitting blood as she crawled up from the ruins. And I, in a flash, activated heavenly hand power and instantly appeared in front of her. She looked at me in terror, staring into my eyes, which had transformed from a kaleidoscope into a series of Rinnegan. She realized she wanted to run, but it was too late. Stab! For black rods pinned her limbs to the ground. The beautiful angel has fallen. I stepped on her head, looking down at her. Pain from the Deva path flew up from the chasm, attempting to sneak attack me with Shinra Tensei. But I countered with an even greater Shinra Tensei, blasting him away and collapsing countless buildings. I extended the black stick from my palm, aiming at Xiaonan's neck, and shouted to Nagato behind the scenes. Nagato, are you going to just watch this paper angel die? Or will you surrender obediently? You, bastard. Xiaonan wished she could kill me with her glare. Meanwhile, Nagato, hidden somewhere, was in turmoil. In the end, Deva Path Pain flew back, giving up resistance. Let her go. I agree. However, who understand the family? The moment he nodded, the plot took a sudden twist. Deva Path Pain let out a scream and then fell straight down. I was confused at the time. What is going on? Is it a scam? I asked a little south of my feet, but she ignored me and kept shouting for Nagato. I thought to myself that this woman was quite tough, and I was just about to use some methods when suddenly, reincarnation natural technique. A piercing roar came from the tallest building in the village. I was shocked along with Xiaonan. Reincarnation from birth. Who is this guy resurrecting? This script isn't right. At this moment, in that tall building, a red-haired man, thin as a dried corpse and covered in tubes, also known as Nagato, had his hair instantly turned pale and his life force rapidly diminished. Beside him, a dark, indistinguishable object sneered. Nagato, this is your final value. It's Black Zetsu, that old schemer. In the center of the room, a coffin suddenly burst open with a loud bang. A figure clad in red armor from the Warring States period, exuding an explosive aura, slowly emerged. With a pair of Sharingan, cold and domineering. Lord Madara, Black Zetsu hurriedly approached. Uchiha Madara himself. He has actually been resurrected. On the other side, I instantly sensed that familiar, yet unfamiliar chakra. I let out a good guy. Hey Ju, it's really you, this old six, stirring up trouble behind the scenes. I retracted the black rod that pinned down Conan, and she immediately tried to struggle and fly to Nagato. I advised her, it's best not to go over there right now. She completely ignored me, just as she was about to take off. The real Uchiha Obito slowly walked to the edge of the tall building. Upon seeing that figure, Conan was instantly petrified, and she abruptly turned back and yelled at me furiously, "You bastard! What have you done to Nagato?" Me? Sister, did you misread the situation? At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Two Uchiha-Madara's, one on the ground and one on the tall building, were both staring at each other with pale, purple Rinnegan eyes. The real Uchiha Madara, with his arms crossed, looked at me with great interest and laughed. Huh, so it's actually true. It's really an existence that is hard to predict. In my heart, 1,000 alpacas were galloping by. I was cosplaying in Naruto, and then the main character was resurrected. What's going on? Madara learned the situation from Black Zetsu, and his gaze grew colder. Interesting, take him down, Uchiha Madara. Want his Rinnegan. Saying this, he directly formed hand seals. Would release. Birth of the trees. Boom. Countless gigantic trees and vines burst forth from the ground like a raging python, sweeping towards me with overwhelming force. The ruins of the Rain Village were instantly engulfed by this terrifying forest. The surviving ninjas and civilians in the village were scared out of their wits, crying and running towards me. However, they didn't expect that as I looked at the world-destroying would release in front of me. I simply raised my hand slowly and formed a seal as well. Would release. Birth of the trees. Guess what happened? On my side, I also unleashed an identical technique. Boom! Countless thicker, sturdier trees and vines exploded from beneath my feet, pushing up hard. The Rain ninjas at that moment were dumbfounded, closing their eyes and waiting for death, only to find that my would release automatically opened a VIP passage for them, bypassing them with pinpoint accuracy. Goodness, The trees on both sides collided like they were free, splinters flying everywhere. But who understands, folks? Clearly the same skill, yet mine is just more powerful. Madara's wood release was like paper, crushed by me. In the end, the remaining wood on my side charged straight towards the authentic Madara on the rooftop. Madara glared with his Rinnegan, grinning fiercely, and instead of retreating, he advanced. I tell you, his movement was incredible. He jumped left and right on my wood release trunks like a parkour master, not a single hair touched, and headed straight for my face. All right, so you want to play close combat? I retracted my wood release and jumped up to meet him. Just then, his little sidekick Black Zetsu threw 2 items over from behind. Madara caught them in midair. Hey, old buddy, the Uchiha fan and the Shura Scythe, classic skins are back. His laugh at that moment was like he had already won, yelling at me. Fake, let me see how well you can dance. As soon as he finished speaking, those 2 items slashed at my face. Guess what happened? With a clang, sparks flew. Madara was stunned, his Rinnegan almost popping out. Because in my hands, I had also conjured up an identical fan and scythe. How is this possible? Madara was dumbfounded. What followed was a clanging battle between the 2 of us. The scene was like fighting in front of a mirror. As we fought, Madara's defense broke. He realized that this fake seemed to be stronger than him. Furious, he activated his cheat. Limbo, border jail. Goodness, even invisible shadow hands were summoned. And what about me? I instantly copied and pasted. Limbo, border jail. Suddenly, the battlefield became lively, shadows fighting shadows, real bodies fighting real bodies. The people below, without Rinnegan, could only see 2 identical Uchiha Madara's madly hacking at each other. Seeing this wasn't good, Madara panicked. Susanoo, complete form. A towering blue giant rose up. Then opposite him, another identical one stood up, even half a head taller. Boom! The 2 giants punched each other in the face. As a result, Madara's Susanoo staggered back 5 steps, while mine only took 2. You bastard. Madara was genuinely anxious. I could almost visualize the barrage of thoughts in his mind. Damn it, I throw out what you throw out. But why is yours stronger than mine? I tell you, on the surface, I seem as steady as a rock, but inside, my mind is racing. Black Zetsu, you old trickster, today I'll show you what it means to dig your own grave. Madara over there, furious and embarrassed, asks who I am, but I can't be bothered to respond, and just look at him with a completely expressionless face that looks exactly like his. Seeing this, he gets even angrier and, controlling his Susanoo, draws his sword to strike. I also draw my sword. With a thunderous sound, our 2 sword energies collide. The force comparable to a nuclear bomb exploding in the city center, instantly leveling buildings within hundreds of meters. Konan and Sasuke are caught in the shockwave, struggling to stay upright like kites. These 2 are dumbfounded, probably wondering what kind of divine battle this is. Then, we both roar simultaneously. Would release, would dragon technique. 2 massive wood dragons spiral out from Susanoo, biting at each other. The result is the same. In 3 seconds, Madara's dragon is reduced to scraps by mine. My wood dragon charges forward, but it's shattered by his sword. A mere imposter. How could his power possibly be stronger than mine? Madara is starting to doubt his life. He lets out an angry roar and charges at me with Susanoo, and I don't hold back. I meet him head on. Our 2 Susanoo swords clash together, creating a stalemate. We face each other, pressed against the energy shield, our faces close together. In that instant, the kaleidoscope red light in my eyes flashes, so fast that almost no one notices. Seeing that physical attacks are ineffective, Madara withdraws Susanoo and switches back to his Rinnegan. Floating in midair, I float up as well. He throws a scythe at me, which is just a feint. The real attack follows with a black rod, but that black rod passes right through my body without causing any damage. Madara furrows his brow. Oh, the kaleidoscope ability of Obito. Kamui, how could you have it? Let me tell you, it's not just him who is confused. Even the Black Zetsu's CPU on the ground is about to burn out. He can't understand how I, with these eyes that can open the Rinnegan, can still use Obito's eye techniques. This transplantation technology is simply unprecedented. When Madara saw that he really couldn't win, he flew back to Black Zetsu's side and immediately questioned, Black Zetsu, what's going on? Black Zetsu, filled with frustration, stammered that he didn't know either. Madara gave him a deep look, then threw the fan and scythe in his hand back, as if to say that this useless thing can't defeat him. Black Zetsu felt a bit guilty under his gaze, and without thinking much, reached out to catch it. I tell you, the opportunity has come. Just as he caught the weapon, a red flash zoomed and stuck to his face in an instant. It was the flying thunder god. Crack, crack, crack. Black Zetsu hadn't even reacted yet. First, he was firmly pinned down by my invisible shadow, and then countless black rods pierced into him like they were free. You. Black Zetsu was completely stunned at that moment. And it wasn't until he was lifted by the shadow that he saw me teleport in front of him. He was shocked. You secretly added the flying thunder god seal to Madara-sama's weapon? I couldn't help but laugh. Secretly? Who said I added it secretly? As I spoke, I cast a meaningful glance behind him. Ma'atala, don't you know? As soon as I finished speaking, there was a sound of poo. Another black rod pierced through Black Zetsu's back, sending a chill down his spine. The real Uchiha Madara stood right behind him. His voice as cold as the Siberian cold wave. Are you still calling me Lord Madara, Black Zetsu? Let me tell you. The expression of Black Zetsu at that moment was like a 1,000-year filial son. His worldview collapsed on the spot. Madara then said, You call me Lord Madara with your mouth, but in your heart, you see me as a pawn to revive your mother, right? This time, it's my turn, Madara, to speak some heartfelt words to you. Madara, how did you know? Madara turned his head and surprisingly smiled at me. Perhaps I should really thank him for this. Just now, when we exchanged glances in Susanoo, I had already used illusion to reveal all the truths to him. The stone tablet manipulated by Black Zetsu, his plan to resurrect Kaguya. Wait, Black Zetsu is still making a last-ditch struggle. Lord Madara, don't be misled by him. Don't you want to open the eye of the moon and bring world peace? Peace. When Madara heard this, he became even angrier, stabbing another black rod in, turning all humanity into White Zetsu's peace. He shouted, I originally wanted to ask you what was written on the stone tablet, but now, I'm suddenly not interested. Saying this, he looked at me. You take action. Black Zetsu was completely anxious, shouting that the program of the divine tree can be changed. As soon as he said this, Madara completely believed it. Realizing that what I said was true, his whole being was intertwined with anger and despair, wanting to tear Black Zetsu apart. I was quick-witted and directly put him into my pet space for permanent confinement. What are you doing? Madara looked at me with dissatisfaction. I'm like coaxing a child. All right, don't be impulsive. It's not easy to catch him. What if he escapes? Only then did Banyi suppress his anger, but he looked completely dejected, standing by the building, staring at the ruins, muttering to himself, Hashirama, have I really made a mistake? My dream is shattered. I walked over and patted him on the shoulder. What's wrong? Thinking of jumping off? It's pointless. We both have Hashirama cells. We won't die from the fall. Let's try a different way. He turned around and glared at me coldly. I am taking this seriously now. The failure of the Eye of 1 month does not mean that all paths are blocked. Do you remember when Konoha was first established? We made the entire ninja world submit to our power and achieved unification. That is the most practical piece. Hashirama's approach of compromise led to 3 ninja world wars, resulting in countless deaths. Must we wait for the 4th or 5th? If we join forces, we have the ability to achieve this. I looked at him and slowly extended my hand. Madara remained silent. A few seconds later, the Rinnegan in his eyes faded away, returning to his black pupils. With a snap, he grasped my hand. At that moment, the 2 identical Uchiha Madara's exchanged a smile. From today on, the ninja world, get ready to face double the fear. We jumped down from the tall building and landed with a bang right in front of Sasuke and Konan. Teacher. Sasuke stared at the 2 of us, completely stunned. Madara noticed Sasuke and was taken aback for a moment. Izuna? I explained, he's Uchiha Sasuke. He just looks like your brother. Madara seemed a bit disappointed. I quickly painted a picture for him. Once we unify the ninja world, using the power of the Rinnegan, reviving Izuna won't be impossible. As soon as I said this, Madara's eyes lit up, and he clenched his fists. That's right. I want to revive Izuna. Teacher. Sasuke ran over, looking at this one and then at that one, completely unable to tell them apart. Did you use the clone technique again? That battle just now. So strong. Hearing this, Madara was amused and teased him. Kid, can you guess which one of us is the real one? Even with his 3-Tomo Sharingan activated. Sasuke couldn't figure it out because we were both real. I smiled and said, Sasuke, stop looking. We're both real. Just as Sasuke was getting more confused, Konan returned. She found out that Nagato was dead and went crazy on the spot, unleashing countless explosive tags that fell like rain. Madara was too lazy to move. He directly activated the 2nd stage of Susanoo, shielding the 3 of us inside, unharmed. He coldly stared at Konan, who was flying in midair with paper wings. Ready to take action, I pressed down on his shoulder. Wait. Madara turned to look at me. Not long ago, I had drawn an interesting forbidden technique and wanted to test its effects. I said to him, go summon a few white Zetsus nearby. They'll be useful later. Upon hearing there was a new trick, Madara became interested and retracted his Susanoo. As for me, I walked step by step toward the exhausted Konan, who was already on the ground. Can you gather all the members of the Akatsuki now? I asked her coldly. She didn't respond and pulled out a few kunai with explosive tags, intending to throw them. The moment I spoke a single sentence, she froze completely. I said, I can resurrect the one called Nagato. 3 days later, at the Akatsuki's secret base. It's been 3 days. We could have made a lot of money by now. Kakuzu started complaining as soon as we met. My artwork is almost finished too. Scorpion is not happy either. Deidara is shouting. Only explosions are the highest form of art. Huh. A group of people is arguing when Konan flew in wearing the Akatsuki robe. Hey, White Tiger, where's the leader? Haiden asked, carrying his large scythe. Konan didn't speak, just looked at the entrance. Tap, tap. Steady footsteps came from afar. It's not the leader. Kisame suddenly spoke up. Kakuzu started to sweat. At the entrance, 2 identical figures slowly appeared before everyone. Uchiha. Kakuzu's voice trembled. Madara. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Deidara put his hands on his hips and asked, Who are you? If you've come to the wrong place, Haiden licked his lips, looking excited. Let me send you to Lord Jashin. This posture. Kisame heard the name Itachi, just mentioned, and looking at the 2 almost identical figures. Let me tell you, Kisame's heart started beating like crazy right on the spot. What's going on? That legendary guy who split Konoha in half with a single strike. Is it for real? And guess what happened next? Just when everyone was dumbfounded, Konan suddenly knelt on one knee and shouted leader. At those 2. Wow, that blew the whole place up. That idiot Haiden, holding his bloody scythe, pointed at Konan and yelled, Hey, woman, what the hell are you doing? I tell you, as soon as he finished speaking, he hadn't even had a chance to catch his breath. Whoosh! A beam of light shot out. A shot from the Yada no Kagami, like a freaking laser cannon, slammed into Haiden and sent him flying. With a loud bang, he was pinned against the wall, and the entire base shook. Deidara was about to blow up and fight back, but Scorpion grabbed him and said, Don't move. The seasoned veterans, like Scorpion and the others, had already sensed something was off, their faces as grave as if they were attending a funeral. At that moment, one of the Abitos took a step forward, and the aura he exuded was overwhelming. Everyone, remember from now on, the 2 of us will be your new leaders. As soon as these words were spoken, Itachi, Kakuzu, Hashigaki Kisame, and the others had their pupils dilate as if experiencing an 8.0 earthquake. Wait, guys, is the Akatsuki really changing leadership just like that? How did 2 leaders suddenly drop in? Seeing that they had no reaction, another Abito stepped forward, with Konan kneeling alone, crossed his arms, and glared with eyes cold enough to freeze. Who has any objections? As soon as these 3 words came out, the air seemed to freeze. Then, something even more explosive happened. He closed and opened his eyes, and with a clang, a pair of light purple Rinnegan eyes suddenly lit up. Oh my god! Deidara and the others were about to pop their eyes out. This ISNT the Rinnegan of the previous leader, is it? Now everyone understood. It was obvious. The former leader was most likely taken down by these 2 guys, and even his external gear was stripped away. They had seen how powerful the Rinnegan was with their own eyes. Otherwise, why would they let pain be the boss? Now, this pair of eyes was resting on the legendary shinobi world Azura. Uchiha Madara. What a fight. Who would dare to have an opinion about the leader? Who had such a tough life? Only Deidara, this fool, was still there asking cluelessly, Hey, who are you guys? Where did the Rinnegan come from? What happened to our previous leader? Beside him, Kakuzu was sweating coldly and quickly reminded him. He is Uchiha Madara. Deidara finally reacted, and upon a closer look, oh wow, it really is. Except for not wearing that red armor. He looked exactly like the man who rubbed Konoha's face in the dirt in the legends. Without saying a word, Kakuzu directly lowered his head and shouted, Leader. Just then, the Haiden, who had just peeled himself off the wall, was not happy. Kakuzu, you don't help me take revenge, and you recognize him as the boss? Before he could finish, whoosh, 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 5 black rods flew over, pinning him even more firmly. His chakra was sealed, and he was directly turned into a human ornament on the wall. The one who made the move was Madara, with his Rinnegan activated. I ask, does anyone have an opinion? Madara slightly clenched his fist. Boom! I tell you, that terrifying chakra hit everyone in the face like a tsunami. Except for Konan and Kakuzu, who were already kneeling, the rest of the people, including Itachi, were all almost forced to kneel on the spot. Each of them looked as pained as if they had been constipated for a week, unable to move at all. Kisame's mouth was twitching in bitterness, thinking to himself, is this the power of a legendary ninja? What is the point of resisting? Itachi also looked confused. His chakra. How does it feel even stronger than the one he saw before from Madara? Once the feeling settled, Madara finally retracted his chakra. Everyone instantly felt lighter, as if they had shed hundreds of pounds. Scorpion was the first to express his opinion. With this chakra and the Rinnegan, if you take the lead, I have no objections. When Deidara saw that even Scorpion was intimidated, he shrugged. All right, if Scorpion Big Brother is convinced, then I'll go along too. Itachi was even simpler, slightly lowering his head. Leader. Kisame also followed suit. A legendary ninja, as the leader, is certainly qualified. Only hiding on the wall was still cursing. But no one paid him any attention. Kakuzu cautiously asked at this moment. The previous leader aimed to capture the nine-tailed beasts. I wonder what your goals are. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone perked up, especially Itachi. He wanted to know what Madara, who had already taken down Konoha, was now planning with Akatsuki. The two Madara's exchanged a smile, then announced in unison, their voices not loud, but each word hit like thunder. Our goal is the shinobi world. Unification. The entire room fell silent. Everyone was stunned by these 4 words. Unifying the shinobi world? Are they crazy? Just then, another unseeing Madara, also known as Chen Yiban, suddenly spoke up. By the way, let me introduce a new member, Uzumaki Nagato. Later, after a friendly exchange, Akatsuki was completely under the Uchiha name. The plan to capture the tailed beasts remained unchanged. After all, it was convenient to capture them on the way to unifying the shinobi world. Kakuzu was still in charge of the finances, happily bouncing around. Once everyone dispersed, Chen Yiban kept Itachi behind. Itachi's heart skipped a beat. After all, he was an undercover agent, and facing his own ancestor made his identity a bit awkward. He had already planned that if anything went wrong, he would flee immediately. Going head-to-head with someone with an eternal Mangeki Sharingan? What a joke. Their Susanoo is over 200 meters tall, and my little body wouldn't even be enough for them to step on. As a result, Madara opened his mouth and struck straight to the point. It's you, right? A descendant of the Uchiha clan, who slaughtered your own family for Konoha. Itachi's heart trembled. How did he know the truth? Madara continued casually with a cutting remark. I really hate traitors the most. I'm a bit inclined to kill you. I'll tell you, Itachi's Mangeki Sharingan is about to burst. He's ready to run away at any moment. Just then, Chen Yiban spoke up, directly putting the pressure on. The left eye of Uchiha sure sway. You have it, right? Itachi was completely dumbfounded. How did he know this? No matter why, hand it over, and I'll spare your life. As Chen Yiban said this, he glared, and suddenly activated a pair of Rinnegan. Another pair of Rinnegan? Itachi was stunned. What was going on with these two guys? Each having a pair of Rinnegan. Were they playing a game? Seeing that Itachi was hesitating, Chen Yiban sneered and threw out the ultimate bomb. Your brother Sasuke is in my hands now. A guaranteed kill. Itachi immediately exploded in anger, his Mangeki activated. But did he dare to move? He didn't dare. In the end, he could only sigh and summon a crow. But as soon as the crow appeared, poof, its head was gone, and a crow head with a Mangeki flew in front of Chen Yiban. It was the work of Madara's Rinnegan Shadow. Chen Yiban smiled in satisfaction and directly took Shirsue's eye. The next day, Sasuke woke up in a strange room. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard a voice behind him that he had dreamed of killing. Are you awake? He turned around suddenly, his pupils instantly shrinking to pinpoints. Uchiha. Itachi. The hatred value instantly maxed out, and without a word, Sasuke quickly formed a Chidori in his hand and yelled as he charged at Itachi. Die Itachi! What happened? He was pinned against the wall by his brother with just one hand, a classic scene replayed. Sasuke, you're still too weak, Itachi said coldly. Because your hatred for me is still far from enough. Shut up. Sasuke, with his other hand, surprisingly formed another Chidori and shoved it directly at Itachi's face. Itachi was a bit surprised. Sasuke was quite skilled with Chidori, and even activated his 3 Tomo. But on the surface, he just coldly raised his eyes. Kamui, Mangeki Sharingan. The ocular power erupted, and Sasuke didn't even have time to react before everything went black, and he collapsed. On the other side, in Konoha, on the rooftop of the Hokage building, with a whoosh, Chen Yiban and Madara, along with almost the entire Akatsuki organization, used the Flying Thunder God to directly descend. Madara stood at the edge of the rooftop, looking at Konoha below with a complex expression. Tsunade, along with Jiraiya and Kakashi, and a team of Umbu, rushed over. Seeing this scene, their faces turned pale. What the hell? What do you want to do? Chen Yiban looked at her and announced, listen, from now on, Konoha will have no Hokage, and there won't even be a Konoha, because we are going to establish a new nation we will unify the entire ninja world. Tsunade immediately cursed him for being crazy. Madara didn't have the patience to waste words with them. He simply raised his eyes, and his Rinnegan instantly lit up. Will you obey, or will you watch Konoha perish? You choose now. Jiraiya and Tsunade were stunned by that pair of Rinnegan. Madara didn't give them time to think. His half-body Susanoo was instantly summoned, and 4 giant hands began to form seals. What are you doing? Tsunade shouted nervously. The next second, the sky darkened. Let me tell you, the sky over the entire Konoha suddenly turned dark without any warning. Everyone in the village, whether ninja or civilian, felt a shadow overhead and instinctively looked up at the sky. Then, everyone was stunned. A meteor, hundreds of meters wide, slowly emerged from the clouds, descending towards Konoha with a destructive momentum. In that moment, the whole world fell silent, leaving only the sound of racing hearts. On top of the Hokage building, not to mention Tsunade and the others, even the members of the Akatsuki organization were completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Is there any ninjutsu that can stop this thing? Let me tell you, the Akatsuki members couldn't hold it together at the scene. That art-loving kid Deidara nearly dropped his jaw, mumbling, Is this also art? Scorpion was dumbfounded too, saying that if this thing really fell, we'd all be reincarnated without exception. Even Nagato, the original owner of my cheap body, was stunned. His Shinra Tensei was nothing compared to Madara's move. It was like a little brother's act. Madara's move was like express delivery from the universe, while yours was just slowly gathering people on site. How could they be the same? Tsunade, that old woman, completely broke down, rushing to Madara's Susanoo and shouting at the top of her lungs, Madara, stop this right now. Goodness. Jiraiya over there got anxious too, directly using summoning jutsu to call over the 2 old toads from Maiboka Mountain. And guess what? As soon as Shima and Fukusaku appeared and saw 2 identical Uchiha-Madara's, they almost panicked and canceled the summoning to go home. Does anyone get it? The last time they were dominated by my fear, it hadn't even dissipated, and now it was a buy one get one free, doubling the fear. I smiled at the 2 little toads, and they were so scared they couldn't swallow properly. Jiraiya still wanted to struggle, asking the toads to help him enter Sage Mode, saying he wanted to try the super massive Rasengan. Try it? I couldn't help but laugh. Are you going to use a water gun to put out a forest fire? Before he could finish forming the Rasengan, Madara directly mocked him. His voice cold as ice. You can try. It doesn't matter if you break one. Then he paused, and Nebi was just perfect, because I can still summon a second one. Boom. Let me tell you, as soon as this was said, the whole place fell silent. Jiraiya's hands stopped forming the Rasengan, and the Toad Sage was petrified. A second one? What kind of international joke is this? Can this thing be bulk ordered? Seeing their ghostly expressions, Madara's sense of mischief kicked in, and he even pretended to make hand signs. Tsunade dared not gamble anymore, screaming, enough. What do you want? Now. Madara, finally satisfied, lowered his hand, even pausing the big rock in the sky, just hanging 300 meters above Konoha. Let me tell you, the sense of oppression was incredible. People in the entire village rushed out, kneeling on the ground, looking up at the sword of Damocles in the sky, scared like quails. Jiraiya had activated Sage Mode, and the Rasengan was ready, but upon seeing this situation, he didn't dare throw it, fearing he might accidentally drop the sky. Even the Akatsuki members, including the so-called Immortal Haiden, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Immortal? If this thing falls, it might directly turn you into fundamental particles. You wouldn't even be able to fight back. Tsunade finally couldn't hold on anymore and asked what we wanted. I exchanged glances with Madara, cleared my throat, and laid it all out. In a few days, all the ninjas of Konoha will join us to flatten the other 4 great nations. You want to unify the ninja world? Tsunade was dumbfounded. Jiraiya still wanted to persuade her, but was shot down by Tsunade. Do you have a way to deal with the second meteorite? Jiraiya was instantly silenced. Madara added another jab, casually saying, actually a third one would work too. There are plenty of these things in the sky. This completely shattered Tsunade's psychological defenses. Her fists were clenched tightly, but in the end, she helplessly loosened them and squeezed out 2 words through her teeth. I agree. Great. I smiled. The moment she nodded, I heard a ding in my head. Congratulations, you have subdued Konoha, achieved a super achievement, and received 1 super achievement lottery draw. What a great deal. It turns out that as long as the Hokage bows down, the system automatically takes care of it. On the surface, I remained calm, but inside I was overjoyed. Seeing that the matter was settled, Madara activated his Rinnegan, and the meteorite in the sky zoomed back into outer space. The people of Konoha looked like they had survived a disaster. Many collapsed to the ground. But before they could celebrate, Madara spoke again, exuding an overwhelming aura. Although I am a descendant of Hashirama, you are ultimately just a woman. From today on, there will be no land of fire, no Konoha, and no Hokage. This world will be controlled by us too. Uchiha Madara. Tsunade's face turned pale with anger, but she didn't dare say a word. In the next 2 days, the entire Konoha started assembling like clockwork. Tsunade also realized that rather than being flattened by a meteorite, it was better to follow us and flatten others. She even began to self-hypnotize. Maybe unification is a good thing? Women. The most confused ones during these 2 days were the Akatsuki members. We were eating, drinking, and living in Konoha every day, and they finally realized that these two Uchiha Madara's seemed to be real, not shadow clones. This completely baffled them. We were dining at a barbecue restaurant when Deidara picked up a piece of meat, holding his chopsticks in a daze, unsure whether to give it to me on the left or to Sasuke on the right. The scene was quite awkward for a moment. In the end, I broke the ice. All right, we'll take care of it ourselves. Sasuke, frustrated with their slow gathering, directly issued an ultimatum. Tomorrow is the deadline. Meanwhile, I was thinking about something else. Just then, the ground bubbled, and white Zetsu popped up. Lord Madara, we found what you were looking for. Let me tell you, I haven't been idle these past couple of days. I directly drew a Tengaku no SH10 from the Super Lottery, and wow. My Rinnegan has evolved to be just like Sasuke's in the later stages, with 6 Tomo, and I have the double I6 Tomo version. In addition, from the other 2 advanced lotteries, I got Tsukimi and Sage Mode Mastery. I quickly taught Madara the training method for Sage Mode and even personally supplied him with natural energy to help him master it quickly. His talent is simply inhuman. He learned Flying Thunder God and Sage Mode faster than anyone else. Now, the only thing we lack is the 10 Tails Chakra, and we can directly unlock the 6 Paths mode. I also spent all the medium lottery tickets I'd saved up and fused all of Obito's and Shursue's Manjiki Sharingan abilities into one. Now, my technique library is completely full. We followed White Zetsu to the back mountain of Konoha. Damn, there were several coffins placed there. When Madara saw one of them, his usually cold face actually trembled with excitement. That was his brother, Izuna Uchiha. I patted him on the shoulder and suggested, let's resurrect first and have him help us conquer the world. As for the others, we can let them see the new world once we unify the ninja realm. How about that? Madara nodded. I directly ordered the White Zetsu. Get to work. In an instant, dozens of White Zetsu surrounded a coffin and simultaneously activated the forbidden technique, rebirth by life. A vast amount of life force surged into the coffin like a green torrent. Madara watched from the side, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. Finally, the White Zetsu stopped, each one exhausted as if they were drained. Bang! With a loud noise. The coffin lid was kicked off from the inside. Madara dashed forward in a flash. Izuna, Nisan. The voice of the person in the coffin was very weak. I also walked over and grabbed Madara, because I saw that the newly revived Izuna had empty eye sockets and his clothes were tattered. White Zetsu, I shouted. One White Zetsu immediately transformed into a white garment and attached itself to Izuna. Izuna couldn't see and felt a bit uneasy. Madara hurriedly comforted him. As for me, I directly took out 2 spare 3 Tomo Sharingan from the system space, my hands glowing green, and using my rudimentary medical ninjutsu, I forcibly implanted them onto Izuna. Izuna slowly opened his eyes and then went blank. He looked at the 2 identical brothers in front of him, and the next second, he directly pounced on us, hugging both me and Madara. Brother, Izuna, Madara, and I exclaimed in unison. Because my medical ninjutsu was too crude, Izuna's eyes couldn't be freely opened and closed yet, so we had to take him to the Konoha hospital and let Tsunade, the expert, perform a fine-tuning surgery. In the operating room, Madara stood like a bodyguard, glaring at Tsunade and threatening. Hashirama's descendant, you better not pull any tricks. Tsunade, with her short temper, shot back. If you don't trust me, then don't come to me. I quickly smoothed things over. It's okay, with us here, she won't dare. On the operating table, Kwanai looked at her 2 older brothers by her side, her lips almost reaching the sky, so happy she could hardly contain herself. I said to Izuna, Izuna, don't resist. My eyes instantly transformed into Sharingan. All right, Nisan. In the next moment, I directly used a Jinjutsu to put him into a deep sleep, saving even the anesthetic. After all, the serious operation was about to begin. I directly offered Tsunade a big deal, saying if she obediently restored Izuna's eyes, I would help her revive someone afterward. Let me tell you, As soon as Tsunade heard this, her eyes lit up. She excitedly grabbed Obito's arm next to her, shouting, "Are you serious?" Folks, who understands? She grabbed the wrong person. Obito's expression of disdain was like he had seen a ghost. He shook her hand off, emphasizing, "Don't come near me." I nodded towards Tsunade, meaning it was him who said it. Tsunade understood immediately and flashed me a big sweet smile, saying, "It's a deal." Well, the rest was simple. For a medical expert like Tsunade, correcting the eye meridians was as easy as drinking water for us. In no time, the surgery was perfectly done. Obito stayed in the hospital room to accompany his precious little brother, and as soon as I stepped out, I was caught by Tsunade. Her big eyes were fixed on me, filled with anticipation, as she asked, "All right, I've done it. Now you should fulfill your promise." I guess there's no need to guess. It must be her brother, Shunshu. Sure enough, she nodded wildly, and her eyes seemed to be screaming, "Quickly revive my brother." I directly asked her to bring the coffin sealed with rope, and the rest is up to me. She was so excited that she wanted to grab my hand, but I quickly pushed her away. Just kidding, although I can understand, I'm not someone who lets people pull and tug at me casually. Tsunade then realized. Feeling a bit awkward, especially since just a couple of days ago, she cursed me to choke on my food. Now her attitude has taken a complete 180, and she probably feels quite uncomfortable about it herself. I changed the subject and coldly glanced at her. "It's been almost 3 days since I asked you to gather the Leaf Ninjas. Where are they?" She still wanted to make excuses, saying that some people were out on missions and that recalling them takes time. I gave her a direct ultimatum. Tomorrow is the last deadline, we can wait. This time she stopped hesitating and to revive her brother. She immediately nodded and said it would definitely be done by tomorrow. Huh, why didn't she do this earlier? As a result, when I returned to the ward and told this to Old Man Ban, he directly told me, "No way." I was stunned at that moment. What's wrong? Swanai just had surgery. Her body isn't well. She needs to rest. Banyi looked at Swanai on the hospital bed with a face that said it was only natural. I'm both angry and amused. Family, who understands the true value of this ultimate brother complex? Who was it that decisively announced at the barbecue restaurant that tomorrow is the deadline? Now, for the sake of my brother, they're turning their back just like that. I guess my little schemes are all written on my face. Lorban shot a glance at me and asked, "What are you thinking?" I crossed my arms and stared at him. "What do you care?" Sparks flew in the air in an instant. As a result, on the hospital bed, the blindfolded Izuna didn't know when he woke up, listening to our banter. The smile at the corner of his mouth was impossible to hide. Just because he was the precious younger brother of Danzo, this matter was delayed for another day. The next afternoon, we returned to the back mountain of Konoha. Goodness, it was a sea of people. The entire Akatsuki organization, along with Tsunade, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and other high-ranking members of Konoha, all came to join the excitement. Why? Because Tsunade had already brought her brother Shinsuke's coffin. Without saying a word, I shouted, "White Zetsu!" Understood, Lord Obito. Swish, swish, swish. A large group of white Zetsu emerged from underground, and now the area beneath the back mountain of Konoha is almost their stronghold, with over 50,000 of them. I gave White Zetsu a glance, and he understood immediately. Ninjutsu, the technique of life transference. 50 white Zetsus activated their ultimate jutsu simultaneously. It was quite a spectacle. Last time, it took 10 to resurrect Nagato, and it almost backfired. This time, I went all out to see if I could reduce the losses. Let me tell you, the scene was something else. 50 streams of life energy converged into a massive beam of light that shot straight into the coffin. Tsunade watched with tears in her eyes, her expression identical to what Madara's had been a couple of days ago. Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the others were dumbfounded, muttering, "So this is the forbidden technique to resurrect the dead." Naruto was there too, his expression complicated, probably thinking about his parents again. Unfortunately, this isn't a wishing well. Izuna was watching as well. He had just been resurrected in the same way and must have felt deeply moved. Madara, however, was looking at the scene. He had his hand on Izuna's shoulder, his gaze resolute. "Izuna, I will not let anyone hurt you again. TSK, TSK, such brotherly love." Before long, there were loud knocks coming from the coffin. The 50 white Zetsus stopped, and upon checking, it turned out only 2 had died this time. The rest were a bit weak, but a little boost from the outer path golem would fix that. A huge profit. As soon as Tsunade heard the noise, she burst into tears and, without saying a word, punched the coffin lid off. Inside, her brother, Shinsui, sat up looking bewildered. "Sister." Tsunade rushed over and hugged him tightly, crying uncontrollably. Kakashi, Kurenai, and the others around them were stunned. their eyes nearly popping out as they witnessed the resurrection of a dead person. The impact was overwhelming. They all started to calculate in their hearts. Asuma? Niji? Is there hope for them too? After Tsunade finished crying, she handed Shinsui the new clothes she had prepared for him to change into. Then, the most explosive moment came. She wiped her tears, walked straight up to me, and, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, gave a deep 90-degree bow. No matter what, thank you for Shinsui's resurrection. Jiraiya watched nearby, feeling utterly dejected. Madara, on the other hand, scoffed dismissively, took Izuna, and left, saying he was going to accompany his brother to train and get familiar with his new eyes. I replied and turned to leave. The people from the organization followed me. Nagato and Konan looked at me differently now. With the hope of resurrecting Yahiko close at hand, their loyalty was at an all-time high, which was an unexpected gain. But just after I walked a short distance, the road was blocked by someone. Who is it? Hinata and Mitarashi. Haiden, with his scythe, was about to go off, and Deidara also pulled out his explosive clay. I waved my hand, signaling them to step back. As the setting sun cast a red glow, Hong confronted me under pressure, questioning, "You killed so many people from Konoha. Shouldn't you also revive them?" I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, directly unleashing the 6 Tomo Rinnegan. The power of my eyes instantly scared them both back several steps. I stared at the two of them and began to sketch a new plan. Want to resurrect the dead? Sure. In a few days during the 4th Great Ninja War. Show me what you can do. If you can satisfy me, resurrecting 1 or 2 people isn't out of the question. I tell you, as soon as those words came out, their expressions instantly changed from fear to ecstasy. Shiyu Hong's eyes lit up. That Hondo wow. The way she looked at me was like she was mesmerized on the spot, probably enchanted by my damn charm. The legendary strong ones, those who understand. I couldn't be bothered to waste time with them, so I directly brought people back to the Uchiha clan's territory. Just as I arrived at the front door, I heard a clanging sound coming from inside. It was Madara and Izuna sparring. Both of them had activated their Sharingan, and their blades clashed fiercely, producing sparks that flew everywhere. If you didn't know better, you'd think they were mortal enemies. Shortly after, there were 2 massive fire-style techniques unleashed, and the power of it left the Akatsuki members dumbfounded. They must have been thinking, no wonder they're strong. These brothers are fighting like it's a life-or-death situation. Another 7 days passed. Tsunade finally came through and gathered over 2,000 ninjas. The entire ninja world was aware that the 4th Great Ninja War was about to start. Moreover, it was unprecedented, initiated by our Fire Nation. The other 4 great nations were so scared that they banded together to form a so-called Ninja Alliance. I've heard that when they learned there were now 2 Uchiha-Madara's, they were left in shock, probably thinking, "Let it be over, I'm tired, really." At this moment, on the walls of Konoha's main gate, Amadara, Izuna, and the 3 of us stood with our arms crossed, looking down at the mighty ninja army setting off below. The unification of the ninja world begins today, Madara declared proudly. I smiled and said, "I heard that the 4 major countries have united to resist us. Do you think they can hold us off?" Izuna stepped forward, his eyes instantly transforming into a crimson kaleidoscope of Sharingan. Wow, he actually opened his eyes again. "I am your brother, Uchiha Izuna." As soon as he finished speaking, Azure Chakra erupted explosively, and a Susanoo taller than the city walls rose up from the ground. The ninja army below instantly erupted in chaos, the fear of being dominated returning. Izuna shouted from within the Susanoo, urging them to continue advancing while he oversaw the battle. This time, the pressure and motivation were at their peak. Members of the Akatsuki organization also jumped onto the city walls, each one cracking their knuckles in anticipation. I exchanged a glance with Ban Yi and nodded. "Then let's go." We jumped down from the city wall, and Tsunade, Kakashi, and the others had been waiting below. Madara didn't even acknowledge them, and simply took the lead and walked away. I pointed ahead and issued the final command. Set off. Meanwhile, in the desert of the Land of Wind, the so-called coalition of 100,000 ninjas had gathered. Inside the main tent, Raikage AI slammed his fist on the table and roared, "Damn Madara! He actually dares to send troops to fight? Mishikaja Turumime, Chuhikaja Onoki." And that inexperienced new Kazekage Gaara, who looked like he could still be squeezed for water, all war-worried expressions. What countermeasures should we formulate? Gaara weakly suggested. Raikage continued to show off. This generation of Kazekage is too young. Onoki analyzed. Our best approach is to persuade Konoha to withdraw. Otherwise, it will be a fight to the death. Raikage slammed the table again. Don't give others the chance to grow stronger while diminishing our own prestige. As soon as he finished speaking, let me tell you, that scene was a real slap in the face. Reikich's voice was truly loud, echoing like thunder. What are we afraid of? We have the entire ninja world gathered here, 100,000 strong. Don't say just one Madara, even 10. We can take them all down. He got so excited that he stood up in a flash. Old Inoki next to him chuckled, saying, your spirit is commendable, Reikich. Mizuki Terumi Mei chimed in, our land of water hasn't backed down. Gaara calmly analyzed, then our first step is to persuade Konoha to come back. What happened next? Just then, the tent flap was flung open, and a ninja rushed in, kneeling on one knee and shouting at the top of his lungs, report. Lords, Konoha. No, Madara, they have already attacked. Goodness, the entire tent fell silent in an instant, all the Kage's eyes nearly popping out. So soon, just a second ago, we were still having a meeting and boasting, and the next moment, they had already blocked the door. On the other side, let me tell you, that scene was truly shocking. In the desert, just a few miles away from the coalition camp, Chen, Uchiha himself, and his brother Uchiha Izuna appeared as if they had teleported, landing just a kilometer away from the coalition camp. The three main commanders arrived first, followed by a massive wave of 50,000 white Zetsu and Konoha ninjas, like a tide. The three of them stood side by side with their arms crossed. Three pairs of crimson Sharingan staring straight ahead. The aura was simply overwhelming. When their main force arrived, the coalition also reacted, with tens of thousands of ninjas pouring out like ants from a nest. Both sides faced off. On our side, all eight-tailed beast hosts stood out. Their chakra felt hot, even from a distance. Then Madara moved. He stepped forward, directly standing on a large rock, exuding dominance, activated his eternal Manjiki Sharingan, and addressed the tens of thousands of coalition forces. His voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. I announced that the fourth great ninja war begins now. He paused, a smirk on his lips, so, will you die one by one in my dance, or will you obediently submit? Choose one, you rabble. I tell you, with just this one sentence, the morale of the opposing coalition instantly crumbled by half. One by one, they looked into Madara's blood-red eyes. Their calves began to cramp. Is that the legendary Uchiha Madara? My God, this chakra is terrifying. One person really managed to suppress an army of 100,000. Koharu was the first to disagree, taking a step forward and snorting coldly. A rabble? Quite the bold mouth. Noki quickly stepped up to rally the troops. That's right. Come on, we have 100,000 ninjas. There must be a limit to your strength. With a shout, the coalition regained some voice. Yes, we're not afraid of you. We'll fight against the Kage. Madara looked at the scene, his gaze turned colder. Indeed, a group of rabble, making the most incorrect choice. Chen Yiban also stepped forward, clearly indicating that there was no need for more talk. They should just start fighting until the opponent surrendered. But at that moment, a hand suddenly reached out from the middle, stopping both of them. Turning around, it was Izuna. Two elder brothers. Izuna smiled lightly. Don't let anyone from our side make a move. I'll handle everyone on the opposite side by myself. Wow, I was shocked at that moment. One person, challenging a coalition of 100,000 ninjas? What does that even mean? Chen Yiban understood immediately and nodded with a smile. Madara was still uneasy and said, You just revived, and your new eyes aren't fully trained yet. Izuna's gaze was resolute. Brother, your little brother is not that weak. All right, Madara agreed. Both brothers cautioned him to be careful, then stepped back. Izuna walked forward, and in that instant his smile completely disappeared, replaced by a cold, killing intent. He stood alone in front of the 100,000 army and shouted, Come and fight, you weaklings huddling together for warmth. The opposing side exploded. Reikich shouted furiously. Next to Noki, his granddaughter Kuratsuchi, without saying a word, immediately formed hand seals. Earth style, Earth Dome. With a whoosh, a sharp stone shot towards Izuna's face. What happened? Izuna just tilted his head slightly and dodged, as easy as taking a stroll. Seeing this, Reikich immediately ordered, Xie, kill him. A ninja named Xie rushed out with a knife. Just at that moment, Izuna made his move. No, he activated his eyes. His scarlet Sharingan suddenly lit up, and he softly uttered 4 words. Manjiki Sharingan, Ketsurigan. That guy named Xie, let me tell you, he was fast. But the moment he entered a 30-meter range around Izuna, he suddenly froze, just like hitting the pause button, and fell straight down. Gone. Not a single scratch on him. Just like that, he was gone. Who understands, family? The whole venue fell silent. Reikich was stunned. Bastard. What did you do? Everyone in the coalition felt a chill at the back of their necks, not knowing how this person had died. It was still Noki, the old man who had seen a lot, who reacted and shouted at the top of his lungs. It's a Manjiki Jinjutsu. The range. The range is 30 meters. Everyone, stay 30 meters away from him. Don't go in. If you do, you'll die. On my side, Chen, Yiban, and Ban Yi also understood. They used their Sharingan to look, and good heavens, that ninja named she had all the blood in his body frozen solid in an instant. His heart, brain, all the blood inside him was coagulated. Who could survive that? The ninja from Kirigakure with the Byakugan also saw it and shouted out loud. It's blood. His blood has been frozen. Now everyone understood. This ocular technique is too sinister. Noki quickly commanded, keep your distance. Use long-range ninjutsu to attack him. Saying this, he took action himself. Using the same technique as before, Doton Retsuzen, countless sharp, massive rocks erupted from the ground, crashing down on Izuna. Izuna didn't dodge or evade. He simply watched the rocks fly towards him, then he moved. He launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging directly towards the 100,000 troops. Stop him. Don't let him get close. Noki panicked, clapping his hands, rumbling. Countless massive rock walls rose from the ground, trying to squash Izuna into a meat patty. As a result, a burst of blue chakra erupted from Izuna, and with a clang, a giant blue energy figure soared into the air, Susanoo. That massive fist smashed down a few times, turning all the rock walls to rubble. Terumi Mei saw this and immediately formed hand seals. Suetun, Waikano Jutsu. A large expanse of strong acidic liquid sprayed forward. Izuna inside Susanoo was even fiercer, using Katon. Jikeiki no Jutsu. The flames erupted like a volcanic eruption, directly evaporating the Suetun, creating a hissing cloud of white smoke while the ground was corroded away. Just then, the sand on the ground suddenly came alive, coiling around Izuna's Susanoo like a python. It was Gaara making his move. Gaara shouted immediately after getting a hit. Now, here it comes. Idiot. Bastard. Killer Bee couldn't hold back any longer, directly transforming into his half-tailed beast form. He opened his mouth, and a massive-tailed beast ball quickly condensed, shooting forward with a bang. I tell you, all of this happened in just a few seconds. Just as the tailed beast ball was about to hit him in the face, Madara panicked and shouted, Izuna! At the critical moment, inside Susanoo, Izuna's bleeding Sharingan activated again, Blood Chi Fei. Strangely, that ferocious tailed beast ball, halfway through its trajectory, visibly slowed down and shrank. In that instant, Susanoo suddenly broke free from the sand, wielding a gigantic chakra blade, and struck down at the weakened tailed beast ball with one slash. Boom! A violent explosion occurred in midair. Inoki was dumbfounded. How is this possible? How can a Sharingan affect the power of a tailed beast? Chen Yiban nodded vigorously from behind, analyzing to Madara. Izuna's technique is not just controlling blood, it's controlling all energy and thermal energy activity. This ability is simply a little shock for the Uchiha on the other side. Once Izuna's attack succeeded, Susanoo immediately began to counterattack, tossing out pieces of shuriken-like magatama like frisbees, exploding among the allied forces, causing casualties. Reikage instantly activated his lightning release chakra mode, shooting up like a blue lightning bolt, kicking a magatama away. Inoki quickly shouted for wind-style ninjas, and he and his group, with a whoosh, unleashed a fierce gust towards Susanoo. The winds were so strong that they pushed Susanoo back repeatedly. A great opportunity, the 8 Jinchuriki shouted simultaneously. Seizing that moment, all 8 transformed partially into tailed beasts, condensing 8 tailed beast balls. Gaara's sand wrapped around them again. 8 tailed beast balls, from 8 directions. They all rushed towards the trapped Susanoo. Damn it! Izuna roared in anger, trying to activate his eye technique again, but this time, the energy on the other side was too overwhelming. His eye technique backfired, and blood tears streamed down from both eyes. Then, those 8-tailed beast balls solidly smashed into the blue Susanoo. Boom, 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 boom. The explosion sounds merged into one. When the smoke cleared, Susanoo was already in ruins, and Izuna covered his bleeding eyes, gasping heavily inside. Inoki, seeing this, flew up into the sky, hands clasped together, unleashing his ultimate technique, Dust Release, Original World Stripping Technique. A massive white beam of light aimed to disintegrate Izuna along with the land below. It's over. My heart sank at that moment. But, just a second before the beam fell, Izuna's figure suddenly vanished. The next second, he had already appeared on our side, supported by Madara, with a face full of reluctance saying, Sorry, Nisan, I'm still not strong enough. The entire arena fell silent again. Inoki in the sky was stunned, his hands still in the seal position. Where's he? It was Reikage who was sharp-eyed, he stared intently at Madara on the other side, his voice trembling. That just now was Flying Thunder God technique. Nanny. These two words were almost shouted simultaneously by all the high-ranking members of the Allied forces. Created by the second Hokage, made famous by the fourth Hokage. How could he possibly? Madara completely ignored them. He handed Izuna over to Chen Yiban, then took one step, then another, slowly walking towards 100,000 Allied forces. The killing intent and rage in his eternal Sharingan were so thick it was about to overflow. Next, it's my turn to play with you. I tell you, as soon as Madara appeared, the air on the battlefield froze. The pressure was so intense that it was hard to breathe. Raikage was still stubborn. Umph. Does one person think he can contend with our 100,000 army? Wait, it will be the same as before. Before? Upon hearing this, Madara smiled. A smile that sent chills down people's spines. Are you talking about Izuna? Boom. He exploded. Endless chakra surged from his body, and Susanoo appeared in an instant. Then it surged. It wildly expanded. Just a few seconds. A complete Susanoo over 200 meters tall, a blue energy giant, stood imposing on the battlefield. That thing's head was almost touching the clouds. How is this possible? The rumors are true. How do we fight this? The 100,000 Allied forces were all dumbfounded, mouths agape, completely losing their ability to think. Inside the crystal of the complete Susanoo's head, Madara's expression was emotionless, and Susanoo's hand slowly pressed against the hilt of his sword. Noki was almost scared to death, using all his strength to roar. Not good. All-tailed beast Jinchuriki. Quickly block him. The 8-tailed beast transformed Jinchuriki reacted, desperately trying to gather tailed beast balls. But it was too late. Disappear. Madara coldly uttered 3 words. In the next instant, Susanoo swung its sword. That terrifying blade light hadn't even touched anyone. The mere pressure from the sword carved a bottomless trench into the ground. The 8 hastily gathered tailed beast balls were like paper. And as soon as they encountered the blade light, they were instantly sliced in half with a puff. Then, that blue blade light swept into the bewildered ninja Allied forces. There were no screams, nothing at all. Wherever the blade light passed, thousands of ninjas, along with the ground beneath their feet, were instantly evaporated. Even the surrounding ninjas and the 8 shadows were blown away by the shockwave, spitting blood. One slash. Just one slash. On the opposite side, countless casualties, and a massive canyon appeared on the battlefield with no end in sight. Inside Susanoo, Madara's cold voice echoed again. So, is this the strength of your ninja Allied forces? Then, can you still continue to dance? Dance? Let me tell you, the people on the opposite side can't even stand up now. The 8-tailed beast Jinchuriki, along with those few shadows, looked like they had just been tossed out of a washing machine, struggling to get up, all with blank expressions as they stared at the over 200-meter-tall blue giant. Susanoo, let me tell you, that 8-tailed brother Kurabi really doesn't back down. He got up and faced Madara's arrogant face, and bam, another tailed beast bomb. But guess what? Madara didn't even blink. His Susanoo's big sword cut through the tailed beast bomb in midair, like it was tofu with a whoosh. At that moment, Inoki, Raikage, and the others were completely speechless, feeling incredibly frustrated. You have a Tsuchikage, whose dust release is said to be indestructible, and a Raikage, whose lightning release chakra mode is lightning fast. But in front of this thing, they were just taking hits without being able to break through its defenses. Who understands when you've been a shadow your whole life, only to find out you're no different from small pawn? That mindset would completely collapse. That old man Inoki is really stubborn, not believing in evil, and flew up to unleash his big move, dust release, original world separation technique. A beam of white light shot out. What happened? Goodness, Susanoo casually swung its sword. And that sword light was ridiculously fast. It not only shattered his dust release, but if it weren't for Gaara's quick reflexes pulling him back with sand, that old man would have been evaporated in the sky on the spot. The sword light flew over the heads of the Ninja Alliance, and just the pressure from the wind made their faces hurt. The ninjas below directly started questioning their lives, with someone mumbling, "This is fake. This is definitely a dream. I don't believe it." Then Madara's Susanoo thud, began to stomp over. The sense of pressure was overwhelming. With each step it took, the morale of the Alliance dropped, feeling as desperate as a stock market crash. At that moment, Kurabi got anxious and directly used a special move called Tailed Beast 8 Rolls. 8 tails wrapped around him, turning him into a giant spinning top, rapidly spinning and instantly kicking up a sandstorm that blocked out the sun, directly smearing Susanoo's face. Let me tell you, the cooperation is here. The people from Awagakure, led by Akatsuchi, immediately unleashed their ultimate technique as soon as they saw their line of sight blocked. Lava release. Lime solidification technique. With a splash, it was like pouring cement, drenching Susanoo. Then Kuratsuchi followed up with the people from Kirigakure, water style. When water mixed with lime and was then baked with fire style, it instantly solidified. Goodness. They directly turned the lower half of Susanoo into a cement pillar. The climax came. The remaining 7-tailed beasts worked together to create an enormous tailed beast ball, which came crashing down like a falling moon, aimed straight at the immobile Susanoo. Madara snorted coldly, and Susanoo managed to free one hand to swing its sword. At a critical moment, Inoki flew up to interfere with dust release, while Gaara used sand to block it. Although it didn't completely stop the attack, it managed to deflect the blade's trajectory. Now, the giant-tailed beast ball smashed directly into Susanoo's face. I was standing nearby, dumbfounded, thinking this should do something, right? But Madara's expression was surprisingly excited. He actually raised both hands of Susanoo to take it head-on. Boom! The explosion was incredible. The entire desert shook like a magnitude 10 earthquake, and a massive mushroom cloud rose up. My brother Izuna was nearby and shouted, "Ni-san." I patted him and said, "Don't worry. The guy hasn't even activated his Rinnegan. He's just playing around. He won't die." When the dust settled in a giant crater, that blue giant Gundam was indeed still there, but had several cracks on it, looking like a battle-damaged figure. However, Madara inside was completely unharmed. He closed his eyes, retracted Susanoo, and sneered, "You guys are quite capable. But this game can come to an end." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, and with a clang, a pair of light purple circle eyes, the Rinnegan. Inoki immediately exclaimed, "That's the Rinnegan of the Sage of Six Paths." Tsunade thought he was going to summon an asteroid again, but instead, Madara slammed one hand down on the ground and shouted, "Summoning technique, Outer Path Golem." With a loud rumble, a massive white mist exploded, followed by a roar that could tear through eardrums. As the mist cleared, a giant resembling a wooden spirit appeared behind Madara, howling to the sky. That was the empty shell of the 10 tails, the Outer Path Golem. As soon as I saw this thing come out, I knew it was over, the game was finished, and it was time to clear the field. The allied forces on the other side were all dumbfounded, not knowing what this bizarre thing was. But those 8-tailed beasts recognized it and immediately went wild. "Damn it, it's that thing. Bastard Obito, he wants to take us all back." Karabi quickly explained to Raikage and the others that this was the shell of the 10 tails, and Obito was going to revive the 10 tails. At this point, the allied forces completely panicked. There was a 10 tails above the 9 major tail beasts. How were they supposed to fight this? Obito stood in front of the golem, feeling unstoppable. "I've already said, you're just temporarily dispersed chakra. Now, let us bring you back together." Saying this, he jumped to the top of the golem, activated his Rinnegan, and shouted, "Rinne Rebirth. Border hell. Let me tell you what's the scariest thing. It's that you have no idea what just happened." Suddenly, bang. One-tailed Shikaku fell. Bang bang. For tails, 7 tails also fell. In the end, bang 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 in a row, 8 giant-tailed beasts all collapsed on the ground as if hit by an invisible big truck, unable to get up. Family, who understands? This is simply a server delay attack. The people on the other side were dumbfounded. Kuratsuchi was so scared her face turned pale, completely unaware of where the attack came from. Madara stood high up, his gaze like he was looking at a bunch of livestock. "All right, we can start putting on collars." As soon as he finished speaking, the Outer Path Golem shot out 8 chakra chains from its mouth, accurately wrapping around the necks of the 8-tailed beasts, then yanked hard. The first was Shikaku, directly pulled out of Gaara's body and swallowed into the golem's mouth. Gaara's heart stopped right there. He was about to die. The Raikage saw that the next target was his sister Yumi. His eyes turned red, and he charged in using lightning release to save her. As a result, there was another bang. He was punched by the invisible Limbo and spat out blood, flying backward. Others tried to help, but Kuratsuchi's lava release and Darui's storm release just tickled the chains. More ninjas rushed in, but their jutsu were all blocked by that invisible wall. Not even a sound could be heard. Just like that, they watched helplessly as the 2-tailed, 3-tailed, 4-tailed, one after another, were extracted and fed to the Outer Path Golem. Those Jinchuriki fell one after another, their life force extinguished. Finally, it was the turn of the 8-tailed Gyuki, and the Raikage was heartbroken, shouting for B. Inoki risked his life to use dust release again, but was still absorbed by that invisible power. All 8-tailed beasts annihilated. After Madara took care of it, he He turned and glanced at me. I understood, smiled at him, and jumped next to the outer path golem, also slamming my hand on the ground, summoning Jutsu. Once again, a cloud of white mist exploded, and when the mist cleared, a much larger monster appeared, the nine-tails Kurama. The morale of the allied forces was completely shattered. All nine-tailed beasts were assembled. As soon as Kurama appeared, he wanted to attack me, but I glared with my Sharingan and directly immobilized him with my ocular power. Madara sneered beside me. Nine-tails, I told you, you must unite. Saying this, the golem shot out chains again, wrapping around Kurama's neck. At that moment, Gaara surprisingly stood up. He used sand to tightly grip the chains. I looked and realized, oh, I understood. It was that old Lady Chiyo who used the reanimation forbidden technique, trading her life for Gaara's. The allied forces saw hope and crazily started throwing ninjutsu towards us. I let out a cold laugh. Useless. With both hands forming seals. Would release. Birth of the world tree. Boom. The entire desert shook. Countless massive trees comparable to giant pythons broke through the ground, sweeping towards the 100,000 allied forces like a tsunami. Tsunade was dumbfounded. Grandpa's would release. The scene was simply like mowing grass. The would release army easily crushed their ninja formation. The ninjas in front were instantly ground into meat paste, and their chakra was absorbed by the trees, making the would release even bigger and stronger. Kanjiro, Ao, Obito. Countless familiar faces disappeared in this sea of trees. By the time the wood release stopped, the nine tails had already been swallowed. The outer path golem opened all its eyes, letting out a roar from hell, and its body began to rapidly transform. Amidst the dust and smoke, a terrifying giant beast with 10 tails appeared. The 10 tails' first form. That chakra, let me tell you, just feeling it made my legs weak. I exchanged glances with Madara and jumped onto the head of the 10 tails, using the power of the Rinnegan to link and control it. Immediately afterward, a gigantic tree stem shot up from the back of the 10 tails, and a huge flower bud slowly appeared at the top. But it didn't bloom. I realized at a glance. It seems the incomplete 9 tails still fell a bit short. Madara seized the rare opportunity to tease me. This is your oversight. I laughed. It's okay, just wait a little longer. Or, we can speed it up a bit. We exchanged a glance and instantly understood each other's meaning. Sage mode. Both of us clasped our hands together, and a celestial mask instantly appeared on our faces. Goodness. The two old guys started to absorb the essence of heaven and earth on the spot, wildly channeling the continuous natural energy through the link behind us to the 10 tails divine tree. This aura is so intense. With this power, the 10 tail size actually began to grow larger, and the bud on top of its head also started to bloom little by little. The remaining soldiers of the coalition on the other side saw this situation and panicked. The heavily injured Yuki shouted, "We must stop them." My brother Izuna stepped forward, activating his kaleidoscope Sharingan, standing in front of them. The Reikage roared, "Do you think you can hold us off alone?" As soon as the words fell, Tsunade, Kakashi, Nagato, Konan, Deidara, all of our top fighters quickly gathered around Izuna. The thousands of elite ninjas from Konoha also formed their ranks. However, there were still nearly 100,000 enemies on the opposite side, a huge disparity in numbers. Just then, the ground began to stir, and countless white Zetsus emerged from below, densely packed, their numbers also approaching 100,000. In an instant, both sides were equal in strength. The entire desert was filled with a dark mass of people, and a great battle was about to break out. Meanwhile, Madara and I couldn't care less about the ants below, still standing atop the 10 tails, frantically gathering natural energy. I tell you, that natural energy is like it's free, flowing through the tubes along our backs, pouring into the 10 tails body. I could see the big flower bud on top of the divine tree crack. It's like fast-forwarding, slowly splitting open, and that blood-red eye of moon inside is about to open. The people below are panicking. Reikage, with his violent temper, is the first to explode, shouting and charging out. No more waiting. Charge. His subordinates wanted to advise him. Lord Reikage, your injury. It's useless. The entire army of the Hidden Cloud Village is charging forward. Goodness, it's like knocking down a domino effect. Noki, Kurumime, Gaara all wave their hands, and the remaining 100,000 ninja coalition rushes forward like crazy, roaring. On the other side, the Akatsuki members are getting excited. Haiden is so thrilled that his face is twisted. Ha! We'll sacrifice all of you to Lord Evil God. Kisame also unwraps his bandages, revealing shark teeth, laughing in a perverted way. Then boom, the two sides, over 200,000 ninjas collide instantly. the entire battlefield turns into a chaotic mess. Various colorful ninjutsu flying around as if they were free, and immediately it's a scene of people and horses falling over, countless casualties. Family, who understands? The most disgusting are those white zetsus. These bastards blend into the crowd, casually transforming into your teammate's appearance, then stabbing you in the back. Suddenly, the ninja coalition is fighting their own. The trust chain collapses on the spot, and everyone looks like a traitor. Raikage is so furious, he is shouting. But there's nothing he can do. On the Konoha side, Tsunade, Kakashi, and the others also join in, desperately helping us block the enemies, just to prevent anyone from disturbing me and Madara. My brother Izuna also goes all out, activating his Manjiki Sharingan, using Blood Freeze to freeze the blood of nearby enemies. And they fall like dumplings. Just at the climax of this chaotic battle, suddenly, clang, the divine tree has completely bloomed. The moon in the sky instantly turns blood red. It's done. Madara and I exchange a glance, his Rinnegan filled with uncontainable excitement. I smile and nod at him. It's your turn. Madara still can't believe it. You really giving this opportunity to me? I crossed my arms and urged him, stop talking nonsense and hurry up. He looked at me deeply, no longer hesitating, and jumped down from the head of the 10 tails. I jumped down as well and returned to Izuna's side. Izuna, looking confused, asked me, bro, where's the other bro? I patted him on the shoulder, smiling with deep meaning. He's going to obtain the strongest power in this world and become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Izuna listened, feeling both confused and impressed. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, everyone stopped, staring blankly at Madara, standing alone in front of the gigantic god tree, as he began to form hand seals. In the next moment, let me tell you, the scene was unbelievable. The entire 10 tails god tree, such a massive thing, actually started to shrink rapidly, and in the end, whoosh, it all flowed into Madara's body. When the light dissipated, Madara had completely transformed. He was now clad in a grayish-white six-paths robe. His black hair had turned into long white hair, and there were 9 black Tomo symbols on his back, along with a black six-path staff in his hand. The most crucial part was that 9 pitch-black truth-seeking orbs were floating behind him. This appearance, while the Sage of Six Paths mode, it was the ultimate plus version with a Sage Technique mask. The entire battlefield, with tens of thousands of people, was stunned, silent as a grave, jaws dropped everywhere. I looked up at Madara in the sky and couldn't help but admire him. His power is just too perfect. However, I still have to wait a bit longer. I shouted to Madara, who was still feeling the power in the sky. Madara, it's not over yet. He excitedly nodded and suddenly shot up into the sky, tearing open the shell on his forehead towards the blood moon. Clang! The eternal Manjiki Sharingan with 9 Tomo activated. Now's the time. I shouted in my heart and directly activated my hidden skill, Resonance. With a buzzing sound, I underwent the exact same transformation as Madara. 6 paths Sage mode, 9 truth-seeking orbs, 6-path staff, white hair flowing, and even a perfectly identical 9 Tomo Eternal Manjiki Sharingan slowly opened on my forehead. Family, this is literally one-click duplication. And because I originally had the 6 Tomo Rinnegan, my version is even stronger than his. I slammed my staff on the ground and laughed wildly at the sky. Ha ha! The old man in the sky instantly sensed it, looked down, and was stunned on the spot, questioning his life. How? Is this possible? He rushed in front of me in an instant, his face turning white with anger. You already had the power of the 10 tails? You're lying to me. I looked at his flustered expression and almost burst out laughing, quickly starting to play along. Hey, come on, don't get so worked up. What I have here is called temporal resonance, a type of eye technique that can resonate with your power in this time and space. Simply put, whatever you have, I can also have. But there are big limitations. It cools down for 3 years after one use, and I can't use it on the same person twice. Of course, all of this is just me making things up. In reality, I got a template resonance from a lottery, and I can only use it once. After hearing this, Madara still looked displeased. So you took advantage of me. I smiled and put my arm around his shoulder, continuing to persuade him. Hey, who are we to each other? I'm you, and you're me. Do we really need to distinguish between us? Only we can truly understand each other, right? Listening to my words, Banyi still had a bit of a mood, but his expression clearly softened. After all, the opportunity to absorb the 10 tails was indeed something I had given to him. This was just a perfect win-win solution. In the end, he huffed in acknowledgement. Then, the two of us, 2 identical Sage of 6 paths, shook hands in front of everyone. At this point, the ninja alliance across from us was completely desperate. Terumi May smiled wryly and said, Now, what do we do? Yes, what do we do? They couldn't even handle a normal ban. And now, there were 2 Jinchuriki in the 10 Tails mode. What could they do? Everyone stood there as if their souls had been sucked out, speechless. Izuna, however, excitedly rushed over, looking at the 2 of us, so thrilled that he could barely speak. Banyi patted his shoulder, telling him to rest aside. Then, the 2 of us exchanged a glance, understanding each other, and slowly flew up above the 80,000 ninja alliance, looking down at them from a high vantage point. I sneered and spoke, my voice echoing across the battlefield. So, are you really planning to fight us in our current state? Below, there was a dead silence. Madara was even more direct, raising his Rinnegan staff and pointing it at them. Will you continue to dance to your death, or will you obey us? Tell me your choice. Still, no one dared to speak, but the faces were filled with unwillingness and hesitation. Still holding on to hope? Madara scoffed coldly. Then let you witness what true despair looks like. As he spoke, he slowly formed hand seals. Heavenly Obstruction Star. Instantly, the sky darkened. Everyone subconsciously looked up, and then they were collectively petrified. A meteorite with a diameter of over 10,000 meters. Can you believe it? A super giant meteorite emerged from the clouds, descending slowly with a destructive pressure that could annihilate the world. Compared to the few hundred meters from before, in Konoha, this was simply a small pebble. Our power is not even the same dimension. Temari murmured, voicing everyone's thoughts. Now, even the hardest of bones softened. Countless ninjas dropped their weapons with a clatter, their faces only showing bitter smiles. Enough. Onoki finally couldn't hold on any longer, stepping forward and shouting at us, "We surrender." After saying that, he seemed to be drained of all strength, lowering his head. The Wagakure submit. Then, Mei Terumi reluctantly ordered Kirigakure to drop their weapons. Next was Gaara's Sunagakure. Finally, all the small nations chose to bow their heads as well. Now, only the Reikage remained. That guy's stubborn temper was still holding out. My gaze turned cold as I pointed the 6-path staff at him, my voice devoid of any emotion. So, the choice of the land of lightning, Hidden Cloud Village, is death? That massive meteor is still hanging in the sky. The face of Reikage AI shifted from green to pale, and in the end, under the suffocating stares of all the ninjas from Hidden Cloud Village, he reluctantly waved his hand, signaling everyone to lower their weapons. Just when I thought it was over, the Reikage suddenly pointed at us and shouted, "Wait. Hidden Cloud Village surrenders. But I, as Reikage, will fight you, even if it means death." Well, it seems he wants to put on a show of personal heroism. Even Madara was slightly amused by him. A foolish choice, but commendable courage. I can't be bothered to waste words with him. There is courage, but it's meaningless. I couldn't even be bothered to move. When the red nine-tails Sharingan on my forehead suddenly opened wide, I had the moon heaven's center. With a clang, let me tell you, I watched as the Reikage, a living person, just vanished into thin air. He evaporated on the spot. Our protagonist was directly packed and thrown into another space, not even leaving behind ashes. The Ninja Alliance present had their jaws nearly on the ground, each one looking like they had seen a ghost, asking how could this happen? What was going on? The murmurs rose and fell. Onoki, that old man, turned pale, probably thanking his lucky stars that he didn't bring those hot-headed kids from a Wagakure to rush in and get themselves killed. Of course, fighting against such a godlike being, one wouldn't even know which skill key to press wrong before dying. Gaara and Shinki were also looking down, feeling incredibly frustrated. The grudge of killing their brother was right in front of them, but with this level of strength, how could they go and take revenge? Just then, I received a system prompt, kill the Reikage, gain a high-level achievement lottery once, and before I could even warm up to it, I heard my other self, the sage of the 6 paths, Madara, sighing, "Hashirama, my dream can be realized." After saying that, he looked up at the gigantic meteorite still hanging in the sky, which looked like an illegal construction. With a casual wave of his 6 paths staff, that world-destroying meteorite was kicked back into outer space like a soccer ball. Next, the real main event began. I, in the form of the sage of the 6 paths, with my pair of 6-tomo Sharingan, plus the 9-tomo Sharingan on my forehead, coldly looked down upon the ants below and issued the final ultimatum. You have 3 months to pack your bags and gather in Konohagakure. We are going to unify the ninja world. After 3 months, if anyone from any village or country hasn't arrived, kill. The killing intent, let me tell you, dropped the temperature at the scene by several degrees. In the following 3 months, the entire ninja world seemed to be on fast forward. The 5 great nations and all the small villages became history. Everyone was driven to the land of fire, which was a sea of people. Traffic jammed, like the early rush hour of 2025. Of course, there were some stubborn ones who didn't comply. Madara and I couldn't be bothered to waste words. We didn't bother with 5G communication. It was directly physical annihilation. Either we sent the Akatsuki, or we personally went, and we made it clean and swift. Our goal was clear. Unification of the ninja world. Anyone who obstructs will die. Thus, an unprecedented superpower rose up on the territory of the Land of Fire. With only 2 leaders, Uchiha Madara, standing on the rooftop of the former Hokage building, looking at the nation I had personally built below, I felt incredibly satisfied. At that moment, the system interface suddenly chimed, popping up a heavenly achievement lottery. Wow, this feeling was just like getting ultimate gear in a game, you know? I looked at my lottery chances. I had over 700 for the initial level and a ton for the intermediate and advanced levels as well. Come on, system. Let me see what treasures are in the heavenly prize pool. I shouted into the air. Congratulations, you drew Origin Ball Space Ninja World. Congratulations. You drew All Laws Return to 1. I was stunned for a moment by these 2 rewards. Unbelievable. The first one, starting Ball Space Ninja World, simply means turning the entire ninja world into my personal power bank. No matter which world I'm in, I can draw chakra from everyone here anytime, anywhere. Who understands this? My entire world has become my cash cow. The other one, All Methods Return to 1, is even more significant. It formats all the messy powers in my body, like the Ten Tails and Hashirama cells, turning them into my own pure version of power. I no longer have to worry about a giant face of Hashirama growing on my chest, nor will I have to deal with my tailed beasts acting like old friends when an enemy throws a Rasengan at me. This is simply a tailor-made cheat for me. However, I didn't rush to use All Methods Return to 1. I thought I should finish drawing the other lottery prizes first, just in case I got something good that could be fused, maximizing my benefits. So, I first fused the starting ball space, Ninja World. In that instant, the red light of the moon eye on my forehead surged, and I felt like I had signed some kind of tyrannical clause with the entire world. From then on, the life and death and power of everyone on this planet were at my command. This feeling was exhilarating, really exhilarating, just as I was enjoying it. Orochimaru appeared behind me like a ghost, bowing respectfully. Lord Madara, the task you assigned has been completed. We can extract those souls from the Grim Reaper's belly at any time. I glanced back at him, and the oppressive feeling from those 3 eyes froze the smile on his face. I coldly told him, go find another me. By the way, let him fuse with the Nine Tails as well. Half a month later, Orochimaru had resurrected all the previous Hokages using Edo Tensei. As soon as the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, appeared, Madara wasted no time and directly inserted a black rod into him, forcibly extracting the other half of the Nine Tails from his body in front of his teacher. The 3rd Hokage and his predecessor, the 2nd Hokage, merging it into himself. Now, Madara had become a complete Ten Tails Jinchuriki. After everything was settled, Madara excitedly looked at Hashirama. Hashirama, the scene resembled a long-separated couple reuniting. A month later, I used up all the lottery draws I'd saved. I synthesized all the low-level ones and high-level ones and ended up with 8 super lotteries, drawing a bunch of Nine Tails Kimui Sharingan, and things like the Outer Path Golem. Most of it was useless to me now, tasteless. So, I waved my hand and gave Kimui and another pair of Madara's Mangeki Sharingan to Izuna. I called Tsunade and directly performed an eye transplant for Izuna. Madara was puzzled, saying, why do I feel Izuna's eyes have my ocular power? I thought to myself, of course, that's equipment that exploded from you. Naturally, I casually replied, just a coincidence. To ensure Tsunade worked diligently, I kept my promise and had White Zetsu resurrect a large number of Konoha's ninjas, including Asuma, Kurenai, and even Hashirama himself. This made Tsunade no longer angry and work with great effort. I also used the extra Outer Path Golem to create a batch of mindless White Zetsu as revival tools, so anyone who died could be brought back to continue being my milk cows. With everything ready, I finally used All Methods Return to 1. At that moment, I felt that all impurities in my body had been cleared, and the will of the Ten Tails was completely erased, with those 2 large faces on my chest disappearing. All the power became wholly and completely mine. 3 years passed in a flash. That kid Sasuke also returned, and I formally accepted him as my disciple. I divided the powers of Indra and Ashura that I obtained from the lottery between him and Izuna, helping both of them unlock their Rinnegan. Our country was getting larger and larger, and the Land of Fire couldn't accommodate us anymore. So, I borrowed Madara's and the entire ninja world's power to directly perform a miracle, transforming the desert of the Land of Wind into a paradise of lush green mountains and waters, instantly doubling our territory. Looking at this peaceful and prosperous era, Madara suddenly suggested naming the country. He wanted to call it Eternity. Before I could say anything, Hashirama popped up from behind, praising the name. Soon after, Izuna and Tobirama came over playfully. Since Tobirama was resurrected, Izuna had been catching him to beat him. Now, Tobirama was no match for Izuna, getting beaten black and blue every day. As soon as Izuna saw us, he immediately switched from battle mode to sunny warm guy, smiling and asking what we were talking about. When he heard we were going to call it the Eternal Country, he liked it very much. So, let's call it Eternity. I decisively made the decision. A few of us stood at the edge of the tallest building, watching the cheering crowd below. Hashirama sincerely said to Madara, "Congratulations to you." Madara's gaze was incredibly firm. "I will eternally protect this nation." In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. There was nothing left to cherish in this world, so I tore apart space and traveled to the next Hokage timeline. As soon as I landed, I directly parachuted into the scene of the Hokage finale. Naruto and Sasuke had just sealed Kaguya, and Sage of Six Paths was bringing back the spirits of the past 5 Kage from the other dimension. Meanwhile, in this world, I, Uchiha Madara, was lying on the ground in a miserable state. The 10 tails had been extracted, and I was barely hanging on, my hair a mess like a shattered piece of art. Truly tragic. Hashirama was squatting beside him, saying things like, "You were too hasty, let the next generation take care of the future, let's be friends in the next life." Nonsense like that. I was furious at that moment. What kind of situation is this? I directly delivered a flying kick, sending the filthy state Hashirama flying hundreds of meters away, crashing into the god tree. Then I walked step by step towards the barely conscious Obito in front of me. When he saw me, his weak eyes were filled with shock. You. Everyone present, Naruto, Sasuke, the Sage of Six Paths, were all dumbfounded. Another. Madara. I couldn't be bothered with them. I just looked down at him on the ground and coldly asked, "Are you satisfied?" His pupils were unfocused, as if he wanted to say something. I intensified my tone, and a pair of straight, pure Sharingan instantly opened, the scarlet light piercing into his soul. Immediately, answer me. It seemed to use the last bit of strength in his life to roar out, "I won't give in." After shouting this, he appeared to be on the verge of death. Very good. I sneered, pressing my left hand fiercely on his heart, while my right hand grabbed his hand, instantly forming a 6 paths, 10 tails coffin seal. Boom. Uchiha Obito on the ground let out a heart-wrenching scream of pain. I directly summoned an entire 10 tails god tree from the system warehouse. An immense power surged wildly from my left hand into his body. "Bastard, stop it." Sasuke reacted the fastest, teleporting next to me with a heavenly hand power and a Chidori infused with dark energy, slashed towards me. As a result, with a bang, he didn't even touch my clothes and was directly blasted away by an invisible force, spitting blood as he flew back. He was shocked to see that there were a total of 16 identical entities standing around me, just like the ones he fought before. Six Paths Naruto also sensed it and exclaimed, "Is it the wheeled grave abyss?" No, wait, why are there so many more? In those few seconds of their shock, Uchiha Obito on the ground had already stood up again, clad in Six Paths attire, 9 truth-seeking orbs floating behind him. Holding a 6 Paths staff, his Rinnegan and Tsuki no Mi radiating endless ocular power. Boom! The world-destroying power of the 10 tails erupted once more, sweeping across the entire scene. Sakura Haruno was so scared that her legs went weak. He transformed again. Naruto, Sasuke, and the others had faces that turned as pale as death. Even Sage of Six Paths was stunned, unable to believe what was happening before him. Clearly, Kaguya had been sealed, so why? Why could he still become the 10 tails Jinchuriki again? Let me tell you, not only is the Sage of Six Paths confused, but even Madara himself is baffled. He looks down at his brand new 10 tails Jinchuriki form, then glances at Chen Yiban, who looks exactly like him and has 16 little Rinnegan followers. It feels like his CPU is about to overheat. And it's not over yet. That Chen Yiban, sporting a pair of even more outrageous 6 Tomo Rinnegan, is staring directly at Madara with a grin and extends his fist. What's this supposed to mean? Are we becoming sworn brothers? Madara is also a tough guy. After pondering for 2 seconds, he thinks, whatever, let us just do it. With a thud, their fists collide. I'm telling you, that moment wasn't just a fist bump. It was like transferring data via a USB drive. Madara's mind is ringing with pop-up ads, like Sage Mode Mastery, one-click creation of truth-seeking orbs, deluxe flying thunder god, VIP passage to the underworld, and even optimized versions of godly power and heavenly hand power, all crammed into his head. Additionally, there's a promotional video for a place called the Eternal Kingdom. Only a second passes outside. Madara has already downloaded the entire skill package. He suddenly lifts his head, his expression changes, and with a bitter smile, he murmurs, "So, there's a world like that." As soon as he finishes speaking, in the next second, with a snap, Madara's eyes are framed in gold. Sage mode, activated instantly. The Ten Tails chakra, mixed with natural energy, produces an explosive aura. His ordinary Rinnegan instantly upgrades to 6 Tomo, but it gets even crazier as 8 more Rinnegan shadows pop up beside him. Adding to the 16 from Chen Yiban, oh my god, that's 24 Rinnegan. This ISNTA fight, it's like summoning the ancestors for a massive brawl. Sasuke turns green with envy, and although Naruto can't see it, his instincts tell him that the opposing side could set up 2 tables of mahjong with 3 substitutes. The Sage of 6 Paths looks like a darkened pot bottom, muttering, "This is bad, it's completely out of control now." Feeling the new power within him, Madara nods to Chen Yiban, as if to say, "Thanks, another me." Chen Yiban tilts his head, his expression seemingly saying, "Let me see how you plan to play this." Madara grins wickedly, his gaze locking onto Sasuke. His newly upgraded heavenly hand power now has a pro-max operating range. With a bang, he yanks Sasuke from far away, not giving him any time to react, and kicks him right in the chest. Sasuke spits out a mouthful of blood, his body flying like a broken kite. Seeing his brother getting hit, Naruto's eyes turn red, and he zooms over to catch Sasuke, and quickly activates his 6 Paths healing mode to treat his injuries. While healing, he asks, "Sasuke, how does he have your heavenly hand power?" Sasuke wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth and says, "I don't know, but his heavenly hand power is stronger than mine." My goodness, the second Hokage Tobirama, beside them, is almost crying in regret, slapping his thigh, thinking if only he had dealt the finishing blow to Madara earlier. Now look, the boss has been updated online with DLC, complete with skins and exclusive skills. Little did he know, even if he had finished him off, that Chen Yiban could resurrect instantly, rendering it useless. At this moment, Madara speaks up, scanning the area with his 3 eyes, telling Chen Yiban, "I'll take care of those 2 kids." Chen Yiban smirks, "The rest is on me." "Then I want to hold back." Before Madara's words even finish, he turns into a streak of light and rushes towards Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto still wants to talk back. "Madara, haven't you realized after being absorbed by Kaguya once?" Madara couldn't be bothered to reply. "It's south, not your place. You little brat, to teach me how to do my job." As he speaks, several truth-seeking orbs come crashing down like cannonballs. Naruto has learned his lesson, using the power of the 5 Tails Mu King, unleashing a boiling release technique to push the truth-seeking orbs back. But guess what? Madara swaps places with one of the truth-seeking orbs, appearing right in front of Naruto, and counters with the same boiling release technique. The 2 forces collide and directly cancel each other out. Naruto is left dumbfounded, and let me tell you, his expression is like discovering that a limited edition item he just bought is already being mass-produced. How did this guy even acquire the power of the 5 Tails? Sasuke sees an opportunity and immediately activates heavenly hand power, flashing behind Madara, ready to stab him with Chidori. But with a clang, a Rinnegan shadow appears from some dimension, blocking Chidori with a black rod. And it gets worse. The Rinnegan's 6 Tomo activates the Sharingan's Kodo Amatsukami, blood-freezing technique. Folks, you have to understand. Sasuke feels like he has just fallen into a millennium-old ice cave, his blood almost freezing solid. If it weren't for a bit of 6 Paths power shielding him, he would have turned into an ice sculpture right there. In that moment of vulnerability, Madara doesn't even turn around. He thrusts his 6 Paths staff backward, piercing Sasuke's heart with precision. Blood sprays out, mixed with ice shards. Sakura and Kakashi scream from their side. Hashirama and the Sage of 6 Paths want to move. But Chen Yiban stands in front with his 16 Rinnegan followers like a wall, smiling and saying, "Everyone, your opponent is me." Over here, Madara turns back, looking at Sasuke, who is being pierced and rapidly losing his life, coldly saying, "I can kill you once, I can kill you twice, Sasuke." Just as Madara is about to reach for Sasuke's Rinnegan, Naruto yells Sasuke, and a shadow clone leaps forward while the real body strikes from the side, forming a magnetic release Rasengan in his hand, infused with sealing power, and slams it towards Madara. As a result, Madara turns around and launches a magnetic release shuriken. At that moment, I was thinking, What kind of membership does this guy have? All skills unlocked. Naruto's Rasengan couldn't withstand the spiral shuriken, and he was blown away on the spot, crashing into the trunk of the divine tree. Just then, with a whoosh, a kunai with runes flew over, and Minato appeared in a flying thunder god technique, grabbing Sasuke to teleport away. With a flash of golden light, the two indeed vanished. Just as Naruto crawled out of the pit, he was about to praise his dad, but the words got stuck in his throat. In his super strong perception, the presence of Minato and Sasuke had vanished into thin air. They didn't return to the main army at all. What is going on? Naruto's heart sank. Then he heard Madara and Sage of Six Paths speak at the same time. Heavenly Guardian. The nine-tomo Rinnegan on Madara's forehead was flashing with a strange light. He had directly thrown Minato and Sasuke into Kagaya's alternate space. He looked at Naruto and sneered, saying, Sasuke's eyes are nice, but since I already have them, I don't need his. He probably won't survive either. Naruto's fist cracked as he clenched them, his eyes turning red. Madara, however, didn't care at all and pointed at the ninjas still tied up on the divine tree, saying, the infinite Tsukumi plan must continue, but I'll use a new technique that another me taught me, called reverse infinite Tsukumi. I will definitely stop you. Naruto roared. Oh really? A strange voice suddenly echoed behind Naruto. Yomi no Hirasaka. Madara, like a ghost, emerged from the space rift. A wave of lightning release. Light fong slashed towards Naruto's neck. Naruto pushed his Sage of Six Paths mode to the limit, barely dodging this decapitation strike. He was stunned. How could Madara also have Kagaya's space abilities? There was no time to think. 8 shadow clones rushed in. Naruto quickly formed a lava release, spiral, shuriken, and threw out. And guess what happened? Madara merely lifted his eyelids. Kamui. With a whoosh, that fiery red shuriken was directly sucked into the alternate space. Let me tell you, Naruto's expression back then was like seeing AI automatically write code for the first time in 2025. It completely shattered his worldview. How could they fight like this? Madara was just too unreasonable. Just at this moment of despair, the Sage of Six Paths finally made his move. He clapped his hands and said, summoning technique. It looked like he was going to bring Sasuke and Minato back. Yiban just crossed his arms and watched, showing no intention of stopping it. As the mist cleared, Sasuke and Minato were indeed summoned back. Just as Naruto sighed in relief, he noticed that Madara merely glanced at them and didn't take it seriously at all. What were these two Madaras thinking? Suddenly, Naruto and Sasuke's hearts brightened. The yin-yang power that had been taken back by the Sage of Six Paths returned. Sasuke's heart, which had just been pierced, instantly healed. The first thing he did after recovering was to question the Sage of Six Paths. How long are you going to watch? The sage sighed. Alas, at this point, this old bone of mine can't just stand by and watch. He first spoke to Naruto and Sasuke. Go. Break the infinite Tsukuyami. We need everyone's power. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance and immediately joined forces, forming hand seals. Infinite Tsukuyami release. In an instant, all the ninjas hanging from the god tree in the ninja world fell down like dumplings, one after another. Tsunade, Gaara, Raikage, and the others were all still dazed, even showing a hint of reluctance on their faces. Of course, in dreams, they're everything. Who wants to wake up? The Sage of Six Paths flew over and shouted to finally bring everyone back to their senses. When everyone looked up, they were stunned to see 2 Madaras standing across from them, both with a pair of Rinnegan. After Sasuke explained the situation, everyone gasped. At this moment, Madara flew to Chen Yiban's side, frowning and asking, another me, what are you thinking? We agreed that this side was your responsibility. Chen Yiban still had a nonchalant expression, smiling lightly. I simply don't care. After hearing this, Madara actually laughed. You're even more arrogant than I am. It makes sense. After all, you are the stronger me. Saying this, he even mimicked Chen Yiban's posture, crossing his arms and watching the thousands of ninja coalition forces with great interest. Chen Yiban suddenly asked, do you think dying together counts as a team-building activity? Madara was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a chilling smile. Well, I think it should count. The two of them chatted casually, completely disregarding the thousands of troops in front of them. Hashirama was still making the final efforts to persuade Madara back. Madara directly shot back with, the former me has already died in the Valley of the End. Seeing that verbal persuasion was ineffective, the Sage of Six Paths finally stopped pretending and revealed his cards. He shouted, Outer Path Reincarnation Ninjutsu. A flash of light passed, and the 4 Hokage who had been reincarnated in Dirty Earth, Hashirama, Tobirama, Minato, and Hiruzen Sarutobi were completely revived. They transformed from paper figures back into real living beings with flesh and blood. Naruto looked at his father coming back to life, so excited that he was almost in tears. But that wasn't the end. The Sage of Six Paths, as if distributing benefits, sent out beams of light, injecting the power of the Six Paths precisely into the revived 4 Hokage, as well as Tsunade, Gaara, Inoki, and other powerful ninjas. In an instant, aside from Naruto and Sasuke, the Ninja Coalition gained a large number of temporary strong warriors experiencing the power of the Six Paths. Hashirama felt the unprecedented power within him and was astonished. But what shocked him even more was yet to come. I tell you, the old man of the Six Paths just issued the Six Paths power experience cards to the ninja allied forces, and even Six Paths Madara was stunned, unable to help but exclaim that he truly is the legendary sage. I was standing right next to Six Paths Madara, and I smiled. I said, dude, this is just the beginning, right? That old man over there likes to shake people up. Huh? Alright, today I'll show him what a real spiritual king is. Six Paths Madara even asked me if I needed help, and I said, no need, just watch carefully. I formed a seal with my hands and slammed it down on the ground, summoning the spirit technique. Suddenly, the white mist erupted, more powerful than any smoke bomb. Naruto immediately shouted, everyone be careful. Madara on the opposite side is up to something again. The Sage of Six Paths looked pale, a bead of cold sweat sliding down his forehead, clearly sensing some overwhelming aura. Then, let me tell you, the most exciting scene came. From the white mist came the sound of footsteps, tap, 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 and a massive, impressive figure was the first to step out. In that moment, the entire battlefield fell silent. I swear you could hear a pin drop. Hashirama, Tobirama, Tsunade, Gaara, and the others who had just gained the power of the Sage of Six Paths were wide-eyed, their mouths agape, as if they could fit a fist inside. How is this possible? Another Madara. That's right. For those who understand, the figure emerging from the mist is the third Uchiha Madara in this world. In other words, it's me from the previous timeline. Having 2 Madara's was already abstract enough, and now we have a 3-body situation, delivering a huge shock to the Ninja Alliance. Let me explain to you, the previous Naruto world has been turned into my private domain, called Starting Sphere. I could bring anyone out of it with just a thought. So now, on the stage, there's one Six Paths Obito, another Six Paths Obito from the previous timeline, and me, the instigator. 3 Obitos are competing on the same stage. The ninja allied forces are completely dumbfounded. The 9-tailed beasts are going wild. And even the Sage of Six Paths is starting to question his life. Even Six Paths Obito himself is shocked, looking at another version of himself with a face that says, is this really possible? The 3 of us are staring at each other, creating a very bizarre scene. Just as I was about to break the awkwardness, a particularly gentle voice came from the white mist. I didn't expect to have another brother. Boom! I tell you, when these words came out, the Six Paths Madara's mind exploded. He started trembling all over. His voice changed. This voice. Izuna. Is that you, Izuna? He stared at the lingering white mist like a madman. Footsteps echoed again, and a handsome guy dressed in the same black robe as me slowly walked out. Uchiha Izuna. The Izuna from the previous timeline, alive. Izuna stepped out, first smiled at us, and then looked at the Six Paths Madara, softly calling, Nisan. In the next second, Six Paths Madara directly used Tenshrik, swiftly pulling Izuna from his spot to stand in front of him. He grabbed Izuna's arm, staring intensely with his 3 eyes, and after confirming it was real, he pulled him into his embrace. I swear, I've never seen him so out of control, holding Izuna. His voice trembled this time. I won't let anyone hurt you again, Izuna. Wow, this brotherly bond is incredible. Naruto was also dumbfounded, pointing at Izuna and saying, that person looks too much like Sasuke. Tobirama and Hashirama explained nearby that he was Madara's beloved brother, Uchiha Izuna. Just when everyone was still immersed in this family drama, the Sage of Six Paths' expression grew increasingly grim as he fixed his gaze on the last bit of white mist. His expression complex enough to write an 800-word essay. The white mist completely dissipated, and the last figure appeared. A man in a white robe, his eyes tightly shut. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of crimson Sharingan with 3 Tomo, his ocular power absurdly strong. He coldly smiled, Father. The Sage of Six Paths furrowed his brows tightly, letting out a long sigh. So it really is you. Indra. I stood behind, arms crossed, feeling overjoyed. This is much more fun, isn't it? Indra looked at his father, that smile, both handsome and gentle, but the words he spoke sent chills down everyone's spine. Father. He tilted his head and politely asked, "May I kill you?" Family members, listen to this great filial son speak. Naruto was stunned, and Sasuke, even more confused, questioned the sage of 6 paths. "Didn't you say the reincarnation of Indra in this generation is me? What's going on?" The sage of 6 paths completely ignored Sasuke and only sighed, looking at Indra. "Do you still hate me?" Indra smiled faintly. "Maybe, right now. I simply want to kill you, father." That smile looked incredibly filial, but those Sharingan eyes were filled with killing intent, almost spilling over. On this side, the sage of 6 paths Obito was also stunned. He turned to look at me, his face full of disbelief. "You managed to bring out even Indra?" I gave him a charming smile and asked, "So, how do you like the 3 helpers I found for you?" 6 paths Madara glanced at Izuna beside him and laughed. "Well, I have to say, there's no way I can say I'm not satisfied." However, another version of Madara from a different timeline was unhappy, crossing his arms and snorting coldly. "I never agreed to help." "Oh, so you're being tsundere, huh? I'm not going to indulge him at all." "All right then. You could just stand by like me and watch those 3 have fun." "You." His face darkened immediately. But in the next second, he said no, while his body was more honest than anyone else. Whoosh. 10 Tails mode, Sage mode all activated. The 6 paths staff and 9 truth-seeking orbs instantly appeared. And in this version, he was even stronger than the 6 paths Madara of this world, thanks to the will enhancement from my world. Without saying a word, he pointed the 6 paths staff at the Ninja Alliance, and 12, Shadow of the Wheel Tomb, appeared beside him. Goodness, that has 4 more than this world's 6 paths Madara. The Madara here turned green with envy. It felt like, even though we were the same. "Why are you stronger than me?" Sasuke's Rinnegan saw everything clearly, and he was stunned. 12 of them. His shadow has 12. Now, this is good. One Madara has 8 shadows, and one has 12, adding up to 20 shadows capable of using heavenly hand power, leaving the opposing team pale with fear. At that moment, Izuna also moved. Zing! His eyes transformed into 6 Tomo Rinnegan. Golden Kurama chakra erupted from him. 9 Tomo appeared behind him, and the Sage Mode mask emerged. 6 paths Sage technique, all activated. 6 paths Madara looked at his brother, both surprised and pleased by his strength. But before everyone could react, Indra couldn't wait any longer and, filled with endless killing intent, smashed a punch towards the 6 paths Sage. The 6 paths Sage blocked it with his staff, but was still shaken. Looking up, he was stunned. You actually have Rinnegan too?" Indra didn't bother with small talk. After his punch was blocked, his eye power exploded. "Rinnegan Moon God!" Buzz! An invisible force instantly spread out. The next second, bang, 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 bang. Within 100 meters, whether you were 6 paths Naruto or 6 paths Hashirama, everyone felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Their legs buckled, and they all fell to the ground. The truth-seeking orbs behind Naruto clattered to the ground. It's just like Kagaya's gravity space. Naruto gritted his teeth and shouted. Sasuke also braced himself on the ground, analyzing. It's his Rinnegan ocular technique. That's right, Indra's Moon God creates an ultra-gravity zone, where our teammates are immune, but all enemies are forced to the ground. The 6 paths Sage, being a spirit, was unaffected. He looked at Indra and murmured, "Is this similar to Mother's gravity space?" Indra snorted coldly, just as he was about to move again. Whoosh! Sasuke suddenly used heavenly hand power to teleport behind him, holding a black Chidori, ready to stab him in the back. But at the same time, whoosh! Another figure teleported behind Sasuke. It was one of 6 paths Madara's shadow, also holding a black Chidori, preparing to give Sasuke a chilling surprise. Goodness! The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. In the end, it was still the 6 paths Sage who unleashed his power, shaking them all away. And Naruto quickly used his 9 tails claws to pull Sasuke back. Indra was pushed back, and the gravity field disappeared, allowing Naruto and the others to stand up again. Indra looked at his father with a sneer. "I didn't expect you to have such power after your death, father." At this moment, Hashirama, not believing in evil, shouted, would release Wood Dragon technique. A gigantic Wood Dragon roared and charged forward. Indra didn't even bother to look, disdainfully saying, "Clumsy tricks." Again, the Moon God gravity activated, directly pinning the Wood Dragon to the ground, unable to move. Immediately after, a black lightning spear, longer than Sasuke's Chidori, sliced through the Wood Dragon into pieces. The Ninja Alliance was dumbfounded. Even with the power of 6 paths, Terumi Mei and the others felt no confidence. This enemy is too absurdly strong. Indra's killing intent boiled over, and he was the first to charge out. Naruto quickly gathered a giant raisin shuriken and threw it. Result? Whoosh! Izuna was faster, flashing in front of Indra, extending a hand. Shinra Tensei. Boom! It directly bounced the raisin shuriken back, nearly exploding among the ninja alliance. Indra was a bit displeased. I don't remember asking for your help. Izuna just smiled slightly. Well, I'm doing it voluntarily. The two stood side by side, 9 black, truth-seeking orbs floating behind each of them, their Rinnegan coldly staring at the opposing army. Then, Izuna's gaze locked onto a person in the crowd, and he spoke up, his voice not loud, but clear across the battlefield. Tobarama, come and fight. Upon hearing Izuna call him out, Senju Tobarama's expression became extremely serious. He could feel that the current Izuna was no longer the young man who could be ambushed by his newly invented flying thunder god technique. This power was terrifying. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, deciding to use the sealing technique against Kaguya, sealing as many as they could. Just then, Indra and Izuna moved. The two flew over, their speed like 2 streaks of light. The 9-tailed beasts fired simultaneously, launching 9-tailed beast bombs. What happened? Each of them split off a truth-seeking orb, transforming it into a black shield, easily blocking all 9-tailed beast bombs. Hashirama saw this and panicked, unleashing his ultimate technique, would release birth of the world of trees. Countless giant trees surged from the ground like giant pythons, sweeping toward the two. Indra disdainfully snorted. I told you, don't embarrass yourself with such clumsy tricks. He wanted to use gravity suppression again, but there were too many trees. Those in front were pinned down, while those behind followed up. At a critical moment, Izuna used another Shinra Tensei, shattering the giant trees that were charging at the front. But just as he finished his technique, Noki and his Master Mu both moved simultaneously. Dust release original world separation technique. 2 beams of white light shot towards Izuna. Izuna had just finished using Shinra Tensei and couldn't react in time. But Indra stood in front of him with one hand extended. Sealing technique. Absorption. The 2 dust releases were effortlessly absorbed by him. Noki was furious. At that moment, amidst the countless wood fragments, several specially made kunai quietly fell. Whoosh! The next second, Senju, Tobarama, and Namake's Minato appeared suddenly beside Indra and Izuna. They inserted the kunai into the wood and charged forward with it for a deadly strike. 6 Paths Madara's heart was in his throat, just about to rush over. But let me tell you, when Tobarama stabbed towards the close Izuna, what he saw was not the other's panic, but a cold smile. Tobarama immediately understood. He had fallen into a trap. Izuna looked at him and said word by word, Tobarama, I've been waiting for you for a long time. His eyes instantly transformed into scarlet kaleidoscopes, and his ocular technique erupted, blood prison. In that instant, Tobarama felt all the blood in his body freeze, and he became like an ice sculpture, unable to move. Pucci. Izuna turned the truth-seeking orb into a black rod and unhesitatingly stabbed it into Senju, Tobarama's heart. Tobarama. Kwanai's voice was as cold as ice. This strike is my repayment to you. At the same time, on the other side, Indra used the black staff of the Seeking Tao Jade to pin down Minato Namake's firmly to the ground, looking at him arrogantly. Do you think you are who? 2 top experts known for the flying thunder god technique in the ninja world were defeated in an instant. Especially Tobarama, who thought he had outsmarted others, ended up being outsmarted himself. How could Kwanai possibly fall in the same place twice? Both of them coughed up blood on the spot. If it weren't for the 6 Paths Sage giving them a buff of 6 Paths power, they would have turned to ashes by now. Even so, they were basically done for. Especially Tobarama, who was first hit by a strange eye technique and then pierced through the heart by the Seeking Tao Jade. This little bit of 6 Paths power was simply not enough to save him. At that moment, I heard my brother Hashirama, Naruto, and Kakashi-sensei shouting Tobarama. Dad. Teacher. Their voices were heart-wrenching. The 4th Hokage Minato, pinned to the ground, coughed up a large mouthful of blood, weak as could be, saying, Looks like we lost. Guess what happened next? That Indra, with a glance from his Rinnegan, disdainfully said shut up. In the next moment, he pulled out another black staff from behind and aimed to smash it down on my 4th dad's head. This was a finishing blow. Who could stand that? Naruto, who had activated the 6 Paths Sage mode, a man enhanced by the will of the world, flew over in a flash. His speed was outrageous. With a loud clang, at the last moment, using Kurama's chakra, he managed to block this lethal strike. Naruto was furious at the time, shouting, You won't hurt my dad. But what about Indra? With a sneer, as if saying, Who do you think you are? He said, Fool, Since you've come, don't leave. Then, with a glare from his Rinnegan, Chen, I tell you that deadly supergravity was back. Just at this critical moment, Naruto shouted, Sasuke! It's ready. Sasuke's voice came, and he had already rushed into the attack range. In the next second, with a glare from the Rinnegan, he used Chen. With a clang, he switched the bodies of Naruto, 4th Hokage Minato, and 2nd Hokage Tobirama back in an instant. Just as they disappeared, 2 black staffs were accurately pinned to their previous positions. They barely escaped. When Indra saw his attack miss, he curled his lip and said, Humph, Chen, really annoying. From his expression, it was evident that he had already fought with our side's Madara and knew how tricky this move was. The people were saved, but the situation was dire. Naruto hurried to check on his dad Minato, and Hashirama jumped over to check on his brother Tobirama's injuries. As for Tobirama, he was holding his left eye, gasping for breath. Goodness, this time transferring 3 people probably drained a significant portion of his chakra, and as I was starting to hurt. At that moment, something outrageous happened. The soul of the 6 Paths sage suddenly floated out from Indra. What do you understand, family? This old man could actually move back and forth in his descendants' bodies due to bloodline relations. All 3 Madara's on our side were stunned. And Indra himself had a face of what the hell are you doing? So, guess what the first thing the 6 Paths sage did after coming out was? Without saying a word, he circled behind Indra, slapped his hands on his back, and shouted, Shinra Tensei. He aimed to seal this big, filial son, Indra, first. Everyone on our side held their breath, thinking this time it must work, right? However, the 3 Madara's were laughing as if watching a clown. Indra stood still, not moving at all, and with a glance from his Rinnegan, he mocked, Father, please remove your dirty hands. The 6 Paths sage was dumbfounded on the spot. This Shinra Tensei actually didn't work. He couldn't believe it himself. The expressions of the entire ninja alliance froze. In the next second, Indra waved his hand in disgust, and a bolt of black lightning struck over. Fortunately, the 6 Paths sage reacted quickly, disappearing instantly, and when he reappeared, he had already floated out from Naruto's body. I understood this old man could jump back and forth among Naruto, Sasuke, Indra, and even those 2 6 Paths Madara's like a ghost. But our strongest Yiban couldn't enter. Their power had already formed a separate faction. Sasuke asked while rubbing his eyes to recover chakra. 6 Paths sage, what just happened? The 6 Paths sage's expression was grave as he said, I'm not sure, but I'm afraid. All sealing techniques are now ineffective against Indra. Nanny, we were all shocked on the spot. Sealing techniques ineffective? Then what are we even fighting for? Minato had just been freed from the black staff, and upon hearing this, his brows furrowed deeply. If Indra couldn't be sealed, then the 3 Madara's would have no chance either. This time, it was really messed up. Just when everyone was in despair, a painful cry came from Hashirama's side. Tobirama, it's over. The 2nd Hokage has completely passed away. Quan Nai's 2 strikes were too brutal, with both a strange eye technique and the seeking doubt jade piercing the heart. Even a deity couldn't save him. The ninjas of Konoha looked at the 2nd Hokage, who had just been revived, now gone again, each feeling extremely sorrowful. It seemed that I could no longer hold back. The 6 Paths sage looked meaningfully at Chen Yiban, who was watching the show from afar, his eyes full of wariness. He originally wanted to keep some trump cards, but now it seemed he had no right to hide. He clapped his hands. Ninjutsu. Summoning technique. With 3 puffing sounds, white mist exploded, and Indra cursed. Father, you are indeed insidious. Chen Yiban in the distance rested his chin on his hand, watching with great interest. The 2 Madara's were even more filled with killing intent, saying, After all, the root of all this war may be you old bastard. As the white mist dispersed, good heavens, there were 3 coffins. The 6 Paths sage clasped his hands. Outer path, Samsara birth technique. Chen Yiban in the distance sneered, using Samsara birth to revive oneself. This bastard really knows how to play. Sure enough, as soon as the 6 Paths sage's voice fell, his soul zipped into one of the coffins. Then, I tell you, Naruto suddenly felt a tickle on his body, and then with a whoosh, another soul flew out from his body and drilled into another coffin. The 3 coffins glowed simultaneously, and with 3 explosive sounds, the smoke and dust dispersed, revealing 3 powerful figures standing there. When Indra saw this, he clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger and battle intent, roaring, Ashura. That's right, one of the revived was his brother, Ashura. What about the other 2? One was the true body of the 6 Paths sage, Otsutsuki Kagaya. The last one was directly pointed out by Chen Yiban, Otsutsuki Yumura. My goodness, The Six Paths sage revived himself, his younger brother, and his youngest son. The just-revived Ashura looked bewildered, hearing his brother's roar, and then seeing his father and Uncle Yumura. Yumura was also surprised. Elder brother, you actually revived me too. He turned his head and saw the three Madara's opposite, instantly shocked by the chakra, the same power as mother. Elder brother, what is going on? The Six Paths sage briefly explained. The situation is urgent. We must seal those three reincarnations of Indra. Sasuke quietly asked Naruto, the one that flew out from your body just now. Naruto nodded. It should be the Six Paths' old grandpa's youngest son Ashura. Sasuke sighed in relief. Finally, we have some help. Otherwise, it would really be unplayable. But on the other side, Indra could no longer wait. He let out a howl to the sky, and his battle intent completely erupted. With a clang, a purple Susanoo shot up into the sky, instantly breaking through 500 meters. Then he clenched his fist, the energy stabilized, and Susanoo surged again, finally reaching over 700 meters high. I tell you, that thing is over 700 meters tall. This wave is truly explosive. The people from a ninja alliance stared in shock, their mouths agape enough to fit an egg. Inside the massive Susanoo, Indra looked down at Ashura and roared, Ashura! Ashura gazed at his familiar brother, at the familiar power, his expression complex, and sighed. Do we really have to fight Nissan? But he quickly steeled himself and said to his father and uncle, I'm going in. In the next second, he clenched his fists, and golden chakra erupted, transforming into a gigantic chakra beast with 3 heads and 6 arms, its size comparable to Indra's Susanoo. Ashura! Nissan! The two brothers shouted at each other and directly began to fight. The Susanoo swung its giant blade, and Ashura's golden beast countered with its sharp claws. With a loud bang, the shockwave sent countless ninjas from our side flying. Even Naruto and Sasuke were pushed back repeatedly. The two giants were furiously exchanging blows, with fists and blasts shaking the heavens and the earth. The Ninja Alliance fled like they were escaping a disaster, desperately trying to distance themselves from that battlefield. On the other side, Sage of Six Paths and the two Uchiha brothers also jumped in sync to confront the two Madara's with 3 eyes and 6 paths. Chen Yiban was still sitting leisurely on a rock at the back, enjoying the show. The two Madara's smiled upon seeing them. Oh, want to challenge us? A battle with the legendary Sage of Six Paths brothers seems quite interesting. It makes one want to dance. The Sage of Six Paths tried to persuade Madara. Turn back while there's still time. But they didn't listen at all. One of the Madara's directly said, cut the crap. The 6 eyes of the two Madara's were filled with killing intent. They pointed at the Sage of Six Paths and said, the source of chaos in this world is not Kagaya, but you, Otsutsuki Kagaya. We will make the world. Enter Infinite Tsukuyami. The Sage of Six Paths sighed. You already know the truth. Why are you still so deluded? The two Madara's shouted in unison. What we mean is, reverse Infinite Tsukuyami. As soon as the words fell, dense black lightning rained down. Kagaya and the Uchiha brothers used the truth-seeking orb shield to block it, but in the next second, the two Madara's instantly teleported beside them and activated their ocular technique. Eye of the Moon, Heavenly Realm. Not good. The Sage of Six Paths exclaimed and immediately abandoned his brother to run. Hakamura was sent into a different space on the spot. But in the next second, the Sage of Six Paths emerged from Sasuke's body, using a summoning technique to bring Hakamura back. The two Madara's laughed in anger. This damn old man is indeed difficult to deal with. Now on the battlefield, Indra and Ashura were fighting. The two Madara's were fighting the Sage brothers, and only one Uchiha Izuna was left. So, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances and prepared to work together to take care of him first. However, Izuna looked at them and actually smiled, jokingly saying, 2 against 1. Isn't that a bit unfair? Sasuke snorted coldly. There's no fairness on the battlefield. Izuna smiled meaningfully. Is that so? His Sharingan slowly transformed into Rinnegan. Naruto and Sasuke instantly became alert. Just as Sasuke was about to use his gravitational technique to pull him over and finish him off, Izuna acted first. Rinnegan. Blue Eye. I tell you, his Rinnegan is like a mirror, reflecting the figures of Naruto and Sasuke into it. And then, in reality, 2 orbs of blue energy appeared. As the energy dissipated, it transformed into another Six Paths Naruto and another Rinnegan Sasuke. Exactly the same. Izuna crossed his arms and said with a smile, this is how it should be fair. We were all stunned. Naruto shouted fake and rushed forward with Sasuke. Sasuke activated his telekinesis to pull the fake Naruto over, while Naruto prepared to launch a combined attack with his magnet release Rasen Shuriken. But guess what? The fake Sasuke on the opposite side actually used telekinesis as well, swapping the real Naruto to his side. Their combined attack instantly fell through. These two copies actually possessed the exact same abilities as their originals. Damn it! Just as Naruto cursed, he sensed something was off. He had already entered Izuna's attack range. Blood Curse. Izuna's Monshiki Shangon Technique activated. In an instant, even Naruto in Sage of Six Paths mode was caught. He felt all the blood in his body freeze, rendering him unable to move. The fake Sasuke seized the opportunity, condensing a black Chidori, charging straight at Naruto's face. At that critical moment, Sasuke could only activate telekinesis again to swap Naruto back. But holding onto the immobilized Naruto, his speed couldn't match that of the two pursuing copies. Just as they were about to be caught, Dust Release, original world separation technique. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, intervened just in time from the back, forcing the two fakes back. Immediately afterward, the fourth Hokage, Minato, used Flying Thunder God to bring Naruto and Sasuke back to the allied forces position. Tsunade hurried over to heal Naruto. Sasuke panted, looking at Izuna in the distance, his eyes filled with caution. We finally understood that the most bizarre and difficult opponent on the opposite side was actually Uchiha Izuna. Izuna looked at our disheveled state, crossed his arms, and arrogantly said, "What's wrong? Is this all the Ninja Alliance can do?" This provoked Raikage, who was about to rush out, but was firmly stopped by Naruto. "Everyone, don't get close to that guy, or you'll die." Naruto described the feeling of being caught, causing everyone to gasp in horror. The Tsuchikage Inoki said if we can't get close, then we'll use long-range ninjutsu. As everyone was discussing, Senju Hashirama stepped forward. He protected his brother Tobarama's body with wood release, then put his hands together and entered Sage mode. He turned back to us and said, "Everyone, please stay away from me for a moment." The next moment, he unleashed all his chakra and shouted, "Sage Art, wood release, true thousand hands." Boom, boom, boom. An incredibly massive thousand-handed Buddha rose from the ground, reaching a height of over 800 meters. The entire battlefield, including Indra and Madara, who were in fierce combat, stopped and looked over in shock. Let me tell you, that scene back then completely stunned me. Goodness. Everyone in the audience looked like they had hit the pause button, their eyes almost popping out. Izuna's jaw nearly dropped, and the Ninja Alliance looked like they had seen a ghost, with their mouths wide open as if a chicken egg could fit in. Tsunade looked at her grandfather and probably thought, "Oh my god, is this really the gambling old man I know?" Hashirama didn't waste any words. The next second, thousands of giant wooden hands behind the Senju Buddha came crashing down on Izuna's face like a torrential downpour, blocking out the sun. Izuna's face went pale, and he quickly summoned his two fake Naruto and Sasuke to take the hit. What happened? Those two mismatched ones, one activating Susanoo and the other forming a Rasengan, were useless. In front of those thousands of wooden hands, they looked like two little toys, barely holding up. With a clang, the experience card expired, and the two fakes vanished on the spot. Now all the hands were aimed solely at Izuna. His face turned green, and he hurriedly stepped back, clapped his hands, and used a Super Shinra Tensei. With a huge bang, the powerful repulsion pushed away a large number of wooden hands. But the problem was, Hashirama's side had unlimited chakra. The wooden hands kept coming in waves, one after another, endlessly. In the end, Izuna had no choice but to turn the 9 dark, truth-seeking orbs into 9 giant shields. Wrapping himself up like a rice dumpling, and all he could hear outside was the loud, booming sounds, like firecrackers during the New Year, going on endlessly. It was at this moment that Naruto and Sasuke finally reacted, realizing they had the advantage, and quickly rushed over to help. Dust Release, Wind Release, Raisin Shuriken, Tailed Beast Bombs. Every powerful technique they could use was aimed at Izuna's turtle shell. I tell you, that scene was simply a spectacular fireworks show. Under such a bombardment, even the Tao-seeking Jade couldn't withstand it and began to crack layer by layer, snap, snap. Here, in our Chen Yiban, the strongest band, is always watching the show while resting his chin on his hand. At this moment, he couldn't help but nod and say, "Hey Sairama, you really are something." However, Quana's power is not limited to this. As soon as he finished speaking, Quana's Tao Jade shield exploded with a bang. But inside, Quana, who understands him, directly powered up on the spot. He was wearing the same outfit as the Sage of Six Paths, with the Tao Jade floating behind him, holding the Six Paths scepter. His eyes transformed into the 6 Tomo Rinnegan, And the most outrageous part was that he had a 9-tomo Rinne Sharingan opened on his forehead. At this moment, Naruto and Sasuke were all dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. How is this possible? What's going on? How did another 10 Tails Jinchuriki pop up? This isn't how you do a buy one get one free. Before everyone could react, on the other side of the battlefield with a bang, Ashura was sent flying by his brother Indra's attack, crashing into a mountain. Looking at Indra, wow, he transformed too. He had the same Six Paths outfit as Kwana, and also had a 9-tomo Rinne Sharingan on his forehead. The two Otsutsuki ancestors, Kagaya and Hagoromo, were stunned by this scene. Because of their momentary distraction, they were successfully ambushed by Madara's two shadow clones, and were also sent flying. In the next moment, two Six Paths Madara's, Six Paths Kwana, Six Paths Indra, and 4 Ten Tails Jinchuriki all stood in a row. Wow. Isn't this the legendary Dark F4? They could even play a round of mahjong. The four of them simultaneously formed seals towards the red moon in the sky and shouted in unison, "Reverse Infinite Tsukuyami." Clang! The 9-tomo Rinnegan on their foreheads erupted simultaneously, and that terrifying ocular power, through the moonlight, instantly spread throughout the entire world. Chen Yiban from our side stood up on the stone and smiled. It looks like the game is about to end. Sure enough, the ninja coalition that had just been rescued hadn't even caught their breath before their eyes started to spin again, one by one falling back into the illusion as if they had been hit by a paralysis technique. The roots of the god tree surged from all directions, binding them like mummies and hanging them back on the tree. It was all about cyber ascension and eternal downfall. However, those like Kakashi and Tsunade, who had the Sage of Six Paths experience cards, were not affected. Naruto panicked and yelled at Madara and the others. "Madara, do you really want to destroy the world?" Madara on the opposite side sneered. "You're mistaken. What we have here is the Infinite Tsukuyami Pro Max Deluxe Edition. Simply put, the program has been reversed." Another Madara followed up with an explanation. The old version had the God Tree, draining you all, but now with the version update, the God Tree has turned into a giant power bank, absorbing energy from the universe and converting it into nutrients for everyone in the dream. In their dreams, there is no war, no pain, and they can fulfill any wish. And I, Uchiha Madara, will endure eternal solitude to protect their beautiful dreams. I am the savior of this world. Saying this, he pointed his staff at us. You should also enter that beautiful dream. Wouldn't that be good? I told you. Everyone was shocked after listening to the conversation, even feeling a bit of sympathy for Obito, especially that line about enduring eternal loneliness. It was so on point. Of course, Naruto wouldn't accept it and stepped forward to say, no matter how good the dream is, it's still fake. As a result, Obito immediately launched into a philosophical triple whammy. What is false? What is real? How can you be sure that the world you are in right now is real? How do you know you aren't already in my Tsukuyami? With that, he completely fried Naruto's CPU, leaving him speechless on the spot. Sage of the Six Paths wanted to intervene, but his son Indra interrupted him with fierce killing intent. Dad, don't say anything. I'd be happier if you don't come in, because I want to personally kill you. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. The Raikage and the others were certainly not having it, each shouting that they would smash them because marriage in the real world is way better. The two Obitos also raised their killing intent. Fine, since you all insist on dying, I'll make it happen for you. Just as both sides were on the brink of a fight, our true big boss, Chen Yiban, made his move. He slowly walked over from the back. And those four previously arrogant Six Paths level figures, I'm telling you, reacted like elementary school students meeting the principal, instinctively giving him the center stage. Then Chen Yiban said 2 words. Next, switch. As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh. The Six Paths Sage Robe, the Seeking Truth Jade, the Six Paths Staff, the entire top-tier skin set instantly manifested. The most terrifying part was the 9-tomo Rinnegan on his forehead, which was golden. His pair of eyes transformed into a stunningly colorful pair of 9-tomo Rinnegan. Family, who understands? This configuration was simply off the charts. The whole place went dumbfounded again. Six Paths Naruto was shocked on the spot, sensing the power and going pale. This power is even more exaggerated than my mom Kagaya. Sasuke was even more frightened, his pupils shaking. Not only is it chakra, his eyes are on a completely different dimension from ours. I tell you, even from a distance, Kakashi and the others felt their hairs stand on end. They hadn't even fought yet, but a soul-crushing sense of fear had already swept through the entire area. Even Madara from this world was stunned. He had thought another version of himself would be strong, but he never expected it to be this outrageous. Chen Yiban looked at the group across from him and sneered. Huh, I can almost sense your fear. He continued, I give you two choices. 1. Obediently lie down in your dreams. 2. Dance the last dance with me, and then welcome death. As soon as he finished speaking, 49 Dao-seeking orbs emerged behind him, along with the scepter in his hand. That made a total of 50. What does this mean? This guy has at least 5 heads and 10 tails stuffed inside him. No wonder his eyes mutated to gold. Otsutsuki Yumura was about to step forward to say something, but Chen Yiban didn't even raise his eyelids. His Rinnegan slightly narrowed. With a loud bang, a supergravity that was many times stronger than Indra's suddenly pressed down on the entire area. Whether it was the Otsutsuki brothers or Six Paths Naruto or Rinnegan Sasuke, one and all were pressed down by this terrifying force and knelt to the ground with a thud. The ground beneath them couldn't bear it and began to crack and collapse. Moreover, this guy's control over the situation was amazing. The gravity only pressed down on these conscious people, while the mummies hanging nearby were completely unaffected. He even gave the Otsutsuki brothers VIP treatment. The gravity on them was double that of the others. Indra watched with a darkened face. It was clearly his technique, yet someone used it so much better than him. Who could stand that? Chen Yiban coldly looked at the kneeling Yumura. Think carefully before you speak. Although these people were pressed down and unable to move, their eyes were filled with defiance. In that case, Chen Yiban smirked. Heavenly hand power. With a whoosh, he directly pulled the most furious Reikage A from a distance. Immediately after, Pucci shared kill Ashbone. A bone spike pierced through Reikage's body. He didn't even have time to scream in pain before he was instantly reduced to a pile of ashes, scattering in the air. Chen Yiban's 3 eyes exuded endless coldness as he, the first one, Reikage A, Naruto, and the others watched in fury, only able to roar in anger. Chen Yiban revealed a merciless smile. There's no choice. Since you are unwilling to enter the beautiful dream, you are an uncertain factor. So I can only ask you to die. I tell you, Chen Yiban's mind is as lively as a New Year celebration, with reward from the system pouring in endlessly. He even thought about whether to fuse the remaining divine trees with Kakashi and the others before killing them. Maybe the rewards would be even higher? But then he thought it would be too troublesome, so he dropped the idea. Holding his scepter, he coldly asked, So now, is there anyone who volunteers to go in? Or who wants to be the second? The room fell silent. At that moment, Sasuke suddenly gave Naruto a signal. The next second, Sasuke activated the heavenly hand power, instantly bringing Naruto behind Chen Yiban, and the Chidori and Rasengan in their hands had already been fully charged, aiming to stab Chen Yiban in the back. They thought it was a nice plan. Even if they couldn't kill him, they could at least force him to the gravity field, right? However, with a clang, a shadow appeared out of nowhere, easily blocking their attack. Immediately after, stab, 2 more shadows emerged from behind them, and 2 bone spikes ruthlessly pierced their bodies. It wasn't over yet. Stab. More than 20 shadows appeared, each with a bone spike, instantly turning Naruto and Sasuke into a beehive. Naruto and Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief, their bodies already beginning to turn to ashes. I have already given you a chance. Chen Yiban coldly looked at them, surrounded by a full 22 shadows. Naruto, Sasuke, Minato, Kakashi, and the others cried out in pain. Hashirama angrily shouted, Madara. Chen Yiban slowly revealed a smile. So everyone chooses to be the second. Huh? Good. His voice deepened. Kill them all. As soon as he finished speaking, the 22 shadows instantly activated heavenly hand power, pulling Hashirama, Kakashi, Tsunade, and all the others right in front of him. Stop. A one-sided massacre began. On the ground, ashes covered everything. The entire world was completely cleansed. Chen Yiban gained a lot from this, having drawn from the heavenly lottery 4 times. It turned out that his 10 shadows had just been sent to the heavenly realm and had effortlessly dealt with the Otsutsuki brothers as well. At this moment, the Madara of this world walked over to Chen Yiban, looking at the 32 shadows around him, feeling numb and very envious. Another Madara also came over and said, Humph, one day I will surpass you. Chen Yiban laughed. Ha, you've been saying that for nearly 10 years. Izuna looked at him with admiration. Brother, you are so strong. Indra came over to ask about Ashura and their father's fate, and upon learning they were dead, he said with a complex expression, What a pity. I wanted to kill them myself. Then he used Earth Release to bury Ashura's ashes, marking the brothers' final farewell. Just then, the heavens roared, as if the world was angry. Suddenly, the system notifications sounded. The main character of the original plot has died, and the heavenly Tao of this world is enraged. Beginning suppression. Suppressed. Instantly, the wind calmed down. Chen Yiban smirked, With his current strength, suppressing a Hokage-level heavenly Dao was a piece of cake. It's all good now. He released the Six Paths mode and looked at the others beside him. The infinite Tsukuyomi has been perfectly realized. He looked at the Madara of this world. Next. It's your responsibility. Have you made up your mind? The Madara of this world resolutely replied. I was already prepared. Chen Yiban nodded. And the other Madara also expressed his approval. Then, Chen Yiban laughed heartily, putting his arm around Susanoo's shoulder. Let's go. We should find a place to have a drink. Sure, brother. I might not lose to you in drinking. Whatever. The five of them flew to the Konoha village of this world, found a tavern, and began to drink heartily. Let me tell you, these five people hardly eat, they just drink wildly, and they drink for 7 days and nights straight. By the 7th night, even someone of Chen Yiban's level started to feel a bit tipsy, because he hadn't used chakra to sober up at all. Just after clinking glasses with Indra, he felt a bit dizzy. The two nearby already got high from drinking, pointing at him and laughing loudly. Another you. It seems like you can't handle your alcohol, haha. I couldn't help but laugh at the time, thinking, aren't you two about to crawl under the table too? And yet you're laughing at me? That kid, Quan Nai, had already passed out somewhere long ago, just as we were making a fuss. Another version of Ban, the original one from this world, came over, holding a large wine jar and swaying as he walked. He looked at the crowd on the street, at the reverse infinite Tsukuyomi that I had created, and suddenly went wild, laughing maniacally. Let me tell you, in that laughter, half was madness, and half was an indescribable sorrow. Then, without saying a word, he lifted the jar and started pouring it into his mouth. In that moment, the three of us, another me, and Indra, didn't say anything, but we all understood. We knew this guy's loneliness. So, we silently raised our glasses and toasted him from afar. Come on, buddy. Let's drink to that. After that drink, I changed maps. Everything went dark and then bright again, and suddenly, I was dropped into a pitch-black ancient grove. Let me tell you, I'm no longer the young person I was when I first crossed over. Combined, I've lived over 50 years. It's just that thanks to the power of the divine tree, I still look the same as I did when I was younger, flaunting it like nobody's business. As soon as I landed, before the system could even announce the menu, I felt something was off. The energy in the air. It was unbelievable. It was several levels higher than that so-called natural energy in the Naruto world, thick like unbreakable honey, and just taking a breath made me feel completely at ease. At that moment, my greed kicked in, and I thought to myself, how amazing would it be to activate Sage Mode? Just as I was enjoying myself, I suddenly heard a wailing sound nearby, and it was absolutely tragic. Does anyone understand what it's like to play this in front of Uchiha Madara? The moment I activated my Sharingan with 3 Tomo, I was instantly speechless. Goodness, those floating white figures were clearly hanging on wires, going for a physical ghost-busting vibe. Huh? I curled my lip, about to say something boring, when a strip of white silk suddenly whipped towards me. Hey, dare to make a move? With a blank expression, I reached out and directly grabbed the white silk. I felt someone on the tree, pulling hard, trying to drag me down like a dog, eating excrement. Comparing strength with me? How interesting. I gently flicked my wrist, and the white silk was thrown behind me. I heard a tragic scream, and that female ghost was yanked down from the tree, trunk by me, landing solidly on the ground. I crossed my arms and chuckled. Can ghosts really fall from trees? This business isn't very skilled. As soon as I finished speaking, a female voice came from the tree beside me. Yuechi, are you okay? The girl named Yuechi got up from the ground, instinctively glanced in my direction, and was immediately stunned. She was probably intimidated by my Sharingan, which glowed red in the dark. She tried to scare me, but instead, she got scared. Isn't that funny? In the next moment, several white figures jumped down from the trees, all wearing demon masks, and aiming their crossbows directly at me. Yuechi, are you really not hurt? A woman dressed similarly ran over to support her. She looked like her sister. I looked at these people and couldn't help but want to laugh. So I coldly said, if you dare to make a move, you can try. But if I don't die, then it will be you who dies. I'm not known for having a good temper. The girl named Yuechi tugged at her sister's sleeve and whispered, Sister, look at his eyes. Her sister, named Qing Feng, nervously stared at me and asked, Are you a human or a ghost? I almost laughed out loud. It's really interesting. You guys are here pretending to be ghosts and asking me if I'm a human or a ghost. A man next to me couldn't help but shout, Miss Qing Feng, I think we should just shoot him dead. With those eyes glowing red, he must be up to no good. No way. Qing Feng immediately shook her head. What if he is not a ghost? Wouldn't we be killing the innocent? As she spoke, she actually took a step forward and bowed to me. Sir, we just wanted to scare you away. We mean no harm, and we hope for your understanding. I didn't say a word, just coldly swept my Sharingan over them. That sister was quite clever. She immediately turned around and shouted, "Everyone, put down your crossbows." The others hesitated for a moment, but her sister, Yuechi, followed up by saying, "Listen to my sister. Everyone put them down." Only after they had all lowered their weapons did I slowly speak up. "You all have saved your lives." The faces of those men turned green with anger, but the leader didn't say anything, and they didn't dare to move. At that moment, Qing Feng and Yuechi, the two sisters, took off their ghost masks. I was initially too lazy to look at them, but when I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye, I was directly stunned. Let me tell you, those two faces, one was as cold as the moon, and the other was as lovely as a flower. Isn't that just like Joey Wong and Michelle Reese? I felt a jolt in my heart. Something was off. This wasn't my original world. I quickly thought in my mind, system, current world, Chen Envy Yuhun 2, the mortal realm. Sure enough, goodness, I actually ended up in such a magical world this time. The two sisters stared at me as I took off my mask. The elder sister, Fu Qing Feng, couldn't help but quietly ask, "Esteemed guest?" The younger sister, Fu Yuechi, looked even more frightened. She had just lost in a contest of strength against me, realizing that my strength was beyond that of a normal person. "Sister, let's go, don't mind him," Fu Yuechi whispered. As soon as I heard that, I laughed and felt playful. "Didn't you just want to scare me away? Hey, then I won't leave. You really are not a good person." Fu Yuechi glared at me, visibly angry. I smirked and directly admitted, "You're right." The group of guys instantly raised their crossbows again. Fu Qingfeng hurriedly stopped them and tried to say something to me. Just then, a dark shadow suddenly swooped in from behind me at an unbelievable speed. The nearby group of useless teammates trembled in fear, and one guy's hand shook, causing an arrow to shoot out, brushing past the Fu sisters and heading straight for me. I lightly tapped my toes and easily dodged the attack for both sides. Just at the moment I jumped aside, my Sharingan clearly saw that arrow pierce right through the chest of the shadow lunging at me, with no obstruction at all. Hey, this is getting interesting. Could it really be a ghost? I landed steadily, formed a hand seal with one hand, and shouted, "Fire release. Great fireball technique." A gigantic fireball, over 7 meters in size, roared towards that shadow. The people from the Fu family were stunned on the spot, probably having never seen anyone spit fireballs. But what was ridiculous was that the shadow didn't dodge at all, directly passing through my fireball unharmed, and clawed at my face. I leaped again, directly jumping up to the tall tree over 10 meters high. Below, Fu Yuechi's mouth was wide open. What kind of lightness skill is this? I stood on the trunk, watching that thing below with great interest. It seemed that neither physics nor ordinary ninjutsu worked on it. My gaze sharpened, and I activated my Sharingan. The ghostly figure under the tree suddenly froze, caught in my jinjutsu. But before I could feel please for even 2 seconds, that guy let out a roar and broke free. Then his body began to swell, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant over 7 or 8 meters tall. With one slap, he smashed the big tree I was standing on. I lightly fell back to the ground, looking at the colossal creature before me, and coldly spoke, "Do you really want to dance?" The giant seemed to lack intelligence, mumbling, "Good. Delicious. Want to eat me? Hey, give it a try." I let out a cold laugh and suddenly clapped my hands together. Sage mode. Boom! In an instant, all the rich spiritual energy in this mountain forest surged into my body like a frenzy. Let me tell you, that feeling was incredible. It was 1,000 times more exhilarating than absorbing natural energy in the Naruto world. I felt the bottleneck in my strength that had stagnated for over a decade instantly loosen. The giant beast sensed it too, suddenly stopping in its tracks midway and beginning to tremble. Delicious has changed. Not delicious anymore. As it spoke, it actually started to back away step by step, trying to escape. Just then, 9 Tao-seeking balls automatically appear behind me. After absorbing the spiritual energy of this world, these 9 black spheres had mysterious golden patterns swirling around them, with a faint golden glow surrounding them. The giant beast saw this scene and was so scared that it turned to flee. Hey, now you want to stop? Too late. With a thought, one of the Tao-seeking balls with golden patterns shot out and directly blasted off a large portion of the giant beast's upper body. As a result, this creature was fierce, unable to fight me. It actually turned and charged towards the ordinary people with Fu Qingfeng and the others. Fu Qingfeng shouted in panic, "Quick! Shoot arrows!" But it was unnecessary. I raised my hand and pointed, and a golden lightning sword appeared out of thin air, spanning dozens of meters, and with a hiss, it severed the giant beast's head. The massive head rolled to the ground, and Fu Qingfeng, Fu Yuechi, and the group with bows and crossbows were all stunned, mouths agape, staring at the golden thousand-bird sharp spear still crackling in my hand as if they had seen a deity. The next day at dawn, I instantly killed the giant evil spirit, and the system rewarded me with some high-level achievement lottery. I ignored it and turned my back to the rising sun, looking at the people from the Fu family. Behind me, the 9 Dao seeking balls with golden patterns quietly floated, looking quite mystical. At that moment, a golden light suddenly descended from the sky, pouring into my body like a flood from the Milky Way. Just as I was puzzled, the system prompt came. Heaven and Earth merits 10,000 points. Goodness, is there such a benefit for killing a ghost? Finally, this immense fortune has come to me. The way those people looked at me changed even more. They probably really thought I was a deity descended to the mortal realm. After an hour, we found a shabby place called Jingqi Mountain Villa to settle down. I jumped directly onto the roof and began to crazily absorb the spiritual energy of this world. I discovered that this spiritual energy was incredibly powerful. It didn't require careful balancing like natural energy, but could directly merge with my chakra, enhancing the quality of my strength. I sat on the roof all day, feeling like I had almost drained the spiritual energy within 100 miles. When I opened my eyes again, the immortal mode expression on my face had completely disappeared. I succeeded. I turned into a permanent passive skill. From now on, I no longer need to perform any pre-fight gestures. I could be in peak condition anytime, anywhere. I feel like I can take on 3 versions of my former self. Just as I was enjoying this, a clear voice called from below, "Brother Ban, breakfast is ready." I looked down and saw Fu Yueqi holding steam buns and rice soup, looking up at me with her little face. "No need. I don't need anything to eat," I replied, preparing to continue feeling the power within me. But guess what happened? This girl somehow brought a ladder and climbed up to the roof, huffing and puffing, and handed the food to me, smiling brightly, saying, "Sister asked me to bring this to you." I looked at her, a bit speechless. I said I didn't need it. This girl really has some guts, staring at my red eyes from such a close distance without any fear, instead looking curious, as if counting the number of jade-like patterns in my eyes. Her gaze almost made me lose control and cast an illusion on her. Another day passed, and by nightfall, I had absorbed most of the spiritual energy in this area before coming down from the rooftop. They had built a fire, and I unexpectedly sat down beside them. The group of righteous warriors next to me looked at me with a mix of respect and fear. But only Fu Yueqi generously handed me a piece of roasted rabbit meat, saying, "Brother Ban, I roasted this for you." I was silent for 2 seconds, looking at her sparkling eyes, and, as if possessed, I took it and said, "Thank you." Although I no longer needed to rely on food for survival, it was nice to occasionally taste something. "You're welcome." Fu Yueqi smiled happily when she saw I accepted it. Beside us, her sister Fu Qingfeng looked at us with a meaningful smile. Then, she said, "Brother Ban, what happened last night was a misunderstanding, and I am here to formally apologize to you." Fu Qingfeng, with a serious expression, clasped her hands in front of Chen Yiban, who was sitting across the fire, and spoke in a rather chivalrous manner. Chen Yiban, having lived 2 lives, was already over 50 years old, and deserved to be called brother by anyone present. Yes, Brother Ban, last night was a misunderstanding. I hope you won't take it to heart." "Yes, haha. We apologize to you." At that moment, everyone sitting around the fire joined Fu Qingfeng in bowing to Chen Yiban. Each of them showed a humble attitude tinged with a hint of respect. This was naturally because of the extraordinary power Chen Yiban displayed last night, which had shaken the hearts of everyone present. "No problem." Chen Yiban took a bite of the roasted rabbit meat Fu Yueqi had just prepared for him and casually replied, "Ha, good. Brother Ban truly has a magnanimous heart." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and laughed it off. What a pity there is no wine. Otherwise, I would definitely want to drink with such a person like Brother Ban. Someone expressed a hint of regret. "After we help Miss Qingfeng and Miss Yueqi rescue Lord Fu, shall we drink until we're drunk together?" "All right, it's a deal." Everyone sat around the fire, eating roasted meat and chattering away. For a moment, it was quite lively. "Everyone, I sincerely thank you this time. After we rescue my father, Fu Qingfeng, will definitely treat you all to the best wine." Fu Qingfeng then looked at everyone present and said this. "Good." Everyone responded in unison with laughter. Meanwhile, Chen Yiban remained silent, slowly chewing on the roasted rabbit meat in his hand. Although Fu Yueqi was talking with her sister and the others, her gaze couldn't help but drift towards the cold-faced Chen Yiban, who was eating roasted meat. Seeing that he seemed to really enjoy the rabbit meat she roasted for him, A smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then, as the excitement died down, someone couldn't help but look at Chen Yiban again and finally asked, "Brother Ban, are you really the legendary immortal?" Suddenly, as one person couldn't help but ask, all eyes turned to Chen Yiban, including Fu Qingfeng and Fu Yueqi. This was a question Fu Qingfeng had wanted to ask, but hadn't found a good opportunity until now. Meanwhile, Fu Yueqi recalled Chen Yiban's impressive performance when he killed the giant evil spirit last night, and her eyes were filled with admiration as she stared at him. Regarding this, Chen Yiban paused his chewing and said, "An immortal? I must admit, I yearn for that too. However, as for now, I am merely at the realm of a terrestrial immortal, so I probably cannot be considered an immortal." Chen Yiban stopped chewing the roasted meat. His eyes filled with a strange hope as he spoke. Throughout the day, Chen Yiban not only trained, but also inquired about some matters regarding this world from the system. Especially realms, terrestrial immortal, celestial immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal. Chen Yiban's realm did carry the word immortal, yet he was currently at the lowest realm in this world. Merit. Chen Yiban needed merit. He had already discussed a path to becoming stronger with the system, but the first step required some merit to help him achieve a goal. That was to ascend in this world. Terrestrial immortal? Brother Ban, doesn't that mean the immortal on the ground? So you are the immortal on the ground. Is there also an immortal in the sky? Is that called celestial immortal? At this moment, Fu Yueqi approached Chen Yiban and asked him. Hearing this, Chen Yiban couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. She really guessed correctly. You have a knack for drawing inferences. Yes, above the terrestrial immortal realm, there is indeed the celestial immortal realm, Chen Yiban said, giving a faint smile as he glanced at the very beautiful Fu Yueqi with his blood-red Sharingan. The first time, Chen Yiban, who resembled Madara Uchiha, smiled directly captivated Fu Yueqi. Then, Brother Ban, aren't you still an immortal? The immortal on the ground is still an immortal. Around them, a group of chivalrous men chimed in. Just look at how Brother Ban killed that terrifying evil spirit last night. What else could that be if not an immortal? I actually saw the legendary immortal. Brother Ban, do you take disciples? At this, the scene became noisy again. Chen Yiban shook his head, remaining silent as he discarded the remaining rabbit bones in his hand and prepared to turn away from the fire. But at that moment, a rapid sound of hoofbeats came from afar. Chapter 6. Knowing Autumn with a Leaf versus Chen Yiban, the questing Jade with Sentience. Hearing the urgent sound of hoofbeats, Chen Yiban had just stood up and hadn't taken a step when he paused slightly. At the same time, Ning Kai-Chen, with the insight of the Sharingan, he instantly saw the appearance of the person riding a horse coming from dozens of meters away. The main character of the original play. It was indeed the right time for him to arrive. Based on previous experiences, Chen Yiban knew that defeating or killing the protagonist would grant him achievement rewards. He just didn't know what kind of rewards he would get for defeating or killing this rookie, Ning Kai-Chen. So, let's see. Subsequently, watching the approaching figure, Chen Yiban directly, Zheng, a pair of blood-red, 3-tomo Sharingan, glimmered with power. Instantly, an invisible force surged into the eyes of the approaching rider, then impacted his brain's nerves. Bang! Almost the next second, Ning Kai-Chen closed his eyes and fell off his high horse. What happened to him? The people nearby looked on in confusion. However, someone still ran over to check on Ning Kai-Chen, who had been caught in the Sharingan illusion. Soon after, congratulations. You have defeated the person with great fortune, the heavenly favored one Ning Kai-Chen, achieving a super achievement once. Obtained, Super Achievement Lottery X1. Sure enough, although Ning Kai-Chen was weak and a rookie, it didn't hinder his identity as the original play's protagonist. By knocking out Ning Kai-Chen, Chen Yiban easily obtained a super lottery. It really is effortless. Chen Yiban couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This was probably the easiest time to obtain the Super Achievement Lottery. It truly happened in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the ground ahead. It seemed as if it had come from the Earth escape technique in a fantastical story. Phew! The person who emerged from the ground immediately jumped onto the horse that Ning Kai-Chen had just been riding and grabbed the reins. What a silly horse. It can walk with anyone riding it? It was truly wasted feeding it. The man pulled the horse to a stop, still cursing the magnificent steed beneath him with some indignation. Another extraordinary person? As Fu Qingfeng and the others watched him emerge from the ground, they couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Zhiqiuye, Chen Yiban murmured. Brother Ban, do you know him? Fu Yueqi, closest to Chen Yiban, asked upon hearing his murmur. But Chen Yiban fell silent, no longer speaking. Zhiqiuye is also one of the main characters in the original story. Defeating him would at least require a high-level lottery draw, right? Chen Yiban thought to himself with a sly smile. At the same time, he suddenly seemed to recall something. Instinctively, he glanced at Fu Qingfeng across the fire, as well as the pair of sisters Fu Yueqi and her sister, who were closest to him. Meanwhile, Fu Qingfeng was focused on the suddenly appearing Ning Kaichen and Ji Qiuya, unaware of Chen Yiban's gaze. However, Fu Yueqi directly met Chen Yiban's eyes. Then, under Chen Yiban's gaze, she inexplicably blushed, lowered her head, and turned to avoid his stare. Chen Yiban felt a bit speechless. Forget it. Although it seemed there were rewards to be gained from hitting them, it was still Ji Qiuya that caught his attention. In the next moment, Chen Yiban fixed his cold, predatory gaze on the Ji Qiuya head. To this, everyone, did we scare you? Sorry about that, but it's all good now, Ji Qiuya said as he slowly approached on horseback, cupping his fists in apology. He had originally intended to finish speaking and then go find Ning Kaichen to settle the score. But as a practitioner, Ji Qiuya's perception was quite sensitive. Instantly, he noticed Chen Yiban's presence. After all, not to mention Chen Yiban's cold, predatory gaze, even just his attire, appearance, and aura were so different from others. It would be hard for Ji Qiuya not to notice him. During this time, why are this person's eyes red? And it seems like he has animosity towards me. Why do I suddenly feel an inexplicable pressure? It's like facing my master from the Kunlun sect. He looks like a pretty boy with disheveled hair. But his aura? Could he also be a fellow practitioner? Ji Qiuya exchanged glances with Chen Yiban, his mind racing with thoughts. He began, raising his fist slightly towards Chen Yiban, preparing to say something. But Chen Yiban suddenly activated the 3 Tomo Sharingan again, unleashing an invisible eye power that surged towards Ji Qiuya. Ji Qiuya then fell under the illusion from the Sharingan, just like Ning Kaichen had moments ago. However, as a disciple of the Kunlun sect, Ji Qiuya was no novice. He quickly broke free from the 3 Tomo Sharingan's illusion. His gaze turned uncertain, with a hint of fear as he pointed at Chen Yiban. This is dark sorcery. You look sinister, and it turns out you practice the most sinister of arts. Ji Qiuya, a scholar of the Kunlun sect, declared, "Today, I shall eliminate you, the evil practitioner." He pointed vehemently at Chen Yiban. At the same time, Ji Qiuya understood that Chen Yiban's crimson eyes were strange and avoided looking directly at them. Exorcism command. In the next moment, Ji Qiuya activated his technique. Swish, 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 swish. Numerous talismans transformed into paper cranes, which magically flew towards Chen Yiban. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around, the paper cranes rapidly approached Chen Yiban, and then, boom, boom, boom. They exploded like bombs. The noise and shockwaves knocked down Fu Qingfeng, Fu Yueqi, and others nearby. Brother Ban, Fu Yueqi, getting back up, looked anxiously towards the center of the explosion. I don't believe you can remain unscathed after this. Ji Qiuya smirked as he saw Chen Yiban stand still, unflinching against the attack. To this, one had to admit Ji Qiuya was prophetic. Soon, as the smoke cleared, it revealed a massive black sphere adorned with golden lines, as if it were made of jade. This was the golden line seeking Tao Jade after absorbing the world's spiritual energy. As they looked at the huge black jade, Ji Qiuya, Fu Qingfeng, Fu Yueqi, and the others were momentarily stunned. Until, whoosh, the golden line seeking Tao Jade slowly shrank and revealed Chen Yiban, who had been protected within the massive black jade. After absorbing this world's spiritual energy, the spiritual seeking Tao Jade seemed to have gained some kind of spirituality. Just now, it had actively appeared to protect Chen Yiban. Chapter 7. Susanoo, the Otherworldly Emergence. Brother Ban. Seeing that Chen Yiban was unharmed, Fu Yueqi was the first to show joy. Fu Qingfeng and the others stared in astonishment at Chen Yiban, who was now surrounded by 9 golden line, seeking Tao Jades. The earlier explosion had been so fierce that the surrounding environment was left in disarray. The ground beneath Chen Yiban cracked to pieces. Yet, he himself was completely unscathed. It was simply unbelievable. At this moment, are you kidding me? He is fine? Ji Qiuya, in front, was also unable to believe that Chen Yiban was truly unharmed. It was that black little sphere that saved him. Over here, Fu Qingfeng looked at the 9 golden line, seeking Tao Jades surrounding Chen Yiban, and couldn't help but murmur. Brother Ban. Fu Yueqi thought this was a misunderstanding and wanted to stop the conflict between Chen Yiban and Ji Qiuya. But Susanoo. Just as Fu Yueqi began to speak, Chen Yiban calmly called out. Clang. Suddenly, a surge of blue energy erupted from Chen Yiban. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, a gigantic, bipedal towering at a height of 100 meters, stood before everyone. This. The scene left Fu Yueqi, Fu Qingfeng, and the others dumbfounded. They stared at the suddenly appearing 100-meter-tall blue energy giant. Everyone was momentarily at a loss for words. Brother Ban. Fu Yueqi covered her mouth, unable to speak. On the other side, Zhiqiu, holding the remaining talismans he had just prepared to activate again, found them inexplicably slipping from his grasp. He stared at the 100-meter-tall Susanoo, with his mouth agape, filled with disbelief. In response, at the head of the gigantic Susanoo, Chen Yiban, with a cold expression, thought, Susanoo, and a colossal energy blade belonging to the phase of Susanoo materialized in his giant hand. Following that, swish, boom, with a single slash, an enormous blade of light, carrying a terrifying power that seemed to want to obliterate everything, sliced toward Zhiqiu to the ground. Zhiqiu's hair stood on end. Realizing the danger, he hurried to employ his escape technique. Clang, boom. In the end, wherever the blade light passed, nearly everything turned to air. Finally, a giant chasm over 8 meters wide and more than 100 meters long appeared before everyone. The nearby righteous warriors were left dumbfounded, staring in shock, unable to comprehend. They couldn't help but think, if last night when they tried to scare Chen Yiban by pretending to be ghosts, he had responded like this. Damn, they suddenly felt that they probably wouldn't even have the chance to scream before being done for. That strike was truly terrifying. On the side, Fu Qingfeng and Fu Yueqi, the sisters, never expected Chen Yiban to be this powerful, although they had just heard him admit that he was in the Earth Immortal Realm, which seemed to be the so-called earthly deity. They didn't have any concept of it before, but now they finally understood what Earth Immortal Realm truly meant. This power was so terrifying. The person opposite, Zhiqiu, was probably already done for, right? With one strike. At this moment, Chen Yiban, within the towering, opened his blood-red 3-tomo Sharingan, knowing that Zhiqiu had managed to dodge the Susanoo strike at the last moment. In the next second, Chen Yiban's thoughts stirred slightly. Susanoo immediately held the massive energy blade, preparing to strike again. No way again. The crowd, including Fu Qingfeng, couldn't help but step back in fear. Just then, whoosh, a figure emerged from the ground beside the forest. It was Zhiqiu, who had just escaped underground. Stop. You're coming again? I admit defeat. No more fighting, okay? We have no deep-seated grudges. Why be so aggressive? I surrender. I admit defeat. Then, Zhiqiu raised his hands and shouted loudly at the high-standing Chen Yiban. Seeing that he was still alive, Fu Yueqi, Fu Qingfeng, and the others were also very surprised. Congratulations, you have defeated Zhiqiu, achieving a high-level accomplishment. Reward, high-level achievement lottery 1 time. At that moment, the system appeared timely in the void beside Chen Yiban. Only Chen Yiban could see it. In response, Chen Yiban glanced at the information interface in the void. Then, his blood-red, eerily beautiful 3-tomo Sharingan turned back to Zhiqiu. Fine. You dodged the Susanoo strike and survived, Chen Yiban said lightly, with his arms crossed in front of him. Then, he indeed withdrew the power of Susanoo. His body also gently floated down from a height of 100 meters. Then, Chen Yiban, somewhat disregarding everyone's puzzled gazes, directly turned around and walked away. It seemed he was returning to the roof of the Zhongqi villa to continue his cultivation and absorb spiritual energy. Within 100 kilometers, the spiritual energy seemed to have recovered somewhat. Chen Yiban could continue to absorb it. Phew. On this side, Zhiqiu let out a heavy sigh of relief. I'm really unlucky. Not only did someone steal my horse, but I just got it back. I unexpectedly encountered such a living Yama. I almost got split in half by him. Zhiqiu cursed as he approached the massive chasm created by the Susanoo strike. What the heck? What is that guy's background? Looking at the terrifying chasm that was dozens of meters deep and pitch black, Zhiqiu was completely stunned. Meanwhile, Fu Yueqi, Fu Qingfeng, and the other righteous warriors also gradually arrived beside the massive chasm, seeing the abyss at the bottom that was barely visible in the darkness. Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. A real living Yama. Chapter 8. The Mystery of the Heavenly Court's Forbidden Land. Heavenly Court. His sweep. His sweep. A figure was slowly sweeping the corridor of the resplendent palace in the Heavenly Court. Around, there were many heavenly soldiers guarding various places. At this moment, it was said that Lu Qinxiang, the prodigy born after the third mother descended to the mortal realm, was now secretly following the former Monkey King, the current Buddha of battle, Sun Wukong, to learn great skills. He had become almost omnipotent. And am I really destined to be a lowly immortal for all eternity? The sweeping, lowly immortal murmured to himself with an extremely unwilling expression. Long-term sweeping and the identity of a lowly immortal made him feel incredibly resentful about continuing in such a disgraceful manner. Mainly because this lowly immortal was different from other lowly immortals. He was the most despised, sweeping, lowly immortal. Honestly, even a random heavenly soldier might be more respected than him. Otherwise, how could he have the desire to change? Sweeping star. Suddenly, a voice seemed to echo directly in this lowly immortal's mind. Huh? Sweeping star paused slightly in his sweeping motion. Then he looked around. Is someone calling me? However, although there were many heavenly soldiers guarding the palace, no one paid any attention to this sweeping star, let alone anyone calling him. Did I imagine it? Sweeping star shook his head. Then he continued to sweep. Although he despised this job immensely if he failed at work, the consequences could be severe. So, let's keep working hard. Sweeping star. But suddenly, another call resonated from the depths of Sweeping Star's heart. Who? This time, Sweeping Star was sure it wasn't his imagination. Someone was really calling him Sweeping Star. And for the response of Sweeping Stars who, several heavenly soldiers nearby glanced at him with confusion. Then, after a flash of disdain in their eyes, they turned away, completely ignoring Sweeping Star. Seeing the scene, Sweeping Star's heart grew increasingly uneasy. Is another deity playing tricks on me from elsewhere? Sweeping Star couldn't help but murmur. Sweeping Star. Suddenly, another call was heard by Sweeping Star. And the voice grew clearer. It was as if something was truly summoning him. Sweeping Star. You. Who are you? Sweeping Star asked into the air, as if speaking to the void. In the next moment, Forbidden Land? Sweeping Star seemed to receive some information, suddenly exclaiming in surprise. Realizing, he hurriedly covered his mouth. You. Who exactly are you? Sweeping Star went to a deserted corner and then continued to ask softly. Do you want to become a high immortal? The off-topic voice echoed again in Sweeping Star's mind. However, upon hearing this sentence and the words, high immortal, Sweeping Star was instantly stunned. High immortal. Deep night. On the roof of Zhengqi Villa, after Chen Yiban had dealt with Ning Kaichen and Ji Qiuyi, obtaining the desired achievement lottery at this moment, he was indeed sitting cross-legged on the roof of the Zhengqi Villa. Then, he continued to use the immortal mode to absorb the natural energy, drawing from the spiritual energy of this world. The spiritual energy in this world was indeed extremely rich. During the day, the spiritual energy within 100 kilometers was almost completely absorbed by Chen Yiban alone. Unexpectedly, within just 1 or 2 hours, the spiritual energy within 100 kilometers had almost completely recovered. With this, Chen Yiban felt pleased in his heart, closed his eyes, and began to absorb it. He continued to transport and store the spiritual energy into every single cell of his body. Just then, a light sound suddenly came from beside him. Chen Yiban didn't even need to open his eyes to see. Just by sensing the aura, he knew that the person was Fu Yichen, who had climbed up the stairs earlier that day. At this time, why is this woman climbing up instead of sleeping? Chen Yiban felt a bit puzzled. However, he was too lazy to care. He continued to close his eyes and absorb the vast and rich spiritual energy within 100 kilometers. During this time, he saw that the person who had come up was indeed Fu Qingfeng's younger sister, Fu Yiweqi. At this moment, she had climbed up to the roof of Zhengqi Mountain Villa using a ladder. Seeing Chen Yiban here again, she immediately showed a smile. Then, being someone who had practiced lightness skill, she walked lightly over the rubble and finally sat down beside Chen Yiban. As she got closer, Fu Yiweqi noticed, Brother Ban, your body is glowing. Fu Yiweqi exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Chen Yiban was indeed emitting a faint glow. Because he had gathered and absorbed almost all the spiritual energy within 100 kilometers, the rich aura was absorbed into his body, causing his skin to radiate a faint golden light. However, Chen Yiban did not pay her any attention at this moment. He continued to absorb spiritual energy and cultivate. To this, Fu Yiweqi said, Brother Ban, are you really the legendary immortal? Brother Ban, you're really amazing. I've never seen anyone like you before. Sitting beside Chen Yiban, Fu Yiweqi rested her chin on her delicate hand and gazed at him, who seemed to be lost in his own thoughts. I wish I could be as powerful as you. If that's the case, I should be able to easily save my father. Then I could also share some of the pressure and responsibility with my sister. Brother Ban, you don't know how tired my sister has been trying to save our father during this time. And my father, he was clearly a loyal minister of the country, Yet he has fallen into the hands of treacherous officials, imprisoned, and may even face execution. It seemed that Fu Yueqi regarded Chen Yiban as some sort of emotional machine to pour out her heart, and at this moment, she naturally spoke her thoughts. As she spoke, being a woman, her eyes started to redden. During this time, Chen Yiban unexpectedly opened his glowing, blood-red Sharingan. Do you want to learn? He looked at Fu Yueqi beside him and suddenly asked casually, "Huh, Brother Ban, what did you just say?" Fu Yueqi seemed to be in a daze just now. She wiped the corners of her eyes where tears had formed, and then looked at Chen Yiban with her big, autumn water-like eyes. Chen Yiban said, "Immortal mode. Do you want to learn?" He repeated it once more after attracting his Sharingan gaze. Immortal mode? Fu Yueqi was still a bit slow to react. "Give me your hand." Chen Yiban directly extended his hand towards her. "Ah, hand." Fu Yueqi looked at Chen Yiban's large hand, which was wearing a black glove, and then looked at her small hand. She didn't know what she was thinking, but her eyes turned red, and then her face flushed. Chapter 9, Mastering Immortal Mode, surprised Fu Yueqi. "What are you thinking? Give me your hand." Chen Yiban looked at Fu Yueqi, who suddenly seemed a bit shy, and continued to extend his hand. Oh. Fu Yueqi snapped back to reality from her thoughts. Then, after nodding the next moment, her beautiful little face, inexplicably flushed with a faint blush, placed her hand into Chen Yiban's large hand, which was wearing a black glove. In response, snap! Chen Yiban's large hand lifted Fu Yueqi's delicate little hand, and the two hands of the pair came together. "Brother Ban." Fu Yueqi was a bit confused. How was it different from what she had imagined? However, just as she was about to ask something, she felt a warm current flowing from Chen Yiban's large hand towards her. Fu Yueqi couldn't help but show a look of surprise. At this moment, focus. Remember the feeling of this moment. Also, remember the entire process of spiritual energy entering your body from the outside and finally being stored in every cell of your body. Chen Yiban, with his blood-red Sharingan looking at Fu Yueqi, spoke out. During this time, Chen Yiban was indeed guiding the surrounding spiritual energy into Fu Yueqi's body and helping her store it in her body cells. Brother Ban. Fu Yueqi, hearing this, looked at Chen Yiban in surprise. At the same time, she realized that she had misunderstood him earlier. The next moment, Fu Yueqi suppressed her surprise and nodded heavily to Chen Yiban in front of her. Immediately, she truly began to concentrate, even closing her eyes to focus on feeling the process of spiritual energy entering her body that Chen Yiban was helping her with. Seeing this, Chen Yiban couldn't help but smile slightly and thought to himself, "This child could be taught." "Thank you, Brother Ban." Fu Yueqi said a bit shyly. "Don't speak," Chen Yiban said lightly. Then, he continued to guide a bit of spiritual energy into her body. The spiritual energy in this world is not like the natural energy in the Naruto world, which carries great dangers during cultivation. One wouldn't accidentally turn into a frog or a stone statue. As long as one controls the amount of spiritual energy absorbed at one time to avoid an explosion, there won't be any problems. Fu Yueqi also didn't want to waste Chen Yiban's help, so she kept her eyes closed and focused on feeling and remembering the process and sensation of the spiritual energy entering her body. Strange. Why does the spiritual energy in this place seem to deplete almost completely at one moment? And then it seems like all the spiritual energy within hundreds of miles has gathered here, dense and overwhelming. At this moment, it turned out that Jiqiu also felt that the spiritual energy in the air was excessively rich, so she curiously walked out of Zhengqi Mountain Villa to check. Jiqiu and Ning Kaichun, who had just fallen into a coma from Chen Yiban's Sharingan illusion, were both prepared to temporarily stay overnight at Zhengqi Mountain Villa tonight. So, they didn't leave, especially Ning Kaichun, who seemed to be too weak. Even after several hours of being under Chen Yiban's Sharingan illusion, there was still no sign of waking up. At this time, hearing Jiqiu's voice, Fu Yueqi, who had originally been focused on feeling the energy entering her body with her eyes closed, instinctively opened her eyes and looked down at Jiqiu outside on the open ground of the villa. "Close your eyes," Chen Yiban said at the right moment. "Oh, Brother Ban, I'm sorry." Fu Yueqi realized what she had done, glanced at Chen Yiban, and immediately closed her eyes again. During this time, Chen Yiban had been absorbing spiritual energy with his eyes closed, almost undisturbed. Moreover, he could multitask, absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy for himself while guiding a few strands of spiritual energy into Fu Yueqi's body. After all, Fu Yueqi was just a beginner, and her body couldn't possibly withstand too much spiritual energy. On the other side, in the open space outside Zhengqi Villa, Jiqiu, who had just come out, timely heard the voices of Chen Yiban and Fu Yueqi from the roof behind her. Turning around, Jiqiu Ye saw a scene that was like being force-fed dog food. On the roof, the two people had their palms pressed together, as if they were holding hands. Late at night. Really, what a disgrace. Jiqiu Ye couldn't help but murmur with a sour tone. At the same time, she looked around at the thick spiritual energy in the air. Could this also be caused by him? Did he really gather the spiritual energy from hundreds of miles around? What a mess. Isn't he afraid of attracting the mountain spirits and monsters nearby? While thinking about this, Jiqiu Ye recalled Chen Yiban's Susanoo from a couple of hours ago. Well, it seemed he really wasn't afraid. Sigh. It's just like those suffering from drought and those suffering from flood. I just stepped out and saw what I didn't want to see. I need to go back and wash my eyes. Jiqiu Ye indignantly returned to Zhengqi Villa. Moreover, with the spiritual energy so rich now, Jiqiu Ye wouldn't miss such a good cultivation opportunity. Naturally, she had to take advantage of the time to absorb some of the abundant spiritual energy in the air. About half an hour later, whoosh, on the roof, Fu Yueqi's eyes and the golden immortal mask on her forehead slowly emerged. Chen Yiban also sensed it and involuntarily loosened the hands that were pressed against hers. Fu Yueqi likewise slowly opened her eyes. In an instant, a pair of golden pupils appeared in Fu Yueqi's eyes at that moment. What is this? Fu Yueqi felt the changes within her body at that moment, and her face seemed to show disbelief that this was real. Brother Ban, Then, Fu Yueqi's golden pupils looked at Chen Yiban in front of her. To this, congratulations, you have entered the ranks of cultivators. Chen Yiban smiled faintly. Really? Fu Yueqi's face immediately showed joy. Chen Yiban smiled, but did not repeat himself. At this moment, the golden mask of immortal mode appeared around Fu Yueqi's eyes and on her forehead, and even her pupils transformed into a uniquely beautiful gold. This indicated that she had successfully absorbed enough spiritual energy from heaven and earth. As for why she had the mask, while Chen Yiban did not, it was just a matter of level. As long as Fu Yueqi could remember this feeling and regularly cultivate to absorb enough spiritual energy from heaven and earth, one day, the golden mask and golden pupils would disappear, and the immortal mode would become the norm. Brother Ban, am I also an immortal now? At this moment, Fu Yueqi appeared very excited and thrilled. An immortal? With your level? You think too highly of yourself. Chen Yiban poured a bucket of cold water directly on her. This made Fu Yueqi pucker her lips in response. However, as long as you can remember the feeling of absorbing spiritual energy just now and cultivate more in the future, becoming a terrestrial immortal or even a celestial immortal is not impossible. Chen Yiban suddenly added. Upon hearing this, Fu Yueqi smiled brightly. Brother Ban, why are you so nice to me? Then, Fu Yueqi's golden eyes gazed directly at the serious-looking Chen Yiban in front of her. But nice to you? It seems you misunderstood something. I'm just returning the favor for that roasted rabbit you gave me earlier. Now, we owe each other nothing. After Chen Yiban finished speaking, he closed his eyes and continued his cultivation. Chapter 10. Spiritual Law in Escape Thunder Sect. After that, Chen Yiban began his own training. He continued to absorb all the spiritual energy within 100 kilometers of this place. At the same time, the system says this world is a mixed cultivation and fantasy world, but it's just pseudo-Hong Huang. The strongest in this world is merely at the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level, which is the so-called quasi-saint level. This world does not have the saint-level powerhouses from the orthodox Hong Huang novels. However, right now, even the quasi-saint level is something I, Chen Yiban, need to look up to, but this way, it's more interesting. Chen Yiban thought to himself, suddenly showing a proud and excited smile. No matter which world it is, I will become the strongest. Chen Yiban silently vowed. Meanwhile, Fu Yueqi saw that Chen Yiban did not chase her away, so she continued to sit beside him. Both of them on the roof of Zhengqi Villa, closing their eyes to cultivate together. During this time, Fu Yueqi followed the method Chen Yiban had just taught her. Relying on her own feelings, she began to absorb the spiritual energy of this world using her own abilities. Whoosh soon, the golden immortal mask that had just disappeared around Fu Yueqi's eyes reappeared between her eyes. The originally brown pupils also slowly transformed into a pair of golden spiritual eyes. This indicated that she had successfully entered this world's immortal mode version of the immortal. Fu Yueqi was pleasantly surprised as she looked at her body at that moment, feeling a surge of power flowing throughout her. Brother Ban, I succeeded. The next moment, Fu Yueqi, having successfully entered immortal mode, couldn't help but grab Chen Yiban's arm in excitement. Shut up. Chen Yiban, disturbed, opened his scarlet Sharingan and shot her a cold glance. "Oh, I'm sorry, Brother Ban." Realizing she had disturbed him, Fu Yueqi immediately lowered her head apologetically, but quickly raised it again. "But Brother Ban, I succeeded. I learned what you just taught me." Fu Yueqi's golden eyes sparkled as she looked at the stern-faced Chen Yiban. Chen Yiban glanced at Fu Yueqi's golden pupils and then nodded faintly. He then closed his Sharingan again and continued to absorb the natural spiritual energy. Seeing this, Fu Yueqi playfully stuck out her tongue and prepared to continue cultivating alongside Chen Yiban. "But ghost! It's a ghost!" At that moment, a sudden scream echoed from another room in the dilapidated Zhengqi villa. Then, not far away, Ning Kaichun ran out of a broken house in sheer terror. He had been trapped in Chen Yiban's Sharingan illusion for several hours and had just woken up. But now that he was awake, why was he seeing ghosts? At this moment, Fu Yueqi, who was just about to continue her cultivation on the roof, couldn't help but look down when she heard the commotion. Simultaneously, others in Zhengqi Villa, including Zhiqiu Yi, Fu Qingfeng, and a group of righteous heroes, were quickly awakened from their sleep and rushed out to see what was happening. "Hey, you little thief who stole my horse during the day. Why are you screaming like a ghost?" Zhiqiu Yi, disturbed, looked displeased at the fleeing Ning Kaichun. "There's a ghost. Run." Ning Kaichun ran towards Zhiqiu Yi, panic-stricken, and said to her, "Where's the ghost?" Zhiqiu Yi asked impatiently. At this moment, Zhiqiu Yi had no good temper towards Ning Kaichun, the guy who had stolen her horse earlier. Just now, those two people on the roof fed him dog food, and he was disturbed by Ning Kaichun's ghostly howls while he was cultivating. This made Zhiqiu Yi extremely irritated. Meanwhile, Fu Qingfeng and a group of righteous heroes watched from side, looking puzzled. The next moment, boom! Before Ning Kaichun could reply to Zhiqiu Yi, the door of Ning Kaichun's room was smashed open. Then, a gigantic, terrifying monster with a grotesque appearance emerged. It looked like a decaying, humanoid tree, towering several meters high, with a huge blood-filled mouth. At this moment, as it broke through the door of Ning Kaichun's house and stepped outside, its gaping mouth was dripping with thick liquid. So skitty, so disgusting. On the roof, Fu Yueqi, who was beside Chen Yiban, couldn't help but frown at the monster's horrific appearance and the thick liquid oozing from its mouth. "It's a corpse demon." At this moment, Zaiqiye also exclaimed in surprise. "Everyone, don't be afraid, watch me." At the same time, Zhiqiu Yi, realizing what was happening, bit his finger and quickly began writing a spell in the palm of his other hand. Finally, binding spell. Bind. Clang. As Zhiqiu Yi struck the huge corpse demon from a distance, it was indeed immobilized. The righteous heroes, who had just been startled and were retreating from the terrifying corpse demon, now looked at Zhiqiu Yi in amazement. They never expected Zhiqiu Yi to possess such a marvelous technique. Truly an extraordinary person. How interesting. On the roof, Chen Yiban also opened his eyes at this moment and glanced at Zhiqiu Yi among the crowd below. Zhiqiu Yi's binding technique indeed had its unique aspects, but it only garnered a single glance of attention from Chen Yiban. What Chen Yiban truly desired in this world was the ability to ascend to the heavenly court and obtain its treasures. This was also why he had not used the lottery opportunity he obtained from Ning Kaichun and Zhiqiu Yi earlier. Because earlier, the system had suggested he save the lottery until after ascending to the heavenly court, celestial realm. That way, he could maximize the effectiveness of the lottery and try to draw the best items. Although Chen Yiban's Earth Immortal Realm was not strong enough, it was already sufficient to meet the conditions for ascension. What Chen Yiban lacked now was merit. In this world, the condition for all cultivators to ascend was at least the human immortal realm and at least 100,000 merits. Chen Yiban's realm was completely sufficient. He only lacked merit. Therefore, spirit technique, escape thundersect. Whoosh crackle. Suddenly, just as Zhiqiu Yi had just immobilized the corpse demon and was feeling a bit smug, Chen Yiban suddenly made his move. Golden thunder erupted from his hands and, in the blink of an eye, shattered the corpse demon into pieces. Because Chen Yiban had absorbed the spiritual energy of this world, the prefix of his techniques could now be enhanced with the words spirit technique. Also, the originally black escape thundersect had transformed into gold due to the more powerful and exquisite fusion of spiritual energy. Congratulations! You have killed the corpse demon and achieved a high-level accomplishment. You have obtained one high-level lottery opportunity. Chapter 11, He is an immortal, and you are but a human. It is ultimately just a dream. This, so powerful, compared to Zhiqiu Yi's binding technique. Chen Yiban's escape thunder sect was clearly more visually striking, leaving Fu Qingfeng, Fu Yiqi, Ning Kaichun, and the group of righteous heroes in awe. Hey, why are you stealing my prey? Zhiqiu Yi was not happy. He felt that Chen Yiban was deliberately trying to outshine him, even stealing his thunder. In response, Chen Yiban smiled faintly but completely ignored Zhiqiu Yi. Another high-level lottery opportunity obtained. Additionally, whoosh at this moment, a golden merit fell from the heavens like a cascade of stars upon Chen Yiban on the roof. This made Chen Yiban shine with golden light. Under the gaze of everyone, Chen Yiban on the roof truly resembled a divine being from legends. Brother Ban, watching the now golden glowing Chen Yiban up close, Fu Yuichi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Just moments ago, the horror and disgust of that corpse demon had made her feel frightened even on the roof. Yet, she did not expect that with an incredible move akin to heavenly thunder, Chen Yiban had instantly killed the so-called corpse demon. Now, once again, as if praised by the heavens, he was showered with golden rays, glowing brilliantly. For Fu Yuichi, who was just beginning to understand love, this Chen Yiban was simply irresistibly attractive. At this moment, Zhiqiu Yi, Fu Qingfeng, and Ning Kaichun, along with everyone else, were also in awe, staring at the golden glowing Chen Yiban. Then, this is merit. Zhiqiu Yi looked at Chen Yiban on the roof, who had just received heavenly merit, with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Indeed, Chen Yiban had indeed received 10,000 merits. Still short by 80,000. Chen Yiban murmured to himself. The two instances of merit bestowed upon him by the heavens added up to exactly 20,000. 80,000 more to reach 100,000. The corpse demon just now seemed to have appeared in the original plot. And the final boss of the Painted Skin 2 is that monster's national teacher, Pudu Xiang. That is, the 1,000-year centipede spirit. If he kills it, Chen Yiban felt that the merit needed for his ascension to the heavenly court should be sufficient. You have already reached the human immortal realm. Moreover, your ability to gain merit shows that you have the heart to ascend as an immortal. Brother, I previously misunderstood you as someone from the evil path and acted against you. Please don't hold it against me. Suddenly, Zhiqiu Yi leaped onto the roof where Chen Yiban was and, with a respectful demeanor, clasped his fist toward Chen Yiban. No witties. Chen Yiban smiled lightly and shook his head. If he were to speak honestly, it was actually Chen Yiban who had acted first against Zhiqiu Yi. Thus, Chen Yiban felt he had no reason to forgive others. Of course, it would be impossible for him to apologize. At this moment, hearing Zhiqiu Yi's words, the crowd was once again shocked, because, ascending to become an immortal, Fu Yuichi, upon hearing Zhiqiu Yi's explanation-like words, turned to look at Chen Yiban with a complicated expression. Ascension to become an immortal. It goes without saying that if that were the case, the two would be eternally separated by the heavens. It would likely be impossible to see each other again in this lifetime. Exactly. At this moment, Zhiqiu Yi responded and continued. According to what my master and senior brother from the Kunlun sect have said, ascending to the heavenly court as an immortal requires at least the human immortal realm and a certain amount of heavenly merit. Moreover, that person must also have the heart to ascend as an immortal. Otherwise, merit will not descend. As he spoke, Zhiqiu Yi glanced at Chen Yiban in front of him, and with a hint of admiration in his eyes, he continued, and for you to obtain merit, it is clear that your realm has reached the human immortal realm, and you have the heart to ascend as an immortal. Truly a pioneer for us. Please accept my bow as a disciple of the Kunlun sect, Zhiqiu Yi. At the end, Zhiqiu Yi inexplicably showed a face of admiration and cupped his fist again in front of Chen Yiban, even giving a slight bow. This made Chen Yiban chuckle and shake his head again. Meanwhile, Fu Yuichi looked somewhat despondent, but then recalled something. However, Brother Ban said he is a terrestrial immortal, not a human immortal. Looking at Zhiqiu Yi beside him, Fu Yuichi said eagerly. He even felt an inexplicable urge to refute Zhiqiu Yi. What? Upon hearing this, Zhiqiu Yi was shocked and looked at Chen Yiban. A terrestrial immortal? No wonder I couldn't see through your true nature, so that's how it is. Brother Ban, please allow me, Zhiqiu Yi, to bow again. Zhiqiu Yi, with an excited and somewhat incredulous expression, once again cupped his hands and bowed to Chen Yiban. You. Fu Yuichi shot an annoyed glance at Zhiqiu Yi. Huh? Chen Yiban couldn't help but laugh, then looked at Zhiqiu Yi seriously. You are quite interesting. After saying this, Chen Yiban ignored everyone else and closed his eyes again to continue his cultivation. Brother Ban, Fu Yuichi continued to look at him with a complex expression. Sigh. In the courtyard beneath the roof, Fu Qingfeng glanced at his younger sister on the roof and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He was on the path to immortality, and he had the conditions to achieve it soon. But they are merely ordinary people. They and he are ultimately from different worlds. Meeting him felt like a beautiful and fantastical dream. But since it is a dream, it must eventually wake up. Fu Qingfeng suppressed the feelings stirred within him by Chen Yiban's celestial charm. Then he turned and left. Xiaoqian. At this moment, Ning Kaichan finally saw Fu Qingfeng and was taken aback. Coming back to his senses, he hurriedly chased after him. On the other side, Zhiqiu Ye seemed to realize that his earlier words had hurt a girl's feelings. However, seeing Chen Yiban completely ignore Fu Yueqi, Zhiqiu Ye thought the one truly hurting her feelings was Brother Ban. Sigh. Miss Fu, matters of the heart cannot be forced. Moreover, Brother Ban's heart is set on ascending to immortality. Immortal and human. Those are two eternally different worlds. At this moment, Zhiqiu Ye spoke these words as if to console Fu Yueqi, then lightly leaped down from the roof. Only Fu Yueqi remained, gazing with slightly reddened eyes at the man before her. Just then, a gentle breeze blew, lifting the long bangs that covered Chen Yiban's cold, emotionless face. His eyes tightly shut. Chapter 12. Riding the Clouds? 10-Mile Pavilion. Later, due to Ning Kaichan mistakenly believing Fu Qingfeng was Nie Xiaoqian and chasing after her. Just like in the original story, the real Zhuge Wulong's token dropped, leading everyone to mistakenly think Ning Kaichan was the legendary Zhuge Wulong. Even Zhiqiu Ye began to show great respect for the Ning Kaichan she originally disliked. Simultaneously, as in the original story, because of what Ning Kaichan said to Fu Qingfeng, it led the Fu sisters and Zhiqiu Ye along with a group of righteous heroes to mistakenly believe this Wulong gentleman was hinting that their father would pass by the 10-Mile Pavilion. Therefore, the next day, as Chen Yiban finished a night of cultivation, Brother Ban, a light leap brought Fu Yueqi to Chen Yiban's side on the rooftop. She had indeed activated the fantasy version, immortal mode. Although the spiritual energy stored within her was minimal, it was enough to enhance her lightness skill. Now, she could easily jump onto this rooftop without any assistance. Brother Ban, the Ning Kaichan from last night, is the legendary Wulong gentleman. He said my father, who is being held captive, will pass by the 10-Mile Pavilion today. So, Fu Yueqi leaped onto the rooftop and, without waiting for Chen Yiban to ask anything, murmured this. She looked as if she was there to bid farewell to Chen Yiban. Her beautiful eyes revealed a sense of reluctance and gloom. I'll go with you. Suddenly, feeling reluctant, Fu Yueqi heard Chen Yiban say this. Brother Ban, Fu Yueqi reacted, her face instantly filled with surprise and emotion. However, I am ascending to the heavenly court and still lack a significant amount of merits. You said your father is a loyal minister of your country, right? If so, helping you rescue him should also earn me some merits. As she looked at the beautiful girl, filled with surprise and emotion, Chen Yiban stated that he was merely doing it for merits. Brother Ban, Fu Yueqi couldn't help but pout slightly. When do we depart? Chen Yiban showed no intention of comforting her and directly asked about the departure time. Sister said we will set off immediately after breakfast. Fu Yueqi's face brightened with a sweet smile, because no matter what, she could still spend some more time with him. They wouldn't have to part immediately. Here, Brother Ban. In the next moment, she suddenly raised her hands, which she had hidden behind her back, revealing 2 roasted buns. I already told you. I don't need to eat. Chen Yiban glanced at her indifferently and turned away. At the same time, whoosh, suddenly, Chen Yiban leaped high from his spot, landing in front of Zhiqiu Ye, Fu Qingfeng, Ning Kaichan, and the others who were having breakfast. Everyone was momentarily stunned. I will go with you all. Without waiting for anyone to say anything, Chen Yiban crossed his arms in front of him, speaking calmly. Really, upon hearing this, a group of righteous heroes reacted, their faces filled with joy. With Brother Ban, such an immortal helping us, our mission to rescue Lord Fu is absolutely foolproof. Yes, that's wonderful. Many people reacted happily after realizing it. Fu Qingfeng couldn't help but show a gentle and elegant smile, rising to bow to Chen Yiban, saying, Thank you, Brother Ban, for your willingness to assist. No need to thank me. I'm just doing it for merits, Chen Yiban said lightly. I see, I thought so. Rescuing someone isn't about dealing with monsters and demons. So why would a terrestrial immortal like Brother Ban personally intervene? It turns out Brother Ban has other intentions. Zhiqiu Ye said, realizing the situation. She could also understand Chen Yiban. After all, the terrestrial immortal Chen Yiban only lacked merits to ascend to the heavenly court. As long as he had enough merits, he could almost instantly ascend. Chen Yiban could now be considered a quasi-immortal. For this, Yichio couldn't help but feel envious. Brother Ban. Then, Fuiwechi also came over to join the others. However, it was clear that Chen Yiban had no interest in the roasted buns, and Fuiwechi could only eat them herself. Soon, everyone finished their breakfast early and prepared to ride their tall steeds to rush to the 10-mile pavilion to rescue people. Brother Ban, can you ride a horse? If not, after riding a steed herself, Fuiwechi, with a slight blush on her face, rode over to Chen Yiban's side. Seeing this scene, the group of righteous people nearby couldn't help but show a strange smile as if they were snacking on CN. Fuiwechi's sister, Fu Qingfeng, shook her head helplessly, unable to stop feeling sorry for her sister. He ultimately wasn't someone from the same world as them. The more emotions invested now would only lead to more pain later. However, Fu Qingfeng could also understand her sister, because a man like Chen Yiban, with his handsome appearance, mysterious background, powerful abilities, and proud personality, was simply a deadly poison for women. If it weren't for Fu Qingfeng constantly reminding herself that she was bound by a marriage contract. What am I thinking? Fu Qingfeng quickly shook her head, dismissing those thoughts. Then, Yueqi, hurry up and catch up. After glancing at her sister, Fu Qingfeng took the lead and galloped forward. Got it, sister. Fuiwechi called back loudly. Then, when she looked at Chen Yiban beside her again, she was shocked to see, whoosh, Chen Yiban had directly soared into the air, suddenly darting away like a light swallows in the direction where her sister Fu Qingfeng had just left. After all, Chen Yiban didn't know where the 10-mile pavilion was. Bah! Brother Ban, Fuiwechi, watching for a horse, was left dumbfounded. The group of righteous people nearby also stared at Chen Yiban's back. Their mouths agape. I can only burrow into the ground, but Brother Ban has already soared through the clouds? Truly worthy of Brother Ban. Truly worthy of the earth immortal realm. Yichio was both amazed and filled with admiration. Chapter 13. The Summoned Chen Yiban, the existence beneath Blackwater Lake. Chen Yiban originally possessed the ability to fly, and with the absorption of the spiritual energy from this world, his own realm had reached the earth immortal level, allowing him to easily float by releasing a bit of spiritual energy. However, compared to the legendary cloud summoning technique, Chen Yiban still had a long way to go. Not to mention the extraordinary transformations like turning into a rainbow and departing, even the speed of flight. Chen Yiban couldn't achieve anything close to traveling tens of thousands of miles in a flip. But for now, Chen Yiban's flying ability was sufficient. Whoosh soon, Chen Yiban, relying on his flying ability, quickly caught up with the already departed Fu Qingfeng. Brother Ban. The scene of Chen Yiban flying in the air and coming to her side also left Fu Qingfeng as stunned as Fuiwechi and Yichio behind her. To this, the 10-mile pavilion is just ahead. Flying in the air, looking at Fu Qingfeng who was riding her horse, Chen Yiban casually asked. Fu Qingfeng was momentarily taken aback, and after realizing it, she lightly nodded, replying, Yes, Brother Ban, the 10-mile pavilion we are heading to is about 20. Whoosh! However, before Fu Qingfeng could finish her sentence, Chen Yiban soared ahead, watching the figure that seemed to soar through the clouds. Fu Qingfeng couldn't help but be momentarily dazed. Sister. As Fu Qingfeng was lost in thought, Fuiwechi quickly caught up. Sister, where's Brother Ban? Arriving beside Fu Qingfeng. Fuiwechi asked her sister as soon as she saw that Chen Yiban was nowhere in sight. Sayu. Seeing how much her sister cared about Chen Yiban in just a day or two, Fu Qingfeng sighed helplessly. Brother Ban has the ability to soar through the clouds and has already gone ahead. We should hurry too. Although she wanted to persuade her sister to give up on Chen Yiban, Fu Qingfeng knew it wasn't the right time now. They would talk about it later. The urgent matter was to rescue their father, Fu Tianxiu. On the other side, benefiting from his swift and agile flying ability, Chen Yiban easily flew over 10 miles. During this time, he sensed the presence of Fu Qingfeng, Fuiwechi, and the others coming in this direction. Thus, Chen Yiban knew he hadn't flown in the wrong direction. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just then, suddenly 9 spirits seeking Dao Jade, embedded with golden threads and spiritual energy, surged from Chen Yiban's body. They formed rows, surrounding Chen Yiban at that moment. It seemed as if there was some danger nearby approaching Chen Yiban, which triggered their certain spiritual awareness, and they automatically appeared to protect him. Almost simultaneously, Chen Yiban felt a strange sensation rising in his heart. It felt like some kind of attraction or perhaps a call. This feeling seemed to be coming from the south. Chen Yiban stopped flying and began to gaze into the distance to the south from a high sky. I want to see what you are. Whoosh! Then, Chen Yiban no longer continued toward the so-called 10-mile pavilion, but instead veered and flew at full speed towards the south. Soon, Chen Yiban sped several hundred kilometers, crossing many mountains and human towns. As he flew, perhaps because he was getting closer, the feeling in his heart that seemed to be calling him grew stronger. Whoosh! Chen Yiban almost reached full speed in his normal state. Not long after crossing over 1,000 kilometers and traversing countless mountains and human villages, Chen Yiban finally arrived at the source of the feeling that was calling him. Whoosh! Chen Yiban stopped in midair. Then, looking down, he saw a massive lake. However, although this lake was huge, the water gave off a terrifying black color. From high above, Chen Yiban felt as if the lake below resembled the blood-red mouth of an ancient, colossal beast. Chen Yiban couldn't help but frown. At the same time, scanning the surroundings of the lake, Chen Yiban was astonished to find, within 3 miles of this lake, not a single blade of grass grew, nor were there any signs of mice or insects. Then, 3 miles beyond the lake, although there were gradually signs of vegetation, there were still only a few sporadic trees struggling for survival, most of their leaves withered and yellow. Only when reaching 10 to 20 miles away from this lake could one see more normal flowers and grasses, along with some snakes, insects, and mice. What on earth is this lake? Chen Yiban felt a hint of unease in his heart towards this gigantic lake below. After all, the scene beneath looked strange, especially that lake water, dark enough to evoke a sense of inexplicable dread. Should I go down? At this moment, Chen Yiban seemed a bit hesitant. Although the feeling that was calling him appeared to be coming from the terrifyingly dark lake, he really didn't want to go down. But having flown so far to get here, could he just go back like this? Chen Yiban felt somewhat reluctant. In the end, looking at the terrifyingly dark lake below, forget it. I don't need to take this risk. After hesitating for a few seconds, Chen Yiban ultimately chose to back down a bit hesitantly. Saying this, he took one last look at the dark lake below, then turned to prepare to fly back. Puff! At this moment, a black aurora burst forth from the lake below, shooting straight up towards Chen Yiban in the sky. What is that? A look of surprise flashed in Chen Yiban's eyes. In his hand, he instantly summoned the 6 paths, staff imbued with golden lines, and struck out. At the same time, the 9 path-seeking jades, each possessing a certain level of spirituality, all protected Chen Yiban in front of him in an instant. But, bang crack crack, the golden line 6 path staff and 9 golden line path-seeking jades shattered the moment they came into contact with that black aurora. What? Chen Yiban couldn't help but exclaim in shock. At this moment, the 6 paths robe had already appeared on Chen Yiban. He had indeed entered 6 paths mode, 10 tails mode, with a pair of 9 Tomo reincarnation eyes and a golden 9 Tomo supermoon eye on his forehead, all manifesting at this very moment. Furthermore, whoosh, 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 whoosh. A dozen or so will tombs appeared simultaneously in front of Chen Yiban to protect his true body. However, swish, that black aurora, at the last moment, did not attack Chen Yiban, but stopped 1 meter in front of him. At this moment, Chen Yiban looked at the last thing that appeared before him with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. Chapter 14. Chen Yiban in 6 Paths versus Pudu Zihong. While Chen Yiban was delayed at the Blackwater Lake, on the other side, the sisters Fu Yueqi and Fu Qingfeng, along with Zhiqiu Ye and others, had already rescued Fu Tianxiu. Zui Qianhu was trapped by Zhiqiu Ye's immobilization technique. However, after the Fu sisters rescued their father Fu Tianxiu and returned to the Zhengqi villa, it wasn't long before Zui Qianhu chased after them. Moreover, the National Master Pudu Zihong also appeared, just like in the original plot. Subsequently, just as in the original plot, Pudu Zihong, the 1,000-year centipede spirit, entered Jingqi villa under the pretext of using Buddhist teachings to save Fu Tianxiu. Finding Fu Tianxiu, Fu Qingfeng, Fu Yueqi, Zhiqiu Ye, and others who were hiding in the villa. Even Ning Kaichen was still in the villa and had not left. However, Zui Qianhu was not allowed to enter Jingqi villa by several female attendants of Pudu Zihong, citing that his aura was too heavy. Thus, Zui Qianhu had no choice but to wait outside. Unbeknownst to him, inside Jingqi villa, National Master, I am wronged by a treacherous person, and I hope the National Master can clarify my innocence. While Zhiqiu Ye, Fu Yueqi, Fu Qingfeng, and others were cautiously watching Pudu Zihong and his group, Fu Tianxiu stepped forward and clasped his hands. In response, Good, my Buddha is compassionate. The leader, dressed in monk's attire, Pudu Zihong, smiled faintly. The next moment, he brought his hands together and suddenly chanted the death-summoning mantra. In an instant, everyone present seemed to fall into an illusion. Fu Tianxiu knelt down frantically, constantly banging his head. I am guilty, I am guilty, I am guilty. He kept shouting about his guilt. Others like Fu Qingfeng, Fu Yiweqi, Ning Kaiqian, and a group of righteous heroes all began to mindlessly walk towards Pudu Cihong under the hypnosis of the death-summoning mantra. For a moment, even Jiqiu Ye, as a practitioner, fell under its spell and started walking towards Pudu Cihong in a daze. Soon, the first few righteous heroes walked right up to Pudu Cihong. The light of the Death Buddha shone out, instantly blowing them to smithereens. However, entranced by the demonic sound, Fu Yiweqi and the others still smiled foolishly at this terrifying scene. Until, Jiqiu Ye finally broke free from the demonic sound. Not good. It's the death-summoning mantra. Everyone cover your ears. Then, Jiqiu Ye took out a talisman and clapped it against the entranced crowd. This awakened everyone. At the same time, who are you, demon? How dare you impersonate the national master of this country? Immobilization spell. Jiqiu Ye angrily questioned while biting his finger and writing incantations in his palm. Finally, he struck out towards Pudu Cihong. But the previously effective immobilization spell against the giant corpse demon failed against Pudu Cihong, the 1,000-year centipede spirit. Pudu Cihong, dressed in Buddhist robes, opened his eyes with a gloomy expression, staring at Jiqiu Ye. Jiqiu Ye snorted coldly, and the next moment took out a new talisman. Wind and Thunder Movement Command. A bolt of lightning was immediately condensed from the talisman in Jiqiu Ye's hand and shot towards Pudu Cihong. Jiqiu Ye had some cultivation, but at this moment, he was facing the 1,000-year centipede spirit with immense power. Clang. The next moment, Pudu Cihong unleashed a golden Buddha light, instantly shattering Jiqiu Ye's lightning. Moreover, the Buddha light continued to strike, hitting Jiqiu Ye and instantly creating several blood holes in him. Jiqiu, Ning Gaikin, Fu King Feng, Fu Yueki, and the others exclaimed. Jiqiu Ye spat out blood. Jiqiu. Subsequently, the Fu sisters and Ning Kaiqian rushed over to help Jiqiu Ye. Cough. Cough cough. I'm Fine. Jiqiu Ye wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forced himself to stand up. Suddenly, Fu Yiweqi transformed into immortal mode. Then she unleashed a pure spiritual energy attack towards Pudu Cihong. However, whoosh, Pudu Cihong directly absorbed the spiritual energy sent by Fu Yiweqi. This, how could it be? Fu Yiweqi, with golden eyes in immortal mode, was filled with disbelief. This demon is too powerful. Only Brother Ban might be able to deal with it. Where's Brother Ban now? Jiqiu Ye said, covering his wound. Brother Ban, I don't know where he went. Fu Yiweqi recalled a figure dressed in a black robe with long black hair at her heart. At this moment, my Buddha is compassionate. But people are always foolish and unteachable. It's time to descend to the 18th level of hell. Pudu Cihong suddenly transformed into a golden-skinned Buddha. This demon actually dared to impersonate the Buddha. Jiqiu Ye was shocked. Clang. At this moment, the golden-skinned Buddha unleashed a powerful golden light of death. It was preparing to annihilate everyone present. Oh no, you all retreat. Jiqiu Ye, as a practitioner, at this moment showed a sense of righteousness. Immediately, without hesitation, choosing to stand in front of everyone. Wind and thunder. Jiqiu Ye wanted to fight back, but it was too late. The golden light was already upon him. The next second, Jiqiu Ye couldn't help but close his eyes, waiting for death. The others also couldn't help but close their eyes under the intensely blinding golden light. Clang, 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 clang. But finally, there was a loud rumbling sound. Jiqiu Ye felt no more pain. Finally, everyone present couldn't help but open their eyes in confusion. They immediately saw a huge black wall blocking all the golden light. This is... Fu Yiweqi's eyes brightened first. Then Jiqiu Ye. Isn't this the black jade transformed from the talisman explosion that Chen Yiban used to fend him off before? On the side, Fu Qingfeng and some other righteous heroes in the martial world also recalled this. Whoosh! The next moment, indeed a powerful figure dressed in a black robe with long hair down to the waist appeared almost out of thin air in the center of the scene. The newcomer was none other than Chen Yiban. Brother Ban. At this moment, seeing the sudden arrival, Fu Yiweqi immediately shouted in surprise after recognizing him. Brother Ban. Then, Jiqiu Ye, Fu Qingfeng, and the other righteous heroes also gradually reacted, their faces showing surprise and hope. In response, whoosh, the Six Paths Mode's outer garment attached to his body, a pair of 9-hooked jade, reincarnation eyes. and a supermoon eye, with golden 9 hooks, all appeared in his 3 eye sockets. Then, bang! A 6-path staff struck heavily on the ground. Your opponent is me. In 6-paths mode, Chen Yiban held the 6-path staff, opened his 3 eyes, and stood before Pu Du Si Hang, with 9 golden spiritual jade floating behind him. Chapter 15. Golden Susanoo, Queen of all demons? At this moment, the returning Chen Yiban entered the 6-paths mode before the 1,000-year centipede spirit, Pu Du Si Hang. His pair of 9-hooked reincarnation eyes, along with a supermoon eye with a golden 9-hook in the center of his forehead, revealed themselves one by one. At the same time, 9 pieces of spiritual rhythm seeking Tao Jade, with golden lines floated behind 6-paths Chen Yiban. Thus, Chen Yiban firmly inserted his 6-path staff into the ground, facing the 1,000-year centipede spirit, Pu Du Si Hang. Brother Ban, on sight, Fu Yueki, Fu King Feng, and others stared at the current posture of 6-paths Chen Yiban, unable to help but be stunned. This spiritual power truly is Brother Ban. Jiqiu Yi, covering his wound, couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, the golden Buddha state of Pu Du Si Hang exclaimed, "You, who are you?" Feeling the powerful aura from 6-paths Chen Yiban, even the 1,000-year centipede spirit in the golden Buddha state felt a hint of uncertainty in his heart. Brother Ban, be careful. This monster is extremely fierce. Jiqiu Yi timely reminded from his side. In response, whoosh, 6-paths Chen Yiban did not waste words and directly launched the spiritual chi-seeking Tao Jade, with golden lines towards the golden Buddha in front of him. Seeing this scene, the golden Buddha immediately struck out with a palm. Zing! In an instant, the previous kind of Buddha light reappeared. Moreover, it felt even more powerful. Finally, the sphere with golden spiritual energy lines collided with Pu Du Si Hang's golden Buddha light. They were locked in a stalemate. Spirituelle Technique Yin escaped der Stil. 6-paths Chen Yiban suddenly unleashed a dense array of golden thunder, soul-claiming Buddha light. The golden Buddha immediately unleashed all his power into the Buddha light. The golden Buddha light slowly turned into black demonic light. The golden Buddha's spiritual essence became murky. However, in the end, the sky full of demonic light still clashed with the sky full of golden thunder, resulting in a fierce struggle with no clear winner. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Jingqi villa couldn't withstand the battle between the two and was directly shattered, with the ground collapsing. On sight, Fu Tianqiu, Fu Yueki, Fu Qingfeng, Jiqiu Yi, Ning Kaichun, and all others were about to fall into the massive pit below. But Susanoo, whoosh, at the critical moment. 6-paths Chen Yiban whispered softly, unleashing a powerful blue energy. Instantly, a massive blue Susanoo was formed, and it enveloped everyone at the scene within its body. In the end, a blue Susanoo, over 1,000 meters tall, with a sword at its waist, stood between heaven and earth. The exaggeratedly tall Susanoo left Fu Yueqi, Fu Qingfeng, Jiqiu Yi, and others stunned as they just escaped danger but were astonished by their current height. Beneath Susanoo's feet, the ruins of the original Zhengqi villa seemed like a tiny ant compared to the massive Susanoo. Meanwhile, outside Zhengqi villa, Zhuo Qianhu and Pu Du Si Hang subordinates also looked at the incredible 1,000-meter Susanoo with disbelief. Chen Yiban was at the very front of Susanoo's head, arms crossed, looking down with a proud expression. Soon, whoosh, a golden figure flew out from the collapsed Zhengqi villa and fled into the distance. It was indeed Pu Du Si Hang in the golden Buddha state, although the Buddha was also large compared to Chen Yiban's Susanoo at this moment. It seemed minuscule like an ant. During this time, above 1,000 meters, Fu Yueqi and the others could no longer see Zhuo Qianhu and the others. Brother Ban, are you going to let that monster escape? Jiqiu Yi, shocked by Chen Yiban's terrifying power, couldn't help but remind him. Heck, can it escape? 6-paths Chen Yiban coldly laughed. At the same time, the massive Susanoo also moved, as its 2 large hands slowly pressed against the hilt and sheath of the sword at its waist. Whoosh bang. In the next moment, it directly unleashed a sword draw slash. The terrifying sword light, rushing like a torrent from the galaxy above, carried an unstoppable force, aiming to cut through everything, and struck towards the fleeing golden Buddha of Pu Du Si Hang. In response, Pu Du Si Hang, while fleeing, felt the terrifying pressure behind him. Demon Buddha, soul-claiming. He exerted all his power, transforming into a powerful, unmatched black demonic light, the golden Buddha completely turning into a dark demonic Buddha. Infinite demonic light erupted. It actually managed to resist Susanoo's slash. Seeing this, oh, this is quite an ability, but Six Paths Chen Yiban arrogantly smiled coldly. However, the previous Susanoo was intentionally not enhanced with spiritual energy. It was almost purely a manifestation of his eye power. Zing! The next moment with a thought. The spiritual energy absorbed from this world rapidly gathered within Susanoo. In an instant, the originally blue Susanoo transformed into a dazzling golden color. And, whoosh, he slashed out a golden strike once again. Seeing this, no. You dare to kill me. I am a vassal of the kingdom of all demons. The queen of all demons. If you kill me, the queen of all demons will not let you go. Pu Du Si I Hang, revealing his massive 1,000-year centipede body, howled in despair. But, whoosh bang, under the golden Susanoo strike, he was directly annihilated. On the other side, in a palace of the demon realm, filled with demonic energy belonging to the kingdom of all demons, Your Majesty, a subordinate reported, appearing before the throne with a bow. And on a luxurious throne, a massive black snake tail slowly slithered across the throne. Snow Demon, what is it you wish to report? The queen of all demons, whose lower body is a massive black serpent, is currently lying on a grand throne. At this moment, her eyes lightly glanced down at the Snow Demon, bowing in respect. Your Majesty, the command token of Elder Mofo has shattered, reported the Snow Demon, keeping her head lowered. Oh, upon hearing this, the queen of all demons slightly furrowed her willow-like brows. Chapter 16, Ascending to the Heavenly Court. Congratulations, you have slain 1,000-year centipede spirit universal compassion, achieving a celestial rank accomplishment. You have obtained 1 chance for celestial lottery. Just after slaying the 1,000-year centipede spirit universal compassion, a system prompt appeared in the void, visible only to Chen Yiban. At this moment, under the state of the 6 paths with the golden Susanoo activated, Chen Yiban glanced at it, but did not pay much attention. Then, whoosh, in the already heavily damaged Jingqi manner, with a thought, Chen Yiban quickly retracted the massive golden Susanoo. It shrank from a kilometer to 100 meters in no time. Finally, it disappeared. During this process, it ensured that everyone protected within the Susanoo, including Fu Yueqi, Fu Qingfeng, and Ji Qiwai, landed safely. However, some people collapsed on the ground as soon as they landed. Each of them was trembling with fear. Damn, just now. That was over a kilometer high. Although they were protected within the Susanoo, a kilometer, regardless of whether one has a fear of heights, legs would still tremble, right? Even Fu Qingfeng, who practiced lightness skill, and Fu Yueqi, who had trained with Chen Yiban in immortal mode, both felt their long legs weaken. Only Ji Qiwai was in a slightly better state. Brother Ban, then, Fu Yueqi, disregarding her slightly weak legs, hurriedly jogged toward Chen Yiban, who was not far ahead. During this time, whoosh, Chen Yiban appropriately withdrew from the 6 paths mode. The supermoon eye with 9 golden magatama slowly closed. His pair of azure eyes, slightly shimmering with a purple glow, transformed back into a pair of scarlet 3 magatama Sharingan. At this moment, everyone present was amazed by the scene. Fu Yueqi, who jogged to Chen Yiban's side, gazed at the man in front of her with slightly dazed eyes. Brother Ban, thank. Fu Yueqi, blushing inexplicably, wanted to thank Chen Yiban for saving them just now. However, before she could finish her sentence, splash, a large amount of golden merit power descended from the sky. This time, the level of merit was many times greater than the previous 2 occasions. Congratulations, you have obtained heavenly merit, 100,000. The system prompt appeared again in a timely manner. At the same moment, 100,000 merits entered Chen Yiban's body, causing him to become increasingly ethereal in the golden glow. It seemed as if he would disappear at any moment. Seeing this, Brother Ban's merit is complete. He is about to ascend to become an immortal. Ji Qiwai looked at Chen Yiban, who was becoming more and more ethereal within the heavenly merit, and couldn't help but exclaim. After realizing it, Ji Qiwai clasped her hands together. Ji Qiwai thanks Brother Ban for his life-saving grace just now. Additionally, congratulations to Brother Ban on ascending to the heavenly realm. Nirbi, Fu King Feng, Ning Kaikin, Fu Tiankyu, and a group of righteous heroes all gazed in awe at the increasingly ethereal Chen Yiban, stunned. However, Fu Yueqi exclaimed, "What? Brother Ban, are you really?" Hearing Ji Qiwai's words, Fu Yueqi realized that she hadn't had the chance to say thank you to Chen Yiban before he would be eternally separated from her. At this moment, Chen Yiban spoke. Yueqi, practice with the immortal mode I taught you for absorbing spiritual energy. In the future, you may also become an immortal. So, let's part ways here. This was the first time Chen Yiban called Fu Yueqi by her name. Just as he finished speaking, before Fu Yueqi or anyone else could respond, whoosh, Chen Yiban completely vanished in the dazzling golden merit. Brother Ban, thank you. Fu Yueqi shouted towards the sky with all her might. Farewell, Brother Ban. Jiqiwai also shouted with clasped hands towards the sky. Farewell, Brother Ban. Fu King Feng, Ning Kaikin. And the group of righteous heroes also respectfully bowed towards the sky. Fu Tianqiu, Firwell, Benefactor. The sister's father, feeling astonished, joined everyone in bowing to the sky. Brother Ban. The place where Chen Yiban had stood was left with a beautiful silhouette, her eyes shimmering with tears as she gazed up at the bright moon in the sky. Then, Weqi, Fu Tianxiu, and Fu Qingfeng approached Fu Yueqi, wanting to comfort her. However, before they could say anything, they heard, Father, sister, I will not marry anymore. From now on, I want to diligently practice the method of becoming an immortal that Brother Ban taught me. And then, I hope one day I can ascend to the heavenly realm to find Brother Ban. Seeing Fu Yueqi's words, Fu Tianxiu was momentarily taken aback. You. He pointed at his youngest daughter in anger. But in the end, he could only sigh helplessly. Fu Qingfeng didn't expect that, thinking her sister would soon forget that man. She would instead sigh. I just hope she can really forget that man in the future. However, thinking of that man's charm and his power when he just defeated that evil Buddha, Fu Qingfeng knew, such a man, to let go of him, is easy to say but truly difficult to do. At this time, in the Ascension Palace of the Heavenly Court, whoosh, just as Chen Yiban disappeared from the mortal realm, he was slowly brought into this palace amidst the heavenly merit. This is a place in the heavenly realm specifically for accepting ascended cultivators from the lower realm. All around, there were dozens of heavenly soldiers and a celestial general guarding this place, ready to receive those who ascended from the lower realm. Soon, someone actually ascended to the upper realm today. The heavenly soldiers and the celestial general present noticed Chen Yiban, who was sent to the heavenly realm by heavenly merit. Name. Immediately, the highest-ranking celestial general present took out a book as part of routine procedures, preparing to record something. Just as Chen Yiban had just ascended, still unaccustomed to the intensely rich spiritual energy of this world, he heard someone approaching to inquire about him. However, seeing the other party dressed in a radiant silver armor, with a matching silver cape that others around did not have, he appeared quite imposing. Celestial soldiers and generals? Chen Yiban thought to himself. Then, he casually reported his name. The celestial general began to record Chen Yiban's name in the book. Chen Yiban, is it? I would like to ask, you should currently be at the human immortal realm, right? After recording Chen Yiban's name with spiritual power in the book, the celestial general asked another question. At least a cultivator at the earth immortal realm with a certain level of merit in heaven and earth can ascend here. So this is indeed a redundant question, but it's just a formality. Earth immortal, Chen Yiban replied. Upon hearing this, the heavenly general looked at Chen Yiban in surprise. He said he was at the earth immortal realm. The dozens of heavenly soldiers surrounding them couldn't help but show their astonishment after hearing Chen Yiban's answer. Chapter 17. Chen Yiban's Hidden Strength. The shocked heavenly soldiers and generals. Silence. At this moment, the heavenly general turned around and reprimanded the heavenly soldiers who had spoken out in surprise. Then he asked Chen Yiban again, you say you are at the earth immortal realm? Chen Yiban nodded. Immediately, the surrounding heavenly soldiers couldn't help but show expressions of surprise again. The heavenly general began to seriously examine Chen Yiban. In recent years, the number of people ascending from the lower realm has been decreasing, because now the spiritual energy in the lower realm is far inferior to that of the heavenly realm, and you managed to cultivate to the earth immortal realm from the thin spiritual energy of the lower realm. Do you know that if you really are at the earth immortal realm, then upon your ascension, you could become a heavenly general like me, capable of leading up to 100 heavenly soldiers at the human immortal realm. The heavenly general spoke to Chen Yiban in this manner. During this time, Chen Yiban, who had temporarily closed his Sharingan before ascending, now had a pair of ordinary black eyes. Upon hearing this, he said, is that so? And smiled. Seeing Chen Yiban so calm, the heavenly general couldn't help but start to believe it a little. May I test you? However, this heavenly general did not dare to report the situation recklessly to the higher-ups, so he wanted to test Chen Yiban's realm. Oh, upon hearing this, Chen Yiban also felt it was interesting. How do you plan a test? Huh. The heavenly general chuckled lightly and then extended a fist. Seeing this, Chen Yiban suddenly realized, it really is a simple and direct test. The next moment, Chen Yiban also extended a fist to meet the heavenly general's fist. Then, in front of the dozens of heavenly soldiers surrounding them, boom, both of them unleashed the spiritual power within their bodies to their fists, and their fists immediately radiated golden light, powerfully striking towards each other. However, because both sides were exerting strength, for a moment, neither party could gain the upper hand. However, in this state, Chen Yiban had already exerted nearly 50% of his strength. You're quite good. However, I am currently only using around 30% of my strength. How about you? The heavenly general said, lightly with a smile. 50%, Chen Yiban replied. He indeed used 50% of his strength under normal circumstances. He just hadn't activated the six paths mode. Not bad, not bad. You truly possess the strength of the earth immortal realm. At this moment, the heavenly general withdrew his fist and then, with a look of appreciation, patted Chen Yiban on the shoulder. Chen Yiban shook his head and smiled. Brother, it seems we will soon become fellow heavenly generals. I will report your situation truthfully to Lord Wuxing, so don't worry, since you are the earth immortal realm. A position as a heavenly general is inevitable. After releasing his hand, the heavenly general continued to look at Chen Yiban with appreciation. Thank you. Chen Yiban nodded in response. All right, follow me. I will take you to meet the Star Lord. The heavenly general prepared to take Chen Yiban out of this ascension mansion. At the same time, you all stay here and guard this place properly. Anyone who dares to leave their post will be sent to the great sage equal to Heaven's mansion to raise chickens and ducks. He didn't forget to warn the heavenly soldiers behind him, because this ascension mansion usually had very few visitors, and in recent years, the number of ascenders had been decreasing. Therefore, the guards here had become quite lax, or one could even say lazy. Yes, however, in front of the heavenly general, the dozens of heavenly soldiers still put on a facade of diligence as they responded in unison. Afterwards, Chen Yiban took one last look at this first place he arrived at in the heavenly realm, then followed the heavenly general out of this ascension mansion. One must say that the heavenly realm is indeed extravagant. Even a simple mansion for receiving ascenders occupies dozens of acres. It looks like a luxurious mansion in the mortal realm. Moreover, compared to the mortal realm, the heavenly realm is filled with radiant light and swirling clouds, adding an ethereal quality to it. One must admit, the heavenly realm is indeed the heavenly realm. It is always different from the mortal realm, especially the richness of spiritual energy. At this moment, Chen Yiban really wanted to sit down and absorb the spiritual energy of the heavenly realm immediately. However, it was clearly not the right time. Chen Yiban and the heavenly general walked for quite a while before reaching the entrance of the mansion, preparing to exit this ascension estate. The heavenly general said that there were restrictions within this ascension mansion, and one could not ride the clouds to leave from inside. People from the outside also could not ride the clouds to enter. They must enter and exit through the main gate. All right, so they walked for quite a while before finally arriving at the main gate, preparing to exit this ascension mansion. But, whoosh, just as they stepped out of the door of the ascension mansion, a beam of powerful aurora charged straight towards Chen Yiban. A sharp, terrifying edge instantly ignited Chen Yiban's survival instinct. Six paths mode. Activate. Spiritual six paths staff. Block. In the next moment, whoosh boom. A sword imbued with azure magical power instantly sliced through the six paths staff in Chen Yiban's hand, as well as the 9 spiritual seeking orbs that automatically appeared to protect him. Finally, in the brief moment created by the six paths staff and the 9 seeking orbs, Chen Yiban managed to create a massive, nearly fully golden spiritual seeking orb. It just barely blocked that terrifying sword strike. However, the strongest completely golden giant spiritual seeking orb, created with nearly all of Chen Yiban's strength shattered into pieces. Fortunately, it still managed to stop the sword, which contained terrifying magical power, from falling to the cloud-wreathed ground with a clang sound, right in front of Chen Yiban. Phew! After surviving a calamity, Chen Yiban couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh of relief. Damn, just now he wanted to quickly dodge using heavenly hand power, but to his surprise, the earth immortal realm couldn't break through this heavenly realm's time and space, making it impossible to use heavenly hand power. The heavenly hand power of the reincarnation, I, is a form of spatial movement ability, with his current realm unable to break through the heavenly realm's time and space. Chen Yiban naturally couldn't use heavenly hand power for the time being. Furthermore, the azure sword in front of him, the power it carried was not the spiritual energy below the celestial immortal level, but at least the magical power possessed by the earth immortal realm. If Chen Yiban had truly been hit, he couldn't guarantee he would survive. That was powerful magical power exclusive to the celestial immortal realm, and this sword was probably also a high-grade spiritual sword. Chen Yiban. At this moment, the heavenly general flew over with a look of astonishment. Are you really unharmed? And this. Originally worried about the situation, the heavenly general now looked at Chen Yiban in Six Paths mode with incredible surprise. Goodness, to not die under the strike of a sword imbued with supreme magical power. Are you really only at the earth immortal realm? Additionally, that punch you threw at me just now, how much water did you hold back? The heavenly general looked at Chen Yiban, who was currently in the Six Paths mode, with a face full of astonishment, feeling a mix of uncertainty and disbelief. Chapter 18. The Second and Fifth Princesses of Heaven. Chen Yiban, are you okay? Are you hurt? After suppressing the surprise in his heart, the heavenly general asked Chen Yiban. Chen Yiban looked at the fallen azure sword spirit on the misty ground, recalling the danger from earlier, and couldn't help but let out a slight sigh. I'm fine. Then, glancing at the heavenly general beside him, Chen Yiban replied nonchalantly. Just now, although Chen Yiban couldn't use heavenly hand power, he didn't just rely on the completely golden and enormous spirit-seeking Dao Pearl to block that sword from earlier. At that moment, his three eyes had almost fully unleashed their ocular power, employing eye techniques, Blood Chi Fei, and Moon God. All were used to resist and negate the magical power from that sword. In the end, the golden giant seeking Dao Pearl, Blood Chi Fei, and Moon God, with the combined force of these three powers, barely managed to block the azure spirit sword lying on the ground. After narrowly escaping this inexplicable difficulty, Chen Yiban actually felt a hint of fatigue. It's been decades. Chen Yiban truly hadn't felt this kind of fatigue for a long time. Unexpectedly, upon arriving in this heavenly realm, he was greeted with such a surprise. Chen Yiban, what is this? At this moment, the heavenly general looked at Chen Yiban, who was in Six Paths mode with three strange eyes, and his expression grew increasingly uncertain. In his heart, he couldn't help but think of four words: innate divine power. Upon thinking of this, the heavenly general was shocked. Chen Yiban actually possessed innate divine power. Moreover, it was this kind of ocular divine power. Could it be similar to the heavenly divine power of Erlang Shinyangjian? With this thought, the heavenly general's gaze toward Chen Yiban was filled with increasing surprise. Whoosh! Suddenly, an orange light shot in from the distance. It quickly transformed into a strikingly beautiful figure. The second princess. Upon seeing that graceful figure, the heavenly general beside Chen Yiban immediately showed an unexpected expression and knelt on one knee to salute. The spirit sword on the ground is clearly azure. So why did the second princess come? The heavenly general couldn't help but murmur to himself. But it didn't matter. After all, the princesses had always been together. So it was no surprise who arrived. Where's my fifth sister? At this moment, the second princess, dressed in a bright orange gown, asked the heavenly general with a fierce expression. Replying to the second princess, we have not seen the fifth princess, the heavenly general replied with cupped hands. Who is he? The orange-clad second princess paused for a second, then glanced at Chen Yiban beside her. At this moment, Chen Yiban remained standing while the heavenly general knelt before the second princess. Chen Yiban, this is the second princess of heaven. Shouldn't you kneel quickly? The heavenly general turned around and shouted at Chen Yiban, who was still standing. However, Chen Yiban, in the Six Paths mode with three eyes open, stood tall and looked coldly at the so-called second princess. Your appearance is a bit strange, and you actually have three eyes, all of which are different from others. The second princess didn't mind Chen Yiban's rudeness too much. Instead, she curiously observed Chen Yiban in Six Paths mode. With his pair of nine-hooked jade reincarnation eyes and the golden nine-hooked jade supermoon eye on his forehead. Second princess, please forgive him. He has just ascended from the lower realm and does not understand the rules yet. Chen Yiban kneeled down quickly. After explaining Chen Yiban's identity to the second princess, the heavenly general turned back and urged Chen Yiban again. Forget it. Ignorance is no excuse. The second princess lightly shook her head. Then, seeing the azure spirit sword that had fallen at Chen Yiban's feet, she waved her hand from a distance, and a strand of magical power emerged, instantly drawing the spirit sword into her hand. That little brat, fifth sister, once I catch you, just see how I deal with you. Let's see if you dare to disturb me while I cultivate again. Looking at the azure spirit sword in her hand, the second princess muttered angrily. The next moment, she glanced again at Chen Yiban, who was in Six Paths mode with three peculiar eyes. Finally, she turned into an orange light and flew away. Thus, the heavenly general, who had just knelt, slowly stood up. It's fine now. He glanced at Chen Yiban and said. At this moment, however, Chen Yiban was looking at the door of the Ascension Mansion behind him with his 3 eyes. Chen Yiban, what's wrong? The heavenly general beside him looked a bit puzzled. But just as he finished speaking, clang, another azure light flashed out from the door of the Ascension Mansion. It quickly transformed into a charming figure. The 5th princess? The heavenly general was taken aback. Then, realizing, he hurriedly stepped forward again to salute. I greet the 5th princess. The 5th princess who appeared was wearing a blue long dress, looking just as beautiful and stunning as the previous 2nd princess, and perhaps even more charming. A slight smile graced her face, adding an inexplicable cuteness. No need for formalities. Get up. Looking at the kneeling heavenly general, the lovely and beautiful 5th princess lightly waved her small hand and smiled. Thank you, 5th princess. The heavenly general cupped his hands and then stood up again. Then, noticing that Chen Yiban was still standing there foolishly, 5th princess, the heavenly general was about to explain again. But, did your strange eyes see me hiding earlier? The charming and adorable 5th princess suddenly took a few steps forward to Chen Yiban and stared at him with his 3 eyes. Earlier, to avoid her angry 2nd sister, the 5th princess had used invisibility technique to hide behind a stone lion at the door of the Ascension Mansion. Although she successfully deceived her 2nd sister, she didn't expect that Chen Yiban's 3 eyes could clearly see her hiding behind the stone lion. Therefore, at this moment, she curiously examined Chen Yiban's 3 eyes up close. You can't really have the same heavenly eye divine power as that annoying guy Erlang Shenyangjian, can you? The adorable 5th princess murmured as she gazed closely at Chen Yiban's 3 eyes. Meanwhile, Chen Yiban, with his 3 eyes open, maintained a cold expression, looking at the beautiful girl in front of him. Thinking about that sword from earlier, Chen Yiban felt he was currently suppressing the killing intent in his heart. Chapter 19. The Military Camp of Heaven. Divine Martial Camp. Chen Yiban was new to this heavenly realm and knew that his current strength was at the bottom in this world. Therefore, he tried to suppress a hint of killing intent within him. In response, why aren't you speaking? While Chen Yiban was suppressing his emotions, the 5th princess turned her head and looked at him, who had fallen silent. Forget it. Earlier my azure sword. Never mind. In any case, this is for you. Suddenly, she turned her delicate hand over, and a large, bright red peach appeared in her palm out of thin air. This is a 1,000-year-old flat peach. Beside her, the celestial general couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing what the 5th princess had taken out. The 5th princess noticed that Chen Yiban was still standing there with a cold expression and directly took his large hand. Then, she forcefully stuffed a 1,000-year flat peach from her hand into Chen Yiban's hand. All right, we're even now. After finishing her words, the 5th princess, dressed in a blue fairy dress, vanished like the orange 2nd princess had just done, leaving Chen Yiban looking a bit confused at the peach in his hand. Meanwhile, the celestial general looked at the peach in Chen Yiban's hand with envy. This was a 1,000-year flat peach, grown in the peach orchard cultivated by the Queen Mother. Anyone who eats this peach can gain 1,000 years of lifespan and increase their power by 100 years. I didn't expect the 5th princess to give you such a great thing for that sword incident earlier. It makes me want to get pricked by the 5th princess's sword too. The celestial general explained this to Chen Yiban, who didn't understand the value of the flat peach. And the more he spoke, the more envious he became. Looking at the celestial peach, he almost drooled. In response, Chen Yiban could smell the fragrant aroma of the peach in his hand. He could even sense that this peach contained a considerable amount of magical power and spiritual energy. Especially magical power. As a mortal in the Earth Immortal realm, Chen Yiban had not yet condensed spiritual energy into magical power. Yet, this single celestial peach contained impressive magical power. It was really a bit unsettling. I will return it to her. In the end, Chen Yiban coldly stated. Huh. Hearing this, the celestial general looked at Chen Yiban in surprise. Wait, this great thing was given to you by the 5th princess, and you still want to return it? Chen Yiban had already returned to his silent demeanor, and what he meant by returning, it was not just giving the peach back. After leaving the Ascension Mansion, and without the restrictions of the prohibitions, Chen Yiban and the celestial general could now fly. At that moment, Chen Yiban was already flying high in the sky of the heavenly realm, quickly moving in a certain direction with the celestial general. During this time flying high up, Chen Yiban could see further. Along the way, he witnessed the beauty and romance of the heavenly court. The sky was filled with rainbows and white mist, while below were ancient and magnificent mansions of the heavenly realm. Occasionally, He could see groups of celestial generals patrolling with hundreds of heavenly soldiers both below and in the air. The two of them encountered normal inquiries and inspections from other celestial generals, as Chen Yiban was still an identity-less existence in the heavenly realm. However, the celestial general leading Chen Yiban revealed his Ascension Mansion, Celestial General Zhang Kuo, token, and explained Chen Yiban's situation. After that, the patrolling celestial generals let the two of them go. Thus, at a relatively slow flying speed, the two of them flew for a long time. Finally, they landed at a massive heavenly military camp. After landing, Chen Yiban looked up and saw the three large black characters, Divine Martial Camp, prominently displayed above the entrance of the white, jade-like heavenly military camp. A military camp in the heavenly realm? Chen Yiban couldn't help but think. Then, he saw the celestial general named Zhang Kuo step forward to negotiate with a dozen guarding celestial soldiers, saying something and presenting his token again. You can go in. Soon, the guarding celestial general waved his hand, signaling that the two could enter. In the process, he also gave Zhang Kuo a token to enter the military camp. Thus, after passing through the gate and entering the camp, Chen Yiban saw four towering celestial warriors standing in front of another massive giant door. True immortal realm. Seeing them, Chen Yiban couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing this, Zhang Kuo smiled at Chen Yiban. Then he showed the token given by the guarding soldiers to the four towering celestial warriors. After confirming its validity, the four of them nodded to each other and, with a tremendous force, they directly lifted the previously stuck giant door. Chen Yiban's pupils slightly constricted. This giant door actually required four true immortal realm divine generals to lift it. Let's go. At this moment, the celestial general Zhang Kuo was already calling to Chen Yiban. In response, Chen Yiban took a deep look at the four towering celestial warriors before stepping through the giant door they had lifted into the heavenly military camp. As soon as Chen Yiban fully entered this heavenly military camp, kill, kill, kill. The moment his feet stepped into the heavenly military camp, Chen Yiban felt as if he had entered another dimensional space. His vision suddenly broadened. He found himself in what seemed like an endless plain, where thousands of celestial soldiers were practicing shooting with guns, wielding swords, and rehearsing military formations. It was quite lively. However, the killing aura of the celestial soldiers filled the air in this dimensional space with a strange smell of gunpowder. Watching this magical scene, Chen Yiban couldn't help but clench his fists. In his heart, the sight of the thousands of troops ignited his fighting spirit. The heavenly realm is indeed interesting. A smile of excitement suddenly appeared on Chen Yiban's face. Chen Yiban. It wasn't until someone called his name that Chen Yiban realized he had been standing in place for quite a while. At that moment, the celestial general Zhang Kuo approached with a middle-aged celestial being, and Chen Yiban finally snapped out his daze. Chen Yiban, this is Lord Wuqiu Xingjuan, the highest celestial general of the Divine Martial Camp. The celestial general Zhang Kuo introduced him to Chen Yiban. Upon hearing this, Chen Yiban's expression showed almost no change. Chen Yiban, quickly pay your respects. The celestial general Zhang Kuo said loudly with a hint of frustration. But, hearing Zhang Kuo from the Ascension Mansion say that you just ascended from the lower realm and already possess the strength of the Earth Immortal Realm. Even not long ago, during the incident involving the second princess and fifth princess in the Heavenly Court, you blocked the fifth princess's strike with a green sword? The Wuqiu Xingjuan suddenly looked at Chen Yiban with great interest and asked. Chapter 20. Gaining an identity in the Heavenly Court preparing for a lottery. Surprising the three realms of this world. At this moment, facing the inquiry from Wuqiu Xingjuan, Chen Yiban not only showed no intention of bowing, but instead maintained a cold and indifferent expression, merely nodding slightly. Beside him, the celestial general Zhang Kuo felt helpless and quickly cupped his fist towards Wuqiu Xingjuan. Lord Xingjuan. He just ascended from the lower realm and is still unfamiliar with the rules. Wuqiu Xingjuan nodded. It's no problem. Clap. The next second, the Wuqiu Xingjuan reached out and patted Chen Yiban's shoulder. Young man, I also heard Zhang Kuo say, you possess the innate divine ability of three unusual eyes, similar to the judicial celestial being Yang Jian as heavenly eye divine ability. Is it true? As he spoke, Wuqiu Xingjuan placed one hand on Chen Yiban's shoulder and looked directly at him with his thick eyebrows and big eyes while asking. Chen Yiban, still with a cold and indifferent demeanor, nodded slightly. May I have a look, Lord Wuqiu? Suddenly, the Lord of the Wuqiu star spoke this way, wanting to see Chen Yiban's pair of nine-hooked jade reincarnation eyes and the golden supermoon eye on his forehead. In response, the moon god, Chen Yiban, didn't say a word. He directly unleashed reincarnation eye technique, moon god, against the lord of the Wutsu star, who was right in front of him. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying supergravity heavily pressed down only on the lord of the Wutsu star. The fingers of the lord of the Wutsu star, which were pressing on Chen Yiban's shoulder, slightly moved. However, the lord of the Wutsu star seemed to have hardly been affected at all. Chen Yiban could not be rude. The nearby heavenly general Zhang Kuo saw Chen Yiban directly attack the lord of the Wutsu star and was terrified. Moreover, Chen Yiban truly was like a newborn calf, not fearing tigers. Very good. But is that all? At that moment, the lord of the Wutsu star withdrew his hand from Chen Yiban's shoulder and smiled lightly. During this time, the lord of the Wutsu star saw, at this moment, Chen Yiban's eyes and forehead, 3 eyes, and they were very peculiar eyes. A pair of deep blue eyes with 9 black hooks, and 1 red eye with 9 golden hooks. Indeed, he possessed 3 gifted supernatural eyes. However, it was unclear if this also belonged to the category of heavenly eyes. In response, looking at the lord of the Wutsu star, who seemed to be completely unaffected by the reincarnation eye technique, moon god, Chen Yiban's 3 eyes slightly narrowed. The previous heavenly hand power could not be used because it could not break through the time and space of the heavenly realm. Although moon god could be used, he did not expect it to have such a low effect against the lord of the Wutsu star. Can it continue? The lord of the Wutsu star, still smiling, asked. Upon hearing this, Chen Yiban felt a slight competitive spirit rising in his heart. Boom! Almost maximum output of spiritual power and eye power. The 3 eyes immediately erupted with boundless power. It was almost the full force that Chen Yiban, who was currently only at the Earth Immortal Realm, could unleash. Clang! Suddenly, the lord of the Wutsu star felt as if a super giant mountain was pressing down on him. It felt as if Mount Tai was truly on top of him. Instinctively, he couldn't help but clench his fists, unleashing his magical power to resist, no longer relying solely on his physical body. Meanwhile, what was happening here had already alarmed countless heavenly soldiers who were practicing in all directions. Especially after Chen Yiban unleashed his 3 eyes and attacked the lord of the Wutsu star. Heavenly soldiers all around couldn't help but stop their training and moved closer to this side, surrounding them. So at this moment, on the plane of this dimensional space, thousands of heavenly soldiers surrounded Chen Yiban and the others, watching the excitement. Then, when they sensed that Chen Yiban's realm was not much different from theirs, they were forced to see the lord of the Wutsu star use his magical power to resist Chen Yiban's gifted supernatural powers. Instantly, countless heavenly soldiers showed expressions of surprise and disbelief. Shortly after the lord of the Wutsu star unleashed his magical power, Chen Yiban felt his eye technique's power dissipating. Unavoidably, Chen Yiban stopped the output of spiritual energy and eye power. At the same time, although Chen Yiban couldn't sense the exact realm of the lord of the Wutsu star, he could guess that the lord of the Wutsu star was definitely not weaker than the mysterious immortal realm. Moreover, he might even be at the golden immortal realm. However, he didn't think the lord of the Wutsu star was at the Tai realm, because he had asked the system and knew that this world was not a true Honghuang novel world. In this world's heavenly realm, on the surface of the heavenly court, the only super strong person at the Tai realm was just Erlang Shun, Yang Jian. Therefore, no matter how strong the lord of the Wutsu star was, he couldn't possibly be at the Tai golden immortal realm. At most, he was at the golden immortal realm. Good lad. At this moment, the lord of the Wutsu star's eyes were filled with admiration for Chen Yiban before him. Your realm is only at the earth immortal, heavenly general level, but your combat power can completely rival that of the heavenly immortal level divine generals. Good. Very good. Clang. Suddenly, as the lord of the Wutsu star laughed heartily, he waved his big hand in the air towards Chen Yiban. A divine light erupted on Chen Yiban's body. The next second, Chen Yiban, who was originally dressed in a black robe with disheveled hair, at this moment transformed into a silver heavenly general's battle armor, wearing a silver heavenly general helmet on his head. Even a cape representing a different status from the heavenly soldiers appeared behind Chen Yiban at this moment. And this, whoosh! The lord of the Wutsu star lightly flicked his hand again, and a silver light flew towards Chen Yiban. The latter calmly reached out to catch it. It turned out to be a silver heavenly general spear, and a token, divine military camp, heavenly general, Chen Yiban. It was clear that, personally declared by the lord of the Wutsu star, Chen Yiban now had his own identity in this heavenly realm, no longer an illegal resident. although the starting point was just a mere heavenly general capable of leading 100 heavenly soldiers. But Chen Yiban smiled lightly. The first step, that was enough. Later, Chen Yiban would give this heavenly realm, no, he would give this world's so-called 3 realms a surprise. The way of heaven rewards diligence. I hope you won't disappoint me in the future. After giving Chen Yiban the heavenly general's weapon and armor, the Lord of the Wutsu Star took a step forward, patted Chen Yiban's shoulder, and said this. Chen Yiban glanced to the Lord of the Wutsu Star in front of him and finally cupped his fist slightly. Thank you, Lord Star. Ha, good. The Lord of the Wutsu Star laughed happily. Good. And at this moment, cheers erupted from all directions. It was the thousands of heavenly soldiers. Clearly, they were very convinced of Chen Yiban. After all, who could not respect someone who could force the Lord of the Wutsu Star to unleash his magical power, to resist his supernatural powers? Zhang, cool. You did a good job. From now on, join my divine military camp and become one of my heavenly generals. Suddenly, the Lord of the Wutsu Star pointed at the heavenly general Zhang Kuo beside Chen Yiban. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kuo was first taken aback, then immediately showed a face of surprise and hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed, saying, Heavenly General Zhang Kuo, thank you, Lord Star. Chapter 21. Lottery Tai Golden Immortal 10,000 years of magical power, shaking the heavenly realm compass positioning. Having become a heavenly general, Chen Yiban now also had his own residence in this heavenly realm, although it was not large, covering only a few dozen acres. Compared to the dozens of acres of the Ascension Mansion, it seemed very small. But Chen Yiban didn't mind these things. At this moment, what he needed was a formal identity in this heavenly realm, then a place where he could cultivate and draw lots. This residence was assigned to him by the divine military camp, for rest. In any case, it allowed Chen Yiban to have a foothold and a place to cultivate in this heavenly realm. More importantly, Chen Yiban was finally about to start drawing lots in this world. Previously, when he was in the lower realm, Chen Yiban wanted to conduct a lottery. However, the system informed him that the effectiveness of a lottery would be maximized after ascending to the heavenly realm. That was why Chen Yiban had held back until now. Otherwise, even if one were to win a lottery for 1,000 or even 10,000 years of magical cultivation, Chen Yiban could break through shackles on the spot and become a celestial being, a true immortal, or even a mysterious immortal, which is not impossible. Thinking about this, at this moment, Chen Yiban was in his mansion, glancing at the void. Congratulations on becoming a celestial general in the heavenly court, capable of leading 100 celestial soldiers, achieving a high-level accomplishment once. Reward: high-level lottery one time. That's right, from now on, Chen Yiban can receive achievement lotteries for promotions and salary increases in the heavenly court. This was also the result of discussions with the system, the best and fastest way to become stronger in this world. This is also why Chen Yiban wanted to ascend to the heavenly court. Moreover, with so many powerful beings in this heavenly realm, as long as Chen Yiban defeats someone, he can gain another lottery opportunity. Thus, with this double boost, Chen Yiban was filled with anticipation for his upcoming path to strength. He was going to give this world an absolute surprise. System, how many lottery opportunities do I have now? Sitting in the main hall of his mansion, Chen Yiban asked aloud. He remembered he had left several heavenly level lotteries and used in the Naruto world because he no longer needed them. He should be able to continue with lotteries in this world, right? Sure enough, beginner achievement lottery, 3 times. Intermediate achievement lottery, 2 times. High-level achievement lottery, 10 times. Super-level achievement lottery, 18 times. Heavenly level achievement lottery, 5 times. In the Naruto world, although Chen Yiban had basically not earned any more lottery opportunities afterward, he also stopped using lotteries because he was almost invincible. Among them, the best 4 times heavenly level lottery was brought to this world by Chen Yiban. Now that the system displayed it, it should be usable. Among them, 1 heavenly level lottery was obtained by Chen Yiban not long ago in this world after slaying the 1,000-year centipede spirit universal compassion. At this moment, looking at the lottery interface in the void, Chen Yiban suddenly reached out, turning his current celestial armor and helmet into a silver light and removing them. Then he tossed them aside. He returned to a relaxed posture with disheveled hair, wearing a black robe. It felt so much more comfortable this way. System, exchange 10 high-level lotteries for 1 super-level lottery. Then exchange 10 super-level lotteries for 1 heavenly level lottery. Chen Yiban, as he did in the Naruto world, prepare to exchange the lower-level lotteries for higher ones. Then, current changes in lottery opportunities. High-level achievement lottery, 0. Super-level achievement lottery, 9 times. Heavenly Level Achievement Lottery, 6 times. 6 Heavenly Level Lotteries. Let's proceed with all of them. Immediately, Chen Yiban glanced and then directly spoke. Soon, 6 Heavenly Level Lotteries, starting now. Drawing 6 items from the Heavenly Level Lottery pool. Drawing in progress. Drawing successful. Congratulations on obtaining 36 Methods of Celestial Prowess. Contains 36 divine abilities. Difficult to learn and understand. 9 Transformations Divine Skill. A dual cultivation skill for spirit and body. Breaking through the 9 transformation can lead to Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian. Possessing an undefeated body of innate treasures. Tai Cultivation Level. Raises cultivation with no side effects. Law of Heaven and Earth. Can transform into a towering body. Immense as a mountain. With a fierce face and strong combat power. 10,000 years of magical power. Increases magical power with no side effects. Sublimation of innate spiritual treasures. Can elevate any material object to an innate spiritual treasure. The lottery results were out. Chen Yiban immediately stood up excitedly from his main hall seat upon seeing the results displayed in the void. His face filled with surprise. Tai Golden Immortal Cultivation. Another 10,000 years of magical power. Even the Law of Heaven and Earth. 36 Methods of Celestial Prowess. Turning any material object into an innate spiritual treasure. 9 Transformations Divine Skill. Each one dazzled Chen Yiban's eyes. In the next moment, Chen Yiban exhibited Uchiha Madara's maniacal laughter. Excited. Unable to contain himself. No wonder it's the heavenly realm. Such lottery results. Great. Very great. Fortunately, he held back and didn't hastily conduct a lottery while in the lower realm. Otherwise, the benefits would likely never have been this good. Saying this, Chen Yiban couldn't help but laugh wildly at the sky. The 6 items obtained from the lottery. Not to mention the others. Just the Tai cultivation level alone was enough for Chen Yiban to become a being whose strength rivals the current heavenly realm's god of war Yang Jian. Because the system had said, in this world, the strongest known figure in the heavenly court, Yang Jian, only has the cultivation of Tai Golden Immortal. After all, this world is not a true Hong Huang world. It's just a pseudo-Hong Huang world. System, I want to receive the rewards. Soon, after Chen Yiban finished laughing at the sky, he immediately shouted. The next moment, clang, 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 clang. 5 rays of light flew into Chen Yiban's body. They were all the cultivation, magical power, and techniques, flooding into Chen Yiban's body and mind. Chen Yiban let out a long howl toward the sky. His entire cultivation skyrocketed. In an instant, the entire celestial general mansion was shaken to pieces. Even, rumble, rumble, the entire heavenly court shook and trembled. And at the Yaoqi, the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother were just discussing how to deal with Lu Chenxiang, who now possessed great divine powers, when suddenly they felt the ground shaking and the jade platform, golden goblets, fine wine, and other items around them began to collapse as they swayed. Countless maidens who couldn't steady themselves also fell to the side. What is going on? What is happening? The Jade Emperor and Queen Mother asked in panic. Similarly, there was also the judicial heavenly god's mansion. Erlang Shun Yang Jian, feeling the trembling of the entire heavenly court, remained steady, sitting on the divine throne, then slowly opened his eyes. This magical power. Yang Jian furrowed his brow slightly. At this moment, a figure flew out from the divine martial camp's time and space. Then what is going on? The figure transformed into the shape of the martial Star-Lord, who also looked shocked at the entire heavenly court's upheaval. Additionally, in the Doshui Palace of the Supreme Old Lord, the compass has fallen into place. It's a troubled season. Sighed the white-haired Supreme Old Lord sighed with closed eyes. Meanwhile, in the forbidden area of the heavenly realm, the chaos of the 3 realms, my chance as the king of corruption has come. Chapter 22. Unexpectedly obtaining a resurrected person. As Chen Yiban received the reward from the lottery, the explosive power shook the entire heavenly realm, causing unrest. In response, Chen Yiban also quickly reacted amidst the surge of powerful energy. Then, with a thought, he directly entered a system space previously created by the system. It was actually a space that imprisoned the 9 Tails Kurizetsu, and even housed several 10 Tails divine trees. Clang. Chen Yiban entered, shimmering with golden light. The aura he exuded was extremely terrifying. Startled, the originally leisurely 9 Tails and several 10 Tails in this pet space were all filled with fear and trepidation. The divine power unleashed by Chen Yiban indeed shook the entire alternate space created by the system, causing it to roar incessantly. At this moment, the strength emanating from Chen Yiban was an unprecedentedly powerful force that they had never seen before. What was even more terrifying was that this momentum and power from Chen Yiban were continuously and violently ascending, evolving. On sight, a nine-tailed fox and several ten-tailed beasts were left dumbfounded, filled with terror. Little did they know, this situation of Chen Yiban would last for 3 whole years. 3 years later, in the pet space created by the system, a nine-tailed fox and several ten-tailed beasts were numb with fear. 3 years had passed. The aura from Chen Yiban became more terrifying with each passing day. It had been 3 full years of evolution. In the initial few months, they could still sense Chen Yiban's aura. But within just a few months, his power had grown to a level where even a nine-tailed fox and several ten-tailed beasts could no longer perceive his aura. Today, it had been a full 3 years. They could not even imagine how powerful Chen Yiban had become during this evolution. They found it hard to believe. However, the momentum that Chen Yiban had unleashed in those first few months, even the slightest trace of his aura, was enough to frighten them greatly. Now, after 3 years, they dared not even think about what kind of power he possessed. And just today, Zhen, the golden light on Chen Yiban faded, and he slowly opened his 3 eyes. In an instant, 3 beams of golden, substantial light burst forth. The 3 golden gazes were like 3 golden auroras, erupting. Boom! In the blink of an eye, they struck the barrier of this space tens of thousands of miles away. Instantly, the entire space trembled with a roar once again. Fortunately, the pet space created by the system was strong enough. Otherwise, it would have been obliterated long ago. The power of Chen Yiban's gaze and the speed of his attack left a nearby nine-tailed fox and several ten-tailed beasts in shock. Damn, if that hit them. Wouldn't they be obliterated in an instant? Just a single gaze could destroy them. At this moment, all 3 of Chen Yiban's eyes were entirely filled with gold. Indeed, all 3 of Chen Yiban's eyes had turned into a brilliant gold. There were no pupils, no whites of the eyes, just a complete expanse of gold. Moreover, they were radiating a faint golden light. If one looked closely, they would see that countless small golden hooks had piled up to turn all 3 eyes completely gold, leaving no space at all. All 3 eyes were like this. Regarding this, what on earth had Madara obtained to become so terrifying? Looking at Chen Yiban, whose 3 eyes were filled with golden divine light, the nine-tailed fox could not help but voice its fear. Nearby, 2 ten-tailed beasts looked at Chen Yiban with terror, even backing away in fear. At this moment, in the realm of Tai, golden immortal, I have become, gazing with 3 eyes filled with golden divine light. Chen Yiban clenched his right fist. Feeling the power within him now, he thought, not just this. The absorbed 10,000 years of magical power has allowed me to reach the late stage of Tai, golden immortal. I'm just 1 step away from complete mastery. Excellent. Now, with 3 golden divine eyes, Chen Yiban could not help but reveal an excited, fierce grin. Just then, are you awake? A uniquely voiced female voice suddenly rang out not far away. At the same time, tap, tap, a pair of snow-white feet approached the seated Chen Yiban. Mother, don't get close to him, suddenly echoed the worried voice of Black Zetsu. No, protested the woman. In response, Chen Yiban, with his 3 golden divine eyes, slightly turned his head and saw a tall figure in a snow-white robe, with long snow-white hair, slowly approaching him barefoot. Otsutsuki Kagaya, I didn't expect you to be revived in this space world. Well, it makes sense since I later chose to store all the ten tails here. And Black Zetsu is also here. Your revival is not a surprise. With his 3 golden divine eyes shining, Chen Yiban calmly spoke as he watched the snow-white figure walking towards him barefoot. During this time, he showed no signs of surprise, even appearing somewhat indifferent. It seemed that the revival of Otsutsuki Kagaya from the Naruto world posed no difference or threat to Chen Yiban now. Therefore, he hardly cared. Yes, it is I, Otsutsuki Kagaya, she replied to Chen Yiban. Meanwhile, Kagaya continued to walk towards Chen Yiban, her snow-white feet making no pause. Mother. The closer Kagaya got to Chen Yiban, the more cold sweat Black Zetsu broke out in. Although he could no longer sense Chen Yiban's power, the aura he unconsciously released was terrifying beyond measure. At this moment, Chen Yiban, with his 3 golden eyes, looked calmly at the revived Kagaya approaching the space. Watching her walk closer barefoot, Chen Yiban hardly made any movements. He was not even afraid of a sudden attack from her. However, with his current late-stage Tai golden immortal strength, a single glance would be enough to obliterate Kagaya. Unable to be killed, only able to be sealed? Why not give it a try? If she really dared to attack him after getting close, Chen Yiban felt he could finish her off in an instant with just a gaze. But the final outcome was something Chen Yiban did not expect. Tap. To his surprise, as Otsutsuki Kagaya stepped closer to him, she suddenly knelt down and placed her hands on the ground, bowing deeply to Chen Yiban in great reverence. Mother! Black Zetsu was stunned. A hint of confusion appeared in Chen Yiban's three golden, shining eyes. Chapter 23. Lu Chenxiang leads an assault on the Jade Pool. Guanyin arrives. A gambling match? Who dares to offend our heavenly realm? Chen Yiban spent 3 years accepting power. In the outside world, 3 years had also passed. This world does not abide by the saying that a day in heaven is a year on earth. 3 years had indeed passed, and during these 3 years, significant events had unfolded in the outside world, especially at this moment in the heavenly court in the Jade Pool. After Lu Chenxiang mastered her abilities, today she had teamed up with the Buddhist Pure Land envoy Zhu Wuning, the victorious fighting Buddha, Sun Wukong, and the 8 princes of the East Sea, Aochuan, Dingxiang, and even the great sage of heaven, Neo Mo Wang, among many other demons. They had launched an assault on the heavenly realm today, forcing the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother to amend the heavenly laws. During this time, Sun Wukong, originally a Buddha and the Pure Land envoy, should not have intervened. However, under the operations of the so-called judicial heavenly god Yang Jian, especially after being tortured in the heavenly prison, Sun Wukong had already decided to turn against the heavenly court. Thus, everyone took Lu Chenxiang as the lead and launched an assault on the heavenly court today. The original Erlang god Yang Jian should have lost his powers, but when Lu Chenxiang and the others attacked the heavenly court, thinking victory was assured, Erlang god Yang Jian surprisingly returned to the heavenly court with restored powers to stop Lu Chenxiang and his group. This infuriated Ding Xiang and Ao Chen, who regretted not killing Yang Jian earlier. Lu Chenxiang couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret as well. Little did they know, Yang Jian was here to give Lu Chenxiang his final test. Everything was part of a plan that Erlang god Yang Jian had devised to amend the heavenly laws while enduring humiliation. The main part of this plan involved his nephew, Lu Chenxiang. Looking at Chenxiang now, Yang Jian felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Modifying the heavenly laws was just a few steps away. Tai Bai Jinxing, go to the heavenly prison and summon Neza to the Yao Qi to fend off Lu Chenxiang and his group. I've pardoned his 500 years of wall-sitting punishment. Although Erlang god Yang Jian had returned to assist the heavenly court, Lu Chenxiang's forces were still overwhelming. At this moment, the Queen Mother called to Tai Bai Jinxing to summon Neza from the heavenly prison. Earlier, Neza had been punished with 500 years of wall-sitting by the Queen Mother for getting too close to Lu Chenxiang. Now, with the impending crisis in the heavenly court, the Queen Mother had no choice but to pardon Neza. Yes, Tai Bai Jinxing accepted the order and went to the heavenly prison. But who do you think I am, Neza? Upon hearing Tai Bai Jinxing's words, Neza revealed a rebellious expression. Soon, upon arriving at Yao Qi, he saw chaos everywhere, with Erlang God, the 4 demon generals, the Maishan brothers, and the howling celestial dog battling fiercely against Lu Chenxiang's forces. Suddenly, Neza charged at the Queen Mother with his fire-tipped spear. Fortunately, clang! The pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing, blocked Neza. Rebellious son, what are you doing? The pagoda-bearing heavenly king scolded angrily. I quit. Neza pointed at the Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor, speaking coldly. You. The pagoda-bearing heavenly king was extremely furious, pointing at his son. Meanwhile, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother exchanged uncertain glances. Ha ha, this is their choice to quit. It's not your fault. Zhu Beiji chuckled nearby. During this time, Erlang God, here I come. Take this. Sun Wukong fought fiercely against Erlang God with his golden staff. For a moment, Erlang God was indeed held back by Sun Wukong. Lu Chenxiang and his allies began to besiege the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Witching Star Lord, the 4 demon generals, the Maishan brothers, and the howling celestial dog. Fortunately, countless heavenly soldiers were holding their ground. Otherwise, Lu Chenxiang's alliance with the Buddhist and demon factions would have truly overwhelmed the heavenly realm. Meanwhile, in a corner near the edge of Yao Qi, 6 beautiful figures were hiding nearby, watching the chaos unfold in Yao Qi. They were 6 of the 7 princesses, minus the purple 7th princess. 4th sister, 5th sister, it's too dangerous here. At this moment, the eldest princess, wearing a red fairy dress, looked quite worried. They had originally been at the 7 Fairies Pavilion, but upon hearing that Lu Chenxiang had attacked the heavenly court, Her most lively fourth and fifth sisters had insisted on dragging their other sisters to come and watch the show. Seeing the chaos, the eldest princess was genuinely concerned that her two younger sisters might encounter some accident. At the same time, she couldn't help but worry about their father and mother in Yaoqi. "What are you afraid of, eldest sister? We're hiding here. No one will notice us." At this time, the fifth princess, who had once met Chen Yiban and was wearing a green fairy dress, smiled as she watched the commotion. "It seems father and mother are in danger. We must help." The second princess, who had also met Chen Yiban, was worried about the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother and wanted to intervene. "But oh, what are you worrying about, second sister? Father and mother will be fine." The fourth princess, in a green fairy dress, held back the second princess in an orange fairy dress, saying, "Cousin Yang Chan's son Qinxiang is trying to force father and mother to amend the heavenly laws. If he's successful, won't the situation of the seventh sister and Dong Yong be resolved without punishment?" The fourth princess, in her green dress, was actually supporting Lu Qinxiang. That's right. Upon hearing this, the third, fifth, and sixth princesses all nodded in agreement, their eyes lighting up. It must be said, this wave showed great filial piety towards the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. However, the eldest and second princesses both showed signs of concern for their parents. Ultimately, the six princesses decided to continue watching. Then the battle unfolded just like in the original story of the Lotus Lantern. The fox demon Xiao Yu also came to assist Erlang god Yang Jian. And Yang Jian used the Lotus Lantern made with Xiao Yu's blood as lamp oil to block Lu Qinxiang and his entire group. Until Guanyin Bodhisattva also appeared and arrived at the heavenly court. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother thought a savior had come and hurriedly sought help. In the end, just like in the original story, Guanyin Bodhisattva proposed a wager, intending to have both sides temporarily cease hostilities and bet Lu Qinxiang will split the mountain to save his mother. If Lu Qinxiang wins, the Queen Mother will amend the heavenly laws. If Lu Qinxiang loses, he must retreat and never set foot in the heavenly court again. Given that Guanyin Bodhisattva would be the witness for the wager, and both the Queen Mother and Lu Qinxiang had their own confidence in winning, they agreed. "All right, for the Bodhisattva's sake, we will temporarily halt our battle. I can also agree to the wager." Lu Qinxiang first accepted Guanyin Bodhisattva's proposal. Upon witnessing this scene, the Queen Mother, who had already left a backup plan on Mount Hua, was also quite confident. Although agreeing to the wager would cause the heavenly court to lose some face, it had come to this point where the heavenly court had little face left to lose. Thinking of the attention of the masses, the Queen Mother prepared to nod in agreement to the wager. Just then, clang, a 9-rank destruction Black Lotus blossomed in the sky above Yaoqi. The terrifying destructive power shocked everyone present. "Who dares to offend my heavenly realm?" Chen Yiban sat majestically in the center of the 9-rank Black Lotus, clad in silver armor like a celestial general, with a pair of scarlet Sharingan eyes, holding a long spear exuding black energy, and behind him floated 9 completely golden divine-level Taoist beads. Thus, he slowly descended from above Yaoqi along with the 9-rank Black Lotus. Ultimately, he stood in front of Lu Qinxiang, Sun Wukong, Neza, Zhu Beiji, Niao Mo Wang, and all those attacking the heavenly court. He also stood in front of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Chapter 24. Standing on the destruction Black Lotus, Chen Yiban is innately invincible. Who dares to offend my heavenly realm? Standing imposingly on the lotus platform of the 9-rank destruction Black Lotus, holding a long spear exuding black energy, with 9 completely golden divine-level Taoist beads floating behind. At this moment, Chen Yiban, with his eyes as scarlet as blood and beautifully eerie 3-tomo Sharingan, blocked the path of Lu Qinxiang, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Niao Mo Wang, and all the outsiders attacking the heavenly realm. Witnessing this scene, some heavenly soldiers hesitated and chose to retreat one after another to protect the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. Thus, Chen Yiban stood atop the Black Lotus, separating the two opposing forces. "Who is this person?" Zhu Beiji exclaimed in surprise, looking at the imposing Chen Yiban. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, who had been locked in a fierce battle with Erlang god Yang Jian, also retreated back to his own camp. Then, everyone looked at the suddenly appearing and radiant Chen Yiban, who stood atop the 9, with a mix of surprise and uncertainty. "Is it him? 2 over here." Upon seeing Chen Yiban's appearance, the second princess Cheng'er and the fifth princess Qing'er among the 7 princesses outside couldn't help but exclaim, "Second sister, fifth sister, do you know this person?" The eldest princess Hong'er asked her 2 younger sisters, looking at Chen Yiban with a puzzled expression. "We have met once," the second princess replied. a bit surprised. She hadn't expected that after 3 years apart, he would possess such cultivation. A few years ago, he seemed to have just ascended from the lower realm, with at most the strength of an earth immortal. How could it be? The fifth princess, who had also met Chen Yiban 3 years ago, looked utterly incredulous. It had only been 3 short years. Earth immortal, celestial immortal, true immortal, mysterious immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal. My heavens! He jumped 5 major realms. They had lived for who knows how many thousands of years, and their own realms were only at the mysterious immortal level. Although the 7 princesses hadn't practiced diligently. The gap shouldn't be this huge, right? In just 3 years, he went from Earth Immortal to the overwhelming Tai Golden Immortal. It's simply unbelievable. 3 years. From Earth Immortal to this level. How is that possible? The 7 women stared in shock at Chen Yiban. Among them, the 4th Princess Luer also looked disbelieving and doubtful. Who are you? At this moment, Lu Chenxiang, as the leader, took a step forward. Looking at Chen Yiban, who stood on the lotus platform of the extinguishing black lotus, holding a long spear emanating black energy, with a pair of crimson eyes. You are Chen Yiban. Before Chen Yiban could respond, one of the heavenly generals behind him suddenly seemed to recognize him. This person was Zhang Qua, the guard from the Ascension Mansion 3 years ago. 3 years ago, he had joined the Divine Martial Camp, and unexpectedly found himself here at the Yao Qi to protect the Emperor. He could never have expected to see Chen Yiban here at this time. 3 years ago, there was turmoil in the heavenly realm, and according to the subsequent investigations, the source erupted from Chen Yiban's heavenly residence. But Chen Yiban had been missing for 3 years. They had originally thought that some reckless demon had invaded the heavenly realm and killed Chen Yiban, who had just ascended to the heavenly court and become a heavenly general. However, it seemed now there was more to the story. Chen Yiban? Is it really you? At this moment, among the gods protecting the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother, the Star Lord of Martial Qi also recognized Chen Yiban and exclaimed in surprise. Beside them, the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother looked confused, especially the Queen Mother, who had just been about to agree to Guanyin Bodhisattva's suggestion to gamble with Lu Chenxiang. Unexpectedly, suddenly someone named Chen Yiban appeared. Moreover, judging by his appearance, he seemed to be here to help the heavenly court. Also, the person before them, Chen Yiban, was wearing the armor of a heavenly general. Truly a heavenly soldier from our heavenly realm. This is fantastic. I didn't expect our heavenly realm to have such hidden talents. The Queen Mother couldn't help but feel extremely delighted. Hearing Zhang Qua and the Star Lord of Martial Qi mention his name. It's me. Chen Yiban slightly turned his head to glance at Zhang Qua and the Star Lord of Martial Qi behind him. Then he spoke calmly. Today with me here, no one can threaten the heavenly realm. Chen Yiban turned back, holding the black spear, and coldly looked at Lu Chenxiang and the others attacking the heavenly court. You. Lu Chenxiang and the others looked at Chen Yiban with resentment and unwillingness. Just now, the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother were about to relent, but unexpectedly, someone like Chen Yiban suddenly appeared to block their way. And looking at his aura, he was completely not weaker than Erlang Shenyang Jian or the Buddha of victory in battle, Sun Wukong. Moreover, seeing Chen Yiban holding the black energy-emitting spear, standing atop the 9 with those glowing crimson Sharingan eyes. The pressure he exuded was clearly far greater than that of Erlang Shenyang Jian and the Buddha of victory in battle, Sun Wukong. Damn, how could such a person suddenly appear? Good, well said. At this moment, the Queen Mother looked at the imposing Chen Yiban standing atop the extinguishing black lotus with great joy. Then she continued loudly, "This heavenly general, if you can help the heavenly court withstand this crisis, I believe the Emperor will certainly give you a satisfactory position. Your Majesty." As she spoke, the Queen Mother immediately signaled to the Jade Emperor. Yes, yes. The Jade Emperor also reacted instantly and said to Chen Yiban, "This brave warrior, if you can achieve merit, I guarantee your celestial position in the heavenly court will be elevated directly to that of a high immortal." The Jade Emperor made a solemn promise. Instantly, the gods present were all astonished. To be promoted directly from a heavenly general position, which doesn't even count as a low immortal, to a high immortal position? This is very unreasonable. Yet, at this moment, it seemed very reasonable. After all, what merit could surpass that of saving the Emperor? Furthermore, everyone present could see Chen Yiban possessed the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal, qualifying him to become a high immortal. High immortal. Among the onlookers, The Star of Misfortune heard the Jade Emperor's words and looked at Chen Yiban with extreme envy. Height immortal. That is a status he, the Star of Misfortune, has pursued for a lifetime. Is this guy named Chen Yiban really going to obtain it so easily? Why? The Star of Misfortune's jealousy peaked. Meanwhile, Erlang Shun Yang Jian, the Fox Demon Xiao Yu, the Mei Mountain Brothers, and the Celestial Dog also couldn't help but look curiously and doubtfully at Chen Yiban in front of the scene. Get out of the way. Suddenly, a figure holding a fire-tipped spear from Lu Chenxiang's camp launched an attack on Chen Yiban. It was Neza. Clang. Facing Neza's fierce thrust, Chen Yiban hardly moved. The 9 completely blocked Neza's attack. What? Neza couldn't believe that his fire-tipped spear couldn't break through this Black Lotus. To this, Chen Yiban coldly smiled and said, "Do you know? Standing on this lotus platform, I am inherently invincible." And everyone present was astonished. Chapter 25. Chen Yiban position of the law-administering heavenly god? How could it be? Seeing that Neza's fire-tipped spear couldn't even break the defense of the extinguishing Black Lotus, everyone present couldn't help but be shocked. Erlang Shenyang Jian also showed a look of surprise. He felt that Chen Yiban's Black Lotus could only be matched by the Bao Yin Deng. But it also astonished him because the Bao Yin Deng was an extremely powerful treasure. Previously, it was thanks to the Bao Yin Deng that Yang Jian was able to defeat Sun Wukong. Unexpectedly, Chen Yiban's Black Lotus gave Yang Jian a feeling of strength that was completely not inferior to the Bao Yin Deng. It left people filled with doubt. Just a mere golden immortal level. Who gave you the courage to dare to offend my Tai? Chen Yiban looked at Neza, who was still wielding the fire spear and attacking the Annihilation Black Lotus, with a calm demeanor. Then with a thought, he gently pointed his finger at Neza. Zhun, the Annihilation Black Lotus unleashed a terrifying destructive power. The dark force directly knocked the fire spear out of Neza's hand, even sending Neza flying. Neza, Lu Chenxiang, Sun Wukong, and others exclaimed in shock. Lu Chenxiang immediately flew over to catch Neza. Neza, who was caught by Lu Chenxiang, had already coughed up blood. His face was pale. Chen Yiban and the Annihilation Black Lotus, with just a light strike, seriously injured Neza. This, looking at the seriously injured and bloodied Neza, everyone on Lu Chenxiang's side was shocked. Even the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother, along with the other gods, looked astonished in an instant. Although Chen Yiban's aura was that of a powerful Tai Golden Immortal, but this was Neza. Even the Tai Golden Immortal Erlang Shun Yang Jian wouldn't dare to say he could easily defeat Neza. Moreover, someone like Chen Yiban could seriously injure Neza with a light strike, something Yang Jian couldn't do. Even the Bao Yin Deng, which currently required the blood of the Fox Demon Xiao Yu to unleash its divine power, couldn't achieve that. Thus, it can be said that the power of Chen Yiban's Black Lotus is probably even greater than that of the current Bao Yin Deng. Good. Just like this, let these rebels know, defying the heavenly realm will definitely not end well. The Queen Mother, seeing Chen Yiban easily defeat the already rebellious Neza, immediately exclaimed with great excitement. Beside her, the Jade Emperor also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the heavenly court's face had finally been saved a bit today. Why is this happening? At this moment, among the crowd attacking, a beautiful figure couldn't help but frown her lovely willow-shaped brows. It was the Moon Palace Fairy, Chang'e. Just now, there was hope in revising the heavenly laws to release the 3 Holy Mothers. But no one expected. Suddenly a previously unknown heavenly general, Chen Yiban, appeared, and the other party actually possessed such strength and cultivation. And that Black Lotus treasure, how could it be so powerful? It actually seriously injured Neza, the great deity of the 3 platforms and sea assembly. Moreover, he also had a seemingly very powerful black long spear in his hand, its appearance exuding dark energy, making one feel its immense power. It seemed Xinxiang and the others would return empty-handed today. Thinking this, the fairy Chang'e couldn't help but sigh inwardly in resignation. During this time, standing atop the 9 products Annihilation Black Lotus, Chen Yiban looked at Neza, who was injured and coughing up blood from his attack with the Black Lotus, and only revealed a cold smile. At that moment, congratulations on defeating Neza, achieving Heavenly General Achievement. Obtained, Heavenly General Lottery once. The system prompt popped up at the right moment. Chen Yiban casually glanced at the system interface that only he could see. Instantly, excitement and an even stronger fighting spirit surged in his heart. Cool, mate. Let's continue to dance. Whoosh! With an excited shout, Chen Yiban waved his hand. In an instant, a golden divine level Dao seeking jade shot towards Lu Chenxiang. who had just caught Neza. Qinxiang, be careful. Behind, Zhu Beiji and others shouted a warning. Lu Qinxiang, holding an axe, immediately raised it in a blocking stance. Bang! In the end, the completely golden divine level, Dao, Seeking Jade struck Lu Qinxiang's axe. An explosive wave of impact erupted. It actually made Lu Qinxiang, who was supporting Neza, step back several paces. What a powerful golden ball. Lu Qinxiang regained his stance, unable to hide his astonishment. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, the previously returning Dao Seeking Jade merged with the other 8 Dao Seeking Jades, and surprisingly, all 9 Dao Seeking Jades shot towards Lu Qinxiang together. Let's see how you handle this. On the Lotus platform of the Annihilation Black Lotus, Chen Yiban wore a charming smile. 1 golden divine level, Dao Seeking Jade, had already forced Lu Qinxiang back. Now there were 9. Lu Qinxiang couldn't help but narrow his pupils. Qinxiang, we are here to help you. At this critical moment, Ding Xiang, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Niuemo Wang, Ao Chen, and others all flew forward. Zhun, quickly, everyone swung their weapons, and their magical powers erupted. Boom! The group managed to block all 9 Dao Seeking Jades alongside Lu Qinxiang. In the end, the 9 golden divine level Dao Seeking Jades flew back. However, Sun Wukong, Lu Qinxiang, Zhu Beiji, and others all did not fare well. They were all pushed back by the immense power of the Dao Seeking Jades. Only Sun Wukong could maintain his balance. Truly impressive. Sun Wukong, holding the golden hoop rod, looked at Chen Yiban with a wary gaze. This guy's causing trouble. He was so close to allowing the Queen Mother to modify the heavenly laws. The 5th princess, Qing'er, looked somewhat dissatisfied at the imposing Chen Yiban on the stage. She had not expected that nameless person from 3 years ago would become so formidable now. Thinking, it seems, he is actually quite powerful. Suddenly, the 5th princess's focus shifted to something oddly abrupt, causing the 5 sisters beside her to roll their eyes at her. Little fox, go help. At this moment, Erlang Shunyang Jian did not want Chen Yiban to steal too much of the spotlight and earn the merit to become a celestial being, so he signaled to the little fox. Hearing this, the fox demon Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she felt that it would be better for her to take action against Qinxiang than for others to do so. At least she could act and show mercy. Thinking this, in the next moment, the fox demon Xiaoyu flew out holding a sharp sword, seemingly aiming to attack Lu Qinxiang. But Zhun, the 9 products Annihilation Black Lotus, erupted with black divine light. It suddenly repelled the fox demon Xiaoyu. Although Xiaoyu managed to block with her sword, she was still shaken by the astonishing power of the Annihilation Black Lotus, causing her magical energy to stabilize, and she flew back. In the end, Erlang Shenyang Jian caught her. Xiaoyu. Over here, Lu Qinxiang was still worried about the enemy's opposite. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother did not understand Chen Yiban's intentions and looked at his back in confusion. Until, I will deal with him alone. No one is allowed to intervene. Chen Yiban, holding the black long spear, pointed it directly at Erlang Shenyang Jian. Bold. Yang Jian's face turned angry. But before Yang Jian could act, all right, let me and your majesty see how the heavenly general Chen Yiban can showcase his prowess and earn merit for protecting the heavenly realm. The Queen Mother actually agreed to Chen Yiban's idea of dealing with Lu Qinxiang and the others alone. Good. Heavenly General Chen Yiban, if you can indeed fend off all the rebels alone and uphold the dignity of the heavenly realm, I promise you a position as a law-enforcing heavenly god, equal to Yang Jian's judicial heavenly god position. The Jade Emperor suddenly declared. Hearing this, all the gods present were shocked. This kid Chen Yiban is hitting the jackpot. Heavenly General Zhang Kuo couldn't help but envy the currently invincible and imposing Chen Yiban. Chapter 26, Lu Qinxiang's Axe. Sun Wukong's golden hoop rod shatters. Thank you, your majesty. Chen Yiban, hearing the Jade Emperor's declaration, simply smiled lightly and spoke. In my heart, the god of law enforcement? Sound good, but this is just the appetizer. What I want is supremacy. Chen Yiban, ambitious. And at this moment, Lu Qinxiang across from him. Brother, the Jade Emperor is foolish, and the Queen Mother is heartless. Why do you want to protect such a heavenly court? It seemed that Lu Qinxiang wanted to persuade Chen Yiban to rebel against the heavenly realm. Then, Lu Qinxiang continued to say to Chen Yiban, this heavenly general, I believe you must have some dissatisfaction with the current heavenly rules. Why don't we take down the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother together, and then revise the rules to benefit the countless beings in the 3 realms? Isn't that better? Lu Chenxiang appeared very sincere, even a bit earnestly persuasive. Yes, this warrior, you are so powerful. Why follow the orders of the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother? At this moment, the Bull Demon King timely persuaded Chen Yiban. Earlier, when the Bull Demon King saw Chen Yiban's 9-rank destruction Black Lotus severely injure Neza, he knew. Chen Yiban, this heavenly general who appeared out of nowhere, was definitely not someone he could contend with. It was best to outsmart him and persuade him to surrender. Soon, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and the group of beings and monsters attacking the heavenly court all echoed their support. They all hoped Chen Yiban would rebel against the heavenly realm. Even the fox demon Xiao Yu, Chang'e, the star of Venus, Taishang Lao Jun, and others standing with the heavenly court also hoped Chen Yiban could be persuaded. Outside, the 6 princesses similarly hoped that Chen Yiban could temporarily rebel against their father and mother. Because as long as the heavenly rules were revised, their sister who was already with Dong Yong in the mortal realm would no longer be punished. Shut up, Lu Chenxiang, you traitor. How dare you sow discord here? At this moment, the Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor were also flustered, and the Queen Mother immediately scolded Lu Chenxiang. At that time, Your Majesty, Your Highness, please rest assured, Chen Yiban will always stand on the side of the heavenly realm. Chen Yiban smiled wickedly and spoke. And at this moment, clang, a pair of scarlet Sharingan turned into completely golden divine eyes. The third eye on his forehead also slowly opened. Instantly, 3 completely golden eyes burst forth with divine light. Boom! 3 beams of divine light slammed toward Lu Chenxiang across from him. Chenxiang, be careful! Ding Tang exclaimed. The fox demon Xiao Yu on the side also had her pupils shrink, almost unable to hold back her voice. However, thinking of the plan, Xiao Yu still pretended to look indifferent at Chenxiang. Seeing the 3 beams of divine light shot from Chen Yiban's eyes, everyone stepped back. Lu Chenxiang shouted to those around him, raising his battle axe at the same time. With one swing, he struck out his power immense. Boom! In the end, the collision between both sides resulted in their powers canceling each other out. And everyone on the scene knew. Persuading Chen Yiban to surrender had failed. Everyone could see that Chen Yiban's strength was incredibly formidable. It even felt like he was more difficult to deal with than Erlang Xinyangjian. Good. At this moment, hearing Chen Yiban's words and seeing his actions, the Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor couldn't help but express their joy. How rare! The heavenly realm finally has loyal subjects. Little did they know, if it weren't for his cultivation not yet supporting Chen Yiban's ambition, what he truly desired was the position of the Jade Emperor, the ruler of the 3 realms. Just wait a little longer. After a few more draws, once his cultivation rises a level or 2, Chen Yiban would change the master of the 3 realms. As for now, just think of a way to take the so-called position of the god of law enforcement from the Jade Emperor. A high position as god of law enforcement should be another heavenly lottery, right? The more draws, the stronger Chen Yiban's power, the more intense his ambition. Lu Chenxiang, come and fight me. Finally, Chen Yiban was still standing on the lotus platform of the destruction Black Lotus. In his hand was a black spear, its tip pointing directly at Lu Chenxiang across from him. Seeing this scene, Taishang Lao Jun, the star of Venus, Chang'e, and even the 6 princesses outside, as well as Erlang Xinyangjian, all sighed inwardly. Persuading Chen Yiban to surrender had failed, and facing this sudden, powerful figure with a treasure to protect him would not be easy. Beside, Guanyin Bodhisattva also sighed helplessly. Then let me defeat you, and then take down the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother. At this moment, Lu Chenxiang saw that Chen Yiban was wholeheartedly on the side of the heavenly realm. So he stopped wasting words and wielded an axe he obtained from Taishang Lao Jun to chop at Chen Yiban. The next moment, clang, under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Chenxiang's axe struck the protective destruction Black Lotus beneath Chen Yiban. But just like Nez's fire spear earlier, it couldn't break through the destruction Black Lotus defense at all. Chenxiang, I, old son, will help you. At the right moment, the victorious Buddha's son, Wukong, also made his move. In the next instant, a golden staff swung heavily, crashing against the protective lotus of the destruction Black Lotus. Boom! In an instant, the entire heavenly realm seemed to shake. But the destruction Black Lotus remained unharmed. Unmatched defense. How is this possible? Lu Chenxiang and Sun Wukong were shocked. From all directions, the gods, humans, and monsters witnessing this scene were also stunned. Lu Chenxiang and Sun Wukong, especially Sun Wukong, who was at the same Tai Golden Immortal level as Erlang Xinyangjian. Lu Chenxiang also had powerful magical power. These two couldn't even break the protection of the Black Lotus under Chen Yiban's feet. What kind of treasure is this Black Lotus? Has it really allowed Chen Yiban to stand undefeated from the beginning? And looking at the shocked expressions of Lu Chenxiang and son Wukong right in front of him. My turn? Chen Yiban, with 3 golden eyes, smiled coldly and wickedly. Then, whoosh boom, the black spear, which continuously emitted black, ominous energy, was suddenly swung out by Chen Yiban. It charged toward Lu Chenxiang and son Wukong in front of the Black Lotus. The two were startled, but quickly reacted, raising their battle axes, golden staff, to block. However, they did not expect, bang boom, the black spear, swung horizontally, struck both son Wukong's golden staff and Lu Chenxiang's battle axe simultaneously. Although their weapons blocked it, they were still shaken back by the immense force. Even when they stabilized their stance and looked at the battle axe, golden staff, in their hands, crack. The battle axe, golden staff, had developed cracks. What? Lu Chenxiang and son Wukong were both shocked. Chapter 27. Severely injuring Lu Chenxiang and son Wukong. My golden staff. Son Wukong looked in disbelief at the cracks appearing on his golden staff. Beside him, Lu Chenxiang also couldn't believe that the battle axe he received from Taishang Laojun had actually developed cracks. Could it be the legendary? At this moment, Taishang Laojun looked at the black spear in Chen Yiban's hand and thought of something, also shocked. And at this time, Chen Yiban, it's not over yet. Whoosh, another thrust aimed at the bewildered Lu Chenxiang. The latter suppressed the shock in his heart, and when he couldn't dodge, he had no choice but to raise the battle axe in his hand, which had already developed cracks, to clash with it. Clang, the long spear and the battle axe collided. Immediately after, zing boom, Lu Chenxiang's battle axe exploded in his hand. The immense force directly knocked Lu Chenxiang back, causing him to spit blood. Yet, Chen Yiban was still well protected by the Annihilation Black Lotus. Seeing Lu Chenxiang spit blood, Xiao Yu, Ding Xiang, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Niao Mo Wang, and others were all shocked. Chenxiang. In the next moment, everyone on the opposite side rushed up to rescue Lu Chenxiang. Hey! Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, filled with rage, swung his golden cudgel towards Chen Yiban's head. But zing! The Annihilation Black Lotus would not allow anyone to touch Chen Yiban. It protected him thoroughly. Instead, Blood Chi Fei. Chen Yiban opened his 3 completely golden divine eyes and glanced at Sun Wukong at that moment. Zing! The eye technique unleashed its divine might. Ah! In an instant, Sun Wukong felt as if he had fallen into an endless hell. The coldness penetrated to the bone, rendering him unable to move. Sun Wukong couldn't help but feel a sense of invincible terror emanating from Chen Yiban. In the next second, Chen Yiban casually waved one hand. The Annihilation Black Lotus once again unleashed its divine might, and the black divine light directly knocked Sun Wukong, the Buddha of battle, flying away. It made him spit blood as well. Then, watching Lu Chenxiang, who was blown away like he had been hit by the explosion of the battle axe, being caught by Zhu Beiji and Ding Xiang and others. Regarding this, heavenly hand power. Swish, suddenly Lu Chenxiang, who was spitting blood, was abruptly and strangely pulled back to Chen Yiban's side from a distance 100 meters away from Zhu Beiji and the others in this Yaoqi. General, Chen Yiban smiled as he thrust the black spear straight towards Lu Chenxiang's heart. This scene caused countless people's pupils on the scene to tremble in disbelief. Good. The Queen Mother couldn't help but stand up and shout. Chenxiang, Xiao Yu and Ding Xiang exclaimed in shock. Erlang Shun Yangjian, holding the 3-pointed 2-edged spear, disregarded the original plan and was about to step in to rescue. Taishang Laojun, Chang'e, Taibai Jinxing, and others also watched in astonishment. However, zing, at a critical moment, Guanyin from the Buddhist realm intervened. In the jade bottle, the green branches and willows waved gently, and a wave of brilliance blocked Chen Yiban's spear. Although it could only block for a moment, Chen Yiban's black spear broke through Guanyin's technique in a second. But Guanyin still managed to use some spatial magic to pull Lu Chenxiang back to safety. Sun Wukong was also pulled back by Guanyin's divine power. And Chen Yiban, seeing his attack miss, his 3 completely golden divine eyes, filled with an unmistakable murderous intent, coldly staring at Guanyin. At this moment, the events that unfolded in these few moments had left everyone present dumbfounded and speechless. Among them were also the likes of Wuxing Jun and Tianjiang Zhangqua, who had known Chen Yiban before. They couldn't believe this person, who had just entered the Earth immortal realm and had recently become a celestial general, was actually defeating Sun Wukong and Lu Chenxiang, who had learned the 72 transformations from Sun Wukong and possessed formidable magical powers. This was simply unbelievable. Among the crowd from the heavenly realm, Erlang Shanyang Jian, after seeing Lu Qinxiang rescued, couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief, while also feeling astonished at Chen Yiban's strength. Chen Yiban, this suddenly emerging figure, was actually this powerful. And what about the Black Lotus under Chen Yiban and the Black Spear in his hand? What exactly were they? They possessed such terrifying divine might. Such treasures, even one would be enough to shake the three realms. Yet Chen Yiban had one lotus and one spear, two of them. Lastly, adding to Chen Yiban's own powerful cultivation as a Tai golden immortal, Erlang Shanyang Jian couldn't help but doubt himself. Even if the Balian Lantern could resist the Black Lotus, what about the Black Spear? Just now, Guanin's divine power could only block that Black Spear for a moment before it was immediately shattered. Thinking of this, Erlang Shanyang Jian looked at Chen Yiban with a gaze full of caution. On the other side, seeing Lu Qinxiang was saved, Ding Xiang, Zhu Beiji, Ao, Chen, and others hurriedly went forward to check on his condition. However, Lu Qinxiang spat blood again. Qinxiang, Ding Xiang, Ao, Chen, Zhu Beiji, and others exclaimed in worry. Umitba. It seems he not only suffered from the explosion's aftermath, but was also injured by the terrifying killing intent from the Black Spear in Chen Yiban's hand. Guanin, seeing something, sighed and said, "What should we do? Guanin, you can't just stand by and do nothing. And what about my monkey brother this?" Zhu Beiji looked at Guanin and said. But at this moment, Sun Wukong was trembling uncontrollably, appearing extremely cold. Monkey brother. Zhu Beiji worriedly stepped forward to support him. Oh no. In the next moment, as soon as Zhu Beiji touched Sun Wukong, he suddenly stepped back in shock. Monkey brother, why are you so cold? You almost froze me to death. Looking at Sun Wukong, who was shaking continuously, Zhu Beiji said in disbelief. Hearing this, everyone around also noticed Sun Wukong's abnormality and were all filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was so cold that he couldn't even speak, shaking and trembling. Ah! At this moment, Guanin let out a sigh. Then she waved the green branches and willows in her jade bottle once more. Soon, several rays of light fell on Lu Qinxiang and Sun Wukong, helping Sun Wukong eliminate the cold on his body and temporarily suppressing the terrifying killing intent from Lu Qinxiang's injury. Sun Wukong recovered, but the wounds inflicted by the Black Lotus were not going to heal quickly. Lu Qinxiang's condition was more severe. The Black Spear in Chen Yiban's hand contained an endless, terrifying killing intent. The killing intent had entered Lu Qinxiang's body, and although it was temporarily suppressed by Guanin, it still existed within Lu Qinxiang. Moreover, Lu Qinxiang was already seriously injured. Essentially, both of them had lost their ability to fight. Tap, tap, but at this moment, a Black Lotus bloomed beneath Chen Yiban's feet. Thus, step by step, holding the Black Spear, he slowly approached Guanin, Zhu Beiji, Mo Wang, and the others. Chapter 28. Is there a celestial lottery above the heavenly lottery? At this moment, Chen Yiban was stepping on blooming lotuses. Black lotuses emerged one after another beneath his feet. Thus, he was pressing forward step by step towards Lu Qinxiang, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Mo Wang, and even towards the Buddhist Guanin. Seeing this scene, Zhu Beiji couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Indeed, the aura emanating from Chen Yiban was too powerful. Look at this. At this moment, Princess Iron Fan summoned her banana leaf fan and immediately waved it at the approaching Chen Yiban. Those who knew the power of the banana fan couldn't help but be startled. Indeed, whoosh, with a wave of the banana fan, countless strong winds howled out. They whipped towards Chen Yiban. But, having already stepped down from the Annihilation Black Lotus, Chen Yiban lightly pointed. Zing! A Black Lotus larger than the one beneath his feet immediately manifested, blocking in front of Chen Yiban. Quickly, all the strong winds created by the banana fan were dispelled. How could this be? Princess Iron Fan looked extremely surprised. Even my wife's magical artifact is ineffective? What exactly is that Black Lotus? The bold Demon King spoke with uncertainty. At the scene, everyone was equally astonished. Chen Yiban is too mysterious. In response, a trivial trick. Looking at Princess Iron Fan holding the banana fan, Chen Yiban, with 3 golden divine eyes, showed a look of disdain. Clang! In the next moment, the 3 divine eyes erupted with 3 beams of divine light. They rushed towards Princess Iron Fan. The divine light was fierce and fast as lightning. Startled, the couple, Princess Iron Fan and the Bull Demon King, had their pupils constrict. In this world, the Bull Demon King is only at the Golden Immortal level. Yet he couldn't block the attack from Chen Yiban, who is a Tai Golden Immortal. Amiba. However, at the last moment, it was Guanyin from the Buddhist realm, glowing with golden Buddha light, who blocked the divine light from Chen Yiban for Princess Iron Fan. Benefactor, please show mercy where mercy is due. After blocking the attack for Princess Iron Fan, Guanyin Bodhisattva looked at Chen Yiban while forming a Buddha seal with her hand. Princess Iron Fan and the Bull Demon King couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, Bodhisattva, this is a matter of our heavenly realm. I hope the Bodhisattva will not interfere too much. The Queen Mother, now emboldened by Chen Yiban, spoke lightly to Guanyin Bodhisattva, as if she hadn't been among those who had previously requested Guanyin's help for the heavenly court. But it really is a different time. Now, Guanyin Bodhisattva is actually interfering with our heavenly general Chen Yiban's elimination of rebels. Ahem. I must say, let us just let today as events pass. Suddenly, the Jade Emperor spoke again. Anyway, Chen Xiang and the others have already been injured and cannot cause trouble anymore. Bodhisattva, I hope our Buddhist and Taoist families remain friendly. It must be said that the Jade Emperor in the Lotus Lantern is no longer the same Jade Emperor from the prequel. It seems he has lost all ambition and dominance. Your Majesty, the Queen Mother was unwilling to let Lu Qingxiang and the others leave just like that. However, it's better to let it go. If we continue to stir things up, it might hurt the harmony between our Buddhist and Taoist families. After all, Chen Xiang and the others have suffered. Even that Monkey King has been beaten to the point of spitting blood by General Chen Yiban. Our heavenly court's dignity has been preserved. The Jade Emperor then directly looked at Lu Chengxiang, son Wukong, and Guanyin Bodhisattva, and said, "Let it be. Bodhisattva, please take them away. I just hope that in the future, the victorious Buddha and the pure land messenger from the Buddhist realm will have less enmity with our heavenly court." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingxiang, son Wukong, and others, although they felt the same reluctance as the Queen Mother, also understood that with the powerful and mysterious Chen Yiban present, they knew it would be difficult to achieve anything today. Your Majesty is kind and wise. At this moment, the Chang'e Fairy, Laozi, and the White Emperor Star, who all hoped Lu Chengxiang and the others could leave safely, immediately began to flatter the Jade Emperor. This left the Queen Mother with no choice but to respect the Jade Emperor. After all, the ruler of the three realms is still the Jade Emperor. During this time, tap tap, Chen Yiban, who had been pressing Lu Qingxiang and the others, paused his steps due to the Jade Emperor's decision. To be honest, Chen Yiban felt a bit displeased. But now is not the time to reveal his ambitions and turn against the Jade Emperor. For now, he must endure. At the same time, Chen Yiban glanced into the void. Congratulations, you have defeated Neza, achieving a heavenly level achievement. Reward, 1 heavenly level lottery. Congratulations, you have defeated Sun Wukong, achieving a heavenly level achievement. Reward, 1 heavenly level lottery. Congratulations, you have defeated Lu Qingxiang, achieving a celestial level achievement. Reward, 1 celestial level lottery. Indeed, just now, after defeating Neza, Sun Wukong, and Lu Qingxiang, the system achievement rewards were displayed in the void through an information interface. Only Chen Yiban could see it. Lu Qingxiang. Celestial level. Chen Yiban was momentarily stunned. It was indeed the first time he saw the so-called celestial level lottery, and he was a bit surprised. Is this a lottery at a higher level than the heavenly level? Thinking back to the previous heavenly level lottery which allowed Chen Yiban to quickly gain the power of a Tai Golden Immortal. What kind of generous rewards could this so-called celestial level lottery offer? It should be quite surprising, right? Chen Yiban couldn't help but feel a bit excited. At the same time, his displeasure due to the Jade Emperor's weakness eased slightly. Thank you, Your Majesty. At this moment, hearing the Jade Emperor's words, Guanyin Bodhisattva immediately smiled and nodded. The Queen Mother, like Chen Yiban, was displeased but could not refute the Jade Emperor's command. During this time, Lu Qingxiang, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, the Bull Demon King, and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. 1 Chen Yiban was already enough to deal with them. Not to mention that there were still Erlang Shun, the Fox Demon Xiao Yu, the Mei Mountain Brothers, and the Martial Star Lord waiting idly without joining the fight. Meanwhile, Lu Qingxiang and their main forces were basically heavily injured. Today was destined to come to nothing. But, Your Majesty, how about this? Let them take one of my attacks. If they can survive, let them go. This way, it can demonstrate a bit of our heavenly court's dignity. After all, our heavenly court cannot allow anyone to come and cause trouble so easily. At this critical moment, Chen Yiban held a black long spear in his right hand, and a black lotus appeared in his left hand, looking at Lu Qingxiang and the others in front of him. What? Upon hearing this, Zhu Beiji Dingxiang, Ao Chun, the Bull Demon King, and Princess Iron Fan could not help but exclaim in surprise. Lu Qingxiang, Sun Wukong, and Guanyin Bodhisattva looked at Chen Yiban, the man with 3 golden divine eyes, with uncertain expressions. Good, General Chen Yiban, your proposal is excellent. Otherwise, if we let these rebels go so casually, what dignity does our heavenly court have? The Queen Mother reacted and immediately stood up to express her agreement. On the heavenly court side, Erlang Shun, Xiao Yu Laozi, and the Chang'e fairy sighed helplessly. The Jade Emperor, however, felt distressed, wanted to give Guanyin Bodhisattva face, but now with Chen Yiban, this capable aide, and the Queen Mother's words, he could not disregard it. At this moment, take one of my attacks and survive. Then you may leave. Chapter 29, Wheel Tomb, Edge of Hell. Take one of my attacks and survive. Then you may leave. At this moment, Chen Yiban pointed his black long spear directly at Guanyin, Lu Qingxiang, Sun Wukong, and all the others opposite him. He spoke without regard for whether the Jade Emperor agreed or not. After all, in this world, the Jade Emperor's power had basically been usurped by the Queen Mother. Since the Queen Mother had already agreed to his proposal, whether the Jade Emperor agreed was no longer important. Looking at the aggressive Chen Yiban, Lu Qingxiang and the others were all filled with anger. However, because Chen Yiban was indeed too powerful for a moment, no one really dared to step forward and say they would take Chen Yiban's attack. I will take your attack. In the end, it was Lu Qingxiang, supporting his injured body, who stepped forward a couple of paces and said to Chen Yiban, "Not bad, you have some spirit." Chen Yiban smiled faintly. However, Lu Qingxiang's achievement lottery was already gone. Chen Yiban lost interest in him. "Your Majesty, weren't you just?" At this moment, Chang'e, wishing to help Lu Qingxiang and others, looked towards the Jade Emperor, wanting to say something. But, Chang'e, this is not your place to speak. The Queen Mother shot Chang'e a cold glance, instantly silencing her. Due to the Queen Mother's status and power, Chang'e sighed inwardly, unable to say anything more. At this time, the Jade Emperor also showed a troubled expression. Finally, he looked toward Guanyin. "Bodhisattva, what do you think?" Ultimately, the Jade Emperor chose to listen to the Queen Mother, indirectly adopting Chen Yiban's suggestion. Although he had just declared that he would let Lu Qingxiang and the others go, it must be said that this Jade Emperor could not even uphold the royal promise of his words. The God of Power in the original play claimed that the current Jade Emperor had lost his ambition and was confused. Did he still have the qualifications to continue serving as the Jade Emperor? Chen Yiban sneered inwardly. At the same time, Guanyin Bodhisattva, suddenly, Chen Yiban pointed his black spear at Guanyin. "You are compassionate, so how about you take a blow for me and see?" The black spear was aimed directly at Guanyin Bodhisattva, and Chen Yiban spoke out like this. Upon hearing this, everyone at the scene was astonished. He actually challenged Guanyin Bodhisattva. The 6 princesses watching the drama outside the Yaoqi were all stunned at this moment. Has he gone mad? Guanyin Bodhisattva is a great Luo golden immortal. The second princess, Chang'e, couldn't help but exclaim. Just now, she was shocked by Chen Yiban's strength, which was countless times stronger than hers after not seeing him for 3 years, but now that he was challenging Guanyin Bodhisattva, Chang'e truly thought Chen Yiban was overestimating himself. One must know that the gap in strength between Tai Golden Immortal and Great Luo Golden Immortal is a huge chasm that cannot be bridged by just 1 or 2 treasures. Although Chen Yiban's Black Lotus and Black Spear are indeed powerful and mysterious, to dare to challenge a Great Luo Golden Immortal like this, he is far too conceited. After all, that is Guanyin Bodhisattva. The third princess, Huang'er, also couldn't help but say, "I think his strength has increased too rapidly for some unknown reason. But his mindset hasn't kept up, so now he is probably lost." The fourth princess, Lur, similarly expressed her inability to understand Chen Yiban's provocation of Guanyin Bodhisattva. "I don't think so. So what if it's Guanyin Bodhisattva? I believe he can win." Suddenly, among the 6 sisters, the 5th princess, Chang'e, spoke up. This was indeed a completely different opinion from the others. Love-struck, the 3rd princess glanced at her 5th sister in disbelief. The 2nd princess, 4th princess, and other princesses also shook their heads, not taking Chang'e's word seriously. Until, I also feel like he is not an impulsive person. Perhaps he really has some confidence? Suddenly, the eldest princess, Huang'er, also murmured this. Eldest sister. Immediately, the other princesses looked at their eldest sister in surprise. The eldest sister really has insight. For some reason, the 5th princess felt inexplicably proud at this moment. Alright, let us continue watching. Looking at her many sisters, the eldest sister smiled helplessly, then shook her head. Heavenly General Chen Yiban. At this moment, the Queen Mother suddenly called out to Chen Yiban. Clearly, the Queen Mother also thought that Chen Yiban's act of challenging Guanyin Bodhisattva was not wise. Your Majesty, Your Highness, please believe me. I have my confidence. Chen Yiban replied, lightly without turning back. Seeing this scene, the Queen Mother was taken aback, thinking, could this kid really have some trump card? With that thought, the Queen Mother curiously chose to temporarily remain silent, tacitly approving Chen Yiban's actions. The Jade Emperor, meanwhile, maintained a helpless smile, hoping today's events would end quickly. To this, Guanyin Bodhisattva, what? Afraid? Chen Yiban continued to point his black spear at Guanyin Bodhisattva, then provocatively spoke again. This left Erlang Shun, Xiaoyu, Taishang Lao Jun, Chang'e, Wutsu Xingjuan, and other gods all astonished. He's serious? I don't need the Bodhisattva. I can handle it alone. At this moment, Lu Chenxiang said to Chen Yiban, trying to appear strong. Huh? Chen Yiban scoffed coldly. Then he chose to ignore Lu Chenxiang. How can someone whose weapon was blasted apart by his spear speak of bravery? Chenxiang, Yu, Wukong, and Neza are all seriously injured. Since Heavenly General Chen wants me to take a hit, I will naturally obey respectfully. I just hope that Your Majesty and Your Highness can keep their promise and let Chenxiang and the others go. At this time, Guanyin Bodhisattva joined her hands and spoke. She indeed expressed her willingness to take a hit from Chen Yiban on behalf of Lu Chenxiang and the others. Bodhisattva, it's a deal. The Queen Mother smiled gently at this moment. After all, the dignity of the heavenly court has been maintained today, and no losses have been incurred. Guanyin Bodhisattva would casually take a hit from Chen Yiban just to put on a show, and today it would be settled. After all, it would be good to embarrass the Buddhist sect too much. In this way, the Queen Mother did not believe that Chen Yiban truly had the ability to injure Guanyin Bodhisattva, a great Luo golden immortal. Bodhisattva, Lu Chenxiang, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Niu Mo Wang, and others looked at Guanyin Bodhisattva in front of them, wanting to say something. But before they could say anything, clang, Guanyin Bodhisattva directly manifested her Dharma body, transforming into a golden statue of Guanyin. She raised her defense to the highest level. Seeing this, everyone at the scene was once again astonished. Guanyin Bodhisattva was actually taking this so seriously? Could it be that Guanyin Bodhisattva really thought Chen Yiban had the ability to injure her? At this moment, the Bodhisattva is indeed compassionate and commendable. Then, will grave edge hell? Chen Yiban revealed a cold smile, as if a scheme had succeeded. Chapter 30. Invincible Below Han Yuan Golden Immortal. Looking at the manifested Dharma body of Guanyin Bodhisattva, under everyone's gaze, Chen Yiban coldly smiled, then shouted, Will grave edge hell? Clang, 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 clang. 32 shadows of Will Grave immediately manifested in the next moment. Stepping out from the void, each one looked almost exactly like Chen Yiban, even wearing the same attire. What is even more terrifying is, their cultivation was the same, Tai, Golden Immortal. Seeing this scene, how is this possible? At the scene, Lu Chenxiang, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Xiao Yucheng, and even Erlang Shenyangjian were all shocked and pale upon sensing the cultivation of the 32 wheel grave shadows. This, the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother were both dumbfounded. How could it be? Outside, the 6 princesses watching were also all in disbelief. There were actually 33 heavenly generals, Chen Yiban. Moreover, inconceivable, every single one possessed the extraordinary cultivation of Tai, Golden Immortal. How is this possible? Chen Yiban glanced at the physical wheel grave shadows, thinking, is it because of the different world? The wheel graves have turned into entities, and anyone can see them. Chen Yiban murmured to himself in his heart. However, now is not the time to think about this. Zhen, in the next moment, the 32 all released their magical powers towards Chen Yiban, the true body. Indeed, all were transferring their magical powers to Chen Yiban. Before long, boom, after receiving the cultivation levels of dozens of, at the moment they all disappeared, Chen Yiban's cultivation reached the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Such a thing once again shocked everyone present, leaving them all dumbfounded and speechless. At this moment, having briefly elevated his cultivation to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, Chen Yiban held a black spear, with a 9-grade world-destroying black lotus appearing beneath his feet, and 3 golden divine eyes wide open. So, Guanyin, let me see if you can handle this move. God Slayer Black Lotus. Rebirth's Explosion. Suddenly, Chen Yiban concentrated the divine power of the 3 divine eyes and the might of the 9-grade world-destroying black lotus. All into the black spear, God Slayer spear in his hand. Finally, it erupted. Jinhong. In the next instant, the God Slayer spear erupted with boundless murderous energy. Then it transformed into a terrifyingly huge black divine light, like a slanting torrent, surging towards the Guanyin Bodhisattva, who had already manifested her Dharma form golden body. The black spear in Chen Yiban's hand was indeed the God Slayer spear, which had shone brightly in the orthodox Honghuang world. Previously, after winning a lottery that allowed him to sublimate any object into an innate spiritual treasure, Chen Yiban used it on the Six Paths scepter. Then, he did not expect that the system actually sublimated the Six Paths scepter into a black spear. Moreover, after looking at the system's description, Chen Yiban was even more surprised to find out that it was actually the God Slayer spear. However, because it was only sublimated to the level of innate spiritual treasure, the God Slayer spear in Chen Yiban's hand was a damaged version. Nevertheless, even if it was a damaged version, it was still an innate spiritual treasure, containing an infinite and terrifying murderous aura. Additionally, the 9-grade world-destroying Black Lotus was something Chen Yiban had unexpectedly obtained in the lower realm in the Blackwater Lake. Moreover, the world-destroying Black Lotus had actively summoned Chen Yiban to it. However, since this world was not the orthodox Honghuang Great World, the originally 12-grade world-destroying Black Lotus was now only a 9-grade. Of course, whether it was the God Slayer spear or the world-destroying Black Lotus, they still had considerable divine might. At this moment, having initially refined them in the system space, Chen Yiban gathered his current great Luo golden immortal power, I-Power, and the dark power of the world-destroying Black Lotus into the God Slayer spear. Finally, he unleashed a shocking spear force. It charged straight towards Guanyin, who had manifested her Dharma form golden body. Boom! In the next instant, the God Slayer spear, containing almost all of Chen Yiban's power, heavily struck the golden body of Guanyin. Clang, crack, crack, crack. It only held for a second before the golden body of Guanyin began to shatter layer by layer. The God Slayer spear, the world-destroying Black Lotus, the I Technique rebirth explosion. Could you, Guanyin, possibly withstand this? Explosion! Chen Yiban shouted loudly, then followed up with a hand gesture to strike from afar. Zhun! The God Slayer spear immediately erupted with its maximum spear force. Boom, boom! In an instant, it shattered Guanyin's golden body. The next moment, a figure spat out golden blood and flew backwards. It was Guanyin Bodhisattva. She was defeated. In a moment, Chen Yiban briefly elevated his cultivation to the great Luo golden immortal, then activated the I Technique rebirth explosion, and condensed the might of the world-destroying Black Lotus, finally unleashing all his power into the God Slayer spear. Even the Guanyin Bodhisattva from the Buddhist realm had to be instantly defeated. Bodhisattva. Over here, Lu Qinxiang, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and others all exclaimed in disbelief. How could Guanyin Bodhisattva lose to this mere heavenly general, Chen Yiban? During this time, although they couldn't believe it, Lu Qinxiang and Sun Wukong still rushed forward to support the falling Guanyin Bodhisattva. Then, looking at the bleeding Guanyin Bodhisattva, everyone on the scene was shocked. Erlang Shenyang Jian had a look of disbelief on his face as he glanced at Guanyin Bodhisattva and then looked at Chen Yiban with suspicion. He truly couldn't believe. Chen Yiban's power actually couldn't be withstood even by a Bodhisattva. Who exactly is he? What about the 32 identical Chen Yiban that appeared earlier? They not only looked exactly like Chen Yiban, but even possessed the same cultivation power as him. Is it the transformation of 1 into 32? Simply unbelievable. Just then, looking at the spitting blood Guanyin Bodhisattva, the Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor were also shocked. Earlier, even the Queen Mother didn't think that Chen Yiban had the ability to injure Guanyin Bodhisattva. She just thought that Chen Yiban wanted to give the Buddhist realm some face, to put on a show and go through the motions. Who would have thought? You actually pulled out such a big move? Just now, those 32 identical Chen Yiban, each possessing the same formidable, tight, golden, immortal cultivation, completely stunned the Queen Mother. Even the final move that shattered Guanyin Bodhisattva's golden body, that boundless spear force, was simply terrifying. At this moment, on the scene, Taishang Laojun, Taibai Jinxing, Chang'e, the Fox Demon Xiaoyu, the Bull Demon King, Princess Ironfan, including the 6 princesses outside, everyone was staring in astonishment at the man, Chen Yiban, holding the black spear. Such murderous energy, is it really the God Slayer spear? The legend turns out to be true. Looking at the black spear in Chen Yiban's hand, Taishang Laojuan's eyes showed extreme suspicion. He can't be more powerful than my current master, the king of shadow erosion. right? No, impossible. Definitely impossible. In the crowd, the sweeping star was dumbfounded. And amidst everyone's attention, below the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, I am invincible. With a slight horizontal movement of the God Slayer spear in hand, Chen Yiban spoke coldly and arrogantly. Chapter 31. Law Executing Celestial God Master of hundreds of heavenly generals, thousands of heavenly soldiers. Cough, cough. At this moment, Guanyin again coughed out strands of golden blood. Then, looking at Chen Yiban, indeed, Chen Heavenly General is remarkable. The poor monk admires you. However, the poor monk has already received a move from Chen Heavenly General. I hope your Majesty and the Queen Mother, as well as Chen Heavenly General, can keep your promise. Guanyin Bodhisattva joined her hands together, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, yet still wore a compassionate expression as she looked at the Jade Emperor, the Queen Mother. And Chen Yiban. To this, my Shen brothers, take them down. Suddenly, Erlang Shen Yangjian, dressed in silver armor and holding a three-pronged two-edged spear, waved his hand to command the people to continue capturing them. All right. At this critical moment, it was still the Jade Emperor who spoke at the right time. Since the Bodhisattva has already taken a move from Heavenly General Chen Yiban on behalf of Chen Xiang and the others, then, Bodhisattva, please take Lu Chen Xiang and the others away. However, if there is another time, if you come to my heavenly court to cause trouble again, don't blame my heavenly realm for disregarding the harmony between Buddhism and Taoism. Thus, hearing these words, the fox demon Xiaoyu, Chengna, Taishang Laojun, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Lu Chen Xiang, and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even Erlang Shen, although he appeared to want to continue capturing Lu Chen Xiang and the others, actually already knew, because of his suddenly emerging Chen Yiban, the big event today would not be accomplished. He has planned for so many years to modify the heavenly rules, but has to be postponed. Moreover, Chen Yiban is likely to leap from a mere heavenly general to a position in the heavenly realm that is on par with the judicial god Erlang Shen, becoming the law enforcement god. At that time, Erlang Shen Yangjian's power in the heavenly realm will inevitably be weakened. He might even be directly suppressed by Chen Yiban. This is because Chen Yiban possesses extraordinary abilities, the Wheel of Tombs and Hell, allowing him to temporarily elevate his cultivation to the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal, even without forcibly raising his cultivation to that level. With his original strength as a Tai Golden Immortal, coupled with the God-slaying spear and nine-tiered Annihilation Black Lotus he possesses, he can fight against experts at the great Luo Golden Immortal level. And Erlang Shen Yangjian, no matter how strong he is still just a Tai Golden Immortal. In this way, how can he compete with Chen Yiban in the heavenly realm in the future? Thinking of this, Erlang Shen Yangjian cast a cold glance at Chen Yiban's back. He never expected that his plan would be disrupted by a mere heavenly general. As he thought about this, Erlang Shen Yangjian clenched his fists in unwillingness and anger. At this moment, the anger and resentment displayed by Erlang Shen Yangjian made those who didn't know think he was unwilling to let Lu Chen Xiang and the others go. Like the fairy Chang'e, seeing Erlang Shen like this, she felt that her uncle was truly heartless and ungrateful. On the contrary, Chen Yiban sensed Erlang Shen's gaze, but chose to ignore it. In fact, it wasn't just Yang Jian who was unwilling. Lu Chen Xiang, Sun Wukong, Ao, Chen, and the others were also extremely unwilling. They had just forced the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother to agree to Guanyin Bodhisattva's bet. Unexpectedly, a heavenly general named Chen Yiban appeared, and he possessed such astonishing power. It was almost as if he was invincible below the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level. Such a person was previously just a mere heavenly general in the heavenly court. It was simply unbelievable. However, even though they were unwilling, Lu Chen Xiang and Sun Wukong and the others knew that nothing could be done. So, they left the heavenly realm while being supported by the Bull Demon King and others in a seriously injured condition. Your Majesty, Your Highness, this poor monk will take his leave. In the end, only Guanyin Bodhisattva remained, bowing to the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother at that moment. After saying this, without waiting for the Jade Emperor and Queen Mother to respond, she directly disappeared. After that, all eyes at the scene were focused on Chen Yiban alone. Heavenly General Chen Yiban, you did very well today. Not only did you maintain the dignity of the heavenly realm, but you also gave Lu Chen Xiang and the other rebels a severe lesson. Both I and the Emperor are very pleased. Immediately, the Queen Mother was the first to smile broadly at Chen Yiban. Looking at Chen Yiban, who was wearing a simple silver armor of a mere heavenly general, but wielding the god-slaying spear and standing on the Annihilation Black Lotus, his momentum was soaring. The Queen Mother expressed that the more she looked at him, the more she liked him. Truly, the heavenly court has gained another unmatched, fierce general. This person is even fiercer than Erlang Shunyang Jian. And he came and resolved such a critical disaster for the heavenly court just now. Not only did it turn danger into safety, but it also seemed to enhance the dignity of the heavenly realm even more. This made the Queen Mother truly more and more satisfied with Chen Yiban. At this moment, everyone present, the immortals, could not help but marvel at Chen Yiban's mystery and strength. However, Yang Jian, Taishang Laojun, the fox demon Xiao Yu, and the fairy Chang'e all sighed with sorrow in their hearts. Clearly, they were not happy about Chen Yiban's existence and arrival. However, their unhappiness did not affect the currently wild mood of the Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor. Soon, Your Majesty, you just promised in person, if Heavenly General Chen Yiban can single-handedly defeat Lu Qinxiang and the other rebels and maintain the dignity of the heavenly realm, you would grant him the position of law enforcement god to stand on equal footing with the judicial god Erlang Shun. Now, Heavenly General Chen Yiban has perfectly fulfilled your request, and even Guanyin from the Buddhist realm has been defeated by our Heavenly General Chen Yiban. Your Majesty, to not reward such a meritorious minister may hurt the hearts of loyal subjects. The Queen Mother directly spoke to the Jade Emperor in this manner. Indeed, she was asking for merit for Chen Yiban. Upon hearing this, Chang'e, Yang Jian, the Meishan brothers, Taishang Laojun, and others all felt their hearts sink. My word is my bond. I will naturally not go back on it. The Jade Emperor nodded with a smile. Then, Heavenly General Chen Yiban, step forward to receive your decree. The Jade Emperor called out to Chen Yiban in front of him. Your Majesty, Your Highness. Chen Yiban smiled faintly, then took 2 steps forward to perform the formalities and clasped his hands in salute. The Jade Emperor looked more and more satisfied with Chen Yiban, and then, before the eyes of all the gods, he directly announced, Heavenly General Chen Yiban, for your meritorious service in protecting the heavens, unparalleled combat power, and, as I have promised, today, in front of all the immortals, I hereby appoint you to the position of law enforcement god. Your rank is among the top immortals, equal to the judicial god, capable of commanding 100 heavenly generals and 10,000 heavenly soldiers. Additionally, from the heavenly treasury, take out 10 high-grade cultivation spirit stones and 30,000-year-old peaches to reward law enforcement god Chen Yiban. Furthermore, order the heavenly craftsmen to build a 1,000-acre mansion and allocate 1,000 celestial maids, 1,000 celestial servants, and 10 stewards for our law enforcement god in the heavenly realm. As the Jade Emperor spoke, he showered Chen Yiban with rewards. Seeing this, the Star of Misfortune's eyes widened, nearly drooling from greed. Your Majesty, this is the celestial being I want. Your Majesty, Yang Jian, Chang'e, Taishang Laojun, and the other gods were all shocked and pale. They never expected that the Jade Emperor would not give Chen Yiban a nominal position. Instead, he granted Chen Yiban, now the so-called law enforcement god, the power to command 100 heavenly generals and 10,000 heavenly soldiers. This was a position of real power, truly not inferior to Yang Jian, the judicial god, in the slightest. Thank you, Your Majesty, Your Highness. Chen Yiban once again performed the formalities with cupped fists. Law enforcement god? This is just the beginning. Chapter 32, Tathagata Buddha, Law Enforcement God's Mansion. A few days later, because Guanyin Bodhisattva could not dispel the terrifying murderous aura of the god-slaying spear within Lu Qinxiang, she could only temporarily suppress it. Moreover, somewhat embarrassingly, Guanyin herself was injured by the terrifying aura of the god-slaying spear when she received Chen Yiban's strongest attack, and her golden body was damaged. Golden blood flowed. Therefore, a few days later, Guanyin, Sun Wukong, and Lu Qinxiang came together to Mount Ling to seek the help of Tathagata Buddha, our Buddha, Tathagata. They arrived before the many Buddhas of Mount Ling, including Tathagata Buddha, with Guanyin and Lu Qinxiang supported by Sun Wukong. And then Guanyin clasped her hands together in greeting to Tathagata seated above. However, just as Guanyin was about to say something, Tathagata spoke directly. Guanyin, there is no need for more words. I already know about this matter. To her surprise, then, Tathagata's gaze revealed some astonishment as he said, the god-slaying spear of the demon ancestor and the annihilation black lotus truly exist in the world, and they possess such terrifying power that even you, Guanyin, have been severely harmed and unable to take care of yourself. And this person should be the disciple of the victorious Buddha of our Buddhist realm, Sun Wukong, the son of the 3 holy mothers, Lu Chenxiang. Finally, Tathagata looked at Lu Chenxiang and son Wukong beside Guanyin. Yes, Tathagata Buddha, you cannot ignore this matter. Son Wukong supported Lu Chenxiang and spoke to the Buddha seated above. Upon hearing this, the Buddha could not help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. The murderous aura of the god-slaying spear, the destructive power of the world-destroying Black Lotus. To treat this, how easy it is to say, I seek the Buddha. Lu Chenxiang, pale-faced, looked up at the radiant Buddha. Amitabha, the little monk, is ashamed. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva still held her hands together, bowing her head to chant the Buddha's name. Well, so be it. Finally, the Buddha sighed lightly. With a hand raised, he summoned gently, Zheng. Instantly, under the gaze of all the Buddhas present, a 9-grade merit golden lotus slowly blossomed into view. Swish! Immediately afterwards, amidst the astonished looks of the Buddhas, the merit golden lotus began to radiate golden divine light, showering down upon Avalokiteshvara, Lu Chenxiang, and son Wukong. Although son Wukong was not subjected to the murderous aura of the god-slaying spear, all three were entangled by the destructive power of Chen Yiban's world-destroying Black Lotus. Therefore, son Wukong's condition was also very poor and required the help of the merit golden lotus. The three of you must endure this suffering for 81 days under the healing golden light of the golden lotus to ensure your safety. Looking at the three bathed in the golden light of the merit lotus, the Buddha spoke again slowly. Thank you, Buddha. Avalokiteshvara was the first to say. Thank you, Tathagata. Son Wukong and Lu Chenxiang followed. The Buddha is present. Our Buddha is compassionate, with boundless merit. On the other side, after just a few days, Chen Yiban's status in the heavenly realm was already vastly different from before. Now, Chen Yiban had become the celestial god of law enforcement, ranking among the top immortals in the heavenly realm. Moreover, he was a powerful celestial god with real authority given by the Jade Emperor, able to command hundreds of heavenly generals and tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers. Additionally, within just a few days, the Ministry of Works in the heavenly realm had constructed the celestial god of law enforcement mansion for Chen Yiban. A grand mansion covering 1,000 acres had appeared in a prime area of the heavenly realm. At this moment, the vast mansion already had hundreds of celestial maids and servants, with 10 stewards in place to manage the daily affairs of the entire celestial god of law enforcement mansion for Chen Yiban. Chen Yiban had also moved into this grand so-called celestial god of law enforcement mansion. During this time, with his powerful perception at the Tai Golden Immortal level, he casually inspected the layout and design of the entire mansion. It must be said that it was indeed very beautiful and magnificent. The 1,000-acre area allowed for courtyards, gardens, studies, and more to be present within the mansion. Moreover, because it was in the heavenly realm, the mansion was surrounded by clouds and mist, creating a stunning atmosphere. In fact, Chen Yiban even saw several celestial cranes frolicking and flying in the lotus pond within his mansion. The hundreds of celestial maids and servants that had already arrived were also diligently managing the vast mansion under the guidance of the 10 stewards. According to the Jade Emperor, 1,000 celestial maids and servants were to be dispatched to Chen Yiban's mansion. Although there were only hundreds at the moment, it was because more celestial maids and servants were still being sent over, until the total reached 1,000. And today, Chen Yiban had just spent several days recovering his magical power in the largest room of this mansion, fully restoring the power he had consumed a few days ago. At this moment, Chen Yiban was wearing a black long robe, with long black hair reaching his waist, standing by the lotus pond with his hands behind his back, gazing calmly at the white lotuses in the pond. The celestial cranes dancing among the lotus flowers. Upon seeing Chen Yiban approach, all affectionately flew to him. Then, they began to dance on the clear surface of the lotus pond for him to see. The freshly recovered Chen Yiban smiled upon witnessing this. Seeing Chen Yiban smile, the celestial cranes danced even more vigorously, fluttering their lightweight bodies and wings in harmony. Tap, tap. At this moment, light footsteps sounded softly behind Chen Yiban, and a snow-white figure appeared 3 meters behind him. Kagaya? Chen Yiban said, lightly without turning around. Hearing this, the person clad in a snow-white robe smiled. It is I, my lord. In mid-stage of the earth immortal realm, it seems, the spiritual energy of the heavenly realm is indeed a great supplement for you. Chen Yiban glanced back at the stunning woman behind him. This I must thank you, my lord. Otsutsuki Kagaya, with 3 eyes, continued to smile at the stern Chen Yiban. At the same time, my lord, Kagaya raised a wooden tray, on which was a cup of freshly brewed tea. Kagaya presented it with both hands. Seeing this, Chen Yiban had an expressionless face, but reached out to take the teacup and took a sip. The tea was sweet and flavorful, with a refreshing spiritual energy that calmed the mind after drinking. The tea is good. Chen Yiban couldn't help but comment. I learned it from those who came with me. Seeing Chen Yiban's satisfaction, Kagaya, still holding the tea tray, smiled again. Chen Yiban understood that the those she referred to were the maids and stewards in the mansion. Chapter 33. Celestial God of Law Enforcement Armor? Legends of Chen Yiban in the Heavenly Realm. Afterwards, Chen Yiban and Kagaya stood leisurely by the lotus pond, appreciating the blooming lotuses and watching the celestial cranes frolicking among the lotus pods. As if they knew Chen Yiban was the true master of this celestial god of law enforcement mansion, a few boulder cranes occasionally flew out of the pond to Chen Yiban's side. Then, stretching their long necks, they rubbed against the black robe on Chen Yiban's thigh. This was their way of currying favor with him. Holding a cup of clear tea, Chen Yiban looked at the one or two cranes by his robe and couldn't help but smile lightly again. Go on. He gently patted their small heads and said with a faint smile. This made a few cranes emit cheerful crane calls before flying back into the lotus pond. Meanwhile, Kagaya stood behind Chen Yiban, her beautiful white eyes gazing at the back of this stern man. What about Kurizetsu? At this moment, Chen Yiban's voice broke the silence. You no longer have his aura. Looking back at the beautiful Kagaya, Chen Yiban added. Hearing this, Kagaya was a bit surprised, but not too surprised. Although in the world of Naruto, apart from her, very few could sense Kurizetsu's existence. The Chen Yiban before her had already grown powerful enough to no longer fit the so-called ninja concept. And Kurizetsu was indeed not with Kagaya at this moment. My lord, the spiritual energy of this world has greatly enhanced my power, and even Kurizetsu has detached from me after absorbing the spiritual energy. Kagaya replied to Chen Yiban. Is that so? Chen Yiban's tone seemed indifferent, as if it were just a casual question. Whoosh! At that moment, a shadow slowly emerged from the ground. It was Kurizetsu, whom the two had just spoken of. Bon! Lorban! Suddenly, as he emerged from underground, Black Absolute looked at the back of Chen Yiban in front of him and bowed deeply with a complex heart. Chen Yiban responded lightly. At the same time, he called out Black Absolute's name again. Bon! Lorban, what are your orders? Black Absolute felt a deep fear towards Chen Yiban. To this, Chen Yiban replied. From now on, be more obedient. With a cold glance from his black pupils, Chen Yiban turned to look at Black Absolute. Yes, Lorban. Immediately, Black Absolute knelt behind Chen Yiban. Kagaya also pressed her hands on her abdomen and bowed to Chen Yiban in front of her. During this time, it seemed that she sensed something was off about the atmosphere. The cranes in the lotus pond nearby no longer dared to frolic and were hiding behind the lotus pods. Lord Heavenly God, at that moment, 10 stewards assigned to manage the residence of Chen Yiban approached from a long corridor in the distance. Everyone rise. At this time, Chen Yiban finally retracted the cold aura around him. Yes, Lorban. Black Absolute nervously stood up from the ground. Kagaya also straightened up from her bow towards Chen Yiban. Soon, the 10 stewards arrived in front of Chen Yiban. Lord Heavenly God, your law enforcement heavenly armor has been forged, and the lady has sent someone to deliver it to you. The armor is currently in the main hall. After the 10 people ran over, they all bowed to Chen Yiban and said, Armor. Chen Yiban murmured upon hearing this. Then, he raised the teacup in his hand that was nearly empty. On the side, Kagaya immediately stepped forward to take the cup from Chen Yiban's hand, understanding his intention. Thus, Chen Yiban looked at the 10 stewards. Take me to see it. Yes, yes, please follow us, my lord. The stewards all nodded and bowed. They knew how powerful their master was now. First, he severely injured and defeated the Three Realms god, Neza, and then took down the once troublesome great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, and even repelled the rebellious Lu Qinxiang and others. What was even more unexpected was, even Guanyin Bodhisattva was not a match for Chen Yiban. With such a master, how could they dare to show any disrespect? They estimated that a casual strike from Chen Yiban could turn them to ashes. They had to nod and bow, humbled to the extreme. Thus, watching Chen Yiban leave with the stewards, Black Absolute glanced at Kagaya beside him. His power is something I cannot even perceive the limits of. Kagaya said, while looking at the teacup that Chen Yiban had just used. The current ban is no longer the Uchiha ban of the past. Black Absolute thought, filled with uncertainty. Arriving in this heavenly realm and absorbing spiritual energy, Black Absolute had also evolved. In a short time, he had acquired powers no less than the Sage of Six Paths from the Naruto world. However, just now, facing Chen Yiban, Black Absolute felt like a tiny firefly against the high and bright moonlight. That feeling was truly that Chen Yiban's momentum was almost enough to extinguish him. On the other side, Chen Yiban, under the guidance of the 10 stewards, quickly arrived at the outer reception hall. There he saw a group of Yaoqi guards standing by, protecting a set of silver law enforcement heavenly armor, waiting in the hall. When Chen Yiban finally arrived, no one showed any dissatisfaction. Even, "Greetings, law enforcement heavenly god." Several Yaoqi guards immediately knelt on one knee to salute Chen Yiban. No need for formalities. Chen Yiban slowly walked over and raised his right hand. "Thank you, law enforcement heavenly god." The Yaoqi guards then slowly stood up. Following that, "My lord, this is your law enforcement heavenly armor. A top-grade celestial armor personally supervised by the lady. We wonder if you like it?" The lady said that if the law enforcement heavenly god does not like it, you can have it remade at any time. One of the leaders among the Yaoqi guards said to Chen Yiban with cupped hands. During this time, all of the heavenly soldiers and generals present were looking at Chen Yiban with admiration. He had severely injured the rebellious Neza, defeated the former great sage Sun Wukong, repelled all the rebels led by Lu Chenxiang. In the end, he even defeated and injured the Guanyin Bodhisattva of the Buddha realm. Ultimately, he was rewarded by the Jade Emperor, becoming a top-grade celestial among the immortals overnight. Law enforcement heavenly god. The legends about Chen Yiban had already spread throughout the heavenly realm in just a few days. Almost every immortal knew about him. Countless heavenly soldiers and generals were now striving and training hard with Chen Yiban as their goal. During this time, Chen Yiban ignored the gazes of others and looked at the set of shimmering silver law enforcement heavenly armor hanging on a jade platform at the scene. It actually looks quite good. Chapter 34. Reuniting with old friends? Looking at the set of sharp silver armor hanging on the jade platform. Clang. The next moment. With a thought, Chen Yiban saw the armor flash in place and instantly donned the entire armor. The black robe originally worn by Chen Yiban was immediately covered by the sharp silver armor. At the same time, his flowing long hair was also tied up by a silver crown. On his feet, he wore a pair of silver armored boots. Even his arms and fingers were adorned with silver armors and gloves. In an instant, Chen Yiban seemed to have completely transformed into a divine general of the heavenly realm. At this moment, he exuded a majestic and fierce aura. The 10 stewards and the group of Yaoqi heavenly soldiers and generals beside him exclaimed, "Wow, my lord, this outfit really suits you perfectly." Yes. Look at this imposing aura, my lord. You truly are a martial god. This silver armor is truly destined for you." The 10 stewards began to praise and compliment him without reservation. At the same time, "My lord, it seems this law enforcement heavenly armor fits you very well. It is truly worthy of being forged under the personal supervision of the lady." One of the leaders among the Yaoqi soldiers, looking at Chen Yiban in the law enforcement heavenly armor, also appeared to be in awe. At this moment, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Chen Yiban nodded slightly. He felt that this armor was quite satisfactory. In fact, it was mainly because he didn't care much. After all, it was just a set of armor. As long as it was decent. "Please thank the lady for me." Then, Chen Yiban turned and glanced at the leader beside him, saying lightly, "No to my lord." The Yaoqi leader cupped his hands to Chen Yiban. After that, seeing that their task was complete, the group of heavenly soldiers from Yaoqi began to withdraw. During this time, several stewards accompanied them for a while. Chen Yiban continued to feel the armor in the hall. He found that the armor fit him very well and was not bulky at all. Thus, in a critical moment of battle, it should not hinder him. Thinking about this, Chen Yiban felt a slight sense of satisfaction in his heart. During this time, 5 or 6 stewards remained by Chen Yiban's side, waiting for his orders. "My lord, master." Suddenly, the 3 or 4 stewards who had gone out to send someone away hurried back into the main hall. Soon, they bowed to Chen Yiban and reported, "Master outside. The last batch of heavenly maids and heavenly servants has arrived. I just counted, and along with the previous ones, there are exactly 1,000 heavenly maids and 1,000 heavenly servants. The count is correct." As soon as the stewards returned, they reported this situation to Chen Yiban. It turned out that the last batch of heavenly maids and servants had just been delivered today. To this, Chen Yiban casually nodded and said, "Let them in. Then, you manage them." After hearing the news, Chen Yiban responded indifferently, "Yes, master." The 10 stewards immediately bowed in respect. At this moment, Chen Yiban recalled something, right? His Majesty said, "I could command 100 heavenly generals and 10,000 heavenly soldiers. These troops." Chen Yiban hesitated. However, the stewards understood his meaning. And the next moment, one of the stewards stepped forward and replied, "Master, you can go to the Divine Martial Camp, led by the Wuching Star Lord at any time to deploy troops. After all, it is His Majesty's order, and no one dares to obstruct your commands. Furthermore, I have heard that you also come from the Divine Martial Camp, so the Wuching Star Lord will definitely not make things difficult for you." Upon hearing the steward's explanation, Chen Yiban nodded in understanding. The next moment, he said, "Since there is nothing else to do right now, let us go deploy the troops." Suddenly, Chen Yiban made a decision. The next second, he donned a set of heavenly silver armor and walked outside. "Master, do you want us to accompany you?" The stewards immediately inquired. "No need, just manage the affairs of the residents," Chen Yiban replied while walking, shaking his head lightly. "Then we'll see you off, just in time to take charge of the heavenly maids and servants that just arrived." The stewards smiled as they accompanied Chen Yiban outside, also intending to take charge of the newly arrived maids and servants. Meanwhile, outside the gates of the Divine Law Heavenly God residence. Have you heard about this Divine Law Heavenly God? Of course. Who in the heavenly realm doesn't know that this Divine Law Heavenly God is going to become our master? It is said that he was just a small heavenly general who, after achieving merit in protecting the Yaoqi and repelling the rebels led by Lu Chenxiang, was conferred by His Majesty as a supreme immortal and is considered the best among the supreme immortals. Truly, he rose to greatness overnight. This Divine Law Heavenly God truly possesses real abilities. It is said he has the powerful cultivation of a Tai Golden Immortal, and even Guanyin Bodhisattva was injured by him in Yaoqi. Yes, but I heard he possesses the powerful magical power of a Deluo Golden Immortal. Anyway, this Divine Law Heavenly God is extremely formidable. It was said that this Divine Law Heavenly God's abilities are comparable to the former number 1 war god of the heavenly realm, Erlang Shunyangjian. With a master like him, we will also be impressive in the future. Voices of quiet discussion arose among the heavenly maids and servants waiting to be taken in. Silence. A heavenly general, escorting these heavenly maids and servants, immediately shouted after hearing the murmurs. During this time, among the hundreds of heavenly maids, there was one maid who had not spoken a word, just gazing blankly at the Divine Law Heavenly God residence in the heavenly realm. "Brother Ban, where are you?" Her eyes were filled with nostalgia, as if reminiscing about the past. Just then, someone exclaimed, "Hey look, someone is coming out. Wow, that leading person looks so imposing." Suddenly, the quiet discussion among the heavenly maids and servants resumed. The previously dazed maid couldn't help but glance at the direction of the entrance of the Divine Law Heavenly God residence. Indeed, she saw a man dressed in imposing silver armor, leading 10 steward-like individuals, slowly walking out of the residence. The moment she saw the man in the imposing silver armor, Brother Ban, Chapter 35, Reunion at Fuyue Pond. From within the gates of the Divine Law Heavenly God residence, a figure in imposing silver armor led the 10 steward-like individuals as they slowly walked out of the residence. Upon seeing the leading man in silver armor, one of the beautiful heavenly maids among the hundreds of maids was instantly stunned. Until we pay our respects to the Divine Law Heavenly God. The heavenly soldiers and a heavenly general escorting the heavenly maids and servants knelt in homage to the man in silver armor. At that moment, all the heavenly maids and servants, including this particular maid, finally woke up from their stupor. He is the Divine Law Heavenly God. Everyone suddenly realized, even more astonished. They did not expect to see at this moment the future master they had just discussed and praised, the Divine Law Heavenly God. "Hurry and kneel down," a heavenly general shouted angrily at the heavenly maids and servants. Hearing this, the maids quickly regained their senses and immediately knelt down in fear. We pay our respects to the Divine Law Heavenly God. In the end, almost all the heavenly soldiers, generals, maids, and servants knelt before the most imposing man, except for one maid who stood there in disbelief, looking at the so-called Divine Law Heavenly God. "You bold one, in front of the Divine Law Heavenly God, you still don't kneel. Which heavenly district are you from? Who taught you? How dare you be so disrespectful?" One of the most beautiful maids, standing out among the kneeling servants, was immediately scolded by the stewards beside Chen Yiban. I. The maid was startled and took a step back. However, her eyes remained fixed on the so-called Divine Law Heavenly God, Chen Yiban. What a fool. Several maids could not help but cast gloating glances at the maid standing there, as she was undoubtedly the most beautiful among them. Thus, It was inevitable that she would attract some jealousy from the other maids. At this moment, seeing her anger the future master, the divine law heavenly god, these maids not only felt no sympathy or concern, but instead harbored a sense of schadenfreude. At this moment, Chen Yiban, clad in silver armor and exuding divine majesty, casually glanced at the maid who stood out among the heavenly maids. Then, he was momentarily taken aback. Is it her? At this moment, the heavenly general, seeing Chen Yiban and the stewards, clasped his hands and said, "My lord, it is my negligence." The next moment, he angrily approached the maid who did not understand etiquette. Even so, in the midst of the gloating gazes of many heavenly maids and servants, this heavenly general approached the maid and raised his hand, ready to slap her. During this time, the maid, filled with fear, wanted to retreat but dared not move away. In the end, she closed her eyes, preparing to receive the heavy slap from the heavenly general. Slap! However, a few seconds later, although there was a light sound, the maid, with her eyes closed, felt no pain on her face, until she slowly opened her eyes in fear. She saw a man she had been longing for day and night for more than 3 years, now dressed in a silver, heavenly armor, with an imposing presence, had caught the hand of the heavenly general that was about to strike her face. And master at this moment, looking at Chen Yiban, who had grabbed his wrist, the heavenly general spoke with a slight tremor. "Please forgive me, my lord. Please forgive me." The next moment, the heavenly general immediately knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head to Chen Yiban. Nearby, the 10 stewards, all the heavenly servants and maidens, and all the heavenly soldiers were shocked. Especially the 10 stewards who had just reprimanded the maid were now utterly astonished. Their master actually intervened to stop the heavenly general from punishing that maid. In response, Chen Yiban didn't care about anyone's thoughts and just slowly turned around to look at the maid beside him, who was filled with uncertainty. In 3 years, you have reached the realm of a human immortal and even successfully ascended to this heavenly realm. Very good. Chen Yiban, with his deep black eyes, looked at her, smiling and nodding in appreciation. Upon hearing this, she finally dared to confirm. The person in front of her was indeed the one she had been thinking about day and night for more than 3 years. Brother Ban, is it really you? Looking at the imposing heavenly god, Chen Yiban, she still couldn't believe her eyes. It is I, Yueqi. Chen Yiban smiled lightly and nodded again, even calling out the name of the beautiful woman before him. At this moment, Fu Yueqi's eyes had already turned red with unshed tears. 3 years ago, he had called her name for the first time. Then he ascended to the heavenly realm, seeming to disappear forever from her world. Fu Yueqi's sister, Fu Qingfeng, had also told her they were not from the same world as him, but she just wouldn't accept it. For 3 years, Fu Yueqi absorbed the spiritual energy between heaven and earth using the immortal mode he had taught her, strengthening her power. After achieving some progress in her cultivation, she continuously performed good deeds to accumulate merit, until her realm and merit reached perfection a few months ago. She was able to ascend to the heavenly realm just like he once did. And at this moment, Fu Yueqi was truly grateful that she had never given up. Otherwise, how could she see the man in front of her again? How could she hear him call her name? Yueqi, once more. The person has been delivered. You may leave. At this time, looking at all the heavenly soldiers kneeling on the ground, Chen Yiban said, "Yes." The heavenly general who felt he had offended Chen Yiban immediately responded. Then, he hurriedly led the group of heavenly soldiers who had come to deliver the heavenly servants and maidens to quickly leave. Thus, under the gaze of the stewards and all the heavenly servants and maidens, Chen Yiban took another look at Fu Yueqi beside him. "You go in with him first. I have other matters to attend to," Chen Yiban said to Fu Yueqi, who was dressed as a maid yet still looked exceptionally beautiful. After speaking, Chen Yiban, dressed in heavenly silver armor, pretended to fly away. Slap! Suddenly, after Chen Yiban had grabbed the heavenly general's hand, Fu Yueqi unexpectedly stepped forward and grabbed Chen Yiban's arm. As the law-enforcing heavenly god, Fu Yueqi's action was undoubtedly audacious. However, at this moment, the 10 stewards nearby didn't dare to reprimand Fu Yueqi like they had just done. They didn't even dare to make a sound. During this time, Chen Yiban, who was suddenly pulled, turned to look at the person behind him. He immediately saw Fu Yueqi staring at him with red eyes. "All right, come with me." Saying this, the next moment, Chen Yiban grabbed Fu Yueqi's slender wrist and took off together into the sky. Finally, they rode the clouds away. Chapter 36. Return to the divine martial camp. At this moment, on a cloud, Fu Yueqi looked at Chen Yiban, who was dressed in heavenly silver armor. standing with his hands behind his back, imposing and dignified, gradually becoming entranced. In her heart, there was a joy of seeing him again. At this moment, withMadara's could hardly believe this was real. After 3 years, seeing him again felt surreal and dreamlike. Moreover, withMadara's never expected that the so-called law-enforcing heavenly god who had recently amazed the entire heavenly realm was actually her brother Ban. After 3 years of experience, withMadara's, who had ascended to the heavenly realm 3 months ago, understood much about cultivation realms. withMadara's remembered that 3 years ago, Chen Yiban had claimed his cultivation realm was only at the earth immortal realm, right? Yet recently, countless people in the heavenly realm had been saying the law-enforcing heavenly god truly possessed the formidable strength of the Tai golden immortal realm. Moreover, he even had an incredibly profound ability to create clones, which possessed extremely powerful cultivation. Finally, all the clones would transfer their magical power back to his true self, temporarily forcing Chen Yiban's realm to an absolutely powerful great Luo golden immortal realm. If what they said was true, the brother band that withMadara's knew must have gone through a lot of hardships, right? Looking at the rapidly advancing rainbow cloud beneath her, withMadara's thought to herself. In response, Chen Yiban was unaware of withMadara's thoughts. At this moment, although Chen Yiban was somewhat surprised to meet withMadara's in the heavenly realm, it seemed she had just been assigned to his residence as a maid. Her cultivation was too low, only at the early stage of the human immortal realm. While she could ascend to the heavenly realm, once she arrived, she could only be a maid. Chen Yiban couldn't help but recall a saying he saw on the internet in his past life. A genius who ascended from the lower realm eventually became one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers encircling the great sage. Thinking this, Chen Yiban felt that if he hadn't had the earth immortal cultivation when he first arrived in the heavenly realm, he might have started off as a small heavenly soldier, even a heavenly servant. As he thought this, Chen Yiban couldn't help but shake his head with a faint smile. Brother Ban. At this moment, withMadara's gentle voice called from behind. What's wrong? Chen Yiban turned back slightly to glance at her. Brother Ban, you arrived 3 years earlier than me. You must have suffered a lot in this heavenly realm over these 3 years. withMadara's looked at Chen Yiban with a pained expression. In her view, Chen Yiban must have experienced a lot of pain to achieve such powerful cultivation and status. However, Chen Yiban, upon hearing this, shook his head lightly with a smile. I'm fine. But I didn't expect that from being an almost powerless mortal. After I taught you a bit about the immortal mode, you could reach the human immortal realm in just 3 years. I can see. You've worked hard. The strength that Chen Yiban possesses today is largely due to the help of the system. On the other hand, withMadara's has truly relied on her own efforts to transform herself from an almost mortal being into a celestial being. She even accumulated enough merit to ascend to the heavenly realm. To be honest, Chen Yiban admires her a little. Upon hearing Chen Yiban's praise, withMadara's couldn't help but smile, but she still said, compared to you, Brother Ban, I'm far behind. Just as withMadara's finished speaking, the auspicious clouds beneath them descended from above. Soon, they landed in front of a military camp. Immediately, the auspicious clouds disappeared, and Chen Yiban and withMadara's found themselves back on the ground of the heavenly realm. The plaque of the military camp before them displayed 3 glaring characters. Divine Martial Camp. This was the largest military camp in the heavenly realm, home to countless heavenly soldiers. Seeing the camp, withMadara's recalled some information she had learned during her 3 months here. It was said that this was the place where the Lord of the Martial Star trained heavenly soldiers and generals for the entire heavenly realm, especially the heavenly soldiers, whose numbers terrifyingly reached over 1 million. withMadara's did not expect that the place Chen Yiban had come to was here. Their casual conversation came to an end, and Chen Yiban said, Next, I need to take care of some business. Just follow me for a while. After the auspicious clouds descended, Chen Yiban said this to withMadara's beside him. withMadara's quickly nodded in response. The next moment, Chen Yiban, clad in divine silver armor, walked straight towards the nearby divine martial camp. Behind him, withMadara's obediently followed. As they approached the entrance of the divine martial camp, they heard, We greet the Lord of Justice, the divine God. As soon as Chen Yiban and withMadara's got close to the camp's gate, the 4 heavenly soldiers guarding the entrance immediately knelt on one knee and saluted Chen Yiban. Witnessing the scene, withMadara's couldn't help but recall how all the heavenly servants and soldiers had knelt in greeting when they were outside the Lord of Justice's residence. As she thought about it, withMadara's gazed at the back of Chen Yiban, who was wearing divine silver armor, feeling that he was quite imposing. At this moment, Chen Yiban was a bit surprised that these heavenly soldiers recognized him. After all, just a moment ago, those heavenly servants had no idea what the Lord of Justice looked like. Fui Wechi had also not known that the legendary Lord of Justice in the heavenly realm was the Chen Yiban she was looking for. Chen Yiban originally wanted to ask about this, but he quickly let it go. After all, this divine martial camp was managed by the Lord of the Martial Star, and the heavenly General Zhang Qua should still be here. In other places, people might not recognize him, but it would be strange if they didn't recognize Chen Yiban here. Thinking this, Chen Yiban smiled and then calmly said, "Get up." "Thank you, my lord." The four guarding heavenly soldiers immediately replied, loudly, while cupping their fists. They then stood up, in unison. "Is the Lord of the Martial Star in the camp?" Chen Yiban asked the heavenly soldiers. Replying to my lord, "The commander is currently in the camp." One heavenly soldier promptly answered, "Good, take me to see him," Chen Yiban said with a satisfied smile. "Yes, my lord." That heavenly soldier immediately cupped his fists and replied, "Let's go." Chen Yiban turned back to take a look at Fui Wechi behind him. Fui Wechi's mind sweetly in response. After that, just like last time, the moment they stepped into the entrance of the divine martial camp, the entire world suddenly changed. They instantly transitioned from the heavenly realm to an endless vast plain. The view ahead became incredibly wide. Not far in front of them, a massive military camp also suddenly appeared in the sights of Chen Yiban and Fui Wechi. Within the camp, countless heavenly soldiers and generals were engaged in their daily training. The flashes of swords and lights were continuous. Wow! Fui Wechi couldn't help but feel amazed as this was her first time visiting the largest military camp in the heavenly realm. The Lord of Justice is visiting the divine martial camp. At that moment, the heavenly soldier beside them suddenly shouted. Instantly, the training movements of countless heavenly soldiers and generals in the camp came to a halt, and everyone turned to look at Chen Yiban and the two others outside the camp. Chapter 37. The admiration of over 1 million heavenly soldiers and generals. The Lord of Justice is visiting the divine martial camp. At this moment, as the heavenly general leading the way shouted, countless heavenly soldiers in the camp heard the announcement. Following that, the Lord of Justice, the legendary Lord of Justice, the one that the commander mentioned to us a few days ago, Chen Yiban. First, the heavenly soldiers in front of the camp heard the announcement. Then, with the exclamations of surprise, soon, almost all the heavenly soldiers and generals in the enormous divine martial camp were aware of it. Even, whoosh, a flash of rainbow light appeared, and a tall figure, also dressed in divine armor, suddenly appeared in front of Chen Yiban and Fui Wechi. It was the Lord of the Martial Star, who had instantaneously transported himself from the front of the camp to appear before Chen Yiban and Fui Wechi using divine powers. At this, Fui Wechi was initially startled. Then she recognized that the level of armor the other wore was almost the same as Chen Yiban's, a superior immortal. Immediately, as she came to her senses, Fui Wechi hurriedly bowed slightly in greeting. At that moment, the Lord of the Martial Star laughed heartily and said to Chen Yiban, "Haha, you, the Lord of Justice, seem to be a bit neglectful in your duties. Why are you only now coming to my divine martial camp to lead the troops?" As soon as he arrived in front of Chen Yiban, the Lord of the Martial Star spoke to him with a big laugh. Indeed, the Jade Emperor had granted Chen Yiban the authority to command tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers and lead hundreds of heavenly generals. Therefore, the Lord of the Martial Star, responsible for training the troops, had expected Chen Yiban to come over days ago. He never anticipated that this guy would wait until now to show up. Thus, the Lord of the Martial Star couldn't help but tease Chen Yiban a bit. Well, if one were to think about it, Chen Yiban could previously be considered a heavenly general under the Lord of the Martial Star. However, this heavenly general's cultivation had become exceptionally strong and unbelievable. At this moment, Chen Yiban looked at the suddenly appearing Lord of the Martial Star, who was playfully teasing him, and he couldn't help but smile lightly, then replied, "I spent a few days recovering my magical powers, so it took a bit of time." Previously, when Chen Yiban met this Lord of the Martial Star, he still had a bow in greeting. However, now that Chen Yiban held the position of Lord of Justice, he was not only a superior immortal in the heavenly realm, but also a top-tier one among them. Now, when he saw the Lord of the Martial Star, Chen Yiban no longer needed to bow to him. It could even be said that, in the entire heavenly realm, aside from the Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor, Chen Yiban did not need to show even a hint of humility to anyone else. The Lord of the Martial Star nodded. Then, looking at Chen Yiban, who was clad in divine silver armor and exuding an imposing presence, the Lord of the Martial Star couldn't help but show a look of admiration. thinking back to how Chen Yiban had recently repelled Lu Qinxiang, the Bull Demon King, and other rebellious figures, and even defeated the former Monkey King's son Wukong. In the end, even the Bodhisattva Guanyin from the Buddhist realm was no match for Chen Yiban. Moreover, this guy actually has some mysterious method of external incarnation, Wultum, and those external incarnations can transmit their magical power back into his body, allowing Chen Yiban to temporarily reach the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal in a short time. It's simply unimaginable. Unimaginable. With such thoughts, the Star Lord of Martial Arts looked at Chen Yiban with admiration. A pillar of the heavenly realm. Not long after, the Star Lord of Martial Arts realized and noticed Fu Yueqi behind Chen Yiban. From Fu Yueqi's attire, the Star Lord of Martial Arts could tell she was a heavenly maid. However, Fu Yueqi's appearance is indeed extraordinary. Even in this heavenly realm, the Star Lord of Martial Arts felt that few female immortals could match Fu Yueqi's beauty. Moreover, Fu Yueqi was currently dressed in a somewhat plain-made outfit. If she could wear celestial skirts and beautiful clothes like other high-ranking female immortals, wouldn't she be even more stunning? These thoughts were the Star Lord of Martial Arts' subconscious reflections upon seeing Fu Yueqi. And when Chen Yiban noticed the Star Lord of Martial Arts looking at Fu Yueqi behind him, he thought, "This is a maid who was just assigned to my residence. For now, she's here to serve me." Chen Yiban could only smile wryly. He had intended to come to the Divine Martial Camp alone. However, after unexpectedly meeting Fu Yueqi at his residence's entrance, this girl clung to his arm and was unwilling to let go. And he, at that time, he didn't know what was wrong with him and actually agreed to let her accompany him. "I have met the Star Lord of Martial Arts." At this moment, after Chen Yiban finished introducing her, Fu Yueqi also respectfully bowed slightly to the Star Lord of Martial Arts. Not to mention the teaching she received after arriving in the heavenly realm. Even in the mortal world, Fu Yueqi was the daughter of a high-ranking official's family. She was practically a young lady of a wealthy family. It would be an understatement to say she was well-educated and sensible. Such a Fu Yueqi left no fault for the Star Lord of Martial Arts to find, who casually said, "No need for too much formality." After this, the Star Lord of Martial Arts no longer paid attention to Fu Yueqi and turned to Chen Yiban, the Divine Enforcer. All right, come, follow me inside. In a moment, you can choose any heavenly soldier or a general you want." The Star Lord of Martial Arts pulled Chen Yiban's arm, and the two walked into the military camp. Behind them, Fu Yueqi watched her elder brother being valued by the Star Lord of Martial Arts, and couldn't help but feel proud and honored. Serving him? Yueqi is willing to serve. The next moment, Fu Yueqi, smiling, lightly followed suit. On the other side, this was Chen Yiban's second visit to the Divine Martial Camp, and he attracted even more attention than the first time. Almost half of the Divine Martial Camp, hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals, were now gathered around the entrance of the camp. In front, there was a sea of heavenly soldiers and generals holding weapons, truly a crowd of heads. Wow. Closely following Chen Yiban, Fu Yueqi was completely taken aback by this terrifying spectacle after entering the Divine Martial Camp. There are so many heavenly soldiers and generals. With so many heavenly soldiers and generals, if it weren't for the recent attacks by Lu Qinxiang and his rebellious group on the Yaoqi, limited by the small space, not too many heavenly soldiers and generals could come at once. The so-called Lu Qinxiang and the other rebels probably wouldn't have made much of a splash, right? Looking at the sea of heavenly soldiers and generals, Fu Yueqi couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. At this moment, soldiers. This person is the one who single-handedly defeated all the rebels led by Lu Qinxiang, Niao Mo Wang, and others a few days ago, and even defeated the former great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, and even Guanyin Bodhisattva from the Buddhist realm couldn't withstand a strike and was injured and spat blood. He is. The Star Lord of Martial Arts raised one of Chen Yiban's hands. Then, he continuously spoke loudly to the hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals about Chen Yiban's astonishing achievements. In the final moments, Divine Enforcer, Divine Enforcer, Divine Enforcer. Over 1 million heavenly soldiers and generals raised their weapons and shouted in unison. The roar of millions of people echoed across the plains, shaking the heavens and the earth. "Boss, you're making me feel a bit embarrassed for slacking off, but thankfully I have thick skin." Chapter 38, Chen Yiban Midstage Great Luo Golden Immortal. The shouts of over 1 million heavenly soldiers and generals reverberated in this plain space. The sound was deafening. During this time, watching Chen Yiban surrounded and continuously cheered by so many heavenly soldiers and generals, Fu Yueqi's initially proud gaze became filled with admiration. regarding this. Is the momentum a bit too big? Amidst the cheers of over 1,000,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, Chen Yiban couldn't help but smile wryly at the Star Lord of Martial Arts beside him. He just wanted to gather some heavenly soldiers and generals that he should lead. Why such a grand spectacle? Ha ha! The Star Lord of Martial Arts laughed heartily, patted Chen Yiban's arm, and pointed at the countless heavenly soldiers and generals around them, saying, "Because your deeds have already spread among all the heavenly soldiers and generals, they admire you. They have regarded you as a model of hard work and inspiration to motivate themselves to cultivate diligently," the Star Lord of Martial Arts said. Upon hearing this, Chen Yiban shook his head with a wry smile. He felt a bit embarrassed in his heart. After all, his rapid improvement in strength and realm was mainly due to the assistance of a system. Other people, no matter how hard they tried, it would be impossible to break through from the Earth immortal realm to his powerful realm in just 3 years. All right, you came here to mobilize troops, right? Now choose. Any heavenly soldier or a general will do. Anyway, I see they are all very willing to follow you. At this moment, the Star Lord of Martial Arts waved his hand lightly, indicating that Chen Yiban could start selecting the heavenly soldiers and generals he liked and take them away. Chen Yiban nodded. At this time, hearing the Star Lord of Martial Arts words and realizing that Chen Yiban was here to mobilize troops. "My lord, choose me. I am a late-stage Earth immortal general. Choose me, my lord." "Me too. My lord, hurry and choose me. I broke through from human immortal to Earth immortal in 10 years. Choose me, my lord." Suddenly, the already noisy divine martial camp became even more chaotic. Almost half of the heavenly soldiers and generals hoped to be chosen by Chen Yiban. After all, the current Chen Yiban is undeniably the first war god of the entire heavenly realm. Previously, it was Erlang Shunyangjian. But Erlang Shunyangjian could not injure Guanyin Bodhisattva from the Buddhist realm with a single strike. Yet Chen Yiban managed to do it. Therefore, the divine enforcer Chen Yiban is hailed as the current first war god of the entire heavenly realm. No one would dare to disagree. However, at this moment, looking at the noisy crowd of heavenly soldiers and generals, Chen Yiban felt a bit amused and troubled. Until, Heavenly General Zhang Kuo, are you here? Thinking of something, the next moment, Chen Yiban, dressed in heavenly silver armor, suddenly asked the countless heavenly soldiers and generals around. Upon hearing this, all the countless heavenly soldiers and generals who had been continuously shouting to be chosen suddenly fell silent. It was even a bit eerily quiet. Swish, but at this moment, one of the celestial generals, amidst countless heavenly soldiers, suddenly snapped out of his daze and couldn't help but fly out from the crowd, a little excited. He flew directly in front of Chen Yiban and the Martial Star Lord. Celestial General Zhang Kuo pays respects to the Martial Star Lord and the Divine Law God. After flying out, Celestial General Zhang Kuo immediately cupped his fists in front of the Martial Star Lord and Chen Yiban to pay his respects. Both the Martial Star Lord and Chen Yiban nodded slightly. The Martial Star Lord understood Chen Yiban's intention, so he said, "All right, I understand. Zhang Kuo, you may leave with Divine Law God Chen Yiban. I hope you will continue to work hard in your cultivation and break through to the celestial immortal realm soon to better achieve merits in the heavenly court." Seeing that the Martial Star Lord agreed to let Zhang Kuo go with Chen Yiban, he even encouraged Zhang Kuo. "Yes, Celestial General Zhang Kuo will remember your teachings." "My lord." Zhang Kuo still cupped his fists and nodded heavily. Finally, under the gaze of thousands, Celestial General Zhang Kuo stood behind Chen Yiban. During this time, Fui Wechi saw other men approaching and immediately moved from behind Chen Yiban to his side. All the heavenly soldiers watched as Celestial General Zhang Kuo was chosen by Chen Yiban and immediately shouted, "My lord, choose me, choose me, choose me." Countless heavenly soldiers grew even more excited. In response, clang, suddenly, Chen Yiban raised his hands and a burst of magic power instantly transformed into infinite golden light. The golden light then randomly fell on the thousands of heavenly soldiers and 99 celestial generals. Those who are touched by the golden light, are you willing to leave with me? At this moment, Chen Yiban retracted his hands and looked at those heavenly soldiers and generals touched by the golden light with a faint smile. For this, the thousands of heavenly soldiers and 99 celestial generals, who were glowing with a faint golden light, were momentarily stunned. Then they shouted, willing to follow my lord, willing to assist my lord in subduing demons and vanquishing evil. Thus, every heavenly soldier and general touched by the golden light cheered to express their willingness to follow divine law god Chen Yiban. It must be said, Chen Yiban's title of Heavenly Realm's first war god was indeed too resounding. It was truly effective for recruiting soldiers. Watching so many heavenly soldiers willing to follow his big brother, Fuiwichi couldn't help but glance at Chen Yiban again with admiration and joy. So, Martial Star-Lord. At this moment, Chen Yiban turned his gaze to the Martial Star-Lord on the other side. Hey, a bunch of ungrateful pups, get lost. The Martial Star-Lord pretended to be displeased, sighing and laughing as he scolded. Seeing this, Chen Yiban also smiled and cupped his fists. Star-Lord, thank you very much. I will invite you to drink and express my gratitude later. The Martial Star-Lord smiled back and returned the salute, then suddenly looked at Chen Yiban with great interest. Let's put the drinking aside for now. Chen Yiban, I actually want to test your current strength. Suddenly, the Martial Star-Lord seemed to want to challenge Chen Yiban's strength. Upon hearing this, Chen Yiban was momentarily surprised. However, coming to his senses, Chen Yiban smiled faintly and shook his head. Star-Lord, I mean no harm. It's just that you are not my opponent. Although Chen Yiban's smile was faint, he was filled with confidence, making Fuiwichi's gaze seem to be drawn in. The Martial Star-Lord, however, felt a bit unconvinced. Don't underestimate people. Although I am not in the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, I have already reached the peak of the Golden Immortal Realm. So, however, before the Martial Star-Lord could finish his sentence, Chen Yiban silently released his own realm's aura towards him. In the next second, the Martial Star-Lord's face was filled with shock. You have actually reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, and this is the mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. This is impossible. Even pointing at Chen Yiban, the Martial Star-Lord's voice was filled with disbelief. What? Mid-stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal? At the scene, upon hearing the Martial Star-Lord's exclamation, countless heavenly soldiers and generals also looked at Chen Yiban with disbelief. Chapter 39. The Queen Mother Summons? Meeting the 5th and 2nd princesses again outside the Yaoqi. At this moment, Chen Yiban had just recently advanced from Earth Immortal to Tai Golden Immortal, and now he had actually broken through to Great Luo Golden Immortal mid-stage. The aura was incredibly similar to the brief period when dozens of shadows transmitted their magical power to Chen Yiban, allowing him to briefly reach the Great Luo Golden Immortal. It even seemed that this time he had genuinely broken through to the Great Luo realm, so the aura was even more formidable. It was completely different from the previous brief attainment of the Great Luo Golden Immortal with the help of dozens of. You really have. At this moment, the Martial Star-Lord looked incredulous. He couldn't believe that there was actually someone in this world whose cultivation could progress so rapidly. It was truly astonishing. In response, the countless heavenly soldiers and generals beside him were also filled with amazement. What on earth are you? You are simply unbelievable. The Martial Star-Lord continued to look at Chen Yiban with an uncertain expression. Dressed in silver armor, Chen Yiban smiled faintly. Just a stroke of luck. Never mind. You are truly extraordinary. I admit, I cannot match you. At this moment, the Martial Star-Lord no longer felt like sparring with Chen Yiban. The Great Luo Golden Immortal, even at the mid-stage, even though he was at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal, facing such strength from Chen Yiban, it was likely that the latter could defeat him with any casual move. Not to mention, Chen Yiban also had the Black Lotus and God-slaying spear to fight beyond his level. I can't beat you. I can't beat you. Divine Law God. Divine Law God. Divine Law God. Just then, the heavenly soldiers and generals at the scene, after their amazement, raised their weapons and began to cheer continuously for Chen Yiban. In the military camp, strong power has always been revered. You little brats, I'm still here. Beside Chen Yiban, the Martial Star-Lord looked at the hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals and couldn't help but laugh and scold. Suddenly, the entire massive military camp erupted in a wave of laughter and joy. As the heavenly soldiers and generals of the Divine Martial Camp, they all knew their commander, the Martial Star-Lord, was not an ordinary person. Big Brother Ban. Beside him, Fuiwichi looked at Chen Yiban with eyes full of admiration. And the Martial Star-Lord was indeed not an ordinary person, although he had just jokingly scolded. The next moment he turned back to look at Chen Yiban. It seems I am really getting old. From now on, the heavenly realm will belong to you young people. And I am looking forward to what kind of cultivation and strength you will have in the future. But do not slack off in your cultivation, after all. Chen Yiban will undoubtedly be the first pillar of the heavenly realm in the future. The Martial Star-Lord looked at Chen Yiban with a face full of expectation and inexplicable comfort. truly feeling gratified and fortunate for the heavenly realm to have such a strong figure as Chen Yiban. In response, Chen Yiban once again smiled faintly and nodded to the Wuziu Star Lord in front of him. However, in his heart, he had other thoughts. Chen Yiban has always been an ambitious person, unwilling to remain under others. Previously, he defeated Lu Qinxiang and obtained the Divine Lottery, something he had never had before. Additionally, defeating the Guanyin Bodhisattva of the Buddhist realm also granted him another Divine Lottery. A few days ago, in his own mansion, Chen Yiban was not only recovering his mana. In fact, after his mana recovery, Chen Yiban used these two Divine Lotteries. One was a normal lottery, while the other was exchanged with the system for cultivation proficiency. Law of Heaven and Earth 36 heavenly techniques now. Chen Yiban could skillfully cast both spells. Especially among the 36 heavenly techniques, he could now perform all 36 divine powers. As for Law of Heaven and Earth, whenever Chen Yiban wished, he could transform into a towering figure, unmatched in combat power. If Chen Yiban were to comprehend these two spells by himself, he truly did not know how much time it would take to fully understand them. The other divine lottery was a normal lottery, which granted him 1,000,000 years of cultivation without side effects. It was because Chen Yiban accepted 1,000,000 years of cultivation that he suddenly broke through from the divine lottery. Seemed like a piece of cake even more delicious than the super lottery, nourishing Chen Yiban's even greater ambitions and greed. He would find a way to obtain such a high-level lottery again. Shortly after, Chen Yiban, dressed in divine silver armor with a cape billowing behind him, suddenly arrived at the Yaoqi. Originally, after mobilizing troops in the divine martial camp, Chen Yiban heard the Wuziu Star Lord say that the Jade Emperor had chosen a location for his troops in the heavenly realm. It was a place not too far from his Su Fa Tianshan mansion. Moreover, in recent days, the Jade Emperor had already ordered the heavenly craftsmen to complete the construction of the camp. Chen Yiban planned to take the troops he had mobilized from the divine martial camp to check it out. Unexpectedly, not long after leaving the divine martial camp, on the way, Chen Yiban encountered a heavenly maid from Yaoqi. She came to deliver a message, saying, "The Queen Mother wishes to see the Su Fa Tianshan." Chen Yiban. Until the point of tearing faces, Chen Yiban would temporarily not choose to defy the orders of the Queen Mother, the second leader of the heavenly realm. Moreover, the authority of the Jade Emperor in this world could almost be said to be overshadowed by the Queen Mother. Perhaps she was the true leader of the heavenly realm. Thus, with no other choice, Chen Yiban transformed the coordinates of the camp into a beam of golden light and sent it into the consciousness of the heavenly General Zhang Qua, allowing him to lead the heavenly soldiers to the camp first. Even Fui Weqi was instructed to follow the heavenly soldiers to the new camp. During this time, although Fui Weqi was reluctant to leave his side, she also understood that not everyone could casually enter Yaoqi. Therefore, in the end, Fui Weqi listened to Chen Yiban and followed General Zhang Qua and the others to the future Su Fa camp. Finally, Chen Yiban arrived at Yaoqi at this moment. As soon as he arrived, "Greetings, Lord Su Fa Tianshan." The heavenly soldiers guarding outside Yaoqi immediately bowed and saluted. Chen Yiban first nodded and then said, "Go report, to say that Su Fa Tianshan Chen Yiban has arrived." "Yes, please wait a moment, my lord." One of the bowing heavenly soldiers responded and then turned to report inside Yaoqi after cupping his hands to Chen Yiban. Watching the heavenly soldier go in to report, Chen Yiban waited patiently. "Until it's you." A slightly surprised female voice suddenly sounded behind him. Chen Yiban turned around and saw 6 beautiful figures. Among them, the one who spoke in surprise was the 5th princess, Qing'er, who he had met before. The 2nd princess, Chen, also looked surprised at the sight of the imposing Chen Yiban standing outside Yaoqi in his divine silver armor. Chapter 40. The Queen Mother's Appreciation. Coming to capture the 7th princess? At this moment, outside Yaoqi, Chen Yiban encountered a total of 6 princesses, including the 2nd and 5th princesses, whom he had met before. The 2nd and 5th princesses, as well as all 6 princesses present, showed some slight surprise at seeing the Su Fa Tianshan, Chen Yiban, at this time. "The Queen Mother actually summoned you. We thought it would be Erlang Shun Yang Jian, or the barefoot, immortal who just returned to the heavenly court." At this time, the 3rd princess, Huang'er, dressed in a yellow celestial gown, looked at Chen Yiban and said, her expression slightly displeased. Hearing this, Chen Yiban couldn't help but show a hint of confusion. From her words, it seemed they had long known that the Queen Mother would summon someone. But they didn't expect it to be him, Chen Yiban, the newly appointed Su Fa Tianshan. You've met the Shan. At this moment, the eldest princess, Honger, dressed in a red celestial gown, also looked surprised at Chen Yiban's appearance, but she politely stepped forward and slightly bowed to him. Although they were princesses, they held no real power in the heavenly court. If one were to count, the 7 princesses wouldn't even be considered lower mortals. However, that being said, after all, they were princesses. Although they held no real power, their status was still noble. Therefore, the eldest princess is too polite. Chen Yiban, dressed in divine silver armor, cupped his hands and returned the greeting to the eldest princess. Hey, it's me, we met before. Don't you remember? Suddenly, the 5th princess, Chinger, bounced up to Chen Yiban. To this, Chen Yiban coldly smiled and replied, I almost died at the hands of the 5th princess 3 years ago. How could I forget? Looking at the 5th princess, Chinger, who was now right in front of him, he said this with a cold smile. In an instant, the 2nd princess, Chinger, felt a bit awkward. Some details really don't need to be remembered so deeply. The 5th princess looked a bit embarrassed. Chen Yiban simply shook his head. How could he not remember that time? It was too profound. Shan, you really know my 5th sister and my 2nd sister? At this moment, the usually clever 4th princess, Lur, suddenly rolled her eyes and stepped forward with a somewhat fake smile, saying to Chen Yiban, Not exactly, we just met once. Chen Yiban replied indifferently. Hearing this, the 2nd princess, Chen, couldn't help but glance at Chen Yiban. She now found it hard to believe how that mere heavenly general in the earth immortal realm 3 years ago had become such a powerful Shan, shocking the heavenly realm in such a short time. 3 years from the earth immortal realm to Tai golden immortal. It truly felt unbelievable. But the reality was that Chen Yiban stood right in front of her, making it hard not to believe. This made her unable to suppress her immense curiosity about Chen Yiban. In fact, if we really talk about curiosity at this moment, all 6 princesses had varying degrees of curiosity about the Chen Yiban before them. After all, the entire heavenly realm is now abuzz with the inspiring story of Chen Yiban, who went from a mere heavenly general to a mighty deity of law enforcement, like a meteoric rise. It really makes people unable to help but feel curious about him. Isn't that also a form of acquaintance? At this moment, after hearing Chen Yiban's response, the 4th princess unexpectedly spoke up. Hearing this, Chen Yiban couldn't help but be taken aback. Why does it feel like this 4th princess is trying to force a closer relationship? The next moment, the 4th princess, Lure, wanted to say something, but just then, the Yaoqi guard who had just entered to report returned at this moment, interrupting the 4th princess's next words. During this time, as the Yaoqi guard ran halfway, he unexpectedly saw the 6 princesses and immediately exclaimed, I greet the 6 princesses. He hurriedly bowed to the 6 princesses. Get up. Among the 6 princesses, the 3rd princess, Huang waved her hand lightly, allowing him to rise. Thank you, your highnesses. The Yaoqi guard then slowly straightened up. Why did he come now of all times? The 4th princess murmured softly. However, the Yaoqi guard, not hearing her, respectfully clasped his hands and said to Chen Yiban, Sir, the Empress requests your presence inside. Chen Yiban nodded. After that, he took one last look at the 6 beautiful so-called princesses beside him and then directly turned and walked into Yaoqi. What a show-off. If it weren't for him a few days ago, cousin Yang Chan's son Lu Chenxiang would have likely forced the emperor and empress to change the heavenly rules. That way, the 7th sister wouldn't be. Wait a minute. I don't even know if the empress really plans to send someone to bring the 7th sister back to heaven. Watching Chen Yiban's figure enter Yaoqi, the 3rd princess Huang couldn't help but speak. The deity of law enforcement coming to Yaoqi to see the empress may not necessarily be just because of the 7th sister's matter. The eldest sister Hung, although showing a worried expression, still held on to hope. Because if it really is Chen Yiban, this deity of law enforcement, descending to capture their 7th sister, then really, their 7th sister would have nowhere to hide, even if she fled to the ends of the earth. After all, now in the entire heavenly realm, who doesn't know that the deity of law enforcement has unparalleled combat power, even surpassing Erlang Shinyangjian? Not even Guanyin Bodhisattva from the Buddhist realm can match Chen Yiban. Currently, it is widely recognized among all the celestial beings in the heavenly realm that the deity of law enforcement is undoubtedly the #1 war god in the heavenly realm. Well, no matter what, let's go in and take a look first. Finally, it was the youngest of the 6 princesses, the 6th princess, Lanner, who spoke softly. The other princesses nodded as well and began to walk toward Yaoqi. During this time, It seemed that the princesses had privileges. They didn't need the heavenly soldiers to report to the Queen Mother. They directly bypassed the guarding heavenly soldiers and entered Yaoqi. On the other side, after Chen Yiban arrived in Yaoqi, he quickly saw the Queen Mother, who was still dressed in her luxurious garments. Deity of law enforcement Chen Yiban pays respects to the Empress. Chen Yiban clasped his hands and bowed to the Queen Mother seated on a golden throne. Meanwhile, the Queen Mother, sitting on a golden throne in Yaoqi, looked at Chen Yiban, who was clad in heavenly silver armor, exuding a majestic aura as he approached her. Good. This set of heavenly silver armor truly makes you look majestic and imposing. Good. The Queen Mother then looked at Chen Yiban, who was bowing with clasped hands, with a satisfied expression. After all, this set of heavenly battle armor worn by Chen Yiban was crafted under her supervision. Although it was said that she personally supervised its creation, the truth of it was unknown. I must thank the Empress. Chen Yiban responded lightly. The Queen Mother nodded as well, and the more she looked at Chen Yiban, the more satisfied she felt. It was really great to have such a divine general in the heavenly realm who could defeat Guanyin Bodhisattva from the Buddhist realm. If Chen Yiban were willing to stand with her, it would be truly perfect. Chapter 41. Descending to capture the seventh princess. Will the other 6 princesses cause trouble? All right, my heavenly realm's deity of law enforcement Chen Yiban, I won't say much more. I have summoned you here, hoping you can descend on behalf of me. Suddenly, the Queen Mother looked at Chen Yiban, who was dressed in heavenly silver armor, and began to address the matter at hand. Upon hearing this, Chen Yiban immediately thought of 2 things, about Lu Qinxiang or the seventh princess. He wasn't foolish when he learned that this world gathered more than one Chinese ghost story and just saw that one of the so-called 7 fairies was missing outside. Chen Yiban had already been speculating. Did the seventh princess descend to the mortal realm like in the original story? At this moment, upon hearing that the Queen Mother hoped he would descend, Chen Yiban couldn't help but speculate further. Sure enough, the next moment, he saw the Queen Mother with one hand on her forehead, showing a helpless and angry expression. It is my 7th daughter, Instantly, Chen Yiban knew his thoughts were correct. He also understood that the Queen Mother had summoned him to descend for a specific reason. Chen Yiban even realized why he had coincidentally encountered the other 6 princesses outside, aside from the 7th princess. Moreover, he understood why the 4th princess was trying to get close to him by mentioning his previous encounters with the 5th and 2nd princesses. It seemed it was all for their 7th sister. They must have known earlier why the Queen Mother called him over. However, what good would it do to get close? If the Queen Mother truly wanted him to handle this matter, he wouldn't let personal feelings interfere with the 7th princess's case because of them. They weren't worth it. Whatever needed to be done, he would do it. Subsequently, under the Queen Mother's explanation, Chen Yiban fully understood. Basically, it was the same as in the original story. The 7th princess had fallen in love with a mortal, Dong Yong. She descended to the mortal realm. This undoubtedly violated the heavenly rules. Furthermore, compared to the Queen Mother in the 7 fairies, the current Queen Mother in the Lotus Lantern was not as kind and indecisive. Deity of law enforcement, Chen Yiban, I want you to descend to capture the 7th princess. And during this time, if any mortals dare to obstruct you from carrying out your heavenly mission, execute them on the spot. The Queen Mother said decisively to Chen Yiban before her. Understood, Empress. Chen Yiban responded with a faint smile. However, Empress, should we consult His Majesty's opinion on this matter first? Suddenly, Chen Yiban asked. To this, the Queen Mother immediately rejected his question. No need. Matters of mortals' love have always been handled by me. There's no need to consult His Majesty. Deity of law enforcement, once you handle this matter well, I will inform His Majesty and give you credit. The Queen Mother first dismissed Chen Yiban's question and then promised him. Thank you, Empress. Chen Yiban smiled meaningfully. Very well. Go. I await your good news. The Queen Mother was very satisfied with Chen Yiban's response, feeling that he could be brought into her ranks, just like the former Erlang Shun Yang Jian. The current Erlang Shun Yang Jian is utterly captivated by Mir Chang'e and has repeatedly faced setbacks regarding Lu Qinxiang. This has truly made the Queen Mother increasingly disappointed in Yang Jian. Fortunately, another deity, the god of law, Chen Yiban, has arrived. The Queen Mother feels that the heavenly Tao is likely on her side. Afterward, emerging from the Yao Qi, Chen Yiban wore a dismissive smile. He looked back at the Queen Mother in the Yao Qi and at the 6 so-called princesses who had just been eavesdropping. Indeed, the 6 princesses he had encountered outside the Yao Qi had been hiding inside, secretly listening to his conversation with the Queen Mother. Although they could deceive the untrained Queen Mother, they could not escape Chen Yiban's eyes and ears. Once they confirmed that the Queen Mother truly intended for Chen Yiban to descend and capture their seventh sister, they left the Yaoqi, likely to think of ways to help their seventh sister and cause trouble for Chen Yiban. However, Chen Yiban felt utterly disdainful toward both sides. Just wait. Once I reach at least the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm, this heavenly realm will be mine. Stepping out of the Yaoqi, Chen Yiban revealed an ambitious smile. The next moment, whoosh, he used the Zhong Di Jing Guang from the 36 Heavenly Tactics, instantly transforming into a rainbow and disappearing. With Chen Yiban's mastery of the 36 Heavenly Tactics, the speed of his Zhong Di Jing Guang was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of miles. Thus, in an instant, Chen Yiban appeared outside a Heavenly Realm military camp. This was now his law enforcement camp. Commander, as soon as General Zhang Kuo arrived, he had arranged for a dozen heavenly soldiers to guard the entrance. Therefore, when Chen Yiban's figure appeared, the soldiers were first startled, then all respectfully bowed. Chen Yiban, clad in silver armor, nodded and said, "Get up." "Thank you, Commander." The soldiers shouted in unison, then stood back up, holding their spears. "Is General Zhang Kuo and the rest of the soldiers inside?" Chen Yiban casually asked the guarding soldiers. "Yes, Commander. If you enter this gate, it will be just like when you entered the Divine Marshal Camp. You will enter our law enforcement camp space." One soldier answered with a bow. The soldiers looked at the imposing Chen Yiban with admiration. "Good. You all continue to guard the gate." Chen Yiban took one last look at the soldiers. "Yes." The soldiers immediately replied solemnly. Soon after, Chen Yiban stepped through the law enforcement camp gate in their sight. Clang. As soon as he entered, the world around him instantly transformed. It was indeed just like when he entered the Divine Marshal Camp. He arrived in a vast plain space. In the distance, a camp, though not as grand as the Divine Marshal Camp, stood with great momentum. "God, Commander! It's the Commander! The Commander has returned." Soon, the soldiers guarding the true entrance to the law enforcement camp noticed Chen Yiban's arrival and began shouting loudly into the camp. Before long, General Zhang Kuo rushed out of the camp with a large group of heavenly soldiers and generals running towards Chen Yiban. Brother Ban. Among them was Fu Yueqi. Seeing Chen Yiban return, she rushed to him with a joyful expression, as if she had been waiting for a long time. "Greetings, Commander." General Zhang Kuo knelt in front of Chen Yiban immediately. "Greetings, Commander." Soon, thousands of heavenly soldiers and generals knelt before Chen Yiban in unison. Even Fu Yueqi couldn't help but restrain her smile and respectfully bowed to Chen Yiban. "Get up," Chen Yiban said with a gentle smile. In a few chapters, the cultivation arc will pause and return to Naruto. Chapter 42. The Seventh Princess, Dongyong, Fish Day. Afterward, the law enforcement camp, with 10,000 heavenly soldiers and 100 generals, resumed their daily training. In the commander's tent, "Brother Ban, are you going to descend to the mortal realm?" Upon hearing Chen Yiban's words, Fu Yueqi immediately stood up, her face filled with surprise. "Brother Ban, can I go with you?" Fu Yueqi indeed wanted to descend with him. Although she had only ascended a few months ago, if possible, she hoped to have a chance to go down and report safety to her father and sister. However, before Fu Yueqi could finish her sentence, Chen Yiban shook his head. "The Queen Mother has instructed that this matter can only be handled by me alone. Regarding the seventh princess, the Queen Mother likely wishes for as few people to know as possible. Perhaps even the Queen Mother of this Bao, Liandeng world, has softened her heart for the seventh princess." Tia? Anyway, what the Queen Mother instructed Chen Yiban was to secretly capture the seventh princess, Sifan, and to ensure that no one else knows about this matter. Thus, Chen Yiban only told Fu Yueqi and General Zhang Kuo, who were present, that he was going to descend. He didn't elaborate further. Upon hearing this, Fu Yueqi couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment. Chen Yiban, seeing this, shook his head and smiled. "There will be other opportunities next time, won't there? With my identity and status, it won't be hard to take someone down with me in the future." However, the 10,000 heavenly soldiers he had just taken over in the law enforcement camp, including 100 generals like Zhang Kuo, Chen Yiban had to make some arrangements, so Zhang Kuo. The next moment, Chen Yiban looked at the third person in the main tent, besides him and Fu Yueqi. "At your command." General Zhang Kuo immediately stepped forward and bowed to Chen Yiban. "During my time in the mortal realm, you will oversee all the soldiers in this law enforcement camp." Chen Yiban instructed Zhang Kuo, who was bowing respectfully. "I will obey." Zhang Kuo replied with his head bowed. Chen Yiban nodded in satisfaction. Then, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, Chen Yiban suddenly conjured 3 items and tossed them to Zhang Kuo. General Zhang Kuo instinctively reached out to catch the 3 items thrown by Chen Yiban and discovered they were 2,000-year-old immortal peaches and a golden token engraved with the words law enforcement. This token contains my magical power. With this token, you can command the entire law enforcement camp. And these two immortal peaches will aid in cultivation, so you should eat them. As Zhang Kuo stood there in shock, Chen Yiban quickly explained before he could ask. This, Commander, I can't. Zhang Kuo looked at the 2,000-year-old immortal peaches, somewhat hesitant to accept them. Just follow my orders. There's no need for further discussion. Chen Yiban said calmly from his commander's seat. The 1,000-year-old immortal peaches were previously bestowed by the Jade Emperor, but such things are no use to me anymore. He directly bestowed them upon General Zhang Kuo. After all, he was now a subordinate of Chen Yiban. Yes, I thank you, Commander. The next moment, Zhang Kuo knelt on one knee in front of Chen Yiban, looking serious as he bowed again. 1,000-year-old immortal peaches are something that even lower immortals find hard to obtain. Moreover, Zhang Kuo is just a mere heavenly general, not even a lower immortal. Under normal circumstances, he would never have the chance to obtain such good things. And Chen Yiban, with a single move, he directly gave Zhang Kuo 2 items. Instantly, the originally envious and respectful Zhang Kuo, who admired Chen Yiban's powerful strength, felt even more gratitude and loyalty. He remembered that 3 years ago, Chen Yiban was at the same level as him, a mere heavenly general in the realm of earth immortals. Who would have thought? Zhang Kuo himself couldn't quite believe it. Chen Yiban had achieved such success in just 3 years. I should work harder on my cultivation. Looking at the token and the 2 celestial peaches in his hand, Zhang Kuo felt a surge of determination. However, what Zhang Kuo did not expect was that in the next moment, Chen Yiban produced another token and a full 7 celestial peaches, then controlled them to slowly fly in front of Fu Yueqi. Brother Ban, Fu Yueqi was a bit dazed looking at the 7 celestial peaches and the identical token in front of him. These celestial peaches are of no great use to me, but they will greatly benefit you, who are currently in the realm of human immortals. So, take them and eat. Chen Yiban said very calmly. This, looking at the 7 legendary celestial peaches floating in front of him, Fu Yueqi was still a bit stunned. And then there was Zhang Kuo. He glanced at the 2 in his hand, then looked at the 7 floating in front of Fu Yueqi. All right, there's no need to compare with others. It's good enough that I have mine. Those outside haven't received even one. At this moment, if you want to continue staying in this Su Fa camp, that's fine. If you want to return to my residence, let Zhang Kuo arrange for someone to take you there. Chen Yiban casually said a few words to Fu Yueqi. Immediately after, without waiting for Fu Yueqi to take the floating celestial peaches and token, whoosh, Chen Yiban transformed into a rainbow and left the spot. The speed was so fast that he almost instantly disappeared before Fu Yueqi and Zhang Kuo. Brother Ban. Fu Yueqi shouted, but by then, Chen Yiban was already gone. Sending off the commander, Zhang Kuo quickly reacted and immediately clasped his fists in a bow. On the other side, Chen Yiban had already flown out of the Su Fa camp space in the blink of an eye. He even flew straight toward the southern heavenly gate. Upon reaching the southern heavenly gate, the guarding heavenly soldiers initially wanted to stop Chen Yiban. But when Chen Yiban truly stopped, the group of guarding heavenly soldiers looked at the Su Fa heavenly god, Chen Yiban, with surprise and respect, and then directly stepped aside. Is it that an upper immortal can descend at will? Or did the Queen Mother already have arrangements? Chen Yiban thought. However, it didn't matter now. Since they made way, Chen Yiban accelerated again. In an instant, he shot out of the southern heavenly gate like lightning, descending to the mortal realm. At this time, in Dongjia village, Chen Yiban's target this time, the 7th princess. She was having lunch with her husband, Dong Yong. Indeed, it was noon in the mortal realm. Cousin and sister-in-law, let me tell you, my new invention will succeed soon. You know it. Zhong Zhongsha Guxin Iuzi was talking about his new invention while having lunch with Dong Yong and the 7th princess. During this time, both the 7th princess and Dong Yong laughed continuously. Until wait, this is. The 7th princess suddenly stood up from the table, looking outside the house with surprise and disbelief. This sudden action made Dong Yong and Yuri, who had been chattering away, stare in astonishment. Chapter 43 Chen Yiban, 7th princess, please return to heaven. Inside the house, Dong Yong and Yuri looked at the suddenly standing 7th princess in confusion. The 7th princess, however, looked uncertainly outside the room, until, 7th sister, outside, several female voices called out. Are they really my sisters? The 7th princess was both surprised and delighted, unable to believe it. They had really come. Sisters? Dong Yong and Yuri were still a bit stunned. The 7th princess, however, ran out eagerly. Dong Yong and Yuri couldn't help but put down their bowls and chopsticks to see what was happening. As soon as they stepped outside, Dong Yong and Yuri were greeted with a scene that seemed like the most beautiful sight in the world. During this time, Dong Yong was relatively normal. But fairies. A group of fairies. Yuri was already mesmerized. At that moment, outside the house, many incredibly beautiful fairies appeared. They were indeed the seventh princess's sisters. However, it seemed that one was missing. With the seventh princess, there were only 6 princesses present. The sixth princess, Lanner, was not here. Perhaps they left the sixth princess Lanner in the Heavenly Realm's 7 fairy pavilion to keep things under wraps. After all, if all the fairies descended at once, they would be discovered too quickly. Sisters, why have you all come? Where's sixth sister? Why is she not here? At this moment, the 7th princess looked happily at the 5 sisters in front of her, while also wondering why the other sisters had come, but not the 6th sister. To this, 7th sister, that's not the important thing right now. You need to quickly take Dong Yong and run. We are here to block the Su-Fa heavenly god for you. The 3rd princess, Huang, said urgently to the 7th princess, Zier. Sufa, evenly good. By the time the 7th princess, Zier, descended, she was unaware of what the Su-Fa heavenly god was. 7th sister, your relationship with Dong Yong has already been known to Mother. She has even sent the new first war god of the heavenly court, Su-Fa heavenly god, Chen Yiban, to take you back to heaven. The eldest princess, Hunger, said with a worried look to her 7th sister. Yes, 7th sister, you must leave with Dong Yong. We will buy you time. The other fairies chimed in. The 7th princess finally understood what was happening, and the smile on her face slowly faded. I didn't expect this day to come so quickly. The 7th princess turned back reluctantly. Her eyes filled with reluctance as she looked at Dong Yong behind her. 7th sister, actually, if you return to the heavenly court and admit your mistake to Mother, perhaps. The 2nd princess, Chinger, spoke up with a different opinion from the other fairies. 2nd sister, are you trying to harm 7th sister? The hot-tempered 3rd princess, Huanger, immediately questioned her. What do you mean I'm trying to harm 7th sister? Do you really think we can stop Su-Fa heavenly god Chen Yiban? The 2nd princess argued. Well, that's not acceptable. Once in heaven, 7th sister will surely be stripped of her immortal bones. The 4th princess, Lur, retorted. Oh, stop saying so much. 7th sister, just take Dong Yong and leave quickly. If you don't hurry, that arrogant Chen Yiban will be here. Finally, the 5th princess, Chinger, said anxiously to the 7th princess, Zier. However, sorry, it's too late. Because I've already arrived. Just at that moment, Chen Yiban's voice suddenly appeared. Whoosh! In the next moment, amidst a flash of golden light, Chen Yiban's tall figure appeared behind the group of fairies, outside the small fenced courtyard. Upon hearing this, the group of princesses was suddenly startled. At the same time, except for the 7th princess, who was already facing the courtyard, the 5 princesses who had descended to deliver the message all turned back in confusion. Then, they indeed saw Chen Yiban, dressed in divine silver armor, appearing outside the small courtyard, looking at them with a cold expression. Who is this guy again? Beside the door, Yuri looked at Chen Yiban, who had just transformed from a rainbow, with a surprised expression. However, Yuri also realized that everyone here was a deity. The divine law god, Chen Yiban, the eldest princess, Hung, looked at Chen Yiban outside the courtyard with a wary expression. Meanwhile, the group of princesses began to channel the magic from their spirit stones, preparing to take action. This included the 2nd princess, Chen. Although she wanted to persuade the 7th princess to return to heaven voluntarily, if her other sisters really fought Chen Yiban later, she couldn't just stand by and watch. In response, 7th princess, please return to heaven. Chen Yiban ignored the other princesses present, as well as Dong Yong and Yuri, and only looked at the 7th princess, Zer. Dream on. The 3rd princess, Huanger, blocked Chen Yiban's line of sight. The other fairies also looked at Chen Yiban with a mix of fear and determination. Ladies, since it is like this, do not blame me. Chen Yiban's gaze was filled with indifference. Moreover, as he spoke, he stepped forward towards the group of fairies. Seeing this scene, the 3rd princess, Huanger, immediately wanted to take action. Stop. At this critical moment, the 7th princess suddenly spoke up. 7th sister? The group of fairies all turned back to look at the 7th princess behind them. My lady. Dong Yong looked at the back of the 7th princess. Sisters, you just said that the divine law god is the new number 1 war god in the heavenly court, which means he is even stronger than cousin Yang Jian. If we can't even defeat cousin Yang Jian, how could we possibly stand a chance against him? The 7th princess said to her sisters in front of her. However, the other princesses were somewhat unwilling. I am willing to return to heaven with the divine lord. The seventh princess, Zur, looked at Chen Yiban and said this. Good. Chen Yiban nodded faintly. There was no sign of joy or anger, only a calm demeanor. It seemed as if he didn't care about anything at all. Donglong. In the end, the seventh princess reluctantly turned back to look at Dong Yong once more. My lady. Dong Yong stepped forward and grasped the seventh princess's hands. Then he pleaded, Please, Divine Lord, spare my lady. I am willing to take her punishment in her place. I beg you, Divine Lord. Dong Yong suddenly knelt before Chen Yiban. Seventh princess, please return to heaven quickly. Chen Yiban, however, remained expressionless, only glancing at the seventh princess as a reminder. Hey, Yuri, who couldn't stand it any longer, wanted to speak up, but was interrupted by the fifth princess, Qing. The fifth princess, dressed in a blue fairy gown, walked up to Chen Yiban and said angrily, Chen Yiban, you won't listen to reason, will you? Originally, I thought you were very impressive for defeating the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, and Guanyin Bodhisattva. But now it seems you are nothing but a dog for the heavenly court. With that, the fifth princess, Qing, glared at Chen Yiban. Clang! In the next moment, a golden magical power transformed into a sword energy, directly piercing through the shoulder of the fifth princess. This made the delicate fifth princess cry out in pain. Fifth sister, the eldest princess, the second princess, the seventh princess, and the other fairies immediately exclaimed in shock. They quickly rushed forward to support their fifth sister and began to channel their spirit energy to heal her. They saw that blood was already flowing from the fifth princess's shoulder. You, how dare you? The fifth princess pointed at Chen Yiban outside the courtyard with disbelief, tears streaming down her face from the pain. In response, I said 3 years ago that I would return it to you. Chen Yiban said. At the same time, he took out the immortal peach from 3 years ago and threw it back to the fifth princess who had given it to him. Chapter 44. Chen Yiban faces his first defeat since his transmigration. At this moment, the fifth princess, Qing, who was injured on her shoulder, looked at Chen Yiban with disbelief. It seemed she truly did not expect him to dare to hurt her. Moreover, from his tone, it seemed he had remembered that sword from 3 years ago. Chen Yiban, this guy, actually held a grudge like this. Chen Yiban, you dare to hurt my fifth sister. When we return to heaven, I will definitely tell my father and mother and let them punish you severely. On the side, supporting the injured fifth princess, the third princess, Huang, looked at the divine law god Chen Yiban with a mix of shock and anger. Well, that is something for after we return to heaven. Chen Yiban, however, maintained an expression of indifference throughout, as if everything at this moment was none of his business. Divine law god, I am willing to return to heaven with you. Please do not. At this time, the seventh princess, Zier, also said to Chen Yiban while supporting the injured fifth princess. But before the seventh princess could finish her sentence, bastard, the impulsive third princess summoned her fairy sword and thrust it directly toward Chen Yiban. Seeing this scene, the other girls looked on in various states of shock, not expecting her to charge forward so recklessly. In response, clang ding, a small golden figure suddenly appeared in front of Chen Yiban, blocking the third princess's sword. Then, another similar small golden figure knocked the fairy sword from her hand. How could this happen? The third princess, Huang, looked astonished at her sword that had been knocked away. At that moment, whoosh, 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 9 small golden figures appeared around Chen Yiban, who was dressed in divine silver armor. These were the golden Tao-taking pearls, which had gained sentience and were automatically protecting their master. They had appeared before in the Yaoqi. Other than the seventh princess, the other princesses on the scene almost instantly recognized these 9 golden Tao-taking pearls from when they appeared in the Yaoqi. It was during the time when Chen Yiban single-handedly blocked Lu Qinxiang, Sun Wukong, and Yoemo Wan. At that time, the deities of the heavenly realm found these golden orbs very miraculous. Unexpectedly, at this moment, they were actually protecting their master automatically, blocking and even knocking away the third princess's sword. The power of gravel. At this time, Chen Yiban's deep black eyes looked at the third princess, Huang, who was close at hand, and he disdainfully said coldly, You. The third princess, Huang, who was looked down upon by Chen Yiban, immediately turned red with anger. Then she summoned her knocked-away fairy sword back to her hand, channeling a large amount of magic from her spirit mountain into the sword, preparing to stab it toward Chen Yiban again. Third sister, no. The eldest princess, Hunger, urgently called out. At the same time, she immediately used her magic to try to pull back her third sister. But Blood Chi Fei, a pair of riding wheel eyes, had already appeared in Chen Yiban's pupils, releasing a powerful eye power. Clang! In an instant, the third princess's second attempt to stab Chen Yiban was abruptly halted. She felt as if she had suddenly fallen into an extreme, icy realm, the cold penetrating deep into her bones. It was as if her whole body had been frozen. In an instant, the Grand Princess used her magical power to conjure a red ribbon and pulled the third princess back. Chen Yiban merely watched and did not bother to stop anything. "Third sister, are you okay? You're not hurt, right?" After pulling the third princess back, the Grand Princess gently inquired. "What hiss?" The moment she touched her sister's body, the Grand Princess Honor felt that her whole body was as cold as a block of ice. At this moment, there was a layer of fine ice flakes covering the third princess's clothes, and she was trembling uncontrollably, hugging herself. "Third sister, what happened to you?" The Grand Princess suddenly became very shocked. The next moment, she looked uncertainly towards Chen Yiban outside the fence courtyard. "What happened to third sister?" The other princesses gathered around, worried. At this moment, "Don't worry, I didn't use heavy hands. She should be grateful for her identity as a princess," Chen Yiban said calmly, with her arms crossed in front of her. In fact, if they were not all princesses of noble status from the heavenly realm, Chen Yiban, at the level of a great Luo golden immortal, could easily kill them with a casual move. "You!" The princesses were furious, glaring at Chen Yiban outside. Even the fifth princess, who had been a bit of a fan of Chen Yiban, turned against her after being stabbed in the shoulder. Even the usually mild-mannered seventh princess here, upon seeing her two older sisters injured, looked angrily at Chen Yiban. Meanwhile, the two mortals, Dong Yong and Yu Ri, looked at Chen Yiban, whose aura was extremely powerful, in disbelief, unable to speak. "Seventh princess, please return to the heavens." Chen Yiban turned to the seventh princess Zir and said calmly. In response, the fourth princess, filled with anger and unwillingness, said, "Let's all attack together. We can't believe that so many of us sisters can't defeat her alone." At this moment, the second princess, Qing'er, sighed softly upon seeing Chen Yiban's current strength. The realm of Tai, Golden Immortal, was not something they could contend with. The gap of several major realms could not be compensated by numbers. The second princess, Chang'er, still did not know. Chen Yiban was no longer a Tai Golden Immortal, but a great Luo Golden Immortal. Until, boom, Chen Yiban unleashed the terrifying pressure of a great Luo Golden Immortal, pressing down on the six princesses present. Instantly, thud, 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 thud. The six noble princesses of the heavenly realm immediately knelt down under the terrifying pressure of the great Luo Golden Immortal. How is it possible? You actually are a great Luo Golden Immortal. Under the pressure, the second princess, Qing'er, struggled to raise her head to look at Chen Yiban, her eyes filled with disbelief and shock. "What?" The other princesses were equally astonished under the pressure. "My lady," Dong Yong, seeing the seventh princess being subdued by the pressure, wanted to step forward to protect her. But clang! Chen Yiban lightly waved her hand, and her powerful magical energy directly sent him flying, causing him to spit blood. "Cousin," Yu Ri exclaimed, then angrily looked at Chen Yiban. Yu Ri wanted to scold Chen Yiban, but before the words could leave his mouth, the moment Chen Yiban's pair of crimson Shinra Sharingan focused on him, he was instantly frightened, cold sweat breaking out all over his body, and he involuntarily stepped back. Poof! Suddenly, a red fist pierced through Chen Yiban's heart. The 9 golden Taoist jade had just automatically protected her, and even the 9-tiered annihilation Black Lotus appeared, but all were suppressed and sent flying by the terrifying dark red magic. Chen Yiban, with a gaze of disbelief from her Shinra Sharingan, looked at her own heart that had been pierced. "I actually let someone attack me from behind." Chapter 1. Injured returned to the world of Naruto, just before the annihilation of the clan. At this moment, it was seen that the invincible Chen Yiban had been spoken to from behind with heartfelt words. At the same time, Chen Yiban's pressure instantly vanished. Then, the princesses present, along with Yu Ri, were all shocked at the scene before them. During this, I must say, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, these heavenly princesses probably wouldn't have descended so quickly, allowing me to fully restore my strength. The person behind Chen Yiban, clad in red demonic armor, had one hand piercing through Chen Yiban's heart and the other holding a blue magic box. Inside was actually sealing the sixth princess of the heavenly realm, Lan'er. In other words, she was the sixth sister or sixth older sister of the princesses present. Who are you? Chen Yiban still couldn't believe everything that was happening at this moment. At the same time, Chen Yiban felt her cultivation being completely suppressed, even being dispersed. Great Luo Golden Immortal Mid-Stage, Early Stage. Tai Golden Immortal, golden immortal, Chen immortal. Chen Yiban's cultivation was indeed being crazily absorbed by the person behind her. And Chen Yiban herself was completely immobilized due to the opponent's overwhelming strength in the ambush. At this moment, I am a king of corruption. Amidst the shocked gazes of everyone present, the person in red demonic armor behind Chen Yiban laughed triumphantly. King of corruption. Chen Yiban tried hard to turn around to see the person behind her. Cough, cough. The next moment, Chen Yiban, heavily injured, spat blood. Ha ha ha. The king of corruption continued to laugh with delight. You are quite good. Your strength has progressed remarkably fast, making even me feel amazed. But because of this, I cannot let you live. Therefore, on the day I regain my freedom, I must ask you to die. The king of corruption spoke as if to himself, revealing an endless killing intent towards Chen Yiban. That terrifying power shattered all the divine armor on Chen Yiban's body. The black robe underneath also became tattered. Blood trickled from the corner of Chen Yiban's mouth as she forced a bitter smile. This time, Chen Yiban had indeed fallen. However, it wouldn't be so easy for the king of corruption to kill her. Chen Yiban, system, use all remaining lottery chances. Help me escape. Chen Yiban shouted in her heart under heavy injury. As you wish. The system's prompt interface bubbled up in the void. The next moment, whoosh, Chen Yiban suddenly vanished completely. Silent and without a trace. How could this be? The king of corruption was shocked. He couldn't believe that with Chen Yiban's cultivation, she could escape under his complete chaos golden immortal, powerful strength. Moreover, she escaped so cleanly and thoroughly. In an instant, she disappeared without a trace. The king of corruption's perception could not detect any aura of Chen Yiban at this moment. It was as if she had completely vanished from this world. Damn it, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, I will find you. The king of corruption, furious and unwilling, howled to the sky. At the same time, the princesses and Yuri were watching in horror, wishing they could leave this place immediately. However, in the next moment, they saw the king of corruption turn around and look at the 6 heavenly princesses present. I will not let you escape. With a wave of his hand, 6 differently colored magic boxes appeared before him. He immediately began chanting a spell. In an instant, the 6 magic boxes burst forth with magical light. Ultimately, they didn't even give the heavenly princesses a chance to escape. They were all sucked into the magic boxes corresponding to their colors. Ceiling. During this time, Dong Yong, who had just coughed up blood, had already fainted. Only Yuri was watching the entire scene, his forehead covered in cold sweat. You. Yuri pointed at the terrifying king of corruption with uncertainty. However, the king of corruption completely ignored him, treating him like a mere insect. At this moment, although that brat had escaped, he left behind a treasure. It turned out that the 9 golden Taoist beads and the 9th grade Annihilation Black Lotus, which had been sent out to protect their master, but were blown away by the terrifying power of the king of corruption, were now floating silently in the air nearby. Ha ha! What a harvest! And most of his cultivation has also been absorbed by me. That heavily injured escapee will probably meet a tragic end. Hehehe. At this time, in a world of Naruto time and space, clang, a figure in tattered clothes suddenly appeared out of nowhere in this world. Then he fell to the ground. It was Chen Yiban, who had exhausted all his chances of drawing lots to escape. At this moment, he was in a pitiful state, with torn clothes and blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He struggled to get up from the ground, realizing he had appeared in a dense forest. Before Chen Yiban could carefully observe his surroundings, he coughed up blood again due to the severe injury to his heart. Bang! In the next second, Chen Yiban collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Soon after, a light sound of footsteps was heard. A small figure approached from not far away. It turned out to be a 7- or 8-year-old boy. He was dressed very simply, with many patches on his clothes, and even went barefoot. However, in his small hands, he tightly grasped a hoe and a shuriken. It was unclear whether he was here to dig wild vegetables or hunt. Soon, the little boy saw Chen Yiban lying on the ground not far ahead. After a moment of surprise, he immediately ran over to Chen Yiban. The next second, he noticed a pool of blood on the ground, and a large area of fresh blood around Chen Yiban's chest. Hey. He squatted down with a puzzled expression, then pushed Chen Yiban on the ground, making sounds as if he were mute. The little boy thought Chen Yiban was already dead, but, trembling, he reached out to check Chen Yiban's nose. Yay! His eyes brightened. There's still breathing. Then, without hesitation, he dropped the hoe and shuriken. He actually wanted to carry the unconscious Chen Yiban away. However, it must be said that heaven always likes to make things difficult for the unfortunate. Sizzling, suddenly, a torrential downpour began to fall. The little boy gritted his teeth and persisted in carrying the heavy Chen Yiban, trying to head down the mountain. He wanted to take Chen Yiban to the village hospital. Bang! Suddenly, he slipped in the rainwater, and both the boy and Chen Yiban fell heavily to the ground. The boy's calf was injured and turned red, but he quickly ran to Chen Yiban's side, apologizing with a bow. Then, he once again carried the very heavy Chen Yiban on his back and continued down the mountain. During this time, due to the rain, the boy nearly slipped and fell again several times. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared and remained steady. However, this was too slow. He was really afraid the stranger would die, so he couldn't help but speed up. But soon he slipped again and was about to fall. Thud! Just then, a large hand grabbed the boy's shoulder from behind, preventing him from falling again. The little boy was startled at first, then slowly turned around, and saw a tall figure standing in front of him in the heavy rain. Meanwhile, Chen Yiban took a deep look at the little boy in front of him. Then, he turned around and took a step forward. Hey. The boy reached out, wanting to say something. But, looking at the lonely figure walking away in the pouring rain, the little boy helplessly lowered his raised hand. Chapter 2. The Mute Brother and the Invisible Sister. Thud, pat. In the torrential rain, a faint sound of footsteps slowly echoed in the forest. Two figures, one large and one small, slowly made their way through the mountain forest under the falling rain. During this time, Chen Yiban covered his continuously bleeding chest with one hand, and as he walked, blood dripped onto the ground and into the rainwater. Behind him, the little boy followed closely, clearly worried about the seriously injured Chen Yiban. Hey. At this moment, the little boy saw the trail of blood on the ground, and, not wanting Chen Yiban to continue walking like this, stepped forward to grab Chen Yiban's other hand. Get away! Chen Yiban directly shook off the mute boy's hand. Don't follow me. Chen Yiban, with one hand covering his chest, coldly glanced back at the little boy with black eyes. Then, he turned around and continued walking. Chen Yiban's gaze made the mute boy behind feel an involuntary fear. But, seeing Chen Yiban continue to walk while dripping blood, the mute boy ultimately chose to stick with him. Not long after, Chen Yiban gradually walked out of the forest behind him, and his vision became exceedingly broad. However, a cliff blocked his path. King of Corruption. Chen Yiban murmured those 3 words with infinite anger and humiliation. At the same time, he glanced at the blood-soaked area on his chest. Chen Yiban could feel, within his heart, the power from the King of Corruption was continuously destroying his vitality. In response, the little remaining mana within Chen Yiban was struggling to resist the demonic energy of the King of Corruption. However, Chen Yiban's mana was no longer enough to counteract that malevolent energy. Chen Yiban wanted to summon his only innate spiritual treasure, the God-slaying spear, to eliminate this demonic energy. But he found that his current mana could not activate the God-slaying spear at all. Moreover, the remaining mana was being pulled by the demonic energy of the King of Corruption within him, making it impossible to mobilize freely according to Chen Yiban's thoughts. Chen Yiban also discovered that this world did not possess spiritual energy or mana, so he could not recover his mana. That's right, the 100 spirit stones that the Jade Emperor gave before. Suddenly, looking at the vast cliff scenery before him, Chen Yiban's eyes brightened as if he had thought of something. In the next moment, Chen Yiban began searching around for something. During this time, he also saw the mute little boy still following him not far behind. Chen Yiban couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him and continued searching around. Quickly, Chen Yiban saw a cave about the height of a person in the cliff not far to the left. Tap, tap. Chen Yiban took another step toward the cave in the cliff. Cough, cough, cough. While walking, Chen Yiban couldn't help but cough up blood again. His legs weakened from exhaustion, and he was about to kneel down. But at the critical moment, the deaf-mute boy behind him rushed over just in time to support Chen Yiban. In response, Chen Yiban, leaning to one side, couldn't help but glance at the small figure beside him. He immediately saw a tender face that was clearly struggling to hold him up but was unwilling to let go. What a mess. Chen Yiban seemed to be teasing this little kid, but in reality, he was self-mocking with a bitter smile. However, Chen Yiban did not refuse the help of the deaf-mute boy any longer. Thus, with the help of a child, Chen Yiban finally arrived at that cave. Once inside the cave, the sound of rain ceased. Clang. With a thought, Chen Yiban summoned 100 spirit stones radiating colorful light. In an instant, the dim cave was illuminated in an incredibly brilliant way. Beside him, the deaf-mute boy was in awe. At that moment, Chen Yiban didn't care about anything else and immediately sat down in the cave. Then, he activated the method of Immortal Mode to absorb the 100 spirit stones emitting colorful light. Whoosh! The natural energy surrounding this world began to mix with the spirit power of the stones, being absorbed into Chen Yiban's body. It then suppressed the injuries at his heart and the overwhelming demonic energy. During this time, the deaf-mute boy kept watching Chen Yiban absorb the power of the spirit stones with astonished eyes. Until more than half a day passed, Chen Yiban still had not finished absorbing. The boy, however, touched his belly and felt hungry. Moreover, there was still. Finally, he bowed apologetically to Chen Yiban, who was absorbing the spirit stones on the ground. Then, he turned and ran out of the cave. Outside, the heavy rain had long since stopped. After the rain, the sky cleared up. The deaf-mute boy quickly dug up some edible wild vegetables nearby and then ran home barefoot. Soon after, at the Uchiha clan's territory, click, the boy quickly opened a nearly dilapidated small house among the Uchiha clan. Then he ran into the room. "Seventh, are you back?" A gentle female voice came from inside the room. "Yeah." The deaf-mute boy ran up to his sister with unclear speech. He then took her hand, drew a circle in her palm, and added a horizontal line. The meaning was, "I'm back. Everything is fine. Well, you've been out for quite a while, but it's good that you're back." The girl smiled gently. During this time, her eyes were very bright and charming, but for some unknown reason, they seemed unfocused, as if she couldn't truly see the boy's figure. "Can't you see?" After reporting his safety to his sister, the deaf-mute boy quickly dashed to a small stove nearby. He started to gather firewood and boil water. After he had washed the wild vegetables he had dug up, the water was just boiling enough for him to cook the clean vegetables. Soon, the wild vegetable soup was ready. The deaf-mute boy first filled a wooden bowl for his sister, who had been weaving clothes behind him, then placed it in front of her and drew a circle in her hand, marking a check inside the circle. The meaning was, "The food is ready. You can eat." "Understand." The unseen sister put down her weaving tools, once again showing a gentle smile. But then she drew an outward arrow in her palm, meaning he has to go out. The sister was puzzled as to why he wanted to go out again after just returning. But the boy had already gone to fill another wooden bowl with the remaining wild vegetable soup and was preparing to run back to the back mountain. However, just as he stepped out, the boy saw several tall adult clan members dressed in red and white clan patterns. The sight made him stop in his tracks, his expression tense, even fearful of these clan members. In response, Two Disgraces of the Uchiha Clan. Chapter 3, A Brown Bear in the Mountains Crisis. Slap. Suddenly, with a slap, the deaf-mute boy fell right at his front door. However, as he fell, the deaf-mute boy tightly protected a bowl of wild vegetable soup in a small wooden box in his arms. That was the soup he intended to bring to the injured person on the mountain. While he protected the soup, a red and swollen handprint appeared on the boy's face. He huddled in the corner of the wall. In response, the adult Uchiha clan members who slapped this deaf-mute boy said, "Useless. One is deaf and mute, and the other, a Uchiha, is a blind person who can't see. Truly two disgraces of our Uchiha clan." Saying this, one of them directly stepped on the boy's head a few times. During this time, the deaf-mute boy did not resist at all and remained silent. Because he was deaf and mute, he couldn't hear their verbal insults, nor could he speak. At the same time, he knew that if he resisted, he would only face more humiliation. Even, it would implicate his sister in the room behind him, who couldn't see. So, he did not resist at all, allowing them to beat and insult him. Truly useless. Looking at the huddled deaf-mute boy hiding in the corner, several adult Uchiha clan members wore proud smiles. Until enough, Tsukamuki, a cold voice came from behind. Hearing this, the adult Uchiha clan members, led by Uchiha Tsukamuki, immediately turned to look back. "Shursui, why are you here?" At the moment they turned back, they saw a figure dressed in black clothing with the Uchiha clan emblem, sporting short hair. "Uchiha Shursui, I ask, have you bullied others enough?" At this moment, Uchiha Shursue's cold black eyes stared at them with indifference. In an instant, an invisible sense of pressure enveloped them. We're leaving." Finally, Uchiha Tsukamuki waved his hand and took his people away. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shursui stepped forward and helped the deaf-mute boy up from the ground. "Are you all right?" Uchiha Shursui, no longer cold, showed a gentle smile to the boy. In response, the boy bowed gratefully to Uchiha Shursui, who had just helped him. Then, he turned and ran directly toward the back mountain. Seeing this, Uchiha Shursui was momentarily taken aback. Just then, "Seventh, what happened?" The door of the house opened, and it was indeed the unseen sister in the room who had vaguely heard the commotion outside, so she came out holding a wooden stick to feel her way. However, she was a bit late. Her brother had already run up the back mountain. I'm Uchiha Shizui. Your brother hurriedly ran to the back mountain for some reason. Shui explained, looking at the seemingly sightless girl. Shisui-sama? The unseen girl was astonished upon hearing Shui's name. The name Shui had long been known throughout the ninja world. On the other side, at the back mountain of the Uchiha clan's territory, in a cave on a cliff, Chen Yiban was still in the final stage of absorbing spiritual energy from the spirit stones. He was constantly suppressing the injury on his chest and the destructive demonic energy from the king of corruption. At this moment, the spiritual energy from 100 spirit stones was almost completely absorbed by Chen Yiban. However, roar. At that moment, a low growl of a beast echoed, and a huge brown bear appeared outside the cave. It seemed to have followed the trail of blood that Chen Yiban had left behind, but the rain should have washed away the blood stains he left. Or was this cave originally its territory? At this critical moment, when Chen Yiban was absorbing the spirit stones and suppressing his wounds and demonic energy, he had no choice but to ignore everything else. He could only let the brown bear approach the cave step by step, eyeing him hungrily. Bang! Suddenly, when the brown bear was less than 10 meters away from the cave, a stone hit its head. It was the deaf-mute boy who had just arrived. He was placing the wild vegetable soup from the wooden box in his arms aside, and then, hey-ah! The boy, with unclear speech, waved his hands to attract the brown bear's attention. He wanted to help Chen Yiban in the cave by diverting this massive brown bear. He pulled out his only kunai. The boy, who had previously dared not resist his Uchiha clansman, now held the kunai with a determined look, staring at the enormous and terrifying brown bear in front of him. Roar! As expected, the brown bear was angered by the boy's actions. After roaring, it charged towards the deaf-mute boy. Instantly, all the courage the boy had just felt disappeared. The next moment, he turned and ran. After all, this way he could divert the danger away from the person in the cave. That's what he thought. However, the speed of the brown bear's explosive charge was not something a child who had never learned any ninja techniques could compare to. Soon, the brown bear caught up with the deaf-mute boy, leaving him with almost no escape route. Even if the boy struggled desperately, he eventually found himself in front of a long and wide rapid river and had to stop. Thus, roar. Behind him, the brown bear also slowed down. It let out a low growl and slowly approached the boy, a huge mouth, saliva dripping. The terrified, deaf-mute boy retreated until his heels were almost touching the rushing river behind him. On both sides, there were huge cliffs blocking his way. There was no retreat left. Roar. Thus, the brown bear roared one last time, and, under the frightened gaze of the boy, opened its massive mouth and lunged at the deaf-mute child. At the moment of life and death, the boy thought of his sister, who could not see, and felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. If he died, what would happen to his sister, who could not see? And in fact, there was no time for him to think too much because, bang, it was like a thunderbolt striking down. It landed on the head of the brown bear, lunging at the boy. Instantly, a cloud of dust rose. How's that? Are you hurt? Kid. As the dust cleared, a tall figure with bare shoulders, wearing black long pants and long hair flowing in the wind, stood prominently on top of the giant brown bear. And the brown bear had its head exploded. This scene left the originally terrified deaf-mute boy in shock. At this moment, the bare-chested Chen Yiban looked down at the giant brown bear he had just blown the head off. King of corruption. Wait for me. Chapter 4. The Rise of Madara, the Reappearance of the Ninja World. Revolt, O world of ninjas. In the mountains, by a stream. At this moment, Chen Yiban, bare-chested and wearing black long pants, was washing off the blood and mud from his body in the stream after falling in the rain. At this moment, he emerged from the water, and his blood and mud were all washed away. Then, Chen Yiban looked down at the wound on his chest. The injury was basically suppressed, but it was done by relying on all the remaining magic power. Moreover, the destructive, demonic energy from the king of corruption was now only suppressed. Yet it still lurked within Chen Yiban's heart. Although it was temporarily harmless, it was always a hidden danger. Chen Yiban had to find a way to eliminate it. Additionally, Chen Yiban felt that his strength was greatly constrained because of this. Sumanin technique. Suddenly, Chen Yiban performed a ninjutsu on the water. However, after a puff of white smoke appeared on the water's surface, nothing happened. He couldn't summon those from the eternal realm to help. Damn this demonic energy. A faint bitter smile appeared at the corner of Chen Yiban's mouth. Just now, he indeed wanted to try to summon Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna, or even Indra from another world, eternal realm. However, it was clearly a failure. At the same time, Chen Yiban felt a pain in his chest. The suppressed demonic energy was affecting his actions. It seemed, for now, he had to fight alone. Ha, so be it. Chen Yiban smiled nonchalantly. Meanwhile, on the shore, a small figure was squatting nearby, watching Chen Yiban wash his body in the river. It was indeed the deaf-mute boy, and at this moment, lottery opportunity, 0, Chen Yiban summoned the system interface. He saw the reset achievements for the lottery. You really deducted everything. Chen Yiban couldn't help but smile wryly again. Although he had sacrificed all his lottery opportunities to let the system help him escape during the critical moment of the King of Corruption's ambush. But so many lottery opportunities, including several super lotteries, were all deducted at once. Chen Yiban couldn't help but chuckle. He remembered that when he crossed into this world, he had only needed one super lottery. Well, forget it. As long as I'm alive, I will have everything again. Chen Yiban was quite open-minded about it. In fact, it was also because he was currently somewhat dismissive of super lotteries. If they deducted one of his celestial level lotteries, it would be a different story. 10 minutes later, drip, whoosh, Chen Yiban, having washed off the blood and dirt from his body, now stepped out of the water onto the shore. At the same time, System Space, Slot 1, Eternal Mangeki Sharingan 20 Slot 2, I Power Enhancement 99 Slot 3, Ashura's Power Indra's Power 17 Slot 4, Uchiha Fan 177. Slot 78, Madara's Attire 59.99, Slot 79, Red Armor 4.9999. As he walked onto the shore, Chen Yiban checked the items he currently had. Especially at this moment, he needed, whoosh. At the moment he completely stepped onto the dry, rocky shore. A black robe covered his bare upper body. He was wearing a pair of black ninja boots. Even his originally damp long pants were replaced with a clean, dry pair. This was the standard appearance of Madara Uchiha. At that moment, a gentle breeze blew, lifting the waist-length hair of Chen Yiban, causing it to slowly sway in the wind. The deaf-mute boy beside him stared in a daze. Until, little boy, come here. Chen Yiban looked at the child who was staring at him, appearing somewhat foolish. However, since the boy was both deaf and mute, he couldn't hear Chen Yiban's voice. With a helpless sigh, Chen Yiban had to walk over to him. Watching Chen Yiban, who was now approaching him with a graceful demeanor, the deaf-mute boy suddenly seemed to awaken from a dream. He slowly stood up from his crouched position just as Chen Yiban reached him. Then, with a thud, Chen Yiban pressed his hand against the boy's forehead. Soon after, he released his hand, leaving the little guy with a confused expression. All right, you can hear now. You can also speak. Chen Yiban looked at the boy as he retracted his hand, now covered with a black glove. And indeed, the previously deaf-mute boy could actually hear Chen Yiban's voice. Moreover, the little guy, who had almost never heard anyone's voice before, surprisingly understood what this big brother was saying. In the next moment, the boy stepped back in fright. I. The next moment, he realized he could really speak. He instantly covered his throat in disbelief. I. The little guy was filled with wonder and disbelief. Seeing this, Chen Yiban merely smiled lightly. It's just a bit of yin-yang escape technique. As for why you can understand what I'm saying now, it's because while I was using the yin-yang escape, I shared language memory with you. During this time, Chen Yiban had also glimpsed some of the boy's recent memories. He saw the treatment the little guy and his blind sister received in the Uchiha clan, saw him cooking soup for his sister when he returned home, saw him leaving the last bowl of vegetable soup for this stranger, and saw his aspiration to become a ninja, as well as how he cherished the only kunai he had. Such an innocent little boy. Finally, Chen Yiban slowly turned around and said, Are you done being surprised? Can we go now? Chen Yiban glanced back at the little guy. I. The boy still couldn't believe everything happening at that moment. You can't say anything other than I. Can you, little boy? Chen Yiban's gaze turned indifferent. I know. Not. I just. Although he could speak now, the boy still stumbled over his words. Just then, whoosh, a thing appeared out of thin air in Chen Yiban's hand. Then whoosh clang. He flicked it back, directly embedding it into the ground right in front of the boy. Startled, the little guy took several steps back. Once he regained his composure, he saw that it was a fan weapon emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's emblem. From now on, it's yours. Chen Yiban smiled at the astonished little guy. And, you want to become a ninja, right? So how about becoming my disciple? Chapter 5, The Sister Who Can't See. Upon hearing Chen Yiban's words, the next second, the boy, who had just been cured of his deaf-muteness, suddenly turned and ran away. This left Chen Yiban stunned. Could it be that the little boy didn't want to be his disciple? However, before Chen Yiban could figure it out, he soon heard footsteps returning. It was the little guy. At this time, he was carrying something in his arms. It was a wooden box he had left near the cave to distract the brown bear for Chen Yiban. Inside was a bowl of vegetable soup. Uchiha. 7. I've met my teacher. Finally, the little guy stood before Chen Yiban, deeply bowing. At the same time, he raised the wooden box high in front of Chen Yiban. He had already begun to call Chen Yiban, teacher. Seeing this scene, Chen Yiban couldn't help but chuckle. For this crack. The next moment, the little guy named Uchiha 7 opened the wooden box. Suddenly, a bowl of steaming vegetable soup appeared inside. Teacher, I. Uchiha 7 had just been cured of his deaf muteness by Chen Yiban, so he stumbled over his words. Chen Yiban, however, didn't wait for him to finish and directly picked up the bowl of vegetable soup. Then, he drank it all in one go. Teacher, Uchiha 7 looked at his teacher, Chen Yiban, as if waiting for his evaluation. However, after finishing the soup, Chen Yiban placed the empty bowl back in a box and turned to leave. This left the little guy standing there in shock. Until, what are you standing there for? Let's go. Chen Yiban's voice rang out. Thus, the young Uchiha 7 hurriedly followed after him, as if awakening from a dream. During this time, the weapon that Chen Yiban had given him, the Uchiha fan, was not forgotten by the little guy. He pulled it out with effort and carried this fan, which was taller than him and highly symbolic of their Uchiha clan, as he chased after Chen Yiban. 7. Teacher, where are we going? Class, to the Uchiha clan, your home. 7. My home? Class, say less, lead the way. 7. Yes. Afterward, a small figure carrying a large fan weapon led the way, while behind him followed a man dressed in a long black robe, his long hair flowing in the wind. Thus, the two began their descent down the mountain. Uchiha 7 and his sister faced severe disdain and rejection from the Uchiha clan, so the place where they lived was arranged at the very edge of the clan's territory. It was almost at the foot of the mountain, a place where other Uchiha clan members rarely visited. Chen Yiban let the little guy with the Uchiha fan lead the way, and, after descending the forest, they walked less than 200 meters before seeing a small house that could be described as plain at best and dilapidated at worst. Chen Yiban, having seen a portion of the little guy's recent memories, knew this was the current home of the siblings. Looking at the rundown little house not far away, Chen Yiban couldn't help but sneer. Is this the current state of the Uchiha? The next moment, Chen Yiban shook his head disdainfully. Teacher, the front-running Uchiha 7 noticed that Chen Yiban had stopped and turned to call out to him. Pointing at the somewhat dilapidated little house ahead, he said, Teacher, I'm home. Chen Yiban nodded. Then he followed him. Along the way, the young Uchiha 7 struggled to carry the oversized Uchiha fan that was taller than him. Chen Yiban had offered to help him carry it, but the little guy was a bit stubborn and insisted on carrying it himself. Uchiha 7 seemed unaware of what the Uchiha fan represented in their Uchiha clan, but since it was a gift from Chen Yiban, he held onto it tightly throughout the journey. It wasn't until they finally returned home that he leaned the Uchiha fan against the wall. Then, 7, are you back? The voice of Uchiha 7's sister rang out in the house. Upon seeing his sister, who couldn't see him, the next moment, Uchiha 7 rushed into her arms with tears in his eyes, unable to hold back his sobs. I'm sorry, 7. I heard from Lord Shursui about what happened today. Those adults bullied you again, didn't they? I'm sorry, it's all because of me, your blind sister, that you've been troubled. Uchiha 7's sister embraced her crying brother, speaking with a heavy heart. No, it's not your fault, sister. Uchiha 7 suddenly raised his head to look at his sister. In an instant, his sister was taken aback in surprise. 7, you can talk now? She covered her mouth, her face filled with disbelief, fearing that everything she was hearing at that moment was a lie. Sister, I can hear your voice now. I can talk now. My teacher is amazing. He healed me. Uchiha 7 grabbed his sister's hands, speaking with a slight stutter, but filled with excitement. Teacher, his sister was once again stunned. Uchiha 7 had already gotten up and ran in front of Chen Yiban, saying, Teacher, this is my home. She's my sister. Hearing this, Chen Yiban nodded slightly and replied calmly, I understand. At the same time, Chen Yiban glanced at Uchiha 7's sister in the room. This time, Chen Yiban had come to heal his disciple's sister's eyes. However, at that moment, looking at her eyes, he found her pupils to be very bright, although they were unfocused and lacked spirit, which was characteristic of someone who couldn't see. Those pupils seemed too clear and bright for someone with an eye disease. Moreover, it should be noted, as a member of the Uchiha clan, every clan member's eyes are cherished by the heavens. It is extremely rare for someone from the Uchiha clan to be born blind. The probability of that happening is akin to a human growing horns on their head or a tail behind them. Otherwise, even if a member of the Uchiha clan has issues in other parts of their body at birth, their eyes would not have problems. This is the privilege of the Uchiha clan, favored by the heavens. However, from the information gathered from Uchiha 7's memories, it seems his sister was born blind. Chapter 6. The Girl's Eyes. The surprised Chen Yiban. Originally, the blind sister was overjoyed to hear that her brother's deaf muteness had been miraculously cured. But suddenly hearing her brother mention the so-called teacher left her with a hint of confusion. Your eyes? Have you really never seen anything? At this moment, Chen Yiban looked at Uchiha 7's sister with a probing gaze and suddenly asked. Hearing this, the blind sister was momentarily taken aback, still processing the presence of Chen Yiban, her brother's so-called teacher. Yes, my eyes have never seen anything. Quickly regaining her composure, she politely nodded in the direction of Chen Yiban's voice. Is that so? Chen Yiban looked at her eyes with curiosity, his interest piqued. He felt that her eyes did not seem to be in the state of a true blind person. Yet she did not appear to be lying, nor was there any need for her to lie. So, what could be the reason for her blindness? Teacher, please. Please. At this moment, Uchiha 7, the young disciple who had just been accepted, suddenly bowed deeply to Chen Yiban. If the teacher can heal me, surely he can also heal my sister. Please help my sister. As long as you heal her, I will do anything the teacher asks. The small figure bowed deeply, seeking help from Chen Yiban. In response, it's useless, 7. Although your sister doesn't know why the originally deaf-mute you can now speak, her eyes are different. They can't be healed. Before Chen Yiban could say anything, Uchiha 7's sister shook her head sadly and murmured. Not necessarily, Chen Yiban directly stated. Teacher, Uchiha 7 looked at Chen Yiban with hopeful and expectant eyes. Let me take a closer look at your eyes. Chen Yiban slowly pushed Uchiha 7 aside and then walked towards the girl. The girl, who had been lacking a sense of security, immediately seemed to want to retreat as Chen Yiban approached. Don't move. Chen Yiban firmly grasped her shoulders, causing her to tremble all over. Sister, the teacher is not a bad person. He is very capable and will also heal your eyes. Uchiha 7 ran to his sister's side and held her small hand, encouraging her. With her brother by her side, the girl, who felt insecure, was somewhat calmed down. At this moment, this feeling, your eyes. Chen Yiban suddenly seemed to sense something from the girl's bright and clear eyes. His expression showed a hint of surprise. Suddenly, zing, a pair of Sharingan abruptly appeared in Chen Yiban's pupils. This, teacher, your eyes. Uchiha 7 looked at the change in Chen Yiban's pupils with astonishment. 7, what's wrong? The blind girl was puzzled about what had happened. Sister, the teacher's eyes changed. Uchiha 7 exclaimed, still staring at Chen Yiban's eyes in awe. Eyes. The girl was even more confused after hearing this. Until, interesting. Chen Yiban, with a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan, suddenly smiled. Then, under the bewildered expressions of the siblings of the scene, Chen Yiban suddenly asked, You are from the Uchiha clan, so have you heard of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan? Kaleidoscope Sharingan. The girl was startled at first. Then, she thought of one person. Sir, are you referring to the powerful Sharingan that only Lord Shursui possesses in our clan? That is the legendary ultimate eye power of our Uchiha clan, and it is said that Lord Shursui, who awakened this eye, also possesses extremely powerful ocular techniques. The girl recounted what she knew. However, upon hearing her words, only Uchiha Shursui possesses it. Chen Yiban, with crimson pupils, suddenly smiled meaningfully. The girl was a bit confused, until, sister, the teacher, he is also from our Uchiha clan, and it seems that his eyes are the legendary Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha Chishur, beside her, looked at the crimson-eyed Chen Yiban in shock, unable to suppress his exclamation. What? Instantly, the girl's expression changed to one of great astonishment. Sir, what? What do you mean? The girl never expected that Chen Yiban, who stood before her, was also from their Uchiha clan. Moreover, he had awakened the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. During this time, Uchiha Chishur had not realized that his current teacher was also from the Uchiha clan, just like him. Although Chen Yiban's black robe with founder band printed on the back bore the red and white clan emblem of the Uchiha clan throughout the journey, his long hair had covered the emblem behind him. So, in short, the little guy was extremely shocked at this moment, while also feeling very delighted. His teacher turned out to be from the Uchiha clan, just like him. Moreover, his teacher possessed the legendary eye power of their clan, the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Coming back to reality, the young Uchiha Chishur looked at his teacher, Chen Yiban, with admiration. However, at this moment, aside from Uchiha Shursui, the person who possesses the Kaleidoscope Sharingan is not me. Chen Yiban slowly stood up, then looked meaningfully at the girl sitting on the ground before him. The siblings both showed expressions of surprise and confusion. Is there someone else like the teacher who possesses the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Uchiha Chishire couldn't help but ask. In response, Chen Yiban smiled at the girl before him, then said, "The person I am referring to right now is your sister, Chishire." Suddenly, Chen Yiban spoke up. Upon hearing this, the siblings were momentarily frozen in shock. Teacher, what? What did you say? The originally stuttering Uchiha Chishire became even more hesitant and stammered. The girl beside him was completely stunned, sitting there. As for Uchiha Chishire's confusion, Chen Yiban continued to look directly at the girl on the ground with his crimson gaze. Don't doubt it. You heard me correctly. Your sister is not blind. She is a natural kaleidoscope. Chapter 7. The Natural Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Teacher, is what you said true? My sister's eyes. Hearing Chen Yiban's words, Uchiha Chishire was astonished. He felt a mix of shock and joy. At the same time, he found it very hard to believe. Sir, you must have seen it wrong, right? Someone with eyes like mine that can't see would only be a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. How could it be natural? Please don't make fun of me. The girl lowered her head deeply, filled with self-doubt. Mistaken? Then should we give it a try? Chen Yiban smiled faintly. Although it was hard to believe, Chen Yiban indeed sensed the powerful ocular power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan from the girl's eyes. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the natural kaleidoscope Sharingan, but because your young body couldn't bear that kind of power back then, it was automatically hidden by your body. Until now, you still don't have enough power to stimulate your eyes to awaken the kaleidoscope. So, the solution is simple. Transmit a sufficiently strong chakra to your body and eyes. After reaching enough stimulation, you will discover a surprise. Chen Yiban said, while looking at the girl who still appeared blind. Teacher, Uchiha Chishire looked at Chen Yiban with growing hope. I can help you activate your eyes and let the kaleidoscope Sharingan bloom again. Chen Yiban crossed his arms and said calmly once more, Sister, please trust the teacher. Uchiha Chishire excitedly grabbed his sister's hand, hoping she would agree to let Chen Yiban help her. Although the fact that his sister was a natural kaleidoscope Sharingan was incredibly unbelievable, Uchiha Chishire wanted to give it a try. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Even if it didn't lead to awakening the legendary kaleidoscope Sharingan of their clan. Just simply healing his sister's eyes so she could see again would be the best thing ever. However, teacher, will it be dangerous? Uchiha Chishire felt a bit worried. What danger? If I make a mistake, it's just using chakra to flow through her body and then release it. She won't suffer any harm. Chen Yiban said calmly with his arms crossed in front of him. Really? Uchiha Chishire instantly beamed with joy. Thank you, teacher. The matter wasn't a success yet, but the delighted Uchiha Chishire thanked Chen Yiban first. He also had enough faith in Chen Yiban. Sister. Finally, Uchiha Chishire encouragingly held his sister's hand. Thus, the self-doubting girl, under her brother's encouragement, said, Well, all right. Thank you, sir. By the way, I haven't asked for your name yet. I am truly sorry. The girl sat and bowed to Chen Yiban. At this moment, let's talk about names later. Right now. Suddenly, Chen Yiban spoke coldly. In the next moment, he suddenly stepped forward and pressed his hand against the girl's eyes. At the same time, a powerful 6 paths chakra began to flow from the girl's eyes into her body. Ugh! The girl suddenly felt a bit of pain. Sister, teacher. Uchiha Chishire was very worried beside her. It's just a bit of pain. Endure it. Chen Yiban said in a cold tone. It's fine, Chishire. Sister can endure it. The girl also held her brother's hand and said resolutely. In the next moment, Zheng, a powerful 6 paths chakra erupted from the girl's body. It sent Uchiha Chishire flying away, causing him to fall not far away and cry out in pain. Soon, Chen Yiban smiled confidently. Then he withdrew his big hand, wearing black gloves. In the next moment, clang, the moment the girl reopened her eyes, a pair of crimson, blood-like, strange yet beautiful pupils suddenly appeared in her gaze. A powerful ocular power instinctively burst forth towards the front, just in the direction of Chen Yiban. However, Chen Yiban was not going to be caught off guard. With a slight push of his foot, he dodged. Whoosh, but in the end, the Uchiha fan that had just been placed against the wall by Uchiha Chi was struck by the released ocular power. It immediately began to rise rapidly. If it weren't for the slightly dilapidated roof blocking it, that fan would have likely flown into the sky. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Chi, who had just been thrown out, looked dazed. Buoyancy. Chen Yiban, who had dodged, glanced at the Uchiha fan floating on the roof and remarked, This ocular technique feels a bit ordinary. It's fine against some small fry. On the other side, the girl at this moment still did not realize that she had almost attacked Chen Yiban. At this moment, she looked at her hands, her body, and the surrounding environment in disbelief. I really can see now? You all. Finally, she saw Chen Yiban and Uchiha-chi. Sister. At this moment, Uchiha-chi also looked nervously and fearfully at his sister with crimson eyes. The young Uchiha-chi was also afraid that everything at this moment was a lie. That voice. Is that you, Chi? Hearing her brother's voice, the girl's crimson eyes welled up with tears. After 15 years, this was the first time she truly saw what her brother looked like. Sister. In the next moment, the siblings embraced and cried together. Meanwhile, Chen Yiban once again crossed his arms and looked coldly at the weapon, the fan still floating in midair. 10 minutes later, get up. Looking at the kneeling siblings before him, Chen Yiban said calmly with his arms crossed in front of him. Thank you so much, teacher. Whatever you ask Chi to do in the future, he will do it. At this moment, Uchiha-chi, who was kneeling next to his sister before Chen Yiban, had a face full of tears and snot. You've already said that many times. I heard you. Chen Yiban sighed a bit helplessly. I feel the same way. Okay. Will follow your grace for a lifetime to repay you. The girl looked at Chen Yiban with immense gratitude still in her crimson pupils. Chen Yiban nodded. He also just learned that the girl's name was Uchiha-aki. At the same time, he glanced at the pattern of her kaleidoscope Sharingan. It resembled 3 petals, quite beautiful. Aki, is it? What is the name of your kaleidoscope ocular technique? What abilities does it possess? Looking at the sister among the siblings, Chen Yiban suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Uchiha-chi looked at his sister, Uchiha-aki, with curiosity, amazement, and even jealousy. Uchiha-aki slowly closed her crimson eyes as if carefully feeling her kaleidoscope Sharingan. Then, heavenly sin, right eye, buoyancy for oneself. Left eye, buoyancy for others. Chapter 8, I allow you to call me Uchiha-Madara. So it really is buoyancy. Heavenly sin? That is a nice name. Hearing Uchiha-aki's answer, Chen Yiban nodded lightly. Then, Chen Yiban looked at the girl before him with his Shinju Sharingan. Your brother, Uchiha-chi, is now my disciple. So, would you like to become my disciple as well? Chen Yiban actually proposed to take on another disciple again. Upon hearing this, Uchiha-aki had not yet spoken. But Uchiha-chi, after a moment of surprise, immediately looked overjoyed. Really? Teacher, do you also want to take my sister as a disciple? At this moment, Uchiha-chi looked at Chen Yiban with excitement and inexplicable joy. Uchiha-chi understood his sister's teacher's abilities better than his sister did. Moreover, at this moment, to Uchiha-chi, Chen Yiban's eyes appear to be in the form of kaleidoscope Sharingan, the legendary ocular technique of their Uchiha clan. Although Uchiha-chi was unclear about his teacher's true background, in his eyes, anyone capable of opening such a level of eyes was an absolute powerhouse. Moreover, just moments ago, his sister was still blind. And now, with the help of her teacher, not only could his sister see, but she also possessed the legendary eyes of their Uchiha clan, the kaleidoscope Sharingan. It could be said that without the teacher before him, there would be no current happiness for the siblings. Uchiha-chi felt a deep admiration for Chen Yiban, and hearing his current disciple's excited question, of course, if even a naturally born kaleidoscope Sharingan genius is not qualified to be my disciple, then who else could qualify to be my disciple? Dressed as Uchiha-Madara, Chen Yiban smiled faintly at Uchiha-chi beside him. Then, however, I want to force you. Whether you want or not, it's up to you. Chen Yiban turned back to the girl before him and spoke lightly. In the next moment, however, Uchiha-aki paid her respects to her teacher. The girl directly knelt on one knee and deeply bowed to Chen Yiban. A master-apprentice salute. Seeing this, a hint of satisfaction appeared in Chen Yiban's eyes. The naturally born kaleidoscope Sharingan Uchiha-aki was undoubtedly a true genius. Moreover, it was the kind that surprised even Chen Yiban. For such a genius, Chen Yiban couldn't help but feel a sense of cherishing talent. However, his pride prevented him from forcing others to worship him as a teacher, nor did he disdain to do so. Fortunately, Uchiha-aki's choice pleased Chen Yiban very much. Uchiha-chi, paying respects to his teacher. At this moment, after seeing his sister's actions, Uchiha-chi also learned to kneel on one knee and bow to Chen Yiban. Chen Yiban could not help but finally smile. Then gently said, good. After speaking, Chen Yiban turned to look at the sky behind him. He saw the sun setting. The faint red glow in the sky was quite beautiful. For a moment, Chen Yiban couldn't help but recall the time in the Eternal Kingdom, when he often drank with Madara, Izuna, Indra, and others, each holding a jar of good wine, at the beautiful place on the mountaintop, admiring the sunset. When the mood struck, they would even release chakra to compete with each other. It must be said, the Eternal Kingdom was already very beautiful. However, Chen Yiban was temporarily away from that world, and affected by the residual magic of the Shadow King in his heart. Chen Yiban was temporarily unable to summon Madara, Izuna, Indra, and others from the Eternal Kingdom. Teacher. Behind him, Uchiha looked at his teacher, who was lost in thought while gazing at the sunset. Wanted to say something, but hesitating. Until, teacher, both Chi, and I still don't know your name. A girl stepped forward with a smile and softly asked the man in the black robe, Chen Yiban, who stood behind her. Upon hearing this, Chen Yiban's dazed gaze slightly focused. Then he murmured, my name? In this world. But in the next moment, he declared, in this world, you may call me Uchiha Madara. At that instant, the siblings behind him both experienced a shock in their pupils. Lord, you are. The girl looked at Chen Yiban in utter disbelief. However, Uchiha suddenly snapped back from the shock and chuckled. Teacher, your name is actually the same as our ancestor, Uchiha Madara. Saying this, Uchiha found it quite amusing. However, at that moment, his sister Uchiha Chio couldn't smile at all. Could it really just be a coincidence with the name? Looking at the tall figure of her teacher in front of her, Uchiha Chio's heart was filled with uncertainty. Suddenly, as Uchiha Chio was lost in thought, Uchiha seemed to remember something. He quickly ran to grab something and came back. Sister, this is the weapon the teacher gave me, but I'm still too small, so you can use it first. Uchiha handed the item in both hands to his sister, Uchiha Chio. At first, Uchiha Chio didn't pay much attention to what her brother was holding, but the more she looked at the so-called weapon given by her teacher in her brother's hands, the more she felt like she was reminded of something. However, when she tried to think deeply, she couldn't come up with anything. After staring at the item in her brother's hands for several seconds, just as Uchiha wore a puzzled expression, wait, this is... Uchiha Chio finally recalled the rumors and legends she had heard before, which she couldn't see but had listened to. It was the weapon fan that was lost during the time of our ancestor Uchiha Madara, a symbol of identity that only the leader of the Uchiha clan could possess. Uchiha Chio grasped the fan in her hand. Her eyes, which could now see, were filled with shock. At the same time, she said, Teacher, you really are. The girl, Uchiha Chio, looked again at the man who was still facing away from them, gazing at the sunset, her voice trembling uncontrollably. But in the next moment, Uchiha Chio knelt again and said, I pay my respects to the ancestor. The girl showed even more shock on her face this time. Sister, Uchiha being too young, didn't understand many things. At this moment, Chen Yiban, who had been reminiscing while gazing at the sunset, finally showed some change as he turned around and glanced at the shocked girl behind him. You just need to know. I am your teacher. That's enough. Chapter 9. Chakra, a fruit, possessing the power of Uchiha Madara. Time flew by, and 3 days quickly passed without notice. Chen Yiban had only initially suppressed the demonic energy from the King of Corruption within him in the cave. In the 3 days since he took the siblings Uchiha Chio and Uchiha as his disciples, Chen Yiban further suppressed the demonic energy in his heart in a somewhat dilapidated little room. Finally, he managed to stabilize the demonic energy in his body. However, mana and spiritual energy could no longer be used to suppress the demonic energy. Chen Yiban could only use the so-called chakra from this current world. Of course, he could also absorb natural energy from this world. Unfortunately, the so-called natural energy levels in this world were insufficient. Although it could provide some assistance to Chen Yiban, it was not enough to suppress the demonic aura of the King of Corruption. In short, Chen Yiban no longer had the mana and spiritual energy cultivation he possessed in the cultivation world. But fortunately, after returning to the Naruto world, powers such as chakra and natural energy were still available. Even ocular techniques and the power of the sixth path could still be used. At this moment, 3 days later, Chen Yiban, dressed in a black robe and wearing black gloves, slowly opened his eyes under the slightly dilapidated eaves. After 3 days, his internal injuries were basically healed. Next, it was time for him, Chen Yiban, to continue causing trouble in the ninja world, earning lower-level lottery chances and then exchanging them for higher-level ones. Meanwhile, for the lottery opportunities he would gain next, Chen Yiban would basically choose to keep them until he accumulated enough sage-level lottery opportunities. He would let the system take him back to the heavenly court of the previous world. King of Corruption, wait for me. As Chen Yiban muttered to himself, a pair of scarlet Sharingan eyes appeared in his pupils. At that moment, teacher, nearby, Uchiha Chi-Chi, who had been waiting for his sister, also noticed that Chen Yiban's 3 days of meditation had come to an end. The next moment, Uchiha Chi-Chi dashed from beside his sister, who had her eyes closed, towards teacher Chen Yiban. Teacher, you finally woke up. It's been three days. Uchiha Chi-Chi joyfully exclaimed as he ran up to Chen Yiban. The little guy still seemed somewhat clumsy in his speech. Chen Yiban nodded lightly. At the same time, he glanced at Uchiha Chio, who was still sitting quietly with her eyes closed in the room. The chakra fruit I gave your sister 3 days ago, hasn't she fully absorbed it yet? Uchiha Chi-Chi nodded and then said, but sister occasionally wakes up to eat something. By the way, teacher, you haven't eaten for several days. Are you hungry? I just cooked something. Let me go get it for you. Uchiha Chi-Chi said, preparing to run to get it. Seeing this, Chen Yiban raised his hand, but ultimately let this disciple go. Additionally, glancing at Uchiha Chio, who was still absorbing the chakra fruit, Chen Yiban couldn't help but feel that his female disciple's foundation was too low. It took her 3 days to absorb a super shadow ninja chakra fruit, and she still hadn't fully absorbed it even after 3 days. 3 days ago, before entering seclusion, Chen Yiban had indeed given his female disciple Uchiha Chio a chakra fruit. It was not the super powerful fruit produced by the 10 tails, but it was something he had drawn in the daily lottery during his decades in the Eternal Kingdom. Among them, he had quite a few elite Jonin chakra fruits or super shadow ninja chakra fruits. As long as they were eaten and fully absorbed, one could gain a massive amount of chakra. Chen Yiban directly took out a super shadow level chakra fruit. Once Uchiha Chio finished absorbing it, she would instantly possess a vast amount of chakra, but it would only grant her chakra. It wouldn't come with anything else, unlike the combat power template, which provided comprehensive service. And as for the combat power template, Chen Yiban actually had that too. Chen Yiban values Uchiha Chio's talent and hopes she can find her own path. Therefore, he only provides her with enough chakra to help her. For everything else, Chen Yiban hopes she can practice on her own. Of course, during this process, as her teacher, Chen Yiban is still willing to offer assistance. For example, he can create a few shadow clones or would clones to help Uchiha Chio grow quickly in battle. These things 3 days ago, Chen Yiban didn't have time to do. Now, however, he can give it a try. Since he has taken her as a disciple, Chen Yiban will not neglect her. It's just that he has never given these chakra fruits to anyone to eat since he was in the Eternal Kingdom. Although the system said there are no side effects, the specific amount of chakra one can gain from eating the fruit still depends on individual constitution. This means that someone with a poor constitution or talent may only retain the chakra equivalent to a Jonin level after consuming the super shadow fruit. If Uchiha Chio can absorb chakra for more than 3 days, it may indicate that her talent and constitution are very compatible with the chakra fruit. How much she will ultimately absorb, I am really looking forward to it. Chen Yiban, looking at his female disciple absorbing energy with her eyes closed, couldn't help but smile slightly. Teacher, roasted chicken, eat. At this moment, another disciple, Uchiha Chi, quickly returned holding a roasted chicken. Looking at the little guy, Chen Yiban couldn't help but smile again. Chen Yiban ate a chicken leg, and it was indeed quite tasty. According to the little guy himself, it seems that he occasionally catches some wild chickens and rabbits from the back mountain to bring home for himself and his sister to enjoy. Over time, the little guy's cooking skills have improved. Watching his teacher finish a chicken leg, Uchiha Chi looked on with a silly smile full of happiness. Seeing this, Chen Yiban's lips also curled up slightly. Chi, do you know why for the past 3 days I only gave your sister the chakra fruit to increase her chakra, but not you? After tossing away the chicken bone in his hand, Chen Yiban suddenly asked this question. Whatever the teacher lets Chi do, Chi will do. Clearly, Uchiha Chi didn't care about the so-called why that Chen Yiban mentioned. The little guy looked at Chen Yiban with admiration and reverence, because Chi's sister had already told him. Their teacher is very likely the only rival of the legendary ninja god, Senju Hashirama, who is said to have died, Uchiha Madara, originally adoring and fearing Chen Yiban. After learning this news from his sister, Chi became even more respectful towards Chen Yiban. Upon hearing this, Chen Yiban was momentarily taken aback. After realizing it, he couldn't help but shake his head and smile again. All right then, I'll be straightforward. Chi, you are different from your sister, so I plan to directly grant you supreme power, or rather, the legendary power of Uchiha Madara, the super strong one. This has its pros and cons. Are you willing? Chapter 10. Encountering Uchiha Zemu's 3 people again. Chi's emotions about to go out of control. 7 days passed. At this moment, in a river valley behind the Uchiha clan's land, clang! The light of the blade flickered. Weapons clashed continuously. Chio, unleash your potential. Dressed in a black robe, Chen Yiban, holding a katana, engaged in what seemed like a life-and-death duel with his disciple, Uchiha Chio, on the river. The main goal was to train this exceptionally talented female disciple. Yes, teacher. With a pair of blood-red, Mangeki Sharingan eyes, Uchiha Chio also wielded her sword, striking at her teacher, who is also her clan's ancestor, Uchiha Madara. Too slow. Chen Yiban, only activating his 3 Tomo Sharingan, was enough to handle his female disciple's attack. The next moment, he mercilessly slashed towards Uchiha Chio. In an instant, it seemed like a thunderbolt struck Uchiha Chio. However, clang, Uchiha Chio activated her Mangeki Sharingan's technique, Heaven's Sin, at the right moment, controlling the power of buoyancy. Whoosh! She actually flew up and quickly dodged Chen Yiban's deadly slash. And, Heaven's Sin, clang, the girl suddenly used her right eye's Heaven's Sin against Chen Yiban. In an instant, Chen Yiban lost the mobility he was supposed to have while floating in the air. Teacher, Uchiha Chio thrust her sword toward her teacher's heart. Clearly, she aimed to kill Chen Yiban in one strike. Well done, but still not enough. Chen Yiban, controlled by Heaven's Sin, smiled lightly. Amaterasu. Chen Yiban's ability allowed him to use the Mangeki technique at the level of 3 Tomo. Hiss! Suddenly, a massive, terrifying black flame surged toward Uchiha Chio, who was flying toward him. Heaven's Sin. Uchiha Chio once again utilized her Mangeki Sharingan's technique. With a quick motion, she controlled all the black flames with buoyancy. She even countered with Chen Yiban's black flames to attack him back. Yet, Chen Yiban didn't block or dodge, allowing his own skill to burn him. It seems you have mastered your Mangeki Sharingan well enough. Amidst the raging black flames, he calmly commented. Just at that moment, puffed, a sharp blade pierced through Chen Yiban's heart from behind. Another Uchiha Chio had ambushed him from the back. Puffed. The front Uchiha Chio also timely threw her katana, piercing Chen Yiban's chest. Good use of swordsmanship and shadow clones. Not bad. Chen Yiban, having been stabbed from both front and back, offered a brief comment. Immediately, crack, he transformed into a wooden clone and was burned to ashes in the black flames. It turned out to be a wood clone. Phew. At this moment, Uchiha Chio, looking a bit tired, exhaled. With a thought, the nearby shadow clone vanished into thin air. Teacher, standing on the rushing river, using chakra, Uchiha Chio called out tenderly toward the shore. Soon, on a large dry stone by the shore, the real Chen Yiban was sitting cross-legged, lost in thought. Upon hearing the girl's voice, the real Chen Yiban slowly turned his head and glanced at the girl on the river. Teacher, I succeeded again. The girl waved at him from a distance, her face filled with joy, as if expecting Chen Yiban to praise her. However, in the case where my shadow clone can only use the 3 Tomo Sharingan and can only release the Amaterasu technique, it took you about a stick of incense's time to defeat him. Moreover, there's a suspicion that he deliberately went easy on you. Chio, did I overestimate your talent before? With a pair of deep black eyes, Chen Yiban spoke. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Akira's joyful expression instantly faded. What? I've only trained for a few days. Uchiha Akira has great respect for Chen Yiban. However, these days, she sometimes can't help but feel that he is a bit too strict. What did you say? It seemed that he didn't hear the murmurs of his female disciple. And Chen Yiban suddenly asked. And no, nothing. Teacher, I will continue to work hard in the future. Uchiha Akira said seriously while holding the sword in her hand. Chen Yiban slightly nodded, feeling a bit satisfied. However, his thoughts suddenly flew to other matters. The night of the clan extermination is approaching, isn't it? Glancing in the direction of the Uchiha clan's territory, Chen Yiban muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Uchiha Akira had just jumped from the river to Chen Yiban's side and saw her teacher lost in thought, staring in the direction of the clan's territory. Uchiha Akira was a bit confused but didn't dare to disturb him for a moment. On the other side, in a small house, Uchiha Nana was preparing lunch for her sister and teacher. After washing the ingredients and entering the room, she suddenly saw the weapon that her teacher had given her, which she had also given to her sister, the Uchiha fan, left behind when she went out to train with her teacher. The weapon, the fan. Uchiha Nana, who was not yet 10 years old, was momentarily stunned. Reacting quickly, she grabbed the Uchiha fan and ran outside. She intended to take the fan to her sister, who was training with their teacher on the back mountain. However, what Uchiha Nana didn't know was that their teacher, Uchiha Madara, had instructed her sister not to bring the fan today. Uchiha Nana didn't know this in advance, and in her haste, She ran out with the fan to give it to her sister on the back mountain. At this moment, Uchiha Nana moved exceptionally quickly. In the blink of an eye, she dashed out of the house. However, just as she ran out the door, Uchiha Nana came to a sudden stop. In front of her stood 2 or 3 people who surprised her, and upon realizing who they were, she felt a wave of hatred. It was Uchiha Zimu, who had bullied her when she was mute, along with 2 of his lackeys. They were all from the Uchiha clan. However, due to Uchiha Nana and Uchiha Akira's previous disabilities, one was mute and the other visually impaired. These 3 scoundrels loved nothing more than to bully the weak. Over the years, Uchiha Nana had suffered greatly under their oppression, like the time Uchiha Zimu had directly stepped on her head. It was only when Uchiha Shursui happened to pass by that Uchiha Zimu and his gang were scared off. But now, just as Uchiha Nana ran out of her house, she encountered them again. "Hey, little mute, are you running so fast to be reincarnated? What if you bump into us?" Before Uchiha Zimu could speak, one of his lackeys pointed at the younger Uchiha Nana and insulted her. Previously, Uchiha Nana couldn't hear their insults, but now, one hand gripping the fan tightly, Uchiha Nana couldn't help but tighten her grip. Chapter 11. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha Zimu's shock and fear. Watching one of his lackeys say something unpleasant to Uchiha Nana, Uchiha Zimu not only did not stop it, but instead looked at the young Uchiha Nana with a proud and smug expression. His gaze was filled with contempt. In response, Uchiha Nana, who was about to lose control of her anger, glanced at the weapon in her hand, the Uchiha fan, and finally exhaled, choosing to ignore these people before her. She wanted to deliver the fan to her sister, who was receiving training from their teacher, Uchiha Madara. Thus, she subconsciously didn't want to waste time with these trash. However, when Uchiha Nana glanced at the Uchiha fan in her hand, Uchiha Zimu followed her gaze and saw the weapon, the fan. The moment he saw it, that is, Uchiha Zimu's face instantly turned shocked. Then, he quickly thought of something. Isn't this the legendary? Our clans? Uchiha Zimu quickly recognized what it was. Meanwhile, the 2 lackeys beside him hadn't noticed anything unusual, so they were confused about why their boss suddenly looked shocked. "Hey kid, tell me, where did you find this thing?" Uchiha Zimu knew that Uchiha Nana and Uchiha Akira had lost their parents. One was mute, and the other was blind. Living in extreme poverty, without any support from the clan, they were practically on the brink of starvation. Therefore, Uchiha Zimu didn't believe that they had any money to buy such toys. Moreover, there was no shop in the entire Konoha that made such toys. Thus, Uchiha Zimu thought that the fan Uchiha Nana was holding was most likely something she had picked up from some corner. Perhaps it really was the lost legendary item of their Uchiha clan. "Kid, I'm asking you. Hurry up and answer me." Uchiha Zimu was overly excited, so he forgot one thing. "Boss, don't you remember? This kid is mute." It wasn't until the 2 confused lackeys reminded him that Uchiha Zimu suddenly realized that this little brat couldn't speak and could hardly hear others. Damn it, Uchiha Zimu looked anxious. Since he couldn't get an answer, he didn't want to know anymore. The next moment, he actually tried to snatch the Uchiha fan from Uchiha Nana's hands. However, in that instant, swoosh, a flash of light swept past. Uchiha Zimu's hand, reaching for Uchiha Nana, was sent flying. With a bang, it fell into a puddle of filthy water over 10 meters away. It was cut off by something unknown in an instant. Until, why? "Are you forcing me?" The young Uchiha Nana, with her head slightly lowered, spoke in a cold, indifferent voice. "Ah." Uchiha Zimu quickly looked at his bleeding arm, screaming in pain. "Boss!" The 2 lackeys were stunned. They hurriedly rushed forward to support the suffering Uchiha Zimu. At the same time, they looked at the young Uchiha Nana, who had just spoken. The little mute, whom they had thought could be bullied at any moment, had just spoken incredulously. Moreover, at this moment, they saw that the fan in her young hand had some bloodstains on its edge. Seeing this, the 2 lackeys and the pained Uchiha Zimu were instantly shocked, thinking, this little brat just now used that fan as a weapon and in an instant cut off Uchiha Zimu's arm? How could you? They couldn't believe that the little Uchiha 7 possessed such power. Was he still the same mute kid from before? What had happened to him? Not only could he speak now, but at this moment, he spoke. "You all forced me to do this." The young Uchiha 7 held a massive fan weapon. Although his body was small, the aura emanating from him was incredibly impressive. With his sword raised, he radiated a fierce, killing intent. He appeared as cold as a reaper who had experienced countless battles and claimed numerous heads. In the next moment, Uchiha 7, holding the Uchiha fan, slowly lifted his slightly lowered head, revealing his eyes. The three Uchiha were even more astonished to see a pair of glowing scarlet pupils. Moreover, within the scarlet, three small black tomo, resembling tadpoles, emerged in each of his pupils. Three. Looking at what the young boy revealed in his eyes at this moment, Uchiha was so shocked that he momentarily forgot the pain in his hand. Uchiha, who was almost 30 years old, had not yet activated the Sharingan, which was a bloodline ability of their clan, while this little boy actually. It was impossible. This couldn't be happening. Uchiha, in a somewhat crazed manner, roared at the young Uchiha. The two accompanying subordinates beside him were also stunned by the pair of three Tomo Sharingan displayed by Uchiha. However, does this make you feel it's impossible? Then, what if I do this? Clang. Uchiha-7's face was filled with a ruthless and cold expression. Just as his words fell, the three small Tomo in the pupils of the young boy began to spin rapidly, until they connected end to end, forming a brand new black shape within the scarlet. Upon seeing this scene, 10,000 flowers, Uchiha was extremely astonished and couldn't help but step back in fear, even falling to the ground. The pain from his severed hand made him unable to hold back his cries of anguish. Meanwhile, the two subordinates, who were originally Uchiha followers, took one last fearful look at the young Uchiha and, in the next moment, tacitly chose to turn and flee. Uchiha-7's pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan was filled with an inexplicable and abrupt coldness and cruel smile. Amaterasu, Isa! They screamed in the black flames, until they turned into two piles of human-shaped black carbon. In response, Uchiha, covering the stump of his hand, wore a face of shock and fear. As for Uchiha-7, step, with his glowing scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan, he slowly walked in front of Uchiha. Thus, looking at the little boy who had been constantly bullied by himself and others, now revealing such a pair of scarlet kaleidoscope eyes. Uchiha, let me go. He trembled and spoke fearfully. But, before his trembling words were completed, Uchiha-7 unleashed a powerful blue chakra, gathering it into a massive skeletal arm. The moment it took shape, the gigantic skeletal arm directly grasped Uchiha in its enormous hand. Then, with a thought, the little guy suddenly exerted force. Kuchi, Chapter 12. At that time, give him a surprise. 7. Just then, a low voice echoed from not far down the corridor. Upon hearing this, Uchiha-7, who had just killed 3 of his clansmen, slowly turned his head and looked towards the direction of the voice with his glowing scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan. Teacher, sister. In the next moment, the originally cold and murderous Uchiha-7 turned into a smiling face, waving toward the front and laughing loudly. Ahead were Yiban and Uchiha Chio, who had just returned from the river. Now at this moment, it was the trio of the 3 of them. Afterward, looking at the black carbon and the puddle of flesh, Yiban listened to Uchiha-7's account. He understood what had just happened. To this, it didn't matter whether the irrelevant people lived or died. Yiban appeared very indifferent. However, for your first time killing someone, 7, you performed quite well. It seems that the battle memories contained in the power I gave you have indeed influenced you. Yiban had used the battle template of Uchiha during the founding of Konoha that he once received for his disciple, Uchiha-7. However, it was different from the complete reception that Yiban had once experienced. Yiban did not allow his current disciple Uchiha-7 to receive all the memories of Uchiha-Madara, only the battle memories of Uchiha-Madara, who had been through countless battles. This was because he was concerned that Uchiha-7 was too young and would be completely assimilated by Uchiha-Madara's memories. In fact, Yiban himself did not dare to say he would be completely unaffected. Thus, he also did not dare to let his disciple receive all of Madara's memories. At the same time, he did not allow 7 to take on Uchiha-Madara's appearance. His current abilities were basically the same as what Yiban had received before. Uchiha-7 now possessed almost all the abilities and powers of Uchiha-Madara. Moreover, the battle memories of Uchiha-Madara still influenced Uchiha-7 to some extent. At least, when Uchiha-7 felt the urge to kill like just now, he would seem to transform into a second Shura of the ninja world, killing without blinking. There is no absolute perfection in life. To obtain something, one must always pay a corresponding price. Mainly, 7's talent was not as good as his sister, Chio. Otherwise, Yiban would have let him walk his own path, like Chio. However, with 7's talent, it would be difficult for him to achieve great things in this life. So, Yiban simply gave him the battle template of Uchiha-Madara, allowing him to rise to the top at once. Teacher, I really like that feeling just now. What Chen Yiban did not expect was that his 10-year-old disciple Uchiha 7 was now looking at his own hands and saying this. At this moment, 7 slowly clenched his hands into fists, and then a hint of excitement and inexplicable intoxication appeared on his face. It was clear that he enjoyed having power and no longer being bullied by anyone. Hearing this, Chen Yiban looked at his young disciple in surprise. He did not expect the other party to suddenly say such a thing. Indeed, it seems you little guy have a heart similar to mine, a madman's heart, huh? Chen Yiban smiled. At the same time, he reached out and patted the head of the young Uchiha 7. And the Uchiha 7, who had just killed without blinking, now displayed a very happy smile under Chen Yiban's head pat and praise. However, teacher, that said, how did you make such a mess in front of our house? Suddenly, Uchiha Chio walked over and pinched her brother's cheek, expressing her dissatisfaction. I will clean it up. The pinched 7 hurriedly replied. Forget it, I'll do it. Uchiha Chio actually felt sorry for her brother. So, Doton. With both hands forming seals, I performed the basic earth release technique that I learned not long ago from Chen Yiban's wooden clone. The next moment, I saw the ground over there start to wriggle. Soon, the body of Uchiha Zimu, who had been crushed into a ball by Susanoo, along with the corpses of his 2 subordinates who had been burned to black charcoal by Amaterasu, were swallowed underground, deep into dozens of meters below ground. All right, with that, Uchiha Chio released her hands from the seals and looked at her companions, Chi and Chen Yiban. Thank you, sister, Uchiha Chi said with a smile. In response, Uchiha Chio suddenly reached out to pat Chi's head and smiled, saying, Chi, as for those who have bullied you before, even if you don't kill them soon, sister will go and kill them. I just didn't expect you to beat me to it. Chi, you're really cunning. Thus, the girl gently spoke the words that she originally intended to say herself. Ha! Uchiha Chi smiled broadly. Meanwhile, Chen Yiban took a deep look at his 2 disciples in front of him. Then, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. It seems that although his 2 disciples were very weak before meeting him, their willpower was not weak at all. On the contrary, it was a bit crazy. However, Chen Yiban thought, very much to my liking, quite endearing. Unknowingly, Chen Yiban actually felt a sense of great satisfaction for the 2 disciples he had casually accepted. At the same time, Chi, I feel the time is almost here. Suddenly, Chen Yiban said at the doorway of the dilapidated cabin, looking at his 2 disciples. Hearing this, Uchiha Chio and Uchiha Chi were first taken aback. Then Uchiha Chio was the first to react. Teacher, are you saying? Teacher, will Konoha really treat our Uchiha clan like that? Looking at his teacher, who was dressed in a black long robe, and the ancestor Uchiha Madara, Chio asked with uncertainty. Do you still have any delusions, Chio? Chen Yiban replied lightly to his disciple. I don't. Uchiha Chio didn't know what to say for a moment. Rather, Uchiha Chi beside her said, whatever the teacher asks Chi to do, Chi will do it. If the teacher asks Chi to kill, Chi will kill. The young disciple had an astonishingly fierce killing intent, a living embodiment of the second Shura of the ninja world. Chen Yiban couldn't help but smile at this and nodded in satisfaction. The next moment, teacher, I take back what I said earlier. As long as it's your order, even if it means betraying the Uchiha, we are willing. Uchiha Chio declared resolutely, drawing the samurai sword from behind her and facing the tall Chen Yiban. Good. Chen Yiban's smile grew even wider. Then, it should be in a few days. At that time, we will give them a surprise. Chapter 13. Uchiha Shursui is in trouble. The game is about to begin. At night, leaning against the supporting pillar under the eaves, Chen Yiban held a jar of alcohol that his disciples had just bought for him. He leaned against the pillar, drinking under the moonlight, his deep black eyes faintly gazing at the crescent moon high in the sky. In his heart, he couldn't help but recall his first failure. King of Shadows, Chen Yiban, holding the jar of alcohol, inadvertently began to emanate a killing intent. At this time, Uchiha Chi was already asleep in the room. However, her sister Uchiha Chio had yet to sleep. She approached her teacher, the man who was also her ancestor Uchiha Madara. What is it, Chio? Do you have something to tell me? Hearing the footsteps behind him, Chen Yiban retracted his killing intent. Then, without turning around, he took another big gulp of strong liquor. In response, teacher, are you in a bad mood? Uchiha Chio asked softly from behind. No. Chen Yiban shook his head lightly and then hinted, Chio, if there's nothing else, you can go to sleep. In a few days, I want to see how you two perform. I promise we won't let you down. Teacher, Uchiha Chio said firmly, clenching her fists. That's good. Chen Yiban wiped his mouth and smiled faintly. Teacher, Uchiha Chio suddenly seemed hesitant to speak. What's wrong? If you have something to say, Just say it. Chen Yiban glanced at his female disciple behind him. Thus, teacher, will Mr. Shui really die first, as you said? The girl suddenly raised this question. Hearing this, Chen Yiban, holding the jar of alcohol, looked back at his female disciple with some surprise. What? Do you like him? Chen Yiban unexpectedly raised an eyebrow and asked his female disciple. He thought the girl would blush. But, teacher, that's not it. It's just that before meeting you, when she and I were blind and mute, only Mr. Shui treated us as his own clan. The girl's meaning was clear. It was gratitude, especially when recalling how Uchiha Zimu and those bastards bullied Uchiha Chi. It was Uchiha Shui who happened to appear and made Uchiha Zimu and the others leave out of fear of him. Uchiha Chio still felt grateful towards Uchiha Shui. Is that so? Chen Yiban said lightly. Then, with one hand holding the jar of alcohol, he patted the empty space beside him. It was indeed a gesture for his female disciple to sit down. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Chio smiled and obediently sat down beside him. After that, Uchiha Shui. I actually know a little about him. To be honest, my evaluation of him is, his strength is decent, but his thoughts are naive and foolish. Letting him die once may not be a bad thing for him. Perhaps it will make him understand what reality is and not always live in a fantasy. Chen Yiban leaned against the pillar, gazing at the crescent moon in the sky as he spoke. Hearing this, Uchiha Chio, who understood Chen Yiban's meaning, suddenly showed a look of surprise. Teacher, do you mean, it seems like Mr. Shui can come back to life if he dies? How is that possible? The girl looked at her teacher, her ancestor Uchiha Madara, in shock. In response, haha, isn't it also impossible that the legendary Uchiha Madara is still alive? But in this world I am Uchiha Madara. Chen Yiban took a big gulp of strong liquor and then slowly stood up to gaze at the crescent moon high in the sky. Teacher, the girl gazed dreamily at her teacher's powerful back. Don't worry, since you are my disciple, and he Uchiha Shui has done you and Chi a favor. Then in the future, I will bring him back to life. Chen Yiban boldly declared, drinking all the liquor in the jar. The girl stood behind him, stunned, watching his proud figure in the black robe, drinking recklessly under the moonlight. It seemed that in this world, there was truly nothing that her teacher, Uchiha Madara, could not accomplish. It felt as if everything was possible for him. The next day, teacher, Uchiha Akira and Uchiha Nana suddenly ran into the small room from outside. Upon seeing Chen Yiban in the room, they exclaimed, Teacher, it's true that Shusu-san has encountered trouble. Just as you said, the siblings rushed to Chen Yiban, and, as the older sister, Uchiha Akira spoke urgently. She looked at Chen Yiban with a gaze filled with surprise, disbelief, and deep admiration. The Uchiha clan can't find Shui, right? Chen Yiban, looking at his two disciples, said calmly, Yes, teacher. Uchiha Akira nodded, a hint of sadness in her expression. In her heart, Uchiha Shui was one of the few good people in the clan. She never expected that, just as her teacher Uchiha Madara had predicted, something had indeed happened. It was highly likely that he was already. In fact, Uchiha Akira had thought about warning Uchiha Shui about something. However, she ultimately chose to trust her teacher, Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Uchiha Nana suddenly said, Teacher, I want to take revenge for brother Shui. Hearing this, Chen Yiban reached out to ruffle Uchiha Nana's hair and nodded, saying, Okay, but you might have to wait a few more days, because the game hasn't started yet. The siblings were a bit confused about their teacher's meaning. After all, Chen Yiban hadn't fully explained everything to them. Teacher, when can we do it? Uchiha Nana asked eagerly. Uchiha Akira was also very curious. In the hearts of the siblings, Chen Yiban, who was also their ancestor Uchiha Madara, thought, I want to see if that person will still choose that decision. If so, this time, in this timeline, I will personally slay him. After saying this, Chen Yiban closed his eyes, his body continuously absorbing the natural energy of this world. Meanwhile, the two disciples exchanged glances, indicating that they did not understand what their teacher, their ancestor Uchiha Madara, had just said. At this moment, in a hidden place, Uchiha Itachi, dressed in armor, came to this place to find someone. Soon, a masked person appeared in front of Uchiha Itachi. It seems you finally made up your mind. 1 against 7. Chapter 14. Our teacher is named Uchiha Madara. That night, Itachi, I'm sorry to put you in this situation, sighed the aged third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, looking at the boy kneeling before him. Hokage-sama, I'll leave Sasuke to you from now on, Uchiha Itachi said, bowing his head. I understand, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Thank you. Uchiha Itachi felt a heavy weight lift from his heart, having made his decision. However, he felt even more despair. But, In Uchiha Itachi's view, he had no other choice. He had to do this. The next moment, Uchiha Itachi stood up, turned around with a katana on his back, and instantly left Sarutobi Hiruzen's presence. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen remained, lost in thought. Soon after Itachi acts, you should carry out the final harvest, right? Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced over his shoulder, seemingly speaking to himself. But then, whoosh, in the next second, a grayish-white figure flashed into view, right before Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. It was Shimura Danzo, that old schemer. Of course, after all, we must ensure there are no survivors. As soon as Shimura Danzo arrived, he spoke with a face full of cunning. In fact, Hiruzen, I think we can eliminate Itachi as well in the end. Then, we can take care of the brother he wanted to protect. Shimura Danzo appeared to be thinking about gaining an advantage from the conflict. No, this matter must not go wrong. Danzo, don't act recklessly. Sarutobi Hiruzen only wanted the Uchiha clan to be successfully exterminated. Hiruzen, you're so hypocritical, Shimura Danzo sneered. Don't forget, I am a Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Finally, Shimura Danzo left with an unhappy remark, disappearing in an instant. Thus, only Sarutobi Hiruzen was left standing there alone. Sigh, if those two were still alive, it wouldn't have come to this. On the other side, some distance away from the Uchiha clan's territory. Oh no, I'm going home really late today. Young Uchiha Sasuke was running toward the Uchiha clan's territory. During the night, under the moonlight, little Sasuke saw a figure seemed to be crouching on top of a tall utility pole ahead. Little Sasuke stopped, but when he looked closely, he found that there was no one there. Little Sasuke wondered if he was seeing things. However, he quickly dismissed it and continued running towards his clan's territory. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi and a masked man had already begun a massacre within the Uchiha clan. At first, some guards, seeing that it was Uchiha Itachi, had no defenses and were directly slashed by him. After that, many Uchiha ninjas, including Uchiha civilians, were killed in their sleep. The masked man was even faster at killing. Using a technique called Phantom, he swiftly harvested heads without anyone being able to defend themselves. Until, just right, the 10th pair of Sharingan. The masked man took the 10th 3-tomo Sharingan from the corpse beneath his feet as his trophy. Then, he turned to continue killing other Uchiha clan members. However, tap, tap. At this moment, 2 footsteps were approaching from afar. The masked man revealed one of his Sharingan and soon saw 2 figures, a large and a small, walking straight towards him not far ahead. Each of them was carrying a weapon on their backs, dressed like Uchiha clan members. They were very young, but since I've seen them, don't blame me. The masked man raised his weapon again, preparing to strike down the approaching boy and girl. But, this is... When the masked man clearly saw the weapons behind the boy and girl, his expression changed dramatically. That wasn't that guy's. Thus, as the masked man was shocked, the boy and girl reached a distance of less than 10 meters from him. Finally, the weapons behind the larger girl and the smaller boy could be seen clearly. The girl had a katana behind her. The masked man almost chose to ignore it, but the younger boy, who looked even smaller, was now shouldering a fan, which caused the masked man's face beneath the mask to show a look of surprise and suspicion. The next moment, "Kid, where did you get that fan?" The masked man asked the little boy in astonishment. "That guy's fan, isn't it? How could it be in the hands of this brat? And are they intentionally coming after me now?" The masked man thought to himself, feeling a sense of unease. At that moment, he noticed the strange behavior of the 2 young people in front of him. It seemed like they had come to find him on purpose because they knew he was there. What was going on? The masked man couldn't calm down at this moment. As for this, the teacher said, "For you, death is liberation." However, he wanted to kill another person first tonight. "So you can get out of the Uchiha clan now. Get out of Konoha." The older girl among the 2 drew a katana from behind her and pointed it at the masked man who had just slaughtered many Uchiha clan members. Meanwhile, the younger boy showed no intention of answering the masked man's earlier question, his expression cold. The masked man asked, "Teacher? Who is the teacher you speak of? Did that brat get this fan from him?" He couldn't help but want to return to that place to see if that man's weapon was still there. There couldn't possibly be 2 Uchiha fans in this world, could there? At this moment, the boy carrying the fan suddenly spoke. "Our teacher is also our ancestor. His name is Uchiha Madara," the boy said coldly. The masked man was taken aback. What did you say?" His face, hidden beneath the mask, was completely unsettled. "Madara. Uchiha Madara." The psychological impact of this name was overwhelming. This name represented power. Chapter 15, You Can Call Me Uchiha Madara. Without discussing how shocked the masked man was at this moment, on the other side, Uchiha Itachi had just slaughtered several clan members. After glancing at the bodies of his own clan members that he had killed, he prepared to leap up and continue his hunt. So far, Uchiha Itachi had killed over 100 Uchiha clan members. Most of them were one-hit kills, especially the guarding Uchiha members. They were truly unfortunate. Those who saw Uchiha Itachi didn't even have time to speak or greet him before he would approach them with a single strike, almost always killing them instantly. When he encountered stronger opponents, Uchiha Itachi would let them know the vast difference between the Manjiki and Sharingan. Blood was everywhere along Uchiha Itachi's path. The most important thing was his father. Uchiha Itachi knew that the biggest opponent he faced was his own father. He had to kill him and his mother. I'm sorry. Uchiha Itachi suppressed the sadness and pain in his heart, preparing to continue his slaughter towards his home. However, just as Uchiha Itachi was rushing along, he arrived at the bank of a river in the clan's territory and heard, "Oh, you've arrived? A bit slow, huh?" 1 against 7. He saw a tall figure standing on a railing under the streetlight, arms crossed, seemingly admiring the fish in the river by the moonlight. At the same time, that figure spoke to him, saying 1 against 7. Uchiha Itachi stopped in his tracks. His Manjiki Sharingan gazed intently at the figure not far away. The person facing him wore a black robe and had long hair that flowed down to his waist, gently swaying in the night breeze. "You are." Uchiha Itachi, holding a katana, felt a surge of killing intent. He recognized the clan symbol on the person's clothing, confirming they were also from the Uchiha clan. Although Uchiha Itachi found it strange that he had never seen such an imposing figure in the clan before, it didn't matter. As long as they were Uchiha, they were all targets for Uchiha Itachi to kill tonight. In the next moment, Uchiha Itachi didn't wait for the other person to respond. He swung his sword directly. Bang! Ultimately, the railing was sliced in two. However, the figure on the railing vanished just as the katana was about to strike, leaving Uchiha Itachi to only cut through the railing. How reckless! 1 against 7. The next moment, he suddenly saw the person in the black robe appearing on the opposite railing of the river, seemingly using some technique to instantaneously appear across the water. Uchiha Itachi instinctively made a defensive motion with his sword. The other person's strange movement prompted Uchiha Itachi, who was originally attacking, to switch to defense. Although Uchiha Itachi's eyes were in the Manjiki state, granting him high insight, he found that he could not clearly see the other's movement at that moment. Could be space-time ninjutsu? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but start to speculate. Unexpectedly, before confronting his father, he encountered a strange, powerful opponent here. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi saw the person across the river slowly lift their head and look at him. The Manjiki. Uchiha Itachi saw the same pattern of eyes reflecting his own. At this moment, both of them had the Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi thought, "I can't waste too much time and energy here, otherwise when facing my father." He wanted to end things quickly, feeling that his father, Uchiha Fugaku, was his greatest enemy tonight. So, Uchiha Itachi, Clang, directly activated the Manjiki Sharingan and in an instant, unleashed Tsukuyami on the opponent across the river. Uchiha Itachi aimed to eliminate this strange person and continue his killing spree. Even though the person in front of him moved with strange speed and likely possessed incredible space-time ninjutsu, could they be faster than the glance of the Sharingan? Could they escape the illusion of Tsukuyami? Soon, this is my world. Here, space, time, and quality are all under my control. In the next 72 hours, I will. Uchiha Itachi, holding his katana, faced the bound individual within the realm of Tsukuyami. Before he could finish his sentence, "Does this mean everything here includes me?" The bound person, who had originally lowered their head, suddenly raised their eyes, looking directly at Uchiha Itachi. Clang. At the same time, a pair of Manjiki Sharingan erupted with a terrifying power. Boom! The world of Tsukuyami was suddenly struck by a huge impact. What? In the illusion, Uchiha Itachi was shocked. As he attempted to suppress the collapse, he found, clang, bang! The world of Suki no Kakahashi was shattered in an instant. Uchiha Itachi, looking at the man across from him, immediately knelt down, covering his eyes in pain. The destruction of the Suki no Kakahashi world and the backlash of his ocular technique left Uchiha Itachi in immense agony. At that moment, the man spoke. "Itachi, you are still too immature, especially your ocular power. Compared to mine, it's like comparing clouds to dirt." The man, still with a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, gazed at the pained Uchiha Itachi. Who are you?" Uchiha Itachi, in pain, desperately wanted to know the identity of the man before him. At the same time, he was shocked. The opponent's 3-tomo had actually broken his Mangeki. It was simply unbelievable. Hearing Uchiha Itachi's uncertain question, the man replied coldly. In this world, you can call me Uchiha Madara. With his arms crossed, he answered Uchiha Itachi's curiosity in a detached manner, making it clear to him what was to come. However, upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi was momentarily stunned, his pupils constricting sharply. How could there be two Uchiha Madara's? Chapter 16. The Mysterious Siblings, the Sweating Masked Man. On the other side, kid, my name is Uchiha Madara, and the weapon you hold, the fan, actually belongs to me, the masked man said as he looked at the young boy and girl not far in front of him. After the boy and girl mentioned that their teacher was the legendary Uchiha Madara, the masked man, after a moment of surprise, forced down his uncertainty and started calling himself Uchiha Madara. In response, the boy laughed dismissively. Huh, you're Uchiha Madara? And that weapon you claim is yours. Is this? Uchiha Shichi lifted the Uchiha fan, which was taller than him, and looked mockingly at the masked man. Meanwhile, Uchiha Aki, standing beside him, also laughed disdainfully at the masked man, claiming to be Uchiha Madara. The masked man, unfazed by their expressions, simply nodded. That's right. So, hand it over. In the next moment, the masked man suddenly lunged forward, leaping into the air with his hand reaching for Uchiha Shichi's weapon fan. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he wanted to grab it first and see. To this, Uchiha Aki, as the older sister, suddenly drew her katana from her back and threw it directly at the leaping masked man, declaring, with that appearance, you dare to call yourself the ancestor of my clan and our teacher, Uchiha Madara? Do you deserve it? At the moment she threw the katana, Uchiha Aki expressed her utmost disdain. Oof. The masked man coldly snorted, disregarding the katana as it continued forward. One hand continued to reach for Uchiha Shichi. In the masked man's eyes, Uchiha Shichi was too young. As long as he dodged Uchiha Aki's attack, he could take whatever he wanted from Uchiha Shichi. However, the katana thrown by Uchiha Aki, whoosh, passed right through the masked man's body, unable to harm him. Got it. At this time, the masked man was about to grab Uchiha Shichi, who stood still, but of course, what the masked man really wanted to see was the Uchiha fan. Suddenly, a shadow, fast and glimmering with cold light, circled from behind the masked man and attacked him. The masked man was startled. Whoosh! In the next moment, the katana had pierced his body. However, the intangible effect activated again. Nevertheless, because of this, the masked man also passed through Uchiha Shichi's body, unable to grab the fan from his hand. He had entered the intangible state until the katana completely passed through the masked man's body. It also passed through Uchiha Shichi's body to the back. The masked man reached out again toward Uchiha Shichi, who was merely a little kid in his eyes. This time, Uchiha Aki's somewhat eerie katana did not fly back, but clang boom. A powerful blue chakra erupted from young Uchiha Shichi, rapidly consolidating the bones of his body and arms, and, simultaneously, a gigantic fist came crashing down. In an instant, the ground cracked with countless patterns, shaking the earth, and dust rose. Soon whoosh, a figure leaped out from the dust, landing dozens of meters away. It was indeed the masked man. The revealed Sharingan in the masked man's eye was now filled with shock. This power, this chakra, your chakra, how is this possible? The masked man spoke with astonishment. At that moment, whoosh, over there, a gigantic skeletal hand swept away the dust in front of him, revealing the view. This allowed the masked man to see clearly. At this moment, a massive blue energy skeleton had appeared around Uchiha Shichi. Just now, it was that skeleton's huge fist that had suddenly crashed down, forcing the masked man to enter the intangible state once again, feeling the terrifying chakra from Uchiha Shichi. Uncertain, the masked man chose to retreat, temporarily creating distance. Susanoo, how is this possible? How could you have? Looking at the siblings opposite him, the masked man couldn't help but exclaim. But when the dust finally settled, the masked man saw you. Actually, both have awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. The masked man indeed saw that Uchiha Aki and Uchiha Shichi, at this moment, each had beautiful Mangeki Sharingan in their eyes. It was not hard to guess what the eerie katana was. It was the Mangeki technique of the girl across from him. However, he never expected that another kid, who he thought was just an ordinary Uchiha, had also awakened the Mangeki. It was truly unexpected. Among the current Uchiha clan, aside from Uchiha Itachi and the previous Uchiha Shursui, there were actually 2 young boys and girls who also possessed the Mangeki Sharingan. These two little guys were even younger than he was when he awakened the Mangeki. It was hard to believe. Wait, you're Mangeki? As the masked man observed Uchiha Shurichi, he saw a pattern of the Mangeki Sharingan that he once recognized and knew, now appearing vividly before his eyes. You, how is this possible? The masked man finally saw the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara's Mangeki Sharingan at this moment, appearing in the eyes of a 7 or 8-year-old kid. That's not an ordinary Mangeki Sharingan. It's a pair of Mangeki that has achieved eternal light. The patterns are surprisingly identical. As he looked at Uchiha Nana, the masked man was completely unable to remain calm. First, there was the Uchiha fan. Then the siblings activated their Mangeki together, and now he was witnessing this incredible phenomenon. The masked man felt a storm of emotions brewing in his heart. And regarding this, the teacher was indeed right. Your Kamui is truly remarkable. The siblings, each with their glowing crimson Mangeki Sharingan, stood together within the blue Susanoo, coldly smiling at him, the masked man. Their smiles were filled with a chilling and sinister mockery. In response, the masked man's face behind the mask was furrowed with concern. Soon after, he felt a slight moisture in his gloved hands. Am I sweating? Chapter 17. How much longer will that guy keep playing? You actually know about Kamui. Looking at the Uchiha siblings before him, who exuded an inexplicable eerie feeling, the masked man spoke coldly. Normal people shouldn't even know the existence of the words Kamui. Could it be that these siblings are truly the disciples of that man? No, impossible. That man is already dead. It can't be disciples he took in before. The siblings are too young. The girl in front looks to be only around 15 years old. How could she be a disciple of that man when he was alive? But what is going on here? Especially, the eyes of that little brat in front are actually that man's Mangeki. It was simply unbelievable for the masked man at that moment. Logically, those eyes should be in the form of Rinnegan and placed within a Gato, right? How could they have reverted to Mangeki Sharingan and appear in the eyes of this little brat? What's going on? The masked man hadn't felt such shock in a long time. It was as if a thick fog filled his vision, making him unable to see through everything, creating a sense of unease. It was almost suffocating and maddening. And to this, so what if you know? So what if you don't? The two of us came here for one reason. To make my teacher Uchiha Madara force you out of the Uchiha clan's territory, and even out of Konoha, the land of fire. Uchiha stepped forward, holding a katana and pointing at the masked man. My teacher also said, you and Uchiha Itachi are most suited to meet death as an end. However, tonight, just one Uchiha Itachi will suffice. As for you, my teacher said you can linger for a few more days. Uchiha Aku, with her beautifully patterned Mangeki Sharingan resembling petals, coldly smiled as she looked at the masked man across from her. You. The masked man slowly clenched his fists, a hint of unwillingness in his heart. But when he looked at the little brat who possessed that man's Mangeki, get lost or die, Uchiha Nana, with his weapon fan resting on his shoulder, stepped forward to stand beside his sister. Compared to his sister Uchiha Akiu's cold smile, Uchiha Nana, as the younger brother, displayed an expression filled with cold, murderous intent, as if he had just emerged from a sea of corpses and blood. In fact, although Chen Yiban did not impart any other memories about Uchiha Madara to Uchiha Nana, he only provided memories related to combat experience. But even that was enough to have a significant impact on the young Uchiha Nana. The memories of Uchiha Madara regarding combat experience contained an overwhelming number of slaughter scenes. For Uchiha Nana not to break down is a testament to his incredible mental fortitude. However, the impact was still substantial. Now, apart from facing Chen Yiban and his sister Uchiha Aku, Uchiha Nana could potentially reveal his murderous intent towards anyone. To call him the second Shura of the ninja world would not be an exaggeration. Although Chen Yiban said before they came that there was no need to rush to kill the masked man before them tonight. If the other party truly did not know better, if Uchiha Nana could not suppress his murderous intent, then it would be his own death. At this moment, hearing Uchiha Nana's cold words and seeing the pair of Mangeki that should belong to the legendary man now filled with murderous intent staring at him, the masked man truly could not help but feel a hint of retreat. Moreover, there was not just one pair of Mangeki in front of him, but two. Among them, the little brat's Mangeki was even more bizarre. The situation at this moment was too sudden, too fast, too strange. Itachi, it seems I owe you an apology. The masked man finally began to slowly retreat. Whoosh, until he disappeared into an incredible black vortex. Watching the other party leave, Uchiha Aku sneered again in disdain. At the same time, Nana, the teacher, said you should control your power and mindset well. Don't get lost in the power that belongs to him, which he once possessed. Uchiha Aku couldn't help but remind her younger brother out of concern. Having received the power of their teacher Uchimadara along with some memories of battle, her brother Nana now possessed strength even more terrifying than her. Uchiha Aku, who was born with Mangeki, especially the murderous intent that Uchiha Nana had just released, even if it was not directed at her. Uchiha Aku felt a sense of palpitating coldness due to their close proximity. She was also worried that her brother would get lost in the power that their teacher Uchiha Madara once had. After all, that was their teacher, the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara's power. Uchiha Nana had gained such powerful strength in such a short time. As his sister, Akiyu was concerned that her brother's was not strong enough and that he would lose himself. Hearing his sister's voice, the originally murderous Uchiha Nana slowly retracted the terrifying aura of killing he exuded. Sister, don't worry, I understand. Then, the young boy turned to show a smile to his sister Uchiha Aku, seeing that he could still manage to control himself. Uchiha Aku finally revealed a somewhat relieved, gentle smile. Then let's go. We should return to find the teacher. On the other side, by a riverbank within the Uchiha clan's territory. Who are you, really? Uchiha Itachi, gripping the katana tightly, stared intensely across the river at a man dressed in a black long robe with long hair flowing in the wind. Don't believe it? The cold smile from Chen Yiban on the opposite side appeared. Then, he continued meaningfully. Or do you prefer to believe that masked man who hides and reveals himself? As soon as Chen Yiban's words came out, Uchiha Itachi's heart trembled even more. You, how much do you know? Uchiha Itachi felt uncertain, but on the surface, he still pretended to be calm. This is no longer important. With his 3 Tomo Sharingan, Chen Yiban lightly shook his head. Then he said, what matters now is, Itachi, how do you want to die? Chen Yiban, with a pair of 3-hook jade, emitted a brilliance so dazzling that even Uchiha Itachi, who possessed a kaleidoscope, felt it was blinding. An inexplicable sense of oppression weighed down on Uchiha Itachi like a giant stone, making it hard for him to breathe. Seeing this, he said, why not I ask you in another way? Which would you choose, the lion fighting the rabbit or the cat playing with the mouse? With arms crossed, Chen Yiban showed a cold and proud smile. However, just as he finished speaking, a samurai sword was quickly thrust into his body from behind by a figure, Uchiha Itachi. The Uchiha Itachi on the opposite bank suddenly transformed into a flock of crows and flew away. The one who has died is you. Uchiha Itachi fiercely drove the samurai sword into the back of the man before him. Chen Yiban, dressed in a long black robe, merely smiled coldly. At that moment, in a somewhat dilapidated small room, how much longer will those wheel graves play? Chen Yiban took a swig from a wine jug and looked up at the crescent moon high in the sky. Chapter 18. Seeing the figure under the moonlight. Sarutobi Hiruzen dropped his pipe in shock. By the riverbank, Chen Yiban, who had been stabbed in the back by Uchiha Itachi with a sharp samurai sword, wore a disdainful cold smile. Since you choose not to answer then, I will provide the answer for you. The answer is, the lion fighting the rabbit. Despite being stabbed, the wheel grave Chen Yiban continued to speak as if nothing had happened, leaving Uchiha Itachi astonished. It felt as if his attack had no effect. In the next moment, Uchiha Itachi, filled with uncertainty, did not choose to retreat but struck again, aiming to decapitate the wheel grave. However, this strike made Uchiha Itachi completely believe that his attack was ineffective, as he saw his samurai sword seemingly pass through the opponent's neck without harming him. Do you know? The guy might be getting anxious. So, Will Grave muttered with a faint smile. Before Uchiha Itachi had any chance to react, clang, blood chi non-existent. In an instant, Uchiha Itachi felt as if every bone in his body had been frozen, enduring a pain that chilled him to the marrow. It's over. Uchiha Itachi. At this moment, the wheel grave spoke indifferently. Saying this, the wheel grave, with a mind not to waste, planned to take Uchiha Itachi's kaleidoscope Sharingan. I can't fall here. Uchiha Itachi still held onto a strong will. Susanoo, can do. The next moment, a powerful red chakra erupted, instantly forming a strong skeleton that protected Uchiha Itachi, and a massive skeletal fist struck toward the nearby Chen Yiban. However, these attacks were completely ineffective against the wheel grave, not even grazing him, although Chen Yiban's wheel grave was strong enough to materialize. The settings of the wheel grave still existed and were even more powerful and mysterious than before. To attack the wheel grave, or to effectively harm it, One would need at least the power of the six paths. Susanoo? Far from it. Stubbornly resisting. The wheel grave said coldly. Then, bang, the blue Susanoo appeared, smashing Uchiha Itachi's red Susanoo. Following that thud, 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 4 black rods pinned the already weakened Uchiha Itachi to the ground. As I said earlier, Itachi, you are still too immature. Moreover, because the gap in our strengths is too vast, you have no chance against me. Looking at Uchiha Itachi pinned to the ground by the black rods, the wheel grave, Chen Yiban said. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi did not have many of the cards he would learn later. For example, techniques like Izanami and Izanagi. Furthermore, even if Uchiha Itachi had such cards now, he wouldn't be able to turn the tide. At most, it would only make the wheel grave expend a bit more effort. Next, the wheel grave, under Uchiha Itachi's unwilling gaze, extracted his pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan. At this moment, congratulations on defeating Uchiha Itachi, achieving a super achievement. Reward, 1 super lottery. The system bubbled up at the right moment in the void. This scene was visible not only to the wheel grave, but also to the true Chen Yiban in the dilapidated little room, who saw a prompt interface appear in the void beside him. Too slow. The true Chen Yiban took a swig of liquor, looking at the faint crescent moon in the sky. Meanwhile, the wheel grave by the riverbank thought, your words can't die just yet. In a moment, I must let the entire Uchiha clan see the so-called young clan leader who betrayed them. The wheel grave coldly glanced one last time at the pinned Uchiha Itachi. Then, whoosh, after using illusion hypnosis, he threw him into the Kamui space. At this point, it must be mentioned that when Chen Yiban arrived in this time and space, there was not only one independent space, the Kamui space. At least, there were 2. I've taken care of this here. I wonder how Chio and Chi are doing. With Chi's combat power to establish the Uchiha clan and Chio's innate kaleidoscope, they should be able to handle a mere Uchiha Beto, right? After absorbing Uchiha Itachi into the Kamui space, the wheel grave looked toward the distant horizon and said. Then, subconsciously sensing the chakra, he thought, it seems those 2 little guys have completed their tasks as well. So next, there's just the matter of the wheel grave left. Hey, should I go join the fun? The wheel grave appeared relaxed. Although he had completed his task, he still didn't want to return to his true self immediately and wanted to enjoy himself a bit longer. Hokage building. Suddenly, the wheel grave glanced at the distant Hokage building. At this time, it should be the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen who is in charge. Well, it seems I still have time. The wheel grave revealed a slightly mischievous smile. Additionally, glancing at the ground not far away, the wheel grave showed disdain. White Setsu? Is a Beto sending you to spy? Mere sand and gravel. Not worth my attention. Whoosh, the next second, the wheel grave flew swiftly into the sky, quickly leaving the riverbank, and even swiftly flying out of the Uchiha clan's territory. To this, that really seems to be Lord Madara. But why would Lord Madara be here now? The original plan wasn't like this. Indeed, several white Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground, all looking astonished at the direction from which wheel grave Chen Yiban had flown away, all with expressions of surprise and disbelief. Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen, at this moment, had lost the mood to deal with documents. A pile of documents lay on the desk, and the elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen stood by the glass window in front of the office, holding a pipe and puffing smoke. As he gazed outside, countless thoughts raced through his mind. At this moment, I wonder how Itachi is doing over there. I hope he can really stop all of this. And that guy Danzo, he should have already made his move, right? Although everything was arranged, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an inexplicable unease. There was a sense of foreboding, as if something terrible was about to happen. This made the seasoned Sarutobi Hiruzen unable to calm his mind. What is that? Just then, standing in front of the office window, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly saw a figure moving slowly on the rooftop of a distant residential building. When that figure reached the edge of the rooftop, facing him from a distance in the Hokage building office, the elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen finally saw, under the moonlight, the person was wearing a black robe, with long hair flowing down to the waist, gently swaying in the evening breeze. Most importantly, those glowing crimson eyes. Clang! Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe suddenly fell to the ground. That is. Chapter 19. Tonight you all will die. At this moment, looking at the figure in the black robe with flowing long hair on the distant rooftop facing him, Sarutobi Hiruzen was so shaken that he couldn't even hold onto his pipe, which fell to the ground. However, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen approached the window in shock, The figure suddenly vanished. It was as if everything he had just seen was merely an illusion. That figure. Impossible. Could it be that I am too disturbed by the Uchiha matter, leading to hallucinations? Indeed, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized, looking at the now empty rooftop in the distance, that he had merely experienced an illusion. It makes sense, because even Sarutobi Hiruzen could not accept the indirect consequences of seeing that figure as real. If that legendary man is truly alive and in the state I just saw, everything in the ninja world will be overturned. Absolutely overturned. Only those who have experienced a bit of that era would know how powerful those two men once were. They were terrifyingly strong. Itachi, I entrust everything to you tonight. Finally, believing he had merely imagined it, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped dwelling on what had just happened and began to worry again about whether Uchiha Itachi's actions would go smoothly. And Danzo's cleanup work should also be starting now, right? Near the Uchiha clan's territory. Sure enough, Shimura Danzo had already brought a large group of root ninjas ready to invade the Uchiha territory. Go. Proceed as planned. Looking at the Uchiha clan's district in front of him, Shimura Danzo couldn't help but order with a hint of excitement in his tone. Yes. Dozens of root ninjas immediately bowed their heads. Then they quickly leaped into the Uchiha clan's territory. Watching his subordinates begin to act, Shimura Danzo, with his right eye covered, finally couldn't help but show an expression of anticipation and pride. Having acquired Uchiha Shurisue's Manjiki Sharingan not long ago, Shimura Danzo was already experiencing the powerful ocular abilities of the Manjiki Sharingan. This power is truly captivating. The Sharingan. Shimura Danzo wants more, not to mention the forbidden technique he obtained, which originally belonged to the Uchiha clan, requires many Sharingan as consumables. Just thinking about the effects of that technique made Shimura Danzo feel incredulous. Uchiha, what a clan that inspires jealousy. But after tonight, your clan will no longer exist. As he spoke, Shimura Danzo's excited smile grew even more intense. However, the next moment, what happened left Shimura Danzo stunned. He saw that all the dozens of root ninjas who had just leaped into the Uchiha clan's territory were now slowly retreating one by one. Each of them was holding a katana, their expressions filled with suspicion as they backed away. It was as if they had encountered something that made them wary and compelled them to retreat. What are you doing? Watching all of his root ninjas slowly retreating, the previously smug Shimura Danzo's expression suddenly froze. Lord Danzo, our plan has been. One of the retreating root ninjas turned back to look at Shimura Danzo, wanting to report something. But Shing, a kunai instantly pierced his carotid artery. Before he could finish his words, he clutched his neck, blood gushing, and collapsed convulsing. The attack came from within the Uchiha clan's territory, partially obstructed by buildings. Bastard! Shimura Danzo's face turned bitter with unwillingness and anger. He understood. Their plan had been exposed. But tonight's plan must succeed. Everyone charge. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth and issued a death command. However, in the next moment, a look of suspicion appeared in his eyes. He saw figures emerging one after another from within the Uchiha clan's territory. Tap, tap. Many figures stepped forward, forcing dozens of root ninjas to continually retreat. It looked like there were hundreds or even thousands of them. Moreover, among the many figures, the leading ones were each displaying a pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan, their eyes glowing red. In the darkness, a group of red-eyed individuals slowly walked toward him. This scene made even the seasoned Shimura Danzo feel a jolt of shock. Indeed, hundreds of Uchiha clan members were currently forcing dozens of root ninjas to retreat from their territory bit by bit. What? What is going on? What is Itachi doing? Could it be that Itachi has betrayed Konoha? Damn it. I said the Uchiha clan could never be trusted. Shimura Danzo was furious, wanted to curse. And at that moment, all the root ninjas had been forced out of the Uchiha clan's territory, back to the original perimeter, by Shimura Danzo's side. Lord Danzo, tonight, it seems to be beyond saving. One of the root ninjas from the Yamanaka clan advised Shimura Danzo. They hoped that he would order a retreat. After all, in this situation, they had no chance of winning. Damn, that cursed Uchiha Itachi. Shimura Danzo's dissatisfaction and unwillingness reached an extreme. Then, looking at the hundreds and thousands of Uchiha clan members in front of him, especially at least 100 pairs with Sharingan, and seeing the cold gazes of those eyes from the opposite side, Shimura Danzo also realized that tonight was indeed a situation that could not be salvaged. But just as Shimura Danzo took a few steps back, preparing to truly order a retreat. Want to leave? Do you think the Uchiha clan's territory is a market? This is not a place you can come and go as you please. A cold female voice rang out among the hundreds and thousands of Uchiha clan members. Hearing this, Shimura Danzo couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice. The next second, he saw a girl around 15 years old, walking slowly to the front among the many Uchiha clan members, accompanied by an even younger boy. During this time, what made Shimura Danzo unable to believe was that wherever the girl and the younger boy walked by, all the Uchiha clan members on the opposite side bowed and saluted them. This even included those Uchiha strongmen with Sharingan. This, Shimura Danzo couldn't understand. Until tonight. None of you will leave. You will all die. The girl slowly closed her eyes under the moonlight, and when she suddenly opened them again, a pair of bright red, beautiful, kaleidoscope Sharingan, like flower petals, appeared in her pupils. Chapter 20. The shocked Shimura Danzo. It actually is. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but exclaim as he saw the beautiful petal-like patterns in the girl's eyes. Among the Uchiha clan, besides Uchiha Shursui and that guy Uchiha Itachi, there was actually someone else with such eyes. Looking at the girl with the kaleidoscope Sharingan surrounded by hundreds and thousands of Uchiha clan members, Shimura Danzo exclaimed in surprise. The girl who appeared on the opposite side, along with the younger boy beside her, was none other than Uchiha Kira and Uchiha Nana, who had just driven the masked man away from the Uchiha clan's territory not long ago. The siblings. They were also the two disciples of Chen Yiban in this world. You are one of the elders of Konoha, Shimura Danzo, right? Uchiha Akira said coldly while looking at Shimura Danzo. Beside her, the younger Uchiha Nana remained silent. Uchiha Nana, standing next to her sister, looked coldly at the group of root ninjas before her and Shimura Danzo, and looking at the girl with the kaleidoscope Sharingan and hearing her words, "Where is Uchiha Itachi?" Shimura Danzo asked back, to which Uchiha Akira meaningfully raised her katana and said, "Are you referring to the eldest son of the clan leader who betrayed our Uchiha? You killed Itachi?" Thinking of a possibility, but coming back to his senses, Shimura Danzo couldn't believe it. Impossible. Even if you have activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan, you shouldn't be able to kill Itachi, who also possesses a kaleidoscope Sharingan. So quickly, Shimura Danzo waved his hand to refute his own guess. At that moment, "Is that so?" A voice that sounded indifferent yet full of disdain suddenly came from behind Shimura Danzo, who was protected by a group of root ninjas. Hearing this, Shimura Danzo was shocked. When did someone else appear behind him? He had almost been completely unaware of it. Realizing this, Shimura Danzo immediately turned around, cautiously looking behind him. Some of the root ninjas, surprised, quickly turned around to be on guard. The next moment, tap, tap, a figure slowly walked over from a distance. In the meantime, it could be vaguely seen. The figure was wearing a black long robe with black gloves and had long, flowing hair fluttering in the wind. But the most striking feature was the pair of bright red, glowing pupils. 3 Tomo Sharingan. Finally, when he saw clearly who the figure was, you. Shimura Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. He looked as if he had suddenly seen a ghost, filled with uncertainty. You are Uchiha. Looking at the person in the black long robe with waist-length hair, Shimura Danzo couldn't bring himself to say the name. Lord Danzo. The root ninjas beside him, who had not experienced that era, did not recognize the person in front of them, and instead were puzzled by Shimura Danzo's reaction. Until Madara-sama. At that moment, hundreds and thousands of Uchiha clan members suddenly knelt on one knee toward the man in front of them and collectively shouted that name. What? Countless root ninjas were stunned. When Shimura Danzo heard the Uchiha clan members kneel and shout, his expression changed to one of disbelief as he looked at the figure before him. Chapter 21. You will all die. Madara-sama. On the scene, hundreds and thousands of Uchiha clan members knelt before that person. Seeing this scene, the root ninjas were taken aback. Thinking of a certain legendary ninja's name, everyone felt their breathing become short and suppressed in an instant. Madara. Is he the person I imagined? The legendary Uchiha who once fought to the death against the first Hokage at the Valley of the End. Uchiha. Madara? No. Impossible. That kind of person has been dead for a long time. Yes. Lord Danzo, this must be the opponent's scheme. Perhaps the person in front of us is just an illusion. The root ninjas were alarmed and panicked. Yet none were willing to admit that the man in the black long robe with flowing hair was the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. This was a name that had shaken the entire ninja world at least 50 years ago. According to legend, he was the only one who could rival the ninja god. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. That's right, that legendary figure was already dead. At this moment, Shimura Danzo seemed to have regained his composure, agreeing with what his subordinates had said. That legendary man was dead. Furthermore, if the legendary Uchiha Madara were truly alive, he should. As Shimura Danzo began to mock the opponent's scheme and started to state what age Uchiha Madara should be now, he was suddenly interrupted. Clang! Before Shimura Danzo could finish his sentence, the figure of Lunmu, Chen Yiban, slowly closed their eyes and then suddenly opened them. In that instant, a pair of Hiba, Sharingan, immediately appeared in their pupils. Shimura Danzo, who had not finished his sentence, felt a loud boom in his head, and then stood there, completely stunned with a look of astonishment. It was the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Why could this impersonator of the legendary figure also have? The root ninjas, seeing the change in Lunmu, Chen Yiban's eyes were once again filled with uncertainty. During this period, that kaleidoscope Sharingan pattern actually really is impossible. This can't be happening. That man, how could he still be alive? Shimura Danzo truly couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes, especially at this moment, with a kaleidoscope Sharingan from Uchiha Shursa in his right eye. He could fully sense the immense power contained in the eyes of Uchiha Madara standing before him. To put it another way, whether this person in front of him is Uchiha Madara, he didn't know. But his kaleidoscope Sharingan is real. Thinking of this, damn it. In the next moment, Shimura Danzo suddenly tore off the bandage covering his right eye, revealing a kaleidoscope Sharingan. Moreover, Kodo Amatsukami. Clang. At the moment he tore off the bandage, Shimura Danzo let out a light shout and immediately activated his ocular technique. His resolve was quick and decisive. No matter whether this man in front of him is Uchiha Madara or not, Shimura Danzo felt he must control this existence. If the other party really is the legendary super strongman Uchiha Madara, and if he could control him at this moment, then really, forget about just being the Hokage of Konoha. Even if Shimura Danzo wanted to become the leader of the 5 great nations next, who would dare challenge him? And at that time, what threat would the Uchiha clan behind him pose? Thinking this, with one kaleidoscope Sharingan open, Shimura Danzo couldn't help but let a smile of excitement appear on his lips before he could even see the result of whether the ocular technique was successful. Until, what are you laughing at? Ahead, Rinmu looked at the old Shimura Danzo with a wicked smile. Hearing this, the smile on Shimura Danzo's face instantly disappeared, replaced by disbelief. You actually managed to escape Kodo Amatsukami? This. Seeing that Uchiha Madara before him did not submit to his Kodo Amatsukami, Shimura Danzo was in disbelief. At this moment, Uchiha Shursue's Kodo Amatsukami is indeed impressive, but unfortunately, any illusion technique is ineffective against me. Rinmu crossed his arms in front of him, a faint smile on his face. What? Shimura Danzo was shocked. The so-called strongest illusion technique, Kodo Amatsukami, was actually ignored by someone. Moreover, any illusion technique was ineffective against the person before him. How was this possible? Meanwhile, a group of root ninjas were also anxiously watching the Uchiha clan members and Rinmu Chiniban, mainly keeping an eye on Rinmu Chiniban. After all, although they were a bit reluctant to believe it, this man could possibly be the legendary super strongman, Uchiha Madara. At this moment, a bunch of clowns. So boring. Let me send you all to hell directly. Rinmu Chiniban retracted all the smiles on his face, his gaze turning cold. Shimura Danzo couldn't help but take a step back. Protect Lord Danzo. A group of root ninjas surrounded Shimura Danzo, protecting him in the center. Huh? Rinmu sneered disdainfully. But, teacher, can I take action? Suddenly, among the hundreds of Uchiha clan members, a gentle voice rang out. It was the young Uchiha Shurchi. Shurchi, originally ready to strike instantly, Chiniban glanced at his young disciple among the crowd. At the same time, Chiniban quickly understood Uchiha Shurchi's reasoning without needing to ask. It was because of Uchiha Shursui. Thinking this, Chiniban looked at Uchiha Aki, and sure enough, he saw Shimura Danzo revealing the kaleidoscope Sharingan that originally belonged to Uchiha Shursui. At this moment, Uchiha Aki and Uchiha Shurchi, the siblings, both looked at Shimura Danzo, who was being protected by a group of root ninjas, with eyes full of murderous intent. It should be known that Uchiha Shursui was the only one besides Chiniban who treated them as clan members. Once, when Uchiha Tsumuki bullied Uchiha Shurchi, who was mute, it was Uchiha Shursui who stepped in, forcing Uchiha Tsumuki to back down. Aki and Shurchi were still grateful to Uchiha Shursui. Thus, seeing a kaleidoscope Sharingan that should belong to Uchiha Shursui now appear in Shimura Danzo's right eye, it was not hard to guess what the siblings were thinking. Well, since the main body is not present, Rinmu, as the master agreed. Thank you, teacher. From a distance, Uchiha Shirchi and Uchiha Aki bowed to Rin. The next moment, clang, Uchiha Shirchi activated a pair of straight eye Sharingan that looked almost identical to Rinmu Yiban's pattern at this moment. Then, he stared directly at Shimura Danzo and the group of root ninjas. You all shall die. Chapter 22. Shimura Danzo escaping using his Izanagi. This kind of thing, how is it possible? Seeing the pair of straight eye Sharingan that Uchiha Shirchi revealed, which looked identical to Rinmu Yiban, Shimura Danzo was completely stunned. He even started to doubt his life. He couldn't help but wonder if Uchiha Shirchi was Uchiha Madara's illegitimate child. Otherwise, how could this kaleidoscope Sharingan be identical? Damn it. In the next moment, seeing the situation was not right, Shimura Danzo decisively began to form a hand seal for a certain technique and then prepared to escape. After all, at this moment, regardless of whether Uchiha Madara was real or not, just considering Uchiha Shirchi, Uchiha Aki, and the uncertain Uchiha Madara, all three possessed a pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan. Moreover, beside him, there were hundreds of Uchiha clan members watching him closely, although among them, only about 100 or 200 had activated 3 Tomo Sharingan at a glance. But still, that was 100 or 200 pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingan. And to activate 3 Tomo, one had to be at least a special Jonin, or even an elite Jonin level. 1 or 200, Shimura Danzo thought. In this situation, if I don't run, am I waiting to die? He wouldn't think that the dozens of root ninjas he brought with him could hold off against them, right? That's a joke. Furthermore, the technique Shimura Danzo was about to use was actually Izanagi. And since he had no other Sharingan for the time being, Shimura Danzo was very decisive in preparing to sacrifice Uchiha Shirsue's kaleidoscope Kodoamatsukami. Although it was very regrettable, but after failing to use the technique on Uchiha Madara earlier, Kodoamatsukami couldn't be used again for a short time. Thus, if he really ended up in a dire situation and died, Kodoamatsukami would fall into the hands of the Uchiha clan. In that case, it would be better to use Izanagi directly, relying on that forbidden technique with incredible effects. Shimura Danzo felt that tonight, he might still have a chance to escape alive. However, Heavenly Sin, clang, at a critical moment, Uchiha Aki activated the ocular technique of his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Whoosh, in the next moment. The weapons in the hands of the root ninjas, originally protecting Shimura Danzo, suddenly flew backward. They actually pierced straight towards Shimura Danzo, whom they were supposed to protect. Damn it! Shimura Danzo was interrupted in his hand seal process and had to retreat. At the moment of retreat, Shimura Danzo successfully formed a few seals. Izanagi. The technique was successful. Ha! A smile finally appeared on the old face of Shimura Danzo. In response, as expected, a clown. Nearby, Chen Yiban had jumped onto the roof of a building at some point. With one hand supporting his chin, he leisurely watched the drama below. During this time, upon seeing Shimura Danzo's actions, Chen revealed a disdainful smile. How ugly! Watching Danzo below, still thinking he had a chance, Chen slowly said. Right now in the field, not to mention the hundreds of Uchiha clan members and Uchiha Kira, just one Uchiha Shirchi would be enough to wipe out all the root ninjas and Shimura Danzo himself. Did he think the power template of establishment of Konoha period Uchiha Madara applied to Uchiha Shirchi was just for show? The Warring States period, and even during the founding of Konoha, unless Senju Hashirama comes. Otherwise, Uchiha Madara is invincible. At this moment, relying on these dozens of root ninjas, plus one Izanagi, did he think he could survive against the Uchiha Shirchi who possessed founding Madara battle power? Even if Uchiha Shirchi fought alone, without any help, it would be a delusion for Shimura Danzo to think he could escape. Kill. At this time, Uchiha Akira waved his hand, preparing to have all the combat-capable Uchiha clan members assist his brother, thinking, at least help hold back those root ninjas, so that his brother Uchiha Shirchi could deal with that damned old man, Shimura Danzo. Yes. Hearing Akira's command, a group of Uchiha clan members immediately bowed their heads in obedience. The Uchiha clan members are proud. However, the pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan in Uchiha Akira's eyes had the authority to command them. They obeyed. But, sister, I want to do it myself. Just as the Uchiha clan members were about to move forward, Uchiha Shirchi suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, the group of Uchiha clan members who were just about to rush forward to fight the root ninjas paused. At the same time, block them. Having used Izanagi, Shimura Danzo knew that the time for his technique was very limited and he had to leave immediately. So with a wave of his hand, he signaled those root ninjas to act as cannon fodder. In response, those root ninjas who had been almost completely brainwashed did not hesitate for a moment, retrieved their weapons, and charged towards Uchiha Shirchi. Seeing this, Shirchi, Uchiha Akira shouted and then immediately threw something from behind to his brother. It was a highly symbolic weapon of the Uchiha clan, the fan. Because Uchiha Shirchi was still too young, the fan seemed too large in comparison, so Akira had just been holding it for him. At this moment, Akira threw the fan back to Shirchi. The next moment, thud! Uchiha Shirchi, without looking back, reached back and accurately grabbed the weapon the fan thrown back by his sister. Immediately, looking at the group of root ninjas charging forward, some even releasing ninjutsu. Clang! A terrifyingly powerful chakra surged into the fan in his hand, and then he swung it fiercely forward. Ugh! A violent hurricane seemed like sharp blades in the wind, blowing away the charging root ninjas and tearing them apart. Blood suddenly appeared in the air. The Uchiha clan members watching from behind were all shocked. In an instant, the root ninjas had lost nearly half. This scene, seen by the fleeing Shimura Danzo, made him feel alarmed. Not bad. On the rooftop, Chen Yiban nodded slightly. Then, looking again at the Shimura Danzo, who had already escaped a distance, Chen coldly said 2 words, rat scum. At this moment, fire release. Wind release. Among the remaining root ninjas, someone launched fire and wind ninjutsu at Uchiha Shirchi. The 2 complementary ninjutsu immediately combined into a fierce flame, engulfing the seemingly very young Uchiha Shirchi. The Uchiha clan members on the scene couldn't help but worry, but Uchiha Akira, with her arms crossed, watched her younger brother with a faint smile. The next moment, facing the surging flames, Uchiha Shirchi calmly held up the weapon the fan. Clang! The next moment, an unbelievable scene occurred. All the violently incoming flames were absorbed by the fan. And then, Uchiha. Rebound. Chapter 23 Danzo, the Old Dog. Uchiha. Milkshake. The weapon Uchiha fan. After absorbing multiple fire and wind release energies, Uchiha Shirchi, with a cold shout, slowly reversed the fan in his hand, and the next moment, boom. A terrifying and violent shockwave erupted from the fan towards the group of root ninjas. Ugh! In an instant, the remaining root ninjas, who were already down to about half, suffered heavy losses again. In the end, only less than 5 root ninjas were left. How could this be? The last 5 root ninjas looked at their comrades who had just been alive, but were now all corpses, staring at their mangled bodies, their faces filled with disbelief. They couldn't believe. How could this little brat possess such terrifyingly powerful strength? Not to mention the last 5 root ninjas were shocked. Even the hundreds of Uchiha clan members were astonished. Is this the power one can possess after becoming a disciple of the resurrected ancestor Uchiha Madara? Truly, shocking and enviable. Watching the strength displayed by the young Uchiha Shirchi, the countless Uchiha clan members nearby couldn't help but show fervent and excited expressions. At this moment, Uchiha Shirchi's pair of Hiba Sharingan saw Shimura Danzo, who had already fled a great distance. Do you think you can survive tonight? Uchiha Shirchi showed a cold smile. The next moment, hiss! Blue chakra erupted and quickly condensed and formed until half of the Susanoo enveloped the young Uchiha Shirchi. At the same time, whoosh! A large hand of the blue Susanoo waved, and a huge Yasaka no Magatama was immediately thrown towards the fleeing Shimura Danzo. During this time, the remaining 5 root ninjas couldn't stop the speed of Yasaka no Magatama at all. On the other side, as long as I leave the Uchiha clan's territory and go to the center of the village, Shimura Danzo thought that as long as he escaped the Uchiha clan's territory and went to the place with more ninjas in the village, by then, Shimura Danzo believed, facing all the ninjas in the entire village, even if the real Uchiha Madara was resurrected, he would have to retreat. So, as long as he escaped to the center of the village, he could live. At this moment, Shimura Danzo was thinking this as he fled. Whoosh! At that moment, a lightning-fast Yasaka no Magatama flew over like a bolt of lightning, instantly piercing through Shimura Danzo's entire body. There was almost no reaction time left for Shimura Danzo. However, with a whoosh, the recently deceased Shimura Danzo resurrected, appearing unharmed out of thin air beside him. The newly revived Shimura Danzo looked with a perplexed expression at the blue Yasaka no Magatama that had just flown far away. He couldn't believe that he had just died like that. Fortunately, his Izanagi was still in effect. Otherwise, he would have already been dead. Damn! That Uchiha brat actually possesses the legendary power. It's absurd. Realizing this, Shimura Danzo didn't look back. He chose to flee again. This incident made Shimura Danzo fully understand. He had no chance of winning. He had to run. At this moment, among the Uchiha clan members behind him, an older Uchiha exclaimed, "Was that Izanagi?" An elder of the Uchiha clan opened his Sharingan and saw what had just happened to Shimura Danzo. While marveling at the power displayed by the young Uchiha Shirchi, he was also very surprised by the change that had just occurred to Shimura Danzo. It turned out to be our clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. Shimura Danzo actually learned our clan's forbidden technique. This elder, who seemed to be from the Uchiha clan, became extremely angry after the initial shock. Then what? Our clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. That old dog Shimura Danzo. How dare he steal our clan's forbidden technique, as if the dignity of the Uchiha clan doesn't exist. He must have killed Shursui to obtain his Manjiki Sharingan. Damn Konoha. Countless Uchiha clan members suddenly became furious. Even, Lord Madara, please allow us to personally execute Shimura Danzo, the one who stole our clan's forbidden technique and Manjiki Sharingan. An elder of the Uchiha suddenly turned to kneel on one knee, requesting from Chen Yiban, who was sitting on the roof and watching the spectacle. Please, Madara. In the next moment, hundreds of Uchiha clan members bowed to Chen Yiban, collectively requesting. They looked as if they couldn't wait to devour Shimura Danzo alive. During this time, we won't let you stop Lord Danzo. The remaining 5 root ninjas, who had been brainwashed, jumped out with resolute expressions, blocking the Uchiha clan members. Suddenly, clang, in an instant, dozens of Uchiha clan members with their Sharingan, activated simultaneously launched their Jinjutsu at them. Immediately, the remaining 5 root ninjas each let out a gasp as they used their own weapons to slit their throats. They were indeed controlled by the Sharingan's Jinjutsu to commit suicide. Watching the scene, Chen Yiban and Uchiha Aki both showed faint smiles. Then, Chen Yiban said nothing because the teacher had already agreed to let Shirchi handle it, and they just needed to watch quietly. Chen Yiban's female disciple, Uchiha Aki, would speak for him. Upon hearing this, although the Uchiha clan members were all filled with righteous indignation and eager to personally slay Shimura Danzo, since the girl Uchiha Aki, who possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, had said so, they dared not refute or take any overstepping actions and stood still. Meanwhile, when they looked back at Uchiha Shirchi, they found that at some unknown time, Uchiha Shirchi's figure had disappeared from before them. Until, Elder Danzo of the Konoha Elder Council, may I ask, how much longer does your Izanagi last? Holding a weapon fan, Uchiha Shirchi's youthful body appeared in front of the fleeing Shimura Danzo, blocking his path. This made Shimura Danzo stop in his tracks, looking at the young figure before him with a perplexed expression. At this moment, I said I would kill you. Uchiha Shirchi held a Uchiha fan taller than himself, pointing it at the old dog Danzo in front of him. You. Shimura Danzo felt a surge of anxiety. Amaterasu. However, Uchiha Shirchi didn't waste any more words. Chapter 24, Izanagi, effect disappears. Amaterasu. Clang. The young Uchiha Shirchi, with his straight bar Sharingan, wide open, unleashed black, unquenchable flames from his eyes. Almost instantly, they ignited on Shimura Danzo, who was too close to retreat. The latter let out a painful scream. But, whoosh, soon, Shimura Danzo was unharmed again, even appearing beside him, having escaped the black flames of Amaterasu. The effect of Izanagi had not yet ended. It should be noted, Izanagi is not a one-time resurrection coin, but a period of invincibility. The duration varies for each user. Additionally, in the original story, Shimura Danzo used 3 Tomo Sharingan to cast Izanagi, so the duration of the technique was only about a minute. But now, he used Uchiha Shursui's Kodo Amatsukami, Manjiki Sharingan, to cast Izanagi. The effect duration after casting was significantly increased, although it was unclear how long it would last. It certainly exceeded 1 or 2 minutes. Looking at the revived Shimura Danzo, Uchiha Shirchi's expression was cold. Hundreds of Uchiha clan members, upon seeing this, became even more indignant. It was because Shursui's Manjiki Sharingan had allowed the effect of his Izanagi to last until now without disappearing. Damn Danzo, the elder of the clan, leaning on his cane, was also furious. The other clan members who had their 3 Tomo Sharingan activated were eager to personally slay Shimura Danzo. However, since their ancestor, the former clan leader Uchiha Madara, had permitted Uchiha Shirchi alone to deal with Danzo, they dared not act rashly. Just as the teacher said, he's a coward. Uchiha Aki smiled coldly at the struggling Shimura Danzo. On the other side, after being revived, Shimura Danzo didn't waste a second confronting Uchiha Shirchi. Instead, he once again chose to turn around and dash towards the center of the village. Almost there, almost there. Shimura Danzo encouraged himself. To this, whoosh, Uchiha Shirchi's figure suddenly appeared in front of the fleeing Shimura Danzo at an incredible speed. Damn, wind release. Shimura Danzo thought of forming hand signs to release ninjutsu while still running without stopping. But Uchiha Shirchi, stepping forward with the fan in hand, kicked Shimura Danzo back, making it impossible for him to resist. Damn, how could this brat be so strong? Shimura Danzo felt humiliated and shocked as he was kicked back. However, before Shimura Danzo had a chance to act in midair, boom, Uchiha Shirchi swung the weapon fan forward violently. The powerful chakra transformed into a violent shockwave, directly shattering Shimura Danzo midair. Of course, whoosh, Shimura Danzo was revived the next second. Huh, this is even better. This way, I can kill you a few more times to avenge brother Shursui. Looking at the revived Shimura Danzo, the young Uchiha Shirchi actually showed a cruel and cold smile instead of being angry. Seeing Uchiha Shirchi like this, Shimura Danzo could hardly believe that he was facing just a 7 or 8-year-old kid. Whoosh! Suddenly, Shimura Danzo was blasted away by a blue force, killed again. It was Uchiha Shirchi who released the Susanoo skeleton and launched in Yasaka Magatama. Shimura Danzo died once more. Of course, the effect of Izanagi was still active, and Shimura Danzo revived again. Damn, the effect of Izanagi is about to disappear. After reviving, Shimura Danzo could feel that the effect of Izanagi from his Kodowa Mitsukami kaleidoscope Sharingan. Above his right, I was nearing its end. It seems, is it destined for me to perish here today? Looking at Uchiha Shirchi in front of him, holding a fan-like weapon blocking his escape route, Shimura Danzo finally understood. So, he no longer intended to run. Wind style, great breakthrough. The next moment, Shimura Danzo prepared to fight to the death. He unleashed a powerful wind-style ninjutsu towards the kid with the kaleidoscope Sharingan in front of him. Whoosh, 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 instantly. Several gusts of wind shot towards the young Uchiha Shirchi like sharp arrows. Ha! Uchiha Shirchi sneered disdainfully. Zing! The next second, he lightly waved the fan-like weapon forward again, unleashing an even stronger wind-style power. It directly dispelled Shimura Danzo's great breakthrough. Moreover, the shockwave from the fan forced Shimura Danzo to retreat repeatedly. Shimura Danzo was shocked as he looked at the power displayed by Uchiha Shirchi. At this moment, whoosh! The Kodowa Mitsukami kaleidoscope Sharingan in Shimura Danzo's right eye finally reached its limit, and his pupils turned a grayish-white color. He lost his sight. Izanagi! Unexpectedly at this moment, Shimura Danzo's face was filled with anger. Indeed, the miraculous effect of Izanagi had disappeared. Great! The effect of his Izanagi has reached its limit, and now, if I kill him, he won't be able to revive anymore. Seeing the kaleidoscope Sharingan in Shimura Danzo's right eye turn gray, an elder among the Uchiha clan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Hearing this, really? Young Master Shirchi, did you hear what the elder said? The elder said that this old thing can no longer revive. Young Master Shirchi, quickly kill this old thing. He should be tortured to death. Absolutely cannot let him off easy. Countless Uchiha clan members shouted loudly, and the Uchiha Shirchi, who was originally not regarded as a member of the clan, was now called Young Master Shirchi by them. Hearing this, Uchiha Shirchi showed a face of indifference, as if he hadn't heard the voices of those clan members at all. His cold Sharingan merely looked at Shimura Danzo in front of him. During this time, Uchiha Aki had leaped onto the roof of a nearby building and stood beside Chen Yiban. Thus, the master and apprentice watched like spectators as Uchiha Shirchi prepared to execute Shimura Danzo. Sigh, Lord Madara, it's just a pity about Shursui's kaleidoscope Sharingan. At this moment, the Uchiha elder looked up at the roof where Chen Yiban stood and showed a look of regret. Hearing this, Chen Yiban merely smiled faintly, seemingly indifferent. Kodowa Mitsukami? He's always had it. Chapter 25. Uchiha Fugaku willing to die for his son. On the other side, in the central area of the Uchiha clan's territory, inside a mansion. Come on, as the clan leader of the Uchiha clan, you should execute the traitor yourself. Here, there was also a ritual tomb, Chen Yiban. At this moment, he was holding Uchiha Itachi, who had lost both eyes, and threw him in front of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto. At this time, Ritual Tomb's words were primarily directed at Uchiha Fugaku. Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku and Mikoto looked at their eldest son, whose eyes were bleeding. The two were shocked and heartbroken. At the same time, Fugaku couldn't help but feel helpless and a hint of sadness. Indeed, his son Itachi chose Konoha in the end. Although Fugaku had already sensed some signs, he never expected that Itachi, who had revived for some unknown reason, would want to slaughter all the clan members. That's right. In this situation, as the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku should indeed execute the traitor himself. But, father, mother, I have disappointed you. On the ground, Uchiha Itachi, who had lost both eyes, wore a bitter smile on his face. How could Uchiha Fugaku bring himself to do it, seeing his son like this? After all, there is a saying, even a tiger does not eat its cubs. If Uchiha Fugaku were truly ruthless, how could he choose not to resist and let his son kill him in the original story? But at this moment, Lord Clan Leader, please take action. It could be seen that beside Ritual Tomb, Chen Yiban, 5 or 6 Uchiha clan members with 3 Tomo Sharingan surrounded him. They supported Ritual Tomb, as if at this moment, Uchiha Madara was the true clan leader. They were now forcing Uchiha Fugaku to make a choice. Itachi. Uchiha Mikoto helped her son Itachi up from the ground and looked at the so-called Uchiha Madara and those 6 clan members pressuring her husband. Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help but show a look of hatred towards Ritual Tomb, Chen Yiban among the crowd. It's all him who has hurt her son like this. Even taking away Itachi's kaleidoscope Sharingan. Seeing the hatred in Uchiha Mikoto's eyes, Ritual Tomb smirked slightly, unfazed. Sigh. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku sighed. Looking at the so-called ancestor of the clan, surrounded by the clan members, the former clan leader Uchiha Fugaku knew, after tonight, he could no longer hold the position of clan leader. Thus, why should he personally kill his son? The next moment, Lord Madara, I am willing to die in place of my son. Please grant me this. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader, knelt on one knee before Ritual Tomb. He truly wished to die for his son. Father, Uchiha Itachi, upon hearing his father's words and seeing him kneel for him, felt tears of blood flow from his already bloodied eyes. At this moment, even Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but feel a hint of regret. At this moment, Ritual Tomb looked a bit surprised yet somewhat expected at Uchiha Fugaku kneeling before him. Ritual Tomb had indeed thought that a father would make this choice for his son. He even thought that Uchiha Fugaku might attack him. However, it seems Uchiha Fugaku wasn't that foolish, because, not to mention how powerful Ramu is, just the 6 Uchiha clan members beside Ramu who have opened the 3 Tomo Sharingan are enough to make Uchiha Fugaku expend some effort. Moreover, there's also Ramu, who is seen as Uchiha Madara by everyone. Uchiha Fugaku had actually thought about resisting, but ultimately had to give up helplessly. In addition to the reasons above, Uchiha Fugaku also thought of Sasuke, his young son, and there is also his wife and his elder son Itachi, who has already lost his eyes. Too many burdens. Uchiha Fugaku understood. If he dared to act, it was possible that his whole family would die. So, as a father, if Uchiha Fugaku did not want his wife and children to die, then there was only one choice left. That is to die in place of Itachi, who committed a capital crime. However, even so, it still depended on whether the so-called ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, would agree. To this, clan leader, you actually chose to die for such a traitor? Before Ramu could say anything, several Uchiha clan members beside him first looked at the kneeling Uchiha Fugaku with disappointment. Uchiha Fugaku, you are no longer worthy of being the leader of our clan. That's right, Lord Madara. We request you to once again become the leader of our Uchiha clan, as you once were, to lead our clan to conquer the entire ninja world. Finally, those 6 Uchiha clan members who had opened their 3 Tomo Sharingan suddenly kneeled before Ramen made their request. Seeing this scene, although Uchiha Fugaku had already anticipated it in his heart, he couldn't help but smile bitterly at the sadness when he actually saw it. Soon, Lord Madara, Uchiha Fugaku, kneeling on one knee, looked up at Chen Yiban in front of him. Clang, a pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan, appeared in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. It seems that this world is the world of the anime Naruto. After all, Uchiha Fugaku in the Naruto manga should not have the kaleidoscope Sharingan. But this world might also be a mixed world. However, does it matter? It doesn't matter. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan just to let Chen Yiban see, without launching any attack. This is the 6 Uchiha clan members who had originally kneeled to request Chen Yiban to ascend were also stunned at this moment. Uchiha Fugaku, their long-standing clan leader, actually possessed the legendary power of the clan, the kaleidoscope Sharingan. How is this possible? They were a bit unable to believe it. But once they reacted, they became even more resentful towards Uchiha Fugaku. With such a powerful kaleidoscope Sharingan, why didn't he lead them to resist Konoha? Coward. Indeed, the position of clan leader should be given to the former ancestor, the now resurrected Lord Madara. Lord Madara, I am willing to give up the pair of eyes I accidentally opened, kaleidoscope Sharingan, and my life. I only ask that you spare Itachi. After revealing his kaleidoscope Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku continued to plead with Ramu. Seeing this, are you sure? Ramu looked at Uchiha Fugaku, who was kneeling before him, with some surprise and couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this, sensing that Ramu seemed to show signs of agreeing, Uchiha Fugaku actually took action and directly dug out his own kaleidoscope Sharingan from his eye sockets on the spot. Instantly, blood flowed from Uchiha Fugaku's eye sockets. Fugaku. Uchiha Mikoto was shocked and covered her mouth as she looked at her husband at this moment. Lord Madara. Uchiha Fugaku, however, was already holding a pair of eyeballs with both hands, still kneeling on one knee and handing them to Chen Yiban in front of him. Chapter 26. Which adult would be angry with a child? Congratulations, you have defeated Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, achieving a heavenly achievement. Congratulations on receiving Heavenly Achievement Lottery, one time. At the moment when Chen Yiban finally chose to accept the pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan, handed over by Fugaku, both Ramu here and the Ramu with Uchiha Akira and Nanami, even in the small house where Akira and Nanami originally lived, the real Chen Yiban also suddenly saw the system's prompt interface. Finally, there was a heavenly level lottery. The two different Ramus and the real Chen Yiban. Three Chen Yiban all murmured to themselves. Meanwhile, in Uchiha Fugaku's family's mansion, father, mother, Oni-chan. At the door, a shocked childish voice rang out. Sasuke. Upon hearing the voice, Uchiha Itachi, who had lost his eyes and was pierced by multiple black rods, couldn't help but be moved. Sasuke. Uchiha Fugaku, who also had no eyes, sighed upon hearing his youngest son's voice returning. Fugaku. Uchiha Mikoto supported her husband, who had lost his eyes, and was on the verge of tears. Deep down, she couldn't help but harbor resentment towards the so-called ancestor Uchiha Madara. To this, Sasuke, Chen Yiban, hearing the voice behind him, also turned slightly to glance at the younger Sasuke, who was even younger than the Sasuke from the previous two timelines. So young. Lord Madara, this is Uchiha Fugaku's youngest son, Uchiha Sasuke. Beside him, several Uchiha clan members with 3 Tomo Sharingan kindly introduced little Sasuke to Chen Yiban. Ramu nodded slightly. Lord Madara now. Then, those Uchiha clan members with Crimson Sharingan looked at Ramu in front of them with expectant eyes. They were ready to draw their swords and kill Uchiha Fugaku's entire family the moment Ramu gave the order. And Chen Yiban, looking at the pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan from Uchiha Fugaku in his hands, the next moment, whoosh, the kaleidoscope Sharingan disappeared into thin air. It was stored in the system's grid. With the authority granted by Chen Yiban, Ramu could also store or use anything in the system's grid. Just like this. In the end, Ramu spoke faintly. He chose to bypass Uchiha Fugaku's family. After all, a heavenly level lottery isn't a wasted effort. You all go to Akira and Nanami's side. We don't need you here. With a glance at the 5 or 6 Uchiha clan members beside him, Ramu spoke. Yes, Lord Madara. Several Uchiha clan members with crimson eyes immediately knelt on one knee and bowed to Ramu. Then, whoosh whoosh whoosh, they all used the body flicker technique and disappeared. At this time, Father Oni-chan. Little Sasuke at the door ran to Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi's side. Then, looking at his father and brother, both with bleeding eyes, especially his brother Itachi, who not only had no eyes, but was also pierced by some strange black iron rods. Little Sasuke couldn't help but ask Uchiha Mikoto, worried and shocked, Mother, why is this happening? As he spoke, little Sasuke glanced at Chen Yiban beside him and immediately pointed at Ramu, saying, Was it you who did this? To this, looking at the young face but fierce gaze of little Sasuke, Chen Yiban's mouth curled up. You could say that. What? Do you want to take revenge for your father and brother? Ramu teased little Sasuke with a smile. However, before Lunmu could finish speaking, little Sasuke had already pulled out several kunai and shuriken from behind and threw them directly at Chen Yiban. Sasuke, no. Futake, Itachi, and Mikoto exclaimed simultaneously. But little Sasuke had already quickly thrown all the kunai and shuriken at Chen Yiban. However, whoosh, 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 all the kunai and shuriken couldn't even touch Lunmu, as if they had passed through a layer of air without harming him at all. Now, Although Lunmu had become a real entity that anyone could see, he could still transform into a shadow state at any time. It was almost equivalent to the phasing state of the Kamui Sharingan. Without the power of the six paths, no one could attack Lunmu. Moreover, at this moment, how could little Sasuke's kunai and shuriken? Little Sasuke was shocked to see all his kunai and shuriken pass through Lunmu Chen Yiban's body. Unbelievable. Little guy, this isn't a game. Lunmu, with his deep black eyes, looked at little Sasuke coldly. At this moment, Lunmu was actually considering whether to kill little Sasuke in front of him. After all, as one of the main characters, killing him would at least provide another opportunity for a heavenly lottery, right? And as if he sensed the killing intent from Lunmu Chen Yiban, little Sasuke couldn't help but take 2 steps back. At the same time, Uchiha Makoto stepped forward to protect little Sasuke, looking at the ancestor Uchiha Madara with vigilance. Lord Madara, although Uchiha Futake had already lost his eyes, he looked at the place where Lunmu Chen Yiban was with a pleading expression. At this moment, don't worry. I won't make things difficult for a little brat who knows nothing. After all, which adult would truly get angry at a child? Lunmu ultimately retracted all his killing intent. Take good care of your 2 sons. He left one last sentence. Whoosh! In the next moment, he directly disappeared using the Flying Thunder God technique. Little Sasuke, who was protected by Uchiha Makoto, looked bewildered, feeling how powerful Lunmu Chen Yiban was. Bang, bang, bang. At this time, the black rods that had originally pierced through Uchiha Itachi's limbs all fell off automatically, allowing Uchiha Itachi to regain some mobility. Itachi, Makoto finally showed a hint of surprise. Brother. Little Sasuke ran to help his brother up. Meanwhile, Uchiha Futake, who sensed that the ancestor Uchiha Madara had truly left, couldn't help but sigh. When he felt Lunmu Chen Yiban's killing intent, Uchiha Futake really felt a bit desperate. Fortunately, in the end, thinking about the future situation of his family of 4 in the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Futake couldn't help but sigh. On the other side, whoosh, the Flying Thunder God technique appeared out of thin air next to the real Chen Yiban. Yo, my real self. A hand rested on the shoulder of the real Chen Yiban, and Lunmu, who had just returned, smiled and said, "Too slow." The real Chen Yiban said after taking a sip of alcohol. Chapter 27. Uchiha's counterattack on Konoha begins. On the other side, Shimura Danzo's Izanagi had lost its effectiveness, and he had also lost one, Koto-Emi Tsukumi, Manjiki Sharingan. At this moment, Shimura Danzo had reached a dead end. To this, the young but overwhelmingly powerful Uchiha 7 looked at the old man in front of him with an infinitely indifferent and murderous gaze. Seeing himself being forced into such a predicament by a mere child, Shimura Danzo couldn't help but feel increasingly humiliated and angry. Even if I die, I'll take you down with me, knowing that he wouldn't be able to return to the center of Konoha alive tonight. Shimura Danzo actually began to pull open his shirt to use the 4 symbols sealed just like in the original story. But, clang, Uchiha 7, with his Chitaba Sharingan, shot a cold glance. This directly halted all of Shimura Danzo's movements. He was indeed trapped by the ocular technique. However, Uchiha 7 only froze the old man's actions, but did not make Shimura Danzo faint. Because, just watch. Watch. Yourself died at this moment. Uchiha 7 said coldly. Amaterasu. In the next second, black flames immediately ignited on the immobile Shimura Danzo from where 7's gaze focused. And because Shimura Danzo was immobilized by the ocular technique, he couldn't even open his mouth to let out a single scream in the black flames. The power of the Amaterasu black flames burned Shimura Danzo into a charred corpse with a black and red hue in just a few seconds. You who harmed brother Shirzue deserve to die. Looking at the charred remains of Shimura Danzo, the young Uchiha 7 said coldly. During this time, everything that happened on this battlefield was witnessed by the surrounding Uchiha clan members. After watching, they were all incredibly shocked. Strong, too strong. Shimura Danzo, once a powerful figure and now one of Konoha's elders, was easily killed in front of the young Uchiha 7 as if he were being toyed with. Even though Shimura Danzo had cunningly used the legendary Izanagi that belonged to their Uchiha clan, for Uchiha 7, it was just a minor inconvenience. In the end, Shimura Danzo's fate was ultimately death. Thus, looking at the terrifying black flames that gradually dissipated, countless Uchiha clan members felt a mix of fear and admiration for Uchiha 7 and Uchiha Akira, the siblings who possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, especially their resurrected ancestor, Uchiha Madara. It was said that Akira and 7 could awaken the Manjiki Sharingan and possess their current powers all because of Lord Madara. If only they could be valued by Lord Madara and granted such power. Many Uchiha clan members, regardless of gender, began to look at their resurrected ancestor Uchiha Madara on the rooftop with eager eyes. Meanwhile, standing next to Chen Yiban on that rooftop was the girl Uchiha Kira. After noticing the eager gazes of the clan members looking at her teacher Uchiha Madara, she couldn't help but smile slightly. Her teacher wouldn't easily grant power to others. The girl couldn't help but look at her teacher's figure clad in a black robe, thinking to herself, I and Seven are different here, right? The next moment, Uchiha Akira's eyes couldn't help but shine with happiness and pride. Just then whoosh, the young Uchiha 7 suddenly appeared on this rooftop. Teacher, your disciple has killed Shimura Danzo. Upon returning, Uchiha 7 knelt on one knee before Chen Yiban, who was sitting on a rooftop. Well done. Chen Yiban smiled faintly and nodded at the young 7, adding, get up. Thank you, teacher. In front of Chen Yiban, Uchiha Chi-Chi no longer appeared as indifferent as before. A happy smile began to appear on his face. After standing up, he said, Chi-Chi, well done. As an older sister, Uchiha Chio also gently smiled and gave her younger brother a fair-skinned thumbs up. Immediately, Uchiha Chi-Chi, who was still just a young child, revealed a brilliant smile. This stark contrast in Uchiha Chi-Chi's demeanor left the hundreds and thousands of Uchiha clan members below in a state of shock. Could it be that this kid can change his expression? At this moment, Chen Yiban, looking at the charred remains of Shimura Danzo, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a pity. What a pity. It was supposed to be another chance for a super lottery. If Chen Yiban had been the one to take down Shimura Danzo. That's right. What Chen Yiban regretted at this moment was exactly this. However, it didn't matter. After all, in the coming Konoha, and even among the other 4 great nations for great ninja villages and so many ninja villages in the entire ninja world, there would be plenty of opportunities for 1 or 2 super lotteries. Furthermore, taking down those so-called village shadows for a heavenly lottery was absolutely possible. So, 1 super lottery was no big deal. Teacher, what should we do next? At this time, Uchiha Chio and her brother Uchiha Chi-Chi stood behind Chen Yiban. Chio took a glance at the hundreds and thousands of Uchiha clan members surrounding them below and asked their teacher. In response, the countless Uchiha clan members around looked up at their ancestor Uchiha Madara with eager eyes, waiting for his orders. At this moment, every Uchiha clan member was filled with excitement, hoping that their revived Lord Madara could lead them to defeat and even kill all the high-ranking members of Konoha. Then, they would make the Uchiha clan the ruling class of Konoha. With this thought, every Uchiha clan member was so excited that their pairs of scarlet, glowing Sharingan involuntarily emerged in their eyes. Lord Madara. Countless Uchiha clan members looked up at Chen Yiban with infinite expectations. Seeing this scene, Chen Yiban smiled. Then he said, you all go ahead. Remember to obey Chio and Chi-Chi's orders. My words will come later. Chen Yiban slowly stood up, looking at the countless Uchiha clan members with bright crimson eyes, and finally smiled as he spoke. Upon hearing this, almost every Uchiha clan member revealed a look of fervor and excitement in their eyes, and the next second, they all knelt on one knee, yes. Lord Madara. Chapter 28. Konoha Ninja versus entire Uchiha clan? At this moment, in the dim black night, just before dawn, swish, 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 countless Uchiha clan warriors were racing towards the Konoha Hokage building. During this time, as they leaped, it was inevitable that hundreds and thousands of Uchiha clan members would encounter other Konoha ninjas along the way. In response, clang, 3 Tomo Sharingan, activate. This immediately caused every ninja or civilian encountered along the way to faint. Don't get entangled with these Umbun ninjas. Our target is the high-ranking officials of Konoha. Uchiha Chio coldly commanded upon seeing some Umbun ninjas who had fallen to the ground due to Sharingan Jinjutsu. Yes, the Uchiha clan members, regardless of age or gender, all obeyed Uchiha Chio's orders at this moment. After all, Uchiha Chio and her brother Uchiha Chi-Chi were both powerful users of the Manjiki Sharingan. They were also the 2 proud disciples of their ancestor Uchiha Madara. Thus, how could the Uchiha clan members dare to disobey Chio or Chi-Chi's commands? Meanwhile, the young but powerful Uchiha Chi-Chi quietly stood beside his sister, silently observing with a cold expression, until Chio continued to teleport towards the Hokage building. Chi-Chi silently followed his sister's movements. Behind them, hundreds and thousands of Uchiha clan members with bright crimson Sharingan closely followed the brother and sister. Thus, it was as if a terrifying dark cloud was looming towards the Hokage building. At this moment, swish, in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was waiting for news at the Hokage building, an Umbu suddenly appeared. Hokage-sama, the ninjas in the barrier squad have sensed that the Uchiha, a large group of ninjas, is racing towards us. The Umbu ninja reported with a slightly uncertain voice. What'd you say? Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately exclaimed in shock. Could it be that something unexpected has happened? He had a bad feeling when he hadn't received any news from Danzo for a while. He originally thought Danzo was greedy for the Uchiha Sharingan. Now it seems Danzo's situation was likely dire. But why? What exactly happened? There should have been Itachi, who possessed the Manjiki Sharingan as an insider, plus the root of Danzo's words. The Uchiha clan should have been dealt with quietly, but now it seems. How many Uchiha are coming? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to confirm something. A lot, at least several hundred. The Umbu replied. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's last bit of relief vanished. Quickly inform all Umbu ninjas and the major ninja clans like Hyuga, Nara, etc. Sarutobi Hiruzen steadied himself and ordered the Umbu ninja in front of him. Yes, the Umbu ninja immediately bowed in response. Then, with a swish, he disappeared. He certainly obeyed the order to inform all Umbu ninjas and the major ninja clans of Konoha. Sigh, the situation has developed to the worst possible outcome. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed alone in the Hokage office. At the same time, he began to slowly remove his Hokage hat and robe. Finally, a set of light armor appeared on him. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew a civil war was now unavoidable. On the other side, the Uchiha clan warriors continued to race towards the Konoha Hokage building. Meanwhile, countless Umbu ninjas and members of various ninja clans in Konoha, such as Kakashi, Narashikaka, Hyuga Hizashi, and many others, also received the news. The Uchiha are staging a coup. Everyone was shocked. Then, they mostly obeyed orders and rushed towards the Hokage building. Finally, swish, 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 when hundreds and thousands of Uchiha arrived at the Hokage building. A large number of ninjas from various Konoha clans had already appeared ahead. The Akimichi clan, Hyuga clan, Nara clan, Sarutobi clan, and many Umbu members. There were also thousands of them. Additionally, it seems the surrounding civilians have already been evacuated. It really is the Uchiha. Akimichi Choza looked at the pairs of scarlet Sharingan across a distance and couldn't help but express his uncertainty. If it weren't for the fact that the distance was a bit far, he wouldn't even dare to make eye contact with the Sharingan. After all, the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan was known throughout the ninja world as terrifying. Hey, Kakashi, are they really going to attack? At the side, my guy couldn't help but glance at Kakashi, who was beside him. To be honest, seeing those pairs of glowing red Sharingan on the opposite side is quite intimidating. It should be. Kakashi, feeling the power of his left eye, muttered with a complex tone, Abito. If he could, Kakashi really didn't want to fight against the Uchiha clan. But now, it seemed that it was no longer a matter of whether he wanted to or not. With the Uchiha in this state, were they here just for a group tour of the Hokage building? And they all came with their Sharingan activated? The meaning of this coup was laid bare. A decisive battle was inevitable. In response, Hinata Hizashi, from the Hyuga clan, looked at the crowd of Uchiha with their crimson pupils opposite him, feeling both surprised and it made sense. After all, the recent state of the Uchiha was indeed quite abnormal. However, now that it had come to this, Hizashi couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. And at this moment, where is Uchiha Fugaku? The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already wearing light armor, asked with a serious expression upon seeing that Uchiha Fugaku was not present. Uchiha Fugaku is no longer the leader of our Uchiha clan. At this time, one of the Uchiha clan members with a 3-tomo Sharingan stepped forward to respond. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen's face showed surprise upon hearing this. Not only him, but all the Konoha ninjas present also looked shocked and doubtful. Wasn't Uchiha Fugaku the leader of the Uchiha clan? How could that be? What exactly happened in the Uchiha clan? Meanwhile, more ninjas from Konoha continued to arrive. Among them were the still very young Mitarashi Anko, Yuhi Kurenai, Moonlight Gale, and Yuzuki Yugao, among others. At this moment, they were all surprised, looking at the pairs of crimson Sharingan across from them, feeling uncertain in their hearts. Until the teacher said, "You're gonna die?" A young figure, Uchiha Nanami, coldly shouldered a flame fan, slowly walked forward among the crowd of Uchiha. His crimson 3-tomo eyes fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen. His gaze was filled with cold, killing intent. Preparing for release on September 1st. Chapter 29. Uchiha Nanami sets his sights on Kakashi. You're going to die. The young Uchiha Nanami, with a flame fan taller than himself slung over his shoulder, stepped forward among the Uchiha clan members, his cold, three-tomo eyes fixed on the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. You are. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a surprised expression as he looked at Uchiha Nanami, who appeared to be in a leader's position. Kakashi, Might Guy, Hinata Hizashi, and the other Konoha ninjas also looked astonished, because Uchiha Nanami looked like a 6 or 7-year-old child. A little kid like this could stand in front of the elite Uchiha clan members who already had their Sharingan activated in a leader's posture. Moreover, Uchiha Nanami even dared to speak to their Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, like this. He actually said that Sarutobi Hiruzen was going to die. However, this little brat actually activated his 3-tomo Sharingan. Sarutobi Hiruzen, as well as Kakashi, both noticed another surprising detail. It was indeed the very young Uchiha Nanami who possessed 3-tomo Sharingan. Such talent. The Uchiha clan truly is a ninja clan that produces geniuses. Unfortunately, he cannot be used by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nanami, it's best to resolve everything before the teacher arrives. Perhaps we can surprise the teacher. Uchiha, with a faint smile on her lips, looked at her younger brother, Uchiha Nanami. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Nanami, who possessed Madara's battle power, slowly clenched his hands. I understand. Sister. Clang. In the next moment, a pair of black patterns emerged in Uchiha Nanami's crimson eyes, indicating that he had directly activated the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Moreover, the black patterns of his Manjiki were similar to those of Uchiha Obito or Uchiha Madara. Instantly, Manjiki Sharingan, and that pattern is, how is it possible? On the opposite side, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to show a shocked expression. Unbelievable. He had seen the moment when the pattern of the Sharingan changed from a distance. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also shocked to discover that Uchiha Nanami's Manjiki Sharingan pattern was exactly the same as that of the legendary figure. How is this possible? Wasn't it said that each Uchiha clan member's Manjiki pattern is different after activation? What is going on now? Why? Why does it resemble the pattern of that existence's Manjiki Sharingan so closely, almost identical? In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but recall seeing that shadow on top of a tall building in Konoha under the moonlight just a while ago. A figure that shook one's body and mind. Manjiki Sharingan. At this moment, upon seeing the change in Uchiha Nanami's pupils, Kakashi couldn't help but show an expression of disbelief. Because a once dear friend was from the Uchiha clan, Kakashi had some understanding of them. At this moment, Kakashi couldn't help but reach out to touch his left eye, which had always been covered by the Konoha forehead protector. Inside, there was a crimson Sharingan given to him by his dear friend, Obito. If he could, Kakashi really didn't want to fight against the Uchiha clan. But the situation before him seemed to leave no other choice. He actually activated the Manjiki Sharingan. Beside him, Hinata Hizashi, Naruto Might Guy, and others were also shocked to see the change in Uchiha Nanami's pupils. They couldn't believe that a 6 or 7-year-old kid had activated the legendary ultimate eye technique of the Uchiha clan. No wonder Naruto finally understood why such a small child could appear as a leader of the Uchiha clan at this moment. An Uchiha clan member who had activated the legendary ultimate eye technique was no longer an ordinary, average ninja. The power of a 3-tomo Sharingan could easily trap Nin-level ninjas in illusions. How terrifying would a Manjiki Sharingan be? Even more incredible was, it was said that those who activated the Manjiki Sharingan would awaken some special eye techniques. Thinking of this, even Hinata Hizashi, Naruto Might Guy, and other elite Konoha ninjas could not underestimate Uchiha Nanami, who looked like only a 6 or 7-year-old child. This was someone who had activated the Manjiki Sharingan. Only Hinata Hizashi and even Kakashi did not know Uchiha Nanami's Manjiki Sharingan was different from ordinary Manjiki. Perhaps only Sarutobi Hiruzen knew a little bit of the secret. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought it should just be a coincidence. What do you Uchiha clan want to do tonight? Go back to your Uchiha clan's territory immediately. As the Hokage, I can refrain from imposing severe penalties. At this moment, looking at the hundreds of Uchiha clan members with their glowing red pupils opposite him, Sarutobi Hiruzen attempted to negotiate. Upon hearing this, he scoffed. Countless elites of the Uchiha clan, with a pair of scarlet Sharingan eyes wide open, revealed a disdainful and cold smile. Hypocritical. The girl Uchiha, also with a pair of 3-tomo Sharingan, passed by with a cold smile of disdain. She wrapped her arms around her small chest, her expression proud. She was indeed mimicking the posture of her teacher, Chen Yiban. Uchiha 7, however, was more straightforward. Tap, tap, holding a Uchiha fan that was considerably taller than others. He stepped forward. He was indeed walking step by step toward the group of Konoha ninjas with his Shinra Sharingan wide open. During this time, Uchiha 7's scarlet eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Do you need my help, sister? Uchiha Aki asked with a smile behind him. Sister, I'm enough on my own. Uchiha 7, holding the flame fan, continued to walk towards the group of Konoha ninjas at a steady pace. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but clench his fists in helplessness, and then said, Everyone, be careful of their Uchiha Sharingan Genjutsu. Be sure not to look into their eyes. He reminded the many Konoha ninjas around him. In response, the Konoha ninjas drew their swords or prepared to form hand seals for ninjutsu at any moment. Among the crowd, Kakashi also timely pushed up the forehead protector covering his left eye. Suddenly, a scarlet three-tomo Sharingan appeared in Kakashi's left pupil. Seeing the Sharingan revealed in Kakashi's left eye, Uchiha 7, who had been moving steadily, slightly paused in his steps. But soon, it starts with you. Whoosh! In the next moment, Uchiha 7, holding a gigantic flame fan, rushed towards Kakashi like lightning. Chapter 30. Uchiha 7 with the power of Madara. As the young but coldly imposing Uchiha 7 charged forward, countless Konoha ninjas shouted in anger. It was as if to encourage themselves. They also rushed towards the oncoming Uchiha 7. During this time, Kakashi saw that Uchiha 7 had locked onto him. Kakashi smiled bitterly in his heart, but he did not hesitate in his actions. Seeing the many Umbu ninjas around him rushing up, Kakashi also began to charge out with kunai in hand. Kakashi. Mato Guy followed closely beside Kakashi. In response, seeing a group of people blocking his way to Kakashi, Uchiha 7's Sharingan coldly focused. Get out of the way. With a direct swing of the Uchiha fan, a powerful shockwave immediately surged forth with infinite terrifying killing power, aiming to massacre everyone in its path. Indeed, the Konoha ninjas at the forefront had no time to dodge. Ugh. Amidst the wails, countless figures were sent flying by the shockwave. Some were even torn apart. In an instant, the death toll reached no less than 20 Konoha ninjas. The injured were countless. The ground was suddenly littered with severed limbs and broken arms. The wails of the dead ninjas continued. Nanny. Behind, Kakashi and Mato Guy looked on in shock. Such power. At the back, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hinata Hizashi, Nara Shikaku, and others also looked on with expressions of disbelief. The enemy. Such strong power. At this moment, don't block my way. After instantly killing more than 20 Konoha ninjas, Uchiha 7, still holding the flame fan, retained a cold and proud expression. Even his sister, Uchiha Aki, looked on with a smile, her gaze also cold. The two siblings actually harbored a certain degree of madness. It was just that before. They lacked the strength and ability to resist, and had to endure under the oppression of the Uchiha clan. Perhaps it was because they endured for too long and too much. This led to a strange madness gene within them. The power of the Uchiha is not something you can possess. Kakashi and the others' movements halted, but Uchiha 7, still wielding the flame fan, continued to charge forward. Fire style, dragon fire technique. At this moment, another Konoha ninja released a fire technique to try to stop Uchiha 7 from advancing. Uchiha Aki couldn't help but laugh a little. Showing off in front of experts. Uchiha 7's blood-red eyes were filled with disdain. Simultaneously, he quickly began forming hand seals. And almost in the next instant, fire style, great fire, annihilation. Boom! An immense fire was expelled from Uchiha 7's mouth. In an instant, it seemed like a sea of flames swept towards the group of Konoha ninjas. Even the dragon fire technique released by the Konoha ninja was swallowed by the great fire annihilation. It surged towards all the Konoha ninjas. How can the range of this technique be so vast? One Konoha Umbu couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, water style, water barrier, splash. Dozens of Konoha ninjas who understood water style immediately rushed forward to release water ninjutsu. Thus, the water and fire were evenly matched. How can this kid have such a huge chakra? Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the enemy's moves. However, after just 2 brief clashes, the current third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, felt increasingly alarmed. Uchiha 7 looked like he was 6 or 7 years old, but his chakra amount, seal speed, and the near-instantaneous release of ninjutsu. He was like a battle-hardened, super strong man. Especially the chakra emanating from Uchiha 7 shocked Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen could never have known Uchiha 7 had directly received the Konoha founding, Uchiha Madara's combat power, from Chen Yiban. In a certain sense, at this moment, Uchiha 7 was Uchiha Madara. At this moment, due to the clash of water and fire, a large amount of steam surged forth as they neutralized each other. The front view was obscured by a thick mist. Quickly use wind style to disperse it. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately felt something was wrong. But before he could finish his sentence, boom! Sure enough, the small figure of Uchiha 7 had already descended with the flame fan, directly crashing into the group of Konoha ninjas. Moreover, puff! The flame fan in Uchiha 7's hand suddenly transformed into a sharp blade, wielded by the young Uchiha 7, slashing continuously. Ugh! The edges of the flame fan, like sharp blades, continually reaped the lives of Konoha ninjas. Lightning style. At this moment, another Konoha ninja released a lightning technique attacking Uchiha 7. But, whoosh, the Uchiha fan was lightly blocked by Uchiha 7, directly absorbing all ninjutsu attacks. How is this possible? The Konoha ninjas looked on in shock. That fan, could it be? Over here, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hinata Hizashi, and others thought of something. But at this moment, Uchiha, rebound! Uchiha 7, holding the flame fan, lightly flipped it. Boom! The power just absorbed was amplified and presented again with a terrifying shockwave. It was returned to all Konoha ninjas who had just released ninjutsu. Ugh! In an instant, dozens of Konoha ninjas were once again injured or killed. Damn it! At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer continue observing the enemy, thinking about finding their weaknesses. Ninja a Sumonin technique. He bit his finger and slammed it onto the ground. Puff! With a puff of white smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen's summoning beast, Saruma, appeared. Hiruzen, what's going on? Saruma looked at the current situation in Konoha with some confusion. Seeing the many corpses of Konoha ninjas around, Saruma felt even more puzzled. Soon, he spotted Uchiha Shirchi, who, despite being young, was powerful and continuously slaughtering Konoha ninjas. Saruma was shocked. Is this little brat really this terrifying now? Saruma, turn into the Rui Jingu Bang, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, with no time to explain. On the other side, Konoha Whirlwind. My guy had already joined in the attack against Uchiha Shirchi. However, without opening the 8 gates, my guy couldn't do anything to Uchiha Shirchi. Raikiri. Kakashi used his strongest technique. As Uchiha Shirchi dealt with Might Guy's taijutsu, Kakashi attacked from behind. Although he didn't want to fight against the Uchiha clan, he wouldn't hesitate any longer. But at a critical moment, it was as if Uchiha Shirchi had eyes on the back of his head. He swung his Uchiha fan behind him and directly struck Kakashi's arm, indirectly deflecting Kakashi's magnificent Raikiri. Chapter 31. The Terror of the Sensor-type Ninja. Kakashi felt regret after failing his attack, but didn't give up and continued to wield the dazzling Raikiri, attacking Uchiha Shirchi. Kakashi, let us shine together. Might Guy joined forces with Kakashi, encircling Uchiha Shirchi. Moreover, hiss on the side. Members of Inara clan were preparing to use the shadow imitation technique to restrain Uchiha Shirchi. Upon noticing this, Uchiha Shirchi swiftly dodged with agile movements. Oomph. Surrounded by many, Uchiha Shirchi's crimson pupils were filled with disdain. At this moment, Lord Aki, do we really not need to help young Master Shirchi? An elder of the Uchiha clan, with his 3 Tomo Sharingan, stood beside the young girl Uchiha Aki, looking worried. He was concerned that Uchiha Shirchi might get hurt, and even more worried that if he did, Lord Madara would come looking for them. The main issue was that Aki and Shirchi forbade them from intervening, and they dared not go against the siblings' wishes. After all, both siblings had awakened their Manjiki Sharingan, in which Uchiha clan member would dare to defy their orders, unless their Lord Madara had prior knowledge. However, when they had just arrived, their Lord Madara, Chen Yiban, clearly stated, follow the arrangements of these siblings. So, at this moment, hundreds of Uchiha clan members with their 3 Tomo Sharingan, one by one, wanted to step in but couldn't. Don't you trust Shirchi? Upon hearing the elder's words, Uchiha Aki shot him a cold glance with her black eyes. The elder was startled and quickly waved his hands, saying, absolutely not, Lord Aki, you overestimate me. I believe that young Master Shirchi, with his awakened Manjiki Sharingan, is enough to make the entire Konoha bow down. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Aki withdrew her gaze. You all just watch. Yes, yes. The elder of the Uchiha clan quickly echoed with a forced smile and nod. Around them, the members of the Uchiha clan looked at the striking Uchiha Aki with uncertain eyes. They never expected that a once frail girl who couldn't see would now possess such an aura that even their elder had to step back and yield. It was said that she didn't lack sight, but was born with a Mangeki Sharingan. It was simply unbelievable. Thus, looking at the well-proportioned, youthful, and beautiful Uchiha Aki, none of the elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan dared to underestimate this girl. As the focus of everyone's attention, Uchiha Aki quietly watched the battle of her brother Uchiha Shirchi. She knew that her brother had inherited the powers of her teacher, Uchiha Madara. Although it was past power, Uchiha Aki could also feel that her brother was now much stronger than she was. She didn't believe that her brother, who possessed the powers of her teacher, would be outmatched by these Konoha ninjas. Sure enough, crack. At this moment, Might Guy kicked towards Uchiha Shirchi again, but Shirchi firmly captured it with one hand. Are you done yet? Uchiha Shirchi's cold gaze fell on Might Guy. In that instant, realizing that the enemy was restraining his leg, Might Guy was shocked to understand that this seemingly young enemy had not been serious at all. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this time, Kakashi's Raikiri once again launched towards Uchiha Shirchi. In response, Uchiha Shirchi first jumped, dodging Raikiri while kicking Might Guy away. Immediately after, seeing Kakashi's Raikiri turning back to attack him in midair, Uchiha Shirchi's hand appeared with blue Susanoo energy, directly meeting the dazzling Raikiri with an empty hand. What? Kakashi was shocked. The opponent actually used his hand to block his Raikiri? How is that possible? Kakashi's Sharingan and normal eye were both filled with surprise at this moment. However, bang! The next moment, a punch heavily struck Kakashi's chest. Cough, cough. Kakashi immediately spat blood and flew backward. However, just as Uchiha Shirchi, holding the flame fan, prepared to continue the pursuit, he saw the Nara clan's shadow techniques coming in waves, forcing Uchiha Shirchi to dodge with several flips. 8 trigrams, empty palm. At the same time, Hinata Hizashi, accompanied by many members of the Hyuga clan, attacked Uchiha Shirchi from a distance. Uchiha Shirchi was unhurried, blocking with the flame fan. However, boom! Suddenly, a powerful breaking sound rushed in. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen, wielding the golden staff transformed from Saruma, which grew longer while carrying immense power. Crashing towards Uchiha Shirchi. Facing the powerful strike coming his way, the young Uchiha Shirchi merely smiled coldly. Bankatas? Finally, when the golden staff struck, it made a loud noise. Yet, a half-formed blue energy skeleton giant protected Uchiha Shirchi firmly within. It was indeed the first stage of Susanoo. Facing the heavy strike of the golden staff, Susanoo trembled slightly, but completely blocked the attack. That is, Susanoo. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows. He didn't expect that your Mangeki Sharingan had already developed the third power. Susanoo. Retracting the golden staff, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew serious. He originally thought Uchiha Shirchi was still young and had only recently awakened his Mangeki Sharingan, not fully mastering the ocular technique. But he never expected Susanoo had already been used. Moreover, judging by the smoothness of Susanoo's appearance just now, it indicated that Uchiha Shirchi had reached a very proficient level in using the Mangeki Sharingan. This was simply unbelievable. Clearly, Uchiha Shirchi was so young. Could it be that he had been practicing the use of the Mangeki Sharingan since he was in the womb? At this moment, is this all you have? Within the Susanoo, Uchiha Shirchi's Sharingan looked coldly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hyuga Hizashi, and Kakashi, whose mouth was bleeding. In response, the ninjas from Konoha were filled with fear as they gazed at the enormous and intimidating Susanoo. How could such a strong power come from a 6 or 7-year-old child? Is it really true that one gains such immense strength after awakening the Mangeki Sharingan? The Uchiha clan members were also excitedly watching Uchiha Shirchi, who had unleashed Susanoo, with awe. Is this the power of the Mangeki Sharingan? Countless Uchiha clan members yearned to awaken the supreme Mangeki Sharingan of their clan. How could this kid's chakra be so vast? Among the Konoha ninjas, those with sensing abilities stared in astonishment at the power currently emanating from Uchiha Shirchi. At that moment, wait, what? What is this chakra? Suddenly, the sensing ninjas from Konoha looked alarmed, as if they sensed some terrifying presence. Until they looked in the direction they sensed, they saw in the distance, atop a Konoha building, in the hazy moonlight, a figure clad in a black robe, with long hair flowing down to the waist, who was now standing with arms crossed, looking down at the battlefield. There is someone. Chapter 32. The Konoha crowd completely shocked. There is someone. In Konoha. Some Umbu and other ninjas with strong sensing abilities were all shocked as they looked towards the distant building's rooftop. Upon hearing this, countless Konoha ninjas, who were originally preparing to unleash ninjutsu against Uchiha Shurichi, such as Hyuga Hizashi, Nara Shikaku, Might Guy, and Kakashi, couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the distant location pointed out by the sensing ninjas. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was now the third Hokage, paused with his Sarutobi staff in hand, instinctively glancing at the distant building. Finally, Uchiha Shurichi stopped fighting, slightly turning to look at the now attention-grabbing building. The Uchiha clan members, such as Uchiha Aki and the Elder, also felt something and looked in that direction. Soon, on the rooftop of the distant building, a figure in a black robe, with long hair, gently swaying in the evening breeze, was now standing there, looking directly at the battlefield. Moreover, with an extremely proud gaze, they looked down at the Konoha ninjas on the battlefield. That is, in an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was filled with shock. He even unconsciously took a step back. The scene he just saw while looking out from the Hokage's office seemed to be replaying at this moment. And this time, it was definitely not an illusion. Everyone saw it. Ooh. Uchiha. The name was difficult for Sarutobi Hiruzen to utter. Or rather, he simply couldn't believe the legendary ninja Ajura was really still alive in this ninja world. Uchiha Madara. How is that possible? How could he still be alive? Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely stunned at this moment. His heart was filled with disbelief. In response, who is that person? The clothing he wears seems to belong to the Uchiha clan. Is it an ally of the Uchiha clan? Many of the Umbu and ninjas from various clans in Konoha did not recognize the legendary ninja Ajura. However, Hyuga Hizashi, Nara Shikaku, and Kakashi looked very serious. The aura of the man, who was standing far away on the building's rooftop and looking down at the battlefield, was indeed creating an inexplicable psychological pressure. This feeling was very clear to Hyuga Hizashi, Kakashi, and others, until Teacher Uchiha Aki and Uchiha Shurichi suddenly called out and waved to the distant figure of Chen Yiban. Teacher, if you come any later, this would have been over. Uchiha Aki even waved and smiled at Chen Yiban from afar. Hearing this, is that so? In the distance, Chen Yiban couldn't help but smile slightly. Lord Madara. And at this moment, hundreds of Uchiha clan members reacted and knelt down on one knee to salute Chen Yiban from a distance. Upon hearing their address for Chen Yiban, Madara. Which Madara? The Konoha ninjas, including Yuhi Kurenai and Mitarashi Anko, were stunned for a moment. It can't possibly be that Uchiha Madara. Yamashiro Aki laughed awkwardly. A bit embarrassed, the legendary Kakashi, Hyuga Hizashi, Nara Shikaku, and others widened their eyes. This stance. Sarutobi Hiruzen really didn't want to admit it, but it looked too much alike, almost identical. In response, whoosh bang, Chen Yiban lightly leaped from the rooftop, immediately crossing a distance of hundreds of meters and landing before the gathered Uchiha clan members. The powerful landing caused the ground beneath him to crack in layers. The Uchiha clan members still maintained their kneeling posture, continuing to pay their respects to the man who had just ascended before them. Everyone rise. After glancing at the hundreds of Uchiha clan members, Chen Yiban spoke lightly. Yes, Lord Madara. Thus, the Elder and many Uchiha clan members with their crimson Sharingan slowly stood up. Teacher, Uchiha Aki looked at the powerful man in front of her with a beaming smile. Teacher, Uchiha Shurichi also leapt back from the battlefield to Chen Yiban's side at this moment. The siblings no longer appeared cold in front of Chen Yiban as they did with others. They looked at him with obvious joy. Chen Yiban nodded. After that, Chen Yiban began to slowly turn around, looking at the countless Konoha ninjas behind him, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen. It can't be. The legendary ninja Ajura, Uchiha Madara, has long since passed away, right? Mitarashi Anko was in disbelief. Those two, they're actually his disciples. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked in surprise at the Uchiha siblings who called Chen Yiban their teacher. For some reason, it all seemed to make sense, yet also felt extremely unreasonable. This aura, Hyuga Hizashi looked uncertainly at Chen Yiban, not far away. Meanwhile, all the Konoha ninjas who heard the Uchiha clan member shout Lord Madara were also extremely puzzled. Just like Tsunade's line from the original story. That name represents power. Two choices. Obey, or be obliterated by me. At this moment, as countless Konoha ninjas were filled with uncertainty, Chen Yiban suddenly spoke with his black eyes wide open in front of everyone. You. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hyuga Hizashi, Nara Shikaku Kakashi, and others all felt a jolt in their hearts. The other Konoha ninjas were also taken aback. However, the members of the Uchiha clan were filled with excitement and eagerness in their crimson Sharingan eyes. The day when the Uchiha would control Konoha had finally arrived. Today, their Lord Madara would lead them to dominate the entire Konoha. Thinking of the frustration of being driven away from the political center of Konoha, the Uchiha clan felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration and passion. Lord Madara, why not kill them all? Even some of the more ruthless Uchiha members suddenly proposed this. Upon hearing this, although the Uchiha clan's elder did not speak, he glanced over and chose to tacitly agree. Chen Yiban showed no reaction. However, seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen opposite him did not respond, he said, "Let them see what true power is." Chen Yiban smiled meaningfully and then glanced at his young disciple. Uchiha 7. I understand, teacher, Uchiha 7 replied with a cold smile. In the next moment, Uchiha 7, with his Sharingan wide open, stepped forward. Hiss! The blue power surged forth continuously from Uchiha 7's young body. It was indeed Susanoo, and this time, the power of Susanoo kept manifesting, causing the entire body of Susanoo to grow larger and larger in front of all the Konoha ninjas, until a Susanoo towering over 200 meters stood in the middle of Konoha. Countless Konoha ninjas and civilians widened their eyes in shock. Chapter 33. So, will you choose to open the 8 gates this time? When a Susanoo over 200 meters tall appeared in Konoha, it could be seen from anywhere in the village as long as there were no sufficiently high obstructions nearby. At this moment, on the battlefield, countless Konoha ninjas and even members of the Uchiha clan were dumbfounded, looking at the blue Susanoo towering over 200 meters. Whether it was the ninjas from Konoha or those from the Uchiha clan, everyone was stunned in shock. How is this possible? Looking at the Susanoo's feet, which seemed like ants to them, countless Konoha ninjas and Uchiha members were in disbelief. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hinata Hizashi, Kakashi, Nara Shikaku, and others from Konoha were equally astonished. Is this really the power that the Kaleidoscope Sharingan can possess? At this moment, the Uchiha clan members couldn't help but doubt it. Previously, they had not heard any legends that a clan member who opened the Kaleidoscope Sharingan could possess such terrifying power. Even the previous Uchiha Shursui could not have such frightening abilities, right? Is this the power that 7 possesses now? Not to mention others. Even Shio was astonished as she looked at her brother. She couldn't believe that this was merely the power her teacher, Uchiha Madara, once had. What kind of terrifying and unbelievable power does her teacher possess now? Uchiha Shio truly found it hard to believe. She originally thought she understood her teacher's strength well enough. It seems that this is just the tip of the iceberg. Her teacher, Uchiha Madara, was truly incredible. As she thought about it, Uchiha Shio looked at her teacher, Uchiha Madara, with unabashed admiration. Even the members of the Uchiha clan looked eagerly back and forth between the gigantic Susanoo and Chen Yiban. They knew the power that Uchiha 7 possessed was given to him by their ancestor, Uchiha Madara. If they could also become Lord Madara's disciples, could they also obtain such unimaginable power? At this moment, with just a word, the Uchiha clan members would definitely kneel down and beg to be taught. Unfortunately, Chen Yiban was currently standing with his arms crossed in front of him, a slight smile on his lips, looking faintly at Uchiha 7, who had released the strongest form of Susanoo. Is this the power I possess now? The first time Uchiha 7 released his strongest Susanoo, he was also filled with excitement. Looking at the gigantic Susanoo he had unleashed, standing tall and mighty. In the crystal of Susanoo's head, Uchiha 7 couldn't help but feel exhilarated. However, when he saw the Konoha ninjas in front of him and the giant so-called Hokage rock statues on the cliff of Konoha's back mountain, Uchiha 7 coldly snorted within the crystal of Susanoo's head. Then, with a thought, he immediately saw the huge Susanoo complete its form, and its hands began to press down on a Susanoo sword at its waist. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank. Everyone. But just as Sarutobi Hiruzen turned around, before he could give any orders, clang, with a swift draw, a slash erupted. The terrifying blade light instantly obliterated the 4 so-called Hokage rock statues. Moreover, the terrifying blade light did not diminish in momentum, and in an instant, it actually caused several mountain peaks in Konoha's back mountain to be violently cut down. Finally, the blade light broke through the mountains and gradually disappeared into the heavens and earth. This scene was witnessed not only on the battlefield, but by everyone in Konoha. Countless Konoha civilians who had been drifting off to sleep were awakened by the tremendous noise. When they came out to sea, they were dumbfounded. The entire back mountain of Konoha had almost instantly turned into a scene of devastation. Those huge Hokage rock statues had all been destroyed. This. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hinata Hisashi, Kakashi, Narashikaku, and even Might Guy all looked astonished. Sarutobi, this kind of enemy, transformed into a golden staff in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand. The monkey spirit was at a loss for words. Damn, one strike and it cleaved the mountain? Is this really a ninja? A god? Is this a being from another dimension? If it weren't for the deep bond between him and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the monkey spirit would have already fled. How could he, the monkey spirit, fight against such an enemy? What a joke. His golden staff would definitely be sliced in half with a single strike. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hinata Hisashi, Kakashi, and others were also speechless. Everyone stared blankly at the direction of Konoha's back mountain, watching the rolling smoke and falling rocks. Is this the power that young Master 7 possesses now? The Uchiha clan's elder was also wide-eyed, staring at the enormous blue Susanoo and the devastated Konoha back mountain. It's done. Today, my Uchiha clan will achieve greatness. From now on, there will be no one in the entire ninja world who can match my Uchiha. Coming back from extreme shock, the elder, who had been in a daze for a long time, could hardly suppress the urge to dance with joy. Although he did not, the excitement, thrill, and fervor on his face could not be concealed. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Chen Yiban smiled. Chen Yiban remembered that he, too, had once destroyed those annoying Hokage rock statues on the cliffs of Konoha's back mountain after releasing Susanoo. Now it could be said that the disciple followed the teacher. Is it a kind of tradition? At this moment, Uchiha Shirchi, controlling the Susanoo, slashed through the mountains behind Konoha with a single strike. Slowly retracting the long sword he had swung. Then he held the sword horizontally in front of him. Obey, or be annihilated by my Susanoo. You may choose. Uchiha Shirchi, with a cold and ruthless expression, spoke mercilessly from within the crystal of Susanoo's head. He was ready to swing his sword again at any unsatisfactory response, to wipe out the Konoha ninjas before him. His pair of straight, Mangeki Sharingan eyes glowed red and terrifying, looking down at the group of Konoha ninjas over 200 meters below. He was indeed becoming increasingly like his teacher, Chen Yiban. Meanwhile, Chen Yiban had been paying attention to Might Guy, this special existence. He wondered how it would go if he, Chen Yiban, no longer relied on Izanagi as cheating and fought Might Guy directly. Thinking about it, Chen Yiban actually felt a hint of anticipation. So Might Guy, will you choose to open the 8 gates next? Chapter 34. Facing Might Guy's 8 gates again. Sigh. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Then, he released the Monkey King's staff. In response, the Monkey King transformed back into his monkey form with a bang. Sarutobi, the Monkey King, now back in monkey form, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, wanting to say something but hesitating. Although a bit unwilling, the enemy's power was indeed too great. Moreover, this was only the power of Uchiha Madara's little disciple across from him. The man who might be the legendary Azura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, was still sitting with his arms crossed, watching the show without intervening. If he were to act, combined with his little disciple who had opened the 200-meter Susanoo, it was likely that all the ninjas in Konoha together could not withstand it. Furthermore, the Monkey King thought even this 200-meter blue Susanoo alone was something the Konoha ninjas could not contend with. If another person, likely the legendary Azura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara, joined in, could Konoha still fight? If they truly fought to the death, and the Konoha ninjas and civilians suffered countless casualties, wouldn't that be the responsibility of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage? So, thinking this way, the Monkey King could understand Sarutobi Hiruzen's decision. Then he saw, we surrender. What do you want? After Sarutobi Hiruzen released the staff, he looked up at Uchiha Shirchi, who was atop the enormous Susanoo. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen's final gaze was directed at Chen Yiban across from him. Of course, in their view, it was Uchiha Madara, Hokage-sama. At this moment, upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, countless Konoha ninjas gasped. They wanted to say they could still fight, but looking at the enormous blue Susanoo over 200 meters tall before them, and then at the mountains behind Konoha that had been split apart with a single strike, the Konoha ninjas could not speak. Is this how it is? Kakashi also sighed helplessly. Then he lowered his forehead protector, covering his left eye, which had a glowing red 3-tomo Sharingan. Hinata Hisashi also restrained the power of his Byakugan appropriately. However, as Hinata Hisashi looked at Chen Yiban, who resembled the statue of Uchiha Madara from the Valley of the End, His gaze was filled with apprehension. The exaggerated size and power of Uchiha Shuri's complete Susanoo made Hinata Hisashi's heart race. Is this the true power of their Uchiha clan? Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's surrender, the members of the Uchiha clan across from them were indeed excited and agitated. Their Sharingan eyes were filled with enthusiasm and joy. Teacher. At this moment, Uchiha Shuri and Uchiha Aki, the siblings within the crystal of Susanoo's head, looked towards their teacher, Chen Yiban. Even a last group of Uchiha clan members, along with countless Konoha ninjas, all focused their eyes on the so-called Uchiha Madara, dressed in a long black robe, with long hair flowing in the evening wind. In response, tap, tap, Chen Yiban, wearing a long black robe and with hair down to his waist, slowly stepped forward. Kneel. It was seen that, under the tense gaze of countless Konoha ninjas, once Chen Yiban approached them, he opened his mouth to say such a phrase. This left the Konoha ninjas momentarily stunned. Then they all clenched their fists in unwillingness. Especially my guy. He was already prepared to open the 8 gates. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not expect that the opponent would be so aggressive. However, in front, Uchiha Shuri's mind moved, and the massive took on a posture as if to draw its sword again, seemingly ready to unleash another earth-shattering blow to wipe out all the Konoha ninjas. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze was filled with uncertainty as he looked at the imposing Uchiha Madara right before him. However, Chen Yiban, in the evening breeze, with his long bangs floating, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and every Konoha ninja with a hint of a smile in his black eyes. What he wanted was the system's lottery opportunity. Only if they knelt would the system determine their submission. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get the lottery chance. Of course, killing them was also an option. So, it was still those 2 choices. Either die or kneel in submission. Don't underestimate Konoha. But at this moment, my guy suddenly stepped forward from among the Konoha ninjas. Unfortunately, Lee and the others were just genin and could not participate in this resistance action. Otherwise, I should showcase all the youth and passion of my Konoha blue beast in front of my 3 disciples. Speaking, my guy began to cross his arms and assumed a posture similar to charging up for an explosive move under everyone's astonished gazes. Guy. Kakashi looked at his close friend, Might Guy, with some worry. In response, Kakashi, watch closely. This may be my last youth. The formation of the 8 gates. Open. Boom haha. Amidst the furious shout, Might Guy directly opened the Kaimon, the 7th gate. In an instant, intense blue steam surged from Might Guy's body, as if a blue flame was burning fiercely around him. That is, countless Konoha ninjas and the members of the Uchiha clan across from them were astonished. Guy. Seeing the blue steam, Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised that Might Guy had actually opened the 7th gate directly. However, indeed, only this way do they have a slim chance, if given the opportunity. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also willing to die and use the corpse demon binding technique. So, Guy, I entrust you with this. Try to exhaust their strength. Sarutobi Hiruzen placed his hopes on Might Guy. Teacher, Uchiha Shuri controlled Susanoo, and Uchiha Aki simultaneously protected Chen Yiban. Huh. Chen Yiban smiled lightly and then waved his hand slightly. It's nothing. You 2 siblings stepped back. However, the siblings were still worried. Chen Yiban's expression turned cold. Teacher, yes. The brother and sister both lowered their heads in helplessness and retreated. During this time, Uchiha Shuri's Susanoo, due to its enormous size, stirred up dust as it moved. However, the dust was blown away by the shockwave unleashed by Might Guy, who was enveloped in blue steam. Gome. Chen Yiban's mouth curled into a smile as he looked at Might Guy, who was engulfed in flames of blue fire. Drink. Day Tiger. Roar. Chapter 35. The body of the once great Luo Golden Immortal. Day Tiger. Roar. As Might Guy, surrounded by rampant blue steam and flames, brought his hands together, a powerful air cannon instantly condensed into a giant white tiger, bursting forth from his hands. It came crashing down, roaring towards Chen Yiban, who was not far away and dressed in a black robe with long flowing hair. To this kind of thing is already useless. Chen Yiban's mouth slightly raised as one hand slowly moved forward to grip and pinch. Whoa! A terrifyingly powerful chakra erupted. It actually crushed Day Tiger to pieces. Nanny! My guy looked on with a face full of surprise. How could such chakra? The others, including Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hyuga Hisashi, Kakashi, and others, were all stunned. The chakra unleashed by Chen Yiban was truly terrifying. Boom! At this moment, Chen Yiban's chakra condensed into a giant blue Susanoo fist, smashing down to the ground. In an instant, everyone present felt a tremor that shook the ground. No wonder it is the teacher's power. Uchiha Shurichi and Uchiha Aki, who had long since retracted their complete body Susanoo, couldn't help but marvel at their teacher's terrifying chakra. Lord Madara, feeling Chen Yiban's chakra, the Uchiha elders and other Uchiha clan members all wore expressions of uncertainty. How could this guy's chakra be so terrifying? Yuhi Kurenai looked at Chen Yiban and Uchiha Shurichi in disbelief, wondering if the power they possessed was truly something a human could have. The blue steam was far from enough. If you truly wish to battle me, come with the determination to die. Open the 8th gate, Death Gate. Chen Yiban crossed his arms, and with a thought, the giant Susanoo fist began to rapidly dissipate. Seeing this, Might Guy gritted his teeth, as if he had truly made up his mind. Kakashi knew that if the 8th gate, Death Gate, was opened, his dear friend would undoubtedly die. Damn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the powerful Chen Yiban and his student, clenching his fists in anger. As the Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved in his heart. If an opportunity arises, he would strike with the fastest speed to use the corpse demon technique against Uchiha Madara. Even if it meant dying, he had to eliminate the opponent for the village. Then, leaving just Uchiha Shurichi, perhaps the village could still cope. Thus, this opportunity would rely on Might Guy to seize it. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already arranged for the village's lower ninjas and civilians to retreat to safety. Next, it was time to decide the village's future. At this moment, the focus of everyone's attention was on Chen Yiban and Might Guy. Among them, to be able to battle with a legendary strongman like you is worth my youth and passion. Might Guy, engulfed in blue steam, suddenly smiled at the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, in front of him. Then, here we go, the 8th gate of the 8 gates of opening. Open! Might Guy crossed his fists again to gather power, and his chakra surged violently into the 8th gate. Boom! Soon, red steam erupted around Might Guy. At the same time, a powerful shockwave swept in all directions. Akai, Asuma, Kurenai, and others shielded themselves from the strong wind while looking ahead in shock at the fire-red Might Guy. This power, Hyuga Hizashi never expected Might Guy to possess such strength. Akai, it's up to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a glimmer of hope. On the other side, teacher, Uchiha Aki and Uchiha Shurichi were also surprised, but couldn't help but worry about their teacher. Lord Madara, shall we attack together? The Uchiha clan members were also anxious. Don't move, just watch closely. But Chen Yiban coldly turned back, glancing at everyone. Instantly, including Uchiha Aki and her brother, the Uchiha clan members had no choice but to temporarily hold their positions. And Chen Yiban, this time I will not use as an Aji. So, let's have a real battle. Looking at Might Guy, who was engulfed in red steam, a hint of fighting spirit appeared on Chen Yiban's face. When one's strength becomes overwhelmingly strong, what a powerful person needs most is an opponent. However, it remains to be seen if Might Guy can allow Chen Yiban, who once possessed the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal but has since lost his power, to truly enjoy the battle. Because no matter how much he has lost his power, Chen Yiban was once genuinely in the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Chen Yiban's current physical body was no longer ordinary. Roar! Suddenly, Might Guy, after gathering his strength, charged forward, carrying a surging force. He rushed towards Chen Yiban. Sunset, one speed. In a roar, Might Guy leaped into the air, following up with a strike aimed at Chen Yiban below. Boom! In an instant, a blast stronger than Day Tiger struck down towards Chen Yiban. During this time, both the Leaf Village and the Uchiha clan members frantically retreated from the battlefield. Teacher, Uchiha Aki and Uchiha Shurichi, while retreating, couldn't help but worry whether Chen Yiban could cope. However, Chen Yiban showed no intention of counterattacking, merely standing quietly in place with a smile. Until, boom! As sunset came crashing down, a deep pit was created in the ground centered around Chen Yiban. Teacher, Uchiha Aki and Uchiha Shurichi exclaimed in shock. Did it succeed? Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, as if he wanted to see Chen Yiban's corpse. Meanwhile, Might Guy, bloodied, clenched his fists. He wouldn't lower his guard until he saw the enemy's corpse. Additionally, Might Guy could already feel the pain of having all 8 gates open. He knew he couldn't hold on for much longer. However, just as Might Guy prepared to actively search for the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara, "You're dead." Uchiha Aki and Uchiha Shurichi both unleashed their Susanoo in a series of Yasukani, no Magatama, were thrown towards Might Guy. Although Might Guy, with all 8 gates open, easily dodged them. Your opponent is us. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen once again held the Sword Demon Staff, extending it to strike towards the siblings Susanoo. All of you die. In a fit of anger, Uchiha Shirchi prepared to activate his complete body, Susanoo, once more. But, hiss, a figure soared out from the enormous pit. Teacher, seeing that figure, Uchiha Aki and Uchiha Shirchi exclaimed in surprise. It was none other than Chen Yiban. To this, indeed. Then let's go again. Chen Yiban tore off his damaged black robe and looked bare-shouldered at Might Guy in front of him. Chapter 36 Goodbye, Night Guy. Teacher, at this moment, seeing Chen Yiban's figure again, Uchiha Akira and the 7 siblings all wore expressions of joy. Lord Madara. The members of the Uchiha clan also looked both shocked and delighted. To their surprise, under such a terrifying attack, their Lord Madara was still alive. Moreover, after Chen Yiban removed a piece of his black outer robe, he appeared almost completely unscathed. On the opposite side, how is this possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi, Hinata Hizashi, and others were all equally incredulous. Under the power of Might Guy's evening elephant, which could kick out an unfathomable deep pit, the legendary Uchiha Madara was still alive. Moreover, he looked almost unharmed. This was simply unbelievable. This, what on earth? On the other side, Yuhi Kurenai, Akamichi Karui, Asuma, and others were even more stunned. They had not yet reacted to the terrifying power they had felt from Eight Gates Guy when they saw Chen Yiban, who was almost completely unscathed from such a world-shattering attack. What level are these two individuals? To be unscathed, is this the power possessed by the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara? At this moment, Might Guy, surrounded by red flames and steam, was also surprised to see Chen Yiban, who had removed his black outer robe and appeared almost unharmed. At the same time, could it be Lord Madara used the forbidden technique of our clan? Izanagi? Among the Uchiha clan, the elder couldn't help but speculate in a low voice. However, the surrounding Uchiha clan members were too focused on the battlefield between Chen Yiban and Might Guy, and no one paid attention to what the elder was whispering. At this moment, then, Might Guy, again, Chen Yiban, bare-shouldered and with a hint of expectation in his black eyes, shouted at the front. Hearing this, Eight Gates Guy furrowed his brows, and in the next moment, he charged forward with a bang. Evening Elephant, second speed, a punch was thrown. However, before the air cannon could explode and strike forward towards Chen Yiban, he dashed forward like lightning, meeting Eight Gates Guy with an equally powerful punch, colliding in an instant. In that moment, an overwhelming shockwave erupted. It destroyed everything within hundreds of meters. At the same time, countless Konoha ninjas and Uchiha clan members were once again forced to retreat at high speed. This is insane. Yuhi Redbean looked bewildered. Is this really the kind of power a ninja can possess? Kakashi, Asuma, Yuhi Kurenai, and others couldn't help but look astonished. The legendary ninja Uchiha Madara could actually contend with someone who had opened the 8th gate of death. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Hinata Hizashi were shocked. On the other side, this is the power of the teacher. Inside a blue Susanoo, Uchiha Akira and Uchiha 7 looked up in admiration at the powerful figure of their teacher, who had removed his black robe. The teacher's power is unmatched. Uchiha 7, releasing Susanoo to block the shockwave, had a smile on his lips. The siblings were in extreme admiration for Chen Yiban. In response, Might Guy, with steam burning like flames all over his body, looked in surprise at the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara before him. The opponent could actually trade blows with him, who had opened the 8th gate of death and gained super strength. Furthermore, he was not at all at a disadvantage. Might Guy felt a hint of disbelief. And at this moment, Might Guy, right? Such attacks are useless to me now. If you really want to kill me, you better show your strongest move right now. Otherwise, I will lose patience and end you. Bare-shouldered, Chen Yiban's black eyes glimmered with endless indifference, coldly staring at the nearby 8 Gates Guy. Hearing this, the steam raging around Might Guy fell silent for a moment. Soon he leaped back. Seeing this, Chen Yiban did not rush to attack, but simply watched him with his black eyes, as if waiting for him to be able to fight against such a powerful existence. Even if I die tonight, I have not let down my own passion and youth. 8 Gates Guy smiled slightly as he looked at the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara waiting for him. Then, I won't keep you waiting too long. Saying this, Might Guy crouched slightly, crossing his fists in front of him as if he was about to open the 8 gates again, preparing to charge. Kakashi, who already knew Might Guy had opened the death gate, understood that this might be his best friend's final strike. After this move, Konoha might no longer have this ninja named Might Guy. He, Kakashi, would forever lose a true friend. Thinking this, Kakashi gazed at Might Guy's back, which was ablaze with red flame-like steam, feeling a pang of sadness. Meanwhile, Countless Konoha ninjas and Uchiha clan members were all focused on Might Guy's state. Until, charge! With Might Guy's fierce shout, the already blazing red steam around him expanded again. It began to quickly condense together. Finally, it formed a blood-red dragon head. That is. At this moment, the entire Konoha was shocked. Even if they couldn't see it, they could feel this terrifying power from afar. This is Teacher Guy. Not on the battlefield, but Lee, far away, still sensed something and looked toward the battlefield direction with uncertainty. This power. On the side, Hinata Niji opened his Byakugan, looking shocked as if he had seen something. At this moment on the battlefield, yes, just like that. Kulme. Chen Yiban's face gradually showed excitement as he clenched his fists, looking at the blood-red dragon head ahead, and couldn't help but shout loudly. At the same time, Might Guy charged forward with the enormous blood-red dragon head, kicking towards the legendary ninja in front of him. In response, facing that terrifying kick, Chen Yiban slowly opened his arms. Thus, boom! Soon, a kick landed on Chen Yiban's chest. Under the engulfing of the blood-red dragon head, it plowed through more than 10 kilometers. In the process, it destroyed countless Konoha houses, until it finally crashed into Konoha's back mountain, instantly creating a rolling cloud of dust that further devastated the already broken Konoha back mountain. Chapter 37 Chen Yiban caught by Shiki F. Jean. Boom! Because Chen Yiban did not dodge or evade, but instead opened his arms to take Might Guy's kick of Night Guy head on. In an instant, Chen Yiban was kicked and plowed over 10 kilometers, finally embedding himself along with the enormous blood-red dragon head into the Konoha back mountain. With a rumble, the already devastated Konoha back mountain was further damaged. Here, teacher. Uchiha Chio and Uchiha Chi, the two siblings of the Uchiha clan, couldn't help but worry and immediately jumped forward. Similarly, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi, Hyuga Hizashi, and others, who were extremely concerned about the battle between Chen Yiban and Might Guy, also leaped up one by one. They rushed towards the back mountain of Konoha. Finally, what appeared before everyone was a tunnel carved through the mountain by a terrifyingly powerful force. In the darkness of the night, it was incredibly black. This, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt uncertain. The 8 gates, all 8 opened. Truly terrifying. Even the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara, couldn't possibly be alive, right? With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. Uchiha Chio and Uchiha Chi, as well as all the members of the Uchiha clan, showed worried expressions. Chio and Chi were simply concerned for their teacher's safety, while the other members of the Uchiha clan knew that the future of the Uchiha needed Madara to lead. Not to mention conquering the entire ninja world, Konoha hadn't completely taken control yet. They certainly didn't want anything to happen to their Lord Madara. As for Guy, Kakashi and the Uchiha siblings were even more worried about their dear friend Might Guy. However, in the pitch-black tunnel, it was silent, until, tap, tap, a series of light footsteps approached slowly from within. Thus, the sound of footsteps in the silent tunnel was heard. Hundreds of ninjas outside were extremely tense, watching. The people from Konoha naturally hoped to see Might Guy's figure. Uchiha Chio Chi and the members of the Uchiha clan, led by the elder, naturally wanted to see their Lord Madara appear safe and sound. Thus, they waited to see who would come out last. However, it's the teacher. Uchiha Chio and Uchiha Chi suddenly showed expressions of surprise. Indeed, after so many days together, could they not recognize their teacher Chen Yiban's footsteps? Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Elder Uchiha, Kakashi, and others were first startled. Then, their expressions varied. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows, feeling an extremely bad premonition. The elder of the Uchiha clan, however, was filled with hope and anticipation. Kakashi showed a hint of sadness. In fact, no matter what, after Might Guy opened the 8 gates, Death Gate, Kakashi understood that no matter who won or lost in the end, Guy would definitely die. Madara. At that moment, Hyuga Hizashi had already activated his Byakugan and was looking into the tunnel with a shocked expression. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Hizashi and immediately knew that Hizashi had seen who the final victor was with his Byakugan. Sure enough, tap tap, a powerful figure dressed in a black robe slowly emerged from the dark mountain tunnel, appearing before everyone. It was Chen Yiban, and in the eyes of everyone present, Uchiha Madara. At this moment, Chen Yiban was not only unscathed, but he had also changed into a new black robe to replace the previously damaged one, appearing impeccably dressed. He looked just like Uchiha Madara. Under the moonlight, Chen Yiban, wearing a black robe with long flowing hair, stood before everyone. Teacher, Uchiha Chio and Uchiha Chi couldn't help but leap forward with expressions of surprise. They finally reached Chen Yiban's side. Teacher, I knew. No one could hurt you, right? Even opening the so-called 8 gates wouldn't work. The siblings looked at their teacher, who had now been neatly dressed again, with eyes full of respect and admiration. In their eyes, their teacher was invincible, unbeatable. In response, Chen Yiban smiled slightly at his 2 disciples beside him. It was at this moment, no more waiting, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that facing 8 gates guy, even a legendary Uchiha, Madara, couldn't possibly be unscathed. At this moment, Madara was definitely at his weakest. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen made a decisive decision. He formed hand seals and used Shiki Fujin. Whoosh! In the next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly moved to stand before Chen Yiban. Hokage-sama, Sarutobi. Behind him, Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma. Yuhi Kurenai, Hyuga Hizashi, and others looked at the suddenly acting Sarutobi Hiruzen with surprise. Even Asuma was shocked, looking at his father in front of him. Shiki Fujin technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a resolute expression as he reached out for the legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. Almost at the same time, Chen Yiban pushed away Chio and Chi beside him. Tap! Because of this, Chen Yiban was grabbed by Sarutobi Hiruzen with both hands. Teacher, the siblings, after their uncertainty, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of them with murderous intent. Old man, are you seeking death? Let go of Lord Madara. The Uchiha clan members were also anxious. In response, Hyuga Hizashi, Kakashi, Asuma, and others reacted quickly and immediately protected their 3rd Hokage, who had grabbed Chen Yiban. Thus, both sides engaged in a fierce battle. However, when Chio and Chi were preparing to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen to rescue their teacher, they saw Chen Yiban wearing a calm smile, gently waving his hand. This immediately halted the siblings' movements. Teacher, they understood that Chen Yiban didn't need their intervention. They also knew their teacher's strength. However, the siblings still couldn't help but worry. Is this the Shinigami? Being grabbed by the Shiki Fujin of the 3rd Hokage. Chen Yiban also saw the so-called Shinigami appearing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen from the original story. Speaking of which, this was the first time Chen Yiban had seen it. In the previous experiences in the Hokage timeline, Chen Yiban had never seen this mysterious so-called Shinigami from the original story without actively seeking it out. Unexpectedly, he saw it at this moment. At this time, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and Chen Yiban could see the existence of the Shinigami. Madara, I will not let you continue to harm the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen said resolutely to Chen Yiban in front of him. At the same time, the Shinigami had already begun to pass through Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, preparing to seize Chen Yiban's soul, while Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a pained expression. Is that so? Chen Yiban said lightly. Then, a faint purple light of ocular power suddenly appeared in Chen Yiban's eyes. Chapter 38. Hell King vs. Shinigami? As a faint purple light of ocular power suddenly appeared in Chen Yiban's eyes, the next moment, a pair of Rinnegan emerged in Chen Yiban's eyes. Then this is the Rinnegan? No, it's different from the legendary Rinnegan. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Chen Yiban, who was right in front of him, in surprise. He saw the eyes that looked very much like the legendary Rinnegan, but with 9 small tomo, glowing with a faint bluish light in the purple hue. Looking at Uchiha Madara like this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart trembled. Just consider this as the Rinnegan. At this moment, Chen Yiban, with his eyes wide open revealing the 9-tails Rinnegan, showed a faint smile as he passed by. At the same time, seeing the seemingly shocked death god, Chen Yiban, in the next instant, activated. The 9-tails Rinnegan gently radiated its ocular power, unleashing something. Soon after, a massive half-figure of the King of Hell swiftly emerged from the ground behind Chen Yiban. This was indeed the ability of the Hell Path possessed by the Rinnegan. In the original storyline, this technique was showcased multiple times by the Hell Path of the 6 Paths of Pain. However, unlike the original story, Chen Yiban summoned the King of Hell using the 9-tails Rinnegan. Therefore, the eyes of the King of Hell behind Chen Yiban also glowed with a faint purple hue mixed with the deep blue of the 9-tails Rinnegan. What is this? Upon seeing the appearance of the King of Hell, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was already shocked that Chen Yiban possessed the legendary Rinnegan, now displayed even more astonishment. Even the death god as shadow, upon seeing the King of Hell as figure, also trembled in its eyes. At the same time, the death god felt a strong sense of threat emanating from the massive King of Hell in front of him. Instantly, the next second, the death god, filled with trepidation, prepared to flee. What contracts or anything else were no longer important. During this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sensing the death goddess fear, could hardly believe it. The thing in front of him actually made the incomprehensible death god feel fear. And Chen Yiban would certainly not allow the death god to truly escape. Since you are here, you shall remain. Chen Yiban's lips curled into a cold smile. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Shu, the king of hell, as figure opened its large mouth. Countless faint purple chains immediately bound the so-called death god in front of them. Even in the next moment, they were directly pulled in and then gulped down. Nanny. Sarutobi Hiruzen was dumbfounded. However, before Sarutobi Hiruzen could react, countless faint purple energy chains shot out from the king of hell's mouth at high speed, making it impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to evade. He was directly ensnared, and the surrounding ninjas saw the soul of the third Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, being pulled out. Following that, they saw the king of hell's figure attempting to swallow Sarutobi Hiruzen's soul. Sarutobi. At this moment, Sarutobi Asuma came to the rescue. But don't interfere. Shinra Tensei. Chen Yiban, with a wave of his hand from a distance, used the repulsive force of the Rinnegan to send Sarutobi Asuma flying back. Instantly, the latter was sent flying thousands of meters away by the terrifying repulsive force, crashing into multiple Konoha buildings before poofing into white smoke. He was forcibly sent back to Flower Fruit Mountain. Thus, with another gulp, the king of hell successfully swallowed Sarutobi Hiruzen's soul. Old man, not far away, Sarutobi Asuma, blocked by the Uchiha clan, now had a face full of surprise, disbelief, and sadness. The Hokage-sama was actually. Countless Konoha ninjas stopped their actions at this moment. The previous Might Guy had died. Now, their Hokage's soul had been swallowed by that monster. What were they still fighting for? Teacher, over here, Uchiha Aki and Uchiha Nanako returned to Chen Yiban's side. The siblings looked at Chen Yiban, who had opened a pair of Nine-Tails Rinnegan, with increasing admiration. Feeling the terrifying ocular power contained in Chen Yiban's eyes at this moment, the siblings were filled with awe. Their reverence was beyond words. Congratulations on defeating the death god of this world, earning 5 high-level lottery draws. Congratulations on defeating the third Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, earning 1 high-level lottery draw. Current high-level lottery draw count 9 times. In the void, the system bubbled up appropriately. And just after receiving a hit from Might Guy and finishing the opponent before Might Guy breathed his last, Chen Yiban had earned another high-level lottery draw. Combined with the 2 previous draws from Uchiha Fugaku and Itachi not long ago, Chen Yiban now had a total of 9 high-level lottery draws. Speaking of which, Chen Yiban had not realized anything about the 2 lottery draws from Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku before. However, when he received another high-level lottery draw from Might Guy just now, he remembered that in the Naruto timeline, Might Guy only provided him with 1 super lottery draw. Now, it was a high-level one. Clearly, the strength of the characters from the 2 timelines was not significantly different. It was only after casually asking the system about the tunnel proposed by Night Guy in the mountain that he realized it had upgraded invisibly. Actually, it didn't matter much. After all, being able to obtain a higher-level lottery was always a good thing. Moreover, since Chen Yiban and the system shared honor, an upgrade of the system was also a good thing for Chen Yiban. However, Chen Yiban was also surprised that the death god actually provided him with 5 high-level lottery draws. Not bad. Thinking this, the next moment, Chen Yiban, with his pair of Nine-Tails Rinnegan, slowly turned around, looking at the Konoha ninjas and the Uchiha clan behind him. Seeing that the Konoha ninjas had halted their actions, the Uchiha clan members jumped back to Chen Yiban's front one by one, each looking up at the ancestor Uchiha Madara with reverence. The elder looked at Chen Yiban in disbelief. That was, the Rinnegan? Their Madara actually possessed the legendary eyes of the Sage of 6 Paths. Before the elder could excitedly ask anything, Chen Yiban, standing between Uchiha Aki and Uchiha Nanako, looked towards a group of Konoha ninjas led by Nara Shikaku, Kakashi, Hyuga Hizashi, Yamanka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza. So, will you obey or continue to foolishly resist? With a pair of eyes that glowed faint purple mixed with deep blue, Chen Yiban coldly stared at the group of Konoha ninjas. You, Sarutobi Asuma, glared angrily at the immensely powerful Chen Yiban, unable to comprehend. At that moment, Hyuga Hizashi chose to lower his head first, submitting. Then, Kakashi sighed and released the kunai in his hand. Following that, one after another, countless Konoha ninjas chose to give up resistance. You all. Sarutobi Asuma was furious yet helpless. A wise choice. Chen Yiban seemed to admire Hyuga Hizashi. the first to express submission. Chapter Horminski Lens, Bonbon. 3 years later, on the top of a tall castle tower, a tall figure dressed in a black robe stood with arms crossed in front of him. Behind him, a long black hair flowed in the wind. Below the huge castle tower was an incredibly vast country, looking down at the prosperous nation and the ninjas and civilians living in peace within the country. I never expected to create a new eternal nation in this Naruto timeline again. Chen Yiban felt something in his heart and couldn't help but exclaim. Yes, 3 years have passed. Chen Yiban once again conquered the entire ninja world with unparalleled power. Once again, he created an eternal nation. During this time, he certainly also indirectly defeated many powerful ninjas, such as Noki, Terumi Mei, Tsunade, and Reikage, who were already familiar opponents. Therefore, Chen Yiban now has Super Level Lottery, 47 times, Heaven Level Lottery, 27 times, Immortal Level Lottery, 11 times. Now, the system refuses to record any lottery below Super Level after the upgrade. The reason is that it looks down on them. However, for Chen Yiban, there isn't much loss, because he has gradually lost interest in lotteries below Super Level. Generally, Chen Yiban wouldn't take action against anything below Super Level. So, the system not recording it means little loss for Chen Yiban. On the contrary, after the system upgrade, when Chen Yiban defeats or kills beings with Super Level value, he can obtain better Heaven Level Lottery. What was once Heaven Level has now become the supreme Immortal Level Lottery. Speaking of which, the previous Naruto world could not provide Immortal Level Lottery for Chen Yiban. However, now, over a dozen Immortal Level Lotteries. Thinking about this, Chen Yiban smiled slightly. At the same time, he felt his own cultivation level at this moment. A special lottery has allowed me to restore my Shinsien level cultivation. That's right. After taking this Naruto timeline and unifying it, Chen Yiban received a special lottery. Ignoring the differences of worlds and timelines, Chen Yiban can draw lots or exchange for other worlds he has previously traveled through, such as the cultivation world. Chen Yiban used it, but not for lottery. Instead, he directly exchanged it for cultivation in the cultivation world. Although the value of the special lottery was greatly reduced due to designated exchange, it allowed Chen Yiban, who had lost all his cultivation, to recover his Shinsien realm magical power. Originally, Chen Yiban wouldn't stay in this world for 3 years. After all, the ninjas in this world couldn't hold him back for that long. The reason he stayed in this world for 10 years was to stabilize the recently restored Shinsien cultivation. Now, Chen Yiban felt that his inner cultivation was incredibly solid and stable. Perhaps it was time to leave. Chen Yiban still wanted to return to the previous world to settle accounts with Yinshu Wang. However, although there were many lotteries now, Chen Yiban was still not satisfied. After being plotted against by Yinshu Wang once, Chen Yiban wanted absolute strength or assurance. A dozen Immortal Level lotteries are quite a lot, but Chen Yiban still felt it wasn't enough. 100 times. With 100 times, returning to the previous cultivation world would be secure. Therefore, Chen Yiban planned to continue traveling to other worlds, defeating some powerful beings, and then obtaining more Immortal Level lotteries. Just then, with a sound of breaking through the air, a figure suddenly appeared on the rooftop behind Chen Yiban. That person looked at Chen Yiban, who was standing at the edge of the rooftop with his arms crossed. The next moment, although I still can't feel your chakra, that incredibly astonishing power seems to have been completely stabilized by you. A voice almost identical to Chen Yiban's sounded from behind him. Hearing this, Chen Yiban did not turn around, but knew who the visitor was. A faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Tap, tap. Then, with a series of footsteps, the person walked to Chen Yiban's side. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Chen Yiban on this high rooftop, they looked down at the entire eternal kingdom below. Finally, do you have something to discuss with me, Madara? Chen Yiban slightly turned his body and glanced at the man beside him, who looked almost identical to himself. The person who had just arrived was none other than the original Shinobi World Shura of this Naruto timeline. Uchiha Madara. By the way, don't you feel awkward calling another version of yourself Madara? Another, me, Uchiha Madara, dressed in a blue robe, also smiled faintly as he glanced at Chen Yiban beside him. Hearing this, Chen Yiban couldn't help but chuckle. Awkward? Not really. His true identity is Chen Yiban, so calling Uchiha Madara doesn't feel awkward to Chen Yiban. However, like in the previous Naruto timeline, Uchiha Madara still referred to Chen Yiban as another me. You. Uchiha Madara slightly pouted. Thinking of the power this guy possessed, Madara couldn't help but feel a bit displeased. They are both Uchiha Madara. How could another version of himself be so powerful? This matter has haunted the Uchiha Madara of this timeline for 3 years. However, The Madara of this timeline does not know that Madara from the Naruto timeline has been brooding over it for decades and still often feels displeased. You are leaving, aren't you? Suddenly, Uchiha Madara spoke beside Chen Yiban. Hearing this, Chen Yiban's pair of black eyes flashed with surprise as he glanced again at Uchiha Madara, who was dressed in a blue robe. However, he quickly regained his calm expression and looked back at the vast territory below, where ninjas and civilians lived and worked in peace in the Eternal Kingdom. Yet, he did not immediately answer Uchiha Madara, until Uchiha Madara was a bit impatient and wanted to say something again. Together, Chen Yiban suddenly spoke, countering with a question. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara's body and mind jolted violently. The next moment, a pair of pale purple Rinnegan with 6 tomo unexpectedly burst forth uncontrollably. You serious? Uchiha Madara was somewhat inexplicably excited, yet also a bit suspicious. Do you have the ability to bring others across the barriers of different worlds? In response, Chen Yiban looked at the countless ninjas and civilians moving about on the streets of the kingdom below, eating, drinking, and trading, and then replied, why not? One super-level lottery is enough for Chen Yiban to travel to other worlds, even if bringing others along increases the number of lotteries. However, with dozens of super-level lotteries in hand, why would Chen Yiban need to worry about anything else? As for why he suddenly brought this up, just a whim. Chapter 40, Hashirama. Naruto, Timeline Valley of the End. Hashirama. Uchiha Madara turned his gaze in disbelief towards the Senju Hashirama, who had stabbed him in the back with a sword. Although this was Uchiha Madara's plan, and death was something he wanted, at this moment, Uchiha Madara still couldn't believe it. Was this person behind him still the Senju Hashirama he once knew? In response, I want to protect us. No, it's my village. However, Senju Hashirama, who was holding the katana that pierced Uchiha Madara's body, wore a face of indifference and determination. I will not forgive anyone who harms the village, even if it's my brother, my close friend, or even my child. At this moment, Senju Hashirama's eyes were filled with chill as he looked at Uchiha Madara. Cough, cough. Uchiha Madara coughed up blood, and his gaze became complex as he looked one last time at Senju Hashirama behind him. Hashirama, you have changed. You have become misguided. One day, this will turn into the darkness of the village. After saying this, Uchiha Madara slowly fell down, and looking at his former close friend killed by his own hands, lying in front of him, with torn clothes, Senju Hashirama felt an overwhelming fatigue. Suddenly, just after relaxing for a few seconds at that moment, Uchiha Madara, a familiar voice echoed behind Senju Hashirama. In an instant, Hashirama's heart and body shook. After urgently turning around, Senju Hashirama saw the most shocking scene of his life. Step, step. Amidst the slow footsteps, several figures were slowly walking towards him. In that moment, as he caught sight of the 2 familiar figures in front, Senju Hashirama, who was already filled with suspicion, became even more incredulous. Madara. Hashirama exclaimed in disbelief. He saw, dozens of meters ahead, 2 almost identical Uchiha Madara's walking towards him. One was dressed in a black cloak, the other in a blue cloak. Yet they both looked almost exactly like Madara, if we include the Madara who had just died behind him. 3. At this moment, there were actually 3 Uchiha Madara's appearing. Clones. No. In his uncertainty, Hashirama glanced at the Madara who had just died behind him. But he immediately refuted his guess. He wouldn't be mistaken. The Madara who had just died behind him was the real one. It couldn't be a clone. Then, are the 2 in front clones? No, that can't be right either. Once the original dies, the shadow clone shouldn't still exist. It should disappear. Moreover, Madara had no need for such tricks. It would make no sense. So, what on earth is this? At this moment, Senju Hashirama was filled with shock and confusion. In fact, there was not just 2 Madaras appearing. There were several other figures behind or around them. However, at this moment, aside from the 2 living Uchiha Madara's, it seemed that Hashirama couldn't see anyone else for the time being. Long time no see, Hashirama. From a Naruto timeline, the Uchiha Madara in a blue cloak looked at the still shocked Senju Hashirama with excitement and battle intent in his eyes. Beside Madara, is it another ninja timeline? And, at this time in the timeline, the one in the black cloak, Chen Yiban, glanced at the armored and tattered Hashirama, then looked at the Uchiha Madara standing behind him, who had died with a katana. Suddenly, Chen Yiban understood everything. He's back in the world of Naruto again. Still during the Madara versus Hashirama at the Valley of the End period. Unexpectedly, there are indeed other timelines. Next to Chen Yiban stood a white-haired woman in a long white robe with 3 special eyes. Teacher, could that also be? Behind Chen Yiban, a pair of siblings, a boy and a girl around their teens, were both surprised as they looked around, finally fixing their gaze on Senju Hashirama and the lifeless Uchiha Madara, especially upon seeing the scene where the Uchiha Madara from this world, who looked almost identical to their teacher, was killed. The siblings' eyes were filled not only with shock but also with a surge of endless anger. Teacher, let me kill him. Uchiha Aki looked at Senju Hashirama, and a pair of light purple Rinnegan immediately appeared in his eyes. And me too. Uchiha Chi-Chi also revealed a pair of Rinnegan with 6 small tomo. Boom! A powerful chakra and ocular power erupted. This, on the opposite side, Senju Hashirama was stunned. I think we probably don't need to intervene. Behind Madara, Uchiha Izuna clenched his fists as he looked at his brother in front of him. Although he hated that Hashirama had killed his brother in this world, Izuna knew, next, his brother would fight Hashirama himself. And now, even 10 Hashirama would not be a match for his brother. Therefore, although Izuna also harbored murderous intent, he chose to endure. Hearing this, Uchiha Aki and Uchiha Chi-Chi, the siblings, looked at the 2 almost identical teachers in front of them, and soon, they also understood to restrain their terrifying chakra. They began to stand aside and no longer spoke. Kaguya Otsutsuki glanced at Chen Yiban, and seeing that he said nothing, she chose to quietly observe the situation on the field. In response, step, under everyone's gaze, the Madara from Timeline stepped forward. In the astonished eyes of Senju Hashirama, Madara from walked up to him. Then, Madara from first glanced at the lifeless body of another self on the ground. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the moment he was attacked from behind by Hashirama. Another me. Could you help me out? Filled with battle intent, yet also excitement and killing intent, Madara from spoke as if to himself while looking at Senju Hashirama. In response, Chen Yiban behind seemed to understand something. Clang, with a point from a distance, a burst of golden light shot out. Finally, in a situation where Hashirama could not evade at all, it struck him. However, thinking it was an attack, Hashirama, the next moment was shocked to find his chakra had instantly recovered to its peak state. Is that so? Chen Yiban smiled. Thanks. In front, with his back to the others, Madara from nodded. And in the next instant, clang, a pair of Sharingan erupted. Hashirama. Chapter 41. The Shocked Valley of the Madara. Boom! As the Sharingan of Uchiha Madara for Naruto Timeline unleashed its ocular power, a Susa, complete, form towering hundreds of meters, suddenly erupted. At this moment, if there were any so-called Jonin present, they would definitely be killed by the overwhelming power of the Susa. However, at this moment, there was not a single so-called Jonin on the scene. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, led by Chen Yiban, Uchiha Aki, Uchiha Chi-Chi, Uchiha Izuna, and Kaguya Otsutsuki all lightly leaped to evade the impact caused by the eruption of Susa. Senju Hashirama, filled with uncertainty, also flipped over a few times to dodge the violent shock wave produced by the eruption of Susa. And at this time, Chen Yiban, in his hand, he was actually holding someone. It was this world's Uchiha Madara, who had entered death for the plan at the Valley of the End. That is, Madara from Naruto Timeline. Brother. At the right moment, Uchiha Izuna leaped forward, returning to Chen Yiban's side. Then, Izuna looked at the Uchiha Madara in Chen Yiban's hand, another brother from this world. Leave it to me, brother. Chen Yiban nodded without objection. Taking the Uchiha Madara from the Valley of the End from Chen Yiban's hands, Izuna looked at his brother, who was entering a planned death at this moment. Even though he already knew that his brother's death at this moment was planned, Izuna couldn't help but feel anger and killing intent towards Senju Hashirama and the entire Senju clan at this moment. Unknowingly, a pair of blood-red Sharingan blossomed in Izuna's eyes. Open. Clang. At the same time, Izuna formed hand seals and cast a certain activating secret technique on the brother from this world who was entering death. Indeed, it was the forbidden technique, Izanagi, that ignited this world as Uchiha Madara applied to his right eye. In the next moment, Final Valley Madara, who had originally been lying on the ground, dead in this world, suddenly opened his eyes in a bizarre manner. And, whoosh, the light in his right Sharingan was gone. It was indeed this world as Uchiha Madara, revived from the Naruto timeline. Originally, according to Madara's plan, Izanagi was supposed to activate a few days later. However, due to Izuna's provocation, the forbidden technique activated ahead of schedule. This timeline's Madara was revived earlier than in the original plot. In fact, he was revived right on the battlefield of Final Valley, where he had just died. Brother. Seeing Madara open his eyes, Izuna couldn't help but call out. Hearing this, the recently revived Madara who had just sat up from the ground, looked at the person beside him and exclaimed, "Izuna." The Uchiha Madara of this world narrowed his pupils in shock, feeling a mix of disbelief and uncontainable hope. "It's me, Izuna." Uchiha Izuna smiled and nodded happily. What is going on? "Izuna, you're not supposed to." The Madara of this world was both surprised and delighted, but couldn't help feeling confused. He even doubted whether the delayed activation of Izanagi had gone wrong, and if he had truly died. Is this place the Pure Land? The Madara of this timeline couldn't help but think anxiously. However, looking at his brother Izuna, who seemed to be standing alive in front of him, this timeline's Madara felt excitement and happiness in his heart. But at that moment, awake, a familiar yet strange voice came from behind. Hearing this, the recently revived Madara immediately took a defensive posture. His remaining left eye also immediately shone with the brilliance of the Sharingan. However, the next moment, a deeper shock appeared on Uchiha Madara's face. This timeline's Madara looked at the person in front of him with an expression of disbelief. Standing in front of him at that moment was Chen Yiban, who looked almost exactly like him. "Who are you? How dare you?" Madara's words were interrupted when he suddenly heard, "Hashirama, Madara," another familiar yet strange voice. The familiar one was Hashirama's voice. The familiar yet strange part was another version of himself. Instinctively turning to look, the Uchiha Madara of this world, with his remaining left eye, was filled with astonishment. Boom! In the distance, Senju Hashirama released a wooden figure, while another Madara was inside Susanoo. Then, the wooden figure and Susanoo exchange a punch. In an instant, the shockwave accompanied by a loud noise swept in all directions. Although this shockwave couldn't harm Madara, looking at the person fighting Hashirama at that moment, gazing at the person who looked almost exactly like him, witnessing that overwhelming power and that completed Susanoo, this world's Madara couldn't help but feel dazed. To be honest, he felt like he had truly died and entered a dreamlike world for the dead. Otherwise, how could such a dreamlike event occur? Regarding this, brother, Uchiha Izuna took a few steps forward, coming before Chen Yiban with a pleading expression. Don't worry." Chen Yiban smiled lightly and patted Izuna's shoulder. Then, whoosh, Chen Yiban seemed to teleport, suddenly appearing in front of the shocked Madara. And in that instant of surprise, before Madara could react, Chen Yiban smacked Madara's right eye, which had lost its light. Suddenly struck, Madara was pushed back several steps. Feeling like he was being toyed with, Madara was just about to explode. In the next second, he froze. My right eye, how could it actually regain its light? His hands froze in midair. Madara was shocked to feel his right eye's vision and the brilliance of his Sharingan restored. He couldn't believe that the right eye he had used for the forbidden technique Izanagi had regained its light. What did you just do? Madara looked at the person in front of him, who almost looked like him, and was dressed similarly, feeling increasingly astonished and incredulous. Chen Yiban had just slapped his right eye, and in the next second, the eye regained its light. It was clear that Chen Yiban had helped him, but Madara didn't understand how he did it. Boom! At that moment, he saw the enormous Susanoo shatter Senju Hashirama's wooden figure. Hashirama, the wooden figure technique can no longer stop me. Use that technique. The Madara from Timeline 3 excitedly watched as Senju Hashirama's wooden figure was just broken. Madara. Senju Hashirama's eyes narrowed. The next moment, he brought his hands together. Whoosh, entering Sage mode. Sage art. Would release. True 1,000 hands. Chapter 42. Kagaya Otsutsuki. There is also me. The Buddha of the top. Crackle. A massive wooden release. True 1,000 hands, reaching a terrifying height of 1,000 meters. Now stood before everyone after a cloud of dust settled. Is this the power of the former Senju Hashirama, the god of shinobi? Looking at the gigantic Senju wooden release ahead, Uchiha Chio couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Even though he had the Rinnegan thanks to his teacher, Chen Yiban's help, seeing the massive 1,000-meter wooden release in front of him made Uchiha Chio feel a sense of awe. After all, both he and his brother Chi had their powers almost entirely reliant on their teacher, Uchiha Madara. The power displayed by the other party at this moment was cultivated by Senju Hashirama himself, which was what made Chio feel amazed and admire. However, if we really talk about combat power, Uchiha Chio, who possessed the 6 Tomo Rinnegan, expressed that he could toy with the Senju Hashirama in front of him. Regarding this, Chio's brother, Chi, had a similar thought, and even didn't quite understand why that teacher wanted to play around with the other party. Similarly possessing the 6 Tomo Rinnegan, Chi stated that if he were to come Senju Hashirama wouldn't even have a chance to release such a massive ninjutsu. Hashirama. Over here, Madara, who had just regained the light in his right eye, felt a surge of blood boiling upon seeing Senju Hashirama's true thousand hands. Of course, he was also increasingly puzzled. Why? Why did Izuna revive? And what about the two people next to him, and the one fighting with Hashirama, who looked exactly like him? The Uchiha Madara of this world couldn't help but be overwhelmed with complex thoughts at this moment. The method Chen Yiban used to restore Madara's right eye's light was simply eye power elevation. It was also the reason why those fighting with Hashirama, Madara, Izuna, Chio, and Chi had the Rinnegan. It was originally meant to cause a qualitative change in eye power. Just now, it was also able to restore the light in the right eye of the fourth Obito. Originally, Chen Yiban was just trying it out, but unexpectedly, it really worked. Haha. Just like that. Come on, Hashirama. Over there, the third Obito was excited and full of fighting spirit. Although he had enough power to instantly kill Hashirama, the third Obito only displayed the power of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan while fighting with Hashirama. He wanted to experience that exhilarating feeling of battle once again. It's time to go, Madara. On the head of the real thousand-handed giant Buddha, Hashirama was controlling the thousand-handed wood release with his hands together. Then, he stared at the Susanoo complete body, which had become somewhat small in front of the real thousand hands. Huh. The third Obito smiled meaningfully and passed by. In the next moment, he clenched his right hand into a fist and suddenly shouted on top of the Susanoo. Expand. Boom! Indeed, it was the complete body of Susanoo, and its size suddenly skyrocketed. It directly grew to a terrifying height of over 700 meters. It was almost not much smaller than the thousand-handed would release. Madara. This scene made Hashirama, in sage mode, narrow his eyes. Nani. On the other side, the fourth Obito of this timeline showed an expression of disbelief again. He couldn't believe he was looking at a Susanoo that reached a height of over 700 meters, something he couldn't achieve. That guy, who looked exactly like him and even had the same Sharingan, possessed strength far beyond his own. What on earth is going on? Who are you? Finally unable to suppress his confusion, the fourth Obito looked at Chen Yiban beside him and asked a question that he couldn't figure out. Meanwhile, Izuna, having just seen his brother's right eye regain its light, didn't have time to be happy before hearing his brother's question. Upon hearing this, Izuna subconsciously glanced at Chen Yiban. And Chen Yiban, ding! A normal three-tomo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. The crimson brilliance seemed to illuminate the fourth Obito's eternal Manjiki Sharingan. In the next moment, the fourth Obito covered his eyes and suddenly took 2 steps back. At the same time, in the distance, the third Obito was already engaged in a fierce battle with Hashirama, with Susanoo being destroyed and restored, and would release being severed and restored. The two individuals, possessing terrifying amounts of chakra, were fighting desperately. To this, so it is. After retreating a few steps while covering his eyes, the fourth Obito fell into silence for about a few seconds before suddenly bursting into laughter. This is truly a bit magical and unbelievable. As he spoke, he lowered his hands and reopened his eyes to directly face the other self from another timeline. I can't help but suspect that Uchiha Obito, have really died, and everything happening now is just a slight fantasy of a dead person. The fourth Obito then self-deprecatingly chuckled. Upon hearing this, Chen Yiban couldn't help but smile slightly. Maybe. Tap, tap. At this moment, a white figure slowly walked over. It was indeed Kaguya Tsutsuki, who had followed them from the third Hokage timeline. Seeing her, the fourth Obito's expression suddenly turned cold. Although the world of Timeline 3 did not have any heartfelt incidents due to Chen Yiban's involvement, the fourth Obito at the Valley of the End knew that in the future, the so-called Black Zetsu would lead and deceive him. And the ultimate goal of Black Zetsu was to free his mother, Kaguya Tsutsuki. Therefore, upon seeing Kaguya Tsutsuki, the fourth Obito couldn't help but feel a bit displeased. By the way, this world should still have a Black Zetsu, right? It was even nearby not long ago. It just left after seeing itself being killed by Hashirama. Then, you and that guy who is fighting with Hashirama can continue your business. Suddenly, while the fourth Obito was thinking, Chen Yiban suddenly said this. The fourth Obito showed a puzzled expression upon hearing this, then asked, Do you mean you want to continue to open the barriers of the world and travel through time again? Yes. Chen Yiban nodded in acknowledgement and said, This world can't withstand the chaos of 3 Uchiha Obitos, let alone, my power is far beyond both of you. You guy. The fourth Obito immediately glared at Chen Yiban, this other self from another timeline, feeling a bit displeased. Teacher, I want to go with you and Shichibi too. At this time, Uchiha Izuna smiled brightly. Okay, Chen Yiban nodded in agreement. And me too. Kagaya, Tsutsuki gently spoke after coming to Chen Yiban's side. Chapter 1, Uchiha Shichibi. Hey everyone, do you want to fight with me? In a giant city, a fierce battle was erupting. The Avengers were clashing with the invading Chitauri aliens, engaging in intense confrontation. The conflict between invaders and defenders. Boom, suddenly, as he was shot from behind, a man in iron armor fell from the sky. Damn! Although he was wearing armor, Tony Stark was relatively unscathed but still cursed angrily. Then, seeing the Chitauri alien warship charging at him again, he directly raised his hand and blasted it with a powerful quantum shockwave. Stark above you. At this time, Captain America nearby reminded him just in time. Soon after, on the battlefield, Hawkeye, Natasha, Hulk, Thor, and other Avengers looked up and saw Chitauri's Leviathan mechanical beast flying out from the time-space portal above, invading this planet, flying over the city. Oh, this is just great, Stark said helplessly. Roar. The Hulk suddenly let out an angry roar. Boom. In the next moment, he jumped high and landed a heavy punch directly on the Leviathan mechanical beast that had just flown out of the time-space portal. Nice. While Stark was blasting away the Chitauri aliens, he couldn't help but glance at the Hulk over there. I knew you could do it. Upon hearing this, the Hulk couldn't help but smirk slightly. At this moment, Natasha seemed to see something and said, Hey guys, it seems a bit bad. It turned out that from the time-space portal in the sky, more and more alien Leviathan mechanical beasts were flying out, one after another, soon above the entire city. Besides the Chitauri's individual warships, countless Leviathan mechanical beasts were also soaring between the skyscrapers. These bastards. Hawkeye couldn't help but curse angrily. Big guy. Natasha looked at the Hulk and asked, Can you handle it? Roar. Without saying a word, the Hulk directly roared and jumped towards the sky. Let's fight together, guys. Captain America was below, countering the Chitauri aliens while also trying to rescue civilians. Natasha did the same. Hawkeye kept shooting arrows from his back. Stark mainly handled aerial combat. And Hulk would jump, which was about right. As for the powerful Thor, he would support wherever he was needed. In this way, the Avengers fought separately and temporarily halted the Chitauri aliens' advance. However, the Avengers' stamina was also quickly depleting, and soon they began to feel fatigued and made mistakes. Boom! In a moment of carelessness, Stark, wearing his iron armor, was hit again by a Chitauri alien warship and fell from the sky once more. Then, he was surrounded and attacked by a group of Chitauri aliens. On the other side, even the mighty Thor began to suffer from concentrated fire from the Chitauri warships. The other Avengers gradually showed signs of exhaustion, facing a very unfavorable situation under the onslaught of the Chitauri aliens. Meanwhile, on the top of a distant skyscraper, Teacher, what are those? It feels like this world isn't a ninja world. I can't sense anyone with chakra. Four figures stood atop the skyscraper, gazing calmly at the battlefield engulfed in flames. During this time, Uchiha Chio looked at Chen Yiban beside him and smiled lightly. The four figures were indeed Chen Yiban, Uchiha Chio, Uchiha Chijia, and Otsutsuki Kagaya. Chen Yiban had once again crossed over to a world that was no longer that of ninjas. However, he hadn't expected it to be this world. Chen Yiban looked at the battlefield over there, somewhat surprised. He had returned to the modern age, but it wasn't the modern time and space he originally came from. Instead, the Avengers? And it was the timeline of the first movie. Want to play? Go ahead. Chen Yiban glanced at the siblings beside him and suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Chio and Chijia both revealed a somewhat cold smile. Then, Teacher, please excuse us. Swish, the siblings bowed to Chen Yiban, and in the next moment, they both vanished simultaneously. Aren't you interested? Chen Yiban looked at the only beautiful figure remaining by his side. In response, Otsutsuki Kagaya, with long snowy hair and 3 eyes, gazed at the distant battlefield. They're not worthy of my involvement. Saying this, Kagaya suddenly turned to Chen Yiban, who was dressed in a black robe. Of course. If it is your wish, I can take action. After speaking, Kagaya quietly watched the man before her. Chen Yiban smiled lightly. Do as you wish. Hearing Chen Yiban's words, Kagaya slightly bowed to him, then continued to stand with him, overlooking the distant battlefield from the skyscraper. At that moment, on the battlefield in the city, enough, you filthy mortals, do you know I am a god? Bang, bang, bang. Loki's words were interrupted as the Hulk grabbed one of his feet and began to swing him around like a rag doll. Boom! Finally, He slammed Loki into the dented ground, looking utterly bewildered. What a weak god, Hulk remarked. However, Hulk had not taken a few steps when he said, "Interesting. You look pretty strong. Want to fight with me for a while?" A young man in a black robe, with a white and red fan-shaped clan emblem on his back, smiled as he watched Hulk at this moment. This was Uchiha Chijia. He was now also 12 years old, standing at 175 meters tall, looking quite robust. To anyone who didn't know, they would never think of Uchiha Chijia as a minor. Hulk was taken aback when he suddenly noticed Uchiha Chijia appearing not far from him. He then pursed his lips and chose to ignore Uchiha Chijia, tilting his head up, clearly showing some disdain for Uchiha Chijia. After all, Hulk was more interested in dealing with those Leviathan mechanical beasts. Swish, however, suddenly, with a flicker of an afterimage, Uchiha Chijia's figure astonishingly appeared right in front of the Hulk. "Where are you going?" Uchiha Chijia smiled coldly, looking at the Hulk before him. And then, bang, he kicked out sideways, sending the still unresponsive Hulk crashing through several buildings. In the end, he slammed heavily into the ground below. What? Loki, who was lying on the ground, looked utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 2. Uchiha Chijia's contempt for the Hulk large-scale second stage Susanoo. Unleash. Who are you? Loki looked at the young man in the black robe before him, slowly rising from the ground. But bang! Uchiha Chijia raised his foot again, sending Loki flying out as well. The tremendous force caused Loki to crash through several buildings and fall into the ground below. Loki felt not only physical pain, but also emotional turmoil. Just after Uchiha Chijia kicked Loki away, an enormous green figure leaped towards him with an angry roar. It was the Hulk charging in to take revenge on Uchiha Chijia. "Come on, big guy." Uchiha Chijia coldly smiled as he faced Hulk's massive fist rushing towards him. Uchiha Chijia did not retreat. Instead, he moved forward. Boom! Uchiha Chijia also threw a punch. In an instant, their fists collided, creating a violent shockwave. The windows of countless buildings shattered in an instant. Uchiha Chijia surprisingly held his ground against Hulk's massive fist. Hulk couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. How is this possible? In the distance, Hawkeye witnessed this scene, his face filled with disbelief. Uchiha Chijia's height of 175 meters made him look like a kindergarten child before Hulk, yet he was able to match Hulk in terms of strength? How could this be possible? Hawkeye could hardly believe it. That was the Hulk. "Big guy, is that all the strength you have?" What no one expected was that the small figure of Uchiha Chijia, dwarfed by Hulk's enormous fist, wore a face of disappointment. At the same time, Hulk realized the disdain in Uchiha Chijia's eyes and voice. Instantly, Hulk's expression grew even angrier. Boom! The next moment, Hulk disregarded everything and punched out in anger. The entire skyscraper collapsed with a single blow. Dust and smoke filled the air. "What's going on over there?" In the distance, Tony Stark's voice came through the communicators of the Avengers. "I don't know. I'm trying to shut down the time-space device," Natasha replied. On the other side, Captain America and Thor also noticed the sudden collapse of the skyscraper in the distance, until Hawkeye's voice emerged. A mysterious boy in black clothing suddenly attacked the Hulk. "Impossible." Stark couldn't help but exclaim while dealing with the Chitauri aliens. He couldn't believe someone would be foolish enough to provoke the Hulk. Wasn't that asking for death? However, just now, Hulk's furious punch was blocked by that person. Hawkeye's voice timely responded through the communicator. "Is the opponent also a massive alien?" Captain America asked. "No. It's a yellow-skinned human about 175 meters tall." Hawkeye replied again. "What?" Tony exclaimed. "Hawkeye, what are you saying? A human can withstand the Hulk's strength?" The Avengers were all astonished while continuously battling the Chitauri aliens. At this moment, from the collapsed ruins of the building came a loud sound of a fist crashing down, causing the already collapsed structure to take another hit. It was somewhat disappointing, everyone. At the same time, a cold and arrogant voice emerged from beneath the buried ruins. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the Hulk was blasted out from inside, soaring into the sky. Unbelievably, did everyone lose? Looking at the Hulk being thrown far away, Tony Stark in his iron armor had a face full of disbelief. The others, including Captain America, Hawkeye, Natasha, and Thor, also wore expressions of surprise. Just then, with a clang, a gigantic blue energy giant, dozens of meters tall, erupted from the ruins of the building. It was Uchiha Shichi's Susanoo, a large second-stage Susanoo with legs and 4 arms. "Oh damn, what is that thing?" Tony Stark's face was full of uncertainty. At the scene, both the Avengers and the invading Chitauri aliens were astonished, staring at the suddenly appearing massive second-stage Susanoo. looking at that gigantic blue energy body, which was as big as a building. The Avengers were in shock. Even the Chitauri aliens were dumbfounded. That thing was even bigger than their Leviathan mechanical beast. Meanwhile, on the aircraft carrier in the sky, holy crap, what the hell is that? The one-eyed egghead looked at the monitoring screen with disbelief as the gigantic blue energy body appeared. He couldn't believe such a being existed in this world. I don't know. Sir, there have been no records of this before. Agent Hill, operating the supercomputer, continued to report. However, sir, the system can clearly detect that the massive body contains extremely powerful energy. Yes, obviously. Egghead nodded with uncertainty. Just then, Hill noticed something and said, Sir, the council is looking for you. Hearing this, Egghead, who already thought the situation was dire, felt things were getting worse. On the other side, the gigantic second stage, Susanoo, stood tall in the city. My God, what is that? It looked incredibly formidable. Could it be the god here to save this city? Civilians 5 kilometers away could see its massive figure, and they all gasped in shock. Wait, look! There seems to be a person inside its gigantic head. Someone pointed at the head of the large second stage, Susanoo, and exclaimed to those around him. Hearing this, others looked closely at the enormous Susanoo's head from a distance. Sure enough, they saw a figure within the head of the towering blue giant. It was Uchiha Shirchi. Suddenly, Uchiha Shirchi opened his eyes within the large second stage, Susanoo, and in an instant, crimson light erupted. It was a pair of glowing red Sharingan with 3 tomo. Roar! Suddenly, a giant beast's roar echoed beside Susanoo, as an alien Leviathan mechanical beast charged at Susanoo. Ha! Inside Susanoo, Uchiha Shirchi revealed a cold smile. With a swift motion, one of Susanoo's giant hands conjured a massive chakra scythe and swiftly slashed down. In the next moment, the alien Leviathan mechanical beast was instantly cut in half. It then fell to the ground with a loud crash, kicking up a large cloud of dust. This scene left Tony Stark, Captain America, Natasha, and Agent Hill on the aircraft carrier completely stunned. Chapter 3, Wood Clone. The curved blade slash from the large second stage, Susanoo, directly severed the Chitauri's Leviathan mechanical beast in half. It then crashed down into the city below, raising a lot of dust. Oh my God! Natasha, far away on a building, looked on in shock. What exactly are they? Captain America couldn't help but ask. This kind of power. Tony Stark gazed warily at the size of the large second stage, Susanoo, and the power it had just displayed. Meanwhile, inside the head of the large second stage, Susanoo, Uchiha Shirchi looked coldly at the fallen Leviathan mechanical beast. Hulk attack! Suddenly, a massive green figure leaped toward the large second stage, Susanoo. It was the Hulk returning to the battlefield. You're not my opponent. Uchiha Shirchi scoffed. At the same time, with a thought, the large second stage, Susanoo swung its curved blade again, aiming at the jumping Hulk in midair. Thunder rumbling. After a clap of thunder, Thor struck with lightning, causing the large second stage, Susanoo, to step back. Just then, the Hulk kicked the large second stage, Susanoo's chest while in midair, pushing it back a step. At that moment, crack, clang! Several alien Leviathan mechanical beasts flew in, grabbing onto the 4 arms and shoulders of the second stage, Susanoo. Faced with the large second stage, Susanoo, the Chitauri aliens actually temporarily united with the Avengers? The enemy of my enemy is my friend? Regardless, the time-space device must be shut down. At this moment, Natasha had obtained the Mind Scepter that Loki had dropped. She was preparing to use it to close the dimensional rift in the sky opened by the Tesseract. But hey lady, don't you know that picking up someone else's stuff means you have to return it to its owner? Loki had somehow returned to the building housing the time-space device. Now, standing in front of Natasha, didn't your father teach you not to invade and destroy other people's planets and homes? Natasha hid the Mind Scepter behind her back. Unbeknownst to her, her words stung Loki a bit. You want to die? I can make that happen. Loki conjured a blade in his hand, pointing it at Natasha. Hand over the scepter. Natasha looked at the situation before her, thinking of how to stall for time and wait for others to come help. Hello there. At that moment, a strange young girl's voice sounded from nearby. Instantly, both Natasha and Loki turned to the source of the voice. In the next second, they saw a girl in black clothing, around 20 years old, standing confidently on the edge of the building's railing, as if unafraid of falling. Loki and Natasha both sensed simultaneously. The girl before them bore a similar style to Uchiha Shirchi, who was inside the blue energy giant over there. They even looked quite alike. Siblings? Loki and Natasha instantly guessed some information. Hand over the scepter now, Loki whispered to Natasha. However, Natasha temporarily ignored Loki and looked at the girl in front of her, then tentatively spoke in a cherry blossom language. Aren't you afraid of falling down from there? Upon hearing this, Uchiha Chio, standing before Loki and Natasha, smiled faintly at the two of them but did not respond. Do you know that man over there? Natasha pointed towards the blue Susanoo and asked Uchiha Chio. At this moment, Uchiha Chio, with his black eyes wide open, looked at the second-tier Susanoo in the distance that was being bitten by several Leviathan mechanical beasts. Gee, this is quite a mess. Uchiha Chio called out half-jokingly. Seeing this scene, both Loki and Natasha felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Damn, they really know each other. Chi is that the name of that powerful, mysterious young man in black. To this, Uchiha Chi merely smiled lightly and said, Sister, you're slower than me. Just then, Tony, clad in iron armor, flew up to the giant Susanoo and looked at Uchiha Chi within the blue energy. Hey, buddy, are you friend or foe? Tony spoke, and Jarvis translated. However, Uchiha Chi showed no intention of answering. Instead, he coldly formed hand seals with both hands. Jikaka. The next moment, 10 wooden clones burst out from Uchiha Chi's body. Ah, damn. Tony inside the iron armor looked helpless. Sir, it seems the other party doesn't want to talk, Jarvis said, realizing the situation. Yeah, I've noticed, Tony replied, growing increasingly helpless. Then, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Zheng Hong. Just like the wooden clones that burst out from Uchiha Chi, 10 equally massive second-tier Susanoos emerged from the first Susanoo. They simultaneously punched and shattered the alien Leviathan mechanical beasts that were biting the first Susanoo. Zheng Dong, Zheng Dong, Zheng Dong, with a series of 10 heavy thuds. The 10 wooden clones of Uchiha Chi all condensed into large second-tier Susanoos, standing tall before all the Avengers. This is fantastic. Tony was at a loss for words. The others, like Captain America, Natasha, Hawkeye, as well as Thor and the Hulk, were all dumbfounded. Before them stood 11 towering blue energy giants, each several dozen meters tall, appearing in the city. This aura was simply despairing. Oh my God. In the distant sky carrier, Agent Hill looked in shock at the monitoring screen before her. Similarly, the agents and technicians around Hill were also staring at the 11 massive blue energy giants on the monitor, their faces filled with disbelief. Damn. In a remote high-level conference, Nick Fury also saw the monitoring footage. The high-ranking officials were just as shocked. Launch nuclear weapons immediately. The high-ranking officials no longer hesitated and gave the direct order. No, Nick Fury refused. Do you dare disobey? The officials glared angrily. But Nick Fury remained resolute. I refuse this order. At this moment on the battlefield, boom, a large second-tier Susanoo tore apart a Leviathan mechanical beast. At the same time, other Susanoos began to condense Severus no Magatomo and threw them in all directions at the Leviathan mechanical beasts, as well as at the Hulk, Thor, Iron Man, and others. What is happening now? Inside the iron armor, Tony dodged with all his might. Meanwhile, the Hulk was also constantly leaping to avoid. The power of the Yasaka no Magatama easily sliced through skyscrapers, annihilating the alien Leviathan mechanical beasts, making even Thor hesitate to face the continuous barrage of Yasaka no Magatama being thrown out. Chapter 4. The powerful Uchiha Chi, the collapsing Thor trio. Nuclear bombs incoming? The Yasaka no Magatama from the Susanoo primarily targeted the Hulk, Thor, and Tony Stark, who was darting around in his iron armor. In addition, the Chitauri's Leviathan mechanical beasts were almost entirely wiped out by the Yasaka no Magatama, although many Leviathan mechanical beasts continued to fly in from the space-time vortex above. Almost everyone that came was killed upon arrival. However, during this time, Captain America, Natasha, and Hawkeye were completely ignored by the Susanoo, or rather, by Uchiha Chi. With the Chitauri no longer attacking the city, Captain America and Hawkeye found themselves in a rare moment of leisure. Captain, aren't we going to help? Hawkeye glanced at Captain America beside him. To be honest, I want to join in, Captain America admitted. But looking at his own size, and then at the towering figures of the 11 large second-tier Susanoo, he thought they might just be a hindrance if they went up. Although he didn't want to admit it, Captain America had to acknowledge that the battlefield at this moment was not one they could participate in. We'll help evacuate and rescue the civilians around, while the Chitauri army isn't attacking the city. Saying this, Captain America took the lead and ran out with a shield. Seeing this, Hawkeye followed. Hey guys, I know you might not be in a good position right now, but I've encountered someone who might be a partner of that mysterious man in black. So could you come help me? Just as Captain America and Hawkeye had barely taken a few steps, Natasha's voice rang out in the Avengers communicators. At the same time, boom! Caught off guard. Thor used his hammer to block a powerful Yasaka no Magatama. Though he managed to stop it, the immense force sent Thor flying into a skyscraper, embedding him heavily into it. The entire city was in chaos. Crack! The Hulk was pierced by two Yasaka no Magatama, which lodged into his massive body. Roar! The Hulk roared in pain and anger. Tony Stark, however, relied on his iron armor to nimbly navigate between the skyscrapers, narrowly escaping several life-threatening situations. The power of the Yasaka no Magatama left Tony trembling in fear. "Sorry, I can't help right now," Tony replied to Natasha's distress call, feeling utterly helpless. "Captain?" Hawkeye glanced at Captain America, who nodded and immediately responded to Natasha, "The captain and I are on our way." The next moment, the two rushed towards the skyscraper where Natasha was located to provide support. At this moment, the heads of the 11 large second-tier Susanoos, is this all the strength your world has? Can you still dance? Over the years in the Naruto world, Uchiha Chii and his sister Chio had always regarded Uchiha Madara as an idol to emulate. Even their speaking habits and tones had to be said to be mimicked quite well by Uchiha Chii at this moment. Continue. Swish, swish, swish. The Yasaka no Magatama were thrown out in all directions as if they were free. They blasted towards Tony Stark, Thor the Hulk, and the Chitauri aliens all around. During this period, countless Chitauri warships and Leviathan mechanical beasts were cut down. At the same time, countless skyscrapers in the city suffered devastating strikes. The entire city was engulfed in smoke. Cries of surprise and wails of despair echoed continuously. "You bastard!" Tony dodged a shot from the Yasaka Magatama and launched an armor-piercing missile at the nearest large second-stage Susanoo. Boom! The Susanoo swatted the armor-piercing missile away with a punch, resulting in an explosion. However, when the smoke cleared, the Susanoo was completely unscathed. Is this another ability similar to the Rinnegan's Azura Path? Uchiha Shirchi, the wooden clone of Uchiha, glanced at Tony Stark, who had just launched the missile attack. It was indeed the Azura Path of the Rinnegan, possessing the special ability to fire missiles. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is utterly useless against my Susanoo. Uchiha Shirchi displayed an air of extreme arrogance. Over the years, this once insecure boy had become someone who looked down on almost everyone except for his teacher Uchiha Madara and his older sister. Damn it. Tony looked at the massive Susanoo in front of him and thought, "Who exactly are you? What is your purpose?" Jarvis, translate in real time. "You're so annoying." Uchiha Shirchi sneered. Hearing this, Tony's gaze turned completely furious. Roar. Similarly, the Hulk and Thor, feeling incredibly frustrated by the Yasaka Magatama's attack, were now completely enraged. Uchiha Shirchi laughed loudly. "Come, fight me." Whoosh! Several large second-stage Susanoo's massive curved blades slashed out. They struck towards Tony Stark, Thor, and the Hulk. In response, Jarvis. "Maximum power. I am Odin's son, Thor the god of thunder." Hulk attacked. The three Avengers unleashed nearly their maximum power, especially Thor, who at that moment summoned incredible lightning power. The Hulk became larger than ever before. Tony Stark's iron armor gathered as much energy as possible. Finally, clash. The iron armor blocked one of the Susanoo's blades, almost exhausting all its strength. The strongest Hulk and Thunder God, Thor, managed to break through the curved blades of the second stage Susanoo, even shattering the large second stage Susanoo. Particularly for Thor. After breaking the curved blade with his lightning power, cracks appeared on the bodies of 3 or 4 other large second stage Susanoo around them. In the end, Thor, the Hulk, and Tony Stark showed signs of exhaustion. On the contrary, Uchiha Shirchi, whose wooden clones had been broken multiple times, laughed heartily within his Susanoo. "Just like that. Cool, mate. Keep going." Uchiha Shirchi was getting a bit excited. Thor couldn't help but curse. His earlier powerful strike hadn't killed them. Meanwhile, Tony Stark was at a loss for what to do. The entire city was in chaos, and the situation in front of him was extremely dire. However, worse was yet to come. "Tony, can you hear me?" Nick Fury's voice echoed in the iron armor. "I'm about to die." Tony weakly responded. "Listen, there's a fighter jet carrying a nuclear bomb, and it's headed towards your battlefield." Nick Fury quickly relayed the urgent situation. Hearing this, Tony suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. Could the situation get any worse? Chapter 5. Compress the nuclear explosion. Although he internally complained, Tony Stark acted very quickly. Jarvis, divert power to the thrusters. Tony Stark prepared to use the remaining energy to intercept the nuclear bomb at maximum speed. However, whoosh, just as Tony Stark and his iron armor flew into the air, a black figure appeared before him at an unbelievable speed, blocking Tony's path. This black figure was Uchiha Shirchi, or rather, Shirchi's wooden clone. And, bang, suddenly a kick was launched, directly sending the unprepared Tony Stark and his iron armor crashing to the ground, creating a deep pit. Even with the protection of the iron armor, Tony felt disoriented after that hit. Jarvis also promptly alerted him to the damage to the armor. Listen, something is coming. It's very dangerous. If you don't want to die with us, let me go immediately to intercept it. Getting up from the ground, Tony looked angrily and helplessly at the mysterious and powerful Uchiha Shirchi. At that moment, the Hulk and Thor leaped to Tony's side. Likewise, whoosh 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 whoosh, 10 black figures, 11 Uchiha Shishis, all flashed over and surrounded the three in the middle. Roar! Hulk angrily roared at the group of Uchiha Shishis. Thor, holding Mjolnir, looked resolute. Tony Stark was eager to leave, wanting to intercept the terrifying nuclear weapon that was approaching. Meanwhile, Natasha, who initially intended to shut down the time-space device, was hesitant to act due to the appearance of Uchiha Aki, especially after Hawkeye and Captain America arrived. As soon as Hawkeye made a move, Uchiha Aki, with her beautiful long hair, cast a glance, which instantly knocked Hawkeye down. Fortunately, they found that Hawkeye had fallen into a deep coma and could not be awakened. When they looked at the mysterious girl again, Natasha and Captain America discovered that the mysterious girl's pupils had turned into a strange red color. Moreover, within the red pupils, 3 small black Magatama were slowly rotating. It was indeed the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Thus, it could be said that both factions of the Avengers were obstructed in their actions. As the fighter jet carrying the nuclear bomb approached the city, Tony Stark was burning with anxiety. Meanwhile, on the roof of a distant building, 2 figures still stood tall. It was Chen Yiban and Kaguya Otsutsuki, a major weapon among modern arms, the nuclear bomb. I wonder, how powerful is it? At that moment, Chen Yiban slightly turned his head, as if his gaze could penetrate miles, seeing something invisible to ordinary people. Similarly, Kaguya Otsutsuki, with her 3 eyes open, seemed to have discovered something. Should I make a move? No. Chen Yiban shook his head. I will try this powerful weapon that terrifies countless people myself. Clash, saying this. In the next second, Chen Yiban's figure disappeared. Is that so? Left alone, Kaguya Otsutsuki muttered to herself. At this moment, in the command room of the airborne aircraft carrier, Nick Fury was anxious. Moterfair. What do these people want to do? Watching Uchiha Shirchi and his wooden clones block Tony Stark and Thor, the Eggman cursed in frustration. Sir, the nuclear bomb has been launched. Agent Hill reported in a timely manner. Nick Fury stepped forward to look at the surveillance screen in front of Hill. Sure enough, he saw that the fighter jet had launched the nuclear bomb toward the battlefield. The city. SHT. The Eggman cursed repeatedly, and just as he stood up to leave, wait. Sir, there's a situation. Hill suddenly spoke up. I know, the city is destroyed. Is that so? Nick Fury sighed. No, a man is blocking the nuclear bomb. Hill's voice carried a hint of disbelief. What's? Nick Fury turned around in surprise. Then, a few steps back, he looked again at the surveillance footage in front of Hill. In the surveillance footage, a man dressed in a black robe with long hair reaching his waist was unbelievably using one hand to block the terrifying nuclear bomb. Although the explosion of the nuclear bomb had already been triggered, an even more unbelievable scene occurred. A golden force wrapped around the exploding nuclear bomb entirely. Although the power of the explosion expanded that golden force, it was almost instantly suppressed. In the end, the force of the explosion was actually compressed to the size of a football-sized golden energy ball. Just like that, in the sky, Chen Yiban, who was floating, looked at the basketball-sized nuclear explosion power he had confined with his magical power, his eyes showing a hint of indifference. The next moment, with a light flick of his finger, he sent the basketball-sized energy ball flying into the universe beyond Earth. In an instant, it flew out of Earth like a golden aurora. Oh my God! Inside the airborne aircraft carrier, Hill and a group of agents and technicians were left dumbfounded. At this moment, the phrase squashing the nuclear explosion into a ball became tangible. It was simply unbelievable. Is he still human? Someone asked in doubt. This is definitely not a power that a human can possess, someone replied. At this moment, Hill breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, the urgent problem was finally resolved. Only Nick Fury remained focused, his gaze fixed on the surveillance footage, watching Chen Yiban's figure. After Chen Yiban threw the nuclear explosion out of Earth, whoosh, he rubbed a small Yada no Kagami and casually tossed it out. Nick Fury quickly saw through satellite tracking that, Boom! The fighter jet that had just flown over to launch the nuclear bomb was reduced to ashes by the seemingly small Yada no Kagami. Immediately after, Chen Yiban slightly tilted his head and revealed a smile. This was imprinted in front of Nick Fury and Hill aboard the aircraft carrier. Looking at that smile, for some reason, Nick Fury, Hill, and the others on site suddenly felt a sense of heart palpitation, as if they were being targeted by something extremely terrifying. And without giving anyone time to react, zing, just like teleportation, Chen Yiban's figure moved again. Teacher. Uchiha Chio smiled as he looked at the man who appeared beside him out of nowhere. Chapter 6. Easily obtaining 2 divine level draws. Looking at Chen Yiban, who suddenly appeared on top of this tall building, Loki, Natasha, and Captain America all showed expressions of surprise. However, Uchiha Chio couldn't help but smile the moment he saw Chen Yiban appear beside him. Teacher. Chen Yiban nodded lightly at Chio, and at the same time said, the game should end now. Okay, teacher. Uchiha Chio smiled like a flower. During this time, Captain America, not quite understanding their language, couldn't help but ask Natasha beside him, do you understand what they are saying? Natasha, having heard the brief conversation between Chen Yiban and Uchiha Chio after Chen Yiban's appearance, immediately understood that the man and woman in front of her were in a teacher-student relationship. Moreover, they are teacher and student, the man is the teacher. Also, they're about to get serious. Natasha replied with a frown, meaning that everything that just happened was because they were not serious? Captain America tightened his grip on his shield, also frowning. Shit. Loki looked helpless and angry beside them. Why did things develop like this? Who are these people in front of me? Loki truly felt speechless, especially when he saw the Chitauri alien army that had originally invaded the city, now joining forces with the Avengers. Loki was really infuriated. What are you people? In the next moment, Loki wanted to question Chen Yiban about something. But, zing, Uchiha Chio's pair of blood-red, eerie Sharingan merely glanced at Loki, and the overwhelming ocular power instantly shook Loki's mind. His words were abruptly cut off. Those who disrespect the teacher shall die. Chio stared at the immobile Loki with his blood-red pupils. Fuck. Loki's face showed humiliation and anger. Who do you think I am? I am a god. Loki began to struggle against the control of the Sharingan. He gradually regained control of his body bit by bit. But in just a few seconds, zing, the next moment, Uchiha Chio's eyes focused, and a pair of Tomo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. The terrifying ocular power instantly struck towards Loki's mind. Loki instantly felt as if a bomb had exploded in his brain. The next second, he collapsed to the ground. What just happened? Looking at Loki, who suddenly fell to the ground and couldn't get up, Natasha and Captain America were stunned. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chio, with his pair of Tomo Sharingan, suddenly turned his glowing red eyes towards them. Instantly, the two felt as if they were facing a great enemy, adopting an extremely vigilant posture. But no one noticed. Kaboom! Chen Yiban, with one hand, easily destroyed a nearby time-space device. He then extracted the Tesseract from the time-space device. With the loss of the time-space device and the Tesseract support, the time-space vortex in the sky immediately whoosh closed. During this, it could be seen that a Chitauri spaceship had just flown out halfway when the closed space cut in half. It fell from the sky, billowing black smoke. The Tesseract. Natasha and Captain America looked at Chen Yiban, who was now holding the Tesseract, in surprise. What surprised them even more was Kaching. Chen Yiban gently squeezed the Tesseract, which emitted a blue glow, and it instantly shattered, revealing the Space Stone inside. Congratulations, you have obtained the storyline gem, Space Stone. You have received 1 divine level draw. The system's prompt appeared in a timely manner. Moreover, Chen Yiban did not expect to obtain another divine level draw so easily, which is indeed nice. However, storyline gem? Does that mean it's a gem of significant importance to the storyline that has this value? That also means there can be 6 divine level draws available for storage. Furthermore, isn't there another one here? The next second, Chen Yiban, holding the Space Stone, suddenly cast his deep black gaze towards Natasha, who was holding the Mind Scepter beside him. Upon seeing this, Natasha immediately understood Chen Yiban's intention. Captain America immediately stood in front of Natasha. The two did not expect that after Chen Yiban snatched the Tesseract and destroyed it, he would now target the scepter. Sir, this is... Natasha wanted to say something, but, hiss, Uchiha Chio suddenly unleashed his Susanoo, and the gigantic pink energy skeletal hand immediately grasped the comparatively weak Natasha in his palm. Natasha felt a strong pressure, as if she were being constricted by a giant python, and that her bones were about to shatter, accompanied by a strong sense of suffocation. The mind scepter in her hand also fell, and was taken away by another skeletal arm of Uchiha Chio's Susanoo. Hey! Captain America panicked. However, when he approached with a shield, he was met with a terrifying blast of the Isaka no Amagatama. Zung-hong. Even if the shield's power was strong, Captain America was still knocked away by that overwhelming force, almost falling off the building. Teacher. In the end, Uchiha Chio presented the Mind Scepter to Chen Yiban. Chen Yiban showed a faint smile to his disciple Uchiha Chio, then took the Mind Scepter. After that, regardless of how happy his disciples were, he proceeded to open the Mind Scepter again, finally extracting the Mind Stone from within. Congratulations, you have obtained the plot gem, Mind Stone. You have gained a chance for a divine level lottery once. Very good. In such a short time, Chen Yiban had received 2 divine level lottery chances. He felt that the moment of returning to the cultivation world to find the king of erosion was getting closer. Soon. Almost there. Chen Yiban looked at the 2 gems, but his thoughts were elsewhere. Teacher, what is this? Uchiha Chio, having restrained his joy from receiving praise from Chen Yiban, now looked at the 2 small glowing stones in his teacher's hands with a hint of confusion. Seeing the confusion of his female disciple, Chen Yiban smiled slightly and said, "These are the Space Stone and the Mind Stone among the Infinity Stones. Simply put, they possess the most powerful spatial and mental powers in this world. They can be said to be extremely formidable." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Chio couldn't help but show a look of surprise. Suddenly, at that moment, whoosh, with the sound of something cutting through the air, a figure in a black robe suddenly appeared beside Chen Yiban and Chio. It was the real Uchiha Shi. Teacher. Uchiha Shi then respectfully looked at Chen Yiban, who had also arrived on the battlefield. Zong. Suddenly, a white figure appeared out of nowhere. It was Kaguya Otsutsuki. This scene left Natasha, who was still caught in the grip of the pink Susanoo, looking bewildered. Chapter 7. Dr. Strange. Wait, where's my time stone? Looking at the other disciple who had just arrived and the snow-white Kaguya Otsutsuki, Chen Yiban smiled faintly. At the same time, he suddenly threw the 2 gems into the hands of the siblings. Teacher? After Uchiha Chio and Shi caught the small stones emitting a faint glow, they looked at Chen Yiban in front of them. Although this thing is powerful, it is of no use to me. You can consider whether to use it. Chen Yiban said. Teacher, this. Uchiha Chio, who had just learned about the power contained in the gems, looked at his teacher with surprise. Chen Yiban had clearly stated that these gems contained the most powerful mental and spatial powers in this world. Yet now he said they were of no use to him. How powerful had his teacher Uchiha Madara become? Although Uchiha Shi, who had just arrived, did not know what the small glowing gem in his hand was, he could sense that. This small glowing stone seemed to contain an incredibly powerful force. However, his teacher looked down on this thing completely. This meant that their teacher Uchiha Madara's power was countless times stronger than the power of this small stone, to the extent that he could express disdain for such a thing. But, it must be said, the power within this small stone was an extremely powerful energy for Uchiha Chio and Shi. Thank you, teacher. In the end, the siblings did not say anything more and directly bowed to Chen Yiban. Chen Yiban nodded slightly. The Mind Stone was given to Chio, and the Space Stone was given to Shi. The power of the gems is very strong, but as a being of peak Xianxian, Chen Yiban no longer needed any so-called infinity stones to achieve almost anything in this world. He felt he could manipulate nearly all the rules, laws, and regulations of this world at will. Chen Yiban was a bit surprised. It seemed that the level of this world was still too low. At the peak of Xianxian, back in the heavenly realm, let alone manipulating laws, even opening a space-time rift was impossible. But at this moment in Marvel, he could just think. Everything in the universe could be manipulated at will. For example, in an instant, the universe could be destroyed and reborn. Chen Yiban could do as he pleased. It could be said that at this moment, Chen Yiban was a true deity in this world. Suddenly, Chen Yiban noticed that Kaguya Otsutsuki, with her long white hair, was looking at the infinity stones in the hands of Chio and Shi. Instantly, Chen Yiban understood. Do you like them? Chen Yiban smiled faintly and looked at Kaguya. Upon hearing this, Kaguya Otsutsuki realized and looked at Chen Yiban, asking, "What is this?" The power contained within it makes me feel a heart palpitation. Do you want it? Chen Yiban asked with a light smile. To this, Kaguya was momentarily stunned. Then her white eyes glanced again at the infinity stones in the hands of Shi and Chio. Seeing this, Chen Yiban didn't want to waste any more words. And with a thought, Zung. A small green stone floated in Chen Yiban's hand. Almost at the same time, Dr. Strange, who had just been focused on the battle in the city, suddenly panicked and hurriedly opened the eye of Agamotto, only to find it already empty. What? Dr. Strange made an early appearance. This is Chen Yiban's action surprised Kaguya, Chio, Shi, and the others. At the same time, their eyes brightened. That is, even Natasha and Captain America were shocked as they watched Chen Yiban casually produce a gem. To this, the Time Stone, as the name suggests, it is the cosmic gem that contains the power of time. Chen Yiban directly sent the floating green gem to Kaguya. This is, for me? Hearing Chen Yiban's introduction and seeing him present this powerful item to her, Kaguya's mouth slightly opened, appearing a bit dazed. Don't you like time? Chen Yiban asked lightly. No, I really like it. Thank you, Mr. Madara. Kaguya quickly responded, hurrying to accept the floating small stone that contained powerful energy. At the same time, the black jade of the Tao-seeking jade transformed into a black ring, placing the green time stone within it. Finally, Kaguya, with a beautiful smile, wore the Tao-seeking jade ring containing the time stone on her finger. Upon seeing this, Chio and Shi were momentarily stunned, then followed suit and used the black jade of the Tao-seeking jade to each create a container for the infinity stones. Chio's was a necklace, Shi's was a bracelet, Kaguya's was a ring, and at this moment, Chen Yiban received. Congratulations, you have obtained the plot gem, Time Stone. You have gained a chance for a divine level lottery once. Currently, divine level lottery, 14 times. Looking at the system prompt interface in a void, his smile grew even wider. Just now, Chen Yiban merely thought, and the Time Stone automatically appeared in his hand. Thus, the divine level lottery easily increased by one more chance. Subsequently, Chen Yiban glanced at the smoky urban scene before him. From it, he saw Tony Stark, Hulk, Thor, and others who had already fallen and were barely alive. It seemed that Shi was quite ruthless. However, after seeing this, Chen Yiban merely smiled lightly. At the same time, well then, let's change places and continue. As Chen Yiban's voice fell, clang, in the next moment, Chen Yiban, Kaguya Heim, Chio, and Chi appeared in a high sky, amidst a steel giant. It was indeed the sky carrier where Nick Fury, Agent Hill, and others were located. Seeing the four who had just been on the monitoring screen suddenly appear in front of them, Agent Hill immediately drew her gun and aimed it at the four. Soon, more guards and agents quickly surrounded Chen Yiban and the others with their weapons. Looking at the guns pointed at them, Chio, Chi, and Kaguya Heim remained indifferent. Huh. Chen Yiban smiled. Good afternoon, everyone. Chapter 8. Chen Yiban, a godlike figure in the Marvel world. Good afternoon, everyone. Chen Yiban said with a slight smile, looking at the crowd before him, including S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Nick Fury and Agent Hill. In this world, Chen Yiban, who was like a god and could do anything, only needed a thought. He could miraculously make the languages of both sides automatically translate when they reached each other's ears. In other words, both sides were speaking completely different languages but could communicate without any barriers. Therefore, at this moment on the sky carrier, everyone understood what Chen Yiban was saying. However, Agent Hill and all the other guards did not treat Chen Yiban as just a simple guest to greet. They all aimed their weapons at the suddenly appearing Chen Yiban, Kaguya Heim, Uchiha Chio, and Uchiha Chi. Nick Fury's expression became increasingly serious and grave. Put down your guns. Agent Hill. Suddenly, Nick Fury spoke, looking at the surrounded Chen Yiban and the others. Director? Agent Hill glanced at Nick Fury beside her and quickly understood. Yes, these people before them, especially Chen Yiban, could not be harmed by nuclear weapons in the slightest, not to mention mere firearms. Uchiha Chi had even faced Thor, Hulk, and Tony Stark, defeating them 1 against 3. The other 2 women were obviously not simple characters either. Against such 4 individuals, firearms were meaningless. With that in mind, Agent Hill lowered her handgun. She even signaled the others to lower their weapons. Countless guards retreated after Nick Fury nodded. Seeing this scene, wise choice. Uchiha Chio couldn't help but smile slightly. Although they had only just learned of the existence of firearms today, after seeing Natasha and the others fighting aliens on the battlefield, Chio, Chi, and Kaguya Heim understood that this was a type of weapon. However, it really held little significance for them. Hearing Uchiha Chio's proud words, Nick Fury couldn't help but frown slightly, wanting to ask again, "Who are you? What is your purpose for being here?" The serious man asked what he most wanted to know. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Chi, Uchiha Chio, and Kaguya Heim all turned to look at Chen Yiban. Seeing this, Nick Fury and Hill, who had already considered Chen Yiban the leader of the 4, were even more certain of his leadership status. Nick Fury also focused his gaze on Chen Yiban. Chen Yiban didn't waste more words. I want to see you kill the person who just ordered the launch of the nuclear weapon. With this one sentence, he shocked everyone. Instantly, Nick Fury's pupils contracted and his brows furrowed tightly. What? It looked as if she couldn't believe she had heard correctly. But Nick Fury realized that the other party had come to settle accounts because of a nuclear missile that had just flown toward the battlefield. Chen Yiban was straightforward. Swoosh. With a light wave of his hand, a flash of white light appeared, and 4 individuals dressed as upper-class members appeared on the sky carrier. 3 men and 1 woman. Shepard. Many S-H-I-E-L-D. Personnel couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at Chen Yiban's godlike abilities. Of course, among them were likely many Hydra members infiltrating the organization. When Nick Fury and Hill saw the 3 men and 1 woman, they exclaimed, "The Council." The 3 men and 1 woman that Chen Yiban had summoned were indeed the 4 high-ranking members of the Council, the ones who had just ordered the launch of the nuclear weapon. What do you want to do? Hill looked at Chen Yiban in shock, feeling that this man seemed truly omnipotent, not only knowing who the members of the Council were, but also being able to summon them from the city to this sky carrier so easily. It really seemed like divine intervention. Hearing Hill's words, Chen Yiban did not respond, but Uchiha Chi couldn't help but coldly interject. Didn't the teacher say? Let your own people kill their own people. Do it, or should I kill you all? Uchiha Chio, knowing his teacher's intention, actually showed a strangely excited smile, then looked at Nick Fury and the others. In this way, the siblings really pressured S-H-I-E-L-D to act against the Council. The 4 members of the Council, who had just been inexplicably transported from the high-rise building to the S-H-I-E-L-D sky carrier, were still in shock. Yet they heard that the very individuals who appeared on the monitor were now on the carrier and wanted S-H-I-E-L-D personnel to kill them. Do you know how much trouble this will bring? One male council member looked at Chen Yiban and the others with uncertainty. Dare to touch us, and you will face repercussions from the U.S. The only female council member shouted. The remaining 2 urged Nick Fury to take down the enemies immediately. But Nick Fury looked gravely at Chen Yiban and the others, seemingly conflicted, as if he was making some kind of decision. Director? Hill glanced at Nick Fury beside her, realizing that the situation had become extremely tense and severe. Could it be that they really had to kill the council members with their own hands? Chen Yiban also noticed Nick Fury's struggles and hesitations, possibly even trying to buy time for Tony and Thor to arrive. In response, it seems you still don't fully understand the situation you're facing. So, let me make you understand completely. Chen Yiban's face no longer held a trace of a smile. It turned extremely cold. Even, snap. Dozens of seconds later, while S-H-I-E-L-D personnel still did not understand what had happened soon, beep beep beep. Alarms blared on the computers. The entire U.S. population was continuously disappearing. Disappearing population, 1888. Disappearing population, 13,418. Disappearing population, 37,186. This scene left everyone in S-H-I-E-L-D and the infiltrated Hydra members utterly stunned. What have you done? Nick Fury looked at the cold Chen Yiban with disbelief. Hill was also completely shocked as she looked at the man in front of her. Dressed in a black robe with wild hair, Chen Yiban. Just moments ago, she had felt that he was like a god. Chapter 9, Ban. Or, Zhao. At this moment, people were continuously disappearing from the entire ugly country, vanishing into thin air. And it wasn't just on the data level, through the surveillance. Nick Fury and Hill, along with others, could see people continuously disappearing from the monitoring screens in the ugly country. They seemed to be completely erased. Even whoosh, 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 inside the sky battleship, guards were also randomly being erased. Finally, Nick Fury was utterly shocked. Stop. At this moment, Nick Fury finally understood that Chen Yiban had become powerful enough to truly resemble a god. With a single thought, he could determine the life and death of all beings, their existence and destruction. Beside him, the 4 high-ranking council members were also filled with doubt. They felt that this time they were really in trouble. Indeed, facing Nick Fury's shout, Chen Yiban and the 3 beside him, Kagayaheim, Chi, and Shio, all wore in different expressions. You can't do this. Looking at the man in the black robe, Hill urged anxiously. I think I can. Chen Yiban replied coldly with a smile. Hill couldn't believe that Chen Yiban could be so cold. And at this moment, population disappearing, 175,396. Population disappearing. 354,139. Population disappearing. 598,376. The number of erased people from the ugly country was infinitely close to 600,000. You have 1 minute left. And Chen Yiban, like a demon, spoke coldly. After 1 minute, I will directly erase everyone in the ugly country, including each of you here. Upon hearing this, countless guards couldn't help but step back in fear. Bang, 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 bang. Finally, with 4 gunshots, 4 figures fell to the ground. They were the 3 men and 1 woman from the council. The shooter was none other than the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. Everyone looked in shock at Nick Fury, who still held his gun. However, among these people, including Hill, although surprised, they completely understood Nick Fury's actions. Because Nick Fury had no choice. To prevent the entire population of the ugly country from being completely erased, Nick Fury had no other option. He could only choose to do this, to kill the council members. Although he didn't believe that Chen Yiban truly had the ability to make everyone in the ugly country disappear, Nick Fury didn't dare to take the risk. Betting the lives of an entire nation was too high a gamble. If he lost, the ugly country would vanish from the stage of history. Not decisive enough. Nearly 700,000 had already disappeared. Next to Chen Yiban, Uchiha Chi coldly spoke. In response, Nick Fury, who had just shot the council member, couldn't help but feel rage in his eyes. Especially, I can bring back those 700,000 people. Of course, it won't be free. A little cash, please. Just $10,000 per person. How about it? Only $7 billion. Hearing Chen Yiban say this with his arms crossed, Hill doubted her ears. Chen Yiban erases others, then asks for money to revive those he erased? How despicable. How could there be such shameless and wicked people in this world? Clearly a very good-looking man. How could he be so despicable? Damn. At that moment, one agent couldn't help but curse Chen Yiban. Immediately after, Uchiha Chi, and Kagayahime all simultaneously focused their gazes and struck. Amaterasu. K-Sokup, thus release. Suna. That person first screamed in pain amidst the black flames of Amaterasu, then was turned to dust by K-Sokup and dust release. This scene caused countless guards and agents to aim their guns at Chen Yiban and his 3 companions. Stop. At this critical moment, Nick Fury shouted loudly, "Put down your guns. Guns are useless here. Just look at the terrifying abilities displayed by Uchiha Chi, and Kagayahime. Firearms are just a joke in front of them." As for Chen Yiban, Nick Fury could only say, the man in front of him was a cold, merciless god. And at this moment, the atmosphere on the scene became increasingly oppressive. An agent was casually killed by Chen Yiban's companions. The key was that Nick Fury didn't dare to do anything. There was no way. The warning on the computer about the disappearing population had just stopped rising rapidly, and he didn't want the entire population of the ugly country to be erased. He could only endure it. However, what was even more infuriating was, my people cannot act casually. Each time costs 10 billion. So, you can decide whether to pay that 7 billion. But if I don't see that 300 billion in 3 days, remember, the entire population of your ugly country will disappear from this world. Chen Yiban still had his arms crossed in front of him, his demeanor utterly relaxed. But the words he spoke left Hill dumbfounded and Nick Fury barely containing his urge to curse. The numerous guards and agents also wondered if they had misheard. This bastard's companions killed their S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, and then he wanted them to pay for the hit? Especially since the killed were their own people. Damn, this is really unbearable. But it seemed that even if it was unbearable, they had to endure. Damn, the powers of both sides were not on the same level. There was no way to resist. I understand. Ultimately, in front of everyone, Nick Fury could only bow his head and submit to Chen Yiban. During this time, it could be seen that Hill, leading a group of agents and guards, all looked at Chen Yiban and his companions with eyes full of anger. Did you not think about asking that woman for help? Chen Yiban asked Nick Fury, implying something. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's heart trembled. He felt that the person in front of him truly seemed to know everything. Could it be that he was the so-called omniscient and omnipotent god from Legends? But why was he so cold and ruthless towards life, like an evil god? Nick Fury, who thought this way in his heart, didn't know how to respond to Chen Yiban at that moment. Seeing this, Chen Yiban smiled meaningfully and no longer pressed the issue. But 300 billion, not just for S.H.I.E.L.D. You Hydra too. Remember, you only have 3 days at most. Chen Yiban suddenly said this. In an instant, many guards around him narrowed their pupils. Hydra. At this moment, Hill instantly understood the meaning behind Chen Yiban's words. Then, she couldn't help but look at the people around her with vigilance. Sure enough, had Hydra's people infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury's expression became serious. Then, see you. Chen Yiban prepared to leave. Wait. Nick Fury spoke urgently. Can we know your name? To this, Ban. Or, Zhao. Chapter 10, Mutants. Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. After finishing the class, Beast Hank arrived at the principal's office, only to see Professor X in a wheelchair, looking seriously out the window. Professor. Hank walked into the office, slightly confused. Charles already knew Hank had arrived, but he continued to look outside, his expression grave, as if sensing something astonishing happening outside. Professor, what are you looking at? Hank asked as he approached Charles, unable to suppress his curiosity. Finally, Charles spoke. Hank, I think. I sense a terrible power, or rather, a presence. It seems like something just happened. The young Charles kept his gaze fixed outside, speaking in a way that left Beast Hank perplexed and unable to understand. The serious expression on the young professor's face lingered. Just then, a panicked mutant student rushed in to inform them, Professor, many people have mysteriously disappeared from the school. What? Hank was taken aback. It seemed, my earlier feeling was not an illusion. The young Charles turned his wheelchair to look at the student at the door, realizing something strange was happening in this world. Meanwhile, on the Sky Mothership, Nick Fury, Natasha, Hill, and the recently revived Thor, Tony Stark, Banner, and others were all watching a video surveillance feed. So, those bastards killed our people and now expect us to pay them? Hawkeye exclaimed angrily, watching the screen. The video showed Chen Yiban, Kagaya Haim, Uchiha Akira, and Uchiha Chi and their actions on the mothership, especially the mention of $37 billion by Chen Yiban. Among this, $7 billion was negotiable, but the $30 billion was a hard demand from Chen Yiban. If the U.S. doesn't pay this $30 billion, everyone in the country could potentially be erased. If he truly has that kind of power, we absolutely cannot afford to be enemies with him. We can only pay. Natasha expressed her thoughts. He can make 700,000 people in our country disappear in just a matter of moments, Hill murmured. They are unbelievably powerful. Captain America recalled his confrontation with Uchiha Akira, thinking of Akira's Susanoo, and couldn't help but speak with a serious expression. Black flames, eerie and terrifying bone spikes, super energy with annihilation effects. Looks like we're doomed, Tony Stark said, half-jokingly. But looking at the footage of Kagaya Haim, Akira, and Chi annihilating the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who dared to insult Chen Yiban, Tony frowned. It seems that Uchiha Chi still had means to hold back when facing him, the captain, and Hulk on the battlefield. This man in black with long hair, named Ban or Madara, is their leader. The three of them are very protective of this Ban and don't even allow anyone to say a bad word about him. Thor pointed at Kagaya Haim, Chi, and Akira, finally pointing at Chen Yiban on the screen. The way Kagaya Haim, Akira, and Chi defended Chen Yiban was evident to everyone. That agent was obliterated for merely insulting this man named Ban, almost destroying the mothership in the process. This was no simple defense. It was admiration and support. At the same time, Tony Stark and the others understood. Ban, who could erase 700,000 people in moments, was the most powerful and terrifying among them. As for that $30 billion, I don't care. You can go to Congress. But that $7 billion, I will pay. In the end, Tony Stark suddenly said to Nick Fury. Instantly, everyone turned their attention to Tony at that moment. Tony Stark, you're quite something, Thor praised, looking at him. I thank you on behalf of the 700,000 people who disappeared. Nick Fury smiled, finally hearing some good news. I can contribute a little too, though not much, Natasha said, half-jokingly. I second that. Hill quietly raised her hand. Leave me a little for my coffin fund, Hawkeye said. At this time, Captain America rummaged through his pockets and finally pulled out, I have $500. Instantly, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Not far from the previous battlefield, at a manor, suddenly, four figures appeared out of thin air. It was Chen Yiban, Kagaya Haim, Uchiha Akira, and Uchiha Chi. This place seems nice. Looking at the beautiful manor with a serene environment, Chen Yiban said casually. The teacher said it's good, so it must be good. Uchiha Akira smiled at Chen Yiban. Hearing this, Chen Yiban shook his head. And just then, hey, who are you? This is private property. Please leave. A middle-aged, wealthy man approached them with a group of guards. The guards held batons and had fierce-looking dogs, making them appear quite intimidating. However, Chen Yiban, Kagaya Haim, Akira, and Chi seemed completely indifferent to it. As the man approached, Chen Yiban looked at him and casually asked, Are you the owner of this manor? Upon getting closer, the middle-aged wealthy man noticed that the four in front of him were all extraordinarily handsome men and stunning women, especially Chen Yiban and Kagayaheim. The middle-aged man had no interest in Chen Yiban, but he was immediately captivated by Uchiha Kira. When he saw Kagayaheim, his eyes practically sparkled. Damn it, Uchiha Chi's killing intent was the strongest, wanting to eliminate everyone in front of him to clean up the garbage. Chi, don't rush. Chen Yiban patted his disciple's shoulder. Just as he raised his hand, with a black stick almost emerging from his palm, it was quickly retracted by Uchiha Chi. Then, under the watchful eyes of Kagayaheim, Akira, and Chi, Chen Yiban's eyes flickered with a strange red light. In the next moment, the middle-aged wealthy man and his security guards became dazed. When they regained their senses, they all suddenly knelt before Chen Yiban, excitedly declaring, "My great and supreme master, your most loyal servant pays you homage." Chapter 11, Mutant School. The next day, in a luxurious manor covering a vast area, crack, clang, Uchiha Akira and Uchiha Chi were practicing their martial arts on a flat grassy area in the manor, comparing their techniques with swords in hand. Figures flickered across the grass as the two moved like lightning, continuously clashing their blades. During this time, many gardeners maintaining the grass and potted trees around them were left dumbfounded by a pond Kagaheim, dressed in white with white hair and 3 eyes wide open, quietly watched the fish swimming leisurely in the water. On the other side, "Master, this is what you wanted." The former owner of the estate, a middle-aged, wealthy man, knelt humbly before a man in a black robe with long, flowing hair. At the same time, the middle-aged man handed a stack of documents to the long-haired man in front of him. Hearing the voice behind him, Chen Yiban, who was savoring a cup of tea by the window, turned to glance at the once arrogant middle-aged man who had now become his servant. Seeing the stack of documents in the man's hand, Chen Yiban realized that the information he wanted had been gathered. So he set his cup of tea down and took the documents being offered by the kneeling man. Then, mutants? It seems this world is not just as simple as the Avengers of S.H.I.O.D. Just like the previous world of cultivation, it has merged multiple worlds. Or is it a world-changing event triggered by my arrival? Looking at the documents in his hand, Chen Yiban showed a hint of surprise. He initially thought it was just the Avengers, but now it seemed more complex. However, it looked even more interesting. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters? Sound worth checking out. Maybe there will be some lottery draws for immortals to join the collection. Chen Yiban smirked coldly. Just then, sensing something, Chen Yiban glanced outside the room. The kneeling middle-aged man followed Chen Yiban's gaze outside. Soon, they saw a figure in iron armor descending from the sky, landing in the estate. That self-proclaimed Iron Man, Tony Stark? The middle-aged man muttered. "We have guests." Chen Yiban tossed the documents onto a nearby table. "They have taken this place for themselves?" Over here, as Tony Stark descended in his iron armor, he couldn't help but talk to himself about the surroundings. Yes, they have taken control of the original owner of the estate. They might have used the power of the Mind Stone. The communication system of the iron armor echoed with Agent Hill's voice from S.H.Hill.D. All right, they are indeed a bit lawless, doing as they please. Tony Stark couldn't help but complain. Just then, swish swish, 2 figures appeared beside Tony Stark like lightning. They were Uchiha Akira and Uchiha Nan. State your purpose, or D. Uchiha Nan, with a cold expression, looked at the man in iron armor. Uchiha Nan had encountered Tony Stark before, facing him along with Hulk and Thor in a city battle, where he not only held his ground, but ultimately brought the 3 of them down. If it weren't for Uchiha Nan's recent deliberate efforts to control his killing intent, Tony Stark would have already become a corpse yesterday. And compared to yesterday, Tony Stark had now come to the place where his teacher, Uchiha Madara, was. Uchiha Nan would not allow anyone to disturb his teacher casually. For violators, Uchiha Nan would not hold back his killing intent. Uchiha Akira, as the elder sister, shared the same sentiment, both siblings holding katanas, their eyes coldly watching the armored newcomer. In response, "Hey, don't be so tense. I'm here to give money to your boss, or should I say, Captain? His name is Madara, or Ban, right?" Even in his iron armor, Tony Stark couldn't help but raise his hands to show he meant no harm, fearing that the two would attack him if miscommunication occurred. Especially Uchiha Nan. Tony Stark had already experienced the power of Susanoo. It was incredibly powerful, capable of easily destroying an entire city. And Uchiha Akira, with her dust release on S.H.I.E.L.D.S. helicarrier, had also left a deep impression on Tony Stark. She was indeed a beautiful yet fearsome girl. Upon hearing Tony Stark's words, Akira and Nan exchanged glances just as they were about to say something. A figure suddenly appeared beside them. It was Chen Yiban, clad in a long black coat, with his long hair flowing behind him. Teacher. Seeing Chen Yiban, the siblings immediately nodded and bowed. It seemed the main character had arrived. Tony Stark raised an eyebrow inside his armor, looking at Chen Yiban, unable to help but ask, "How did you appear out of nowhere? Was it the power of the Tesseract?" As he spoke, Tony Stark had Jarvis open his armor, stepping out confidently. He knew that against Chen Yiban, his armor was essentially meaningless. After all, the man could easily wipe out the entire population of the United States, so could he not eliminate Tony Stark? Hiding in the armor was useless. Moreover, the bank cards had already been in his pocket. Just as Tony Stark took out a small bag containing 2 bank cards and a few other items, preparing to hand them to Chen Yiban, swish, another figure landed nearby. It was Kagayaheim. "Oh wow, you really have 3 eyes? I thought it was a camera malfunction." Seeing that Kagayaheim truly had 3 eyes, Tony Stark couldn't help but exclaim. At the same time, Kagayaheim's beauty made Tony Stark glance at her a couple more times. He had to admit that Kagayaheim's appearance, even Tony Stark, who had once been a playboy, had to say she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. In terms of looks, his Pepper couldn't compare to this cold woman with white hair and a white dress. Of course, Pepper was his true love, and no woman could compare. Except for his mother. Kagayaheim, however, looked at Chen Yiban beside her, completely ignoring Tony Stark. "All right," Tony pouted. He then handed a small document bag to Chen Yiban. Inside are 2 bank cards, one with 7 billion and the other with 30 billion. Also, to avoid any trouble, in case you get upset and wipe out the entire population of the US, Nick Fury has already sorted out your identity cards. They're all in this bag. Chapter 12. Wanda and Quicksilver. Hiss. At this moment, having handed over the items to Chen Yiban, Tony Stark took off in his iron armor. In response, Chen Yiban threw the 2 bank cards and the so-called identity documents to the kneeling middle-aged man. Then, under the gaze of Kagayaheim, Akira, and Nan, "It seems we have more guests." Chen Yiban smiled lightly at the sudden commotion outside the estate. The 3 of them and the middle-aged man were momentarily stunned. However, before they could sense anything, clang, Chen Yiban gently pointed into the void with one hand, instantly stopping a figure moving at extreme speed ahead. It was a Western-looking man. What incredible speed. Kagayaheim, Akira, and Nan all narrowed their pupils. I didn't expect there to be a speed that surpasses the 3 of them in this world. However, in front of Chen Yiban, the opponent's speed was completely confined. The sudden appearance of the Western man was none other than Quicksilver. At this moment, Quicksilver was directly restricted in his speed by Chen Yiban, who was already a godlike existence in this world. The originally lightning-fast Quicksilver was now slower than a turtle. At this time, Quicksilver, over 10 meters away, also noticed something was wrong and looked shocked. He was also staring in astonishment at the Eastern man in black long clothing, Chen Yiban, who was pointing a finger at him from a distance. Quicksilver wasn't foolish. He understood that he had been controlled by the man in black with an unknown ability, causing him to go from extremely fast to extremely slow. This is not a place where you can act recklessly. Watching the slow Quicksilver, who looked both confused and somewhat comical, Chen Yiban slowly lowered his hand and spoke coldly. "Teacher, should I kill him?" Uchiha Ki asked, ready to attack. Due to the automatic translation, Quicksilver could understand what Uchiha Ki was saying, and he instantly went from confusion to panic. Damn it, at this moment, I feel like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Wait. At this critical moment, a red figure quickly appeared in front of everyone, blocking Quicksilver. It was the Scarlet Witch. Wanda. Wanda approached her brother and looked at Quicksilver, whose speed seemed to have been slowed down countless times. She couldn't help but feel amazed. This was the first time something like this happened. So, Wanda was also cautiously wary of Chen Yiban. "I'm sorry, this is a misunderstanding," Wanda said, trying to lower her tone while speaking to Chen Yiban. "Oh, is it?" Chen Yiban smiled coldly, which made Wanda feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. "We are from Hydra and are here to deliver the $30 billion you requested earlier." Wanda continued in a gentle tone. As she spoke, Wanda cautiously eyed Chen Yiban while taking out a small envelope from her pocket. Without Chen Yiban showing any displeasure, Wanda used her magical power to slowly send the envelope to Chen Yiban. Meanwhile, the middle-aged Western businessman, who had been controlled to be Chen Yiban's servant, immediately understood and stepped forward to help his master take the envelope. "Please, can you let Pietro go? He was just playing around and meant no harm," Wanda pleaded, glancing at Quicksilver behind her before looking back at Chen Yiban. Just as Wanda finished speaking, Quicksilver suddenly regained his freedom. With his speed restored, Quicksilver darted away for a distance and then returned to Wanda's side, in front of Chen Yiban and the others. Finally free, that was really painful, Quicksilver said, looking a bit exaggerated, as if he had just been reborn. Then, he looked at Chen Yiban, who was wearing a black robe, with a somewhat incredulous gaze. He had heard from Hydra spies in SHIELD how powerful Chen Yiban was, even likening him to a god. The young and impulsive Quicksilver had initially been somewhat dismissive, thinking that even a so-called god might not be able to see him at his speed. In fact, he wanted to show off his speed in front of this man named Banjian or Ban to see if this so-called god could perceive it. However, Quicksilver never expected that as soon as he entered the manor, he would be rendered powerless with just a finger from the other party. Lightning-fast speed turned into turtle-like slowness. So at this moment, looking at Chen Yiban, Quicksilver was both surprised by Chen Yiban's incredible ability and inevitably began to doubt his own abilities. He couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. "Thank you, sir," Wanda said happily to Chen Yiban upon seeing Quicksilver regain his freedom. "Next time you have business to discuss, remember to knock first," Chen Yiban said. "Yes, sir," Wanda immediately nodded. Then, recalling something, she said, "By the way, Mr. Ban, our boss wants to invite you to dinner at our place and also has some matters to discuss with you. I wonder if you—" "I'm not free and not interested." Chen Yiban shook his head. In the next moment, he turned and walked into the house. Quicksilver felt a bit displeased by this. Wanda gazed at the black figure as it disappeared into the splendid house, completely out of her sight. Suddenly, a similarly dark figure blocked Wanda's view, which was Uchiha Chio. "You can leave now," Uchiha Chio said coldly, making Wanda feel an inexplicable hostility. This was noticing the crystal-clear gem on Uchiha Chio's hand ring. Wanda felt something strange. In response, clang, Uchiha Chio activated the Sharingan and coldly stared at the Scarlet Witch. Wanda, feeling the chilling power of the Sharingan. Wanda recalled the terrifying dust release attack from this black-clad girl who resembled Chen Yiban on SHIELD's flying aircraft carrier. Okay, Wanda couldn't help but take a few steps back. She then pulled her brother Quicksilver and left the manor together. However, at the last moment, Wanda couldn't help but glance back at the magnificent house. Chapter 13. Phoenix Girl Jean. Back in the manor, Chen Yiban had just returned to the villa hall. So many guests today, even uninvited ones. Upon seeing a figure appear in the living room, Chen Yiban said. The uninvited guest in the villa hall at this moment was none other than the sorcerer, Dr. Strange. It seemed that he had not only discovered the disappearance of the Time Stone, but had also come to investigate. Of course, outside, Chen Yiban had instantly sensed his arrival. In fact, if Chen Yiban wanted, the other party would not have been able to reach this place at all. However, Chen Yiban simply did not stop him from appearing. Moreover, if there would be any disagreement, Chen Yiban could send him back to where he came from in an instant. "Hello, sir. I've heard much about you these days." At this moment, the uninvited Strange approached Chen Yiban and slightly bowed. Generally, people wouldn't make Strange bow, but now that some capable individuals existed, they could easily find out about the immense power of Chen Yiban, Uchiha Chio, Otsutsuki Kagaya, and Uchiha Ki. Especially Chen Yiban, who could easily make 70,000 people from the ugly country randomly disappear. He was known as a deity's power. He was the one among the four who was the most untouchable. Strange also knew that a few days ago, Chen Yiban had done something earth-shattering aboard SHIELD's flying aircraft carrier, which was why his attitude was exceptionally humble at this moment. I know you too." Chen Yiban nodded and then walked over to sit down on the living room sofa. "It's my honor." Hearing that Chen Yiban knew him, Strange was a bit surprised but quickly relaxed. Indeed, with Chen Yiban's incredible abilities, if he wanted to know something, it would be effortless. Just then, two figures flashed quickly. In fact, two samurai swords were placed against Strange's neck. It was Uchiha Chio and the Ki siblings. Then, even Kagaya slowly opened a space barrier and walked out of thin air. Three cold eyes were staring at Strange at this moment. With the katana of the siblings at his neck, Strange awkwardly glanced at Chen Yiban. "Sir." On the other side, the middle-aged, wealthy owner of the manor ran into the villa at the right moment. Then, he respectfully poured warm tea for Chen Yiban, who was sitting on the sofa. "Forget it," Chen Yiban casually said and began to savor the aroma of the tea. Only then did the Uchiha siblings retract their katana. However, they, along with Kagaya, still coldly stared at Strange. "Ahem. Thank you." Strange felt a bit helpless. At the same time, seeing that everyone in this room was so domineering, he felt that his goal might not be achievable. Yes, Strange came with a purpose. The goal was to retrieve the time stone. But given the situation, it felt hopeless. At this moment, Strange could already see the green gem embedded in the black immortal stone ring on Kagaya's snowy white fingers. That was the time stone. Strange wanted to get it back immediately. But he completely dared not act rashly. Just then, I know your purpose for coming here, but my answer is, go back. Yiban put down his teacup and gave Strange a casual glance. As expected, Strange couldn't help but sigh at the words. However, not being able to gauge Yiban and knowing he was not to be trifled with, Strange chose to back off first. Okay, goodbye, sir. Sorry for the interruption. After saying that, Strange opened a time-space rift and slipped away. Strange's method of leaving surprised the Uchiha siblings and Kagaya. They clearly felt that the other party was very weak, but unexpectedly, he had the ability to break through space. Well, I should fulfill my promise now. Suddenly, Yiban smiled meaningfully. Snap! He then snapped his fingers, and with a thought, certain things began to change. S-H-I-E-L-D. What's going on? Nick Fury asked Hill, who was in front of the computer. Nearby, Natasha, Captain America, Hawkeye, Bruce Banner, and other Avengers were basically all present. Even Tony Stark had flown back from Yiban's side and was now waiting for news with the Avengers. The 700,000 people who vanished have not returned yet, Director. At this moment, under everyone's gaze, Agent Hill checked the computer and replied. Hearing this, disappointment and anger could not help but appear on Nick Fury's face. That guy is indeed playing us. Hawkeye couldn't help but say. Natasha and Captain America sighed. Let's wait a bit longer. Suddenly, Tony Stark spoke up. When he saw Yiban earlier, he felt that Yiban didn't seem like he wanted to toy with them. I think it's better not to hold on to such fantasies. Hawkeye shook his head. But, beep beep beep. The computer kept beeping with prompts. Hill looked and soon showed a delighted expression. Director, the missing people have all returned at once. Turning around, Hill reported to Nick Fury. Hearing this, Nick Fury and the Avengers present suddenly brightened up. Really? Then, Nick Fury rushed over to check the data on the computer himself. Oh yeah, thank God. Nick Fury truly felt relieved and smiled. Looks like that person is indeed a man of his word. Natasha said with a faint smile. My judgment has always been correct. Tony Stark's mouth curled up. It's good that people are back. Captain America also smiled happily. Night, Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. In Jean Grey's room. At this moment, Jean was trapped in a nightmare. It seemed to be some kind of terrifying future. A future where the power within her went out of control. All life in this world was destroyed by her uncontrollable power. Until a figure appeared, easily suppressing her power. The restored Jean looked in surprise at the cold man in front of her, who had long black hair and wore a long black coat. Chapter 14. Complete control of the rules the power to create infinite gems at will. Who are you? Still in the dream. Surrounded by a post-apocalyptic scene created by herself, Jean Grey looked at the cold man in front of her, dressed in a black robe and with long black hair. He could stop her power. In response, he looked at the dazed, so-called Phoenix Jean with a faint smile, then slowly disappeared. Wait, please wait. Jean anxiously stepped forward to try to grab his hand, but she was a step too late and could only watch helplessly as the cold man vanished before her eyes. She wanted to ask him for help to control the terrifying power within her, which even she couldn't manage. Meanwhile, in reality, at night in Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, because Jean Grey's power was slightly out of control again. The young Charles had to come over to wake her up from what seemed like a nightmare. Hank McCoy, outside, didn't dare to approach the out-of-control Phoenix Jean. But Jean's power made it difficult for Charles to get close at this moment. Jean, the powerful mental force, made Charles feel dizzy. Until, no, please wait. After Jean shouted, she woke up. The terrifying power in the room also dissipated. Thank God. Jean, what happened to you? Seeing Jean wake up and the terrifying power disappear, Charles couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Finally awake? Outside, Hank also looked relieved. Jean's power was indeed too strong, mainly because she couldn't even control her own power, which was what made it terrifying. Professor, I'm so sorry, Jean said with an inexplicable look of fear. Jean, what's wrong? Charles pushed his wheelchair closer and tried to speak in a gentle tone. I saw a powerful mutant in my dream. To eliminate him, you asked me to release my power in the dream, but I still couldn't control my power in the end, and I almost destroyed the entire city. Jean buried her reddened eyes in the blanket, her tone filled with guilt. Hearing this, Hank's expression was uncertain. Charles looked serious and caught the key point in Jean's words. Jean, you said almost? Charles gently patted Jean's hand in a comforting manner and then asked with a hint of confusion. Jean raised her head again, wiped away her tears, nodded, and explained, At the end, a man appeared, dressed in a long black coat, with long black hair and an Eastern face. He easily stopped me. Upon hearing Jean's account of her dream, Charles frowned slightly. It's just a dream, Hank said dismissively. Suddenly, just then, Professor. Several students who disappeared from the school yesterday have inexplicably returned. The mutant Quicksilver Alex rushed over and shouted. Hearing this, the frown on Charles's face deepened with confusion. What on earth has happened in the past 2 days? Hank muttered, scratching his head. It seems necessary to investigate. The young Charles said meaningfully in his wheelchair. On the bed, Chen still had the image of the man who appeared in her last dream floating in her mind. She really hoped that such a person existed in reality who could stop her, because everything in the dream had felt too real. It seemed as if she had killed countless people in an instant. At that moment, far away in a desert, a figure wrapped in a thick cloak emerged from beneath a collapsed pyramid. After closing his eyes and sensing for a moment, he began to head toward the direction where human presence could be felt. The next day at the villa, Uchiha-Chi, and Kagayaheim were in the living room watching TV shows and movies from this world. Beside them, the middle-aged, wealthy owner of this luxurious estate stood by, ready to arrange for coffee, cola, cakes, fruits, and various desserts to enhance the viewing experience for the Uchiha siblings and Kagayaheim. Whereas Mr. Ban, at this moment, Kagayaheim took a small bite of the sweet cake and found it quite nice. Then she realized that she hadn't seen Chen Yiban this morning. The teacher was in the study, saying he wanted to further grasp the rules of this world. Uchiha-Chi spoke up. The rules of the world. Kagayaheim was taken aback. Has Mr. Ban already reached such power? The teacher is indeed a godlike existence. Uchiha-Chi's beautiful eyes were filled with admiration and respect for Chen Yiban. However, regarding Uchiha-Chi's somewhat blind admiration, Kagayaheim and Uchiha-Chi both nodded in agreement. Indeed, Chen Yiban's powers were already beyond the imagination of the three of them. It was a godlike power. Even the so-called world rules had already become playthings in Chen Yiban's hands. At this moment, Chen Yiban was indeed in the study, closing his eyes and further sensing and controlling the various rules and laws of this world and the operation of the universe. His peak cultivation of the mysterious immortal allowed Chen Yiban to almost do whatever he wanted in this world. Suddenly, as Chen Yiban slowly opened one hand, small stones of various colors appeared in his palm. They were the Infinity Stones. There were 12 or 20 of them, of various types. Even the Time Stone, Space Stone, and Mind Stone that were already in the hands of Kagayaheim and the others appeared a second time in Chen Yiban's hands. Chen Yiban then casually toyed with these stones, all possessing genuine power. In this case, the Infinity Stones would lose their value. Never mind, Chen Yiban smiled. Then, in a thought, he made all these Infinity Stones, which he had easily created and were almost identical to the originals, disappear in an instant. In the original plot, Thanos destroyed them, nearly causing himself to die. At this moment, Chen Yiban effortlessly destroyed 12 or 20 stones with almost the same power in an instant. Indeed, Chen Yiban had completely mastered all the rules of this world. In other words, now, everything only counts if Chen Yiban says so. Chapter 15. The first encounter with Chen Yiban by Phoenix girl Chen Galei. A few days later, at the mutant school, the young Professor Charles finally took the initiative to investigate some major events that had occurred a few days ago. In an instant, he learned about the disappearance of 700,000 ugly countrymen, a man named Ban. Looking at the information in his hands, the young Charles had a serious and astonished expression. Is this guy God? Next to him, the mutant beast Hank couldn't help but look incredulous. The person described in the information seemed no longer to be a so-called human by common standards. As Charles looked at the photos in the information, suddenly, he thought of something: a long black coat, long black hair, an Eastern face. Could it be? Charles was surprised to find that the photo of the so-called Ban in the information looked exactly like the man Chen had dreamt about a few nights ago. Moreover, they both had Eastern faces. Did Chen really dream of this man named Ban? Furthermore, Chen had said that she almost destroyed the entire ugly country in her dream. And it was this mysterious and extremely powerful man who stopped her. He could suppress Chen's power. Hank, call Chen over. The next moment, the young Professor X Charles immediately said to the mutant beast beside him, "All right." Hank also realized that something was unusual. After nodding, he immediately ran to where Chen Galei was. Before long, Phoenix girl Chen and Hank arrived in front of Charles. "Chen, do you know this Easter face man?" Seeing Chen, the young Charles immediately handed the materials on the table to her. In response, Chen Galei, who did not know why the professor had called her over, simply glanced at the materials on the table. Then the moment she saw the people in the photos, Chen froze. She even excitedly picked up the materials from the table, staring intently at the black figure in the photo. Seeing this scene, Charles and Hank both understood. Yet, their hearts were filled with even more uncertainty. Could it really be the man who appeared in Chen's dream? Professor, he is the man from my dream. Where did you get this photo? Professor, can you take me to find him? At this moment, the Phoenix girl excitedly approached Charles. The man in the photo might be able to solve her uncontrollable power issue, which was extremely important for Chen. Because of her power, the mutant classmates in the academy, who were originally considered different among ordinary people, regarded her Chen as an outlier. One could say, Chen was the outlier among outliers. Of course, Chen wanted to change this. So, aside from wanting to eliminate her power, she wanted to find a way to control it. Perhaps this Easter man in the photo could help her. She had previously thought it was just a dream. However, now that she had seen him in the photo, she was filled with excitement and hope. She had to ask for his help. However, at that moment, no one expected, "What? You have something to find me for?" With the sudden sound of a male voice ringing out. Charles, Chen, and Hank were shocked to discover that they didn't know when the cold man in black with long hair from the photo had already appeared in this mutant school, even sitting on the sofa next to them at this very moment. It was Chen Yiban. In response, the young Professor X looked at the suddenly appearing Chen Yiban, his pupils involuntarily shrinking slightly. He was astonished. Meanwhile, the Phoenix girl Chen was first surprised, then shocked and incredulous upon seeing Chen Yiban. But after reacting, Chen looked at Chen Yiban, who was sitting on the sofa by himself, with joy. When exactly did you? At this time, Hank also looked at the suddenly appearing Chen Yiban with a face full of uncertainty. In response, with a single glance from Chen Yiban, an invisible force instantly bound the mutant beast Hank. Even when the young Charles tried to activate his ability, he was shocked to find he had lost his powers. It was as if he had instantly turned into an ordinary disabled person, with none of his mutant superpowers remaining. How could this be? The young Charles, in his wheelchair, looked at Chen Yiban in disbelief. Although Chen Yiban seemed to be doing nothing, Charles was convinced that it was Chen Yiban who made him lose his mutant powers at that moment. Nearby, Jean Grey looked at the seemingly immobile professor and Hank with a hint of uncertainty. Please, they're not bad people. I beg you not to hurt them. Chen Yiban did not restrain Jean, so she could step forward to plead. Don't worry, I don't intend to kill them, Chen Yiban said with a faint smile. Then, Phoenix. Jean Grey, you still haven't answered my earlier question. You can't find me? Chen Yiban looked at Jean Grey, whose expression seemed a bit helpless and weak. With a slight smile, he knew that Jean Grey, possessing the Phoenix Force, was not a fragile girl. If her powers were unleashed, destroying an entire planet would be no problem. I had a dream before Jean wanted to speak, but didn't know where to start. So, Chen Yiban actually knew everything, but found Jean Grey a bit interesting at that moment, and wanted to tease her. Finally, she said, I can't control my powers. Can you help me? Please. Jean Grey looked at Chen Yiban, who was smiling on the sofa, with a pleading expression. Meanwhile, Charles and Hank, still unable to move, could only watch. Oh, at that moment, Chen Yiban suddenly appeared behind Jean Grey. Although it startled her, she quickly reacted and smiled at him happily. She found him increasingly incredible and felt she hadn't made the wrong choice. Seeing such a Jean Grey, Chen Yiban found her even more interesting. Chapter 16, New Disciple. Phoenix Jean, looking at Jean Grey, who seemed a bit scared yet inexplicably delighted, Chen Yiban felt this woman was quite interesting. Please, teach me how to control my powers so I can learn by your side. Looking at the stern-faced Chen Yiban, Jean Grey continued to plead earnestly. Just as he had suppressed Charles earlier, Chen Yiban received a system reward of 1, immortal level lottery. It seemed that Professor X, whether old or young, was a very important presence in this world. Power and fortune, he had them all. Thus, feeling good about receiving an immortal level lottery, Chen Yiban couldn't help but smile. Seeing this, Jean Grey thought Chen Yiban had agreed to her plea. Therefore, under Chen Yiban's gaze, she ran to a nearby table to pour a cup of coffee. I've seen Easter movies and know that when you find a teacher, you need to serve them tea. But there is no Eastern tea here, so... Phoenix Jean said with a beaming smile. Then, she held out the freshly poured coffee to Chen Yiban. Chen Yiban couldn't help but smile again. You know quite a lot. Hearing this, Jean felt a bit shy but still held up the coffee. Teacher. She had already called him teacher. Seeing Jean Grey offering coffee instead of tea to acknowledge him as her teacher, Chen Yiban pondered for a few seconds before finally accepting the coffee from her hands. I'll come find you in 3 days. After taking a sip of the coffee, Chen Yiban said to his new disciple, Jean Grey. Okay, teacher. Jean Grey smiled happily. She hadn't felt this happy in a long time. But, teacher, if my powers go out of control during this time, Jean worried about her powers. In that case, I will appear. Chen Yiban said directly. Thank you, teacher. Jean Grey beamed. I will wait for you, teacher. Chen Yiban nodded. Then, after having taken a small sip of coffee, he handed it back to Jean Grey. She quickly reached out to take it. The next second, when she looked back up, she saw that Chen Yiban had already disappeared. Before Jean Grey could react, she saw Charles and Beast Hank, who had just been controlled and unable to move, regain their freedom. Damn it, Hank gasped for air. That was really suffocating. While being controlled, he could breathe, but it was very uncomfortable. The young Charles also felt his powers return and was increasingly astonished by Chen Yiban's strength. Truly incredible, like a god. By the way, Jean, have you made up your mind? The young Professor X looked at Jean Grey at that moment. Yes, Professor. I must find a way to control my powers. Otherwise, I might hurt more innocent people in the future, Jean said earnestly, looking at the professor in the wheelchair. Seeing this, Charles understood Jean's feelings, and, considering Chen Yiban's incredible abilities, he thought he might really be able to help her. However, but Jean, you still don't understand him. Do you know he made hundreds of thousands of people disappear in an instant? Hank directly expressed his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Jean Grey, who had previously been unaware, couldn't help but be shocked. What happened next? Jean Grey looked at Hank. Hank suddenly felt awkward. After that, he brought those hundreds of thousands of people back. Instantly, Phoenix Jean couldn't help but smile. Seeing this, Charles and Hank couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Chapter 17. A Visit from S.H.I.L.D. Meanwhile, Chen Yiban had returned to the manor, specifically to his own study. Then, thinking about the immortal level lottery he received from Professor X, Chen Yiban couldn't help but smile. Having received nearly 20 immortal level lotteries, the time to return to the heavenly realm felt increasingly close. King of corruption, Chen Yiban clenched his fists. He was someone who held grudges deeply. He would definitely return to the heavenly realm, sooner or later, and by then, he would use the dozens of immortal level lotteries he had gathered. Chen Yiban did not believe that with dozens of immortal level lotteries, he couldn't easily deal with the king of corruption, that dark rat. After regaining his composure, Chen Yiban's expression settled, but he thought of the Phoenix Jean in this world. Unexpectedly, he had taken in another disciple by chance. But didn't he matter? In the future, if they could return to the heavenly realm together, and if she and Uchiha Shursui could lend him a hand, it would be a good thing. Knock, knock, knock. Teacher. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. It should be Uchiha Itachi and Shursui, the siblings who discovered Chen Yiban had returned. Indeed, Chen Yiban opened the door with a thought and saw the Uchiha sisters and Kagaya standing outside. Teacher, you're back. The Uchiha sisters smiled at Chen Yiban. Realizing they had noticed his absence, Chen Yiban nodded lightly. I just went out for a bit. Saying this, Chen Yiban asked, Is there something you need from me? The people from S.H.I.L.D. are here. They said they're waiting for you to return, Kagaya said directly. Oh, upon hearing S.H.I.L.D., Chen Yiban thought of the egg and the Avengers. With a thought, he indeed saw Nick Fury and Agent Hill waiting on the first floor. However, he did not see the Avengers like Captain America. Let them come to the study, Chen Yiban said as he sat down on the main sofa, addressing his two disciples and Kagaya. All right, teacher, Uchiha Chichi replied, then stepped out first to sense the guests on the first floor. You all sit first, Chen Yiban said, looking at Chio and Kagaya standing in front of him, and couldn't help but smile. The next moment, he saw Kagaya and Chio sitting on a sofa beside Chen Yiban. By the way, Chio, in a few days, I might introduce you to your junior sister, although it seems she is a few years older than you. Chen Yiban suddenly said, Junior sister? Uchiha Chio was a bit surprised. Yes, Chen Yiban nodded, leaning back on the sofa. After going out just now, I unexpectedly received a new disciple. She should be able to come and meet you in 3 days. If the teacher values her and accepts her as a disciple, she must be special in some way, Uchiha Chio said curiously. Meanwhile, Kagaya looked at Chen Yiban with a hint of curiosity in her white eyes. You guessed right, Chio. She really is an exceptional case among exceptional cases. There is a powerful force hidden within her that is incredibly strong for others, he said with a light laugh. Thinking of the Phoenix power within the Phoenix girl Chen Yiban felt that if he really accepted her as a disciple, he might have to help her control her Phoenix power. Otherwise, while Chen Yiban himself was not afraid, if the Phoenix power went out of control, Uchiha Chio, Uchiha Chichi, and the others might not be able to resist it. Although both sisters and Kagaya had considerable strength, and now each possessed an infinity stone. Who knows what would happen if they faced the Phoenix power? Chapter 18. 3 days later, returned to the mutant school. An hour later, Nick Fury and Agent Hill drove away from the manor. Their visit was not for anything significant. In summary, this country and Chen Yiban should be friends. Hello. I'm good. Everyone is good. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face. Chen Yiban nodded with a smile. In the end, Chen Yiban just said, if you don't provoke me, we can all be well. With that, Nick Fury and Agent Hill took Chen Yiban's words back with them. Chen Yiban was not interested in what happened after that. 3 days later, Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Chen Yiban brought Uchiha Chio and Chi-Chi to pick up the Phoenix girl Chen. Kaguya Haim, with her cold personality, did not come along. Chen Yiban, accompanied by Uchiha Chio and Uchiha Chi-Chi, appeared out of thin air in Professor X's office. At this moment, the young Charles, Professor X, had just arrived not long ago. In the past few days, Charles had been trying his best to gather information about Chen Yiban. The more he learned, the more terrifying he found Chen Yiban to be. At this moment, on this blue planet, Chen Yiban was truly a godlike existence. With a thought, he could make over 70,000 people disappear at will and then return them to life. His abilities were simply inhuman. Moreover, even the 3 people beside him, 2 women and 1 man, were not simple characters. On the S-H-I-E-L-D helicarrier, the 3 of them exhibited extremely terrifying powers. They were extremely supportive of Chen Yiban and could not bear to hear even a single bad word about him. And such a being was preparing to take away Chen. To be honest, Charles was really worried that the other party would lead Chen astray. The power within Chen, once it went down the wrong path, would be too terrifying. However, Chen Yiban insisted on taking Chen away, and Charles found that he really had no way to stop him. A few days ago, Chen Yiban appeared out of thin air and with a single glance, made Charles lose his mutant abilities, turning him into a completely ordinary person. So how could Charles stop him? He could only hope that Chen Yiban was not an evil person. Thinking this way, with a bit of helplessness, Charles suddenly noticed 3 people appearing out of thin air in front of him. It was Chen Yiban, whom he had met 3 days ago, along with 2 of the 3 attendants he had already seen in the files. The files mentioned that they were a pair of siblings. Mr. Ban, it's a pleasure to see you again. Trying to appear calm, young Charles smiled politely. Please sit. The suddenly appearing Chen Yiban nodded and sat down on the nearby sofa. Upon seeing this, Uchiha Chio and Uchiha Chi-Chi chose to stand behind Chen Yiban. Mr. Ban, if you come again next time, you can choose to knock and come in. Charles couldn't help but say softly. After all, this was the second time Chen Yiban had done this. Appearing out of thin air and being so elusive was quite overwhelming. I'll consider it, Chen Yiban smiled lightly. Hearing this, Charles forced a smile. Okay, where's Chen? Chen Yiban got straight to the point. Understood, I'll contact her, Charles nodded. Then, using his mutant ability, he began to reach out with his mental power to find and contact the Phoenix girl, Jean Grey. During this time, Charles felt that Chen Yiban, who possessed incredible abilities, not directly appearing beside Chen to take her away, but first coming to him, was already showing him some respect. Otherwise, if he had taken Chen directly, Charles might not have sensed anything unusual at all. Therefore, Charles couldn't help but feel that Chen Yiban was probably not some great villain and should be able to teach Chen how to control the power within her. Chapter 19. The Heartbreaking Professor X. Shortly after, the Phoenix girl Jean Grey received Professor X's telepathic message and learned that Chen Yiban had indeed come to pick her up at the mutant school as promised. Immediately, Jean, who had packed her luggage in her room over the past few days, grabbed a bag and rushed out of her room, heading straight for the principal's office. She knew that her teacher, Chen Yiban, was waiting for her in the professor's office. Teacher. Soon, the office door was pushed open in a hurry. It was the Phoenix girl Chen who had arrived. Upon entering, she looked happily at Chen Yiban on the sofa and ran towards him. To be honest, during this time, young Charles felt a bit heartbroken. He had a feeling that his well-raised daughter was about to be taken away by someone else. Damn it. However, halfway through a run, the Phoenix girl suddenly stopped. She saw 2 people, a boy and a girl, standing behind Chen Yiban who were about her age. They were Uchiha Chio and Uchiha Chi-Chi. In response, Chen Yiban said, let's get to know each other. They are your senior brother and sister, or rather, your upperclassmen. Seeing the Phoenix girl, Chen Yiban also smiled gently and explained, senior brother and sister? The Phoenix girl was taken aback. Just then, Uchiha Chio said, from now on, we are all disciples beside the teacher. I am your senior sister, Uchiha Chio. Uchiha Chio smiled as she pulled the Chen who had stopped in her tracks to Chen Yiban's side. Thank you. My name is Jean Grey. You can call me Chen. The Phoenix girl, after coming to her senses, smiled and said to Chio. Then, she looked at the silent Uchiha Chi-Chi, who simply introduced himself, Uchiha Chi-Chi. This guy was a bit aloof and only stated his name. Hello. Nice to meet you. Chen nodded awkwardly. Looking at the scene before them, Chen Yiban and Uchiha Chio exchanged a knowing smile. Ki's personality was such that, for some reason, he was fine when facing the two of them, but towards others, he truly resembled a stoic man. As an older sister, Chio felt helpless about this. Chen Yiban could understand. Ki had always been bullied by other members of the Uchiha clan when he was younger. After receiving the power that Chen Yiban had given him, he suddenly became someone to be revered by all. Gradually, Uchiha Ki developed this cold demeanor. However, there was nothing wrong with it, was there? Chen, I'll give you 3 days to say goodbye to everyone here. At this moment, Chen Yiban turned to the Phoenix girl, Chen, and said, Teacher, I understand. And I'm ready. Chen gave a serious look at Charles, who was sitting at the desk, and then earnestly spoke to Chen Yiban. Good. Chen Yiban nodded in satisfaction. Chen, you. At this point, the young Charles wanted to make one last plea. But, clang, Chen Yiban snapped his fingers and, instantly, the four of them vanished from the office. Only the young Charles remained. He stood there, momentarily stunned, unable to finish his sentence, unsure of whether to speak or remain silent. Damn. On the other side, Chen Yiban had already returned to the villa in a luxurious manner with his 3 disciples. Master, the original owner of the manor, a middle-aged, wealthy man, immediately bowed upon seeing Chen Yiban return. Mr. Ban, welcome back. Kagaya also smiled as she bowed to Chen Yiban. Chen Yiban nodded to the two. Turning around, he noticed the Phoenix girl, Chen, looking around in surprise at the suddenly unfamiliar environment. Don't be afraid. This is our temporary residence. I will be here to help you try to control your powers. Chen Yiban said with a light smile at Chen. Yes, thank you, teacher. Hearing this, Chen's eyes lit up with anticipation. Chapter 20. Apocalypse. The Phoenix girl, Chen, thus became Chen Yiban's new disciple, making her the 4th disciple. Because before Chio and Ki, Uchiha Sasuke was Chen Yiban's 1st disciple. So, the Phoenix girl Chen was Chen Yiban's 4th disciple. That afternoon, after arriving at the manor with Chen Yiban, the Phoenix girl came to the study to find Chen Yiban. Chen Yiban thought she was eager for his help to control the Phoenix force within her, but in the end, she told him about the dreams she had experienced over the past few days. During this time, Chen Gray concealed the fact that he had appeared in her dreams, but described a very vivid apocalyptic scene that she had seen in her dreams, focusing on a powerful enemy who had appeared. Chen wanted to know how these dreams were connected to the power inside her. So, Apocalypse? After listening, Chen Yiban smiled and mentioned a name. Apocalypse? Chen Gray asked, curious. Chen Yiban nodded. It is said to be an ancient mutant, possibly the first so-called mutant. The first mutant? Is that the person who appeared in my dream? Chen was very surprised. Yes. Chen Yiban nodded again, looking at his new female disciple, Chen. Your dreams are equivalent to visions of the future. Upon hearing this, Chen first smiled shyly, then realized, Teacher, the apocalyptic scenes in my dreams, the powers of the opponent. She couldn't help but become worried. What are you afraid of? Actually, Chen, if you unleash your true power, he is nothing. Chen Yiban said with a calm smile. But teacher, Chen hesitated, her gaze conflicted and uncertain. Seeing this, Chen Yiban stood up from the desk and walked to his female disciple. Chen, if you really want to control your powers, the first thing you need to do is, don't be afraid of your powers. Unleash them. He patted the shoulder of the Phoenix girl, Chen, and spoke earnestly. Teacher, I'm afraid I can't do it. I'm afraid I'll mess it up. Chen lowered her head. Having once lost her parents to her own powers, Chen Gray was deeply fearful and resistant to her own abilities. So, I will help you. Chen Yiban poked Chen Gray's forehead gently. Teacher, the latter looked at the stern man in front of her, stunned. Let us go. Chen Yiban suddenly reached out to her. Teacher, where are we going? Chen did not refuse, and placed her small hand in the large hand of the man before her. There is no time to waste. Let us go find this ancient mutant, Apocalypse, from your dreams. Chen Yiban said with a smile. Chen Gray's eyes widened in surprise. But before she could say anything, whoosh, Chen Yiban instantly transported them away. Chen Yiban had completely mastered the rules of this world. Teleportation was truly a simple task. On the other side, the recently awakened mutant Apocalypse emerged from a pyramid and appeared in a small town in the desert, cloaked, wanting to understand the current human world. Just like in the original story, he unexpectedly encountered Aurora Monroe, who had not yet joined the X-Men. After helping her shake off a few thugs, Apocalypse arrived at Storm's residence, and just like in the original story, he incredibly learned the current human language and understood the current world situation through the television. Watching his abilities, Storm felt puzzled, thinking he was a mutant with sand powers, but now it didn't feel that way. Apocalypse quickly learned enough from the television to satisfy his curiosity. And at that moment, whoosh, Chen Yiban and Jean Grey suddenly appeared in Storm's room. What? Storm was startled. Apocalypse looked at the suddenly appearing Chen Yiban and Jean Grey with some astonishment. Just now, he hadn't sensed anyone about to appear. Chapter 21, Dark Phoenix. Jean Grey. Hey. Looking at the surprised Storm and the somewhat doubtful Apocalypse, Chen Yiban smiled slightly. Meanwhile, the Phoenix girl, Chen, seemed a bit dazed. Looking at the unfamiliar environment and the two unfamiliar people before her, especially Apocalypse's strange cloaked appearance. Teacher could he be? Not having seen clearly in her dream. Chen couldn't be sure now that Apocalypse was wearing a cloak. Yes. Chen Yiban nodded, pointing at the mutant Apocalypse in front of them. An ancient mutant, possibly the first mutant. Saying this, Chen Yiban turned back to his disciple, the Phoenix girl. Chen, defeat him. Teacher, I. Chen looked surprised. Release your greatest power, Chen Yiban said seriously to her. Hey, who are you? Suddenly coming here and talking about defeating someone? Do you want to fight? Storm looked at Chen Yiban and the Phoenix girl with great confusion. She didn't understand the situation of Chen Yiban and the Phoenix girl and why they had appeared so suddenly. Plus, they immediately started talking about strange things. Meanwhile, because Chen Yiban's automatic language translation was always on, both sides could understand each other no matter what language was spoken. Therefore, Apocalypse also began to realize the newcomers were not friendly. Child, do you know what I am? Apocalypse suddenly looked a bit proudly at Chen Yiban. In response, snap, Chen Yiban snapped his fingers, instantly transporting the four to the depths of the desert. What? Storm, looking around as the houses suddenly transformed into an endless desert, was stunned. Phoenix, on the other hand, gradually began to adapt to her teacher's vast powers. However, Apocalypse shot a wary glance at Chen Yiban, sensing that this man was not as simple as he had initially thought. At this moment, Chen Yiban not only transported everyone, but also sealed this space. No one could leave, and no one could enter. Jean. With that, Chen Yiban's gaze fixed on Phoenix, Jean Grey beside him. Teacher. Phoenix hesitated a bit. Jean. Tone me down. Chen Yiban's gaze turned a bit cold. Jean couldn't help but take a step back. But thinking about how hard she had worked to find a capable teacher willing to help her control her powers, she couldn't give up the opportunity. In the next moment, Phoenix Jean stopped in her tracks, straightened up, and looked at her teacher, Chen Yiban. Very good. Chen Yiban smiled. Then, he stepped forward and gently tapped the new female disciple's forehead. Mysterious and powerful spiritual energy instantly broke through Jean's mind seal, placed by Professor X, indeed freeing her from the constraints of the Phoenix Force. In an instant, Jean felt the terrifying power that had been deeply hidden within her was completely unleashed. Ah! She cried out, and, the next moment, a powerful crimson energy erupted from her body. Seeing this scene, Chen Yiban smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Storm and Apocalypse watched the bizarre scene unfolding before them, their expressions filled with disbelief and suspicion. At the same time, the power radiating from Phoenix Jean grew more and more immense, gradually starting to threaten the others in this sealed space. Chen Yiban felt nothing. However, Storm and Apocalypse sensed a deathly danger. Stop! Apocalypse couldn't help but take action. He controlled the sands of the desert, transforming them into countless sharp objects, all aimed at Jean Grey in the center. However, with a shout from Jean, the powerful Phoenix Force instantly shattered all threats. Even the Phoenix Force began to encroach upon Apocalypse. In an instant, shocked, Apocalypse felt the urge to escape through a spatial rift. However, how could he? Chen Yiban had sealed this space, and Apocalypse couldn't open a spatial rift at all. At this moment, Jean Grey's eyes turned red, and she smiled coldly and alluringly at the perplexed mutant Apocalypse and Storm, embodying the form of the Dark Phoenix. Chapter 22. Helping Jean control the Phoenix Force. At this moment, looking at Jean Grey, who had already released the Phoenix Force, Storm and Apocalypse were both shocked, staring at the glowing-eyed Phoenix Jean, feeling a sense of deathly threat. During this time, Chen Yiban looked on with satisfaction at Jean, who had truly unleashed her power. Teacher, looking at the powerful energy within her body, Jean suddenly felt an inexplicable excitement. Indeed, the Phoenix Force was influencing her mind. Don't worry. Chen Yiban took a step forward, preparing to assist his female disciple. No. Under the influence of the Phoenix Force, Jin took 2 steps back. The Phoenix Force was also wary of the mysterious presence of Chen Yiban. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. At that moment, Apocalypse once again activated his sand abilities, turning countless sands into sharp objects, launching a surprise attack on Jean in her Dark Phoenix state. The Phoenix Force made Apocalypse feel a life-threatening danger. He felt he had to seize the opportunity. However, countless sands were once again shattered by the powerful energy of the Phoenix Force. Boom! Apocalypse unleashed a certain energy impact, trying to kill Jean. Oomph! Jean's gaze turned cold, and with an angry shout, she launched a Phoenix Force attack at Apocalypse. In an instant, she obliterated the clothing and armor on Apocalypse, turning his entire being into ashes. At that moment, Storm watched in extreme terror. She felt a deep fear of Jean's power. And just then, clang, Chen Yiban seized the opportunity, pointing his finger at Jean's forehead. His incredible magic immediately began to neutralize the evil nature of the Phoenix Force. No. The Phoenix Force seemed to come alive, roaring in anger. Not long after, Jean collapsed into Chen Yiban's arms. However, the Phoenix Force had completely merged with Jean. She would no longer lose control due to her power and would not be affected by the evil nature of the Phoenix Force. Chen Yiban's magic eliminated the drawbacks of the Phoenix Force. What remained was all benefits. From now on, Jean could perfectly control the Phoenix Force. At the same time, fused with Chen Yiban's magic, the Phoenix Force might even be stronger than before. Oh my god! Storm, Aurora, was left dumbfounded. And how unlucky had she been today? Even if she had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to survive this day. With Jean, who was unconscious in his arms, Chen Yiban glanced at Storm beside him and then thought of something. Whoosh! With a thought, he sent her to the mutant school, to Charles's office. Then, he saw the young Charles looking blankly at the suddenly appeared Aurora at the door. Aurora herself looked equally bewildered. I took Jean away, and now, I return you one. Chen Yiban's voice echoed in the air. Fuck! The young Charles couldn't hold back any longer. The next day, at dawn, Jean Grey woke up in a panic, finding herself in her own room in the mansion, as if she had slept through the night. Knock, knock, knock at the right moment. A gentle knocking sound came from outside the door. Come in. Although Jean was filled with doubt, she still spoke. Soon, the door was opened from the outside, and a beautiful figure appeared at the doorway. It was Uzumaki Akira, senior sister. Seeing Uzumaki Akira, Jean politely called out. Although Uzumaki Akira was a couple of years younger than Jean. Teacher knows you are awake, so he asked me to come and call you down for breakfast. Uzumaki Akira smiled at Jean. Okay, thank you. Jean couldn't help but smile and nod. After Uzumaki Akira left, Jean looked curiously at her own body. She vaguely remembered releasing her terrifying power yesterday. And then, clang. Thinking about it, Jean was shocked to find energy radiating from her hands. It was indeed the Phoenix Force. After the shock, she realized that this time, she could control it freely. My power is no longer dangerous? Jean looked at the Phoenix Force she could manipulate at will, her face filled with delight. Chapter 23. Tony invites Chen Yiban to the tower's party? At the dining table, Chen Yiban, the Uzumaki siblings, and Kagayaheim were savoring their food. Although some of them could completely free themselves from food, like Chen Yiban and Kagaya, Chen Yiban still maintained the habits that an ordinary human should have. Kagayaheim saw Chen Yiban sit down and followed suit to eat a bit. Nearby, several maids from the manor were serving. Just then, the Phoenix girl, Chen, excitedly ran over. Teacher, my power. She approached the group, especially coming in front of Chen Yiban, and her hands once again gathered the power of the Phoenix, even circulating throughout her entire body. It was clear that she could now freely control her power. The emergence of the Phoenix power instantly caused Kagayaheim, Uchiha Aki, and Uchiha Nana to feel a jolt of threat. Despite being at the pinnacle of the Naruto world and even possessing the Infinity Stones at this moment, they still felt a threat from the Phoenix power. Congratulations, Chen Yiban said with a smile on his face. I should thank you, teacher. It's because you helped me yesterday that I can control my power so freely, Chen Grey said, looking at her teacher Chen Yiban with immense gratitude and respect. Sit down and eat, Chen Yiban said with a faint smile. Okay, teacher, Chen replied with a sweet smile, happily returning to her seat and joyfully enjoying her breakfast bread. No wonder teacher accepted Chen as a disciple. I didn't expect you to have such powerful strength, Uchiha Aki said. Unable to hide his surprise as he looked at the Phoenix girl, Chen, who was now eating bread. He had truly not known that Chen possessed the kind of Phoenix power that felt extremely dangerous. Just now, The appearance of the Phoenix power truly astonished Uchiha Aki. Kagaya Haim and Uchiha Nana also looked at Chen with a hint of surprise. Uchiha Aki originally thought that the teacher had casually accepted a rather special woman with some psychic power as a new disciple. But he didn't expect that the power just now made Uchiha Nana feel threatened. "You're very strong." Too suddenly, both Uchiha Nana and Kagaya Haim spoke simultaneously while looking at Chen. At this moment, Chen felt a bit embarrassed and unnatural as she looked at the two of them complimenting her with cold expressions. "Thank you." Finally, politeness made Chen nod in response. "Their personalities are like that. You'll get used to it," Uchiha Aki said with a light laugh to Chen. The latter also smiled and nodded in response again. Thus, Chen's power was completely recognized by the Uchiha siblings and Kagaya Haim, qualifying her to become Chen Yiban's disciple. After that, the breakfast ended slowly amidst cheerful chatting among the five. "Boss." Shortly after breakfast, Chen Yiban was watching TV in the hall with his three disciples and Kagaya Haim when suddenly the original owner of the manor, a middle-aged rich man, respectfully approached Chen Yiban. He bowed and handed over an invitation. "Boss, Tony Stark from Stark Industries just sent an invitation for you to attend a party tonight at Stark Tower." Thus, the middle-aged rich man reported to Chen Yiban. "Oh." Chen Yiban looked slightly surprised. Although he could know everything he wanted, the key was whether he wanted to. If he didn't want to, he could know nothing in advance. "A party? That sounds quite interesting," Chen Yiban said as he glanced at the invitation. He then handed it back to the middle-aged rich man and said, "Let's go over and take a look tonight." Chapter 24. The Party at Stark Tower. Soon night fell. In the brightly lit urban night, a lively and festive party was taking place in a towering skyscraper. It was a party hosted by Tony Stark on the rooftop of his building. At this moment, in addition to some high-level company executives, Captain America, Natasha, and Hawkeye from the Avengers were all present, raising their glasses to celebrate the success of their recent missions. Even Thor was there. In the back, Thor and Tony were playing a game of whose girlfriend is better, which made the onlookers chuckle. "Hey, buddy, did you really invite that guy who calls himself Ban?" Thor casually asked Tony Stark as they drank. Tony Stark nodded. "Really?" Nearby, Hawkeye and Captain America looked surprised as if they had just learned about it. "That guy named Ban." Banner and Natasha remained relatively calm. "Hey, Stark, aren't you afraid of getting yourself into trouble?" Captain America worriedly asked if something uncontrollable would happen if Chen Yiban actually showed up. "Hey, I think that guy is actually pretty nice. Don't you think?" Tony Stark looked at the other Avengers. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. "Mr. Stark, will that man really show up?" Suddenly, a well-dressed man approached Tony Stark, unable to contain his curiosity. Nearby, several similarly dressed men and women were also looking at Tony Stark with curiosity. The incredible things Chen Yiban had done had inevitably leaked to the outside world. Many successful people with some background knew that a powerful Eastern man named Ban had appeared in the previous battle. He possessed godlike powers that could make tens of thousands of people disappear in an instant and then restore them. Such an existence was simply divine, and a god. Could they also easily grant someone immortality? Thinking of this possibility, countless successful individuals in society couldn't help but yearn for it. Thus, upon learning that Tony Stark had invited the man named Ban to the party tonight, countless men and women arrived uninvited outside Stark Tower tonight. The nearby roads were all blocked. However, many successful individuals had been at the party for a long time, but had yet to see the legendary man as figure. Tony Stark didn't know how to respond. Although the man accepted the invitation, whether he would actually come was still an unknown. Swish, just then, with a sound of breaking air, three figures appeared on the scene. It was Chen Yiban, Uchiha Aki, and Phoenix Girl Chen. They had finally arrived, albeit a bit late. Kagaya Haim and Uchiha Nana were not interested in such a party, so they stayed in the manor and did not come along. Thus, Chen Yiban brought his two female disciples, arriving suddenly through spatial movement. Oh my god! Seeing the three people who suddenly appeared out of thin air, countless people at the scene couldn't help but be astonished. Even some people sitting with glasses in hand stood up at this moment. In this way, under the gaze of thousands, Chen Yiban, Uchiha Aki, and Jean Grey appeared among the crowd. The men and women began to make way, leaving the center position solely for the three of them. Looking at the many people staring at them, Jean Grey appeared a bit unnatural. At this moment, Tony Stark walked straight towards Chen Yiban. "Mr. Ban, welcome to Stark Tower." Tony Stark smiled and extended his hand to Chen Yiban in front of him. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling face, so Chen Yiban didn't keep a stiff demeanor and shook hands with Tony Stark. He is the legendary figure of recent times. Around them, Countless people looked at the oriental-faced Chen Yiban with fervent and profound awe. Chapter 25, Dr. Helen Zhao. At this moment, during a party at Star Tower, the three disciples of Chen Yiban suddenly appeared on stage, drawing everyone's attention. The host of the venue, Tony Stark, immediately approached and shook hands with Chen Yiban. Mr. Ban's, welcome. Soon, Tony had someone bring over a tray of drinks, first handing Chen Yiban a glass of red wine. Following that, two beautiful ladies also wished them a pleasant evening. Of course, Tony wouldn't forget about Uchiha Chio and Jean Grey. Thank you. Chio and Jean both nodded slightly. After all, they were not as aloof as Uchiha Ki and Kagaya Haim. It's quite lively, Chen Yiban remarked with a smile as he looked around at the numerous people staring at him. Mr. Ban's, believe me, they are here for you. Tony raised his glass to Chen Yiban and his disciples. Here for me? Chen Yiban glanced at the red wine in his hand and eventually clinked glasses with Tony Stark, taking a sip. Seeing their teacher drink, Uchiha Chio and Jean Grey also took a small sip from their glasses. Mr. Ban's is now a celebrity. Anyone with a bit of skill knows of your existence. Most of them are indeed here for you tonight, especially those who harbor dreams of immortality. After taking a sip of wine, Tony Stark explained to Chen Yiban. Although Chen Yiban could know everything with a thought, he didn't activate this passive ability all the time. After all, what would be the point of knowing everything? In the next moment, Mr. Ban's, many people around could no longer hold back, and one by one, they tentatively approached Chen Yiban. Mr. Ban's, good evening. Let me introduce myself. I am the president of XXX Company. May I offer you a toast? Men and women alike surged forward. In response, Chen Yiban glanced at the wine in his hand again, and then raised his glass to the crowd. He then downed the remaining red wine in his glass. To Mr. Ban's, everyone couldn't help but smile, and then they all raised their glasses and drank up. Although red wine wasn't meant to be consumed this way, since Chen Yiban did it, they dared not refuse to follow suit. They all finished their drinks. Afterward, as everyone looked at the long-haired Chen Yiban in black attire, they felt he wasn't as terrifying as the rumor suggested. Instead, he appeared elegant and courteous, like a graceful young gentleman, yet also like a dignified general. In short, he exuded extraordinary charisma. Especially knowing the extraordinary power Chen Yiban possessed, numerous beautiful models and wealthy young ladies couldn't help but gaze at him in admiration. Can we join you in a drink? Uchiha Chio and Jean Grey were soon surrounded as well. Chen Yiban didn't refuse, so they raised their glasses and took another small sip of their wine. Although everyone had various thoughts, tonight they mainly wanted to get familiar with Chen Yiban and didn't discuss anything else. Until the Avengers Captain America approached Chen Yiban. Ahem. Nick Fury seems to want to invite you to join us. H.I.L.D. Captain America awkwardly spoke to Chen Yiban after coming forward. Not interested. Chen Yiban replied, shaking his head lightly as he sat on the couch. Captain America wanted to say something more, but Natasha pulled him aside, indicating that it was better not to say too much. Nearby, Hawkeye, Thor, and Banner also tried to drink quietly without speaking. Is it you? The man recently referred to as a god? Suddenly, a female voice rang out beside the Avengers. It was Dr. Helen Zhao from Avengers 2, who was looking curiously at Chen Yiban sitting on the couch. Chapter 26, The Scarlet Witch. Wanda approaches Chen Yiban again. At this moment, Chen Yiban couldn't help but glance at Dr. Helen Zhao, who had come to his side. The beauty who developed the regeneration cradle, which could give life to mechanical bodies, still left a bit of an impression on him. As for her words, who knows? Chen Yiban smiled lightly and moved past the comment. Nearby, Captain America, Natasha, and several other Avengers were also a bit surprised that Dr. Helen Zhao would approach someone like Chen Yiban. Did she also want to seek immortality like those so-called successful people surrounding them? After all, the allure of eternal youth and beauty is quite tempting for women, right? However, although they call you a god, I think you show a profound disrespect for the lives of others. Dr. Helen Zhao's words shocked Natasha and Hill. Ahem. Nearby, there couldn't help but cough lightly, feeling that Dr. Zhao was quite bold. Only through personal experience could one understand how terrifying the powers of Chen Yiban and his disciples truly were. A mere mortal like Dr. Zhao dared to speak to Chen Yiban this way, which made Thor admire her a bit. Is that so? Chen Yiban merely smiled lightly and moved past her comment. He knew that Dr. Zhao was referring to his ability to make over 70,000 people disappear and then return them. Indeed, the term life seemed quite insignificant. But so what? Dr. Zhao didn't expect Chen Yiban to be so indifferent. Just then, she felt a flash in front of her, and two striking figures appeared. It was Uchiha Chio and Jean Grey, who had just been surrounded by people toasting and flattering them. now returning to Chen Yiban's side and standing in front of Dr. Zhao. At this moment, Jean Grey looked at Dr. Zhao with a hint of hostility, especially since Chen Yiban had just helped Jean control the Phoenix Force, and now she felt immense respect and even admiration for him. No one was allowed to offend Chen Yiban. Uchiha Chio remained silent, her cold eyes fixed on Dr. Zhao. You. The gaze of the two women frightened Dr. Zhao, making her step back repeatedly. Ahem. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Stark quickly approached from the nearby bar. Mr. Ban's, two beautiful ladies, it's a misunderstanding. As the host of the party, Stark couldn't help but intervene. In response, Chio and Jean glanced back at their teacher, Chen Yiban. They saw that he was completely unconcerned, enjoying the remaining wine in his glass. Don't come near the teacher, Uchiha Chio said, her cold gaze fixed on Dr. Zhao. Even the glowing, blood-red Sharingan appeared. Seeing this, Dr. Zhao couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise. Others began to realize the seemingly gentle Chio was not to be trifled with. Even Jean Grey, who appeared a bit timid earlier, had now become very assertive. The charm of Chen Yiban was indeed overwhelming, making his two female disciples fiercely protective of him. Although Chen Yiban himself didn't care at all. Afterwards, Stark wanted to express his apologies to Chen Yiban, but the latter walked towards the rooftop without giving him a chance. In the end, Chen Yiban stood alone on the high Stark Tower, holding a glass of red wine, gazing at the urban night view outside. Misto, Ban. Good evening, may I join you for a drink? Suddenly, a female voice rang out behind Chen Yiban. He turned around and saw Wanda, the Scarlet Witch from the original series, appearing behind him in a stunning dress. Is it Hydra that sent you here? They are quite bold, Chen Yiban chuckled lightly. For Mr. Ban, it's worth it, Wanda said as she approached him. She raised her glass of red wine, gesturing to Chen Yiban. Seeing this, he smiled and accepted, clinking glasses with her. To your courage, and to your splendid attire tonight. Thank you. Wanda smiled at Chen Yiban's compliment. Finally, the two of them took a sip of wine on the outdoor terrace of Stark Tower, enjoying the evening breeze. Just then, Chen Yiban sensed something. It seemed the so-called party was about to end early. Chapter 27. Ultron's Thanks and Apology? What did you say? Wanda, beside him, thought she misheard. Until the originally bright party venue behind them suddenly flickered with lights. As everyone looked on in confusion, a broken body staggered onto a platform in front. It turned out to be an Iron Man suit made by Tony Stark. However, it looked very strange. Everyone in the venue was momentarily taken aback. Captain America, Hawkeye, Natasha, and the other Avengers felt something was off. Especially Tony, who couldn't remember commanding Jarvis to bring this supposed scrap Iron Man suit here. Moreover, it was evident to everyone that its current state was not right. Tony, Captain America couldn't help but glance at Stark. I feel. The Iron Man suit began to speak to itself. What is that? Wanda looked at the strange Iron Man suit, her expression filled with confusion. Ultron, an uncontrollable product. Chen Yiban said with a faint smile. Ultron. Wanda turned to look at the stern-faced Chen Yiban beside her. Just then, Ultron? Yes. The Iron Man suit seemed to suddenly agree after hearing the conversation between Chen Yiban and Wanda. Then, swish, 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 many Iron Man suits, controlled by Ultron, began to attack the people at the party. The scene instantly became chaotic. However, Chen Yiban continued to sip his wine, quietly observing. Suddenly, he noticed Wanda beside him seemed a bit tense. With your abilities, are you afraid of these little things? Chen Yiban couldn't help but chuckle. Wanda showed no signs of nervousness, but her face flushed slightly. At that moment, Uchiha Chio and Phoenix Jean Grey approached Chen Yiban again. After glancing at Wanda, Jean Grey spoke first. Teacher, should we intervene? Looking at the chaotic scene, Jean Grey asked. Chen Yiban shook his head. Tony Stark and the others will handle it. We should head back. As soon as he finished speaking, the beautiful Scientist Hylan appeared, chased by an Ultron-controlled robot, and she ran towards Chen Yiban. Chen Yiban said nothing and made no move. But seeing someone approaching his teacher, Clang, Phoenix Jean effortlessly used her telekinesis to crush the robot. Meanwhile, Uchiha Chio extended a long, sharp black rod from his palm, pointing it directly at Zhao Hailuan. I told you not to come near the teacher. Uchiha Chio said coldly. In the next moment, under Zhao Hailuan's terrified gaze, Uchiha Chio was really about to strike. Chio, enough. At a critical moment, Chen Yiban's calm voice rang out. Thus, Uchiha Chio finally cast a cold glance at Zhao Hailuan before retracting the black rod. Zhao Hailuan breathed a sigh of relief, realizing she had forgotten to breathe in her previous fear. Thank you. Zhao Hailuan looked at Chen Yiban, her gaze sincere. And about what happened earlier, I'm sorry. I apologize to you. Remembering her earlier condemnation of Chen Yiban for not respecting life, Zhao Hailuan felt inexplicably ashamed at this moment. It's fine, after all. What you said was the truth. Besides, I don't really care. Chen Yiban replied with a faint smile. His seemingly indifferent demeanor made Zhao Hailuan momentarily gaze at his stern face in fascination. And you, see you again when you have the time, Wanda. Chen Yiban took one last look at the scarlet, which beside him. Then, in an instant, he vanished with his two female disciples, Uchiha Chio and Jean Grey, leaving Zhao Hailuan and Wanda staring blankly at the spot he had disappeared from. Chapter 28. Seeking Chen Yiban's help? The chaos atop Stark Tower was similar to that in the original series. Although the Avengers managed to deal with all the out-of-control Iron Man suits, the most important thing, Ultron, had slipped away through the network. Moreover, the previous Jarvis was gone. In the lab, Tony Stark was now facing accusations from the Avengers. Guys, do you know? I just wanted us to have a means in preparation to fight back when a crisis arises. Amidst the accusations, Tony Stark raised his hands, speaking earnestly. If a real crisis comes, we can only rely on ourselves, Tony. Captain America looked seriously at Tony Stark. And if we lose? Tony Stark met Captain America's gaze. Then he turned to Thor, Banner, Hawkeye, and the others who had just criticized him during the previous Chitauri invasion, and even against someone with Ban's godlike power. How can we fight back with our current strength? There would only be a path to failure. Thus, Hawkeye, Natasha, and others fell into silence. Then we'll lose together. Suddenly, Captain America looked at Tony Stark seriously again. Turning to Captain America, Tony Stark seemed to be persuaded, or perhaps resigned, letting out a sigh. But Ban. Yes, go find him. I need to find him. Thinking of the man who had just come to the party, Tony Stark's eyes lit up. Hey, you plan to seek that guy's help? Hawkeye said in disbelief. Because Chen Yiban had casually made over 70,000 ugly people disappear earlier. Hawkeye and the others were reluctant to seek help from such a cold and ruthless existence. It's the quickest and best solution, Tony Stark said with a smile. Be careful. That guy might make you disappear too. Stock. Thor suddenly couldn't help but comment. To be honest, Thor had seen quite a few gods. However, a god like Chen Yiban, who can make nearly 1 million people disappear in an instant and then bring them back at the same time, is something Thor has never seen before. Even his own father, Father Odin, doesn't possess such a terrifying ability, right? Therefore, when it comes to Chen Yiban, Thor tries to keep his distance as much as possible. He doesn't want to, or rather, he doesn't dare to approach an existence like Chen Yiban. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, at this moment, is preparing to actively seek out that man. Thank you for your blessing. Tony Stark turned to point at Thor. Are you sure you want to visit someone else's house at this time? Agent Hill joked half-heartedly. Anyway, I just want to take a look. Tony Stark turned to leave. After all, Ultron is his responsibility, and as Iron Man, Tony Stark must resolve this issue. Soon, in front of everyone, Tony Stark donned his Iron Man armor. Whoosh! He began to fly out of Stark Tower at high speed. Tony had been to the mansion where Chen Yiban was located before, so he flew like the wind. Good night, everyone. Hawkeye was also preparing to leave. Hey, no matter what, we need to gather here tomorrow. Captain America hurriedly reminded. If Tony Stark goes and cannot get Chen Yiban's help, then this matter will have to be resolved by the Avengers. Just like Captain America said earlier, if we lose together. On the other side, wearing the Iron Man armor, Tony Stark flew to the luxurious mansion where Chen Yiban was located in the middle of the night. He found that the lights in the mansion were dim. Clearly, the people inside were asleep. Looking at the time, Tony realized there were still a few hours until dawn. So, he actually sat down in his Iron Man armor, preparing to wait until dawn to see Chen Yiban from last night. Just like that, in the Iron Man armor, Tony Stark unknowingly fell asleep outside the mansion. Chapter 29, 19 times, Celestial Level Lottery. Early the next morning, knock knock knock, Tony Stark, groggy, felt someone knocking on his Iron Man helmet. As he opened his eyes from sleep, he quickly saw it was the middle-aged, wealthy owner of the mansion. The boss wants you to go in. Seeing that the so-called Iron Man seemed to have woken up, the middle-aged, wealthy man stepped aside. Okay. Tony Stark directly stepped out of the Iron Man armor, saying, Thanks, buddy. After glancing at the middle-aged, wealthy man, Tony ran into the already open, luxurious mansion. After walking through a long path on the lawn, Tony entered the largest villa inside the mansion. Soon, he saw several figures leisurely having breakfast at a dining table. It was indeed Chen Yiban and his disciples, as well as Kagaya Haim. Mr. Stark. Tony Stark walked over. Would you like something to eat? Chen Yiban, dressed in black with long black hair, said lightly. Oh, okay, thank you. Feeling a bit hungry, Tony nodded in thanks. The next moment, Several servants immediately added a breakfast plate for Tony Stark. Porridge, bread, milk, eggs. Thank you. Tony spoke again in gratitude. Mr. Stark, do you want to freshen up? Suddenly, Uchiha Chio chuckled. Knowing that the so-called Iron Man had spent the night sleeping outside the mansion, he and T freshened up yet. Cough, cough. Tony suddenly felt a bit embarrassed and coughed awkwardly. Nearby, Phoenix Girl Jean Grey and Chen Yiban couldn't help but smile. Only Uchiha Ki and Kaguya Heim remained cold and serious. It's okay. Being messy once in a while doesn't matter. Tony Stark took a piece of bread and took a few bites and then drank some milk. Mr. Chun, actually, I'm in such a hurry to see you because I seem to have caused a little trouble. After eating a few bites of breakfast, Tony couldn't help but look at Chen Yiban and speak. Little trouble? Chen Yiban smiled lightly at him. Cough, cough. Tony awkwardly coughed again. Okay, it might be a considerable trouble. You can go back after breakfast. Suddenly, Chen Yiban spoke. Tony Stark was taken aback. Then, he became a bit anxious. Mr. Chun, I'm willing to pay or offer something else. I just hope you can help me once. It has already disappeared, Chen Yiban suddenly said. What? Tony was momentarily stunned. In your world, a teacher can solve all so-called troubles in an instant. Uchiha Ki coldly spoke, looking at Tony Stark. Hearing this, Tony Stark didn't react immediately. Really? Once he reacted, Tony Stark was a bit surprised. So it has already been resolved? Tony found it hard to believe. So easy? But thinking of how Chen Yiban could make over 70,000 people disappear in an instant and then bring them all back. Such godlike power, would it be hard to make that so-called Ultron disappear? Thank you, Mr. Chun. Tony Stark, owe you a favor, and I'm willing to repay you with money or shares of Stark Industries. Tony Stark did not doubt whether Chen Yiban was lying. No need. I'm not helping you. Chen Yiban glanced at the void. Current Celestial Level Lottery. 1819 times Celestial Level Lottery. It turned out that Ultron had offered Chen Yiban another Celestial Level Lottery. No problem, esteemed Mr. Chun. If there is ever a place where Tony Stark can be of use, feel free to come find me. Thank you very much. Tony stood up very gentlemanly and bowed to Chen Yiban. Well then, everyone enjoy your meal. I won't disturb you any longer. After taking one last look at Uchiha Ki, Chio, Jean, and Kaguya Heim, Tony turned to leave. He couldn't wait to share this good news with the other Avengers. Synopsis: Chen Yiban obtains the combat template of Madara during the founding of Konoha and arrives in the early plot of Konoha, becoming the new ninja world Azura. Uchiha Madara. Kaguya. This time I'll say something from the bottom of my heart to you. Obito, remember, you are just a pawn. Lastly, I want to say, Hashirama, I've already reached the other side.